Synopsis. The protagonist receives a terrifying invitation from Mewtwo. Instead of treating his Pokémon as game data, he forms profound bonds with them. He helps a traumatized Gardevoir heal from a dark past and inspires Riolu and Growlithe to become formidable partners. Confronting Mewtwo alongside Mew, the protagonist risks everything to protect his team. His devotion clashes directly with Mewtwo's ruthless ideology. In a fierce battle where Mega Beedrill fights to her limit, the protagonist proves that true power stems from trust. His empathy ultimately changes the legendary creature, cementing an unbreakable family bond. Chapter 1. Please forgive my intrusion, powerful Pokémon trainer. My master greatly admires your strength and therefore invites you to a grand banquet to be held in Pokémon Castle on New Island in 10 days. Powerful Pokémon trainers from all over the world will be present. After making your decision, please fill out the reply form. This is an invitation sent to you by the strongest Pokémon trainer. Please be sure to attend. As the virtual projection disappeared from the electronic card, Mew stood there dumbfounded. Looking at the enormous orange-yellow Dragonite before him, with its thick limbs, 2 tentacles on its head, and a sharp horn, Mew was speechless. Was this the start of the main storyline? And who the hell said Dragonite was cute? Come out here, I promise I won't kill you. In the anime and games he'd seen before, Dragonite was indeed the chubby, cute type, at least not ferocious. But the real Dragonite before him was incredibly burly. It was terrifying. If he hadn't already been in the Pokémon world for 10 days, having gained sufficient understanding and overcome the initial adaptation phase, otherwise, how could he have reacted so quickly? Naturally, Dragonite is a minor matter now. The invitation is the bigger issue. As a transmigrator, Mew is extremely knowledgeable about everything in the Pokémon world. He wouldn't say he knows everything about this real world, but he's intimately familiar with everything involved in the anime, manga, and games. Being a veteran player, he has memorized the anime and manga storylines. The first thing Mew immediately thought of in this situation was the story of Mewtwo's rise to power. This was a trainer invitation sent to him by Mewtwo. As the first artificially created legendary Pokémon, and the first legendary Pokémon to appear in the initial storyline, Mewtwo's dominance was undeniable at the time. Although later legendary Pokémon appeared one after another, making Mewtwo's claim to be the strongest somewhat tenuous, its power remains among the top. Ow ow tilde tilde. The low growl of Dragonite reached his ears, bringing Mew back to his senses. It stirred up memories of his past life. That roar was indeed from Dragonite, practically devoid of any dragon-like nature. Are you urging me to make a choice quickly? Looking up and meeting Dragonite's gaze, Mew suddenly had an idea. Should he use a Master Ball to capture it directly? This was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Through the cheat-like simulator he carried with him, he could see a series of data about this Dragonite. Dragonite, LV 58. Gender, female. Type, dragon flying. Nature, jolly. Ability, inner focus. Possesses a trained spirit, will not flinch from an opponent's attack, and remains unmoved by intimidation. Moves, Titan, Leer, Roost, Extreme Speed, Wing Attack, Agility, Rain Dance, Tornado, Thunder Wave, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Dragon Tail, Slam, Aqua Tail, Dragon Dive, Outrage, Safeguard. Friendship, 0, never met before, be careful what you say. Mood, impatient, forced to become a messenger dragon, forced by Mewtwo's tyranny to run around delivering invitations. Undoubtedly, this Dragonite stats show it has top-tier potential. The only question is its individual values, IVs, which he, as its trainer, can only see once it becomes his Pokémon. Ow tilde tilde. Another urging call rang out. Although he couldn't understand it, Mew roughly guessed what Dragonite meant. If you don't make a decision soon, I'm leaving. Its impatience was palpable, and the following note undoubtedly reflected Dragonite's true feelings. It's really in a hurry. Mew couldn't help but mutter, weighing the pros and cons and suppressing his urge to capture Dragonite. He took out the reply letter, filled it out, and handed it to it. Just as he was about to say something more, Dragonite put the reply letter away and suddenly flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. Its speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye it was just a black dot, disappearing without a trace. Is that the speed of circling the Earth once in 16 hours? No wonder I chose you as my messenger. I would have done the same, Mew remarked, standing there in awe. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. He had inadvertently gotten caught up in this mess, and he didn't understand why Mewtwo would even notice someone as insignificant as him. It seemed he was just leveling up his Pokémon in the wild. It feels like I've won the lottery. Tgthegood actually, even if I filled out the form, it wouldn't matter if I didn't go, since they won't come knocking on my door anyway. What a waste of this Dragonite. Muttering to himself, Mew suddenly felt a pang of regret. He really wanted to catch this Dragonite. But then he thought about how even if a Master Ball could do it, the Dragonite wouldn't obey him after he caught it. After all, his trainer level was too low. Even if he had a lot of game battle experience, he wouldn't be able to control it without a powerful enough Pokémon. Naturally, what he feared most was that the Dragonite was currently Mewtwo's messenger. If he caught the Dragonite and attracted Mewtwo, that would be disastrous. If he had 2 Master Balls, he might dare to. Unfortunately, his imagination was far from ideal. He only had 1 Master Ball. This was automatically placed in the simulator's storage space after the cheat simulator was activated. Besides the Master Ball that he was reluctant to use, but which was indeed all-powerful, he also had 5 ordinary Pokéballs, 5 bottles of healing items, and a random Pokémon. To be honest, having this Master Ball is like playing games in my past life. I always want to save it for later, but I'm always reluctant to use it. Of course, his cheat simulator is already pretty good. With the Master Ball's 100% catch rate, it's like starting with a royal flush. He can catch legendary Pokémon easily. He just doesn't know the difference between this real world and the game world. As for where the cheat simulator came from, Mew has been pondering it. He's certain that before he transmigrated, he was playing a newly downloaded Pokémon game, thinking it was a brand new game. But as soon as he opened it, he suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, and woke up in this world, becoming Mew. It was sudden, and it's hard not to think about the game as the reason, but transmigration is a fact, so he can only accept it. And based on what he's learned these past few days, his system seems a bit abnormal. Aside from specific functions, it doesn't provide any proactive prompts. Simply put, it's like a single-player system after disconnecting from the internet. Once bound to him, he has to control everything himself. Regaining his composure, Mew focused his attention back on Mewtwo and began to rethink the early plot of the Pokémon world. Chapter 2. Have been in the world for 10 days, and they've learned quite a bit. For example, the Indigo Plateau in the Kanto region will host the Indigo League Conference in just over a month. Previously, they weren't sure which conference it would be, but now they're certain it's the one Ash participated in the original story. Recalculating the timeline, they'd always thought the Mewtwo storyline took place after the Indigo League Conference. Now it seems it's the 2-month period between Ash obtaining the Viridian Badge and the Indigo League Conference. I can't miss Mewtwo's storyline. Even if it's just a cameo, I definitely have to go. Besides, maybe I can participate in this year's Indigo League and get a good ranking, which will be helpful for future endeavors. They secretly thought to themselves. They remembered that in the original story, the Indigo League Conference held a very high status among league events and was very famous throughout the region. Ash's top 16 finish in the Indigo League was always talked about, and even his top 8 or top 4 finishes in other regions couldn't compare. They hadn't considered participating before because it didn't involve the storyline. They decided to develop steadily. Now that it's decided, there's no need to hesitate. However, with his current strength and limited time, is it possible to collect 8 badges in time? The difficulty is immense. Watching anime and playing games to get badges seems easy, but actually doing it is a different story. I need to plan this carefully. If all else fails, I'll talk to my parents and ask them for some resources. Muttering to himself, Mew pulled 2 Pokéballs from his pocket. A white light flashed, and a Growlithe and a Riolu appeared before him. He had been searching for wild Pokémon of suitable levels in the forest to battle and gain experience points, and with Dragonite's arrival, Mew had captured them in his Piquet balls to rest. Watching the two little ones circling around him, happily chasing and playing, Mew felt embarrassed to tell them that he would be taking them to face a legendary Pokémon in 10 days. However, there were still 10 days left, and they might grow up quickly enough to at least protect themselves. After all, he had a cheat simulator. The two little ones were originally only level 12 and 5. Thanks to the effective leveling plan he devised during his transmigration, in just a few days, Growlithe was now level 29 and Riolu was level 22. Growlithe was the original owner's only Pokémon, while Riolu was randomly assigned by the cheat simulator after Mew's transmigration. The original owner wasn't a Pokémon trainer. Although he was 18 years old, some unpleasant experiences in his childhood made him unwilling to become a trainer and travel. Mew's transmigration happened to replace him because 10 days ago, the original owner was traveling to Vermilion City on his family's ship when he encountered a storm and accidentally fell into the sea. In short, the original owner of this body was also a pitiful person. He was terrified by a ferocious Pokémon as a child, and that trauma remained with him. This caused him to develop a deep fear of Pokémon, making it difficult for him to accept them. His parents worried themselves sick over this, but they couldn't change his fear. Fortunately, he wasn't afraid of Growlithe, which is why Growlithe rightfully became his first and only Pokémon. Otherwise, he would probably be all alone. For Mew, the original owner's life was indeed tragic, but it must be said that he lived in a good family. At least he never had to worry about anything growing up. His parents would solve all his problems. This was something Mew, who had transmigrated from another world without parents, actually envied. Therefore, after accepting all of the original owner's memories, he quickly adapted and accepted his family in this life. After making some temporary decisions, Mew looked carefully at the Growlithe and Riolu beside him. Growlithe, LV 29. Gender, female. Type, fire. Nature, jolly. Ability, intimidate, intimidates the opponent upon entry, causing them to back down and lowering their attack. Moves, Leer, Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Helping Hand, Agility, Fire, Fang, Revenge. Friendship, 175, very good relationship, working together. Mood, happy, being stronger and stronger makes the owner happier. Riolu, LV 22. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Nature, adamant. Ability, prankster, hidden ability, can use status moves first. Moves, quick attack, endure, feint, metal claw, double up, self-motivation, rock smash. Friendship, 142, very good relationship, working together. Mood, happy, extremely happy after continuous battles and improved strength. Both of these little ones are the type that accumulate strength gradually. They need to be trained step by step in the early stages. Take Growlithe, for example. Following early generation training methods, if its level isn't high enough and it hasn't accumulated enough experience, evolving it too early with a fire stone is essentially useless. Using the game's training methods, Mew would wait until Growlithe reaches level 56 and learns Flare Blitz before evolving it into Arcanine, allowing it to learn extreme speed directly. Evolving it now means it might miss out on learning later moves. At least with its current knowledge, missing out on self-learning during growth means that even if a Pokémon learns some moves through training later, it won't be comprehensive. It's true that you can use a cheat device to buy TMs from the system shop. While using TMs in the game has no side effects, in the real world, Pokémon are living beings, not just a bunch of data. Who knows what the difference is between learning something naturally and learning it later with a TM? Even without side effects, one major drawback is that TMs in the shop are very expensive. The system supports spending in this real-world alliance coin, but the prices are vastly different from those in the game. Ordinary skills cost 10 times the price, and high-level skills cost 100 times more. The original Zia Mew had some alliance coin savings, but it wasn't enough for him to spend freely. While some items were expensive, the vast majority remained the same price as in the game, except for those cheat-like items. For example, the magical candy was incredibly expensive. One can raise a level by 1, but it costs 1 million alliance coins. Outrageous. Zia Mew calculated that it would cost nearly 100 million alliance coins to initially create a level 100 divine pet. This 100 million alliance coins was roughly equivalent to the Chinese yuan in Zia Mew's previous world. Chapter 3. For average families, an annual income of 300,000 to 500,000 is already quite good. An income of over $1 million is considered a moderately wealthy family. Those earning millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions are the super rich. Furthermore, Master Balls are sold in the system shop for 100 million league coins each. Even with immense wealth, without assets of tens or hundreds of billions, one cannot afford them. This world certainly has many rich people. After all, it belongs to an ideal utopian world, but the vast majority are ordinary people. Take Zia Mew's family, for example. His parents run a dockside freight logistics business. The company, while not large, is not small either, with a market value of only 1 or 2 billion. Even so, it's quite impressive if the family can come up with tens of millions at once. Raising Growlithe to level 56 and then evolving it within 10 days is indeed too difficult, unless you actually spend money to buy rare candies to level it up. In the end, it still depends on you. Although the cheat simulator doesn't have friendship, once the friendship level reaches 220 or higher, you can evolve it. Even though Zia Mew is optimistic, there is still pressure. Even if its level isn't high enough, at least if Riolu evolves into Lucario, it will have some ability to protect itself. Then he can buy a Mega Stone from the shop and Mega Evolve, maybe even be able to fight Mewtwo, whose strength hasn't fully developed yet. Of course, this is just wishful thinking and shouldn't be taken seriously. Its type advantage is too great. Anyway, luckily, Riolu starts with 50 friendship points. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to increase so quickly. Moreover, the cheat simulator doesn't provide real-time friendship increase prompts. You have to try and increase it little by little yourself. The cheat simulator is indeed very data-driven, but it's actually quite different from the game. In other words, the calculation method in the game can be used to some extent, but it's not entirely practical. Woof tilde woof tilde. Growlithe wagged its tail affectionately. Riolu did the same. Zia Mew squatted down with a smile and stroked them. To increase their intimacy, before finding a clear method, all he could do was treat them with genuine care. He was already lucky to have transmigrated to the Pokémon world. To become a real Pokémon trainer was, in fact, a dream come true. Now that he had his own Pokémon, how could he just treat them as tools to be used in the game? The two little ones thoroughly enjoyed Zia Mew's stroking. Afterwards, Zia Mew took out energy cubes of different flavors and handed them to them respectively. In fact, in Zia Mew's knowledge, the personalities of the two beasts were exactly the opposite. According to the training method Zia Mew preferred in the game, he would prepare for their evolution, and his first choice for Riolu's personality would be cheerful or timid, while Growlithe's personality would be stubborn or brave. Naturally, each had its own advantages and disadvantages. It's fair to say that there are no perfect coincidences or absolutes in this world. A Pokémon's personality is determined by its natural habits after birth. Zia Mew won't intentionally change his Pokémon's personality unless the Pokémon itself dislikes it and wants to change. As things stand, things are actually pretty good. At least if the Jolly Growlithe evolves into Arcanine, its speed will be unparalleled. Although its special attack will decrease, its physical attack won't be significantly affected. When Riolu evolves into Lucario, its special attack will be much lower, but its physical attack will be greatly boosted. It can be said that Zia Mew's research on physical attack builds is very thorough, and he plans to train Growlithe and Riolu in that direction. Of course, Mew isn't sure what will happen in the future, because this isn't a game. But he believes that fate is fair. While it may bestow powerful talents, it will also appropriately diminish them. The game world relies on stats, the real world relies on talent. As for their 6 individual stats, we'll have to wait until they're fully grown before training them. Of course, some adjustments can be made during daily training and battles. Growlithe's individual stats: HP 26 excellent, special attack 10 average, special defense 18 very good, attack 30 excellent, defense 12 average, speed 31 best, overall rating excellent abilities. Riolu's IVs: HP 31 best, special attack 10 average, special defense 31 best, attack 31 best, defense 28 very good, speed 26 excellent, overall rating excellent abilities. It must be said that both Growlithe and Riolu are top tier. Riolu, in particular, lives up to its reputation as a product of the cheat engine simulator. Even with only 3 IVs, these 3 IVs are already the standard for legendary Pokémon in the game. No longer focusing on the data, Mew watched the 2 little ones consume the energy cubes, and then said, "After you finish eating, we'll continue. There are still over 2 hours until evening. I'll try to let you battle as many Pokémon as possible, because that's the fastest way to improve your strength right now. We don't have much time left, so I need you to become stronger to help me. Let's work together, Growlithe and Riolu. Although I can't battle, I'll always stand by your side." His words were passionate, his eyes filled with fervor. Woof tilde. Woof tilde woof tilde. The 2 little ones sensed his affection and responded. However, their barks were quite different. Although both were dog barks, Growlithe's bark was clearly more intimidating and powerful. Riolu's bark, on the other hand, sounded like a puppy's, but exceptionally pleasant. Having reached an agreement, at Mew's command, the 2 little ones continued deeper into the forest. This forest was vast, and the reason they came here was naturally because bug-type and grass-type Pokémon were easier to deal with. The original plan was to first accelerate Growlithe's growth, indirectly boosting Riolu's. After all, Growlithe's fire-type moves are a hard counter to bug and grass types. Unfortunately, while the cheat simulator was powerful, even showing levels, the experience points were unfortunately neutralized and consumed. It was unclear how many experience points were needed, or how many experience points would be gained from defeating wild Pokémon. Essentially, Natsuki had been blindly grinding these past few days. Fortunately, it was effective. Otherwise, it would have been a complete waste of time. Simply put, while the game does determine levels based on specific experience points, the real Pokémon world isn't limited by fixed data. Anything is possible. The cheat simulator's functionality is incredibly powerful, but it's not absolute. Growlithe led the way, Riolu followed closely behind to reap the rewards, and Natsuki brought up the rear. Natsuki was betting that this method would allow for shared experience points. Just like in the game, after defeating any Pokémon you're carrying can share the experience points. This contrasts with earlier generations where you had to carry an exp shared device to receive even a small amount of experience. Chapter 4. Growlithe, use Fire Fang after agility. Riolu, use Quick Attack and Metal Claw. Following Zia's commands, Growlithe and Riolu launched a series of attacks, defeating the last 2 Beedrill. Unfortunately, none of these Beedrill were worth Zia's attention. 2 hours of continuous fighting, thankfully with the replenishment of medicine, otherwise, encountering this swarm of Beedrill would have been fatal. In short, after Zia's passionate speech, the 2 little ones, full of fighting spirit, fought their way through the entire forest. Their levels were high, and their strength was increasing, so they could easily dominate even facing 20 or 30 Beedrill. Of course, it was also fortunate that, although this forest was the largest on Round Island, there weren't many high-level Pokémon on the island. Most of these Beedrill were around level 10 or 20, with only 5 or 6 exceeding level 20, and the highest being only level 26. The highest-level grass-type and bug-type Pokémon Zia Mew encountered in the forest were a level 40 Vileplume, a level 39 Scyther, and a level 38 Victreebel. Of course, there were many more, but he hadn't encountered them yet. Even when he did, he wouldn't actively provoke them, given the vast difference in strength between the two. But now things were different. Growlithe had broken through the level 30 barrier, reaching level 32, a significant leap in strength, and had even learned the Crunch move. Riolu was also level 25, having learned Vacuum Wave. Of course, Riolu still couldn't easily defeat Pokémon above level 30, but Growlithe could now fight against higher-level Pokémon, and with type advantages, its moves were incredibly powerful. This was Zia Mew's plan for Growlithe and Riolu tomorrow. Although the experience gained from hunting wild Pokémon might not be much, it was faster and more convenient, and he didn't need to specifically seek out suitable trainers to battle with. Most importantly, they can gang up on each other even if they can't win. That's enough for today. Thank you for your hard work, Growlithe and Riolu. After encouraging the two little ones, Zia Mew didn't recall them. Instead, he sprayed them with healing medicine and then fed them energy cubes to replenish their stamina. Stamina is worth mentioning. It's different from HP in the game. Stamina isn't HP, but it affects performance and battle endurance. Healing medicine can heal injuries, but can't restore stamina. Only by feeding Pokémon energy cubes or special dishes can they quickly recover stamina. Once the two little ones had recovered some of their injuries and stamina, Zia Mew took them back. Of course, he wasn't going to be foolish and just run home. Instead, he took out his mountain bike from his spatial backpack. This is a unique piece of technology in the Pokémon world. The foldable spatial backpack can hold a lot of items, and the bike is also a product of spatial principles, capable of being enlarged and shrunk just like a piquet ball. It's only because Zia Mew's family is extraordinary, or at least quite wealthy, that such a thing is not something the average person can afford. This mountain bike is an official exclusive model from the Indigo League, with the base model costing 100,000 League coins and the high-end model costing 300,000 to 500,000 League coins. The original owner wasn't a Pokémon trainer, but loved cycling and would often ride around Tsubaki Island. This bike was a gift from her father for her 18th birthday not long ago. Returning along the same route, Zia Mew rode her bicycle, while the two little ones ran alongside her. It wasn't that Zia Mew intentionally made them run. They simply enjoyed the feeling of running. This reminded Zia Mew of the Pokémon games, where the protagonist could set a Pokémon to follow them. Even in the game world, this was the case. As real living beings, Pokémon wouldn't want to stay in their piquet balls forever. After safely returning to Tsubaki Island City, Zia Mew first went to the Pokémon Center to have Nurse Joy and Chansey help heal Growlithe and Riolu before returning home. Although his family was wealthy, and one of the few large households in Yuandao City, they did not live in a luxurious manor or villa, but only in a 3-story self-built courtyard house. Of course, the house's size and layout were top-notch. After all, it was a wealthy family's home. "I'm home," Zia Mew greeted as she entered. She then changed into slippers and went into the living room, smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. Hearing Zia Mew's call, her mother, Mewtwo Lee, peeked out from her busy work, holding a spatula and a ladle. "You're back, go wash up first. You look so travel-worn. Did you go train Growlithe and Riolu again?" "Yeah," Zia Mew replied, glancing at the time and then upstairs to make sure there was no noise before asking, "Is Dad still not back?" "Probably soon. He told me not to tell you. He's planning a big surprise for you tonight," Mewtwo Lee said with a mysterious smile. She then greeted Growlithe and Riolu with a smile. The two little ones obediently ran to Mewtwo Lee's side, and each received some freshly fried crispy pork from her. Gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and dignified. These 8 words perfectly describe this mother. Although Zia Mew had only been here for 10 days, he had already completely integrated into the family. "A big surprise, what is it?" Zia Mew was a little confused. The original owner's parents doted on him so much that they would basically fulfill any of his needs. However, in the 10 days since he merged with the original owner, he didn't seem to have any requests, and he even refused the money they offered him. "You'll know when your father comes back. Go wash up first, and we'll eat in a bit." Mewtwo's words made Mew even more suspicious. Not telling him was obviously not something ordinary. He couldn't recall anything from the original owner's memories. Helpless, Mew could only nod and take Growlithe and Riolu out of the kitchen to the bathroom to wash up. Actually, Riolu wanted to stay by Mewtwo's side and help prepare the food, as it had often done in the past 10 days. But it had just come back from outside and had been fighting all day, so it was covered in dirt and needed to be cleaned up. More than half an hour passed before Mew finally emerged with the two little ones, their fur dried. Mewtwo had already prepared a sumptuous meal and was on the phone, seemingly confirming when he would return. "Your father is on his way back and will be home soon," Mewtwo said after hanging up. Mew nodded. It was still early. Since it was summer, it wouldn't be dark even past 6. During this time, Mew and Mewtwo chatted about their day's experiences. And then, intentionally or unintentionally, the Indigo League was mentioned. Speaking of the Indigo League, Mewtwo became incredibly excited and launched into a long explanation. It turned out that Mewtwo had also participated in the Indigo League, but due to her lack of skill, she hadn't even made it past the preliminaries. Later, realizing she didn't have the talent to be a trainer, Mewtwo gave up, and it was then that she met Mew's father, He. They fell in love at first sight, traveled and adventured together, and later married, inheriting the family business and running a freight logistics company. Chapter 5. More than 10 minutes passed before Mew's father, He, drove home. The parking was quite a commotion, and Mew and Mewtwo came out to greet him. He looked spirited. Although middle-aged, he was the mature, steady, and handsome type. It was fortunate that his mother, Mewtwo, was a great beauty, intelligent, and understanding, completely able to keep her father, whose looks alone could attract countless admirers, in check. Mew spoke first, greeting him. His mother's earlier words had filled him with great anticipation. He nodded, then laughed heartily. "I just heard from your mother that you went out for another day of training. Dad is really happy. You've finally taken this step." For him, his son seemed like a different person after waking up 10 days ago. He was initially worried, but now he was grateful that his son had survived this ordeal, thus overcoming the shadows of his childhood. He was even more grateful to Riolu, because it was the Pokémon that suddenly appeared after Mew woke up. He assumed it was Riolu that made Mew start to trust Pokémon and want to become stronger. After some pleasantries, he put his arm around Mewtwo and Mew's shoulders and went through the door. Growlithe and Riolu followed behind, obediently making no noise. Actually, Mewtwo and He's Pokémon should still be at home, but because Mew was afraid, they had been fostered by the gym leader Blaine on the neighboring Cinnabar Island, rarely returning for more than a few days a month. Now that Mew's fear had disappeared, Mewtwo and he also had the idea of bringing their Pokémon back, but they hadn't put it into practice yet. "Dad, Mom said you prepared a surprise for me. Can you tell me now?" At the dinner table, Mew seized the opportunity to ask. His expectant expression was undisguised. After all, he had long since adapted to this identity, merging with everything about the original body. He was Mew. "Haha, it seems your mother couldn't resist telling you, it's this," he said with a laugh, pulling a piquet ball from his pocket. "What's this?" Mew was even more confused. Giving him a Pokémon. Seeing Mew's stunned expression, Mewtwo explained, "The day after you woke up in the water, didn't you mention a golden Magikarp? Our cargo ship travels by sea, and your father has been asking around and instructing all the crew members to catch any golden Magikarp they encounter." A golden Magikarp? Mew was shocked. Recalling it now, it seemed that on the second day after he transmigrated, he saw quite a few Magikarp on the shore and remarked that he wished he had a golden one. After all, as the first shiny Pokémon he always wanted to get in the game, his obsession was still deep. He didn't expect that his casual remark would be remembered by He. He was inevitably moved and suddenly felt ashamed. At first, he had been thinking about how to get along with his parents in this life, and how to carefully plan his life to make it better for himself. He had been too calculating. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Seeing the slight flicker in Zia Mew's eyes, he patted Zia Mew's shoulder and asked. Zia Mew quickly shook his head and said, No, I just suddenly feel sorry for you." This was also him speaking on behalf of the original owner, completely resolving his inner conflict. "Silly child, isn't it all in the past? Besides, you've never caused your parents any trouble." Mew Zeolai patted Zia Mew's head, making Zia Mew feel the satisfaction of family affection. "All right, don't think about unhappy things. Do you still want this golden Magikarp?" He used his words to change the atmosphere. Zia Mew stopped pretending and nodded, taking the Pokeball. "Yes, this is a shiny Magikarp. It will evolve into a shiny Gyarados." Planning to evolve Magikarp into Gyarados? It seems Dad can rest assured now, you've completely shed the past. He wasn't worried at all. He saw Zia Mew's growth. He was no longer the little kid he used to be. Mewtwo watched this scene, smiling with satisfaction. The family had a very harmonious dinner. After dinner, the three of them took Growlithe and Riolu for a walk, greeting the neighbors. Zia Mew also saw many more Pokémon. It wasn't until they returned home that Zia Mew released the golden Magikarp. The house didn't have a large tank, so he had one custom made and delivered overnight. The golden Magikarp was clearly unfamiliar with its new environment, but being a Magikarp, it was simple-minded and didn't overthink things, quickly adapting. Shiny Magikarp. LV 14. Gender, male. Type, water. Nature, slow. Ability, swift swim, speed increases in rainy weather. Move, jump. Friendship, 10, initially acquainted, still needs improvement. Mood, average, the tank is too small to jump. Magikarp's individual values. HP, 20, very good. Special attack, 30, amazing. Special defense, 8, average. Attack, 26, excellent. Defense, 0, maybe not good. Speed, 5, average. Overall rating, above average. Looking at the shiny Magikarp's stats, Zia Mew gained a comprehensive understanding of it. To be honest, this Magikarp's aptitude was actually quite average, and its personality wasn't particularly outstanding. However, it could be viable if built as a dual-attack Pokémon. Its individual values, IVs, were poor, but wild Magikarp rarely had high IVs. They all needed to be improved through training. In the game, high IVs were usually achieved through breeding. It was quite a coincidence. Zia Mew's original plan was to take a trip out to sea in the next couple of days to catch a large water-type Pokémon, making it easier to cross the sea to the new Pokémon City in 10 days. Alternatively, he could catch a Pidgeotto, quickly level it up to 36, and evolve it into Pidgeotto, which could then carry him across. Now, with this shiny Magikarp, he could quickly level it up and evolve it. Crossing the sea wouldn't be a problem. However, evolving a shiny Magikarp wouldn't be easy. It's currently uncertain whether carrying the Magikarp while not battling will grant experience points. Even if Magikarp battles, it can't use any moves other than Leap, making it unable to finish off opponents. Zia Mew remembers that Magikarp can only learn Tackle at level 15, and then there's Frenzy at level 25. In the absence of other options, the only solution is to buy a rare candy to reach level 15 and see if it can learn Tackle. If that doesn't work, then other methods will have to be considered. Perhaps, like in the original story, Riolu and Growlithe could act out a scenario, making Magikarp think it defeated them. That's worth a try, but Magikarp can only evolve at level 20. Although it seems only 6 levels away, it's still a long way to go. Chapter 6. Late at night. Growlithe and Riolu were already asleep, the two little ones exhausted from a long day. Zia Mew, however, tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. A lot had happened today. He needed time to process it all and plan for the future. His brain was too active, making Zia Mew increasingly excited and unable to fall asleep, so he simply picked up his phone and started watching videos from the Pokémon world. Surprisingly, the Pokémon world also had apps similar to Douyin, Kyushu, and Bilibili, but with even more features. In his previous life, he had always been curious about the technological level of the Pokémon world, but after actually coming to this world, he realized how advanced it was. In short, many aspects were far superior to what ZMU's previous world possessed. After scrolling through short videos for a while, ZMU clicked into a live stream. Even at this hour, there were still beautiful women selling products, truly dedicated. This was quite similar to the live streaming sales hosts in his previous life. He didn't intend to stay in this live stream any longer. Although the women selling products were pleasing to the eye, they didn't attract ZMU's attention. He continued browsing other live streams. There were live streamers selling products, wildlife adventure streamers, Pokémon late-night food streamers, and even some Pokémon researchers. Their identities are questionable. Explaining Pokémon, a diverse array of content. Finally, ZMU entered a live stream selling evolution stones. The sign above read Eevee Family, followed by the official Kanto League certification icon. Opening the livestream's shop window revealed a dazzling array of products, the most eye-catching being the evolution stones. Firestone allows certain Pokémon to evolve, such as Eevee, Vulpix, and Growlithe. Promotional price, 100,000 League coins, limited to one purchase per person, quantity, 0-100. Original price, 300,000 League coins. Waterstone allows certain Pokémon to evolve, such as Eevee, Poliwag, Shelder, and Staryu. Price, 300,000 League coins. Moonstone, price, 300,000 League coins. Thunderstone, price, 300,000 League coins. After looking through them all, ZMU's head jolted, and he sat up abruptly. The noise he made almost woke up his sleeping Growlithe and Riolu. Seeing that they had only changed their sleeping position and hadn't woken up, ZMU continued watching the live stream on his phone and then opened the system shop. Firestone, price, 3,000 League coins. Waterstone, price, 3,000 League coins. Moonstone, price, 3,000 League coins. Without looking any further, ZMU knew that the evolution stones in the system shop only cost 3,000 League coins, the same as in the game. He hadn't expected that the evolution stones in the real world would be so expensive, a full 100 times more expensive. Could ordinary people afford these? Even if they could, only a very small minority would choose them. ZMU then remembered that while the original story did mention the preciousness of evolution stones, it was only briefly mentioned and downplayed. Most Pokémon that require evolution stones to evolve are not the kind of Pokémon that ordinary trainers would choose to raise. The cost is too high. No wonder I really don't know enough about this world. A thought flashed through ZMU's mind. He could buy items from the system shop and sell them to trainers in this world. Evolution stones cost 3,000 League coins each, but he could sell them for only 30,000 League coins each, 10 times cheaper than the Eevee family, with a tenfold profit. Of course, there were many costs to consider before opening a shop. Moreover, this kind of reselling through the system is fine on a small scale, but once it gets out of hand, it's hard to clean up the mess. That's it. Suddenly another idea popped into his head. He wondered what the cost of Eevee family evolution stones was. If it exceeded the 3,000 League coins in the system shop, he could sell them directly to them. Anyway, as long as there was a profit, it was all profit for him. The idea was good, but unfortunately, he couldn't sell too many at once. Otherwise, where would his evolution stones come from? Some things are complicated. Once too many such items appeared on the market, prices would naturally plummet. I wonder if other things are valuable. ZMU started searching for some items on the League website. For example, valuable items in the game such as ancient gold coins, giant gold beads, comet fragments, star fragments, etc. He was shocked by what he found. There really were similar items, such as ancient gold coins from the Unova region. If a complete one was priced between 1 million and 3 million League coins, even a damaged one was worth more than 100,000 to 200,000 League coins. Terrifying profits. The Unova ancient gold coins, sold in the system shop, can be purchased for only 60,000 alliance coins. Zia Mew remembered that Mr. Bourgeois in Ripple Town in the game would offer a high price to buy them, and the friendly shops in the Unova region would also buy them, selling them for only 30,000 alliance coins each. These things are indeed valuable, but not easy to sell. At least in Abissu City in the Kanto region, no one would buy them. He didn't know if the Alliance's friendly shops would buy them, but he figured they wouldn't buy them easily. Unless he found some professional collectors. The problem was, he didn't know any of them. Should he ask his parents for help? If he really asked, his parents probably wouldn't help him contact people in this field, but would just send him money without even asking why he needed it. Putting aside the ancient gold coins, Zia Mew found some other highly profitable items. An expedition team discovered many comet fragments and star fragments in MT, Tsukumi in the Kanto region. The comet fragments were selling for as much as 1 million alliance coins, and some larger ones even cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of alliance coins. Star fragments were worth at least 100,000 to 1 million alliance coins. It's clear that the game world and the real Pokémon world are incomparable. Having made a decision, Zia Mew planned to visit the Friendship Store and some shopping malls in Tsubasa City the next morning. If the acquisition was successful, it would save a lot of trouble. With enough money, he could buy rare candies at will, and even Magikarp and Growlithe could quickly reach the required level to evolve. A long time passed, and Zia Mew searched for a lot of useful information until he felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, realizing it was already 1 a.m. Putting down his phone, rubbing his eyes, Zia Mew yawned and lay down. In his previous life, he preferred staying up late, enjoying the quiet of the night. This habit changed after transmigrating. The original owner wasn't a night owl and would feel sleepy as soon as it was time. Today was an exception. With so many worries, he naturally suffered from insomnia. However, at this hour, Zia Mew was indeed sleepy. He had spent the day traversing the forest with Growlithe and the others without rest. Chapter 7. Sunlight streamed through the window, waking the sleeping Growlithe and Riolu. They slept soundly, not waking up all night. Normally, Zia Mew would be awake by this time, but after a night of excitement and a long day, he wouldn't wake up easily. Growlithe and Riolu didn't disturb Zia Mew's sleep, tiptoeing out of the room and downstairs. Early that morning, Mewtwo had already prepared breakfast, and Zia Mew was sitting at the table eating snacks while checking her phone for new messages. As the head of the group company, Zia Mew was very busy, leaving for work at the company every morning. Mewtwo also went to the company to help with affairs, but unlike Zia Mew, she could choose not to go too early. Growlithe and Riolu are awake, but Zia Mew isn't awake yet. Zia Mew asked with a smile as she saw the two little ones come downstairs. The two little ones nodded in response and affectionately approached her. "This child rarely sleeps in late. He seems really exhausted these past few days," said Mewtwo. Zia he nodded, but he actually thought it was for the best. If he were still like before, it would be worrying. The child is growing up, and besides, he's already 18. It's time for a change. Mewtwo nodded, then smiled and went to the kitchen to bring out special dishes for Growlithe and Riolu. Mewtwo was a very good cook. She had always cooked herself. Zia he had suggested many times that they hire a nanny or a professional chef, so Mewtwo wouldn't have to work so hard. But Mewtwo always refused. She wanted to take care of the family because she felt it was her duty. Zia he couldn't refuse, so she could only show more care and share some of the burden. After breakfast, Zia he had urgent business to attend to and had to go to the company first. After confirming that she didn't need any help, Mewtwo saw Zia he off. Actually, the two usually went out together, but these days were an exception. Partly because the company was busy with business, and partly because it had only been 10 days since Zia Mew fell into the water, Mewtwo was worried, so she wouldn't be at ease until she saw Zia Mew was all right before leaving. This was also why Zia Mew didn't continue leveling up outside at night, to avoid worrying her parents in this life. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when Zia Mew finally woke up. After stretching, she went to the bathroom to wash up, and only after fully waking up did she change into clean clothes and go downstairs. She happened to meet her mother, who was about to leave, and after exchanging a few words, Mewtwo left, leaving Mew with the two little ones. After playing with them for a while, Mew naturally didn't forget to check on the shiny Magikarp. After a night, the shiny Magikarp hadn't changed much, neither in terms of affection nor mood. To further strengthen their bond, Mew purchased Magikarp's exclusive energy cubes from the system shop and fed them to Magikarp. He didn't forget Growlithe and Riolu, of course. Initially, the golden Magikarp, having already eaten plenty of its mother's food that morning, wasn't very interested. But when the energy cubes dissolved in the water, the unique aroma attracted it, causing it to immediately change its mind and devour the energy cubes in one go. The effect was remarkable. Because he could see the data changes, Mew saw that his affinity with Magikarp had increased by 3 points. Even if it was only 3 points, it was a good start. At least Magikarp acknowledged him as its master. However, its mood was still so-so, mainly because it was confined to the fish tank and unable to jump. Go into your Piquet ball first, Magikarp. I'll take you swimming in the great river in the forest later. After getting Magikarp's consent, Mew took out its Piquet ball and put it in. Then, Mew went to the dining table. Breakfast was a must, otherwise he would go hungry. Mewtwo had prepared a hearty breakfast for him. A large sandwich, ham, a fried egg, a bowl of vegetable and fruit salad, and a glass of milk. Actually, Mew wasn't that picky, as long as he could fill his stomach. But Mewtwo said that he was growing and needed to eat well. After 10 days, Mew got used to it. After breakfast, Mew cleaned up the dishes, made sure he hadn't forgot anything, and then took Growlithe and Riolu out the door. He didn't put them in their Piquet balls because they wouldn't run around or cause trouble. Fuchsia City wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. According to the classification, it should be able to squeeze into the ranks of first-tier cities. As the only major city on the entire island, all development revolves around Madoka City. In fact, the surrounding islands also develop around Madoka, including the well-known Cinnabar Island and even the 7 islands: Fate Island, Friendship Island, Mother and Child Island, Ice Island, Frozen Cave, Time Island, and Lucky Island, all influenced by Madoka to some extent. In a sense, Madoka, Cinnabar Island, the 7 islands, and even some smaller islands, although connected to the Orange Islands and not far away, are under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Regional League and therefore not considered part of the Orange Islands. Even New Island, located on the Orange Islands border, is not recognized by the Orange Islands due to the regional boundary. Ultimately, New Island is a rather pitiful island. It's not large, has no special species, and no valuable minerals, so the Orange Islands don't want it. The Kanto region disdains it, and it ultimately became an isolated island targeted by Team Rocket, becoming a secret experimental base. Of course, it is now occupied by Mewtwo. Under Mewtwo's control, New Island was transformed, becoming a massive Pokémon city. Walking the streets of Tulip City, Mew quickly arrived at the League's official friendly shop. It sold Piquet balls, Pokémon items, and some useful healing items. The old Mew wouldn't have come here, as he hated Pokémon and would never have bought anything related to them. Luckily, the people inside didn't recognize him, so he could ask questions without worrying about word getting out. Of course, he couldn't just pull out items and ask if they would be recycled. Having lived 2 lives, Mew knew how to quickly build initial goodwill with strangers. So he first had the shopkeeper help him choose some Piquet balls, common healing items, and Pokémon food. After becoming familiar, he suddenly asked, "I heard that friendly shops in other places recycle Pokémon evolution stones and some valuable items. I have some here. I wonder what the buyback price is." Chapter 8. Is this the Riolu? This is the first time I've seen it in person. Your father mentioned it a few days ago, and I was planning to make a special trip to see you. It's perfect timing to run into you today, Professor Ivy said, stepping forward to greet the 2 little ones. The Growlithe and Riolu were quite cooperative and didn't resist. ZMU smiled awkwardly, replying with "What a coincidence." Shopkeeper, standing nearby, wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that ZMU and Professor Ivy knew each other, and their relationship was quite special. "Great, everyone knows each other, that makes things much easier. ZMU, you can take out the comet fragment now." Shopkeeper was more interested in the comet fragment and wanted to see it for himself. Hearing this, ZMU decisively took out the comet fragment from his spatial backpack. Since he was certain it could be recycled, he didn't care about the recycling price and bought 6 pieces at once. 60,000 league coins per piece, costing a total of 360,000 league coins. One piece would be astonishing enough, but 6 pieces at once shocked Shopkeeper and surprised Professor Ivy as well. He knew that ZMU had been staying on Valentia Island and couldn't possibly go out. Although ZMU's father, Ziahi, said that he had recently started training his Pokémon in the island's forest, finding 6 comet fragments at once was truly unbelievable. Even good luck couldn't be that good. Moreover, in the past few months to year, there seemed to be no record of comets streaking across the sky in the Kanto region, except for the area around Mt. Moon. These are real comet fragments, and they're so perfectly formed. Even if they're only the size of a palm, their value is astronomical, Shopkeeper said excitedly. If he didn't have some self-control, he would have been tempted to handle them. Professor Ivy suppressed all her doubts, stepped forward, put on the gloves for testing, and opened her briefcase. The testing process involved sampling, analysis, scanning, and determining the material structure, etc. It was indeed somewhat complicated for ZMU, as he was completely unfamiliar with this field. 10 minutes later, Professor Ivy finally provided an answer. These were genuine comet fragments. Based on their weight, size, and completeness, a single piece was worth at least 5 to 10 million Alliance coins. To clarify the price, Professor Ivy provided sample images and prices from the comet fragment recovery at Mt. Moon some time ago. Of course, even with the comparison, Shopkeeper, just to be on the safe side, reported a series of data to a department of the Kanto Alliance via telephone. Only after receiving approval and a price quote did he give ZMU a price of 6 million Alliance coins per piece. A comet fragment purchased for 60,000 Alliance coins was resold for 6 million Alliance coins. ZMU resold it for 36 million Alliance coins in one go. With the money in his account, ZMU was somewhat excited. Despite suppressing his inner excitement, some of it inevitably showed. In both his past and present lives, he had never seen so much money. This wasn't 6 or 7 figures, but 8 figures. Suddenly, ZMU felt a surge of dissatisfaction. If he had enough money, he could have sold several more pieces at once. Another time. That was definitely out of the question. ZMU could tell that 6 comet fragments had already shocked them. If he released more, it would be a bulk sale. Where did he get them? No one was stupid. According to ZMU's investigation, only a dozen or 20 comet fragments were recovered from Mt. Moon recently. ZMU couldn't sell anything else either, because Professor Ivy was there, and he had to keep a low profile. Today's events would soon reach his parents' ears in this life. This huge sum of money was obtained in this way, and even though Professor Ivy and his elder didn't have a substantial relationship, he wouldn't pretend nothing had happened. Besides, Professor Ivy and his father likely had a business relationship, and Muzeali was certainly acquainted with Professor Ivy. They chatted for a long time on the second floor of the friendship store. They chatted haphazardly, completely absorbed in Riolu, and even started collecting data on the spot. It wasn't until quite some time later, around 11:00 a.m., that ZMU finally made an excuse to leave. Of course, they all added each other on the League of Legends platform for future communication. Shopkeeper invited the 3 of them to lunch, but Professor Ivy declined due to research commitments, while ZMU didn't want to linger. He quickly ate a bite at noon. He needed to train his Pokémon in the forest that afternoon, otherwise the day would be over. Time was tight, so he had to be careful. Half an hour later, ZMU rode his bike away from Valentia Island, returning to the forest with the two little ones. He made sure to find a river first, releasing the Magikarp to let it relax and feeding it some energy cubes. Freed from the confines of the tank, the Magikarp was delighted, leaping around in the water. Its mood finally changed, and its friendship level seemed to have increased. It's worth mentioning that increasing friendship level is quite simple and quick in the early stages. However, once friendship reaches 100 or higher, achieving a very good bond, the difficulty changes significantly. Riolu's friendship level was 142 yesterday, and it has only increased by 5 points to 147. Growlithe's is even lower, rising from 175 to 178, a mere 3 points. Even if something happens today, and he deliberately tries to cultivate their bond, it will probably only increase by about 10 points. It's decreasing day by day. It's hard to imagine how difficult it will be to increase friendship after reaching 200 points. Riolu's evolution is also difficult. You could say it's like cultivating a relationship between a man and a woman. Establishing initial affection with holding hands and hugging is easy. But kissing, taking it a step further, is much harder, let alone overcoming the final hurdle. After letting the three little ones play by the river for a long time, Mew finally planned his next goal. He would venture deeper into the river, avoiding battles with high-level water-type wild Pokémon, focusing primarily on grass and bug types, though flying types are also an option. He'd first try having Magikarp watch from the sidelines to see if it could share its experience. If possible, there's no need to worry about the early leveling progress, and he doesn't need to deliberately buy rare candies. After all, 1 million each is too expensive. 36 million League coins is a lot, but it can only buy 36. At least, now is not the time to spend money on rare candies. He'll see where he can reach his limit in a few days, and then consider who to use them on. He continued forward. There were indeed many wild Pokémon on both sides of the river, but most of them were low-level, only a few levels. To test this, Mew had Growlithe and Riolu team up to defeat some around level 10 Pokémon, trying to level up Magikarp. He even attacked wild Magikarp in the river, but it had no effect. On the contrary, Growlithe and Riolu both leveled up by 1. Perhaps they had stored up enough experience yesterday, but it was definitely more than the experience required for Magikarp to level up. Chapter 9. Is this the Riolu? This is the first time I've seen it in person. Your father mentioned it a few days ago, and I was planning to make a special trip to see you. It's perfect timing to run into you today, Professor Ivy said, stepping forward to greet the two little ones. The Growlithe and Riolu were quite cooperative and didn't resist. Mew smiled awkwardly, replying with what a coincidence. Kusuk, standing nearby, wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that Mew and Dr. Professor Ivy knew each other, and their relationship was quite special. Great, everyone knows each other, that makes things much easier. Mew, you can take out the comet fragment now. Kusuk was more interested in the comet fragment and wanted to see it for himself. Hearing this, Mew decisively took out the comet fragment from his spatial backpack. Since he was certain it could be recycled, he didn't care about the recycling price and bought 6 pieces at once. 60,000 League coins per piece, costing a total of 360,000 League coins. 1 piece would be astonishing enough, but 6 pieces at once shocked Kusuk and surprised Professor Ivy as well. She knew that Mew had been staying on Tsubaki Island and couldn't possibly go out. Although Mew's father, Mew, said that he had recently started training his Pokémon in the island's forest, finding 6 comet fragments at once was truly unbelievable. Even good luck couldn't be that good. Moreover, in the past few months to year, there seemed to be no record of comets streaking across the sky in the Kanto region, except for the area around Mt. Tsukumi. These are real comet fragments, and they're so perfectly formed. Even if they're only the size of a palm, their value is astronomical, Kusuk said excitedly. If he didn't have some self-control, he would have been tempted to handle them. Professor Ivy suppressed all her doubts, stepped forward, put on the gloves for testing, and opened her briefcase. The testing process involved sampling, analysis, scanning, and determining the material structure, etc. It was indeed somewhat complicated for Mew, as he was completely unfamiliar with this field. 10 minutes later, Professor Ivy finally provided an answer. These were genuine comet fragments. Based on their weight, size, and completeness, a single piece was worth at least 5 to 10 million Alliance coins. To clarify the price, Professor Ivy provided sample images and prices from the comet fragment recovery at Tsukimi Mountain some time ago. Of course, even with the comparison, Shengji, just to be on the safe side, reported a series of data to a department of the Kanto Alliance via telephone. Only after receiving approval and a price quote did he give Mew a price of 6 million Alliance coins per piece. A comet fragment purchased for 60,000 Alliance coins was resold for 6 million Alliance coins. Mew resold it for 36 million Alliance coins in one go. With the money in his account, Mew was somewhat excited. Despite suppressing his inner excitement, some of it inevitably showed. In both his past and present lives, he had never seen so much money. This wasn't 6 or 7 figures, but 8 figures. Suddenly, Mew felt a surge of dissatisfaction. If he had enough money, he could have sold several more pieces at once. Another time. That was definitely out of the question. Mew could tell that 6 comet fragments had already shocked them. If he released more, it would be a bulk sale. Where did he get them? No one was stupid. According to Mew's investigation, only a dozen or 20 comet fragments were recovered from Mount Tsukimi recently. Mew couldn't sell anything else either, because Professor Ivy was there, and he had to keep a low profile. Today's events would soon reach his parents' ears in this life. This huge sum of money was obtained in this way, and even though Professor Ivy and his elder didn't have a substantial relationship, he wouldn't pretend nothing had happened. Besides, Professor Ivy and his father likely had a business relationship, and Mew Zeoli was certainly acquainted with Professor Ivy. They chatted for a long time on the second floor of the Friendship Store. They chatted haphazardly, completely absorbed in Riolu, and even started collecting data on the spot. It wasn't until quite some time later, around 11:00 a.m., that Mew finally made an excuse to leave. Of course, they all added each other on the League of Legends platform for future communication. Katsuk invited the 3 of them to lunch, but Professor Ivy declined due to research commitments, while Mew didn't want to linger. He quickly ate a bite at noon. He needed to train his Pokémon in the forest that afternoon, otherwise the day would be over. Time was tight, so he had to be careful. Half an hour later, Mew rode his bike away from Tsubaki Island City, returning to the forest with the 2 little ones. He made sure to find a river first, releasing the Magikarp to let it relax and feeding it some energy cubes. Freed from the confines of the tank, the Magikarp was delighted, leaping around in the water. Its mood finally changed, and its friendship level seemed to have increased. It's worth mentioning that increasing friendship level is quite simple and quick in the early stages. However, once friendship reaches 100 or higher, achieving a very good bond, the difficulty changes significantly. Riolu's friendship level was 142 yesterday, and it has only increased by 5 points to 147. Growlithe's is even lower, rising from 175 to 178, a mere 3 points. Even if something happens today, and he deliberately tries to cultivate their bond, it will probably only increase by about 10 points. It's decreasing day by day. It's hard to imagine how difficult it will be to increase friendship after reaching 200 points. Riolu's evolution is also difficult. You could say it's like cultivating a relationship between a man and a woman. Establishing initial affection with holding hands and hugging is easy. But kissing, taking it a step further, is much harder, let alone overcoming the final hurdle. After letting the 3 little ones play by the river for a long time, Mew finally planned his next goal. He would venture deeper into the river, avoiding battles with high-level water-type wild Pokémon, focusing primarily on grass and bug types, though flying types are also an option. He'd first try having Magikarp watch from the sidelines to see if it could share its experience. If possible, There's no need to worry about the early leveling progress, and he doesn't need to deliberately buy rare candies. After all, 1 million each is too expensive. 36 million league coins is a lot, but it can only buy 36. At least, now is not the time to spend money on rare candies. He'll see where he can reach his limit in a few days, and then consider who to use them on. He continued forward. There were indeed many wild Pokémon on both sides of the river, but most of them were low-level, only a few levels. To test this, Mew had Growlithe and Riolu team up to defeat some around level 10 Pokémon, trying to level up Magikarp. He even attacked wild Magikarp in the river, but it had no effect. On the contrary, Growlithe and Riolu both leveled up by 1. Perhaps they had stored up enough experience yesterday, but it was definitely more than the experience required for Magikarp to level up. Sorry about some translation errors like Dr. Uchigi Professor Ivy. Natsuki Mew, Tsubaki Island, Valentia Island, Dakin Island, Mikan Island. Chapter 10. Following the river, they arrived at the heart of the forest. Here lay a large lake, named Crescent Island because of its crescent shape. As the largest freshwater lake on the entire island, Crescent Island is connected not only to groundwater, but also to the sea via several tributary rivers. Strictly speaking, Crescent Island and its crescent-shaped rivers are the lifeblood of the island, spreading throughout its entirety. Standing by the lake, Mew, Growlithe, and Riolu discuss strategies to strengthen Magikarp. Magikarp, excited to be in the lake, swam around and leaped about. However, seemingly because it was a shiny Magikarp, its color different, it was ostracized by the other Magikarp, who were unwilling to accept it. The idea that shiny Magikarp would be rejected by certain groups is indeed mentioned in the early parts of the original story. Of course, it's not always the case. In the original story, Ash's Butterfree left with a regionally unique Butterfree. Although that Butterfree wasn't a true shiny, but rather a Butterfree with a color unique to Pinken Island, it blended in with the other Butterfrees without being disliked or driven away because of its color. Perhaps the Magikarp here just didn't like golden Magikarp. Speaking of which, Mew recalled the situation in the games. In the games, shiny Pokémon actually lived together amicably in groups and weren't separated. Growlithe can't help, so it's up to you now, Riolu. I know this will make you feel bad, but this might be the only way to help Magikarp learn Tackle and become stronger. After saying this, Mew looked at Riolu apologetically. Riolu didn't have any negative emotions. On the contrary, because of Mew's frank words, its friendship level increased by 15 points. This left Mew in disbelief. The agreed-upon strategy was for Riolu to cooperate and fight Magikarp. Riolu would display strength during the battle, but without actually harming Magikarp, and then be knocked away the moment Magikarp leaped into the air. This would create the illusion of a Magikarp victory. If Magikarp believed this, things should change. If it gained experience points and leveled up, and also learned the Tackle move, then when leveling up in a team, Magikarp could finish off the Magikarp, and Mew wouldn't need to spend league coins to buy rare candies to help it level up. Frankly, using rare candies before reaching a certain level is a waste. The difference between an early level and a later level is significant. With Riolu's assurance and thorough preparation, Mew walked with it to the lake and shouted at the Magikarp swimming in the water. Magikarp was quite obedient. Their friendship level increased quickly in the short time they spent together, but it remained at the initial acquaintance stage until it reached 49 points. Magikarp, do you want to become stronger? As a special shiny Pokémon, have you ever doubted yourself? Regardless of what others think, in my eyes, you are unique in this world. I believe you have extremely high talent and potential. If you work hard, anything is possible. As long as you have enough strength, as long as you do what other Magikarp can't, then you will be the strongest Magikarp, unattainable by any other. Appealing to its emotions and reasoning with it, Mew used his own methods to influence and stimulate Magikarp, placing high hopes on it. Whether it could understand or not, he gave it enough respect and confidence. Clearly, Mew's words successfully aroused Magikarp's desire to become stronger. Mew should be grateful to the Magikarp here for not accepting him. This was probably the reason Magikarp wanted to prove itself. With a goal and motivation, everything became easier. Riolu stepped forward and spoke to Magikarp, their eyes locked, both brimming with fighting spirit. Along the way, Magikarp knew Riolu was powerful, and as Mew's Pokémon, it didn't want to disappoint him and wanted to prove itself. Very well, then follow my command and battle Riolu, Magikarp, Mew said, looking at Magikarp. Magikarp responded with a poof-poof tilde sound. Seeing this, Riolu jumped back a meter and assumed an attack stance. Because Magikarp couldn't leave the water, Riolu didn't go too far. Magikarp was clearly anxious. It didn't know how to fight, only how to express its emotions by jumping. Mew gave Riolu a signal, and Riolu, of course, understood and immediately launched an attack. With each punch, vacuum waves were unleashed, transforming into blue energy balls that struck the surface of the water where Magikarp was. The speed was slow, and the power was not great. Seeing the attack coming, Magikarp suddenly panicked. Lacking battle experience, it didn't know what to do. Mew quickly commanded, Magikarp, use your speed in the water to dive underwater and avoid all of Riolu's attacks. This command was actually unnecessary, but it was necessary to go through the motions. Riolu's attacks were aimed at the surrounding water surface. Even if it accidentally hit Magikarp, it wouldn't cause much damage. Magikarp's reaction time was quite good, completely opposite to its slow-moving nature. Obediently, it quickly dived underwater to avoid the attacks under Mew's command. Vacuum waves blasted across the water's surface, splashing up small sprays. The opportunity had arrived. Mew glanced at Riolu again. Riolu let out a fierce puppy-like bark and leaped onto the surface, feigning an attack. Seeing this, Mew immediately shouted, Now, Magikarp, use your full power to leap and ram Riolu. Splash! When it comes to leaping, Magikarp is second to none among Pokémon. The powerful leap slammed into Riolu. Magikarp fell back into the water, while Riolu used the force to fly backward, crashing heavily onto the lakeshore. The battle was over. Mew's expression was solemn, and even Growlithe held its breath. Magikarp, unlike before, calmly floated on the surface, watching Riolu lying on the ground, seemingly confirming something. Riolu realized this wasn't enough, and, like a master of acting, put on another performance. It struggled to its feet, met Magikarp's gaze, and then feigned a painful cry before collapsing back to the ground. This scene completely dispelled any suspicion in the simple-minded Magikarp. It immediately leaped excitedly into the water, racing wildly. Not only was its speed increased, but its explosive power also grew. Under Mew's observation, Magikarp's level increased by 1, and it learned the tackle move. Mission accomplished. Mew, with his back to the still pretending to lie on the ground Riolu, gave it a thumbs up. The two little ones immediately understood that their act hadn't been in vain. Growlithe barked happily, and Riolu slowly stood up as well. Chapter 11. The Magikarp's automatic battle successfully took its first step, much to Mew's delight, and he began to have even bolder ideas. Of course, this kind of fake battle victory couldn't be repeated, nor could it be effective indefinitely, unless different Pokémon cooperated to stage different scenarios. Mew wasn't a director, and his Pokémon weren't actors. Once was enough, doing it again would be unbearable for him. Therefore, he still needed to accumulate experience little by little to gain truly meaningful experience points. Just like a Magikarp that had learned Tackle could join the battles against wild Pokémon, letting it finish them off. Before having Magikarp and receiving Mewtwo's invitation, Mew's only thought was to quickly get Growlithe to level 56, and then evolve it into Arcanine with a Fire Stone. This way, he would have an absolute ace. At this level, while not enough to sweep through the Elite Four and Champions, it would definitely be formidable against Pokémon below the Elite Four. Furthermore, Arcanine holds the title of Legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, and is engraved on a stone tablet alongside the 3 legendary birds. In some ways, its fame surpasses that of pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and its training value is no less. Its base stat total is at least 555, higher than even the starter Pokémon. Yesterday's events changed Mew's thinking. He initially felt that evolving at level 56 might be too far off. Therefore, increasing friendship to evolve Riolu might be the right approach. In the process, he could also try to raise Riolu's level, making it stronger after evolution, which would also help Growlithe level up faster. It's a win-win situation, where the two Pokémon mutually benefit each other, with one taking precedence over the other. Now that Magikarp is available, its evolution has become paramount. From now on, it will not only be a mount, but also a powerful partner. Gyarados can definitely be considered a main Pokémon, at least qualified to enter the first tier. Moreover, it can evolve at level 20, which is exactly what beginners should prioritize training. Furthermore, the status of a shiny red Gyarados is unmatched by other water-type Pokémon, except for Milotic. It might be difficult, but the upcoming task will be even more challenging. We need to help Magikarp quickly level up and evolve. We might have to spend the entire afternoon on it. Mew revealed his plans. The two little ones already understood Mew's intentions and had long guessed his plans. They knew what Mew meant and trusted him. As for Mew, he had a certain amount of confidence, entirely because Magikarp was already level 15, only 5 levels away from evolving. He was fortunate that it lived in the ocean, so its level would be much higher than those in lakes and rivers. For example, the Magikarp he encountered in Lake Crescent and the rivers before were only levels 4 and 5. This was the difference brought about by their living environment. After summoning the Magikarp and calming it down, Mew fed it an energy cube to quickly increase its friendship level. Then Mew explained his plan. The Magikarp was overjoyed. It had been watching Growlithe and Riolu battle other Pokémon along the way, and it had actually been tempted to join in, but didn't know how. Now, after battling and learning Tackle, it had experienced the joy of fighting and the satisfaction of becoming stronger. Having reached an agreement, Mew tested the waters first. Swimming along the lake, he found several lone Magikarp. Previously, these Magikarp had been hostile and disdainful of Mew's Magikarp. Now it was time to get revenge. Growlithe and Riolu wouldn't even need to lift a finger to deal with the Magikarp. After all, there's a world of difference between a Magikarp that has learned Tackle and one that hasn't. Although it took a long time and the Magikarp would run away after being hit, Riolu controlled the battlefield, keeping them within a certain range. Growlithe, due to its type advantage, was naturally weak against certain Pokémon, so Mew kept it by his side to watch over them without intervening. Mew was also considering whether to let Growlithe try battling wild Pokémon on its own. The game also has an auto-battle feature, allowing the accompanying Pokémon to gain more experience points through autonomous battles. It took more than 10 minutes for the Magikarp to finally defeat the last level 9 Magikarp, panting heavily. It had defeated 5 of its own kind in a row, showing no remorse, but instead becoming increasingly excited. Mew could see the Magikarp's emotions and was very pleased, mentally cursing the Magikarp. In short, serves you right for looking down on me, for calling me a freak. Unfortunately, despite defeating 5 Magikarp, it didn't level up. After all, the opponent's level was too low, so the experience points provided wouldn't be much. Mew wasn't in a hurry. He first healed Magikarp's injuries and then fed it an energy cube to replenish its stamina. After that, he continued searching for lone Magikarp. His previous plan to finish them off was no longer necessary since Magikarp could now win on its own. After defeating 15 more Magikarp, all around level 5 or 6, with the highest being no more than level 9, Mew's Magikarp only leveled up by 1, reaching level 16. The time taken was still acceptable, only an hour. If you're lucky, you might actually evolve before this evening, Mew said, somewhat excited. Evolving through real battles and gaining experience points was very rewarding. Riolu cheered encouragingly from the side, and Magikarp worked even harder, its spirit now set on evolve. It absolutely must evolve. Mew glanced at Growlithe beside him, a thought flashing through his mind. Growlithe, if you're bored, you can go find some grass and bug-type Pokémon to battle with, like the battles a few days ago. Riolu can't come with you, he has to stay here. Woof tilde woof tilde. Growlithe, with its cheerful personality, wasn't upset by Ziamew's neglect. Instead, it saw it as a challenge, and after making its decision in its own way, and with Ziamew's permission, quickly ran into the forest. Remember not to stray too far, Growlithe, Ziamew shouted as. He watched Growlithe run off. Growlithe responded with a bark, indicating it understood. Having gained considerable battle experience over the past few days, Growlithe wasn't worried about its strength. In fact, even against grass or bug-type Pokémon close to level 40, Growlithe could win. Unless, of course, it encountered a troublesome flying-type Pokémon, like Finch or Pidgeotto. After seeing Growlithe off, Ziamew turned to Riolu. It must have been hard for you to stay here with Magikarp, Riolu. Woof woof tilde. Riolu shook its head, barking in a childish voice. Chapter 12. An hour later, the Magikarp defeated over 20 more Magikarp, successfully leveling up from 16 to 17. Another hour later, the Magikarp defeated over 30 more, leveling up from 17 to 18. Using the Magikarp school in Crescent Lake for leveling up was indeed highly effective, but there was a problem. The wild Magikarp had sensed the danger and were swimming towards the center of the lake, leaving no Magikarp near the shore. Deeper into the center, Ziamew could no longer assist in commanding the Magikarp in battle. If the Magikarp were allowed to run rampant, they might attract some powerful water-type Pokémon. At least, before evolving into Gyarados, it was best not to act recklessly. Ultimately, Ziamew didn't believe that there weren't powerful and ferocious Pokémon, like Gyarados, surviving in Crescent Lake. It was a pity that defeating ordinary fish didn't yield experience points. Otherwise, he could have harvested some. The Pokémon world isn't just about Pokémon. This was something he only learned after transmigrating. At first, he was quite skeptical, but later he understood. If there were no ordinary species, where would the food come from? Do they really eat the flesh of certain Pokémon? Not entirely, but they are a very small minority. In the rivers and seas, there are some fish species from Ziamew's previous life. But because they are unintelligent and lack special powers, they are not considered Pokémon. On land, there are also ordinary chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep. But nowadays, most are domesticated by the League and farmers' ranchers, which is the primary food source for humans and some Pokémon. Ultimately, Ziamew was too naive before. In his previous life, he saw people online debating, what do they eat in the Pokémon world if not Pokémon? Is it all high-tech stuff? There were some impressive technological advancements, but not as outrageous as he'd imagined in his previous life. It's already past 3 p.m., and I'm still 2 levels short, Ziamew said, a slight headache creeping in. He'd initially thought defeating Magikarp would suffice, but now it seemed he'd need Riolu's assistance. If this were a game world, he could just carry it around to gain experience. Even if he couldn't carry it around to share experience, at least there would be an exp. Share device, allowing for unique experience sharing, but the system shop didn't have one. With no other option, Ziamew and Riolu reached a new agreement. Their target would be other Pokémon. Thankfully, the Magikarp group was gone, but there were still many wild Pokémon by the lake. Not just those on land, but quite a few in the water, such as Poliwag, Psyduck, Goldeen, and Shelder. There were even water-type Pokémon from other regions, completely different from what Ziamew had imagined in his previous life. The Kanto region didn't only have Kanto Pokémon. It also had Pokémon common to other regions, such as the Marill family, the Dragon Slayers, and Wooper, and even Pokémon from remote areas. It's just that the real world isn't as strictly divided into regions as in the games. Besides, that's entirely because early games didn't have the later game mechanics, so naturally, there wouldn't be Pokémon from other regions. Time flew by, and it was already 5 p.m. With Riolu's help, Magikarp grew stronger and stronger with each battle. It managed to get over 100 Pokémon of levels 10-20 to finish off the opponent, helping Riolu defeat its opponent. Even with limited experience sharing, it added up. Riolu even leveled up by 1. Finally, after defeating the last Goldeen, Magikarp reached level 20. Then, after a violent struggle and leap, its body emitted a dazzling red light. While Mew hadn't witnessed a typical Pokémon evolution firsthand, he'd seen plenty of videos. The white light turned red. Perhaps that's what makes a shiny Pokémon different. Under the red light, Magikarp's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Magikarp was already considered large. The standard size was only 0.9 meters, but Mew's was 1.5 meters, not the largest, but still considerable. Under Mew and Riolu's watchful eyes, Magikarp's form completely changed, transforming into a giant Gyarados. When the red light completely dissipated, Gyarados appeared before them like a skyscraper. Roar! A roar like a dragon's cry erupted from the red Gyarados' mouth. Many wild Pokémon nearby scattered in fright. Its blood-red body was dazzling. Compared to this size, a normal Gyarados was a mere child. Although its appearance was somewhat terrifying, this was his red Gyarados. Mew wasn't afraid of his own Pokémon, he only thought it was cool. Besides cool, it was also majestic. He checked the red Gyarados' information panel. Shiny Gyarados. LV 20. Gender, male. Type, water flying. Nature, quiet. Ability, intimidate, intimidates the opponent upon entry, causing them to back down and lowering their attack. Moves, splash, tackle, leer, twister, whirlpool, ice fang, brine, scary face. Friendship, 101, very good relationship, mutually encouraging. Emotion, very happy. From now on, I am the strongest Magikarp, no, the strongest Gyarados. Although it's not quite the red Gyarados of his dreams, a quiet red Gyarados seems pretty good. Anyway, he had already planned to go for a dual attacking strategy, and with proper training, it would still be an ace. In fact, the Intimidate ability perfectly compensates for the low speed of the quiet nature. In a sense, this is complementary. Mew plans to try to change it in his future life. Perhaps its nature will change with his lifestyle. After all, people's personalities change, and Pokémon are living beings too. If it really doesn't work, he can't force it. If the red Gyarados wants to advance further in the future, then he'll consider a mint nature. A dual attacker isn't bad. At least once it reaches a certain level, Gyarados won't be lacking in either physical or special attacks. Chapter 13. Congratulations on your successful evolution. From now on, you are Gyarados and the most special Gyarados. Mew congratulated Gyarados. Roar tilde tilde. Hearing Mew's words, Gyarados happily narrowed its eyes and roared in response. Although it still looked fierce, especially its huge mouth and fangs, Mew could sense that the red Gyarados hadn't changed much from before. Mew was prepared for the drastic personality change that Gyarados experienced after evolution, as depicted in the anime. After staring at the red Gyarados for a long time, Mew couldn't help but look at the envious Riolu beside him. At this moment, Riolu must be thinking that it had fought for so many days, defeating so many opponents without evolving. Magikarp, on the other hand, had evolved in such a short time. Of course, Riolu didn't feel resentful because of this. Instead, it became even more determined to evolve. Although Mew couldn't know what Riolu was thinking, its emotional state indicated an aggressive attitude, so he could roughly guess. Reaching out to stroke Riolu's head, Mew smiled slightly. Don't worry, you'll evolve soon. Unlike Magikarp, your evolution requires a deep, intimate connection with me. The friendship level had already exceeded the limit, reaching 175 points. Mew had spent the past half-day working on improving their bond and had roughly tested a faster way to increase it. Now, only 45 points were needed to reach 220. Woof woof tilde. Riolu looked at Mew and nodded seriously. In its heart, Mew meant it had to obey. It didn't know how to truly evolve, but it trusted Mew. Perhaps it was due to the system. Initially, there was only Mew. If it had parents, it would know that their family needed to find a specific opportunity to evolve. Roar tilde tilde. The red Gyarados in the lake, having evolved, became even smarter and understood Riolu's thoughts. It was unclear whether it was comforting Riolu or saying something else entirely. In any case, after hearing the red Gyarados' words, Riolu became even more determined. A friendly relationship was established between the two. This wasn't just because they were both ZMU's Pokémon, but also because Gyarados remembered Riolu's kindness. It was Riolu's help that allowed it to grow stronger and evolve so quickly. ZMU couldn't understand their conversation, but he could share in their joyful emotions. It was at this moment that ZMU suddenly felt something was missing and frowned. He had been so focused on leveling up and evolving Magikarp that he had forgotten about Growlithe. So much time had passed, and Growlithe hadn't returned. Couldn't find its way back. Impossible. Growlithe was a Pokémon that could serve as the League's exclusive watchdog, and his Growlithe had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Had it gotten so caught up in leveling up that it forgot all about it? Or had it encountered a powerful enemy? ZMU had marked most of the powerful Pokémon in the forest, so Growlithe shouldn't challenge them on its own. Unless Growlithe desperately wanted to become stronger and believed it had enough power to go looking for them. Probably not. Growlithe is brave but not reckless. ZMU worried. Without his guidance, even with type advantage, Growlithe would have a hard time winning against stronger opponents. Looking back in the direction they came from, they found some marked trees and large rocks. They remembered that was where they parted ways. Riolu and the red Gyarados simultaneously sensed the change in ZMU's aura, and both beasts quieted down. Gyarados, go back to your Pokéball first. Riolu and I need to go find Growlithe, ZMU said, reaching for the red Gyarados' Pokéball. But the red Gyarados clearly didn't want to go in. After shaking its head, it roared, then leaped out of the water and hovered in the air. Gyarados can fly. That's right. He'd forgotten about that. Gyarados can indeed fly, even if only at low altitudes. Although there wasn't a scene like that in the anime, ZMU clearly remembered seeing a Gyarados flying in the sky while playing the Pokémon Arceus game, which almost made him question his existence. That's when he realized that Gyarados wasn't just able to hover, it could actually fly. If it used rain dance during flight, it would practically be a dragon that could summon wind and rain. You mean, let me and Riolu come up? ZMU pointed to himself and Riolu and asked. The red Gyarados nodded and lowered its body. ZMU's emotions surged upon seeing this. After a few seconds of hesitation, he couldn't care less about anything else. Finding Growlithe was the priority. Once on the red Gyarados' body, ZMU experienced the feeling of flying on a Gyarados. Yeah, it was damn awesome. Unfortunately, now wasn't the time to enjoy it. Head in that direction. Don't force yourself if you can't fly for too long, ZMU instructed the red Gyarados. Roar! The red Gyarados responded powerfully, soaring into the sky and circling above the forest, allowing ZMU and Riolu to see the ground below. They flew along, and although the dense forest provided cover, they could still see most of the area from the air, without any trace of Growlithe. ZMU even directed the red Gyarados to several marked areas of powerful Pokémon, but there was still no sign of Growlithe. Still nothing. Where did it go? Could it be? No way. ZMU felt a pang of unease. If they encountered poachers, that would be a real problem. He had seen news reports a couple of days ago about many illegal immigrants in the Kanto region, not only maliciously capturing wild Pokémon, but also stealing trainers' Pokémon. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? ZMU regretted letting Growlithe train on its own. Woof woof tilde tilde. Came the barking of Riolu beside him, clearly trying to comfort ZMU. This made ZMU feel even more guilty for neglecting his duty by pursuing strength too much. Looking at Riolu, ZMU felt even more guilty. You don't need to comfort me, Riolu. Just as he finished speaking, ZMU and Riolu suddenly heard the roar of a red Gyarados. This roar was truly intimidating. The red Gyarados was different from ordinary Gyarados. It was huge, and with its intimidate ability, most wild Pokémon would be scared into retreating and running around in all directions, not daring to confront it head-on. To ZMU's surprise, even when facing the red Gyarados, there was still a wild Pokémon lingering. And that wild Pokémon's eyes were filled with strong hostility. Mew saw it clearly, a level 40 Fearow. At this moment, it was stepping on a severely injured Growlithe, making a defiant caw tilde sound. Around it, there were several Spearows, chirping along. Chapter 14. A Spearow led a flock of Spearows to attack Growlithe, utterly overwhelming it. Did Growlithe provoke it? No. Mew and Riolu discovered a peculiar Spearow. Its plumage wasn't particularly vibrant, one wing was somewhat bald, and most importantly, it had a tuft of yellowish-green feathers on its head. It was the same Spearow they encountered 3 days ago. At the time, Mew thought he was incredibly lucky to have caught a shiny Spearow. But upon closer inspection, he realized that this Spearow only had a slightly different head color. It wasn't a true shiny. Not being shiny, it naturally lost its appeal for capture. So Mew had Growlithe and Riolu work together to capture over a dozen Spearows, including this one, and the two even leveled up. Now, it was clear that the vengeful Spearows had brought their leader back for revenge. "Get down, Gyarados," Mew coldly ordered. He could accept that Growlithe was defeated due to its inferior strength, but it was excessive to continue attacking it so relentlessly while it was already unconscious. Even though he had previously used Growlithe and Riolu to fight and gain experience points, he wouldn't have done that after winning. Mew had had Growlithe and Riolu defeat at least 1,000 Pokémon in the past few days. He would stop attacking most Pokémon once they were unable to battle or were knocked down, and he would use healing sprays to help those with serious injuries recover. It was a kind of repeated use. Perhaps he could gain more experience points next time. The red Gyarados was right in front of them, its powerful intimidation even frightening the few Spearow that hadn't initially left, causing them to retreat, showing signs of wanting to run away because they couldn't win. The Spearow and the red Gyarados stared at each other, neither daring to make a move. Mew could see the changes in the giant sparrow's emotions. Although this guy was of a high level, he was still frightened by the red Gyarados. He was probably still wondering why the Gyarados wasn't blue, but red. "Riolu." Mew jumped off the red Gyarados' body first, beckoning Riolu to follow. Seeing Growlithe's near-death state, Riolu was enraged. Its eyes, blazing with fury, radiated intense displeasure. "Riolu, woof woof tilde, get your stinky feet off Growlithe. Fearow, ka tilde, ka tilde, ka tilde. You dare challenge me? What can you do if I don't leave you? Red Gyarados, roar tilde. If you won't leave, then I'll fight, roar." After a few exchanges, the red Gyarados twisted its massive body, ready to attack. Having only recently evolved, even at level 20, the red Gyarados wasn't intimidated at all, nor was it afraid of the little bird before it. That's right, the red Gyarados didn't recognize Fearow. In its eyes, Fearow was just a little bird, and Spearow was just a tiny bird. A complete size advantage. Fearow clearly considered Gyarados the real threat, neglecting Riolu. After a moment's thought, Fearow retreated, temporarily removing its claws from Growlithe's head. Growlithe remained motionless, clearly severely injured and near death. This scene further spurred Mew and Riolu. Mew seized the opportunity to retrieve Growlithe from his Pokéball, then glared at Fearow. If it came to a fight, his Riolu and Gyarados might be able to win, but he had to be careful. While Riolu's fighting type was strong against normal type, it was heavily countered by flying type. A direct confrontation would likely result in a 2-hit KO from Fearow. Gyarados couldn't withstand the same pressure either, given its level 20 advantage. Even without type advantage, it could only withstand 2 attacks at most. This was only because Mew was betting that the real Pokémon world wasn't like the game world, where species differences compensated for some weaknesses. Now he either retreated safely, or Fearow didn't pursue. Or perhaps he could scare the Fearow away. Clearly, this level 40 Fearow, while afraid of the red Gyarados, wasn't easily fooled. However, since it didn't attack first, Mew could maintain the upper hand. Staring intently at the Fearow, Mew carefully examined its information panel. "Fearow." LV, 40. Gender, female. Type, normal flying. Nature, adamant. Ability, keen eyes, accuracy will not be lowered. Moves, leer, squeak, peck, drill rush, pursuit, wild attack, wing attack, agility. Friendship, 0, never met before, be careful what you say. Emotion, nervous, don't be cowardly, don't be cowardly, don't be cowardly. Still a stubborn Fearow. It hasn't learned aerial ace, roost, tackle, etc., and most importantly, its level isn't high enough to even learn drill peck. This is good news. If nothing unexpected happens, the reason Growlithe was crushed by it is probably because of that drill rush move. Ground-type moves are super effective against fire types. Otherwise, Growlithe at level 35 shouldn't have lost so decisively. Level 35. That's right. Growlithe must have spent another afternoon dominating the forest, gaining 2 levels, before being targeted by Fearow. Of course, it's also possible that Growlithe was exhausted and injured from fighting all afternoon. His eyes narrowed, many battle scenes flashing through his mind. Since you're not planning to leave, then let's fight. You all ganged up on Growlithe before, right? Don't blame me for fighting 2 against 1. A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Who could he scare? Roar, roar. Gyarados roared in perfect unison. Woof, woof. Riolu's aura grew even stronger. As a fighting type, its fighting spirit was naturally powerful. Fearow, however, hesitated. It wasn't sure what other tricks this human, Mew, had up his sleeve. It didn't know the true strength of the red Gyarados and Riolu. But it was, after all, the apex predator of its kind. It wouldn't be intimidated by a single word. Caw! A sharp cry rang out, and Fearow spread its enormous wings, as if in a show of defiance. Mew wasn't giving it a chance. Gyarados leer, then grimace. Riolu, coordinate with Gyarados, vacuum wave ready. The command was given, and Gyarados widened its terrifying giant eyes. With its horrifying appearance amplifying the power of its leer, it reached deep into the heart. The grimace continued to exert increasing psychological pressure on Fearow. Its defense dropped by 1 stage, and its speed dropped by 2 stages. Fearow was now terrified, flapping its wings to take off. Just as it reached the air, Riolu unleashed 2 vacuum waves. However, despite this, Fearow still managed to dodge the attack. The level advantage remained. It was difficult to deal with. Trying to run away isn't so easy. I'm afraid you won't fly, Gyarados, keep crushing it, tornado. With a wave of his hand, Mew gave a cold shout. The red Gyarados immediately swung its huge tail, unleashing a tornado that locked onto Fearow's position, disrupting and damaging it. Its Intimidate ability lowered its attack. It was hit by Leer, which lowered its defense, and with the added 2-stage slow from Frightening Face, Fearow, while not suffering significant damage from the tornado, still flinched. Now, Riolu, use self-motivation, then unleash Rock Smash with all your might. Coordinate your attacks, unleash a barrage of strikes. After all, this isn't a turn-based game, it's a back-and-forth battle. Chapter 15. Under Mew's command, Riolu used self-motivation to boost its attack and special attack by 1 level. Immediately afterward, Riolu unleashed its power and leaped into the air, charging straight at Fearow. While Riolu's level wasn't as high as Growlithe's, it was far superior. Reaching several meters in height was effortless. Facing the cowering Fearow, Riolu unleashed a full-force Rock Smash. Boom! With a deafening roar, Fearow couldn't dodge and took the full force of Riolu's attack, flying backward with a pained expression. This was remarkably effective. However, Fearow was still a level 40, and even with average combat abilities, it couldn't be defeated in a single blow. If Lucario had unleashed this attack, it might have been a 1-hit KO. Or rather, if it were a more powerful fighting-type finishing move, it should have been able to achieve the same result. There was no other way. Without a TM, Riolu's Rock Smash was already the most powerful fighting-type physical attack at its current level. The stronger move, Power Shot, could only be learned at level 36. However, even Power Shot wouldn't be enough. It would need a power value of 75 or even 120. After this experience, Mew had a plan. Previously, he hadn't been able to afford moves because he didn't have enough money, but now that he did, he wasn't worried about affording them. Woof woof. Riolu barked defiantly as it landed. Gah. Disrespected, a loud cry erupted from the wounded Fearo's beak. Attacked by an unknown puppy-like Pokémon it looked down upon, and seriously injured at that, how could it accept it? The vengeful Fearo wouldn't give up unless it was thoroughly defeated. It executed a 360-degree spin in the air, unleashing a wing attack. Despite its speed being reduced by its terrifying appearance, it was still fast. Seeing this, Ziamu's eyes narrowed. Realis, use Endure. Riolu showed no fear. Its stubborn nature, coupled with its advantage over Fearo, made it completely unafraid of Fearo's attacks. After letting out a cute but fierce cry, it crossed its arms in front of it, its body emitting a shimmering white light. The wing attack struck it without hesitation, the powerful force sweeping Riolu away. Riolu was severely injured, kneeling on the ground, its face contorted in pain. Thankfully, it used Endure, avoiding an instant kill. Ziamu breathed a sigh of relief. While it wasn't like in the game where it was left with only 1 HP, this attack had almost rendered Riolu unable to battle. The Endure ability in the real world is different from that in the game, a fact Ziamu had learned a great deal over the past few days. Take the Endure move, for example. In the game, it's designed so that any attack received during the turn, even a one-hit KO, will leave the Pokémon with 1 HP, ensuring it doesn't leave the field. In the real world, after using Endure, no matter how powerful the attack, as long as it doesn't exceed the Pokémon's limits, it can withstand it and retain some strength. The only difference is the limitation. Seeing the arrogant Fearo take off again, Ziamu seized the opportunity and shouted at the red Gyarados, "Now, Gyarados, don't waste the opportunity Riolu created. Lock onto Fearo's trajectory and intercept it. Use Ice Fang to finish it off." The red Gyarados had been waiting for a long time. Although Ziamu hadn't given it a clear command, the red Gyarados had been searching for an opportunity. At this moment, Gyarados had already grasped Fearo's flight path. Intercepting it mid-flight, coupled with the red Gyarados' size, startled Fearo once again. The Ice Fang was incredibly effective. Even though the red Gyarados was only level 20, it inflicted tremendous damage on the Fearo. Fearo, in pain, was flung away by the red Gyarados' brute force. It still wasn't out of the game. Despite collapsing to the ground, Fearo still had the ability to move. Level 40 is level 40. If this were the game world, it would definitely be defeated. The difference between the real world and the game world is too great, Ziamu thought to himself. However, even if you haven't fallen yet, you've reached your limit. Riolu, use Rock Smash again, Ziamu shouted to Riolu in the distance. He didn't intend to stop there, or let the red Gyarados continue the attack, but rather let Riolu vent its anger and avenge Growlithe. He had worried about being unable to win, but now everything was under his control. Woof! Although heavily injured, Riolu still had the ability to fight. Just as Ziamu had expected. The Rock Smash hit, and the Fearo cried out in pain before collapsing completely, unable to battle. 2 against 1, although it managed to find an opening, it's undeniable that if the Fearo hadn't been wild, or if its battle skills and awareness had been stronger, it wouldn't have been so easy. Ziamu completely capitalized on the red Gyarados' advantage, throwing a time bomb at its opponent right from the start. Unable to capture the Fearo, Ziamu quickly bought a full recovery item from the system shop and sprayed it on Riolu. It wasn't really necessary to use such a good item, but Ziamu was willing to spend. In short, I'm not short of money. Even a full recovery item only costs 3,000 League coins. Riolu's injuries healed, and because of this battle, its level increased by 1. The red Gyarados also gained a ridiculous 2 levels due to sharing a large amount of experience. It's unclear how this experience is calculated. The conclusion is that battling opponents of higher levels is the fastest way to level up, which certainly aligns with the original work setting. Regaining his composure, Ziamu took out Growlithe's Pokéball and released the critically injured Growlithe. Mew quickly purchased another Vitality Cube from the system shop. Vitality Cube revives a near-death Pokémon and restores all its HP. Price: 4,000 League Coins. The process was magical. Holding the Vitality Cube close to Growlithe, its entire body emitted a dazzling glow. As the Vitality Cube completely transformed into a life-giving light and merged into Growlithe's body, its injuries visibly healed, and Growlithe quickly awoke from its coma. Mew was excited, and Riolu and the red Gyarados also let out joyful cries. Growlithe, still somewhat confused, stared wide-eyed in bewilderment. Staring incredulously at Mew, then at Riolu, then at the red Gyarados, and finally at its own body. It remembered being utterly defeated by Fearow, lying on the ground on the verge of death. "It's all right, Riolu and Gyarados avenged you. Fearow has been defeated." Mew reassured Growlithe, gesturing for it to look into the distance. Fearow was still unconscious. In a semi-dead state, not as severe as Growlithe, it would quickly regain consciousness given time and wouldn't be in mortal danger. Chapter 16. After explaining what had happened to Growlithe, the two little ones officially became 3. Of course, saying 3 was strange, because the red Gyarados was huge, not small at all. Before leaving the forest, Mew thought it over and decided to use a healing spray to treat the Fearow, ensuring it wouldn't actually die. This was also Growlithe's intention. It wanted to defeat Fearow itself next time. Actually, although Fearow was indeed very unreasonable and vengeful, isn't that what wild Pokémon are like? If you threaten someone, they can threaten you in return. In nature, countless examples of death due to struggle for survival exist. It's safe to say that after this experience, Fearow and the flock of Spearow shouldn't bother causing trouble again. Returning to Cinnabar Island from the depths of the forest, Mew rode the red Gyarados again. One thing to complain about is that while Gyarados can fly, its speed is really slow. At most, it's only slightly faster than Mew riding a bicycle normally. This could be because it had just evolved, or perhaps its current strength is still too weak. In short, compared to bird Pokémon, no, there's simply no comparison. Let alone comparing it to Dragonite, which can circle the Earth in 16 hours. He got home at 7 p.m. His parents had already returned, but they weren't worried about him getting into trouble outside. They had already finished dinner and were enjoying some alone time in the living room. Mew's return disturbed their sweet moment. Neither he nor Museali asked why he was so late, but Mew still took the initiative to tell them about his day. Naturally, he mainly talked about training Magikarp and evolving it. Seeing the red Gyarados, he and Museali were horrified, especially by its size. It was truly imposing. Unfortunately, although the house had a front and backyard, it lacked a pond. The backyard lawn was large, where his parents used to raise Pokémon. After the Pokémon were given away, it was abandoned and overgrown with weeds. To prevent the red Gyarados from being confined to its Piquet ball, and for Mew's future development, he planned to have someone clean up the backyard and reuse it tomorrow. Not only would they expand the fence to create a small farm, but they would also dig a large pond and an artificial canal to bring in water from the river. Mew was stunned. This whole operation, regardless of the manpower and resources required, was absurd in its casual handling of the land. This was in the city, not some remote mountain forest or rural town. Even on the outskirts of the city, it belonged to Round Island City. Her father was indeed very powerful. The assets he displayed were probably far from all. The original owner of this body likely only had a superficial understanding of his parents, never truly seeking to understand them. In fact, aside from what his parents outwardly displayed, Mew knew nothing about them. Mew was shocked, but since the old man had made such a boast, he hoped it would be true. "Leave this matter to me. Don't you have important business to attend to tomorrow? Besides, such delicate work as tidying up the back garden is best left to us women." Museali's words were loaded with meaning, taking on the entire project in one go. He laughed heartily upon hearing this. "That's true. I trust you with the household. This way, I can take the early morning flight to Hone tomorrow without worry." Dad, you're going to the Hone region? Zia Mew asked, surprised. Zia, he nodded. Yeah, we're going to Devon Corporation in Fuchsia City to talk about maritime navigation. What? You want to go too? No, I was just asking. I haven't even really traveled out of the Kanto region yet. Zia Mew shook his head slightly and chuckled awkwardly. Zia Mew knew a bit about Devon Corporation. After all, it was a very famous large company in the Hone region in the games. In this real world, Devon Corporation was clearly not to be underestimated, and its business development in navigation was beyond Zia Mew's imagination. If it weren't for Mewtwo, he really wanted to go and catch a few Pokémon he wanted. At least, he wanted to catch a Gardevoir. That was his dream wife Pokémon. But he couldn't go now. He had to get to Cinnabar Island 8 days in advance and then set off from there to the new island. If he went to the Hone region, he would miss Mewtwo. Whether he could catch it or not, he had to at least try. Zia, he nodded. Actually, I do hope you go out and see the world. Staying at home all the time, you know nothing about the outside world. By the way, your mother mentioned yesterday that they talked about the Indigo League. I checked the time, and there's still over a month until the event. You can try to collect 8 badges. If you don't have enough time, you can participate again next year. Zia He's suggestion gave Zia Mew a good opportunity to travel. After all, he would be leaving soon and wouldn't stay at home all the time. I'll try. When Growlithe and Riolu have evolved, that's when I'll go on my trip, Zia Mew said. Zia He and Mew Zeolai exchanged a glance, as if they had expected this. It's good that you have your own plans. Your parents will always be your support, Mew Zeolai said gently. This time I'm going to the Hone region. You can make a request or tell me what kind of Pokémon you want. Dad can bring it back for you as a gift for your trip. Also, this is a Pokédex I ordered for you a few days ago, specially for the League. It just arrived today. It contains information on thousands of Pokémon and has clear regional divisions. Kanto is very different from other regions. Pokémon from other regions have very little presence in Kanto. Take Riolu, for example. It's a Pokémon with a clear distribution in the Sinnoh region, but it's incredibly rare in Kanto. So you can research it first, since the Pokémon in Hone are very different from those here. Zia He's words excited Zia Mew. This old man is really reliable. First, he brought him a shiny Magikarp, and now he's going to bring him a Pokémon. I actually know a bit about the Pokémon in Hone. Can pseudo-legendary Pokémon be brought back too? Zia Mew joked casually. This made Zia He feel awkward. Ahem tilde son, we can't be too ambitious. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon are too rare. Your dad is only going for a few days. Below pseudo-legendary, I can pick any Pokémon I want. Zia He coughed twice, pretending to be calm. I heard that Hone has a very beautiful Pokémon. I think it's called Milotic. Zia Mew hadn't finished speaking when Zia He interrupted him. Milotic is a very rare Pokémon, comparable in value to pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Son, it seems you really know a lot about the Pokémon of the Hone region, which surprises your father. However, what use is such a pretty water-type Pokémon to a grown man? Besides, you already have a red Gyarados, Milotic is redundant. Then, how about getting a more common one? Zia Mew asked suspiciously. Yes, Zia He nodded seriously. Chapter 17. The next morning, Zia Mew and Mew Zeolai saw Zia He off. They actually planned to take him to the airport in Cinnabar Island. However, Zia He said he needed to go to the company to prepare everything he needed before leaving, so Zia Mew and Mew Zeolai didn't go with him. After breakfast, Zia Mew went out as usual. Mew Zeolai took care of things at home, believing that when she returned that evening, it would be a different scene. Making some minor modifications in the Pokémon world wasn't as troublesome as in Zia Mew's previous life. After all, Pokémon and humans collaborated, greatly improving work efficiency. After a night of rest and planning, Zia Mew devised a more detailed and complete plan. In short, he had started a new experiment last night, effort value training. In his previous life, when playing games, Zia Mew would usually only perform the effort value allocation after the Pokémon's final evolution or after reaching level 100. Now that he's transmigrated to this world and experienced so much, Mew finally decided to allocate and strengthen his Growlithe, Riolu, and red Gyarados using the stat boosters he bought from the shop, based on the actual situation. Effort values, EVs, also have a special attribute panel, but they weren't initially on Mew's radar. Frankly, both in the game and in the first few days after transmigrating, he postponed EV training because he didn't have enough money at the start. If he had money, who wouldn't want to max out EVs at level 1, making them absolutely invincible at their level and easily defeating those of higher levels? Raising Pokémon is expensive. This one operation alone cost him 2 to 3 million League coins. Mew first bought berries that could reset EVs. The Pomegg berry increases the friendship between the Pokémon and its trainer, but lowers the Pokémon's base HP. Kelpsie berry increases the friendship between the Pokémon and its trainer, but decreases its base attack stat. Quallot berry increases friendship but decreases its base defense stat. Hondu berry increases friendship but decreases its base special attack stat. Grappa berry increases friendship but decreases its base special defense stat. Tamato berry increases friendship but decreases its base speed stat. 6 types of berries, 1,000 of each, stored in the storage space for later use. They're cheap, only 10 League coins each, costing a total of 60,000 League coins. Resetting effort values, EVs, is simple. It just involves feeding the 3 Pokémon a certain amount of berries to clear their accumulated base EVs. Then, it's time to buy stat-boosting potions. Considering their usage and high price, I didn't buy many. A small bottle of these special potions costs 10,000 League coins, and just like in the game, one bottle only increases base EVs by 10. One Pokémon needs 50 bottles, which is 500,000 League coins. Next, you need to purchase the corresponding stat feathers. Each feather increases a base effort value, EV, by 1 point, allowing you to maximize the EVs. Each feather costs 1,000 League coins. In the end, even this most economical method cost 510,000 League coins per Pokémon. For 3 Pokémon, that's a total of 1,530,000 League coins. Adding berries, the EVs alone cost Mew 1,590,000 League coins. Actually, you could save 2,000 League coins per Pokémon, because according to the game's mechanics, the effective EVs are only 508 points, measured in units of 4. However, this isn't just a game, so Mew chose to max out the EVs at 510. Growlithe's effort values: HP 6, attack 252, defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 0, speed 252. Riolu's effort values: HP 0, attack 252, defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 6, speed 252. Gyarados' effort values: HP 0, attack 252, defense 0, special attack 252, special defense 0, speed 6. It was still influenced by its nature. Otherwise, Riolu would be more suited to dual attack output or even a special attack build. Who wouldn't love a wave missile right off the bat? Unfortunately, its special attack isn't outstanding. In addition to the effort value allocation, Mew also bought some moves from the system shop for the 3 little ones to learn. Growlithe learned Protect, 4,000 League coins, and Thunder Fang, 8,000 League coins. Riolu learned Shadow Claw, 30,000 League coins, Drain Punch, 80,000 League coins, and Thunder Punch, 50,000 League coins. Gyarados learned Dark Pulse, 80,000 League coins, and Dragon Pulse, 80,000 League coins. The total cost for these moves is a whopping 332,000 League coins. And this is just the average level. Higher level moves with a power value exceeding 100 would require at least 100,000 to 200,000 League coins. Leaving Cinnabar Island, they continued into the forest. Today, Mew had an important goal to achieve: to find and catch a Jolly Nature Breedley with the sniper ability. If not, Weedle or Kakuna would do, but the nature must be jolly, and the ability should ideally be hidden. The purpose, of course, was to prepare for dealing with Mewtwo, using type advantage and ability to suppress it. They couldn't possibly let Riolu's evolved form, Lucario, be completely countered, could they? Even if Growlithe evolves into Arcanine, it has absolutely no advantage, at most just a little more self-defense. Even with the addition of red Gyarados, it's still not weak. The previous plan was definitely more comprehensive than the current one. Actually, after receiving the invitation the day before yesterday, Mew planned to catch a Beedrill to train. However, after searching for several hours and defeating many Beedrill, he couldn't find one that simultaneously satisfied both the jolly nature and sniper ability. Beedrill is inherently fragile. If its strengths aren't maximized, even if it's trained into a good Pokémon, it won't be in the top tier, just a filler. Even after Mega Evolution, where Mega Beedrill's ability changes to adaptability and its stab moves are greatly increased, how can a Mega Beedrill without maximum speed compete with legendary Pokémon? In the games, Mega Beedrill can KO Mewtwo. Even Mega Mewtwo X can't match Mega Beedrill's speed. But this is the real world. Legendary Pokémon are legendary Pokémon, and it's not as simple as the data in the game world suggests. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the arrival of the shiny Magikarp, Mew would have continued searching for a good Beedrill yesterday, and might have already caught it. With the shiny Magikarp, yesterday's priority became evolving the shiny Magikarp. The others came second. Now, the red Gyarados is basically complete, and Mew has further development plans for Riolu and Growlithe. If he still can't catch a suitable Beedrill, he'll have to settle for second best. As long as it meets one of the following criteria, jolly nature or hidden ability, and the other stats are acceptable, he can buy items from the system shop to strengthen it. Chapter 18. Mew only had 1 week left. He had to do everything in his power to make his Pokémon strong enough. This was why he didn't choose Ghost or Dark types. Firstly, there weren't any on Cinnabar Island. Secondly, Bug types grew faster and were the preferred choice. Frankly, training Growlithe and Riolu was already a headache for him. Training higher-level Pokémon at the same time would be incredibly stressful. Of course, Mew would consider catching a ghastly Pokémon later. After all, Jengar had the potential to reach the champion tier. In the forest, Mew set off in the same direction as yesterday, following a different river towards Cinnabar Lake. Cinnabar Island wasn't small. Although the forest wasn't as large as the forests on land, even after 10 days of exploration, Mew had only traversed half the area. Following the river was also to allow his red Gyarados to relax and, incidentally, to battle and gain experience points along the way. Riolu and Growlithe, just like yesterday, attacked and defeated any high-level wild Pokémon they encountered, gaining experience points. It's worth mentioning that their strength improvement wasn't small. This wasn't just because their levels were getting higher, but also because they had maxed out their effort values, EVs. After venturing deeper, about an hour later, Lake Crescent appeared ahead. All 3 Pokémon had leveled up by 1. Mew attributed this rapid leveling to the level 40 Fearow from yesterday. At least Riolu and the red Gyarados must have done so. Otherwise, how could they have leveled up so quickly just by fighting wild Pokémon in their mid-teens? A red Gyarados is possible. After all, it's the lowest level, only a little over level 20. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Otherwise, Riolu would have helped Magikarp evolve yesterday, and after so much grinding, it wouldn't have only gained 1 level. Growlithe probably already accumulated a lot yesterday, but missed out on the experience points from Fearow. Otherwise, Growlithe should have gained 1 level yesterday as well. It seems that, like being near death in the game, it was excluded from the shared experience points. It's really hard to find. If all else fails, I'll have to go deeper into the forest to search, Mew muttered to himself. Along the way, there were indeed quite a few Weedles in the trees and bushes by the river, but judging from their appearance and nature, they were of low quality. He did encounter a few Caterpie with good potential, and a huge Arbok with an excellent nature and ability. However, Mew wasn't interested in Arbok. Normally, he could catch it and raise it to have a poison-type Pokémon to use. After all, poison-type Pokémon, when trained properly, can be formidable in pure battle mode. Although Arbok isn't particularly strong, with its base stats being rather poorly average, it's undeniable that as the first proper poison-type Pokémon in Generation I, its strategy was once incredibly frustrating. For example, ZMU once tried a strategy where the first move was Intimidate to lower the opponent's attack, followed by Leer of the Serpent to paralyze them, and then Toxic Spikes to inflict status ailments. 1 poison, 2 toxic, and it was impossible for the opponent to KO Arbok in one fell swoop unless they launched a direct assault, which was almost impossible. Because if you really wanted to use this annoying strategy, you would definitely carry a focus sash as a precaution, so that even if you took a fatal blow, you would survive with just 1 HP left. Even if you were unlucky enough to be attacked twice and forced to retreat, you would still have successfully used Toxic Spikes, which would then lead to an even more grueling poison-based battle, leaving the opponent speechless and questioning their existence. Of course, against ordinary opponents, with a bit of luck, Arbok can easily take on 3 opponents at once. Once Orach's Leer paralyses the opponent, rendering them unable to move, Arbok reigns supreme. Poisoning is Arbok's strength. Adding Protect or Substitute further weakens the opponent, making it even harder to counter. ZMU remembers that this strategy was later slightly modified and became standard for other poison-type Pokémon, as later Pokémon had better base stats and abilities. Getting back to the point, right now, ZMU won't be catching any ordinary Pokémon. That would make his time even more precious. After resting for a while by Cinnabar Lake, ZMU fed the 3 little ones energy cubes, then rode a red Gyarados, searching for the location of a Beedrill swarm in the dense forest. Of course, the search areas were different each time. Otherwise, the Beedrill he encountered would definitely be ones he had seen before. ZMU was very lucky. Led by the red Gyarados, he found a Beedrill nest in just over 10 minutes. Because of the approaching formidable foe, the Beedrill swarmed, numbering 20 or 30, along with numerous Weedles and Kakuna hidden in the trees and bushes. A fierce battle was inevitable. This was the cruelty of nature, the survival of the fittest. It wasn't something ZMU could simply decide to avoid. Wild Beedrill are extremely terrifying. They move in packs and don't offer to leave unattended. Once they target you as a threat, the swarm will definitely riot and attack. The Pokédex ZMU received from his father advised that if you encounter Beedrill in the wild and lack the ability to defend yourself, you must flee quickly, or your life will be in danger. If there's a pond or similar place, you can use the water to escape. But hiding was out of the question. ZMU was looking for a swarm of Beedrill, the more the better, so he could pick them off at his leisure. Faced with the Beedrill swarm's provocation, ZMU didn't hesitate to send Growlithe to the front, Riolu to assist, and Gyarados to control the situation. Before acquiring the red Gyarados, ZMU always actively commanded the 2 little ones to attack. Now, with the red Gyarados, not only was his safety greatly guaranteed, but Growlithe and Riolu could also unleash their full potential more boldly. A fierce battle ensued. Facing an attack from 20 or 30 Beedrill, Growlithe not only had a tyrannical advantage, but also a level advantage. A level 36 Growlithe had already reached the level of a high elite. The regional overlords of the forest were only around this level, with the highest being around level 40. At least ZMU had never encountered one in the 40s. Of course, excluding the Dragonite from the day before yesterday, which wasn't a Pokémon from Cinnabar Island. Speaking of which, level 58 was indeed the highest level ZMU had seen since arriving in this world. But level 58 wasn't considered high for Dragonite, since Dragonair needed to reach level 55 in the game to evolve into Dragonite, which was the requirement for pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Chapter 19. Having experienced many such battles, especially this one, ZMU understood even more the overwhelming power of level and type advantage. Of course, maxed out effort values also played a role. Although Growlithe and Riolu are both physical attackers, only able to attack one target at a time, Growlithe could basically take down a Beedrill with a single hit. Riolu, while facing more difficulty, could still easily defeat Beedrill. Gyarados, despite being the lowest level, could still win against Beedrill, which was also around level 20, thanks to its size and base stats advantage. Moreover, Mew's command was crucial. Overall, Beedrill was simply too fragile. In just 3 minutes, over 20 Beedrill were severely injured and unable to get up. Growlithe, due to its higher level, didn't level up despite gaining a significant amount of experience. Riolu leveled up by 1, reaching level 30. Gyarados leveled up by 2, reaching level 25. It was because these 20-odd Beedrill, mostly around level 20, provided a significant amount of experience for Riolu and Gyarados. Was it over? No. Before Mew could even examine the Beedrill's personalities and abilities, he heard a continuous buzzing sound echoing through the forest. Soon, a considerable number of Beedrill swarmed in from all directions, effectively destroying the Beedrill family's stronghold. One wave ended, another followed. Fortunately, he had made considerable preparations the previous night, and to better deal with the continuously appearing Beedrill, Mew had to significantly strengthen Riolu and Gyarados. Growlithe doesn't need any skill upgrades. Its type advantage is perfect, and it can easily defeat even a level 30-plus Beedrill. He spent 50,000 League Coins to teach Riolu the Rock-type move Rock Slide. He spent 100,000 League Coins to teach Gyarados Flamethrower. Flamethrower. That's right. Gyarados can use Fire-type moves. It just requires a TM to learn. A last-minute upgrade, the TM is even more powerful than Mew originally thought. He tested it last night, which is why he dared to use it now. Simply place the TM on the head of a Pokémon that can learn moves, and the moves in the TM will become one with that Pokémon. Speaking of which, it has to be the real Pokémon world, where there's no limit to 4 moves. Learned moves can't be easily forgotten, and they can't be unusable. Otherwise, Mew wouldn't have been willing to buy these moves. With a move limit, he would have decided on his 4 most frequently used moves at the start and wouldn't have used TMs randomly. Although not of the same type, their moves were no less powerful. Under the onslaught of Fire-type, moves from Growlithe and Gyarados, and with Riolu using Rock Slide to counter, one Beedrill after another fell. This battle lasted for over 15 minutes. By the time the vast majority of Beedrill had been defeated, the 3 little ones were already quite exhausted. There were still quite a few Beedrill left, but with hundreds of their companions defeated, they finally felt fear. In wild Pokémon battles, especially in this kind of battle, Mew wouldn't be so rule-bound as to not use healing items. Instead, he would use a rotation strategy, giving Growlithe, Riolu, and Gyarados time to recover, consuming energy cubes to quickly restore their stamina. The items from the system shop, like the healing potions, work just like in the game, and the energy cubes really do replenish stamina incredibly quickly. After the battle, any outsider present would be stunned. The ground was littered with Beedrills. The carnage was truly breathtaking. Thanks to this battle, the 3 little ones saw a significant level increase. Even if they couldn't find a suitable Beedrill this time, Mew felt it was worthwhile. Growlithe gained 2 levels, reaching level 38. Seeing the red Gyarados repeatedly use Flamethrower to defeat Beedrill spurred its competitive spirit, and despite not being at level 40 to learn Flamethrower, it still learned it. This is the imperfection of the real Pokémon world. Anything is possible. Admittedly, Flamethrower is dispensable for Mew's Growlithe, since it's a special attack. But ultimately, a Fire-type Pokémon that can't use Flamethrower isn't a proper Fire-type Pokémon. Riolu's level increased by 2 levels, reaching level 32. It hadn't learned any moves, but its friendship level with Mew exceeded 200 points, reaching 205. It was only 15 points away from the 220 points required for evolution. No one knew what it had done, or what had changed Riolu's mindset to improve so quickly. According to the system's accurate data analysis, reaching a friendship level of 200 or more would increase the Pokémon's stat boost from 6% to 10%. In a sense, Riolu's strength had been comprehensively enhanced once again. Growlithe was the same, with a friendship level of 200, just meeting the minimum requirement. Red Gyarados had 148 points, still far from enough, but its stats had still increased by 6%. As for Red Gyarados' current level, even Xiaomu hadn't expected it to be so powerful, leveling up so quickly. The experience sharing from the previous 20-odd Beedrill had already increased it by 2 levels, and this wave had increased it by another 4 levels. It jumped directly from level 25 to level 29, and even learned the Rain Dance move. Despite being the lowest level, it fought the most fiercely. Flamethrower came one after another, relentlessly reaping the Beedrill's health. Xiaomu's analysis concluded that special attacks had a much wider coverage than physical attacks. Physical attacks were single-target attacks, unable to hit 2 Pokémon simultaneously. Flamethrower, while also a single-target move, could KO 1 Pokémon in 1 hit and continue attacking other Beedrills. Its range was far greater than that of physical attacks. This was precisely why Growlithe was spurred to learn this move. In Growlithe's words, as a fire type, how could I be inferior to a water type Gyarados? Xiaomu checked the 3 little ones again, healing their injuries and feeding them enough energy cubes to restore their stamina. Then he began to examine each Beedrill's stats. They were scattered everywhere, like cabbages. Xiaomu could have whichever one he wanted. Several Beedrill had Flamethrower some consciousness, but were filled with fear of Xiaomu and the 3 little ones, daring not to move or resist, terrified of taking another Flamethrower. Chapter 20. Nature isn't good. Ability isn't good. Too small, too few moves, too low level, it looks a bit crooked. 10, 20, 30, 50. By the end, Xiaomu was completely dizzy, unsure if he'd read it twice. Finally, guided by Growlithe and Riolu, he found a level 29 Beedrill that had regained consciousness. This Beedrill was different from the others. It showed no fear, instead constantly emitting a buzzing warning. Upon closer inspection, Xiaomu was certain he had found the Beedrill he wanted. The capture process was effortless. It had no fighting ability to begin with, so where would it get the resistance? Even after awakening, it was only at its last gasp. Moreover, most wild Pokémon admire strength. After being defeated by a stronger trainer, most are willing to follow and become the stronger's subordinate. If Xiaomu hadn't captured it, it would have continued to be hostile, but by capturing it, he had become its master. Beedrill. LV 29. Gender, female. Type, bug poison. Nature, jolly. Ability, sniper, hidden ability. Power increases when hitting a critical hit. Moves, multi-shot double needle, poison sting, string shot, harden bug bite, slash, sharpen, focus charge, venom tackle, pursuit, toxic spikes, drill run. Friendship, 49, basic acquaintance, still needs work. Mood, good, a discerning owner chose me as your subordinate. I won't disappoint you. Beedrill's IVs. HP, 26, very good. Special attack, 0, maybe not good. Special defense, 31, best. Attack, 31, best. Defense, 31, best. Speed, 31, best. Overall rating, incredible ability. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Wild 4V, and with the best 4 physical attack stats. Xiaomu was overwhelmed with joy, and his hand holding the healing potion trembled slightly. This was truly the best of the best. Moreover, it even knew Drill Run, a move that could easily hit vitals, combined with the sniper ability, more than doubled Beedrill's strength. Ordinary Beedrills couldn't learn this move. Even after Mega Evolution, this move became dispensable, but the difference between knowing this move and not knowing it was still huge. You can't just Mega Evolve every time, right? Trying his best to calm himself down, Xiaomu talked to Beedrill to build a basic bond while healing its injuries. Naturally, he didn't forget to buy exclusive energy cubes from the system shop. Fortunately, energy cubes weren't expensive, 100 league coins for a box, and a box contained 100 cubes. If it's just for filling their stomachs, a Pokémon only needs 3 to 10 energy cubes a day. So, a normal daily intake of energy cubes wouldn't exceed 10 league coins. Mew even considered starting a company that produced its own energy cubes, since they're delicious and inexpensive and can be eaten as a snack when people have nothing else to eat. Even bug-catching kids on the street could afford them. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. As Beedrill recovered to its peak condition, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Beedrill seemed a bit arrogant, clearly defiant towards Growlithe and Riolu, but only dared not look directly at Red Gyarados, obviously because it had been thoroughly humiliated by Red Gyarados. Mew could only slowly cultivate their bond later. In any case, this Beedrill had accepted him as its master. The increase in their affection was somewhat absurd. Just now it was only 49 points, and it jumped directly to 69 points. Although initial growth was easy, and various actions could affect the development of their bond, this was indeed somewhat. Perhaps it was because it was female, or perhaps it was simply that bug types leveled up quickly, which corresponded to the ease of training. For Mew, this was certainly good. After capturing Beedrill, Mew also took out some healing items purchased from the friendship shop and treated the Beedrill here. He had achieved his goal, and naturally wouldn't leave them unattended. So many Beedrill had provided him with so much experience, greatly increasing the strength of the 3 little ones. On this point, Mew felt he needed to treat the Beedrill here, as it might come back again in a few days. Of course, this kind of trouble with the Beedrill swarm might not happen again in the future. Mew was certain that his Beedrill seemed to be the queen of the swarm. Therefore, he probably wouldn't attack the Beedrill within the Round Island anymore, unless the Beedrill swarm came looking for him again. Don't worry, I'll still be active in the forest frequently for a while. Even if I leave the Round Island Great Forest, I can come back every now and then, Mew said to the Beedrill. His home was in Round Island, and he wouldn't be traveling all the time anymore. He would definitely come back to stay for a while every now and then. Unless he moved to another place in the future. The Beedrill understood Mew's words and emitted a buzzing sound. After leaving this area, Mew took the 4 little ones back to the shore of Crescent Lake. The reason for returning here was that Mew decided to use this as a starting point. It was time to challenge the high-level wild Pokémon he had recorded in the past one by one. Of course, what he thought were high-level a few days ago had now gone from the red list to the yellow list. The red list is not to be trifled with, the yellow list is safe to fight. Actually, calling it the yellow list is already being lenient. Even ignoring Growlithe's level 38, a single flamethrower from a Red Gyarados would completely overwhelm any grass or bug-type Pokémon. Add to that the Red Gyarados' terrifying size and its maxed-out special attack stat. What's a 10-level difference? In fact, Mew can give them an absolute boost from their current level. Individual value, IV training. In the game, Mew only does this after reaching level 100, aiming to maximize their IVs through training. The system shop does sell silver and gold crowns, and unlike in the game, you don't need to find someone to train to the maximum to activate their effects. Mew can directly use crowns to increase IVs. However, they are 100 times more expensive than in the game. Silver Crown, 500,000 League Coins, can raise a Pokémon's IV for one type to its maximum. Golden Crown, priced at 1 million League Coins, it can raise all of a Pokémon's individual values, IVs, to their maximum. When you don't have the money, you can only watch helplessly. But when you can afford it, a different thought arises. Mew isn't short of money now, but he's worried that raising them too much at once will have a significant impact on their Pokémon, creating a burden. So last night, he only allocated effort values, EVs, and at most taught them some moves. As for IVs, Mew decided to use it on his Pokémon when he leaves Elysium Island for Cinnabar Island. Chapter 21. Noon arrived in the blink of an eye. Mew led his 4 Pokémon through the forest, defeating several high-level Pokémon in succession, and each of them gained another 2 levels. Although these high-level Pokémon were few in number, they provided a lot of experience points. The only problem was that all Pokémon had to participate to share the experience points. In one-on-one battles, it would be unfair to take turns. Mew did want to do that, but then he considered that with their increasing strength and levels, using this method would only make his Pokémon more and more dependent on their companions. So Mew changed his strategy. They would take turns. One battle it would be Growlithe, the next it would be Riolu. Only if one lost could a companion take over. In short, none of the 4 Pokémon could be out of order. Even though time was running out, Mew still had to train them this way, not only to cultivate their independence, but also to develop his command skills. The 4 little ones obeyed Mew's every word. After all, their bond level was high enough. Even the newly joined Beedrill gradually got used to it after battle. A level 40 Vileplume, a level 39 Scyther, a level 38 Victreebel, a level 40 Fearow, a level 41 Pidgeotto. For 2 or 3 hours, Mew lost count of how many Pokémon he defeated that were close to level 40, or even higher. Most of them had completed their final evolution, and some had good potential. However, Mew didn't catch any of them. He now only had 2 slots left to carry, one of which had to be reserved for a Pokémon his father brought back from the Hoenn region. Of course, it might not actually be a Gardevoir, but Mew still had to reserve one. The last slot had to be saved for later. Even if his home could be equipped with a device to receive the Pokémon he caught in the wild, preventing others from knowing which Pokémon he had captured, Mew currently didn't have much desire to catch any unless they were exceptional or shiny. By Cinnabar Lake, Mew simply set up a grill, lit a fire, and roasted meat to cook. He also took out some prepared food from his storage space. Mew had prepared all of this in advance, so he could have a good meal while exploring the wild. His storage space was naturally more powerful than a space backpack. Once something was stored in it, it remained exactly as it was when taken out. In a sense, it was like time standing still. Besides preparing food for himself, Mew also prepared some food for the 4 little ones. While energy cubes were nutritious and delicious, they were still too monotonous. Therefore, in addition to energy cubes, they naturally needed some regular food. The aroma of the food attracted many weaker Pokémon, such as Oddish, Rattata, Caterpie, and Poliwag. Unlike higher-level Pokémon, which become extremely wary after reaching maturity and are less likely to approach humans, Mew proved to be quite approachable. He wasn't stingy with these weak, wild Pokémon, easily winning their favor. Once the meat was cooked through, Mew sprinkled on seasonings, packed it into portions, and distributed them to the Pokémon. He naturally ate quite a lot himself. During the meal, Mew's eyes involuntarily caught sight of an Oddish that was frantically showing off its food. Its appearance was unremarkable, but this data. What the heck? If this were a game world, a huge exclamation mark would definitely appear above Mew's head. Oddish Mew. LV 40 LV. Gender, genderless. Attribute, psychic. Personality, timid. Ability, synchronization, transmits one's poison, paralysis, or burn status to the opponent. Skills, slap, mirror attribute, instant amnesia, baton pass, primal power, life drop, trick, command, seal, transformation, aura sphere, psychic. Affinity, 30 initial acquaintance, still needs work. Emotion, excited tilde delicious, delicious, delicious tilde. Holy crap. Mew gasped and stood up abruptly. He almost choked to death in his haste. Luckily, there was a water bottle nearby. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, he swallowed the food stuck in his throat and even patted his chest. If it weren't for the cheat simulator, Heaven would never have known that the Oddish beside him was actually Mew in disguise. The world is so big, and Mew is right in front of him. And what's with this level? Level 40 is level 40. What does the bunch of question marks mean? There are so many skills, it seems there's no level limit. So, this is the ability Mew possesses in the real world, beyond the game's scope. Level 40 is the same as the early game settings, but this 40 level as the bottom line means there's no upper limit, right? Mew thought to himself. If that's the case, then are other legendary Pokémon the same? Mew suddenly thought of Mewtwo. If this is the case, does that mean Mewtwo's bottom line will be 70 like in the game, and the upper limit is unknown? Or rather, the upper limit can directly reach 100. 100 level. At this moment, Mew suddenly had another thought. In the game, level 100 is indeed the highest level. But in this world, will level 100 still be the limit? Stunned and lost in thought, Mew's actions finally caught Mew's attention. Mew, now transformed into Oddish, showed no fear of Mew, probably knowing that Mew had seen through it, so it became playful and transformed into the Growlithe beside it. Growlithe, enjoying its meal, was startled, watching its food being snatched away, its stunned expression somewhat adorable. It was probably completely bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Mew's transformations didn't stop. It transformed into Beedrill, then Riolu, and then one after another other Pokémon, finally becoming Gyarados. Initially, it only transformed into a regular blue Gyarados, but dissatisfied with this transformation, it used some unknown power to change its color to be exactly the same as a red Gyarados. All the Pokémon were startled. Mew was naturally the same. He witnessed Mew's abilities firsthand, truly a stroke of incredible luck. How many people in this world have actually seen Mew? Even if some have, they've never witnessed such powerful abilities. In the original movie, aside from the scene where Mewtwo makes its comeback, and the story of the Aura Sphere's hero, which featured Mew and the Tree of Beginning, Ash and his friends truly witnessed Mew's power. Of course, this is just child's play. Mew's existence is extremely special. As a mythical Pokémon, it possesses the genes of all Pokémon, making its abilities unimaginably powerful. Although the claim that it is the progenitor of all Pokémon is not officially recognized, it is undeniably the earliest and most mysterious mythical Pokémon. Chapter 22. As the situation gradually spiraled out of control, everyone was terrified by Mew's abilities. Mew quickly spoke up, turning the tide. Although we don't know who you are, everyone is terrified by how easily you transform into other Pokémon, Mew said. He couldn't remain silent, but he was also afraid that saying the wrong thing would cause Mew to run away. So Mew spoke tactfully, without revealing Mew's identity. At the same time, Mew was recalling the original storyline. He remembered that at the beginning of the Mewtwo's counterattack, Mew would indeed awaken from its slumber upon sensing Mewtwo's power, and then search for Mewtwo's location. Could it be that Mew's slumbering place was here? Mew was somewhat hesitant to believe it, because in the original story, although there was a crescent-shaped lake, it was set against a backdrop of a snow-capped mountain. While Cinnabar Island also had mountains, they weren't snow-capped mountains, much less icebergs. So, Mew had simply been passing through Cinnabar Island, happened to be playing around, and then stumbled upon Mew preparing food and decided to mooch a meal. Hearing Mew's words, Mew obviously reacted. It ceased its red Gyarados form, a flash of shimmering white light, and it reverted to its original appearance. The chubby pink creature floated in the air, its two three-pronged paws covering its mouth, constantly emitting joyful meow 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 sounds. Its long tail swayed with its emotional fluctuations, incredibly agile. Adorable. Even Mew, a grown man, was captivated. Without hesitation, he pulled out his Pokédex to check Mew's description, combining it with his previous life's knowledge of Mew to draw a conclusion. Mew was curious about Mew's actions. It playfully flew to the top of his head and, unexpectedly, perched on his hair, joining him in looking at its Pokédex entry. The information was scarce, even the images were composites, but Mew was watching intently. Mimi tilde, Meo tilde tilde. A series of calls came from Mew's mouth, leaving Mew somewhat bewildered. She couldn't understand it. Growlithe and Riolu, however, came up to talk to it. In short, she didn't know what Mew was trying to express, nor what Growlithe and Riolu were replying to. The only thing she could understand was the current emotion displayed on the cheat device simulator. However, the content displayed after the emotion column was just a summary of the current state of mind, not a real-time dialogue. Only after the three Pokémon had been talking for a while did Mew speak up somewhat awkwardly. Do you know telepathy? As a mythical Pokémon and a psychic type, you should know it, right? Otherwise, I really don't know what you're trying to say. Mew's question naturally made them look at him again. Mew stopped perching on Mew's head and flew into the air, circling around Riolu twice. You all possess the power of Aura Meow. Riolu's aura power can help you awaken Aura Meow. With Aura, you can communicate telepathically, Meow. Aura is with me, Meow. A very sweet, childlike voice rang in his mind. This shocked Mew once again. So it's that direct. They don't even seem to know each other, Meow. What Meow? Aura power is absolutely unique in the Pokémon world. It's also one of the few special abilities that humans can master. Besides aura power, there are also psychic abilities that Mew has studied in depth, such as viridian power and psychic power. Coming to this world was already a miracle for Mew. Obtaining the cheat simulator made Mew feel like the chosen one. Now, encountering Mew, and even having the hope of accessing aura power. Is this cheating? Actually, Mew was excited when he first obtained Riolu, thinking that he might be able to raise Riolu to study aura power. But as the days after his transmigration passed, Mew actually lost that idea. Because without external assistance, any kind of special power is extremely difficult to obtain. Otherwise, how could so many Lucario trainers in the original story be ordinary people? In the original story, only the hero Aaron and another named Yakshuan truly mastered the powerful aura. Even those who came into contact with it could only sense it superficially, like Ash later on. Mew's gaze involuntarily met Riolu's. Their intimacy level had reached the highest level. Although it still hadn't reached 220 points, 210 points was already quite high. At this moment, the two seemed to experience a strange feeling due to Mew's pull, as if their spirits were about to merge into one. Aura, is it with me? Mew said doubtfully. At the same time, Riolu let out a cry. Aura, be with me. This was Riolu's voice. Mew understood what Riolu was saying. This kind of magical thing was simply unbelievable. It was clearly a cry, but in his mind, it became understandable words. Aura is this aura. Mew looked at Riolu, then at Mew in the sky. Mew flew around casually with a grin, changing its posture before saying, "This is aura, but your aura is very weak, Mimi." Weakness wasn't important. The key was that Mew had indeed sensed that special spiritual power. It seemed that if he controlled it, he could do many incredible things. But how did I awaken this power? Wait, was it because you were perched on my head earlier? Mew asked. Mew nodded again. It's to thank you for treating me to delicious food, Mimi. He tilde. Sure enough. A glint flashed in Mew's eyes. Just then, Riolu raised its head and let out a howl, attracting the attention of Mew and all the Pokémon present. It's going to evolve, Mimi. Mew was like a child who knew everything. You might say it was immature. Its voice was indeed immature, and it was very playful. But in reality, Mew was older than anyone else. It is also undoubtedly the most intelligent Pokémon. It knows everything and understands countless principles that ordinary people cannot comprehend. After all, in Mewtwo's counterattack, Mew acted as an elder to educate Mewtwo. A white light enveloped Riolu's body. The evolution process was completely different from that of Gyarado's. Mew was incredibly excited at this moment. Watching the transformation, he immediately brought up Riolu's. No, now it was Lucario's attribute panel. Lucario. LV 34. Gender, male. Type, fighting steel. Nature, adamant. Ability, righteous heart, hidden ability. When attacked by a dark-type move, attack increases due to a sense of justice. Moves, quick attack, endure, feint, metal claw, double up, self-motivation, rock smash, vacuum wave, whirlwind, shadow claw, drain punch, thunder punch, rock slide, quick guard, aura sphere. Friendship, 225, inseparable, bound by fate. Mood, very happy, finally it evolved. Chapter 23. Lucario tilde roar tilde. A long howl came from the evolved Lucario. This roar truly released all the negative emotions that had been pent up inside it. Actually, it was the stimulation from the shiny Magikarp evolving into red Gyarados first. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so persistent. Now Riolu has completed its evolution and become Lucario. It excitedly showed itself off. Red Gyarados and Beedrill were happy for it, and the other wild Pokémon gathered around were all congratulating it. Only Growlithe looked resentful, envious. At first, no one evolved, just like it had agreed, no one would evolve. But now, except for it, every Pokémon under its master's command was in its final evolution form. At level 40, it felt very frustrated. It had always tried its best to increase its level, and was also the strongest Pokémon under its master's command. Now, it had become a burden. Noticing the abnormality of Growlithe beside it, Mew reached out and patted its head. "Don't worry, Growlithe, you'll evolve soon too. And your evolution will be more complex than Riolu's because you need to unleash all your potential before evolving," Mew said. If it weren't for the difference between innate and acquired skills in the real world, and whether evolving would allow Growlithe to learn all skills directly like in Generation VIII, he really intended to use the Fire Stone. But he didn't dare gamble. He had to proceed cautiously, letting Growlithe learn what it needed to learn first. Once evolved, there was no going back. Growl blinked its big eyes upon hearing this. It never doubted Mew and was always the most loyal. "Woof tilde tilde woof tilde tilde. I will work harder, master." Mew smiled and nodded, then looked at Lucario. After a long while, Lucario calmed down, but it had a haughty look, clearly waiting for Mew to praise it. Mew wasn't stingy, especially at a time like this. He naturally needed to give his Pokémon a good compliment, otherwise it would definitely dampen their enthusiasm. As expected, after evolving, you're not only stronger, but you've also become even cooler. From now on, you're a true General Lucario. But we still can't get carried away, because we still have a long way to go. Under Mew's praise, Lucario's tail practically wagged in the air. "Lucario tilde tilde Lucario tilde tilde roar tilde tilde. Yes, Lord Natsuki, I will always follow you." Lucario's response was quite direct, expressing an attitude of absolute obedience. Mew was satisfied with this answer, but he also hoped that Lucario wouldn't be so serious. There was no need to say too much at this moment. He could guide it slowly in daily life later. "I still have to thank you, Mew. Without your help, Riolu probably wouldn't have evolved so easily. I also thank you for helping me awaken Aura, which allows me to communicate effectively with my Pokémon." Natsuki turned his gaze back to Mew, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Its arrival allowed him to come into contact with the power of Aura, triggering Riolu's evolution. "It's nothing, Mimi. Don't worry about it. You still want to eat the food you just ate, Mimi." Mew's melodious voice touched his heartstrings. Mew wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass him by. Even if he hadn't caught it, even if it wasn't his Pokémon, wild Pokémon could still be bonded. With high bond, would he be afraid of losing it? It would come back on its own if lost. "I have even better food here. Do you want some?" Mew's eyes lit up, and he thought of something, directly purchasing Mew's special energy cube from the system shop. "What's this, Mimi?" Mew asked curiously. Mew smiled and opened the box, revealing square, pink, jelly-like foods inside. It had never eaten this before, but Mewtwo smelled a sweet aroma. "This is an energy cube specially synthesized from tree fruits. The taste should suit you quite well. Try it." Mew took one out of the box and handed it to Mewtwo. Mewtwo took it and held it in its palm, examining it curiously for a long time before cautiously taking a bite. One bite, and Mewtwo was instantly ecstatic. Under the system's modification, the energy cube had directly become its exclusive food, not only with a unique taste, but also with an excellent stamina recovery effect. Mewtwo had eaten countless foods, but it could never have tasted anything produced by the system. "It's delicious, isn't it? If you like it, eat more," Mew said with a smile. Seemingly kind, Mew was actually overjoyed, full of scheming thoughts. Especially seeing the intimacy level starting to increase little by little, showing no signs of stopping, Mew felt truly happy. This wasn't an energy cube, it was a Momotaro rice ball. Tilde. After eating one, it wanted another. Mew's stomach was like a bottomless pit. It quickly devoured over 30 of the 100 energy cubes in the box. This was alarming. Mew, fearing it would get a stomachache, quickly stopped its outstretched paw. No, that's not enough. Energy cubes are delicious and quickly restore stamina, but too many will burden your body. You're a legendary Pokémon, that's why I let you eat so many. Normally, you shouldn't eat more than 10 a day, Mew explained. Closing the box, Mew looked serious, and Mew could only retract its paw, placing one paw in its mouth with a pitiful expression, as if it had been bullied. Mew was speechless, both amused and exasperated. The last one. If you want more, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, Mew said, taking another cube from the box and handing it to Mew. Mew was overjoyed. The temptation of food was irresistible to it. At this moment, the affinity between Mew and Mew had reached 66 points. Starting at only 20 points, this action had increased it by 46 points, almost entirely due to the energy cubes. Even if this level of intimacy is just average, with trust just beginning to build, a good start has laid the foundation, so what's there to worry about later? At least, Mew felt that Mew wouldn't suddenly leave. Speaking of which, he could spend some time with Mew recently. After all, it was time to meet Mewtwo in 8 days. He only needed to subtly reveal some information to Mew, letting it know where Mewtwo was, so it would be even less likely to run away and disappear. As for using a Master Ball to catch Mew, the thought flashed through his mind for a moment. He wasn't worried about the Master Ball not having the ability, but he was afraid that as soon as he took out the Master Ball, Mew would sense it and disappear. Are legendary Pokémon so easy to catch? This isn't a game world where you can battle after encountering them and catch them after a battle. Of course, we don't need to mention that certain legendary Pokémon's shame. Although Mew really wanted it too. The early Suicune was the real Suicune. Chapter 24. Seeing Mew finish the last energy cube and still seem a little unsatisfied, Mew decided not to indulge it any longer. Cuteness is indeed captivating, but it wouldn't cause Mew any lasting harm. Putting away the energy cube, Mew began to get busy. As he expected, Mew didn't leave but played with his Pokémon, along with some wild Pokémon. Actually, if some more special Pokémon were attracted, Mew might consider catching them. For example, the grass-type garlic frog, the water-type aquapig. Unfortunately, they were just common ones. But frankly, Mew was only thinking about it. If Bulbasaur or Squirtle appeared, he might not necessarily catch them. So what if they're starter Pokémon? Unless they're his own son. As a transmigrator, who wouldn't want to raise a Charizard? Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Mew cleaned up all the leftovers and garbage and stored them in his storage space. They wouldn't just dump this trash in the wild, as that would damage nature. If wild Pokémon ate things that don't decompose easily, it might kill them. Protecting nature is a habit they've upheld throughout their lives. As far as they can, they'll just bring it back to Round Island City and throw it in the trash. All right, Growlithe, Lucario, Beedrill, Gyarados, you've rested enough. It's time for the afternoon's battles, Mew said to the 4 little ones as they reached the lakeside. Even though Mew was here, it wouldn't stop him from leveling up the 4. He knew that an afternoon was enough for the 4 to level up 2 more times, or even more. He wasn't sure about Growlithe, as he wasn't certain about the experience required after level 40. But Lucario, the red Gyarados, and Beedrill definitely could. Meo, fight, why fight, Mayo? Fighting isn't fun at all, Mayo. Mew's words echoed in his mind. Mew had already guessed that Mew would say this, and said directly, of course, it's to become stronger. If you're not strong enough, you can't even protect yourself, let alone protect other weaker Pokémon. Besides, in a few days, we need to go to a new island to face a very powerful opponent. That person claims to be the strongest Pokémon trainer. He didn't directly say it was Mewtwo, because even though he received an invitation, the other party hadn't revealed their name. He was a transmigrator, so he knew of Mewtwo's existence, but if he wasn't a transmigrator, that was all he would know. Upon hearing this, Mew tilted its head and looked at Zia Mew. Mimi tilde Mio tilde tilde. You remind me of that human I met a long, long time ago, Mayo. He said the same thing to me, Mayo. In that case, I'll go play by myself, Mayo. Mew's words made Zia Mew a little curious about who that person was. At the same time, he didn't know how to stop him for a moment. He had thought that Mew would hate fighting and argue with him, but he didn't expect it to be so easily dismissed. As a legendary Pokémon, I actually wanted to catch you, but I know I have no chance with my current abilities. I'll be training here for the next few days. If you want some good food, you can come over during mealtimes. Actually, if you're willing to help me, I can give you even more delicious food. Zia Mew began to set a trap, since he couldn't catch Mew. He had to play the long game. He couldn't stop Mew from leaving, otherwise it definitely wouldn't approach him again. There's a saying, what you encounter can't force, and Zia Mew had to treat Mew this way. If Mew really left and never came back, he would only have to find another opportunity to tempt it. Besides, Mew had given him a cheat code this time, even helping Riolu evolve. He couldn't be ungrateful and do something bad. Meow tilde tilde meow tilde tilde, more delicious food. What does Mew want to help you with, Meow? Mew clearly couldn't resist the allure of food. Zia Mew nodded quickly. If you can come with me for a while and help me face that so-called strongest Pokémon, then I'll take you to eat all sorts of delicious food. I guarantee you've never tried anything like it before. How about it? Zia Mew, having lived 2 lives, knew more about food than the people of this world. Mew hesitated upon hearing this. It didn't want to be used, nor did it want to participate in the human conflict. Zia Mew could see its dilemma. Its little brain must be overheating, so he added, "Don't rush to answer. It's not like we're leaving right away anyway. If you don't want to at the time, it's okay. I'll bring you lots of delicious food these next few days." After saying this, Zia Mew finally got Mew's nod in response. Then, the little guy disappeared in a flash. The agreement had been made, and Zia Mew felt that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mew would definitely approach him again. There was plenty of time. Once their friendship level exceeded 100, their relationship would take another step forward. In the relationship between humans and Pokémon, once the friendship level surpassed 200, even without catching them, they would become inseparable, even to the point of vowing to follow each other to the death. After seeing Mew off, Zia Mew led the 4 little ones deeper into the dense forest. Unlike the morning's fixed-point harvesting, Zia Mew knew the exact locations of those high-level Pokémon. He had already farmed once in the morning, so he couldn't farm again in the afternoon. He needed at least a buffer period of 1 or 2 days before farming again. Otherwise, the wild Pokémon in the forest would flee from him like the plague. In the afternoon, Zia Mew led the 4 little ones to explore unexplored areas. For a full 3 or 4 hours, until evening, they had defeated a considerable number of wild Pokémon. However, most of them were between level 20 and 30, with very few above level 30. As for those below level 20, they were excluded from the target range. Compared to the morning's gains, the afternoon's experience gain was still considerable, but the 4 Pokémon's levels hadn't improved much. Growlithe barely leveled up by 1, and Lucario, while at level 2, was also struggling. Gyarados and Beedrill were both at level 2 and should be able to level up again soon, but Zia Mew checked the time and decided against continuing. The wild Pokémon in this area had been cleared out, and the lower-level ones had already hidden away, frightened. For Zia Mew, leveling up would likely be even more difficult starting tomorrow. It wasn't that there were fewer wild Pokémon, but rather that the 4 Pokémon's levels were getting higher and higher, and the experience gained remained the same, making leveling up increasingly difficult. Actually, he could check other places. Perhaps there were higher-level wild Pokémon to hunt on Round Island. However, he had made a promise with Mew and couldn't just change locations, otherwise he would be breaking his promise. Chapter 25. As expected, it's a matter of chance. Even with a preliminary friendly relationship established, the opportunity was still missed. Back at Crescent Lake, Mew waited until after 6 o'clock, but Mew didn't appear again. He thought his temptation would work, and Mew would definitely reappear. The result was a great disappointment. He had been too confident. The legendary mythical Pokémon, as the first legendary Pokémon in gaming history, was incredibly incredible in this world. Ultimately, food could indeed increase his affinity with Mew, but even with a high affinity, it didn't necessarily create an irreplaceable bond between them. He had been misled by the numbers. While the cheat simulator provided accurate values to distinguish various levels, this was only a visible standard, not an absolute one. After all, this wasn't a game world where everything was based on data. Just like in a game, no matter how many legendary Pokémon you catch, it wouldn't affect anything. In fact, the game's design was to encourage players to catch legendary Pokémon. But in this real world, catching certain legendary Pokémon with divine powers, even if successful, would likely cause a cataclysmic change. Just like in the movie, those who attempt to seize the power of a god will inevitably suffer the consequences. Let's go, looks like they're not coming back. Mew left Mew's special energy cube on a wooden stake by the river. There was still more than half left in the box. He had no use for it, so he might as well leave it here. If Mew returned, it could take some to eat, and he wouldn't be breaking his promise. As for whether other Pokémon would steal it, Mew didn't care. Before leaving, he fed some wild Pokémon by the river and casually mentioned it to them. It was essentially using them as guards. By the time he returned to Uyujima City, it was already past 7 o'clock, and the sky was dark. Mew first took out the trash from his storage space during the day and threw it into the trash can before heading towards the friendship store in Uyujima City. He had made a fortune selling comet fragments yesterday morning, and Mew planned to do as his father suggested, to sell another batch before things escalated. Since his identity was already known, selling so many was the same as selling some more. Although Shopkeeper was an official member of the League, he had no right to question where he got so many comet fragments. Actually, it was thanks to his initiative in confessing and receiving guidance from his father, He. Last night, Mew had taken the initiative to tell them about it. Based on his parents' reaction at the time, Mew knew that Professor Ivy had told them about his sale of comet fragments. However, they trusted him and did not ask for the details. Mew explained that he was training his Growlithe and Riolu in the forest when he unexpectedly encountered some wild Pokémon playing with comet fragments. He then searched for them and obtained them. To reassure He and Museali, Mew also purchased more comet fragments from the system's shop as proof. This meant he knew the comet fragments were valuable and only sold some, not all of them. He was extremely concerned about the comet fragments. After all, such items are truly rare and hard to come by, and for his son to casually produce so many made him feel like he was dreaming. His family was wealthy. They could easily come up with hundreds of millions of League coins in liquid funds. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to remain calm. He's initial worry was that Mew had been scammed by the League shop. After learning the whole story, he felt much more at ease. At least his son wasn't as simple-minded as he thought. On the contrary, he had some business acumen and ideas. When He asked why he only sold 6 comet fragments, since he knew they could fetch so many Alliance coins, Mew replied, selling too many at once would inevitably cause trouble. He agreed with Mew's idea. At least Mew was thoughtful and knew when to stop, not letting profit cloud his judgment. However, his perspective differed. Having spent so many years navigating the business world, Mew's experience far surpassed that of Mew, who had lived 2 lives. Mew only possessed the advantage of being a transmigrator, leveraging his knowledge from his previous life to understand more. Compared to He, his cleverness was merely superficial. After He's careful explanation and analysis, Mew realized his thinking was too simplistic. In He's words, since he had already chosen to sell the comet fragments, there was no need to overthink it. The deed was done. Even if trouble arose, as long as his goods weren't stolen or robbed, they were protected by the Alliance's official laws. In short, Mew was lucky he sold them to the Pokémon League's friendly shop. Otherwise, he might have really gotten himself into trouble. Comet fragments are precious, and the Pokémon League has always used them to study outer space, so they are almost strictly prohibited from being acquired by private groups for special research. Ultimately, comet fragments are ownerless objects, falling from outer space to Earth. However, they possess extremely high research value and unknown power, so the Pokémon League, to avoid uncontrollable events, directly buys them back at a high price. This situation is similar to Mew finding a meteorite in his previous world. However, there are significant differences between his previous world and this one. After a deep conversation with Mew gained a more profound understanding of the Pokémon League's official stance. His final conclusion was that since he had already sold 6 comet fragments to the Pokémon League, and they knew the fragments came from him, there was no need to hide them anymore. He planned to sell the rest to other organizations. Although he might get more money, if it were discovered, it would be a crime. As for keeping some, he would keep 2. He contacted shopkeeper. Natsuki discussed it with him. After 2 days and nights, Professor Ivy had clearly investigated Mew's basic information thoroughly. Mew he hadn't explicitly stated it, Natsuki could sense it. It was true that the Pokémon world was M's ideal world in his past life, but even ideal worlds have cruel rules. Mew didn't intend to delve deeper. After all, he was willing to accept anything that benefited him. What shocked Natsuki was learning from shopkeeper that his father had already spoken to the higher-ups in the league. He felt a sense of leniency, as if being confessed had brought him good fortune. Mew also realized more clearly that his father was indeed extraordinary, even knowing the higher-ups in the league. The original owner of this body was truly born with a silver spoon in his mouth without realizing it, only thinking of himself as an ordinary rich second generation. In short, the transaction of the 13 comet fragments went smoothly, and Mew once again earned 78 million league coins. Chapter 26. Had Mew known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have been so conservative. Although this sale had successfully boosted his personal wealth to over 100 million, no one is ever truly satisfied, and Mew was no exception. Simply put, trying to make quick money this way again was unrealistic. He needed to find legitimate ways to earn money, instead of profiting as a middleman. Mew needed more money, not only for himself, but also to train his Pokémon more quickly in the future. Leaving the friendly shop and walking home, Mew was actually quite worried about his situation. After this incident, he feared his money would be under the League's official surveillance. If investigated further, how would he explain? Where did the money go? After all, small purchases in the system shop were somewhat explainable, but large sums. It was a real headache. The Game Shark simulator didn't have a communication function. He had to explore and discover everything himself. Actually, Mew had already thoroughly researched the Game Shark simulator's functions, but he hadn't previously considered delving into some of the more obscure information. Because of this in-depth exploration, Mew, after much trial and error, triggered the protection information panel of the cheat simulator. Upon seeing it, Mew was completely relieved. According to the cheat simulator's settings, spending in the system store was under special protection. Not only would it not arouse suspicion, but even if deliberately investigated, it would be defined as normal consumption. Truly God-level protection, the power of the rules empowered him, allowing Mew to boldly make subsequent purchases. Back home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Museali was still awake, waiting for Mew to return. Earlier at the friendship store, Mew had received a phone call, but after exchanging a few words with Museali, he hung up. After a simple meal, Mew, led by Museali, toured the renovated garden. It was astonishing. In just one day, both the front and backyards had undergone a complete transformation. Especially the backyard. Although less than half completed, the river had been dug, and a large pond had been created in the center of the yard. It could easily accommodate not only the red Gyarados, but also a dozen or more. With such ample space, Mew's Pokémon wouldn't have to spend so much time confined to their Pokéballs. Growlithe, Lucario, the red Gyarados, and Beedrill could now roam freely. Mewzeli was overjoyed to see Lucario and Beedrill. The day before, the golden Magikarp had evolved into the red Gyarados, making her think her son was a genius among geniuses, evolving Magikarp in just one day. Having been a Pokémon trainer herself, Mewzeli knew firsthand the difficulty of evolving Magikarp. Today, Riolu had evolved into Lucario, and Beedrill too. In a sense, this proved her son truly had a talent for Pokémon training. Moreover, her son had finally caught his first Pokémon in the wild on his own. Growlithe was a gift from her, Riolu had practically delivered itself to her door, and the golden Magikarp was a gift from Mew's father, He. Even though it was the common Beedrill, it was still a good start. Big changes every day. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Mewzeli would have found it hard to believe. Looking back now, the past 10 days or so felt like a dream. The difference between her son before and after falling into the water was like night and day. Late at night, Mew finally managed to coax his mother to sleep, and then he went to further allocate effort values for his Beedrill. First, he cleaned it with berries, then used stat boosters and stat feathers. 510,000 league coins was just a drop in the ocean for Mew now. Looking at his account balance of 110,527,300 league coins, he wouldn't have dared to dream of this before he transmigrated. Beedrill's effort values: HP 0, attack 252, defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 6, speed 252. Max. Attack max speed. The current Beedrill is already quite powerful, unmatched in speed, and can even take the initiative against a red Gyarados and Lucario in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, even with the increased damage from hitting a critical spot thanks to the sniper ability, it can't one-shot the target. One reason is that its level is too low, resulting in insufficient attack, and the other is that its type doesn't have a type advantage, preventing damage stacking. To be precise, Beedrill currently wouldn't easily lose a one-on-one battle to a Pokémon of the same level, and could even easily defeat most ordinary Pokémon. However, if it encounters a Pokémon with high base stats or a type advantage, and can't quickly end the battle at the start, it will be quickly overwhelmed. Especially against Fire-type Pokémon like Growlithe or Flying types. Mega Evolution is still necessary. After much deliberation, Mew directly purchased a Beedrill Mega Stone and Evolution Key from the system shop. Very expensive. The Beedrill Mega Stone cost 5 million league coins, and the regular version of the Evolution Key cost 1 million league coins. The regular version of the Evolution Key. That's right, the system shop has two versions of Evolution Keys. The regular one can only be used with a single Mega Stone, and cannot be bound to other Mega Stones after use. The advanced one is the Universal Evolution Key, priced at a whopping 100 million league coins, making it prohibitively expensive. According to the explanation, as long as you have this Universal Evolution Key, you can perform unlimited Mega Evolutions on Pokémon equipped with different Mega Stones. It's tempting, but too expensive. 100 million league coins could buy 100 ordinary Evolution Keys. In Mew's understanding, there seem to be only a few dozen Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. While there are different forms, he can easily replace the Evolution Keys by utilizing his storage space, making a universal key unnecessary. The system is just trying to squeeze money out of him. Mew always had this feeling. Leaving aside the Universal Evolution Key, there's another point worth exploring. To perform Mega Evolution, besides the Mega Stone and Evolution Key, another condition needs to be met. Mega Evolution is limited by friendship level. Only when the friendship level reaches 200 or higher can it be triggered using a Mega Stone and Key. Therefore, Mew can't evolve Beedrill yet, because Beedrill's friendship level with him is only a pitiful 75 points, not even reaching 100. However, this is also a fortunate thing. 200 friendship points is very difficult to raise. But ZMU has already achieved the required friendship level with Growlithe and Lucario. ZMU also purchased Lucario's Mega Stone and Evolution Key without hesitation, spending another 6 million League coins. His balance, which had previously exceeded 100 million, dropped by 1 digit. Chapter 27. Lucario, are you ready to embrace a new transformation? Lucario, yes, Master ZMU. Holding the evolution key, ZMU and Lucario, now wearing the Mega Stone, locked eyes. The connection, amplified by aura, allowed Lucario to know what its master was about to do. For Lucario, this was magical, as it meant another evolution. The Growlithe, Beedrill, and Gyarados present were all curious about what their master meant by evolution. As ZMU's Pokémon, they knew their master was extraordinary, seemingly capable of many unexpected things. Especially Beedrill, who had also received a Mega Stone from ZMU. Although it didn't know how to use it, it was instinctively excited. Just moments before, its strength was far less than it was now, but drinking the delicious beverage ZMU had given it had greatly enhanced some of its abilities. He seemed to have inexhaustible energy, and his speed seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation. It wasn't a sudden burst of power. This enhancement felt like a reward for his hard work, like a dreamlike experience of extreme training. This subconsciously made him realize that he needed to work even harder to improve his physical attack and speed. Only then could he become stronger. Now, with yet another enhancement method available, how could he not be excited? The 3 little ones remained silent, quietly watching ZMU and Lucario as bystanders. Come on, this is the first, Mega Evolution. Holding the evolution key in his hand, ZMU gave the command, and the key suddenly emitted a dazzling 7-colored light, creating a special connection with the Mega Stone worn by Lucario. Drawn by some force, the light from the evolution key and the light from the Mega Stone intertwined and merged, finally enveloping Lucario's body. Mega Evolution, perfectly executed. As the light dissipated from Lucario, a unique mark of Mega Evolution appeared for a fleeting moment. This signified successful evolution. Mega Lucario. In appearance, its hands and feet turned blood red, numerous black stripes appeared on its body, its skin and fur were darker and thicker, and sharp spikes grew on the backs of its hands and feet. In short, it was far more imposing than before, its aura far surpassing its pre-evolution form. Finally, its size was not only taller, but also more robust, its entire body brimming with extreme explosive power. Because of Mega Evolution, ZMU could feel Mega Lucario's aura expanding to its limit. That immense aura energy seemed to be the source of Mega Lucario's immense power. Moreover, his aura and Mega Lucario's aura were connected, seemingly complementing each other in some way, and he too had become stronger in a sense. This feeling is truly amazing. If my aura were strong enough, could I also unleash aura attacks like Aura Missile? ZMU thought to himself. In the original story, some special abilities could be materialized, just using different methods. This thought remained in his mind. ZMU figured he could try it out once he had a sufficiently powerful aura. Then, ZMU snapped out of his reverie and pulled up Mega Lucario's current attribute panel. ZMU was mainly focused on its ability. Sure enough, after evolution, nothing else changed. The biggest change was that its ability changed from righteousness to adaptability. With this ability, moves of the same type would have significantly increased power. It was the same as the ability change after Beedrill evolved into Mega Beedrill. Lucario tilde roar tilde. ZMU, did I really evolve again? I feel so strong now. Mega Lucario said to ZMU. He was also showing off, incredibly excited. He just used the power of Mew awakening during the day to increase their friendship level and complete their evolution. Then, tonight they underwent Mega Evolution. Mega Lucario was definitely getting a little cocky. Yeah, this is Mega Evolution, also called Super Evolution. Because we're so in sync, we were able to use an evolution stone and an evolution key to complete this special evolution, boosting our strength in a short time, ZMU explained. The 3 little ones gathered around, their eyes shining. desire, eagerness, excitement. Especially Beedrill, who already had a Mega Stone. Growlithe and Gyarados wanted it too, but they could only wait. Mew didn't directly buy Gyarados' Mega Stone partly because he considered Growlithe's feelings. Right now, Growlithe hadn't evolved yet, and Arcanine didn't have a Mega Stone. Knowing that everyone else could evolve while he couldn't, Growlithe would definitely be sad. As Pokémon that wanted to become stronger, Mew's Growlithe, Beedrill, and Gyarados all yearned to evolve and become even stronger. Unlike the problem Pokémon Ash caught in the original series, none of them evolved. The idea that they could become stronger without evolving is nonsense. It's true that Ash's Pokémon defeated some of their final evolved forms in the anime, but that was mostly by shortcuts. Take his starter Pokémon, Squirtle and Bulbasaur. If they had evolved into Blastoise and Venusaur, Ash's strength would have been far greater than in the original series. Reaching the top 4 in the Indigo League, or even winning, wouldn't have been impossible. Unfortunately, Charizard, which could have dominated, wouldn't have obeyed. Ultimately, this is related to Ash's immature training methods at the time. He talked about respecting his Pokémon, but in reality, he didn't know how to guide them, was overly compliant, and didn't try to change them, emphasizing his own trainer characteristics. This was the beginning of a mistake. This led to various bizarre things later on, such as casually giving away his Pokémon. To put it bluntly, he squandered a great opportunity. Anyone else would have done a much better job. Of course, Pikachu is an exception among the non-evolving problem children. With its cheat codes and protagonist status, it's definitely different. In real-world terms, it's blessed with great luck. It becomes stronger when facing strong opponents and weaker when facing weaker ones. When powerful, it can even defy legendary Pokémon, even defeating Arceus. When weak, it can't even beat a rookie's Snivy, getting unilaterally crushed. Stupid became a common nickname around that time. Ash's evaluation comes to mind. At first, he was just a childish Ash, or at worst, a silly Ash. Later, he finally achieved the title of wise, thanks to his Greninja, but then the style suddenly changed, and he reverted to being a childish Ash. In short, even though Ash eventually became the Pokémon World Champion. In Mew's opinion, this was undoubtedly full of exaggeration and forcibly pushed up by a group of champions. Mew is very familiar with the original anime plot. Although many plot points have been forgotten over time, subconsciously, whenever he encounters certain familiar things, some long-forgotten memories are still awakened. Chapter 28. He, having guided Mega Lucario through the garden, demonstrated its speed and power, giving him a clear assessment of its strength. Its base stats had increased from 525 to 625, a truly significant difference. Even though the speed increase wasn't as outstanding as its attack and special attack, it was still substantial. In short, Mega Lucario's current strength allowed it to easily defeat a level 41 Growlithe. Even with its steel type being weak to Growlithe's fire type, the outcome wouldn't change. With Mega Evolution, it could easily defeat an opponent of the same level despite a type disadvantage, unless it was suppressed by a higher level or a higher base stat. Against a level 41 Arcanine, Mega Lucario's victory would be much more difficult. He's initial calculations suggested this increase was between 5 and 10 levels. In other words, a level 36 Lucario, after Mega Evolution, was at least comparable to a level 41 Arcanine and possibly even stronger. Against ordinary Pokémon, and with type advantage, defeating level 46 or even 50 Pokémon wouldn't be a problem. Alright, deactivate Mega Evolution, Lucario. After understanding the situation, Mew deactivated Mega Lucario's state. Deactivating, it was actually just a matter of Mew unilaterally cutting it off. Mega Evolution, while achieved using a Mega Stone and Evolution Key, was, after experiencing it firsthand, something Mew understood was Bond-Pact Evolution. It was just different from Ash and Greninja's Bond-Pact Evolution in the original story. In short, that was a cheat code exclusive to Ash, otherwise, it wouldn't have the exclusive title. Deactivating the evolution, Mega Lucario reverted to its original Lucario form. This evolution wasn't permanent. Lucario understood, as did Growlithe, Beedrill, and the red Gyarados. Even so, it's still a way to become stronger, and they all want to possess it. Zia Mew's answer was that he currently only had Mega Stones for Lucario and Beedrill. He planned to find Mega Stones for Gyarados and Arcanine later, giving Growlithe a glimmer of hope. As for Gyarados, he'd deal with that later. At least with Growlithe by his side and unable to Mega Evolve, it wouldn't have any negative feelings even if it wanted to. Regarding Beedrill, who already had a Mega Stone, Zia Mew replied that it would be fine once they were more in sync. This left Beedrill with a cliffhanger to see if their bond would increase rapidly in the coming days. That night, Zia Mew, after much deliberation, stayed up very late before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Zia Mew was awakened by a phone call. Looking at the time, it was only a little before 7:30, and the caller was Professor Elm. After a brief conversation, Zia Mew learned the purpose of Professor Elm's call. After their encounter the day before yesterday, Professor Ivy collected information about Riolu. She hadn't been able to contact him yesterday due to other commitments, but finally managed to squeeze in some time today. So, she wanted to take advantage of the free morning to conduct further research on Riolu. Of course, she phrased it tactfully, because she couldn't force Ziahi if he didn't have time. Besides, as Riolu's trainer, she needed Ziahi's permission to conduct research. Ziahi didn't refuse. After all, Professor Ivy had helped him in a way, and he might need her help in the future, so he agreed. Ultimately, Pokémon researchers like them mainly collect data and make new discoveries, generally without endangering the safety of Pokémon. However, some things needed to be said up front, and he also told Professor Ivy that Riolu had now evolved into Lucario. Although it evolved from Riolu, Lucario was no longer Riolu. He hadn't expected that just mentioning Riolu's evolution would make Professor Ivy even more eager to come and conduct research. So instead of Zia Mew taking Lucario to the Pokémon lab in Cinnabar Island, Zia Mew waited at home for Yumi to come over. After agreeing on a time, Zia Mew quickly got up and washed. Then he went downstairs to find his mother, Mew Zeolai. After a simple breakfast, Zia Mew casually mentioned that Professor Ivy was coming to study Lucario. Sure enough, judging from his mother's reaction, her relationship with Professor Ivy was quite close. Perhaps there was an age gap, but their relationship was probably not much different from that of best friends. After chatting with his mother for a while, they talked about his father's affairs in Hone. After learning that everything was going smoothly, Zia Mew decided to go to the backyard to see the 4 little ones. The 4 little ones had stayed in the backyard last night out of curiosity. Coincidentally, the construction workers arrived at that time to continue the work that hadn't been finished the day before. Zia Mew took the initiative to lead them into the backyard and also showed them the design drawings that Mew Zeolai had given them. It must be said that his mother had really thought things through. This was practically turning the place into their own private mini-wilderness area. Zia Mew led them to the backyard and saw how they were carrying out the garden renovation. There were 6 people in total, with clear division of labor and everything running smoothly. Machop and Machoke were responsible for building walls and fences and planting trees. Geodude and Graveler handled the heavy lifting, helping with moving things and tidying up the messy rubble and useless debris in the yard. Diglett, Dugtrio, Bellsprout, and Tangela, along with others, tended the lawn, tilled the land, and dug small streams. The backyard was large and spacious. It wouldn't have been possible without dozens or even hundreds of Pokémon. Now, with the construction team at work, it suddenly felt bustling with activity. This left Zia Mew and the 4 little ones completely stunned. The efficiency was simply too high. Zia Mew thought would take at least a week or 2 to complete. Now, after recalculating, could be finished even if not today. Another day would be enough. And according to the leader, they aimed to finish all the renovations by evening. A full half-hour passed, and Zia Mew remained in awe. It wasn't until Professor Ivy arrived that Zia Mew's attention was diverted. After greeting Professor Ivy, Keishu temporarily handed over the task of entertaining Zia Mew and hurriedly left, saying she had to go to the company and would be back soon. Zia Mew and Professor Ivy didn't have much to say, only engaging in some simple discussions and exchanges about Pokémon knowledge. Professor Ivy wasn't one to dawdle, so she immediately began gathering information on Lucario. Zia Mew had already prepared Lucario for this, so Lucario was quite cooperative. The sooner it cooperated, the sooner it would be over. However, what was originally just gathering information about Lucario became even more exciting when Professor Ivy saw Zia Mew's red Gyarados. Shiny Pokémon are incredibly rare, let alone a Pokémon like Gyarados, which is known for its fierce reputation and is not commonly seen. Zia Mew was completely overwhelmed. He truly hadn't expected Pokémon research to be so complex and troublesome. He thought it would just be basic information gathering, but it turned out to involve all sorts of details. During the research process, Professor Ivy also contacted many well-known Pokémon professors to share information. Among them is Professor Oak, the most famous professor in the Kanto region. Chapter 29. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Mom returned right on time before noon, otherwise Zia Mew would have been quite troubled. After all, Mom and Professor Ivy were quite familiar, and he only knew some information about Professor Ivy from the original story. Aside from some Pokémon knowledge, Zia Mew had nothing to discuss with Professor Ivy. In the end, being with Professor Ivy would be awkward. After all, he had lived 2 lives and wasn't really 18 years old. Although Professor Ivy was much older than him, she exuded a mature charm. Leaving aside her looks, her figure was truly amazing. Zia Mew was indeed attracted and couldn't help but let his mind wander. As a normal man, his love of beauty was naturally the same as most men. With Mom's involvement, Zia Mew felt much more relaxed. At least he could distract himself and didn't have to face Professor Ivy alone. After finishing his initial research, Professor Ivy, at Mewziali's invitation, had lunch at home. During the meal, Zia Mew didn't speak and deliberately avoided looking at those white, full breasts. Deep down, Zia Mew was somewhat worried. He wondered if Professor Ivy had noticed the glances he'd been giving her. After dinner, Professor Ivy and Mewziali chatted over tea. Zia Mew didn't participate, instead feeding her Pokémon in the backyard and also giving some food to the construction team's Pokémon. Professor Ivy didn't leave until after 12:30. After she left, Zia Mew breathed a sigh of relief. Young people are full of vigor and easily tempted. If they were alone together a few more times, even with restraint, impure thoughts would arise. Sighed Tilda after so many years with Professor Ivy, this time she's really leaving Cinnabar Island for a long time. Mewziali's sudden words startled Zia Mew. Professor Ivy is leaving the Pokémon Research Institute in Cinnabar City, Zia Mew asked curiously. Thinking back to the original story, it was true that in less than 2 months, the Indigo League would conclude, and Ash and his friends would soon embark on a new journey, heading to the Orange Islands in GS Balls to participate in the Orange Islands Winners' Cup. Actually, Professor Ivy has been traveling back and forth between Suburea and the Orange Islands for the past few months. This time, the Pokémon professor on Dakin Island was transferred by the League due to a job change, and she has been officially appointed as the resident professor there. Speaking of which, Professor Ivy originally from Dakin Island in the Orange Islands, and her dream has always been to contribute to her hometown. Mewziu's words revealed more of the inside story to Zia Mew. So that's how it is. No wonder Zia Mew was working on Round Island. It turns out Zia Mew was already shuttling between the 2 islands and had genuinely intended to return to the Orange Islands to conduct research. His time travel just happened to coincide with this period. Seeing the sadness in Mewziu's eyes, Zia Mew tried to ease the atmosphere, saying, "Everyone has their own path to walk. Since Professor Ivy dreams of returning to the Orange Islands to develop her career, she naturally has her own plans. Mom, you don't need to be sad. If you miss your good friend, you can always go there. I've heard that Dakin Island is a popular resort destination." Hearing Zia Mew's words, Mewziu squinted at him. My son can even spout such profound wisdom now. It seems your recent experiences have really helped you grow a lot. Mew felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. I'm 18 years old now. I understand everything I need to understand. I just didn't express it before. After finishing her sentence, Mew changed the subject. So, after Professor Ivy left, our research institute in Fuchsia City is left without anyone to oversee it. Or is it that besides Professor Ivy, there are other senior researchers in Fuchsia City? A thoughtful expression appeared on Mewtwo's face, and she said uncertainly, I heard your father mention it last time. It seems a Pokémon professor named Professor Magnolia will be temporarily coming to study Pokémon in the Kanto region, and she just happened to be assigned to Fuchsia City. Professor Magnolia, Mew searched her memory. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind. Mulan, isn't that the old lady professor from the Galar region? As the first person to research Dynamax, in the original story, she used wishing stars to attract Galar particles and developed the Dynamax band based on its absorption properties, thus enabling Pokémon to Dynamax. Although she didn't know what stage the story had reached there, Mew guessed that the Galar region was currently in a period of internal strife, and Dynamax was beginning to become popular there, but it was not yet known to the world. Just like Mega Evolution, it's currently being researched extensively in the Kalos region, but news of it hasn't spread yet. Considering Ash's current participation in the Indigo League, the Galar anime storyline he knows about is at least 3 or 4 years away from unfolding. Let's say each region takes about 6 months. Kanto, Orange Islands, Johto, Hone, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola. After experiencing these 8 regions, it's Galar's turn. As for the Paldea region, let's not even mention it. So, Professor Magnolia's research in Kanto is probably to avoid some trouble, right? Speaking of which, Mew's understanding of Professor Magnolia is so deep because of Sonia. Whether in the game or the anime, Sonia has always been Mew's ideal. Lively yet mature, rational yet not rigid, plus a beautiful face and a curvaceous figure, especially those big, beautiful eyes, almost flawless. He just wonders how far Sonia and Leon's relationship has progressed in the real world. After all, the anime provides very little information, leaving more room for the audience's imagination. As for Sonia in the game, although she and Leon are childhood friends, they don't have much dialogue except for some plot requirements. Seeing her son deep in thought, Mewtwo asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you know this Professor Magnolia?" Hearing this, Mew suddenly came back to his senses, throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He had been overthinking things. Even if he had transmigrated to the Pokémon world, even if her relationship with Leon was just that of good friends, so what? He wouldn't have had the chance to get close to her, let alone win her over. Returning to his thoughts, Mew casually replied, "I think I've heard of her before, but I don't know her personally. But it shouldn't be related to us, right?" Changing the subject, Mew was also hiding his true feelings. Now that you mention it, there is some connection, after all. Our family has invested in the Pokémon Research Institute in Cinnabar City in a sense. With Mewtwo's explanation, Mew learned some things he didn't know before. It turned out that his family even had a stake in the Pokémon Research Institute in Cinnabar Island. No wonder his father had connections with the League's higher-ups. Suddenly, Mew had a thought that he might be able to do whatever he wanted from now on. Chapter 30. After chatting with Mewtwo for a while, Mew finally left home with the 4 little ones. He had spent the entire morning assisting Professor Ivy with his research, and he needed to speed things up in the afternoon to make up for the lost time. Mew also told Mewtwo that she would be back late that night, and that she didn't need to wait for him for dinner. After these past few days, Mewtwo's worries about Mew had lessened, and she was now completely at ease. Leaving Cinnabar Island, Mew rode his mountain bike towards Lake Crescent, deep within the Cinnabar forest. Riolu and Growlithe naturally followed alongside. In a sense, this was also a way to train their endurance. Even if the amount of training was negligible, it was better than some simple warm-up exercises. Beedrill and Gyarados were also there. Mew continued along the river, so Gyarados could swim freely in the water. Although Beedrill didn't have the flying type, its flying speed was indeed quite fast. Half an hour later, Mew returned to Lake Crescent with the 4 little ones. His first instinct was naturally to check the energy cubes he'd left behind yesterday, since they were for Mew. He'd feel uneasy if they hadn't been eaten. Seeing the box open and the energy cubes already gone, he felt a little relieved. After asking the nearby wild Pokémon and confirming that Mew had eaten them, he smiled knowingly. Even though Mew wasn't there, he still had to keep his promise and bought another box of energy cubes to leave. He also took out another box containing some desserts, which he'd bought at a dessert shop before leaving Cinnabar Island for 200 league coins. It has to be said, although it was only 200 league coins, it was more expensive than a box of energy cubes. To prevent them from being eaten by other Pokémon, Mew fed the wild Pokémon around them so they could keep watch. Time flew by, and it was evening. Mew had spent the afternoon leading his 4 Pokémon to challenge high-level wild Pokémon in the forest. Of course, they didn't just target high-level Pokémon. They also hunted down Pokémon level 25 and above on a large scale. It has to be said, the battles these past few days had been quite fierce. Many Pokémon had actually fought Mew's Pokémon before, so some hid when they saw him approaching. In short, the harvest wasn't great, and the leveling progress was getting slower and slower. Growlithe only leveled up by 1, Lucario, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados only by 2. As night fell, Mew rested with his 4 Pokémon by Cinnabar Lake, cooking food. Unfortunately, Mew still hadn't appeared. Mew had only held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that Mew was probably hiding and that if he persisted, or if he used very fragrant food, he could lure it out. Reality taught him another harsh lesson. Most importantly, the energy cubes and sweets he had placed there were untouched. The wild Pokémon told him that Mew hadn't appeared since. Either Mew is intentionally avoiding me, or it has truly left Round Island. These are 2 possibilities. To determine which is which, he'd have to wait until tomorrow. Mew hoped it was the former, perhaps a test from Mew. After all, Mew hadn't appeared yesterday, and when he returned the next day at noon, the energy cubes were indeed gone. If he comes back tomorrow and the energy cube is eaten again, it means Mew hasn't left, but just doesn't intend to see him. However, if it remains unchanged tomorrow, he'll have to wait 7 days until he enters the new island to meet Mew again. But by then, the anticipation of their first meeting will be gone, replaced by resentment. Making a promise only to leave without saying goodbye feels like being played. As night falls, Mew takes his 4 little ones into a night battle for the first time. It must be said, the Round Island forest at night is eerie and terrifying. Strange sounds and the cries of unknown Pokémon echo through the forest, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, his 4 little ones are with him, so Mew isn't alone and isn't truly afraid. Surprisingly, Pokémon of all levels, both high and low, come out of the forest at night. Mew even encounters many Pokémon above level 45. A level 47 Pinsir, a level 47 Parasect, a level 46 Ariados, 3 level 46 Bellossom. Besides these, there were at least 2 or 3 times more Bug-type Pokémon above level 30 than during the day. Where did they hide during the day? This clearly shows that the forest at night is indeed Bug-type's domain. Even though there were quite a few Grass-type Pokémon, most were in a semi-dormant state. Most fortunately, Mew unexpectedly entered a valley and discovered a group of Scyther around level 40. Surprisingly, some bug grass-type Pokémon from other regions also lived there, such as Ninjask, Volcarona, Psyduck, and Leavanny. A battle was inevitable. Mew's reckless intrusion with his 4 little ones immediately aroused the hostility of the Scyther swarm, resulting in a group attack. It gave Mew the feeling of encountering a single Pokémon appearing in large numbers, just like in the games. Unfortunately, there wasn't a shiny Scyther, otherwise Mew would have liked to catch one. After all, in the game, he spent his later days specifically farming shiny Pokémon, spending countless hours among various Pokémon that appeared in large numbers. If a shiny Pokémon appeared, no matter how ugly it was still shiny and he had to catch it. This mindset naturally remained unchanged in this world. For example, shiny Dragonite and shiny Espeon were indeed ugly, but they couldn't resist being shiny. After a fierce battle, Mew and the four little ones, though also quite battered, still managed to win. To be fair, it was fortunate that they had been practicing fighting high-level groups recently. Otherwise, they would have really been defeated this time. When they left the forest and returned to Round Island City, Growlithe was already level 44, Lucario was level 40, Red Gyarados was level 38, and Beedrill was level 38. This was indeed much more than what they had gained in an afternoon. However, this level of improvement was only average, especially the improvement after level 40, where each level was a major hurdle. Recalling the progress of the previous few days, that improvement was clearly visible to the naked eye. In short, starting tomorrow, Mew will have to make other plans. Round Island Forest is no longer the best place to level up, unless he encounters another large swarm of Scyther like today. But the probability of that is extremely low, and he can't possibly go there to farm again tomorrow. Most importantly, for the next period of time, the wild Pokémon will likely deliberately hide from him due to the immense pressure they've been under recently. Mew can't possibly use those level 10 plus wild Pokémon as bait again. Even if he did, the experience points wouldn't be much. Chapter 31. It was quite late, but Mew didn't go home. Instead, he went to the Pokémon Center in Cinnabar Island City. Although he had treated the 4 Pokémon with healing spray and replenished their stamina with energy cubes after the day's battles, he still needed Nurse Joy to check on their overall condition. This was something Mew did every 2 or 3 days, essentially giving his Pokémon a checkup to rule out any potential problems. Under Nurse Joy's care, Growlithe, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill all received thorough examinations. The Pokémon were all in excellent health. While they had some injuries, these were common in Pokémon battles, and these minor injuries could be fully recovered with basic treatment in a short time. After thanking Nurse Joy and Chansey, Mew took his Pokémon home. It was already 11 p.m. Although many shops were still open, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets. Aside from a few late-night snack shops still having quite a few people, the nightclubs were also bustling with activity. Mew didn't have a habit of eating late-night snacks, although he was somewhat interested in the late-night food scene in the Pokémon world. As for nightclubs, he had been there in his previous life, but as an ordinary person, he only went on rare occasions with friends since the cost was too high. Ultimately, Mew was also very interested in the bars and karaoke rooms in the Pokémon world. He wondered what they were like. Were they similar to those in his previous life, or would they have a different kind of charm? It must be said, he was now 18 and an adult, so he was no longer restricted from going to such entertainment venues. Of course, it was just a thought. Mew wouldn't actually go. At least not now. Walking down the street, Growlithe and Lucario accompanied him. In the quiet atmosphere, with cars occasionally passing by, Mew's mind cleared, and he felt much more relaxed. Not far from home, Mew suddenly heard a commotion coming from the park's battle arena. He knew without a doubt that trainers were battling Pokémon. But battling Pokémon in the middle of the night, didn't these people really get any rest or sleep? Let's go, Growlithe, Lucario, let's go check it out. Intrigued, Mew led the 2 children towards the sound. Only when they entered the park and reached the Pokémon battle area did Mew see what was going on. It was even more lively than he had imagined. At this hour, none of these children's families seemed to care. The Pokémon world truly is the Pokémon world. If this were Mew's previous life, teenagers would probably still be unable to take care of themselves, and if they weren't home by this hour, their parents would likely call the police. The children here ranged in age from 11 or 12 to 15 or 16. Mew was the oldest among them. He approached discreetly, reaching the outer edge of the crowd. Everyone was watching the Pokémon battle, so no one noticed his arrival. A boy and a girl, around 15 years old, were battling. The boy was using a level 39 Nidoqueen, and the girl was using a level 38 Sandslash. These levels surprised Mew. He then took the opportunity to observe the Pokémon of the surrounding trainers. While most of the Pokémon they carried were low level, only around level 20, some were high level. The highest level was a level 46 Ninetales, 2 levels higher than his Growlithe. Am I just ignorant? So, ordinary trainers can also have high-level Pokémon. Mew suddenly felt his worldview being challenged. His previous ideas were mostly based on the games. He used to think that random Pokémon in games weren't very good, and their levels weren't very high. For example, after transmigrating, Mew thought that the Pokémon of random trainers were at most level 20 or 30, and anything over level 30 was considered very strong. At least that's how he perceived them in Cinnabar Island City. Coupled with the influence of the game, Mew assumed that Pokémon over level 40 were already considered elite among gym leaders. Over level 50 was another level altogether, representing top-tier league champion trainers. Now, thinking about it, he realized he'd been a bit foolish. Someone of a certain age, if they focused on training a Pokémon, could probably raise it to over level 40 or 50. In other words, what's wrong with random trainers? In this real world, everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Everyone is a living, breathing human being. Suddenly, a new thought popped into Mew's mind. Lately, he'd been grinding wild Pokémon to level up, and hadn't considered battling trainers' Pokémon for experience. He'd previously thought the amount was too small to be satisfying, so he'd ignored it. Now his thinking was different. If he could find some trainers of similar level, even those lower level, the experience points gained would definitely be more than from wild Pokémon, and it would have a better effect on the Pokémon's growth. Perhaps he really should set off on his journey earlier. To find some high-level trainers, those gym trainers would be the best choice. Although he didn't have much time, there were gyms on Cinnabar Island, weren't there? Blaine, as the gym leader of Cinnabar Gym, was, in a sense, his grandfather. Sandslash, one more time, quickly close in and use Slash on Nidoqueen. Don't even think about it. Nidoqueen head-on attack Megaton Punch. Boom! As the head-on collision occurred again, the two Pokémon once again created a huge impact. Sandslash had the upper hand in terms of strength, and their fighting spirit was even stronger. This time I will definitely defeat you, Sandslash. Tear Claw, keep attacking. The girl was obviously eager to win, but the rhythm of her commands was not disordered. Such aggressive attacks can indeed be very effective under normal circumstances, but since both are ground type and their levels are similar, if a winner cannot be determined in a short time, continuing to use normal type attacks will only become less effective. You're too naive to think you can defeat my Nidoqueen. Your Sandslash is indeed stronger than before, but my Nidoqueen has also learned new moves. Nidoqueen, use Ice Punch, the boy commanded. Nidoqueen roared, and it withstood Sandslash's Rip Claw. Even though its defense was lowered by one stage, it still managed to unleash Ice Punch. Boom! A loud bang. Sandslash took the hit from the Ice Punch and was sent flying backward in pain. The advantage of type advantage in moves is absolutely outstanding in battles of the same level. Clearly, Nidoqueen had mastered a move that was super effective against ground types, while Sandslash's female trainer hadn't truly realized how to win by using type advantage. Even if Sandslash didn't have ice, grass, or water moves that are super effective against ground types, Nidoqueen still has the poison type. Sandslash's ground type moves would still be very effective against Nidoqueen. A classic case of being too clever for its own good, choosing the most foolish way to fight, a head-on clash. Chapter 32. Sandslash is unable to battle, Nidoqueen wins, therefore Yuichi wins this match. The boy acting as referee announced the result after confirming that Sandslash was unable to battle. The entire arena erupted in commotion. Initially, everyone thought that Sandslash's attacks were so fierce that it would surely win. Who knew Sandslash would be so easily defeated? Its final Ice Punch seemed rather ordinary, yet it collapsed. Most people simply thought Sandslash was weak, unlike Nidoqueen, who seemed unharmed despite taking so many hits. But smart people knew that the type advantage, plus the critical hit, meant Sandslash had already exhausted a lot of stamina from its continuous attacks. It was no wonder it couldn't withstand that blow. If Nidoqueen's level were lower, perhaps Sandslash would have had a chance to continue fighting. But the fact was that Nidoqueen and Sandslash were roughly the same level, so it was normal for someone of the same level to be defeated like this. You lost, Ziolan. As agreed, transfer 3,000 league coins to me. Yuichi stepped forward with his Nidoqueen, seemingly smug. The girl called Ziolan was clearly unconvinced, but having lost, she could only recall her Sandslash and transfer the money to Yuichi. Losing a match and having to pay someone a certain amount of league coins. Seeing this, Zia Mew was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this just like battles in a game? Because the anime didn't have this setting, nor did it involve money, Zia Mew hadn't thought about it in this way since his transmigration. Now reality told him that battles between trainers were just that direct. It was even more realistic than games. In games, you can't refuse to fight, and there are always rewards and punishments after winning or losing, unless you don't walk past that NPC. A new idea popped into Zia Mew's mind. Since it was this battle mode, gaining experience points from these people's Pokémon would be much easier. Who else wants to battle? The minimum is 500 league coins. Just as Zia Mew was pondering this, a voice rang out again. Clearly, he was the one who organized this group. This made it even clearer to Zia Mew that the reason these trainers had gathered here in the middle of the night was to make money. A group of teenagers, but their minds were as mature as adults. Although it's a bit like bullying kids, how could I miss out on such a good thing? Zia Mew muttered to himself. While the trainers were discussing amongst themselves, Zia Mew organized his thoughts, obtained the consent of his Growlithe and Lucario, and stepped out of the crowd. Because of Zia Mew's appearance, his age and height, and the fact that he had a Growlithe and a Pokémon that no one had ever seen before, everyone's attention was focused on him. Some trainers even took out their Pokédex to check the information. Unfortunately, the Kanto region's Pokédex didn't have any information on Lucario, but two people's Pokédex did have Lucario's stats, which they then shared. The previously noisy atmosphere immediately quieted down. First time meeting you, are you also a trainer from our Cinnabar Island city? Bald Ali asked. Zia Mew smiled and nodded without speaking. Bald Ali didn't press further. As long as someone was willing to pay for a challenge, the gathering could continue. For first-time participants, there's a 1,000 league coin entry fee. Bald Ali stated the condition without hesitation. Hearing this, Zia Mew naturally couldn't help but overthink. Sure enough, whether in his past life or this one, attending any gathering always costs money. Otherwise, why would anyone let you participate? Okay, Zia Mew readily took out his phone, added the other person as a friend, and transferred 1,000 league coins. Then, after receiving Bald Ali's consent, he said what he had already prepared. 10,000 league coins per match. Who wants to play with me? If you win, I'll transfer the money right here. If you lose, it's fine, I don't need you to pay me league coins. Zia Mew spoke clearly, making sure everyone could understand him. Immediately, the entire arena erupted in cheers. The temptation of 10,000 league coins was too great for these teenagers. Even though many of these kids could afford it and their families had some assets, 10,000 league coins was still a considerable sum. For example, the match between Yuichi and Ziolan had a maximum of 3,000 league coins per match. You really dare to say that? 10,000 league coins, even I'm tempted to join in. Bald Ali's expression changed from calm to excitement. However, he wouldn't actually join in unless no one accepted the challenge. Soon, Yuichi, the trainer who had previously defeated Ziolan, stepped forward. I didn't get enough of the previous match. As a newcomer, although you're older than all of us, age doesn't automatically make you stronger. You saw my battle with Ziolan just now, so I'll battle you instead. Zia Mew maintained his smile, quite looking forward to his match. He was indeed a skilled trainer. Sure, there's no limit to the number of Pokémon you can use. As long as you can defeat one of my Pokémon, you can take 10,000 league coins from me. To maximize his profits, Mew was going all out. Taking on 6 at once was arrogant, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At worst, he'd lose, which would only cost him 10,000 league coins. Of course, Mew was quite confident in his own strength and the strength of his Pokémon. Too arrogant, is he looking down on us? Brother Yuichi, beat him up. You'd better not get taken down too quickly, or you'll never be able to hold your head up again. Mew's words did cause quite a stir. It was Bald Ali who spoke up, silencing everyone. Are you sure about this rule? Do you think you have the strength of a gym leader? Bald Ali asked. Mew replied with a smile, I don't know if there is or not, but just because I'm older than you, I'll give you some benefits. Let me make this clear beforehand, if I really take on 6 of you, then you really need to keep getting stronger. As soon as he said this, it was obvious that many people were furious and decided to make Mew pay. This was exactly what Mew wanted. After seeing his arrogance, these people would definitely not be able to hold back, especially those who were strong. They would definitely make a move. Mew was not interested in dealing with low-level trainers. Only high-level ones could bring huge experience rewards. I hope you can still be so calm in a while. Nidoqueen, I'm begging you one more time, Yuichi said coldly, sending out his Nidoqueen again. After the battle just now, your Nidoqueen is injured and its stamina has dropped a lot. Are you sure you don't want to switch to another one? Mew asked. Yuichi did not listen to Mew's words and said confidently, You should worry about yourself. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Growlithe, you go first. Mew thought for a moment and sent out Growlithe to lead the charge. Even with type advantage, what does it matter if Nidoran is low on health? He can easily win by level, or even without level advantage. Chapter 33. PFFD tilde hahaha tilde tilde. Yuichi laughed out loud, looking arrogant. Are you sure you want to use a Growlithe to fight my Nidoqueen? Don't be ridiculous. At this moment, he had no idea that Mew was about to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Yes, so you go first, this is your only chance. Mew wasn't angry, but instead smiled even more brightly. Seeing that his sarcasm had no effect, Yuichi immediately became furious and gave Nidoqueen the command. You're asking for it, so don't blame me, Nidoqueen, use Stomp, crush this dog. Nidoqueen roared to encourage itself and charged forward, completely disregarding Growlithe. Mew realized that Pokémon and their trainers had very similar personalities, both being overly arrogant. Growlithe faced Nidoqueen, its eyes displaying a powerful aura. Underestimate it. I'll show you why flowers are so red. Actually, Nidoqueen's attack power had already decreased due to Intimidate from the start. However, Nidoqueen still felt that this puppy posed no threat, so it fearlessly roared and attacked. Unfortunately, you missed your best opportunity. If I were you, I would have used Earthquake or Earth Power immediately. At least, regardless of the effect, it would have impacted the opponent. Your Stomp exposed a weakness to my Growlithe, Mew said calmly. When Nidoqueen got close, Mew's eyes changed drastically. Growlithe, already connected to him, didn't need his command and immediately used high-speed shift to flash behind Nidoqueen. Boom! A dense jet of flame struck Nidoqueen's back. A single fatal blow. Nidoqueen let out a painful howl, collapsed to the ground, and lost its ability to fight. Even though Flamethrower is a special attack, Growlithe's special attack stat is low due to its nature, but its base power is still considerable. Plus, the 5-level difference, while not huge, isn't insignificant either. Nidoqueen is unable to battle, Growlithe wins, so this match is. The young referee, not knowing Mew's name, hesitated. Mew, seeing his gaze, smiled and said, My name is Mew. The young referee nodded before continuing, so this match is Mew's victory. The verdict was announced, and everyone stared at Growlithe incredulously, questioning Yuichi and his Nidoqueen. So fierce just now, and now it was defeated in one move. One person couldn't help but burst into laughter, praising Growlithe for its skill. Undoubtedly, it was Xiaolan, the girl who had been defeated earlier. Yuichi stood there stunned, unable to recover for a long time, just staring at his Nidoqueen as if in a dream. Even though he was injured and exhausted from battling Sandslash, his opponent was just a puppy. Growlithe has always been used as a police dog, its combat ability considered average, so most trainers subconsciously assume it's easy to deal with. Come on, you don't only have one Nidoqueen, do you? If you can beat Growlithe, you can still get 10,000 League coins from me. Xiaomu used Yuichi as an example to let other trainers know he wasn't lying. Yuichi, upon hearing this, immediately became even angrier, taking out a Pokéball to recall Nidoqueen, then taking out another Pokéball. Don't be so smug, you're just injured and weak because you took Nidoqueen. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Go, Golduck. Level 37 Golduck, while not as high a level as a level 39 Nidoqueen, was still quite powerful. Moreover, using Water-type against Fire-type was a clever move by Yuichi. Growlithe, seeing its new opponent, its eyes filled with burning fighting spirit, used its Intimidate ability to suppress the opponent first. This kind of battle was indeed a first for Growlithe. Lucario besides Xiaomu was also eager to try, wishing it could immediately take Growlithe's place and have a good fight. Unlike fighting wild Pokémon, Pokémon battles between trainers also ignited their inner desire to win. Strike first, Golduck, use Water Gun. With that command, Yuichi launched another attack. The previous time, it was Xiaomu who gave him the opportunity. This time, he was attacking first. Of course, Xiaomu didn't care. In the game, because it involved turn-based combat, whoever attacked first would inevitably win. But the real world was different. Xiaomu preferred to counterattack. He would Xiaomu. Carefully observe his opponent's attack patterns and then counter them. Not using a higher-level Water-type move, you really look down on us. Growlithe, use Agility to dodge. Unlike Agility in the game, where a successful use of Agility directly increases speed by 2 levels. In the real world, this increase has various limitations, unlike other boosting skills. The conclusion drawn from the analysis was that Agility could increase speed by 2 levels during its use, and with continuous use, it could reach a boost of level 6 faster. However, after use, regardless of the boost level, the speed would revert to its original state unless used again to reaccumulate the boost. Most importantly, no other moves can be used midway, otherwise the stacking will be interrupted. At first, when testing it, Xiaomu felt it was somewhat unfair, but as he gradually adapted to the rules of this world, it seemed quite normal. Recalling the early plot of the original work, this change in move characteristics was like Pikachu using Quick Attack. In the game, it was a guaranteed first strike move, but in the anime, while the opponent might say, "Wow, that's fast," it was no longer an absolute first strike. Growlithe dodged Golduck's Water Gun attack, and its speed increased. Even facing continuous Water Gun attacks, it moved back and forth on the battle arena with ease. Yuichi was clearly somewhat annoyed. Water Pulse. Golduck obeyed, conjuring a Water Pulse and unleashing it. Xiaomu didn't give any commands, letting Growlithe continue using high-speed shift to dodge, its speed increasing until it reached a boost level 6. Golduck's Water Pulse missed, exploding like a bomb with considerable power, but it had no effect on Growlithe. At this moment, it was bewildered by Growlithe. Growlithe's figure was like a shadow clone, making it impossible to discern its exact location. It panicked. This was exactly the effect Xiaomu wanted. "You were the one attacking before. Now it's my turn, Growlithe Thunder Fang." With a command, Growlithe suddenly attacked, its explosive power even shattering the ground. Boom! Crackling tilde. A deafening roar, accompanied by streaks of lightning. Chapter 34. Golduck is unable to battle, Growlithe wins. The young referee, after confirming Golduck's inability to continue, immediately announced the result. Another uproar ensued. Many of them knew Yuichi's strength. Golduck, despite its type advantage, was completely helpless against a Growlithe. It was unbelievable. This situation also had a huge impact on the hearts of these young people. They had never imagined that a Growlithe could be trained to be so powerful. Brother Golduck, Yuichi finally came to his senses. He could accept Nidoqueen's loss. After all, the battle with Sandslash had taken a toll. But Golduck, at its peak, was defeated by Growlithe. He couldn't accept it, especially since Growlithe could learn Thunder Fang. Yuichi was puzzled. He had never studied Growlithe. Like him, most trainers didn't choose Growlithe, so their understanding of it was limited to the basics. If it had Fire Fang, no one would be surprised. Because this is a move Growlithe must learn, the fact that a Fire-type Growlithe can learn an Electric-type move undoubtedly tells them that Growlithe isn't as weak as they think. On the contrary, it can even counter Water types. It's fair to say these trainers are incredibly ignorant, and also that the game has given Growlithe a cheat code. As long as it has a TM, it can learn anything. If they knew that Growlithe could not only learn Thunder Fang, but also Wild Volt, what would they think? Of course, ZMU wouldn't let Growlithe learn that move. Even though Wild Volt has a power of 90, it will still take damage after use. Thunder Fang, while only having a power of 65, can easily one-shot some Water types with weak physical defense under such level and type advantage. If it were another Water type, even if it couldn't instantly KO, it could still quickly counter. Growlithe is like that, let alone its future evolution into Arcanine. However, even knowing how powerful Growlithe is, not many people will train it. After all, even if a dog can become stronger, evolution still requires a Fire Stone. For the average trainer, who would be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of League coins to buy evolution stones for Growlithe? Even though Arcanine is considered a legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, it doesn't mean Arcanine is incredibly strong. Without proper training, most Growlithes, even if they evolve into Arcanine, will end up being underutilized. Given your skill level, you must have other Pokémon, right? You can continue using other Pokémon. I won't change Growlithe's battles, ZMU continued. 2 battles should have yielded a considerable amount of experience points. But the combined experience from levels 39 and 37 isn't enough to raise Growlithe from level 44 to 45. Woof tilde tilde woof tilde tilde, Growlithe let out a fierce roar. It wasn't speaking, but expressing its excitement and conveying its fighting spirit. Not enough, absolutely not enough. ZMU suddenly imagined Growlithe taking on 10 opponents. On the other side, Yuichi was furious. He wouldn't admit defeat and retreat so easily. If he did, he'd be finished in the circle. There was only defeat, no desertion. Go Firo. With another command, Yuichi sent out his 3rd Pokémon. Level 38 Firo. This guy, definitely an elite trainer, right? All the Pokémon were close to level 40. If there was only one, it would be barely acceptable. He wondered if these were the strongest Pokémon he had trained over the years, or if there were even stronger ones. Facing an opponent like Firo again, Growlithe recalled the scene of being defeated and humiliated by Finch last time. Although it had later avenged itself by defeating that Firo, the memory was exceptionally vivid, etched into its heart. Its eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and its Intimidate ability took effect again, causing Firo's attack to drop. Let's see how you manage to hit me this time. In terms of speed, my Firo is definitely faster. Yuichi was extremely confident. At this moment, he hadn't even noticed that his Firo was affected by Growlithe's Intimidate. He hadn't paid attention to it in the previous 2 battles either. It was clear that while Yuichi had some skill and a good understanding of types, his battle talent was indeed limited to that. He knew nothing about abilities. That's not necessarily true. Come on, you can go first. ZMU showed no fear. Seeing Finch's information panel, he already knew how to deal with this Finch. Ultimately, Finch's battle style was very simple and direct, so there was no need for any tricks. Upon hearing ZMU words, Yuichi immediately issued the command. You toyed with me with agility before, now it's my turn. Spearow, agility close in, let them see our speed. Ka. Spearow let out a cry, flapping its wings and unleashing astonishing speed. Indeed, it was very fast, and with the added speed of agility, it seemed to be surpassing Growlithe. However, a single straight-line movement, especially in the air, couldn't cause much disruption, no matter how fast it was. This wasn't a game. ZMU had roughly guessed Yuichi's plan. ZMU had also mentally reached a consensus, with Growlithe using Aura. Growlithe should know what to do. Just as Spearow approached, seeing that Mew didn't give any commands and Growlithe remained motionless, Yuichi impatiently issued the command. Now, wing attack to knock it away. He assumed that Mew, like him before, didn't know how to react, and that Growlithe, like his Golduck, had lost its judgment. A wing attack came hurtling towards Growlithe, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. A long howl escaped its lips. This wasn't just a simple roar. It was a support move, boosting both its own and its teammates' attack. Immediately, Growlithe bared its fangs without hesitation. A flash of lightning, and Thunder Fang erupted once more. Facing the oncoming Finch, Growlithe disregarded the damage and bit down hard on Fearow's wing attack. Boom! The fierce collision did send Fearow flying, but Growlithe held its grip on Finch's wing. The exploding sparks caused Fearow to scream in pain, collapsing unconscious shortly after. Fearow is unable to battle. Growlithe wins, the young referee declared decisively. Although the battle itself was completely different, it was exactly the same as the previous one, relying on level advantage and type advantage. A smile played on Mew's lips, while Yuichi across from him gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He never imagined Mew's Growlithe would take the wing attack in such a way. Trading injury for injury, how shameless. Yuichi suddenly felt like he'd been tricked by Mew, a feeling of suffocation rising in his chest. I think I already know your Growlithe is really high level, but even so, a Growlithe is still a Growlithe. Yuichi recalled his Finch and immediately sent out a level 42 Magmar. Chapter 35. Magmar's appearance caused a huge heatwave. Mew's attention was originally on Growlithe, as it had leveled up after 3 battles. Seeing Magmar, his attention was inevitably drawn to it. As a very special fire-type Pokémon, Magmar's body temperature is rumored to reach 1200 degrees Celsius when it erupts. Previously, he only saw text descriptions in games, but now he experienced it firsthand. It truly is like a walking miniature volcano. Speaking of which, Mew had conducted in-depth research on Magmar. The reason was simple. It looked very imposing and cool in the game, and it was a powerful offensive Pokémon. If it weren't unobtainable at the start, it would be the best choice for players to progress through the game. If Magmar is like this, not to mention its later evolution into Magmortar, it has always been one of Mew's main fire-type Pokémon. Of course, Magmar's advantages don't stop there. Its family boasts a rich move pool covering a wide range of types. For example, it can learn Poison, Fighting, Dark, Ground, Electric, even Psychic and Ghost types. Anyone who's used it knows that aside from its relatively weak HP and defense, its attack, special defense, and speed are among the best in the early game. So even without the Magma booster to evolve into Magmar and reach a base stat total of 540, Magmar's base stat total of 495 is still quite high. It's worth mentioning that having 3 Pokémon nearing level 40, plus a level 42 Magmar, makes it a top-tier NPC in the game. Mew felt that even with a higher-level trainer in the real world, this level of strength would easily put it in the top 16 at the Indigo League. Mew was increasingly excited. He had previously underestimated ordinary trainers. This wave of experience points was incredibly satisfying. Perhaps Yuichi has 2 more high-level Pokémon. After defeating them one after another, Growlithe might even level up by 1. However, this battle was indeed a bit more difficult than before. Fortunately, Magmar's Flame Body ability wouldn't affect Growlithe. If Lucario or Beedrill had been brought in at the start, they would easily have been burned upon touching Magmar's body, resulting in a burn status. He never considered this situation when playing games before, because it was either you code them or they code you. Even if he got a status effect while progressing through the game, he could heal with medicine. Now it's different. While melee teams are strong, an all-melee team can be countered by certain abilities. After clearing the Mewtwo stage, he definitely wanted to train 2 Pokémon focused on special attack. Let's see what you do now, Magmar Flamethrower. Yuichi's voice rang out, bringing Mew back to his senses. Whoosh! A deep roar came from Magmar's mouth, and at the same time, a powerful flamethrower shot out, reaching extremely high temperatures. Mew made a decisive move. Let's use flamethrower too. Growlithe wasn't afraid at all, and unleashed a powerful flamethrower. Boom! The two flames collided, their power terrifying, creating a gust of wind and heat, causing many onlookers to gasp in surprise. Growlithe was suppressed. Because its special attack wasn't outstanding, even a 3-level difference was useless. However, Growlithe still managed to block this wave of attacks. Yuichi seemed to see a glimmer of hope for victory and shouted without hesitation, "Looks like your Growlithe's time is up. Magmar, flamethrower." Upon hearing this, Mew's expression changed slightly. Learning flamethrower at level 42 was understandable. Growlithe had also learned flamethrower at a low level. But flamethrower was different. Even if Magmar didn't evolve, it would need to reach level 48 to learn it, and according to Magmar's level setting, it would need to reach level 58 to learn flamethrower. If Magmar used flamethrower at level 50, Mew wouldn't be surprised. But this level difference means that unless a TM is used, it's impossible. Don't hesitate, Growlithe, use agility to dodge. Mew decisively dodged. Growlithe's strength level isn't enough to withstand this attack head-on. Even though it's a fire type, it won't be instantly killed, but if it takes this hit, things will get much harder. Flame Burst is incredibly powerful, but Growlithe, with the help of agility, avoids the attack. The ground was scorched by Flame Burst, leaving a large, indeterminate mark. Still using that trick, Magmar isn't Golduck, use Smokescreen to cover the field, Yuichi shouted. His Magmar was indeed quite capable. His Smokescreen covered half the field with flames and ash. This kind of field-like move is difficult to counter in the game. You just have to take it head-on. Not only did it have a power value of 80, but if it were a Pokémon of another type, it would likely suffer a burn. Your Magmar is indeed very well trained, but it doesn't seem to have learned any moves of other types. Mew's eyes gleamed with excitement. The thrill of this battle was something that wild Pokémon battles couldn't provide. Growlithe used the Smokescreen's fire to launch a frontal attack with Fire Wheel. Mew gave the command. Growlithe roared amidst the Smokescreen, and as it spun, flames enveloped its entire body, swirling the flames and ash to form an even more powerful Fire Wheel. In real-world Pokémon battles, everything can be utilized. Using fire to enhance the power of fire-type moves is certainly feasible. Mew studied this as he battled. What? Yuichi witnessed this unbelievable scene and was shocked. The Flame Wheel hit Magmar head-on, causing direct damage. However, being a fire type, even with its relatively low physical defense, it couldn't defeat Magmar in one hit. At most, it would only cause Magmar some pain. Of course, Mew's attack didn't stop there. Crunch! With a command, Growlithe changed its attack stance, dispelling the Flame Wheel while its Dark-type fangs lunged at Magmar's body. Seeing this, Yuichi hurriedly shouted, "Fire Punch to counter." Boom! The moves collided, creating a violent explosion. Growlithe was sent flying backward, and Magmar was also knocked back several meters. Seemingly evenly matched, both had suffered significant damage. One more flamethrower. Yuichi gritted his teeth and quickly gave the order. Magmar's flamethrower burst forth again. "Protect!" Mew shouted. Growlithe let out a roar, its entire body radiating a crystalline light, forming an invisible shield. The flamethrower was blocked by the light shield at close range, causing no damage. As the attack ended, a bead of cold sweat slid down Yuichi's cheek. He hadn't expected Growlithe to have such a move. "Fire Wheel!" Mew continued to command. Growlithe unleashed Fire Wheel again, like a fiery meat grinder, heading straight for Magmar. Yuichi quickly regained his senses. Although his brain was somewhat blank, he still issued the command as fast as possible. "Avoid Fire Wheel." Magmar was indeed fast and successfully dodged Growlithe's Fire Wheel. However, Mew's attack wasn't Fire Wheel. Fire Wheel created an opportunity, causing Magmar to expose an opening while moving, and Mew immediately shouted, "Stop Fire Wheel, use Crunch again." At this moment, Growlithe's reaction speed, honed from years of battling wild Pokémon, came into play. Woof! Growlithe roared and turned to attack. Crunch successfully struck Magmar's arm, causing significant damage. The Magmar groaned in pain, staggering backward. Yuichi was in a panic, Fire Punch to knock it back. Your rhythm is off, Growlithe. Use this opportunity to retreat and avoid Fire Punch, then unleash a flamethrower. Growlithe was incredibly agile. As it dodged Fire Punch, it simultaneously spewed Flamethrower from its mouth. Boom! Flamethrower hit its mark. The continuous attacks caused the Magmar to howl in agony, finally collapsing, unable to continue, and losing its ability to battle. Chapter 36. The winning streak was broken again. And this time, it was against a stronger Magmar. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Who could have imagined that a Growlithe could unleash such considerable combat power in actual battle? Its attack power and speed were unparalleled. Moreover, it could still be so at ease after continuous battles. If it continued to fight, it could probably break the record for 4 more wins. Yuichi's body trembled. He never expected that his ace Magmar would be defeated by Growlithe, nor did he expect that Growlithe could be so troublesome. He was fighting 4 against 1, and he only managed to wear down Growlithe to the point of being half-crippled. His confidence was shattered. This situation left him dumbfounded, not even knowing what he was doing. According to his thinking and past battle experience, his Magmar should have been able to easily defeat Growlithe. Mew just looked at him without saying a word. Actually, Yuichi's Magmar was quite powerful, at least in terms of special attack. If Yuichi's command had been proper, he could at least have taken down Growlithe. After all, Growlithe was injured in its previous battle against Fearow, and its stamina had been depleted after the previous 3 battles. Unfortunately, Yuichi focused too much on the Pokémon's primary type, heavily developing Magmar's fire-type moves without teaching it other types of moves. If Magmar knew ground-type moves, it would have a significant advantage against other fire-type opponents. Although Magmar can only learn one ground-type move, Scorching Sands, once it unleashed this move, Growlithe would have nowhere to hide and would inevitably suffer severe damage. A long time passed before Mew finally saw Yuichi recall his Magmar. This blow must have been significant for him. Yuichi's previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a completely serious demeanor. He hadn't lost his fighting spirit. After staring at Mew for a moment, his behavior suddenly became respectful. Thank you for waking me up. Although I don't know who you are, I apologize for my previous arrogance. Senior's Growlithe is indeed very powerful. From now on, I will never underestimate Growlithe again, and I will never call Growlithe baby again. Yuichi's transformation surprised Mew greatly. He hadn't expected him to change so quickly. He was indeed a talented individual. This transformation showed he had grown. Perhaps a second battle would yield a different result. At least, he wouldn't underestimate Growlithe again. To be honest, if it weren't for his aura power sensing that Yuichi wasn't lying, Mew would have thought he was playing a clever trick to pave the way for future battles. Every Pokémon has its unique characteristics. Growlithe may not seem strong in battle, but with proper training, it can become very powerful. Similarly, those Pokémon with seemingly ordinary aptitudes are also quite strong. Actually, all your Pokémon are very powerful. However, winning in Pokémon battles isn't just about level and type. It involves various factors, such as abilities, special moves, and other skills. Finally, it comes down to how we, as trainers, plan our tactics to achieve victory with minimal effort and injury. Since Yuichi was so eager to learn, Mew didn't hesitate to offer a few words of advice. Yuichi's record of defeating 4 opponents spoke for itself, and he listened attentively. The others also took Mew's words to heart. Because Yuichi's strength was considered above average among the group, Mew's crushing victory established a certain level of authority. Furthermore, his age compared to everyone else present led many to believe there was some truth to his words. Of course, a few individuals were dismissive. These were trainers like Yuichi, exceptionally confident in themselves. Possessing an inflated sense of power, these people wouldn't easily listen to advice. Only after a crushing defeat would they subconsciously realize they weren't actually strong. merely living in a well. "Thank you for your guidance," Yuichi responded, bowing slightly to Mew. Whether someone is sincere or not, Mew can sense it through his aura. "So, are you going to continue fighting, or give up? Growlithe is injured now, and its stamina is running low," Mew asked, while also reminding Yuichi. "Such a good opportunity shouldn't be missed, right?" "Of course I'll continue. Even if I lose, I'm willing to go all the way." Yuichi smiled, then took out a Pokeball. "Go, Leafine." A level 36 Leafine appeared. Seeing this, Mew guessed that Yuichi's remaining 2 Pokémon were both weak to Fire-type. So Magmar was his last resort and his greatest source of confidence. Having the courage to fight against type disadvantages shows that you've improved. Mew gave Yuichi an approving look. "This kid is quite promising. He even has a bit of protagonist potential." The intense battle continued for 2 more rounds. Despite Growlithe's huge consumption and injury, it still easily defeated the Bug-type Leafine and the Grass-type Exeggutor. Of course, the battle still depends on the trainer's strategy. Mew's strategy is largely influenced by his game battles, so his tactics are usually quick and decisive. After defeating Yuichi in a 1v6 battle, Growlithe's level increased by 1, reaching level 46. This was thanks to Exeggutor's level of 40. Otherwise, the experience points wouldn't have been enough. After shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with Yuichi, Mew decisively spent 4,200 league coins to buy him 6 healing potions from the game shop. He wanted Yuichi to heal his Pokémon, preventing injuries from failing to heal quickly and causing the Pokémon to be near death or in critical condition. This generosity was naturally for show, to let everyone know that even if they lost, it was okay. Mew would provide healing items. He also bought a full recovery potion for Growlithe and gave it an energy cube to restore its stamina. However, Growlithe wouldn't be used in the next battle. Mew planned to decide who to use based on the opponent's strength. Ideally, it should be Beedrill, since it'll be needed to fight Mewtwo if absolutely necessary. Therefore, leveling up Beedrill is crucial. "So, is anyone else willing to battle me? The rules are the same as before." With that, Mew continued to stand on the arena facing everyone. His 1-against-6 victory was indeed awe-inspiring. Even those trainers who considered themselves somewhat skilled were considering whether to intervene. After a long while, a red-haired, spiky-haired boy about the same age as Yuichi stepped forward. Seeing someone step forward, Mew's lips curled into a smug smile. Tonight, he was certain he could gain a lot of experience points from the trainers here. Perhaps even in the days to come, these trainers could bring him considerable rewards. Chapter 37. Time flew by. It was past 10 a.m. Not only was Mew sound asleep, but the 4 little ones were also exhausted after a day and a night, only recovering their energy at this time. The continuous battles last night lasted until almost 2 a.m. It started with Growlithe, then Beedrill, then Lucario, and then Gyarados. After one round, another began. Mew had planned to go home before 1 a.m., but he couldn't resist the challenge. He couldn't refuse, and with the thought of getting experience points for nothing, he fought one battle after another. Naturally, the 4 little ones also had a very strong competitive spirit. They were willing to continue fighting, otherwise Mew would never have forced them to participate. Fortunately, there was a system shop where he could buy healing items for the 4 little ones and energy cubes to replenish their stamina, allowing them to recover most of their battle strength in a short time. For Mew, it was fortunate that most of the later battles were one-on-one, and the opponent's levels were also average. Otherwise, not only would Mew be unable to withstand the strain, but the 4 little ones would also be exhausted from such relentless battles. Growlithe's level increased by 2 levels in subsequent battles, reaching level 48. It was getting closer and closer to Mew's requirement of level 56 for Growlithe's evolution. Beedrill's level increased by 4 levels, reaching level 42. Although the number of battles and the strength of its opponents were far less than those faced by Growlithe, its level was only 38, so the experience points required to level up were not as many as Growlithe's. Lucario also increased by 4 levels, reaching level 44. It must be said that Lucario defeated the most opponents, thus gaining the most experience points. As Zia Mew's strongest fighter at present, even without Mega Evolution, Lucario's practical combat ability surpasses Growlithe's, and its explosive power is also incomparable to Growlithe's. You'll never believe why I moved to Karachi. Meet singles. Looking for someone in Karachi today. Single flirt. Looking for someone in Karachi today. Single flirt. Seeking someone to do within Karachi. Single flirt. Actually, gaining only 4 levels is considered low. A few more battles would have been enough to gain another level. Finally, there's the red Gyarados, which only gained 3 levels to level 41. Even less than Beedrill. This is because the Pokémon it faced were too low level and too weak. Most trainers were intimidated by the red Gyarados' appearance, and many surrendered without a fight. Therefore, the red Gyarados didn't gain much experience. The 3-level gain was only due to the experience points it stored up during the day. And after getting up, Zia Mew quickly washed up with Lucario and Growlithe, who were sleeping in the room. Once ready, he changed into a black outfit and came downstairs, yawning occasionally. Staying up late is indeed the most energy-consuming thing. Even though the physical abilities of people in the Pokémon world are far superior to those in his previous life, he couldn't withstand such depletion lately. However, Zia Mew suddenly discovered that staying up late to pushing his limits, his mind seemed to help improve his aura power. This suddenly gave him the idea that he might be able to research and cultivate aura independently, perhaps even learning meditation. Downstairs, Zia Mew saw food and a note on the table. Although it was almost noon and the food was cold, Zia Mew wasn't too fussy. He just wanted to eat something to fill his stomach. Before eating, he fed Lucario and Growlithe a little food, naturally adding energy cubes to it. As for the Beedrill and Gyarados in the backyard, he'd check on them after he finished eating. While eating, Zia Mew also picked up the note and carefully read the message. In short, Mom knew he'd be home late last night and would probably sleep until noon. She told Zia Mew to eat something after he woke up, then go to the backyard to check on things, since the construction team had finished all the renovations yesterday evening. If he wasn't satisfied, he could bring it up and they could make changes. After cleaning up the food, Zia Mew waited for Lucario and Growlithe to finish eating, then washed and put away all the dishes. When he arrived at the backyard, it was completely transformed. Before noon yesterday, the backyard was rather messy and showed heavy signs of human intervention. Now it was completely different. Simply put, the entire backyard had become a small wilderness area. No, it wasn't small at all. This large area was enough to build a large amusement park and shopping mall. It was fortunate that their house was built in the suburbs, allowing for the utilization and transformation of large tracts of land. Looking out, the lush green lawn looked like a golf course. There are meadows, sandy areas, rocky terrain, and uneven waterways. Every so often, there's a shed and a feeding spot. A stream flows through the courtyard. It's not wide, but still nearly 2 meters wide. Small bridges have been built to make it easier to cross the stream. Then, in the center, there's a large pond where a red Gyarados is resting, occasionally letting out a snoring sound like a dragon's roar. And Beedrill. It's nestled in a grove of 20 trees in the northeast corner. It was one of the leader of the swarm in the Round Island Forest, and now that it's here, this territory is its too. It was still too spacious, to be honest. Zia Mew only had 4 Pokémon. Even if I had several times more, it would still feel empty. But my parents' Pokémon will come back in the future, and then it will be more lively. It's all thanks to Kaizo's foresight in designing this place so perfectly. But now that the place is ready, we'll have to hire someone to manage it, since his mother's energy is limited. Letting Lucario and Growlithe roam freely, and waking up the red Gyarados and Beedrill, Zia Mew took the opportunity to film a short video and send it to his mother. He also posted the video on his social media account. This world also has social media platforms similar to WeChat and Twitter. People can post updates to promote communication. His mother quickly replied, and after chatting with her for a while, Zia Mew put his phone away. The Beedrill and red Gyarados had gathered around, waiting to be fed. He had already fed them regular food, but it clearly wasn't enough to satisfy their hunger, so they needed energy cubes. Mew was unaware that his video post on social media quickly went viral. Likes, comments, and saves surged, reaching over 10,000. For an ordinary account to receive such high traffic in such a short time undoubtedly meant the system detected a very high user engagement rate for the video, thus allocating more traffic. Of course, the environment was one factor, but the main reason was the Pokémon themselves. Mew included his Pokémon in the video. The shiny red Gyarados was eye-catching enough, and Lucario is also a very rare Pokémon. Many people in the comments section specifically asked what kind of Pokémon it was. Chapter 38. Walk around the large courtyard. Mew spent nearly an hour meticulously inspecting the construction team's work, paying attention to every detail. It was like checking every corner of his own house after renovations were completed. If there were any unsuitable areas, he would make corrections, since once the homeowner signed for it, any subsequent problems would have to be rectified at his own expense. Overall, Mew was quite satisfied. He called his mother and gave her a general overview of the situation. In short, he conveyed that there weren't any major problems, and even if there were some minor flaws, they were acceptable. After hanging up, Mew was about to take his 4 little ones out when he received another call from his father, He. After the call, he learned about his father's situation in the Hone region, and then he mentioned Mew's request for help in finding a female Ralts or Kirlia. To Mew's surprise, while they couldn't find the female Ralts and Kirlia, his father had learned of a Gardevoir's existence through a rumor. They were supposed to catch it today without any problems, but just now they received confirmation that this Gardevoir had some issues. According to the local rescue workers, this Gardevoir seemed to be hostile towards humans because its offspring had been taken by poachers. The rescue workers knew he had come because of Gardevoir, so they hoped he could take it away to raise it, help it overcome its trauma, and remove it from its painful past. He was now hesitant about taking it, which is why he called Mew, explaining the Gardevoir situation and letting him make the decision. He had 2 considerations. Firstly, he worried that Mew, having just overcome his fear of Pokémon, might encounter another mishap, even though Mew had successfully trained his Magikarp into a Gyarados. Secondly, this Gardevoir was indeed quite powerful, and he worried that Mew might lose control. The choice was in Mew's hands, and he felt that Gardevoir's arrival was timely. He had been concerned about lacking a strong special attacker, and now it had arrived. Although there were some issues, his current strength was considerable, and with his mastery of aura, he might be able to gain a deeper understanding of the true situation through conversation, thus helping Gardevoir and gaining her trust. Even if he couldn't achieve this in the short term, he was certain he could with perseverance. Finally, even when he offered to find a unique Pokémon from the Hone region to bring back instead of Gardevoir, Mew refused the suggestion and chose to keep the Gardevoir. In Mew's words, "If I've decided to become a trainer, how can I go further if I can't even solve this problem?" He greatly admired Mew's determination and respected his decision. After hanging up the phone, Mew's mind was already racing. It was a pity that even with a cheat-like simulator, he couldn't learn about the Gardevoir's stats through video chat. Otherwise, he could have performed some actions remotely. Aura power also required face-to-face interaction to communicate. Otherwise, he couldn't hear Gardevoir's thoughts. Ultimately, he was just trying his luck at first, not really hoping his father would bring back a Gardevoir family Pokémon. After all, some Pokémon are indeed easy to find and catch in games, but in the real world, finding them isn't so simple. It often comes down to chance, especially with rarer Pokémon. Otherwise, the bug catcher wouldn't be able to conquer the world with his bug-type Pokémon. Leaving home, Mew, as usual, rode his mountain bike, taking the 4 little ones to Lake Cinnabar in the Cinnabar Island forest. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the fact that Growlithe would soon evolve into Arcanine and become his exclusive mount, Zia Mew would have liked to buy a cool motorcycle. After all, long-distance travel is inevitable in the future, and you can't rely on just one mountain bike. He wasn't one of Ash's group and absolutely refused to walk. As for driving, Zia Mew wasn't going to be like Gary in his early days, driving a sports car all over the map. In terms of resources, Zia Mew definitely had the ability. His account balance was already in the 8 figures. He came to the Cinnabar Island again, but not really to level up. After all, the wild Pokémon in the Cinnabar Island no longer provided a significant amount of experience points. But Zia Mew still had to come. Whether Mew was there or not, he had to keep his promise. After all, the agreement was made by him, and whether Mew kept it was its business. This was Zia Mew's principle: absolute trustworthiness, absolutely no breaking promises or lying, except, of course, white lies. Fortunately, the energy cubes he left behind yesterday were all eaten, and the box of snacks was empty. Mew hadn't appeared, but it was definitely still on Cinnabar. Although it might leave midway, it would return to eat the food Zia Mew had prepared. "I don't know if you're still here, but this should be my last visit here for a while," Zia Mew said, taking out 3 boxes of energy cubes and some desserts he bought at the dessert shop for 500 league coins. Mew didn't appear, so Zia Mew knew it wasn't here. He used his previous method, feeding the wild Pokémon around him and asking them to relay Mew's message when they saw it. During this time, Zia Mew sent Beedrill back to its colony to say goodbye. After all, he had initially said he would come back often in the near future, and Beedrill could return anytime. Now things were different. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, and Zia Mew had to update his arrangements. Actually, it didn't matter to Beedrill not going back. In their short time together, Beedrill had accepted Zia Mew, and its dependence on him was no less than its attachment to its colony. Friendship quickly increased, reaching 135 points. This was during last night's battle, and Zia Mew was confident he could raise it above 200 points in the next few days. This is the advantage of having Aura. He can understand Pokémon's words, address issues from the smallest details, and with the help of the cheat simulator, eliminate all potential threats. After a long time, Zia Mew led the 4 little ones away from Cinnabar Island Forest. The Pokémon in the forest were always startled when they encountered Zia Mew and the 4 little ones. For most wild Pokémon, Zia Mew and the 4 little ones were devils. However, Zia Mew and the 4 little ones didn't stop to attack them, giving them a sudden sense of relief. These evil spirits, they're not attacking them anymore. Chapter 39. Back in Cinnabar Island, Zia Mew rode his mountain bike around Route 11, taking his Growlithe and Lucario to the seaside. Cinnabar City is a large city built on the coast. Its development relies partly on the island's own supplies, but mostly on foreign trade through its port. Otherwise, Cinnabar City would never have reached its current level. Of course, many people are willing to invest in Cinnabar City as a transit point. After all, to the south are the Orange Islands, and to the north is the Kanto continent. To the northwest is the Tokyo region, and to the southwest is the Hone region. To the east is the Unova region, and to the southeast is the Alola region. Therefore, many large freight trains stop and transit through Cinnabar. They arrived at the beach. The weather was sunny and the sun wasn't too strong, so the beach was crowded with people. Countless handsome men and beautiful women. While Cinnabar City isn't a famous resort destination, its large size and excellent management, along with its well-developed facilities and tourist areas, make it a popular tourist destination. Even some outsiders come to check in on social media. Check in? Absolutely. The Pokémon world is quite similar to the world of Zia Mew's previous life. When celebrities appear in certain places, or when a place becomes famous for something special, it attracts a large crowd. According to the original owner's memories, Cinnabar City's fame stems from the League's policy a few years ago, where, as a large island city serving as a transit hub, it vigorously developed its tourism industry. This led to the city government undertaking extensive renovations and improvements to scenic areas. And indeed, a comparison of before and after photos clearly shows that the beach after the renovations is far superior to what it was before. Ultimately, the purpose was to advertise the region, letting visitors to Cinnabar City know that it belongs to the Kanto region and has a unique cultural character. If Cinnabar City is like this, then other parts of the Kanto region are also worth traveling to. Using Cinnabar City to build its reputation would attract tourists, investment, and development, thus boosting the economy. Even though Zia Mew knew nothing about politics in his past and present lives, he had at least been influenced by the environment in his previous life. On the other hand, it also promoted the Orange Islands in the south. After all, as a southern resort paradise, the Orange Islands are hailed as a paradise for men and a bikini haven in the original work. Putting away his mountain bike, Zia Mew, along with Growlithe and Lucario, quickly found the target building along the beach path. After the battle last night, he had formed a preliminary friendship with that bald guy, Ali, through a fight. Zia Mew came here naturally to find him. It was only because Zia Mew possessed sufficient strength that others were willing to establish a friendship with him. The Pokémon world, too, exhibits a variety of human natures. Everyone strives for advancement. Your status and strength determine the kind of people you can associate with. Ali is a local of Cinnabar Island City. Though his family isn't particularly powerful or influential, they run small businesses and have a modest income. For example, Ali's parents run a small restaurant on this beach, selling specialty drinks, juices, and fruit snacks. In Zia Mew's understanding, being able to run a restaurant in such a place meant the family must have some assets. After all, where would an average person get the money to buy such a place? Although there are several other restaurants and bars nearby, the sheer size of this beach resort and the massive foot traffic suggest a huge potential profit. Without connections, they wouldn't have been able to open a shop here. When Zia Mew approached Ali, he warmly welcomed him and explained who the strongest trainers in Cinnabar Island City were. This was the reason Zia Mew had come to Ali. Through Ali's explanation, Zia Mew learned that Cinnabar Island City actually harbored several elite trainers who had participated in several leagues. One of them had even reached the semifinals of the last Indigo League and had traveled to other regions, reportedly achieving considerable success. So, how does your impressive description compare to your actual strength? Zia Mew asked, taking a sip of his specialty drink. Ali's words were just his opinion. Zia Mew wanted to know their actual strength. Otherwise, with Pokémon all over level 50, challenging those would be like sending them to their deaths. For example, Ali's strongest Poliwag was level 46, and Zia Mew had to exert considerable effort to defeat it. All of Ali's other Pokémon were level 40 or higher. At least among yesterday's group, Ali was definitely the strongest. If he didn't have that kind of strength, he wouldn't have been able to organize that kind of group gathering, and no one would listen to him. In Ali's words, he had participated in the Indigo League before, and he had even challenged the Orange Islands Winners' Cup. Although he failed, his strength was recognized by the honorary trainer, Yuji. Not to brag, but it's about even. I have my wins and I have my losses. Seeing Ali's proud and smug look, Zia Mew had a rough idea. Perhaps there would be one or two very high-level Pokémon, but the vast majority should be level 40 or higher. They could fight. Looking at it this way, I'm actually quite interested. So, can you arrange something for today? Zia Mew asked. Ali nodded. Who wouldn't want to make money? A battle with you gives me 10,000 league coins, which is equivalent to several days' income for most people. Besides, most trainers with some skill don't want to battle us anymore. Otherwise, do you think I'd want to earn money that costs money? Don't be fooled by my family's small fortune. My allowance is never enough. Hearing Ali's words, Zia Mew could somewhat empathize. Indeed, knowing Ali and his group's strength, who would want to challenge them and give them money? Nobody's a fool, so trainers with some skill in Cinnabar Island City no longer rely on Pokémon battles for income. Most people, after the age of 15 or 16, stop going on adventures. Some go to school to complete basic education, so they can have a skill later in life. Others help their families, and that's it for them. It's worth mentioning that in this world, After the age of 10, you can go to the league headquarters to receive a random Pokémon, and then choose whether to travel, but most don't. Most people train their Pokémon for a year or two after receiving them before venturing out to challenge them. Although ZMU still found it absurd, it was the truth. It just meant that people in this world were more mature. At least 10-year-olds looked 11 or 12, and their intelligence was quite high. This was probably related to their experiences, right? After all, traveling alone led to different educational perspectives. As for the main characters like Ash and Gary from the original series, who received their starter Pokémon at 10 and went on trips to challenge gyms, well, that's something ordinary people can't compare to. How could ordinary people even qualify to receive starter Pokémon? Most people only get ordinary Pokémon from the roadside. Chapter 40. By the way, if you're looking for a strong opponent to battle, there's a place you might want to try. It was quite popular a few days ago, and many people are interested in going. I might go too. Suddenly, Ali changed the subject, catching ZMU's attention. What place? ZMU asked curiously. New Island. I heard they built a Pokémon City there. A lot of people received an invitation a few days ago. I got one too. Let me show you. Ali said as he ran to the other side and took out an invitation from his backpack. This isn't this Mewtwo's invitation. ZMU was slightly taken aback. It turned out that he wasn't the only one with one. Many people had them. I knew it. Why did I get an invitation? So I was just there to make up the numbers. ZMU felt a little embarrassed. When he received the invitation, he was quite excited. After all, how strong were Growlithe and Riolu back then? Being chosen inevitably gave people the feeling of being the chosen one. Watching Ali talk and play the contents of the invitation, ZMU didn't hide anything and took out his own invitation. Ali looked like he knew it and said, I knew it. With your strength, how could you not have received one? So, you're looking for strong trainers to battle now just to warm up, huh? I wonder who this guy who claims to be the strongest trainer is. I even suspect that it might be some champion from New Island. In Ali's mind, only regional champions dared to call themselves the strongest trainers. Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. ZMU couldn't possibly reveal the information to him, he said casually. Ali doesn't exist in the original story. He might be a minor character, but he definitely didn't set foot on the New Island. After all, besides the main characters, there were only 3 trainers on the island. That storm prevented all the trainers from being selected based on strength and courage. If it weren't for Ash and his friends and Team Rocket's special aura, they wouldn't have been invited to this banquet at all. Otherwise, how could a Poliwag swimmer be outmatched by a Squirtle and a Staryu? The two chatted about the strongest trainer for a long time. Some trainers who happened to be passing by joined in, and before they knew it, the bar was quite crowded. Many of them probably hadn't received invitations, but that didn't stop them from getting to know each other. Then, a sweet-looking girl of about 16 years old came in from outside, went straight to the bar counter, and greeted Ali. ZMU politely glanced at them, while Ali took the initiative to introduce. Here she is. This is the one I was talking about, the top 4 of last Indigo League, the youngest, most talented, and most beautiful trainer in Cinnabar Island, Xiao Tian, sweetie. Xiao Tian, this is ZMU, the one I messaged you about. He wants to battle you, 10,000 league coins per battle. After the introduction, Ali even gave ZMU a little free advertising. Although it wasn't free, everyone was clearly stunned upon hearing this news. Hello, I'm Xiao Tian. Don't listen to Ali's exaggerated claims. I'm just an ordinary trainer. Reaching the top 4 in the Indigo League was just good luck. Xiao Tian's voice was as sweet as her name. Her appearance wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she still had a striking presence. What attracted ZMU was her spirited and energetic demeanor. And yes, her figure was great too. A slim waist, long legs, and especially her well-proportioned figure. Hello, I'm ZMU. I don't know how Ali introduced me to you, but I'm just an ordinary trainer, ZMU replied with a smile. The two exchanged a smile, while Ali pouted. Look, even an ordinary trainer can beat me. Maybe I should just introduce myself as a rookie trainer from now on. Ali appeared burly and bald, looking quite fierce, but in reality, he was very playful and easygoing. Of course, it depended on the person. Not everyone could communicate with him like that. "Come on, you're not weak at all. You're praising me so much, I didn't even know I was that good." Xiao Tian and Ali had a good relationship, somewhat like childhood sweethearts. Xia Mu chuckled to himself, not interrupting them. Suddenly, however, Xia Mu felt that Xiao Tian looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, it dawned on him. Wasn't this Xiao Tian the female trainer who had arrived on the new island with Cory and another trainer? Although her clothes were completely different, and Xia Mu's memories of that period weren't entirely clear, the fact that Xiao Tian had achieved a top 4 finish at the previous Indigo League made Xia Mu fairly certain. He clearly remembered that in the opening of the movie, I Choose You, there was a scene showing a thrilling battle between Sweetie and Sara in a certain tournament. Although he didn't know their rankings, he was certain it was either the finals or the semifinals, otherwise it wouldn't have been shown separately. Now it seemed to be the Final 4 match. Sweetie lost to Sara, and Sora advanced to the finals only to lose to the champion. Otherwise, Sora's introduction would have listed him as the champion of the previous Indigo League. Thinking of this, Xia Mu felt a surge of anticipation. He wondered just how strong Sweetie was. Once he saw the levels and strengths of Sweetie's Pokémon, Xia Mu could truly determine the approximate level of a league champion. And from that, he could deduce the strength level of the Elite 4 members in this world, and the strength level of the regional champions. In fact, now that he knew his target was Sweetie, Xia Mu, based on the information he had gathered from his previous conversation with Ali, could determine that Ali was at least a top 4 to top 8 trainer. According to this calculation, the maximum level for a league champion shouldn't exceed 60. No, it might not even exceed 55. At most, he'd be around level 50. His thoughts drifted away, and he fell into deep thought. Soon, Ali and Xiao Tian's playful banter ended, and their calls brought Xia Mu back to reality. "Sorry, I was thinking about something and got lost in thought," Xia Mu said. Ali and Xiao Tian naturally didn't mind, and the three of them began chatting about Pokémon, focusing on Xia Mu's Lucario and Red Gyarados, which were what had attracted Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian even showed Xia Mu a video. It was the short video Xia Mu had posted earlier, and it had unexpectedly garnered so many likes and comments. Xia Mu had posted it casually, never expecting such attention. Little did he know he'd unknowingly become a celebrity. No, it was Lucario, Red Gyarados, Growlithe, and Beedrill that became celebrities. After all, he wasn't in the video. And no one would know where he filmed it. Chapter 41. After a deep discussion, under Ali's guidance, Xia Mu and Xiao Tian went to the battle area behind the restaurant to battle. It was called 6v6, but Xia Mu only had 4 Pokémon. Of course, only he knew he only had 4 Pokémon, no one else knew. So even if he lost all 4, he could simply concede. He wouldn't feel ashamed. On the road to becoming stronger, many unexpected things will happen, and being defeated is normal. Even in games, you can get killed by NPCs, let alone in a real-world battle. Because it was a battle between 2 strong trainers, it attracted a lot of onlookers. This was mainly because Ali and Xiao Tian had a lot of influence in the area, and were quite famous among trainers of their age in Cinnabar Island City. The battle format was different from last night. The duel with Xiao Tian naturally required a payment of 10,000 league coins. Regardless of the outcome, the money had already been given to Ali as the middleman. In addition, for every person Ali introduces, Xia Mu gives him 1,000 league coins as a referral fee. As the saying goes, no one gets up early without a reason. Otherwise, Xia Mu wouldn't have found a suitable opponent so quickly. Without tangible benefits, no one will pay attention to you. The Pokémon battles in the original anime are just ordinary casual battles. If you encounter a truly powerful trainer, they can simply refuse. Even gym leaders, who are not allowed to refuse challengers, aren't people you can just challenge whenever you want. It depends on their mood. Ash and his friends have encountered similar situations, let alone ordinary trainers. On either side of the battle arena, Xia Mu and Xiao Tian stood at opposite ends. Ali acted as the referee, explaining the basic rules of the battle. Because the arena was open to the public and located on a busy beach, it attracted quite a crowd. Pokémon battles are among the most watched events in the world. If you're ready, we can begin. Both sides send out their first Pokémon. Ali announced from the center. Before Xia Mu could make a decision, Xiao Tian smiled slightly and threw out a Pokéball. Come on, Blastoise. Came tilde. Blastoise appeared, its massive body shaking the ground, letting out a battle-ready roar. Xiao Tian's Blastoise was a high level of 51. Just as Xia Mu had initially predicted, it was at most a little over level 50. It had a calm personality, exceptionally high special attack, and the ability Torrent. Adding to its hidden effort values and individual values, Xia Mu was certain that this Blastoise had a significant advantage in special attack. Combined with its already strong defense and special defense, it was a true tank with two powerful cannons. No wonder in the original story, Blastoise went head-to-head with Venusaur. If it were Xia Mu, he would be brimming with confidence. With this boost, a single Hydro Pump was terrifyingly powerful. Most Grass-type Pokémon at the same level would struggle to withstand 2 hits head-on. I know how strong Ali is. Xia Mu, you can easily defeat him, so I'm going to use my ace up first. You'd better be careful. Xiao Tian's words made Xia Mu chuckle awkwardly. Although it was only the second time facing a Pokémon above level 50, it was definitely the first battle, and it was impossible not to feel pressure. As for the level 58 Dragonite he encountered the first time, they had only spent a short time together. Of his 4 Pokémon, only Growlithe had reached level 48, the closest level difference to Blastoise. However, Growlithe is clearly no match for Blastoise. Even with its speed and obvious advantages, in a real fight, Growlithe's damage to Blastoise would be negligible. Growlithe, on the other hand, would be seriously injured from a mere scratch. High-level battles are incomparable to previous ones. Red Gyarados. Xia Mu shook his head inwardly. Although it's the same type, its level is too low. A 10-level difference is equivalent to a Mega Evolution. If Red Gyarados could Mega Evolve, it could truly unleash its power. Unfortunately, its friendship level is only 178, not meeting the evolution requirements, and Xia Mu hasn't bought a Mega Stone for it. Beedrill against Blastoise. That's even more unrealistic. Not only is there a 9-level difference, but even at the same level, Beedrill would be easily defeated due to its fragile nature. Only a Mega Beedrill could reverse the situation and crush Blastoise. Therefore, Lucario is still the best choice. Although it's only level 44, 7 levels lower, it's definitely Xia Mu's strongest fighter. It's not weak against Lucario in terms of type, nor is it strong against Blastoise. You can start by analyzing its move types and observing Blastoise's move list. This Blastoise's moves are quite limited and not particularly outstanding. Go, Lucario. Xia Mu took out Lucario's Pokéball and summoned it. Earlier, to avoid any accidents, he had put Lucario and Growlithe back into their Pokéballs after arriving here. Lucario's appearance caused a stir. Those who had seen it before and those who hadn't. Well, a cacophony of discussion filled the air. Xiao Tian, seeing Lucario, looked on with eager eyes. It's so cool, I really want to catch one too. Xiao Tian cupped her face in her hands, her fascinated gaze revealing her thoughts even without speaking. Although these Pokémon are hard to find in the Kanto region, you should be able to encounter wild Riolu and Lucario in the Sinnoh region, Xia Mu said with a smile. Sinnoh, I did think about traveling there a while ago, but my family was too busy and I didn't have much pocket money, Xiao Tian said cutely, sticking out her tongue. No wonder you're so agreeable this time, you're here to make money, Ali couldn't help but tease. Seeing Xiao Tian's "you see through me" expression, Ali rolled his eyes, stopped dawdling, and quickly announced the start of the battle. The atmosphere suddenly changed, but Xia Mu didn't change much. Xiao Tian's cute expression disappeared, replaced by a very serious one. After entering battle mode, she completely transformed into a strong woman. This was in line with her original character, design in the anime. Come on, let me see the strength of the top 4 from last year's Indigo League. Without a reckless attack, Mew gave up the first strike. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. Blastoise, Water Pulse. Sweetie gave the command. Came Tilda. Blastoise roared, and a ball of water energy condensed and shot out in a straight line. P.S. Chapter 42. Good, Lucario Aura Sphere, take this. Mew shouted, issuing the command. Lucario tilde, yes, Mew-sama. Lucario gathered its aura in its palms, forming a blue racing gun, which it hurled at the oncoming water pulse. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, sending up thick steam and smoke. The clash between high-level opponents was so direct that even the onlookers were somewhat affected. Of course, it didn't affect the battle itself. Using the smoke from the explosion, use high-speed spin. Xiao Tian, as expected of a top 4 trainer, made the decision immediately. Her command was measured, and her attack was tactically sound. Blastoise, upon hearing the command, immediately took to the air and began a high-speed spin, breaking through the smoke unexpectedly. An ordinary Pokémon would definitely be intimidated by such a powerful offensive. But Mew and Lucario weren't. On one hand, their mental fortitude was impeccable. On the other hand, the aura power enveloped the entire area, allowing both Mew and Lucario to pinpoint Blastoise's exact location in real time. As the high-speed spin attacked, Mew and Lucario, in perfect unison, dodged the direct assault without verbal command. Simultaneously, Lucario conjured a resilient bone rush in its hand. This was a flurry of bone rush strikes. While not particularly powerful, it was designed for continuous attacks, effectively targeting Blastoise. Facing the respinning Blastoise, a deafening boom resounded. Under Lucario's barrage of bone rush strikes, Blastoise's high-speed spin was visibly disrupted, losing its rhythm and finally stopping as it landing on the ground. Lucario was also struck by the recoil, its bone rush shattering and dissipating into starlight. Although it can stop high-speed spinning, my Blastoise has extremely high defense. That attack was nothing to it. Xiao Tian said confidently, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Came Tilda. Blastoise's short-range explosive power was astonishing. If Mew hadn't maxed out Lucario's speed EVs, it wouldn't have been able to dodge in time. With a narrow escape, Lucario cleverly used its agility to dodge the attack. But Blastoise clearly wasn't going to give up, charging again, while Lucario retreated and sidestepped repeatedly. This combination of attack and evasion was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people were already exclaiming in amazement because this battle was a high-level contest, already quite exciting from the very beginning. Facing the relentless pursuit, Mew felt the greatest pressure he had ever experienced. This level of suppression and move counterplay was incredibly difficult to overcome. Last night's battles taught Mew a lot. He nearly lost several matches. But even the most difficult battles yesterday paled in comparison to what he was facing now. The Pokémon and trainers were different. Substitute, then find an opportunity to flank. A cunning glint flashed in Mew's eyes as he silently recited this. Winning against a higher-level opponent was incredibly difficult. However, the rules didn't forbid using aura to control Lucario, so he had to exploit this loophole. Lucario immediately understood, casting Substitute while dodging, its main body disappearing briefly from sight as if invisible. Boom! The Substitute was hit, and everyone was terrified by Blastoise's immense power. A hint of smugness flashed across Xiao Tian's face, but it quickly faded. The Substitute, attacked, collapsed and vanished as a phantom. Immediately afterward, Lucario's true form appeared behind Blastoise and leaped into the air. Now Thunder Punch, with a shout, Mew's eyes sharpened. Lucario tilde roar tilde. Lightning power erupted, gathering in its fist. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Blastoise let out a painful scream, its massive body lurching forward from the force. Blastoise, Xiao Tian called out worriedly. Before she could react, Mew continued his attack, Now, another Thunder Punch. Of all the moves Lucario knew, only Thunder Punch could counter water types. Retract into its shell, Xiao-Tian's voice rang out. Blastoise, experienced in battle, instinctively retreated into its shell to increase its defense upon taking the attack. A wise move, but this way Blastoise loses its offensive capabilities, Xiaomu laughed. A standing turtle is incredibly threatening, while a lying turtle can only take hits. Let's see how many Thunder Punches you can withstand. Even the highest level has its limits, and Xiaomu wouldn't hold back. Just after the second Thunder Punch, as Xiaomu was preparing to have Lucario use Thunder Punch again, Xiao-Tian had already prepared her response. High-speed spin and jump, create distance. Although Blastoise was in pain, its fighting power remained undiminished, even growing stronger. Lying on the ground, it let out a roar, then spun and jumped back into Xiao-Tian's battle area. This was the first time Xiaomu had seen this, and he was somewhat stunned. Indeed, it couldn't be analyzed using common sense. Although I don't know what that move was all about, once you've been tricked, you won't fall for it again. Blastoise, long-range attack, Hydro Pump. Xiao-Tian's fighting spirit ignited along with Blastoise's. The ultimate attack was unleashed in an instant, its speed unbelievable. Did it even need time to gather? Dodge, Xiaomu shouted mentally. Lucario did indeed dodge the water cannon just as it approached. However, the water cannon's power was immense, blasting a large crater in the battlefield. The exploding water and debris struck Lucario, causing damage. Such formidable power, cold sweat trickled down his face. While it wasn't the first time he'd seen a move with a power value exceeding 100, the power, combined with level, was far beyond what a level 40-something move could achieve. Level 50 should be the turning point, right? After this battle, I'll have to consider teaching the four little ones some moves with power values exceeding 100, he thought to himself. Although expensive, they were indispensable in high-level battles. He couldn't always rely solely on tactics and strategy, cleverly using low-level moves to win. Often, level advantage and the ability to unleash powerful attacks are the key to victory. Take this water cannon, for example. If Lucario weren't incredibly fast and had exceptionally good reflexes, it would have been instantly defeated. Even if it could fight again, it would be severely weakened. Chapter 43 was too hasty. Although he had given the four little ones a small-scale boost to their support skills before the battle, it was clearly far from enough. Luckily, he had a backup plan. Otherwise, Lucario would probably have been defeated by Blastoise without that substitute move. At this moment, Xiaomu had an urge to Mega Evolve Lucario. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. Not for any other reason than that now was not the time to reveal it. Especially in such a public setting, if Mega Evolution were exposed, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar, and he would definitely attract the attention of many forces. Even though Lucario's Mega Evolution already existed in the Kalos region, this was in the Kanto region. Once targeted by local evil forces, future troubles would be endless. Team Rocket was troublesome enough. According to Xiaomu's understanding, there was also a Pokémon poaching gang in the Kanto region. These people didn't care who you were. They would steal even a trainer's Pokémon if it had enough value. With his current strength, he would find it difficult to contend with higher-level beings. This is just a simple battle. Even without Mega Evolution, I have a chance to win, Xiaomu thought to himself. He had many tricks up his sleeve when it came to fighting. Those years of gaming hadn't been for nothing. Swords dance! With a command, Xiaomu seized the opportunity, having Lucario perform an attack boost. A support move that increases attack by 2 stages. Most people might have a superficial understanding of this move, since there aren't many Pokémon that can learn Swords Dance simply by leveling up, and even fewer in the Kanto region, only Farfetch'd, Scyther, and Pinsir. While TMs can teach many Pokémon skills, most trainers don't have the foresight to do so. Even many elite trainers tend to choose an aggressive, offensive approach. This is similar to the majority of early game players, including Xiaomu. They looked down on support moves, believing they were useless and that it was better to just KO them outright. Even if they couldn't KO, they figured they'd still have to fight a couple of times, so why not just go for it? Early players mostly opted for brute force. Like in last night's battles, Mew encountered few trainers who effectively used support moves. Only under his guidance did some trainers begin to understand the uses of certain moves and start imitating them, such as agility and protect. Of course, Xiao Tian isn't an ordinary trainer. She definitely knows about the boost from Sword's Dance, so generalizations are inappropriate. However, knowing this doesn't change the fact that Xiao Tian's battle habits confirm that she's an offensive type. "You have no chance to attack me again," interrupted Sword's Dance. Blastoise use Flash Cannon. A sweet shout rang out. Under Xiao Tian's command, Blastoise's 2 anti-aircraft guns swung, gathering dazzling light. The beam. Cannon fired, like a laser cannon, terrifying to behold. Mew gasped at the sight. He silently issued the command through aura, "Dodge." For Lucario, worried that Lucario wouldn't be able to dodge. Fortunately, Sword's Dance had already taken effect, and Lucario narrowly avoided the Flash Cannon attack. After creating enough distance to reach a safe area, Mew commanded Lucario again. Again, Sword's Dance. Lucario tilde. Lucario crossed its arms and unleashed Sword Dance once more. Energy swords appeared out of thin air around its body, swirling and converging above its head before merging into it. Double Sword Dance activated. Seeing this, Xiao Tian, realizing Lucario's attack power had increased significantly, shouted decisively, "I won't waste any more time with you, Blastoise, use Giga Impact." "Came tilde," Blastoise roared, its entire body enveloped in a semi-transparent energy glow, propelling it forward like a meteorite impact, its power terrifying. This attack made Mew uneasy. It had come after all. There was no way to dodge it. There was no chance to stack a third Sword's Dance. "Endure!" With a shout, Mew and Lucario were of one mind. They could sense each other's emotional shifts. Lucario gritted its teeth and crossed its arms, an invisible force erupting from its body to protect itself. "Endure!" This was a move Mew would absolutely not allow Lucario to use unless absolutely necessary. Now it all comes down to the limit of this move, whether it can withstand the ultimate impact. If it can withstand it, Blastoise will undoubtedly lose. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred on the arena. Blastoise's massive body struck Lucario squarely. The terrifying impact shattered the battlefield and kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the situation. Although invisible to the naked eye, Mew had already covered the entire arena with his aura, so he could sense it. Now Lucario Thunder Punch, a fierce shout rang out. Only after confirming that Lucario had withstood the attack did Mew give this command. At this moment, Lucario was severely injured, but it still had the ability to fight. From the dust, Lucario leaped up. This action stunned everyone. The 2 Swords Dances boosted the attack by 4 levels. While the Thunder Punch's power was only 75 points, not particularly high, the type advantage and the 2 Swords Dances amplified its power, making it incredibly formidable. "Oh no, Blastoise, quickly retreat into your shell." Xiao Tian clearly hadn't expected Lucario to withstand this powerful attack. Although she couldn't see it, her command was correct. However, she overlooked one crucial point: the side effects of using Giga Impact, rendering Blastoise unable to move for a short time. Bang! The Thunder Punch, exceeding its limit, struck Blastoise's head. The terrifying force shattered the ground beneath Blastoise's feet, and lightning swept over its entire body, inside and out. Camel tilde, a painful howl escaped. By the time Lucario used the momentum to retreat, landing with several backflips, Blastoise had already fallen backward, its eyes spiraling. Blastoise is unable to battle, Lucario wins, Referee Ali declared decisively. As a powerful Pokémon trainer with a very good relationship with Xiao Tian, he knew perfectly well how strong Xiao Tian's Blastoise was. Unexpectedly, it still couldn't defeat Mew's Lucario. It seemed Mew had anticipated all the possibilities from the beginning, allowing him to make the most accurate judgments and commands at crucial moments, winning even without using high-level special moves, relying on ordinary skills. Chapter 44. Lucario's level increased by 2 levels. Although he had accumulated enough experience points yesterday, he didn't expect that defeating Blastoise would raise it by 2 levels in a row. Fighting above his level is so satisfying. A few more times like this, and he'll soon reach level 50. Mew could feel that Lucario's strength was significantly greater than before. This wasn't just because of the level increase, but also because its superior performance in actual combat had allowed Lucario to better control its power. This was the great difference between the real world and the game world. The data from the cheat simulator was indeed what Mew knew. However, the true strength of an opponent sometimes couldn't be fully reflected by simple numerical values. Relieved, Mew shifted his gaze from Lucario to Xiao Tian had already recalled Blastoise and given it some simple comfort. It was just a normal loss of battle ability, not a near-death experience, so it was fine. "You're really amazing," Xiao Tian said, sticking out her tongue a little sheepishly. "Ali told me. I was a bit skeptical at first, but now I clearly understand your strength. To be honest, I sent Blastoise in the first match with the intention of suppressing you, but it backfired, and I ended up putting myself at a disadvantage." Xiao Tian seemed a bit reckless, but she was actually quite clever and composed. She was just too aggressive in battle. "Actually, if you knew Lucario well enough, I probably wouldn't have even had a chance to fight back. I only won because of Lucario's unique moves," Mew said. After a few polite exchanges and mutual compliments, Xiao Tian curiously pressed on. "Speaking of which, I was really surprised just now. Was that Lucario's own action, or was it a tactic you had planned beforehand? You didn't even need to give any commands." Hearing this, Mew smiled slightly, not intending to hide anything. He already possessed the advantage of aura, allowing him to communicate telepathically with his Pokémon. He told Xiao Tian about his abilities, which made her extremely envious. In short, she wished she had such an ability too. After exchanging words for a while, Ali, though also surprised by Mew's abilities, still interrupted their conversation. "All right, the battle isn't over yet. You're not going to stop after just one match, are you?" Mew and Xiao Tian both looked at him, no longer lingering. Some things could be discussed in depth after the battle. "Actually, you didn't have to tell me. If I didn't know, I could have unleashed my full potential. Now that I know you can give commands telepathically, I have to be careful." Xiao Tian smiled wryly, then took out a Piquet ball. As the Piquet ball left her hand, a Ninetales with glossy fur and a handsome appearance appeared on the battlefield. A level 49 Ninetales. While this level wasn't as high as the level 51 Blastoise, it was still quite high. "Should we switch out Lucario? If not, then I won't hold back and will attack," Xiao Tian politely asked. Mew glanced at Lucario. Their eyes met, confirming Lucario's fighting spirit, and Mew shook his head at Xiao Tian. "Lucario wants to continue fighting, that's its choice. As its trainer, how could I discourage my Pokémon?" Mew smiled faintly, already calculating in his mind. Lucario's stamina was indeed low, and its injuries were severe. However, because it was still on the field, its attack stat retained the level 4 boost from the 2 swords dances it had just used. So even if it was at a type disadvantage, it could still fight as long as it didn't get hit. It all depended on how fast this Ninetales was. Mew had trained Ninetales before, so he knew that Ninetales' speed was higher than Lucario's. Once this Ninetales speed training reached a certain level, Lucario might have a hard time keeping up. "Let's go then, you can go first this time," Xiao Tian said to Mew. It was a wise choice, and it showed that she didn't want to take advantage. "Then you'd better be careful." Mew nodded to Xiao Tian and looked at Lucario. "Aura Sphere." Lucario tilde. With a roar, Lucario formed an Aura Sphere and launched it. It's a special attack move with a guaranteed hit. The power of Aura Sphere shouldn't be underestimated, especially since Lucario was now level 46. "Dodge, then use Flamethrower," Xiao Tian said calmly. The command was given, and Ninetales raised its head and roared. Just as the aura sphere was about to strike, it gracefully turned and leaped to dodge the attack. However, it was too confident, and Xiao Tian didn't fully understand aura sphere. The aura sphere hit unexpectedly, injuring Ninetales, much to Xiao Tian's shock. However, even so, Ninetales wasn't seriously injured, only momentarily stunned. After recovering, it was furious and unleashed a flamethrower counterattack without hesitation. The dense flames, like a fire dragon, swept towards Lucario. This attack was incredibly powerful, reminding Xiaomu of the Magmar he encountered the previous night. Dodge it, then use Rock Slide. Xiaomu remained calm under pressure, his commands flowing smoothly. Most people would have lost their rhythm in Lucario's current situation. Lucario dodged the flamethrower's direct attack. But just as it was about to use Rock Slide, Xiao Tian's command was given, and the situation changed dramatically. I won't give you another chance. Use agility to get close, then unleash another flamethrower. Ninetales' speed shocked Xiaomu again, even with the boost from agility. It was indeed fast enough. Even a Lucario at its peak, with 252 EVs, would probably be a little slower. From this, it was clear that this Ninetales' EVs were at least between 100 and 200, and its speed IVs were absolutely top-notch. Substitute. With no other choice, Xiaomu could only try his luck. But this time, Lady Luck was clearly not on his side. Ninetales' flamethrower hit Lucario head-on, and without a doubt, Lucario was unable to battle. Thank you for the favor, Xiaomu. Xiao Tian smiled, which was quite charming. Xiaomu nodded to her, then recalled Lucario and habitually said to the Pokéball, well done. You not only defeated Blastoise, but also depleted Ninetales' stamina. After saying that, Xiaomu put away the Pokéball and took out the red Gyarados' Pokéball. To counter a fire type, a water type is the obvious choice. Looking at Ninetales' move list, it had no moves that could effectively counter water or flying types. Even with its high speed and decent special attack, red Gyarados had a clear advantage. What did an 8-level difference matter? The pure type advantage made up for it. Roar, the red Gyarados appeared, shocking everyone present. Everyone had seen Gyarados before, but no one had ever seen a red Gyarados. Chapter 45. This is a red Gyarados. Seeing it in person is truly amazing. While everyone was exclaiming in surprise, Xiao Tian said to Xiaomu, actually, it's nothing, just a shiny Pokémon. Every Pokémon has its unique shiny color, but the probability of one appearing is very, very low, Xiaomu replied. In the game, without any item boosts, the probability of catching a shiny Pokémon in the wild is 1 in 4096. There are specific methods to increase the probability, such as holding a shiny charm, which can increase the shiny probability to 1 in 2048. Then there's exotic hatching, which can increase the probability to 1 in 683. If you simultaneously hold a shiny charm while exotic hatching, the probability can be increased to the highest level of 1 in 512. This is the highest probability of getting a shiny Pokémon in the game. In real-world terms, it's 1 in 10,000. Besides these fixed methods, starting with the Scarlet and Violet generation, you can also eat food that boosts your shiny power level to further increase the shiny probability. It's just unknown. In this Pokémon world, how has the shiny farming mechanism changed in the cheat simulator? This hidden special function requires Xiaomu to explore it himself. One thing is certain. It's absolutely impossible to farm shiny Pokémon using the mechanism like in the game. After all, real-world creatures exist from the beginning, not randomly spawning. Xiaomu had considered this issue recently, so his guess was that even carrying a shiny charm would at most increase the probability of encountering shiny Pokémon, or, in a sense, attract shiny Pokémon within a certain range. Hearing Xiaomu's words, Xiao Tian's understanding of shiny Pokémon was clearly incomplete, so she simply nodded, intending to discuss it further with Xiaomu later. Her thirst for knowledge was evident. It was clear that Xiao Tian's achievements weren't solely due to luck, but rather her hard work and eagerness to learn. So, are you going to switch Pokémon to face my red Gyarados? Xiaomu asked politely, just like Xiao Tian had before. Using a fire type to fight a water type Gyarados, I'm not really confident, so come back, Ninetales. Xiao Tian didn't hesitate, using this opportunity to switch out Ninetales. Mew felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected Xiao Tian to switch out Ninetales so directly. He had thought Xiao Tian's personality would be like his own before, using Ninetales to fight Gyarados head-on. Now it seemed he had overthought it. If it were him, he would have switched out too. Knowing his Pokémon had no chance of winning, why throw it away? Go, Vileplume! With Xiao Tian's shout, a huge Vileplume appeared on the field. Level 45 Vileplume. Its level wasn't as high as Blastoise or Ninetales. However, this level is indeed quite high among the Pokémon trainers Mew has encountered. Using Vileplume against Gyarados, a regular Gyarados would probably only be able to take the hits, Mew said with a smile. Xiao Tian smiled sweetly upon hearing this. Is your Gyarados a regular Gyarados? Mew did not answer, continuing to smile. Roar tilde, the red Gyarados let out a roar. Intimidate took effect, and Vileplume was frightened by the red Gyarados, its attack rank dropping by 1 stage. Of course, a rank drop in attack was useless for Vileplume, because its main attack was definitely special attack. Don't be afraid, Vileplume grassy terrain covers the entire field. With a command, Xiao Tian quickly gave the order. Vileplume tilde. Vileplume let out a gentle cry. The next second, its body burst forth with a dazzling green light. As the energy overflowed, the entire field was covered with grass, brimming with vibrant life. This was also the first time Mew had ever seen grassy terrain used, and he was extremely shocked. The scene was indeed spectacular. If you put a bunch of Pokémon that knew this move in the desert, wow, the desert would turn into a grassland. It's just unknown how long this grassy terrain can last. In the game, it only lasts for 5 turns, during which the Pokémon on the field continuously recover HP and heal injuries. What Xiao Tian really wanted wasn't healing, but a power boost to grass-type moves. It was practically a double buff. Although I'd love to see how many tricks your Vileplume has up its sleeve, my Gyarados is rather impatient, so. Mew paused for a moment, then his eyes changed drastically. Gyarados, flamethrower. What? Xiao Tian was startled, and even her Vileplume showed a look of horror. Outside the battle arena, Ali and some other trainers were dumbfounded, most looking at Gyarados as if it were a monster. A water type, Gyarados that could learn flamethrower. Roar tilde tilde tilde, the red Gyarados clearly enjoyed the attention it received. Its massive body soared into the air, then spun around, unleashing a powerful jet of flamethrower from its enormous mouth. This attack was not only terrifying in power, but also incredibly effective. It also had a profound psychological impact on everyone present. Xiao Tian even forgot to give commands, simply watching as Vileplume was struck by the flamethrower. Vileplume let out a pitiful cry, as its body was blasted away by the flames. Just 1 hit, and it was already severely injured. If it weren't for its decent special defense, 4 levels higher than the red Gyarados, and if it hadn't been healed by grassy terrain, it would likely have been unable to battle. Finish it off, Gyarados Ice Fang, Mew. Didn't use flamethrower again, but Ice Fang was also a ice-type move. Using Aura, Mew mentally instructed the red Gyarados to use minimal force. After all, this wasn't a life-or-death battle. Vileplume is unable to battle, Gyarados wins. After announcing the result, Ali's eyes widened, and he added, I thought I knew your Gyarados well last night, but I didn't expect you to have a hidden trump card. Gyarados can use flamethrower, how did you train that? Mew smiled and said, so my Gyarados isn't an ordinary Gyarados. Mew said this to Ali and the audience, and also to Xiao Tian. Vileplume appeared, and within a minute, Xiao Tian was quite shocked. She hadn't even exerted her full strength, and this happened. However, she was no ordinary trainer, and she quickly regained her composure, recalling Vileplume to calm herself down. She knew clearly that her Vileplume would likely have a psychological trauma when facing Gyarados. No, when facing water-type Pokémon, it would probably be traumatized. Most people wouldn't even dare to think about a water-type Gyarados using Flamethrower, let alone try it. In the original anime, it was only when the story progressed to the Hoenn region that Misty's Gyarados used Flamethrower, sparking a wave of Gyarados learning Flamethrower. Of course, later on, it would be replaced by other moves due to high-level battles. After all, there are only 4 move slots in the game. Chapter 46. Defeat Vileplume. The red Gyarados didn't gain as many levels as Lucario, only increasing by 1 level to reach level 42. Xiaomu didn't remove it from the battle, but kept it fighting. Xiaotian still had 3 unknown Pokémon in this battle. Although she didn't know if these 3 were the same 3 she had in the original story, Xiaomu was fairly certain that even if Xiaotian's remaining 3 weren't Jigglypuff, Ponyta, or Dugong, their levels would definitely be between 40 and 50. Blastoise was her ace, and her only Pokémon above level 50. Her second strongest was Ninetales, but Ninetales couldn't possibly be a match for Gyarados, so she would definitely bring out something else. Under the expectant gazes of Xiaomu and everyone else, Xiaotian brought out her 4th Pokémon. Raichu at level 45, the same as Vileplume. The evolved form of Pikachu, this Raichu was clearly very strong. Seeing Raichu, Xiaomu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Xiaotian. As a trainer, Xiaomu admired that several of the Pokémon Xiaotian had trained were niche types. For example, Ninetales needs a Fire Stone to evolve, Vileplume needs a Leaf Stone, and Jigglypuff needs a Moonstone. Now there's Raichu, which needs a Thunder Stone to evolve. If you said you were broke, no one would believe you. The evolution stones for Ninetales, Vileplume, and Raichu alone are quite valuable, Xiaomu said with a hint of teasing. Evolution stones aren't cheap. Even with connections, they'd cost at least tens of thousands of league coins. For example, Xiaomu sold his evolution stones to the friendly shop, and the buyback price was as high as 15,000 league coins. It's because you've spent so much money training them that you ended up so poor that you have to rely on battling and part-time jobs to earn money, Xiaotian said, half laughing and half crying. It was thanks to her good family background and her own talent in battle that she had come this far. I understand, Xiaomu said only 2 words and then said nothing more. At first, when he didn't have money, Xiaomu also had a headache about it. Now, because he had sold a certain amount of comet fragments, he had enough money to carry out various training programs. Otherwise, he would have to be very careful with his money, instead of being able to get whatever he wanted. Xiaomu stopped talking about this, and the battle quickly began. This time, Xiaotian didn't ask Xiaomu if he wanted to change his Pokémon, but directly commanded Raichu to attack. Unlike Vileplume, Raichu was clearly bolder. Even though its attack was reduced by 1 stage due to Gyarados' intimidation, it still performed very strongly. As a Pokémon with a base attack stat of 90, Raichu was a balanced between physical and special attacks. However, it was somewhat weak in HP and defense, so Raichu was generally not used by many people. It was too fragile and didn't have any particularly outstanding features. Based on Raichu's situation, most people would choose a special attack speed build, since Raichu has a speed stat of 110, which is faster than Ninetales. Xiaotian's Raichu is clearly also going for a special attack speed build. The original anime says that Pikachu doesn't evolve into Raichu partly because the Raichu's body becomes bulky, causing slower movement speed, but that's not entirely accurate. According to Xiaomu's understanding, speed involves 3 aspects: movement speed, move execution speed, and attack speed. In other words, Raichu is definitely faster than Pikachu at the same level, without a doubt. Of course, if Pikachu has a level advantage, EV advantage, and IV advantage, thus suppressing Raichu, that would be understandable. Returning to his thoughts, Xiaomu was utterly overwhelmed. He didn't want the red Gyarados to battle Raichu, but the red Gyarados didn't want to go back into its Pokeball. It was clearly overconfident and didn't want to be eliminated so quickly. It hadn't had enough of a fight last night. Lucario, Growlithe, and Beedrill had stolen the spotlight. Xiaomu was helpless and could only try to command the red Gyarados to battle Raichu in his own way. Even if it lost, it might be a good thing for the red Gyarados, because it was indeed a bit too arrogant. He didn't know how its slow-moving personality had changed so drastically. It had to be said that this battle put Mew under immense pressure. He had never felt so overwhelmed. Not only was its level lower, but the water and flying type combination had a fourfold weakness to electric. The final result, naturally, was that the red Gyarados lost. Flamethrower was impressive, but even with Mew's excellent command, it still couldn't win this battle. If Tian weren't an aggressive trainer, Mew might still have had a chance to win. She immediately commanded Raichu to sweep the field with Thunderbolt. Even though Gyarados could dodge with its flight ability, it was immediately met with Raichu's relentless attacks. Raichu easily dodged Gyarados' counterattacks, further boosted by its double team ability, a veritable cheat code. Although facing Raichu, Mew suddenly felt like he was facing Pikachu. In the game, this seemingly insignificant little guy, easily defeated, was actually a formidable opponent in the real world. It even made Mew want to catch a Pikachu and raise it to be Raichu. The red Gyarados refused to be defeated, and Mew hoped it would learn its lesson through this battle. Next, he sent out Beedrill to fight. Although the red Gyarados lost decisively, it did drain a lot of Raichu's stamina and, while unable to battle, also inflicted some damage on Raichu. Beedrill is only level 42, lower than Raichu, but Raichu's fighting style is precisely what Beedrill counters. Although a regular Beedrill isn't particularly fast, with 252 EVs maxed out and the best speed IV, even if it's still slower than Raichu, it can hold its own against a Raichu that's expending a lot of HP. Raichu's burst speed and attack speed are truly terrifying. If there's a type advantage, like with Gyarados, a single Thunderbolt attack has a high probability of KOing it. Of course, the red Gyarados withstood 2 Thunderbolts, which is the uncertainty of the real world. Unlike in games where there are situations where a Pokémon can truly withstand an attack through sheer willpower. Actually, there's a mechanism in games where Pokémon will withstand a critical hit to avoid worrying their players. But let's leave that aside. For Raichu, this burst power is both an advantage and a disadvantage. After the burst, Raichu is in a short period of stalemate. Mew seized this opportunity, having Beedrill use ground-type Drill Rush to KO Raichu in one hit. Drill Rush is a move that easily hits critical hits, and in this situation, Beedrill is aiming for a critical hit. Furthermore, its sniper ability greatly amplifies the damage when it hits a critical hit. Raichu is strong, but Mew has also seen how fragile it is. Even at full health, it would probably be knocked down after taking one Drill Rush. Chapter 47. After defeating Raichu, Beedrill's level increased by 1 as expected. In comparison, the experience points were still considerable. It was just unknown whether Gyarados had shared in the experience points. Mew couldn't summon Gyarados to check, so he would only know after the battle whether its level had increased. It was highly unlikely, just like last time when Growlithe was near death and completely unable to battle, it didn't gain any experience points. With Raichu defeated, Tian once again sent out Ninetales. A Fire-type Ninetales was indeed the first choice against a Bug-type Beedrill. Mew wouldn't be foolish enough to let Beedrill continue fighting, so in the end, he had to send out Growlithe. A battle between fire types. It was impossible to say there was no pressure. After all, Ninetales' stats were superior to Growlithe's in all aspects. Mew's only advantage was the boost in effort values, and of course, the advantage in moves, unlike Ninetales' more singular approach. From Blastoise to Vileplume, then Ninetales, and finally Raichu, Mew noticed that Tian's method of training Pokémon was to maximize their type's abilities. Indeed, this single-type training method could eventually lead to victory by leveraging abilities and other type advantages. However, Mew believed that maximizing the potential of each Pokémon was the best training method. In Pokémon battles, level advantage is important, but type advantage is still the key to victory. Just like in the game, with type advantage, A 2x advantage combined with a high-power move can easily defeat an opponent 10 levels higher. In the battle between Growlithe and Ninetales, Mew ultimately won through skill and strategy. By combining support moves with the advantages of various moves, even though he was injured and his stamina was depleted by Ninetales, Mew's mastery of skills and tactical deployment far surpassed Tian's. Actually, if Growlithe hadn't yet evolved into Arcanine, Arcanine could have completely dominated Ninetales in this battle. Of course, winning against a stronger opponent made Mew even more proud. Having defeated 4 of Tian's Pokémon in a row, Mew also lost Lucario and Red Gyarados. In a 2-on-2 situation, although Growlithe and Beedrill were both weakened, Mew had a 60–70% chance of winning as long as the opponent's level didn't exceed 45. However, to Mew's surprise, Tian had a second-level 50 Pokémon. Jigglypuff. This Pokémon, which had also appeared in the anime movie, was even higher level than Ninetales. A normal fairy type, as Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff's combat power, while not exceptionally strong, wasn't weak either. Especially its 140 HP, which was quite outrageous in the previous 2 generations. Mew remembered that in the early days, besides pure tank support Pokémon like Chansey and Blissey, only Wobbuffet had 190 HP. Apart from that, no other Pokémon could surpass Jigglypuff in terms of stamina. Unlike Chansey and Blissey, and even Wobbuffet, Jigglypuff possessed stronger attack power to a certain extent. Although most people still use Jigglypuff as a support, it could also be trained for attrition warfare, engaging in prolonged battles. Mew saw Jigglypuff's move list and knew that this Jigglypuff could be both a support and an attacker. In short, it was quite powerful, and based on Tian's fighting style, Mew felt that her Jigglypuff leaned more towards the offensive type. Instead of letting Growlithe continue fighting, Mew switched to Beedrill. Tian didn't see any difference between Growlithe and Beedrill. On the contrary, because Mew switched to Beedrill, she felt that Jigglypuff's strength could be better utilized. Jigglypuff is a melee physical attacker and tank type, lacking speed, making it vulnerable to Growlithe's ranged special attacks. Beedrill, on the other hand, is also a melee physical attacker. Her strategy involves letting Jigglypuff tank attacks before launching a powerful counterattack to interrupt and counter. Tian has her own plans, and Mew has hers. Mew's Beedrill isn't your average Beedrill. It's a queen bee and has a well-rounded moveset. Besides melee attacks, it can also perform ranged attacks, such as Poison Sting. Jigglypuff is a fairy type. Tian clearly doesn't know this. And it's not just Tian who doesn't know, most people wouldn't know. Because the era hasn't progressed to Generation VI, and the story hasn't reached the Kalos region, the fairy type hasn't been fully defined. In other words, this era is a very special starting point, with many unknown things being discovered, giving rise to a series of possibilities. For example, the discovery of the fairy type, Mega Evolution, Dynamax, the existence of Z-moves, and the crystalline transformation of the Paidia region. According to Mew's guess, it should be about 2 more years before the fairy type is officially recognized by the League and included in the type list. The battle with Jigglypuff went very smoothly. Mew's poison attack caught Tian off guard. Jigglypuff couldn't even dodge or block attacks, let alone fight back. Finally, under the influence of poison, Jigglypuff lost its ability to battle. What truly surprised Mew was that the experience points gained from defeating Jigglypuff directly raised Beedrill to level 2. Even though defeating Raichu also raised it to level 1, it couldn't compare. A 2-level boost was something you definitely wouldn't get in the game. So, Jigglypuff is also a kind of experience-boosting Pokémon, like Chansey and Blissey, providing a large amount of experience. Mew was extremely excited. Having defeated Jigglypuff, Tian only had 1 Pokémon left. As Mew eagerly anticipated, Tian brought out her level 47 Dugong. Sure enough, aside from Raichu being an exception, the other Pokémon were practically Tian's main force. In the original story, Raichu was likely one of her main Pokémon, but Xiao Tian brought Ponyta along to train it as a mount. After all, as a mount Pokémon that early elite trainers would train, Ponyta needed to reach level 40 to evolve, and its evolved form, Rapidash, didn't require many resources to reach its full potential. To deal with Dugong, the fire-type Growlithe was naturally chosen. Although Dugong's water type was strong against fire, but Growlithe's fire was strong against Dugong's ice type. Having already gained another level from defeating Ninetales, Xiaomu knew that after another battle, Growlithe would reach level 50, even though it hadn't reached the required experience points for a full level up. What Xiaomu didn't expect was that Growlithe would learn a move that only appeared at level 52 during this battle: Flare Blitz. The more powerful the attack, the less stamina the user has, the more potent the attack becomes. This is why, at the last moment, the user used fire to evaporate the water, defeating the Dugong. Chapter 48. The battle with Xiao Tian ended, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. The high-level battle was dazzling, full of thrills and excitement. For Xiao Tian, this battle showed her more fighting styles and made her realize her shortcomings. In fact, since reaching the top 4 of the Indigo League, her strength had stagnated, and she had been stuck in the same place. Now, after fighting Xiaomu, she realized that perhaps she had been too stubborn. She had been adhering to her own principles, unwilling to try and accept new things. Ultimately, it was due to overconfidence and arrogance. Before fighting Xiaomu, she was absolutely confident. But after the battle, she realized that even with her best efforts in commanding the battle, she had lost so badly. It seemed she should choose a new path to explore, instead of continuing to develop step by step on Cinnabar Island. Xiaomu wouldn't know Xiao Tian's thoughts. For Xiaomu, Xiao Tian had also taught him a lesson in a sense. Actually, achieving this result was already a very good ending. Xiaomu definitely relied heavily on luck and the convenience provided by Aura. Otherwise, Lucario might have lost the first battle. Then, in the battle between Red Gyarados and Vileplume, if he hadn't been amazed by the shiny Gyarados and caught off guard by Gyarados' flamethrower, Vileplume wouldn't have been so easy to defeat. Next, in the battle against Raichu and Beedrill, Xiaomu again exploited an opening, knowing that Xiao Tian didn't know much about Beedrill, and used the hidden ability sniper and a combination of moves to achieve a one-hit KO. In conclusion, if they were to fight again, Xiaomu probably wouldn't defeat her so easily, let alone winning a 4-on-6 battle by consuming only 2 Pokémon. Back at Ali's shop, Xiaomu and Xiao Tian didn't linger. Instead, they headed together towards the Pokémon Center in Cinnabar City. The Pokémon were seriously injured and needed to recover. Rather than wasting medicine on themselves, it was better to let Nurse Joy heal them. The treatment would be more thorough. To Xiaomu's surprise, they encountered Professor Ivy at the Pokémon Center. She was there to say goodbye to Nurse Joy and Chansey, and with her was a character Xiaomu recognized very well: Kenji Tracy, the Pokémon Observer. In the original anime, he possessed incredible artistic talent and was once jokingly considered the best candidate to replace Brock Takeshii as the second male lead. In the original anime, he replaced Brock and Ash's team while living in the Orange Islands, traveling together for a while. However, he later left the team after joining Professor Oak's lab. Unexpectedly, he and Professor Ivy were already acquainted, and it was clear that Kenji Tracy had accompanied Professor Ivy to the Pokémon Center. After some conversation, Xiaomu confirmed the situation. Because they were leaving Cinnabar Island for the Orange Islands in 2 days, Professor Ivy was spending these last 2 days saying goodbye to her students and friends in Cinnabar City. After all, it was a place she'd spent several years in, and she had developed a certain attachment to it. Aside from saying goodbye to friends, she also had to say goodbye to many colleagues in person. For example, Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny, in a sense, they weren't colleagues, but they were very familiar with each other, helping each other with many research projects, so they had a good relationship. Xiaomu took this opportunity to learn about Professor Ivy's upcoming plans and who would be taking over the Pokémon Research Institute in Cinnabar City. According to Professor Ivy, Professor Magnolia from the Galar region would arrive tomorrow with her assistant. She would personally hand over the formalities, and after completing these tasks, she would take Kenji and 2 students to the Orange Islands. In short, it was pretty much the same information his mother had given him. They just hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. After seeing off Kenji, Tracy, and Professor Ivy's 2 female students, Xiaomu and Xiao Tian were both deeply moved. Xiaomu was moved by the subsequent plot developments, but only internally. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, recounted some past events, expressing her close relationship with Professor Ivy. Now that Professor Ivy was leaving, it felt like the departure of a family member. After listening to Xiao Tian's words, Xiaomu learned that when her Blastoise was still a Squirtle, it was Professor Ivy who gave it to her. She was only 10 years old then, and after receiving Squirtle, she declared with great ambition that she would become the league champion. Unfortunately, she was almost 16 now and hadn't achieved anything. Everyone said she was a pro who had reached the top 4 of the Indigo League, but they didn't know that she had challenged the Indigo League 3 times before finally reaching the top 4 in the last one. Only she herself knew that reaching the top 4 was nothing special. The Indigo League has been held continuously, and many trainers have made it to the top 4 in recent years alone. She's just one of many who have made it. In other words, even the league champions are different every year. As a child, she didn't understand, but as she grew up, she gradually realized that what she pursued wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Xiaomu encouraged Xiao Tian and understood her feelings perfectly. A person of strong character, that's Xiaomu's assessment of Xiao Tian. To be more specific, she's a very rational yet emotional girl. In a few years, she'll definitely be very popular with men. No, she's already very popular with men now, but she's too assertive. Most people probably can't handle her and would find it difficult to develop a relationship with her. After spending an hour at the Pokémon Center, Xiaomu and Xiao Tian talked about many things. The most important topic was the invitation to become the strongest trainer. Xiao Tian expressed her determination to attend. Since she was so direct and frank, Xiaomu naturally shared his thoughts as well. Perhaps because Xiaomu defeated her, or perhaps because she admired Xiaomu's strength, Xiao Tian invited him to take a boat trip to Cinnabar Island together, and then another boat trip to the new island. Ali and the others would also be joining them. Xiaomu wanted to agree immediately, but things weren't that simple, so he could only vaguely reply that they would decide based on the situation. Xiao Tian was a little disappointed, but she didn't insist. Actually, Xiaomu could go to the new island anytime he wanted. After all, as the heir to the Xia family's shipping and logistics group, the entire group belonged to his family, and he certainly didn't lack ships. It was only because Xiao Tian didn't know his identity that she made the invitation. Of course, Xiaomu didn't want to use his identity to make friends, otherwise there would be some distance, and it wouldn't be as natural as it was now. After retrieving their Pokémon from Nurse Joy, Xiaomu said goodbye to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had taken time out to battle him and now needed to go back to help at her family's shop. Xiaomu, on the other hand, returned to Ali's family's restaurant. There was still plenty of time, and he wanted to learn more from Ali about the Pokémon trainers in Cinnabar Island City. Chapter 49. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. During these 2 days, through Ali's introduction, Xiaomu got to know many elite Pokémon trainers in Cinnabar City. Although none of them were as strong as Xiao Tian, and most of their Pokémon were around level 40, these Pokémon trainers were still formidable in the wild. After a series of battles, Xiaomu's reputation gradually spread, and he became a household name in the trainer community. On one hand, Xiaomu was incredibly strong, constantly winning without a single defeat. On the other hand, Xiaomu became a generous benefactor. Anyone with a certain level of strength could receive a reward ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 league coins for battling him through Ali's introduction. Of course, the price was set by Ali. Initially, Xiaomu offered 10,000 league coins per person. However, as the strength of the later trainers was generally average, Ali discussed with them and decided to offer different battle rewards based on their strength level. After careful consideration, Xiaomu agreed. After all, Even if he had a lot of money, he couldn't afford to spend 10,000 league coins on a trainer. Through continuous battles, the four little ones steadily increased their levels, all breaking through to level 50 or higher. Lucario reached level 55, learning not only Comet Punch and Dragon Pulse, but also extreme speed ahead of schedule. Now, all that's left is close combat. Once it reaches level 60, it can learn it through leveling up. Of course, based on recent experience, it might learn this move even earlier. As for using a TM, Mew didn't plan to buy one. He'd rather waste the money on other moves. The red Gyarados reached level 51, learning not only the only flying-type move it could learn, Hurricane, but also Haunt and Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam. That's right, it's the ultimate move that was initially translated as Hyper Beam, with a power of 150. Mew's red Gyarados is now fully developed. Using it in gym challenges from now on, even if it doesn't one-shot everyone, taking on 2 opponents at once will be a breeze. Beedrill's level has increased to 53. This is because Mew intentionally created battle opportunities for it to gain more experience. However, even with the level increase, Beedrill's strength hasn't improved significantly. Most importantly, it no longer has any moves that can be learned simply by leveling up. Mew can only teach it moves that address its weaknesses to improve its strength. Even so, there are still too many Pokémon that counter Beedrill, so even though it has the most battles, the level it can fight is the lowest, resulting in its level only being slightly higher than red Gyarados' by 2 levels. It's worth mentioning that its friendship with Beedrill has reached 188 points. Although it's not yet ready for Mega Evolution, Mew is very confident that it will be achieved in the remaining few days. The affinity between red Gyarados and Mew had increased to 215 points, but Mew hadn't bought him a Mega Evolution Stone. There were no plans to Mega Evolve it for the time being. Lucario, needless to say, had already reached 228 points 2 days ago, and now it was at 236. It was only 19 points away from 255. That was the situation for the 3 smaller Pokémon. Finally, there was Growlithe. After more than 10 battles this morning, Growlithe had not only reached level 56 and learned Flare Blitz, but also reached level 57 after the last battle. With the level met and all moves learned, Mew finished the morning's battles and returned home. Evolve Growlithe. He had trained so hard, giving it his all to level up, and although it had only been a little over 10 days, each day felt like an eternity with daily planning. It could be said that raising Growlithe to this level was far more difficult than raising any other Pokémon to this level. In his backyard, Mew bought a fire stone from the system shop. Lucario, the red Gyarados, and Beedrill were all watching from the sidelines. Growlithe was just as excited as Mew. It had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Growlithe eagerly swallowed the firestone, causing Mew to worry that she might choke. However, Mew's concerns proved unfounded. As Growlithe swallowed the firestone, its body suddenly erupted with intense flames, enveloping it. The evolution process was completely different from the games and entirely different from typical evolutions. It was unclear whether all Pokémon requiring a firestone for evolution were like this. The intense flames rapidly materialized, transforming Growlithe into a fiery behemoth, roaring. When the flames subsided, Growlithe's body had completely transformed into Arcanine. Arcanine. LV 57. Gender, female. Type, fire. Nature, jolly. Ability, intimidate, intimidates the opponent upon entry, causing them to back down and lowering their attack. Moves, Leer, Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Helping Hand, Agility, Fire Fang, Revenge, Hurricane, Protect, Thunder Fang, Flamethrower, Roar, Play Rough, Resurrection, Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed. Friendship, 225, Inseparable, Bound by Fate. Mood, Very Happy, Finally Evolved. Arcanine IVs. HP, 26, Excellent. Special Attack, 10, Average. Special Defense, 18, Very Good. Attack, 30, Outstanding. Defense, 12, Average. Speed 31 best. Overall assessment, excellent stats. Effort values, HP 6, attack 252, defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 0, speed 252. Woof, Master, I've finally evolved. Arcanine excitedly ran back and forth in the backyard, its more majestic and powerful bark carrying a joyful tone. Seeing this, Mew couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Her didn't stop Arcanine's actions, but let it release its abundant energy, taking this opportunity to carefully observe the changes. In terms of data alone, it had gained a new move, Extreme Speed, which was a move that Growlithe would definitely learn after evolving into Arcanine. For the others, Mew would have to experiment with them himself to find out. A battle was inevitable. Only in this way could he more clearly understand Arcanine's strength. Aside from Beedrill being unsuitable as Arcanine's opponent, Gyarados and Lucario are both viable options. However, considering Gyarados' type characteristics, Arcanine wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. Therefore, Mew opted for Lucario to battle. This was disadvantageous for Lucario, as its steel type is weak to fire. However, Mew believed that Lucario's strength wouldn't necessarily allow it to lose. Mew didn't need to give commands, he let them fight on their own. This also allowed Arcanine to develop self-judgment skills, to see if its evolution would cause drastic changes and make it unable to control its power. In the original anime, many Pokémon underwent significant changes due to evolution. Chapter 50. A fierce battle in a foreign land. Arcanine, with its superior speed and powerful fire-type move, defeated Lucario. Despite the battle being ostensibly a friendly sparring match between Arcanine and Lucario, both were holding nothing back in a battle exceeding level 55. This made Mew truly realize Arcanine's strength. She truly lived up to its reputation as a legendary Pokémon with a base stat total of 555. Even though Lucario is a special type in some ways, his base stats were still 30 points lower. While 30 points may seem small, they represent at least a 5-point difference in each attribute, regardless of their distribution. Of course, with Mew's guidance, Lucario might not have lost. However, defeating a newly evolved Arcanine, especially with its level and type disadvantage, was still very difficult. Arcanine, through its strength, reclaimed its title as Mew's strongest Pokémon from Lucario. Actually, before Riolu evolved, even after Magikarp arrived and evolved into Gyarados, Growlithe's position as the strongest Pokémon in Mew's possession remained unshaken. It wasn't until Riolu evolved into Lucario that Growlithe's strength began to fall behind. Even though its level was consistently far ahead, Growlithe's strength was surpassed by Gyarados. Arcanine proved itself, defeating Lucario. While Lucario is competitive, it's only with other Pokémon. In her heart, Arcanine has always been like an older sister. This feeling stems from the fact that, besides Mew, Growlithe was the first Pokémon she met after entering this world. Growlithe is a female from the Land faction, and even though they aren't of the same species, Growlithe cares for Riolu like a family member. Based on the order of arrival, Riolu can only be the younger brother. Perhaps it's this similarity that makes the relationship between Growlithe and Riolu, and now Arcanine and Lucario, much closer than ordinary relationships. Unlike Gyarados and Beedrill, who are just ordinary companions. For example, even when Lucario is defeated, it doesn't get angry. Arcanine doesn't overly show off. Instead, it interacts affectionately with Lucario. If it weren't for Aura Sphere, Mew wouldn't understand what they were saying. A detail revealed a possibility. Could Arcanine and Lucario lay eggs and reproduce? Lay eggs. If this hadn't happened to his own Pokémon, Mew wouldn't have dared to consider this possibility. Even though in the game, eggs can be laid as long as the egg population is the same, in the real world, there's always some degree of hybridization. Even if they're both dogs and their species are somewhat similar, Arcanine is Arcanine and Lucario is Lucario. Nevertheless, Mew still had some expectations. If Arcanine and Lucario could actually lay eggs in the future, wouldn't that be considered an alternate world? After all, Lucario came from a system reward. Wouldn't that be considered an alternate world? Wouldn't there be a high probability of producing a high-level, shiny Growlithe? Since the offspring always inherits the species of the mother, Arcanine's eggs would definitely result in a Growlithe. After pondering for a long time, ZMU gave them some simple treatment. Then, to celebrate Growlithe evolving into Arcanine, he personally prepared food for them. His cooking skills were actually quite good. With enough ingredients and a variety of seasonings, he could cook all sorts of food. He also had some snacks stored in his storage space, which he kept there for emergencies, and now he took some out. Naturally, he also added some energy cubes from the system shop. It was 1:30 p.m. The four little ones had finished eating and resting. To experience riding Arcanine, ZMU put Lucario, Beedrill, and Gyarados into their Pokéballs. To be honest, experiencing ground riding for the first time was incredibly exciting. In his previous life, he had dreamed of trying things like riding Arcanine at breakneck speed, or soaring through the sky on the back of a Charizard or Dragonite. He had already experienced flying on Gyarados. Now, a new opportunity had finally arrived, and his dream could come true. Speaking of which, the game description of Arcanine showed a height of 1.9 meters. ZMU's Arcanine was clearly far more than 2 meters tall. After all, he was over 1.8 meters tall. If he were only 1.9 meters, Arcanine would only be half a head taller than him at most. A preliminary estimate suggested that his Arcanine's head height was at least 2.4 to 2.5 meters, with powerful limbs. Its body height alone exceeded 2 meters, giving it the appearance of a colossal creature. Let alone carrying ZMU alone, even 2 more people wouldn't be a problem, and there's plenty of space on its back. Of course, it wouldn't actually let Arcanine carry several people. Speeding along Route 11 in Cinnabar City, ZMU could clearly feel himself and Arcanine seemingly chasing the wind. Although the speed only reached 150 kilometers per hour, far from Arcanine's limit, even that was incredibly exhilarating for ZMU. If he didn't have enough confidence in Arcanine, he wouldn't dare drive so fast in the city. Until he directed Arcanine out of the city and onto the suburban ring road, Arcanine's speed increased rapidly. The feeling was like accelerating in an airplane. It wasn't him moving forward, but rather the surrounding objects constantly rushing past. If it weren't for Arcanine's mane protecting ZMU from the fierce winds, he would have been thrown off balance. Previously, he thought the information that Arcanine could travel 10,000 kilometers in a day, and night was exaggerated. Now, ZMU no longer doubted it. On the contrary, 10,000 kilometers seemed conservative, a statistical estimate of the average Arcanine. Exceeding a certain speed limit, ZMU began to feel dizzy. It was no longer just excitement, but a genuine feeling of being unable to withstand it. ZMU could sense that the speed had reached unimaginable levels. He could no longer see his surroundings clearly. Despite the advanced physical abilities of this world and the power of aura, this speed was beyond the human body's tolerance. Of course, it was also related to it being his first time riding. After all, there's an adaptation period for anything, and one can't become proficient immediately. Because of their telepathic connection, Arcanine could sense ZMU's discomfort and quickly slowed down, keeping the speed below 100 kilometers per hour. ZMU took a long time to recover, finally calming down in the sea breeze and stopping the cold sweat. After getting used to it, he directed Arcanine to head towards Cinnabar Lake. He hadn't been to Cinnabar Lake for several days and still wanted to go see it, wondering if Mew had eaten the food he had left behind. Chapter 51. Returns to Lake Cinnabar. The familiar surroundings, the familiar wild Pokémon. Seeing his leftover snacks and energy cubes eaten, ZMU felt somewhat pleased. While interacting with the wild Pokémon, ZMU fed them once more. It must be said that as his strength increased, his attitude towards wild Pokémon changed. Especially these Pokémon only a few levels or in their teens, now they seemed like little children. He remembered that at the beginning, to help Growlithe and Riolu grow quickly, these low-level Pokémon were ZMU's main targets. Later, as his own Pokémon leveled up, he shifted his focus to the 20s, 30s. Until now, the wild Pokémon in the Cinnabar Island forest could no longer satisfy Zia Mew's needs. After lingering at Lake Cinnabar for a long time, Zia Mew rode Arcanine away. He raced along the coastal road around the island until he returned to Cinnabar Island City. Zia Mew intended to go find Ali again, but received a call from his mother. Zia Mew was surprised because his father had just returned to Cinnabar City and was already at the company. He hadn't expected his father to be back so suddenly, as they had said yesterday he wouldn't be back for another day or two. After chatting for a while, Zia Mew learned that the Pokémon League had sent people to Cinnabar City. As a director of the Zia Family Logistics Group, one of the city's large enterprises, Zia he needed to return to oversee operations and represent the group at an important meeting discussing the city's future development. Therefore, Zia he had taken a direct flight that morning. Otherwise, taking a ship would have taken at least 2 days. The situation was complicated, and Zia Mew didn't ask too many questions, as it was something he couldn't access right now. Even if he did ask, his parents wouldn't reveal much. In Zia Mew's view, if they wanted to tell him, they would do so without him having to ask. After chatting with his mother for a few more minutes, Zia Mew directed his Arcanine to the company building. He needed to retrieve Gardevoir himself. Otherwise, he would have to wait until very late at night to get it. It was only afternoon, and there was still plenty of time, so Zia Mew's idea was to get Gardevoir quickly and then treat it according to its current condition. Actually, his father's return was indeed timely. Zia Mew's original plan was to leave Cinnabar Island L for Cinnabar Island after his father returned and captured Gardevoir. After all, there were only 3 days left until the Mewtwo incident, and he needed to see Blaine on Cinnabar Island before that to obtain the Cinnabar Gym badge. He could then try to level up his Pokémon again on Cinnabar Island, and then use rare candies to significantly boost the levels of his 4 Pokémon before heading to the new island. This way, he could save on League coins as much as possible. After all, rare candies were too expensive, costing 1 million League coins per piece. If it were any cheaper, even if it were 100,000 Pokémon League coins per candy, Zia Mew wouldn't hesitate to buy them and level up to the maximum. At that price, the only option is to focus on leveling up as quickly as possible and only use candy when it's too late. There will be many other things to spend money on later. Leveling up is just one of them. Arriving at the Zia Group's building, Zia Mew attracted considerable attention because he arrived riding an Arcanine. Although Zia Mew hadn't been here since his transmigration, he had fully absorbed the original owner's memories. The original owner hadn't clearly defined his identity, only knowing that his family owned a company and that his family background was simply better than the average person's. To the current Zia Mew, it once again seemed that the original owner was truly an immature, honest child. With such a large family business, he was never an ordinary person. After greeting some company employees, Zia Mew recognized a few familiar faces. Accompanied by them, he went to the chairman's office on the top floor. Zia he and Mew Zeoli were discussing some matters, accompanied by several company executives. Upon seeing Zia Mew, these older elders adopted a friendly and amiable demeanor, showering him with praise. They seemed determined to impress Zia Mew and win over this young master. Zia Mew responded to each of them, and after chatting with Zia he and Mew Zeoli for a while, he finally received a Gardevoir Pokéball. He was originally planning to leave immediately, as he had never dealt with or understood any of his company's business matters, and his predecessor's memories wouldn't be of any help. However, when Zia Mew thought about Zia he's trip to the Hone region to discuss maritime navigation, he remembered a special Pokémon that was crucial to the future of the Pokémon world. Rotom. In the near future, Rotom would help humanity in every aspect of life. Catching Rotom now and developing related products would definitely bring in a fortune. And if Rotom could be integrated into navigation devices, true intelligent navigation could be achieved. He had a general idea in mind, but Zia Mew wouldn't reveal it on the spot. Even though everyone present was a high-ranking company executive, if this information were revealed, there was a risk of leaks. After all, this was a huge opportunity, and others would definitely want a piece of the pie. Xia Mu planned to tell his parents about it after they returned home that evening. Actually, when Xia Mu received the complete Rotom Pokédex from Xiaohe, he had considered catching a Rotom to add to it. To catch a Rotom, he needed to go to a region where Rotoms lived. The information Xia Mu had seen about Rotoms was mostly negative. There was no mention of the various electronic Rotoms that would appear in later generations. The internet connects the whole world, so the information he saw about Rotoms was that of a mischievous, destructive Pokémon. Simply put, at this time, the specific uses of Rotoms hadn't been recognized. Even though other regions had begun researching and experimenting with Rotoms in various fields, most people were unaware of it. It's like Mega Evolution, Dynamax, and Terrestrial Terra. They're popular and well-known in their respective regions, but nobody in the Kanto region knows about them. The current situation presented ample opportunity. He could establish a Rotom-based electronics corporation and gradually become a global giant. Of course, this was just a thought. Xia Mu felt that even if his family had great power, they couldn't possibly dominate the entire world, and the League wouldn't allow one company to monopolize power. Therefore, seizing the initiative and developing the Kanto region well would be quite an achievement. If they truly control the Rotom electric business chain, the Zio group will not easily collapse, at least for the next century, even if the world order changes drastically. Chapter 52. Diet was already past 4 o'clock when Xia Mu returned home. He could have come back much earlier, but his parents insisted on letting him familiarize himself with the company. It wasn't until the arrival of the League personnel that Xia Mu was finally free. In his backyard, Xia Mu held Gardevoir's Piquet ball in his hand. In front of him were Arcanine, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill. He pondered for a moment, considering some potential problems, but ultimately dismissed them. "Come out, Gardevoir." The Piquet ball opened in his hand, shooting out a dazzling white light. Gardevoir appeared in the yard. After a brief moment of confusion, when it clearly saw its surroundings and Xia Mu and the 4 little ones, it immediately moved several meters away, adopting a defensive posture. Its fierce eyes clearly showed how angry it was, and the aura emanating from its body was exceptionally sharp and highly targeted. In its mind, its younger siblings had been kidnapped by bad guys, and now it too had been captured by humans. The only human it trusted, the one who had saved it, had utterly disappointed it. Gardevoir's hatred was amplified infinitely, its eyes even faintly glowing red. Xia Mu remained silent, simply watching Gardevoir, intending to check its stats first. Arcanine, Lucario, Gyarados Red, and Beedrill all watched Gardevoir warily. Xia Mu had already told them about Gardevoir's situation. They weren't hostile to Gardevoir, but rather wary of it to protect Xia Mu. Gardevoir. LV 45. Gender, female. Type, psychic fairy. Nature, timid. Ability, trace upon entering the battle, copies the opponent's ability, making it the same. Skills, growl, psychic, magical flame, shadow clone, misty terrain, charm, healing wish, healing pulse, hypnosis, drain kiss, teleport, ability. Trace, life dew, prayer, meditation, psychic. Friendship, negative hate. Emotion, angry humans, they all deserve to die. Gardevoir's IVs. HP, 9 average. Special attack, 31 best. Special defense, 26 very good. Attack, 0 maybe not good. Defense, 20 very good. Speed, 31 best. Overall assessment, remarkable abilities. Effort values, HP 11, attack 6, defense 22, special attack 35, special defense 15, speed 44. In Xia Mu's understanding, this was an outstanding Gardevoir, excellent in all aspects. And its level had reached 45, no wonder that old man said he was worried about him. After all, how could a novice trainer like him possibly control a Gardevoir in its 40s? Nature, ability, plus such a rich move list, I've really struck gold. Mew felt a surge of relief. If he had refused, he would have truly missed out. But now, the most crucial thing was how to resolve Gardevoir's hatred. It's worth mentioning that Mew had never seen a negative friendship level before. No wonder the emotion section had the tag, "Humans deserve to die." The damage Gardevoir had suffered was probably only known to itself. For an ordinary person, to untangle Gardevoir's inner turmoil without a deep understanding is a difficulty comparable to catching a legendary Pokémon. Gaining a Pokémon's trust is incredibly difficult. While Mew's experience with the cheat-like simulator made things seem simpler, he still put in a considerable amount of effort. And when a Pokémon begins to hate you, changing that relationship is even more challenging. Those damned poaching gangs, Mew thought, overwhelmed with emotion, ultimately concluding with this one sentence. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage to approach. The four little ones were worried about his actions, especially Lucario and Arcanine, who sensed Gardevoir's murderous intent and wouldn't allow him to get close. It was only after Mew forcefully calmed them down that they regained their composure. As he approached, Mew's heart raced. It was impossible not to be afraid. He was joking. If Gardevoir attacked with a single move, he would be severely injured. Fortunately, while Gardevoir appeared fierce and wouldn't let Mew get close, it seemed to genuinely dislike fighting. So, as Mew took a step closer, Gardevoir took a step back. This tug-of-war continued for a while before Mew suddenly stopped. Although I don't know what you've been through, and I'm not qualified to advise you, if you're willing to talk, Arcanine, Lucario, Beedrill, and Gyarados are all willing to listen. You can rest assured, in this place, no one can hurt you anymore. Perhaps I can help you find your family. Mew spoke sincerely, meeting Gardevoir's gaze. With the power of aura, he could hear Gardevoir's thoughts if it responded. SHHH, humans, they're all liars. Even now they're still deceiving and using me. Its anger was at its peak. Gardevoir simply refused to believe it. Its emotions fluctuated violently, and a powerful killing intent seemed to materialize, forming streaks of blood-red light surrounding it. This wasn't real blood energy, but rather its psychic powers, influenced by its emotions, transforming into a more terrifyingly destructive state. Mew felt as if his body was being compressed by some force, making him feel suffocated. Even with his best efforts, he was forced to his knees. Lucario sensed the abnormality and immediately rushed to Mew's side. At the same time, it conjured an aura sphere and fired it at Gardevoir. Mew tried to stop it, but to no avail. A loud bang resounded. The wave missile struck Gardevoir, sending it flying. Only after the pressure on his body disappeared did Mew breathe a sigh of relief. He told Lucario to stop attacking and then looked at Gardevoir again. Having been hit by Lucario, she struggled to her feet, her eyes still blazing with anger, her emotions clearly even more out of control. What to do? Mew was momentarily at a loss. He had thought that by mastering the power of aura, he could hear the thoughts of Pokémon and easily resolve Gardevoir's hatred. It was clear he had underestimated the situation. If they really start fighting, things will get out of control. Is there any way to calm a Pokémon down? Items, that's right. Suddenly remembering something, Mew immediately opened the system shop to check. Soothe Bell, a melodious bell that can calm an emotional Pokémon to some extent. Listening to it frequently with your trainer will increase their bond. Price, 40,000 League Coins. Chapter 53. After purchasing the soothing bell, Mew, though unsure of its effectiveness, decided to give it a try. In the game, the soothing bell simply calms the Pokémon it's holding, making it easier for the Pokémon to develop affinity with its trainer. However, in this world, the uses of items are much more diverse. If the soothing bell doesn't work, Mew will try the shell bell, the clear bell, the ocean sound bell, and so on. The information notes for these items all contain the four words: calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Ding-a-ling tilde tilde tilde, ding-a-ling tilde tilde tilde. Shaking the seemingly ordinary bell. A melodious sound emanated from the bell, spreading out with extremely strong penetrating power, first affecting Zia Mew and the 4 little ones around him, making them feel as if bathed in a gentle breeze, incredibly comfortable. This kind of bell sound has a strong healing power. It sounds like just an ordinary bell, but for some reason, it's exceptionally enjoyable. The soothing bell calmed Zia Mew's turbulent emotions, and he even felt a spiritual uplift, his aura becoming more easily controlled. Not far away, Gardevoir, previously in a berserk state, was finally brought to a halt by the bell's influence. Anger had clouded its senses, keeping it trapped in its own world, believing that only through such actions could it release its pent-up emotions. The bell's calming effect effectively suppressed this resentment, giving it a new outlet, and its emotions shifted to sadness and pain. Seeing this, Zia Mew didn't stop, continuing to ring the bell as he approached. He felt a deeper sense of unease. In this world, many Pokémon possessed emotions far richer than those of humans. Only after reaching Gardevoir did Zia Mew once again control his aura to communicate through perception. Communicating with thoughts was perhaps better than speaking. Closing his eyes, Zia Mew wasn't afraid Gardevoir would continue its antics. As long as the soothing bell remained active, Gardevoir's emotions would be calmed, preventing it from easily going berserk again. Unless, at this moment, it was suddenly attacked again, or something happened that Gardevoir deeply resented. A mental connection was established, and the heart-to-heart talk between Zia Mew and Gardevoir began. A psychic-type Pokémon with fairy-type attributes. Gardevoir actually possessed the ability to communicate telepathically, but after being injured, she closed herself off in her mental world, unwilling to open it to the outside world. It was like she had built a cage for herself, and Zia Mew had to break in. Resistance and impact on her mind were inevitable, because the closer one got to their inner vulnerability, the more mental pressure they would suffer. Gardevoir, unwilling to accept this, forcefully expelled all mental intrusions. Zia Mew, unable to back down, could only press forward under the pressure. Several times during his advance, he was forced back by Gardevoir's mental power, but finally received help from Lucario's aura, reaching Gardevoir in the mental world. Mental communication is far more direct than verbal exchange. Because you cannot conceal it, nor can you manipulate the mind. Gardevoir finally calmed down completely. It sensed Zia Mew's sincerity and clearly felt the goodwill he conveyed. In the real world, the bloodlust in Gardevoir's eyes completely dissipated, and its sharp psychic power quickly subsided. With the hostility diminished, Zia Mew also regained his senses and opened his eyes. Looking at Gardevoir's attribute panel now, its friendship level was no longer negative, and its emotion was no longer anger. Although the friendship level was only 10 points, it had indeed reached the initial stage of acquaintance, showing that what he had done had been effective. Its emotion became sadness, expressing that even though it had calmed down and accepted Zia Mew, it still couldn't easily resolve its hatred. I just accessed your inner world, although only a very small part, but I saw what specifically happened. So it wasn't your child who was kidnapped, but your younger siblings. Zia Mew said. Sar tilde Gardevoir tilde, Gardevoir's cry. Yes, my younger siblings have all been taken away. Gardevoir nodded, tears welling in her eyes, her pitiful appearance truly evoking pity. In this world, Milotic is hailed as the most beautiful Pokémon, but in Zia Mew's opinion, Gardevoir is in no way inferior. In a sense, Gardevoir is more in line with human aesthetics, both beautiful and with such a perfect form. Especially in Zia Mew's previous world, Gardevoir was known as the waifu Pokémon. Taking advantage of the opportunity to communicate, Zia Mew used a healing spray to treat Gardevoir while speaking. The power of Lucario's aura sphere earlier, it was no small matter. Gardevoir initially resisted. Emotional wounds aren't easily healed. However, after trying and confirming the healing spray wouldn't harm it, it gradually relaxed. During the conversation, Lucario, Arcanine, Beedrill, and even the red Gyarados all gathered around, listening to Gardevoir's innermost thoughts. At crucial points, they would voice their sympathy for Gardevoir's plight. But that was all they could say. After all, this was the Kanto region, no longer the Hone region. Gardevoir had a premonition of being in a different place, when it was captured by Ziahi. This made it even more distressed, and one of the reasons Gardevoir hates humans is that it originally wanted to rescue its younger siblings after recovering from its injuries, but it was betrayed by humans and ended up here. Having learned the whole story, Mew genuinely wanted to help it, but given the current situation, it would be extremely difficult. First, they needed to find those poachers. Mew had seen Gardevoir's memories through Aura, so he also saw what those people looked like. But finding them based solely on that was like searching for a needle in a haystack. An investigation was needed, and they also needed the help of the League's official forces. Otherwise, finding even the slightest clue would be harder than climbing to heaven. This wasn't like a game where the entire plot was fixed. The lines are fixed. Perhaps one could choose to get involved, proactively contact the poaching organizations there, try to find Gardevoir's family, and buy them back with some money. Poaching organizations capture Pokémon relentlessly, solely for profit. The Pokémon League strictly prohibits the private sale of Pokémon and the malicious capture of wild Pokémon. Even so, many still take the risk. In short, the Pokémon world is incredibly complex. Only by venturing into a particular area will one realize the extent of the implications. Of course, these things must wait until later. At least until after the Mewtwo incident. Chapter 54. After a conversation before leaving the island, Gardevoir acknowledged Mew as her trainer. Although it couldn't fully trust Mew yet, it was willing to start a new life. As long as Mew was willing to find a way to rescue its younger siblings, it was willing to listen to Mew in everything. Hearing Gardevoir's heartfelt words, Mew's heart pounded a little. A wicked thought flashed through his mind, making him feel ashamed. In his past life, he might have had those kinds of wild thoughts, but now that he was in the Pokémon world, he couldn't afford to think about such crooked ideas. However, Gardevoir's appearance was really too human-like. As a humanoid Pokémon, especially Mew's Gardevoir, which was 1.7 meters tall, and being the eldest sister in the family, it had a rather mature and sophisticated feel. All right, to welcome Gardevoir's arrival, let's continue with the barbecue and have a big meal tonight. After Mew changed the subject, Arcanine, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill cheerfully shouted. This atmosphere was very warm, making Gardevoir a little awkward. Gardevoir wasn't quite ready to integrate into its new family. Watching Mew get busy, Lucario and Arcanine helping out, and Red Gyarados and Beedrill chatting animatedly, Gardevoir felt a pang of sadness. It turned out its family was just as harmonious and loving as before. Although its parents had left when it was young, they had always lived together, free and unrestrained in the wild. Gardevoir felt lost and helpless. Naturally timid, it had tried to appear calm by projecting a strong and stern facade, but beneath that exterior lay a very gentle, older sister type. Lost in thought, Lucario, at Mew's direction, brought a stack of Pokémon Puffs to Gardevoir. Timid Pokémon generally love sweets. Actually, these desserts and cakes were originally bought by Mew for Mew, and the extras were stored in the storage space. It was perfect to let Gardevoir try them first. Lucario Lucario roar . Master Mew guessed you hadn't eaten in a long time. This is cake, very sweet, have a taste. Gardevoir . I'm not hungry. Gardevoir tried to act tough, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Instantly, a blush appeared on its beautiful face. Its words were tough, but its body was very obedient. Lucario didn't say much, simply stuffing the cake into its hand, then quickly returned to Mew's side to help prepare the grilled meat. Gardevoir hesitated for a long time, finally picking up the small fork and taking a bite. Degrees. The sweet cream, combined with the pulp of Aspir and Nana berries, made Gardevoir so delicious that it couldn't control itself. In no time, the entire plate of cake was gone, and Gardevoir felt full of energy, no longer as listless as before. It had no idea that Mew had secretly added chopped energy cubes to the cake, which explained its remarkable effect. Amidst the busyness, the sun set, and night gradually enveloped the sky. Besides the sumptuous barbecue feast, there were other foods as well. Today was a complete success, so Mew was particularly relaxed. After all, he had been working tirelessly to level up his Pokémon and scheming for the past few days. Tomorrow, Mew planned to discuss it with his parents and head to Cinnabar Island. Time was tight. To get more done, he needed to go earlier. Perhaps after his parents find out he's going to Cinnabar Island, they'll encourage him to meet his great uncle, Blaine. Of course, whether they say it or not, Mew will go after all. He needs the Cinnabar gym badge. This uncle of his father's, based on the original owner's memories, should be similar to his appearance in the anime. But what he really looks like, Mew, will have to experience it for himself. Because the original owner was afraid of Pokémon, he hadn't met Blaine many times, so naturally he didn't know much about him. Mew hopes it's like in the anime, because that way his family won't be connected to Team Rocket. Otherwise, this great uncle's identity would be too complicated. Night deepened. To build a bond, Mew stayed by the Pokémon's side, especially encouraging Arcanine and Lucario to cooperate and not put too much pressure on Gardevoir, so as to help it integrate. After some time to adjust, and with genuine care, Gardevoir didn't revert to its initial rampage. Its condition stabilized, and its intimacy with Mew gradually increased, albeit very slowly. The friendship level was only 11 points now, meaning it had only increased by 1 point in an hour. With other Pokémon, that would have been 20 or 30 points already, since friendship increases fastest in the early stages. While building their bond, Mew used his knowledge to search for relevant information online. He wanted to learn more about Pokémon poaching organizations and kept an eye out for the dark web. Selling Pokémon violates the league law, but how can they be sold without a designated online area? If poaching groups wait for clients to place orders before capturing Pokémon, the process would be too slow, and the organization couldn't possibly be this large. Unfortunately, Mew found nothing. Without special status or an invitation, access to that area is impossible. But there's no need to rush. He can slowly follow any clue. He's not worried about Gardevoir siblings being sold to trainers. In fact, if they are sold to suitable trainers, that would be a good thing. The worst fear was that if they didn't sell her, she would suffer abuse, potentially even dying, and then there would be no solution. It was past 10 o'clock at night when his parents finally returned home from their business dinner. Mew had been waiting. There were some things he needed to say tonight. Otherwise, his parents would be busy again tomorrow, and he would have to spend another day on them. Although his parents had both drunk a little, they weren't drunk and were both sober. It was a business banquet, so they only drank a little low-alcohol red wine and champagne. After Mew explained his plans, He and Mewtwo were very excited and extremely happy. Their son was finally going on a trip. Moreover, after learning that Mew had successfully captured Gardevoir, they were even more proud. They knew about Gardevoir's situation and thought it would be difficult to resolve her inner conflict, but they didn't expect their son to handle it so quickly. After talking about these things, Mew naturally told his parents about Rotom, which he had been thinking about during the day. There are many things he doesn't need to do. His parents have such connections, letting them handle them will only make things much easier. Chapter 55. He and Mewtwo were utterly shocked after hearing Mew's account of Rotom. As top executives of a cross-regional logistics group with a very special status and direct ties to the league, they naturally knew many secrets unknown to ordinary people and could connect various aspects of a situation with just a few words. The couple were aware of Rotom's existence, but they had never imagined that this Pokémon could be developed in so many ways. It was perhaps a coincidence that they had witnessed the Rotom Pokédex at the banquet earlier. Now, their son was talking about an even more complete Rotom industry chain. As intelligent people, they couldn't miss the immense business opportunities. He and Mewtwo already had an idea, but they needed to conduct in-depth investigations and gather sufficient intelligence. After all, this was no small matter. If this Rotom idea actually works and entered all aspects of human life, it would overturn the current way of life for humanity. However, if this plan succeeds, seizing the initiative is crucial. Even if related research and development already exists in other regions, they can implement it in the Kanto region. The concern is that the Zia family can't possibly handle such a huge opportunity alone. If they don't share, implementation will face numerous obstacles. Furthermore, the regional alliance likely won't stand idly by. The League would never allow a monopoly. Son, where did you get these ideas? If your mother and I hadn't seen Rotom's encyclopedia last night, we wouldn't have imagined Rotom could be involved in so many fields, Zia, he said. Zia Mew was slightly taken aback. Dad, you and Mom saw the Rotom Pokédex. Yes, at last night's dinner, Dr. Magnolia from the Galar region, along with her granddaughter and assistant, demonstrated the wonders of the Rotom Pokédex. According to them, the development of the Rotom Intelligent Pokédex in the Galar region is in its final stages. A major purpose of their trip to the Kanto region was to refine the Pokédex information. After the testing is completed, this Pokédex will be distributed worldwide. Zia, he remarked with emotion. Speaking of which, your dad and I were discussing on our way back just now, planning to arrange a small cruise ship from our family specifically to assist them. Museali said, while also mentioning another matter. After all, they're coming to the Cinnabar City Research Institute to take over Professor Ivy's work, and will be seeing each other frequently for the next year. We only invested in the Research Institute because of Professor Ivy. Now that Professor Ivy is gone, we still have to worry about the Institute's affairs. Zia, he shook his head, quite helplessly. Zia Mew could understand. After all, research institutes belong to the Alliance, and local corporations investing in them are basically giving away money. It's always been a significant expense. However, there are both advantages and disadvantages. Even this small involvement will benefit the group, the group's future development. It's like in Zia Mew's previous life. Private enterprises, as they grow and become stronger, inevitably have to contribute to society and the country. This is unavoidable. The same applies in the Pokémon world. Dad, you don't need to think like that. Even if the research institute isn't profitable, other aspects should be able to double the money. Besides, our family isn't short of money, just consider it publicity for our family, Zia Mew said frankly, his thinking clear. Hearing Zia Mew's words, Zia he laughed with satisfaction. That's true, but many things are more complicated than you think. Zia he paused, exchanged a glance with Museali, smiled at each other, and then continued. Son, after this experience of falling into the water, you've indeed matured a lot and grown up quite a bit. These past few days, either your father and I have been discussing how to give you some practical experience starting from now on. Since you're planning to go on a trip tomorrow, my plan is that while you're traveling, you should enjoy the beauty of the trip, but also complete the tasks I've given you. You need to get involved in our family business, and you also need to get to know some people you absolutely must meet. Zia He's words were very direct, and Zia Mew was once again forced to learn a lesson. This late-night heart-to-heart talk had gotten him into a mess. However, Zia Mew realized he couldn't escape it. His family background wasn't as simple as he'd initially thought. Through his spare time researching, Zia Mew had learned a bit. For example, while the Zia family wasn't a top-tier wealthy family in the Kanto region, they were definitely one of the most powerful in the Kanto Islands. Not only in Kanto, but also in the Orange Islands, the Johto region, and other areas. The Zia group had branches controlled by every member of the Zia family. Although his parents were directors of the Zia Logistics Group, holding high positions, their power was only at the regional level. Furthermore, Zia Logistics was just one of the Zia family's many businesses. During the conversation, Zia Mew accepted Zia He's first request. To go to Cinnabar Island, he had to first find his gray tunkle, Uncle Blaine. Uncle Blaine was the head of the Cinnabar Island dojo, and, in effect, one of the true power holders of the Zia family. He was one of the 3 key figures in the Zia family. In short, his future wouldn't be like those carefree, unrestrained transmigrators in novels. 4 words to describe it: immense pressure. He wasn't a big shot in his past life, and the original owner of this body lived like an ordinary person. Now, all the pressure was on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Mew and his Pokémon were full of energy and enthusiasm. Even Gardevoir, who had only joined the team yesterday, was influenced by the excitement. Starting a new life, Mew didn't force it because of his past emotional trauma. It was better to let things happen naturally. Speaking of which, last night's conversation had left Mew feeling mentally exhausted. Fortunately, he had thought things through clearly, so he didn't suffer from insomnia. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be so energetic now. He would do his best to do what his parents asked him to do, but the outcome, or rather, the choice he had, was that he wouldn't need to rely on the Zia family in the future. After all, he was a transmigrator with a cheat-like simulator. The law of the jungle was the same in every world, and Mew knew that as long as he possessed absolute power, he could surpass anyone, and no one could control his thoughts. Breakfast was unusually lavish today. This was Mew's first long trip away from home, so Mewziali got up early to prepare. She also welcomed Gardevoir, preparing delicious snacks for her. Unlike his father, Mew's mother even apologized to Gardevoir for the way she was captured. Having accepted Mew, Gardevoir had received some emotional healing and didn't dislike Mewziali, accepting the apology. However, Gardevoir still harbored some hostility towards Mew, which would take time to heal. Chapter 56. Gardevoir, I'm entrusting Mew to your care while we're traveling. Mom can tell you're a good child, and I'm sure you can handle this job. Don't worry, I'll mobilize resources to help you find your younger siblings. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Gardevoir was very pleased with Mewziali's words. Mew admired his mother. She had smoothed things over with Gardevoir in just a few words, and it was clear that Gardevoir enjoyed being entrusted with important responsibilities. Then, Mew listened to Mewziali and Zia's summary of travel precautions. They explained many things that might happen during the trip, basically telling Mew what he could and couldn't do, what he could and couldn't touch, and most importantly, how to assess the situation and run away immediately if things went wrong. Mew felt a deep sense of care from his parents. He remembered it well. At least in his past life, he hadn't experienced this kind of parental care. After these conversations, Mew, accompanied by Mewziali, went to the mall to buy some travel supplies. It wasn't really necessary to go to so much trouble, but Mew couldn't refuse, so he accepted. Anyway, his father was arranging the cruise ship and captain, and they wouldn't depart until afternoon at the earliest. Originally, Mew hadn't planned to use their own boat, but his parents wouldn't agree. Why buy a ticket when they had their own boat? Mew didn't tell them the truth. He actually planned to ride a red Gyarados to Cinnabar Island. During his shopping, he coincidentally ran into Xiao Tian, who, after learning that Mew was going to Cinnabar Island, actually asked if they could go together. Mew hadn't agreed to such a proactive request, but his mother, assuming their relationship was special, mistakenly agreed on his behalf, leaving Mew with no way to refuse. He simply contacted Ali to ask for his opinion and invited him to join them. After all, giving someone a ride wasn't a big deal. Their destinations didn't conflict, and they all knew each other. For Xiao Tian and Ali, they never imagined Mew was the young master of the Zia's logistics group. However, even now that they knew, they still treated Mew the same way. At least not for now. Before they knew, it was noon. Accompanied by Mewziali, Mew had a steak dinner at a restaurant before driving to the port. He had already taken care of everything, arranging a top-class private luxury cruise ship and an experienced captain. This time, however, there would be more people with them. Besides Xiao Tian and Ali, who were hitchhiking, there was also Kenji and Professor Ivy's 2 assistants. What Mew least expected was that he also saw Dr. Magnolia and Sonia in the crowd. The woman who had once haunted his dreams and whom he still liked. Seeing her in person, she looked even better than in the anime and games, with a better figure. This feeling was completely different from what he had imagined. The feeling of his heart racing at first glance was indescribable. Zia Mew had never imagined he would meet her in this way. Just recently, his mother had mentioned Dr. Magnolia, reminding him of Sonia, and at that time he thought that even if he liked her, there would be no chance of meeting her anytime soon. Unexpectedly, fate had brought them together. Last night, after learning that Dr. Magnolia and her granddaughter had brought the Rotom Pokédex, Zia Mew had a slight suspicion that Sonia might have come as well. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he was certain. After introductions, Zia Mew said goodbye to his parents, and the group boarded the ship to Cinnabar Island. Fortunately, he wasn't the only man on board. At least Kenji and Ali were there, so he wouldn't be alone. The captain was an old acquaintance, one of the most senior captains in the Zia's logistics group, having trained many excellent captains. He was at the helm this time, because Zia he had specifically asked him to come out of retirement after Zia Mew's accidental fall overboard. The weather is nice, sunny, and calm. This stretch of sea will be very smooth. If all goes well, we should arrive before evening, said the old captain, not as he activated the ship's autopilot, stepped out of the cockpit, lit his old pipe, and addressed the group chatting on the deck. The waves won't change much this afternoon, so you can let your Pokémon out for some fresh air. Of course, if your fire-type Pokémon are afraid of the sea, forget it, lest they burn the ship down. As he joked with them, the Pelipper perched on his shoulder let out a loud cry. Everyone understood what he meant. It was just a joke. He was simply warning everyone to be careful not to play with fire. It was Xiao, Tian, and Ali's first time on such a luxurious cruise ship, and now that they heard their Pokémon could come out, they released them without hesitation. Fortunately, the cruise ship was spacious enough to accommodate them. Otherwise, if it were a small, rudimentary cruise ship, like the one Ash rode on in the Orange Islands in the original story, there wouldn't have been enough space. Nearby, seeing Xiao, Tian, and Ali's Pokémon, Sonia excitedly activated her research recording mode. She happily took pictures while working with the Rotom Pokédex, and to be honest, it made Zia Mew think it was absolutely necessary to get one. Aren't you going to release Zia Mew's Rotom? Rotom needs to record all the Pokémon encountered in the Kanto region. Her voice was so familiar involuntarily reminded Zia Mew of Ash's Rotom Pokédex in the original anime. So similar. Okay. With anticipation, Zia Mew responded, releasing Arcanine, Lucario, Beedrill, Gardevoir, and the red Gyarados one by one. Seeing more Pokémon, the Rotom Pokédex was very excited. However, when recording the red Gyarados, the Rotom Pokédex got stuck. The data showed Gyarados as blue, while Zia Mew's Gyarados was red. Only after the two professors explained it together did the Rotom Pokédex understand the new term, shiny Pokémon, and finally clear its confusion. This shows that the Rotom Pokédex is indeed not yet perfect. A red Gyarados, this is truly the first time I've ever seen one. It's incredible. Sonia leaned against the deck railing, watching the red Gyarados tumbling and swimming in the sea, taking pictures as she spoke. Professor Magnolia, also seeing one for the first time, was equally astonished. This is the wonder of nature too. Every Pokémon has a certain probability of appearing as a shiny, but encountering and catching one is extremely difficult. Chapter 57. Everyone's attention was focused on the red Gyarados. During this process, Kenji showcased his exceptional drawing talent, sketching every Pokémon he saw. Aspiring to become an excellent Pokémon observer, Kenji was truly remarkable. He certainly had some skill. Otherwise, Professor Oak wouldn't have taken him on as an assistant. One must possess genuine talent to gain the appreciation of those in positions of power. Zia Mew couldn't help but marvel after seeing it. He couldn't understand how these artists could create such detailed and beautiful drawings. Zia Mew couldn't help but feel a little envious, not only because of Kenji's impressive drawing skills, but also because Kenji's ability garnered Sonia's special attention. The two chatted and laughed, seemingly getting along very well. Zia Mew was still thinking about how to improve his relationship with Sonia, but it seemed that this layman didn't even have a chance to interject. Pretending to know what you don't will only make you look bad. So Zia Mew simply shifted his attention, no longer looking at Kenji and Sonia. Thankfully, Xiao Tian and Ali were on the boat to chat with, otherwise Xiaomu wouldn't know what to do. Chat with the two professors. Forget it, he didn't like communicating with those serious-looking Pokémon professors. His recent interaction with Professor Ivy still felt awkward, and although Professor Ivy looked only in her 20s, her personality and thoughts were indeed similar to his mother's. It would take at least another 2 hours to reach Cinnabar Island. Xiao Tian and Ali were currently observing Arcanine and Gardevoir. They already knew Xiaomu's Pokémon, so they weren't surprised by the red Gyarados. These weren't ordinary trainers. They were all elites, so even if they were uninformed, they knew about rare Pokémon from other regions. Gardevoir was one of the Pokémon they knew. Their abrupt approach displeased Gardevoir. Gardevoir was quite resistant to strangers. Not just anyone could make it open up and allow others to approach her. It was only after Xiaomu helped Gardevoir relax and try to accept her that it didn't lose control of its emotions. Xiao Tian and Ali were quite surprised, as Gardevoir was generally considered a very docile Pokémon. Since they had asked questions, Xiaomu naturally told them some things. This also attracted everyone's attention, leading to condemnation of Pokémon poaching gangs for maliciously capturing and selling Pokémon for profit. Actually, it's perfectly normal for wild Pokémon to be captured by trainers. For wild Pokémon, a normal challenge to capture is acceptable. But malicious capture is coercion. It doesn't ask the Pokémon's opinion, let alone their willingness. Moreover, most poachers don't use Pokéballs to capture Pokémon. Instead, they use high-tech equipment to forcibly capture them. This way, the Pokémon remains unclaimed when sold. Once the buyer uses a Pokéball to capture it, it's considered a direct sale. Xiaomu believes this is to prevent buyers from becoming suspicious, so they make the buyer use their own Pokéball. Another point is that this allows the buyer to choose which Pokéball to use. Just like when Xiaomu played games, he enjoyed using different Pokéballs to catch specific Pokémon. This is a common hobby among players, using their favorite Pokéballs to capture specific Pokémon. For example, most people choose pink heel balls or sweet balls to catch cute Pokémon. Similarly, when catching water-type Pokémon, most people choose net balls or dive balls. Of course, in this Pokémon world, Pokémon balls can be changed. However, this requires going to a Pokéball changer, specifically set up by the league. The purpose is to unregister the used Pokéball, essentially resetting it. Otherwise, a captured Pokémon cannot be caught by another Pokéball. In a sense, it's like freeing the Pokémon from its captive state. This is an official, league-established support point for Pokémon and trainers without a bond. Privately, it can also be done, such as with the release function. Any Pokéball can be used to release a captured Pokémon by simply pressing and holding the switch button. Xiaomu changed all his Pokémon's Pokéballs to Ultra Balls. At least, making his Pokémon more comfortable wasn't a problem for him. He wasn't short of money. In the game, different Pokéballs increase the capture probability by different amounts, and this is the same in this world, except that the internal space of the Pokéballs varies in size. A regular Pokéball is like a standard room. A Great Ball is like a business room. An Ultra Ball is like a deluxe room. As for a Master Ball, Xiaomu thinks it's like a presidential suite. After the group's condemnation of the poachers, to consider Gardevoir's feelings, Xiaomu proactively changed the subject to other things, so that Gardevoir wouldn't have to bear the mental pressure. Others might not know, but he possessed aura power and could clearly sense Gardevoir's inner tension. It was also thanks to their time together last night. Arcanine and Lucario had shown Gardevoir a great deal of care. At least the relationship between Gardevoir, Arcanine, and Lucario had developed well. As for Beedrill and Gyarados, Beedrill was too direct and had a queen-like demeanor. Although its intentions were good, it didn't know how to comfort Gardevoir. Gyarados was currently rolling around in the ocean and didn't have time to come and keep him company. Time passed slowly, and with the buffer, the initial awkwardness lessened. Getting to know each other took time. During this process, Xiaomu chatted with Sonia for quite a while. However, their conversation mostly revolved around Pokémon knowledge, not personal matters. Sonia was a researcher who would succeed Professor Magnolia as a Pokémon professor in the future. Her understanding of Pokémon was extremely detailed. If Mew hadn't been a transmigrator and hadn't enjoyed delving into Pokémon data in his previous life, they would have had a hard time finding common ground. Speaking of Pokémon from both regions, Tian and Ali naturally joined in. They hadn't been to the Galar region either, and after hearing Sonia's introduction, they were particularly eager to visit. Mew also mentioned a very special Pokémon from the Galar region, Corviknight, which could serve as an aerial mount. Sure enough, in this real-world Galar region, there were also bases specifically for training Corviknight, providing aerial flight services. Chapter 58. Tilda, after hearing you say that, I really want to catch a Corviknight right now. My team is lacking a flying-type Pokémon. Tian looked incredibly cute with her eager expression. Corviknight is unique in our Galar region. They are invincible in the sky, not only able to carry people, but also unmatched by other flying-type Pokémon in battle. Seeing Tian's expression, Sonia began to explain seriously. It seemed that she became even more active when she was in her area of expertise. Ali, standing beside her, listened very attentively, wishing he could travel to the Galar region right now and catch some of the Pokémon there. However, impulse aside, actually going wasn't so simple. Traveling, considering the distance and time, would require a considerable amount of money. Even though his family had some money, most people his age, without talent or a clear goal, would gradually give up on being a trainer and stop catching new Pokémon to train. A strong-willed girl like Tian truly has a goal, which is why she's been preparing for her next trip. Tian is saving money for her next journey. By relying on herself and not her family, she ensures her family won't stop her. Instead, they'll support her independence. Watching Tian and Sonia chatting happily, Mew listened to Sonia's description of Corviknight. Indeed, the praise was a bit excessive. While Corviknight's base stats were indeed quite high at 495, its fighting style was singular, purely tanky, and its actual strength wasn't particularly outstanding. The reason Mew had such a vivid memory of Corviknight was entirely because it was the exclusive flying mount of Generation VIII. Another reason was the story between Corviknight and the Tinkaton from Generation IX's Crimson. The Tinkatons of the Paldea region would attack Corviknight by smashing rocks with their hammers. This led to forced Corviknight out of Paldea. Judging from Sonia's situation, she certainly didn't know that Corviknight had a natural enemy like the Tinkaton. Of course Mew knew, but he wouldn't say it. Perhaps he would specifically try to catch a Corviknight in the future, but not now. Time passed in conversation. Soon it was past 4 o'clock, and their destination, Cinnabar Island, was almost in sight. To avoid causing too much trouble, Mew, Ali, Tian, Kenji, and his 2 assistants, as well as Professor Magnolia and Professor Ivy, all put their Pokémon back into their Pokéballs. Professor Magnolia brought her Galar region's Boltund and its Serena. Professor Ivy was accompanied by a Caterpie. As for Kenji, he naturally had the familiar Pokémon Marill. Professor Ivy's assistants also had common Pokémon, Butterfree, Nidoran, and Nidoran. Sonia also had Yamper. It was unclear whether she only had this one, or if she had only brought Yamper this time. What was certain was that this Yamper was the offspring of Professor Magnolia's Boltund. Upon arriving at Cinnabar Island, the group thanked and bid farewell to Captain Knot, with Mew exchanging a few pleasantries. Knot explained that the ship would remain anchored there, and Mew could set sail whenever needed. This made Ali and Tian envious. It was good to be rich. This included Kenji and Professor Ivy's 2 beautiful assistants. Professor Magnolia and Professor Ivy, however, remained calm, not easily showing any surprise. After all, they all knew the Zia family's influence in the Kanto region. A luxury cruise ship was nothing special. Sonia's behavior was also acceptable. That was probably due to her upbringing. Leaving the port, Mew received a call from his father. Just as he expected, His father would definitely make some arrangements for him after arriving at Cinnabar Island. The first thing to do was to take the shuttle to the Cinnabar gym. Uncle Blaine already knew about his trip and planned to see his grandson. Although not a direct descendant, in the eyes of these older generations, as long as Zia Mew was of Zia family blood, he was their grandson. Since it concerned the Zia family's affairs, Zia Mew briefly said goodbye to Ali and Xiao Tian. Of course, there was also Professor Ivy and Kenji. According to their previous conversation, they would spend a day on Cinnabar Island and then depart for the Orange Islands the next day. They were probably also going to say goodbye to some old friends, which was why they had hitched a ride. Zia Mew didn't ask any questions, he didn't need to know. To Zia Mew's surprise, he hadn't asked Professor Magnolia why she was at Cinnabar Island, only to find out she was there to see Uncle Blaine. Inside the limousine, Zia Mew remained silent, staring at Professor Magnolia, lost in thought. In the oppressive atmosphere, Sonia also quieted down. Even the Rotom device remained silent. Surprised, I have a pretty good relationship with your grandfathers. Suddenly, Professor Magnolia spoke. Her words immediately dissipated the heavy atmosphere. Zia Mew didn't know anything about the older generation, so he simply nodded casually and said, I didn't like Pokémon before, and I don't know much about my family. I've only met Uncle Blaine a few times, so please forgive me for not understanding many things. He unconsciously spoke in a junior's tone. After all, she was indeed an elder, and Professor Magnolia was one of the top league officials in the Galar region. I know a bit about your situation. Your parents have been very thoughtful. They even specially asked me, this old woman, to bring my precious granddaughter to the Kanto region, saying it's to let the younger generation get to know each other. I think they're just creating an opportunity for you. Professor Magnolia's words were loaded with meaning, creating a strange atmosphere in the confined space. Taken aback, and even Sonia, who had been silent, couldn't help but murmur. Huh, some sign, Japanese letter degrees dead degrees, Japanese letter GR a NDM, you're joking, right? I wanted to come to the Kanto region, Sonia said. Professor Magnolia looked at Sonia and laughed. You wanted to come. You've already jumped into the trap yourself, so Grandma doesn't need to ask you, does she? Upon hearing this, Sonia couldn't help but look at Zia Mew sitting opposite her, her cheeks flushed, her hands on her hips, looking hesitant to speak. Zia Mew's forehead was sweating. He didn't know whether to speak or remain silent. It seemed his father was plotting something, but hadn't told him anything. His mother definitely knew something, but hadn't revealed anything to him. She'd even schemed against her precious son. So this was a direct arrangement. If they clicked, it could improve the relationship between the two families. If not, it could still improve their mutual relationship. Zia Mew thought to himself. Chapter 59. It's all very messy. Zia Mew was momentarily exhausted. The information he'd gathered in such a short time was far too complex. He wasn't stupid, it clearly reeked of conspiracy. Even knowing his parents wouldn't harm him and would only think of his best interests, he still felt uneasy. Indeed, this was a good thing for him, and he did have feelings for Sonia. Her looks and figure were definitely appealing. However, for two people to be together, appearance alone wasn't enough. There were too many factors to consider. They needed to share the same values, similar thoughts, common topics, and so on. These were the initial requirements, and then came the tests of personality, habits, and even every aspect of life. If even conversations were full of targeting and purpose, if they couldn't even appreciate each other, then even if they came together with external forces, they wouldn't be happy. However, Zia Mew was certain of one thing. Sonia definitely didn't have a boyfriend right now. Although she and Leon were childhood sweethearts, they hadn't developed a romantic relationship, either in the game world or in the real world. At least for now, that's how it is. Even if they end up together in the original story, it will be several years from now. Otherwise, Professor Magnolia wouldn't have brought Sonia along, much less allowed Zia Mew to approach her granddaughter with ulterior motives. It must be said, experience counts. Professor Magnolia directly laid things out in front of him. How they choose to act and how they interact will all depend on Zia Mew's actions. And of course, there's Sonya's choice as well. At this moment, Sonya was clearly very unhappy about being manipulated. So, after learning the truth, she began to look at Zia Mew with a targeted gaze. Zia Mew felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, unsure how to respond. The crucial point was that he was also a victim. Would you believe me if I said I knew absolutely nothing about this? Do you think I would believe you? Sonya rolled her eyes, clearly not believing her. While she was unhappy, she didn't truly dislike Zia Mew. At least he was handsome and refined in appearance, and his manners were generally good. From his Pokémon, it was clear that Zia Mew was a responsible person. Especially regarding Gardevoir, it was certain that Zia Mew wasn't the type to have violent tendencies, pursue quick results without considering feelings, and had very sound values. Thinking too much, Sonya suddenly blushed again, shook her head, and inwardly scolded herself for overthinking. She became even more determined in her resolve. She would decide her own future, and her grandmother couldn't force her. All right, Sonya, Zia Mew really didn't lie. Only I, Zia Mew's parents, know this. Besides, this child truly doesn't lie. His eyes are sincere and clear, that can't be faked. Professor Magnolia patted Sonya beside her, explaining for Zia Mew. Mature and shrewd, Zia Mew admired Professor Magnolia greatly. She truly could tell he couldn't lie. Zia Mew himself knew that when he lied, he often avoided eye contact and made fidgety movements. Is that so? But why did I feel like his gaze towards me was strange from the very beginning? Sonya recalled Zia Mew's somewhat naive appearance when they first met. Zia Mew was extremely embarrassed and said, "I was just being polite. We're acquaintances, shouldn't we look at each other properly? Didn't you look at me too?" Is that so? Sonya's serious expression was full of confidence. She felt Zia Mew had ulterior motives. Watching the two engage in a heated argument like a young couple arguing, Professor Magnolia couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed she was reminiscing about her younger self. Her laughter made both Zia Mew and Sonya feel a little embarrassed. For the next period of time, you two should try to get to know each other. Zia Mew, you're going on a trip anyway, why not take Sonya with you? She'll be helpful, Professor Magnolia said meaningfully. This old lady was clearly offering assistance, regardless of her relationship with the Zia family. Or rather, with Uncle Blaine, Zia Mew's goodwill towards her skyrocketed just for that. She seemed quite serious and imposing on the surface, but she was actually quite easy to get along with. "Grandma, you want me to go on a trip with him, but I know nothing about the Kanto region," Sonya said anxiously. "Isn't Zia Mew here? Although it's his first time traveling, I can tell he's quite capable and can protect you. Besides, with the Zia family protecting you, you can take this opportunity to see the customs and culture of the Kanto region." "Didn't you say you wanted to visit Kanto not long ago?" Professor Magnolia said. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Having lived for decades and possessing exceptional intelligence, she had a masterful grasp of social dynamics. Okay. Sonya was persuaded by Professor Magnolia and could only agree for the time being. Seeing her granddaughter agree, Professor Magnolia looked at Zia Mew and said, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling? I quite like you, the way you looked at my precious granddaughter at first." Before Professor Magnolia could finish her teasing, Zia Mew coughed twice and interrupted. "I understand. I'll take good care of her and won't cause any trouble." That's good." Professor Magnolia nodded with a smile and said nothing more. Zia Mew and Sonya exchanged another glance, their heavy hearts written on their faces, but neither said a word. The limousine drove from the port through the relatively prosperous city to Cinnabar Town, near the volcano's crater. The Cinnabar Gym was located here, and because it was built near a volcano, the temperature here was extremely hot year-round. Fortunately, its location was excellent. The sea breeze from the ocean neutralized the heat, making the climate mild, like a tropical rainforest. Upon arriving near the volcano, Zia Mew saw its strangely shaped form and couldn't help but recall the original story. Ash's battle between Charizard and Blaine's Magmar seemed to have taken place at that crater. What I remember most vividly back then was when the Magmar unleashed its massive flame burst. which Charizard caught barehanded and tossed into the air. And that wasn't all. The flame burst transformed into a medium flame burst, then into a small flame burst, before finally vanishing. I didn't think much of it as a child, but now that I'm older, I find it incredibly fun. Speaking of which, this volcano reminds me of two other volcanoes. Mew thought to himself. These two volcanoes are MT. Ember on the one island and Mount Fire God on Fire Island in the Orange Islands. In the game, MT, Ember on the one island is home to molters. He wondered if it was the same in this world. If there really was one, he'd like to try and catch it. Chapter 60. Even if it wasn't the one known as the God of Fire, it was still molters. Imagine catching a molters, becoming a torchbearer at the Indigo League, running with molters' flames, and having molters accompany you. Wouldn't that be cool? A must-have for any transmigrator, showing off in the early stages. I wonder how strong molters, whose strength in the game is average, is in the real world. Even if it's not as strong as the God of Fire, it shouldn't be comparable to ordinary Pokémon, right? Thinking of the 3 legendary birds, I can't help but think of the 3 legendary birds of the Galar region. Okay, Mew firmly believes they're not in the same category. Especially that certain ground-dwelling chicken, lowering its own status, a disgrace to flying types +1. Groudon, on the other hand, gave it a thumbs up, adding another follower +1. Led by the staff, Mew, Professor Magnolia, and Sonia were taken into the gym. The Cinnabar gym isn't actually the largest of the dojos, but it's definitely the most unique. This isn't described much in the original work. Seeing it in person is truly awe-inspiring. They arrived at the dojo's back courtyard, where Blaine lived. Seeing the real Blaine, although he had some recollection of him, those memories were from a year or 2 ago. What, don't you recognize me? Even with the wig, my face hasn't changed in years, Blaine teased. This seemed to be directed at Mew, but was actually meant for Professor Magnolia. Grandpa, Mew greeted politely. After all, their relationship was there. Blaine nodded, then looked at Professor Magnolia and Sonia. Your granddaughter has grown so much, we're all getting old. You don't look old at all, you seem to be living a comfortable life. At your age, you're still wearing a wig like a young person. You can't compare to your younger days, Professor Magnolia said, pushing up her glasses. Her words were sharp, showing no politeness towards Blaine. Blaine wasn't annoyed. He laughed and said, old in years but young at heart. At our age, if we don't live for ourselves, will we have any regrets? The old lady and the old man looked at each other for a long time. You old man, you haven't changed at all, Professor Magnolia laughed. You too, still so fond of pointing out people's shortcomings. Blaine took off his wig, revealing his true face. His large, bald head was indeed very shiny under the sunlight. The atmosphere was a little strange. Mew and Sonia couldn't help but exchange a glance, suddenly feeling like third wheels. They had no idea what the relationship between Blaine and Professor Magnolia was. Sonia didn't even know that her grandmother and this old man Blaine were so close. They couldn't help but have wild thoughts, but they wouldn't express them. All right, you've all had a long journey. I've prepared a banquet. Let's eat and chat and get to know the young people. After a brief exchange, Uncle Zia spoke up. 2 men in black led the way, and the group arrived at a spacious and antiquely decorated reception room. The long table was already laden with food, showing Uncle Zia's meticulous arrangements. Mew hadn't expected that. Besides them, Uncle Zia had also summoned some stewards from the Zia family on Cinnabar Island. This was to introduce Mew to 2 uncles and aunts, as well as Uncle Zia's grandchildren, all members of the Zia family, younger than Mew, but still 15 years old. The banquet lasted until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Mew finally understood what it meant to be on pins and needles. He now understood the main reason his parents had sent him to meet Uncle Zia. To give him some exposure, to let everyone know that he, Mew, would soon be in their sights, both to get their attention and to learn more about the Zia family. Fortunately, Sonia was there, allowing for some casual conversation. Although the two weren't very close, they were at least more familiar than everyone else present. Sonia was more natural than Mew, though still somewhat reserved. She had attended many banquets with Professor Magnolia and was used to such occasions. As Professor Magnolia had said, if someone feared and avoided even these small events, they wouldn't go far. After the banquet, Uncle Zia had Professor Magnolia and Sonia escorted to the Red Lotus Hot Spring Hotel, while Zia Mew stayed behind for a one-on-one conversation with Uncle Zia. From Uncle Zia, Zia Mew learned more about the Zia family, and from this, he also realized that this Uncle Zia was probably not the one from the special episode. Even if there were some connections, they wouldn't be significant. Finally, the conversation naturally turned to traveling and future goals. Blaine's questions were quite direct. In a sense, he was testing Zia Mew, inquiring about his future plans. Upon learning that Zia Mew would try to challenge a gym to participate in the Indigo League, Blaine immediately pulled out his volcano badge. Clearly, he was giving him preferential treatment. However, Blaine's implication was, what kind of preferential treatment is it to take something from his own family? Zia Mew was both amused and exasperated. It seemed Blaine was indeed right. Zia Mew didn't mince words. Since Blaine had given it to him, refusing it would be disrespectful to the elder. Whether it was a test or something else, it was simply a matter of order. Having received the badge, Zia Mew still requested a battle from Blaine. His meaning was clear. He wanted the badge and he wanted to battle. It was for experience points. Blaine was satisfied with Zia Mew's attitude. Since Zia Mew had such confidence, if he didn't grant his request, it would be him, as an elder, being perfunctory. They agreed to battle the next day, and Zia Mew stayed at the Crimson Gym that night. Originally, he planned to go to a hotel and experience the hot springs of this world. Little did he know that Blaine had already made arrangements. Fortunately, the gym had everything he needed, and Zia Mew soaked in the hot springs, enjoying himself immensely. Of course, he didn't forget his Pokémon. It's worth mentioning that even though Arcanine is a fire type, it can still enjoy the hot springs. And Beedrill, although an insect, isn't afraid of water. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Zia Mew had a good night's rest when he was awakened by a commotion. After getting dressed and washing up, he roughly understood what was going on. Recently, due to the invitations spread by the strongest Pokémon trainer, countless trainers had come to Cinnabar Island. Blaine, as one of the heads of the Zia family, immediately concluded that someone was just trying to attract attention. Initially, he thought it was a good thing, bringing more visitors to Cinnabar Island and boosting the economy, but now he didn't think so anymore. As the Cinnabar gym leader, he couldn't handle these trainers challenging the gym. Chapter 61. Upon learning of the Cinnabar gym's closure amidst mutual suspicion, Zia Mew was shocked. After all, the Indigo Conference was just over a month away, and closing the gym now undoubtedly dashed the hopes of trainers who had already earned 7 badges for their 8th. Although there were over a dozen gyms in the Kanto region, they were scattered throughout the city, with considerable distances between them. Most trainers strategically chose specific gyms to challenge, traveling along designated routes. Turning back now, aside from the possibility of making it in time, was something no one wanted. Therefore, this disturbance was inevitable. Zia Mew remained silent, believing that Blaine had a reason for doing so. Otherwise, the League would certainly not allow the gym to close at this time, and if the situation escalated, the Cinnabar gym would be blacklisted, becoming an obscure gym. At that point, Cinnabar Island and even the surrounding islands would no longer attract large numbers of trainers. What, you want to speak up for those trainers? Blaine saw through Zia Mew's thoughts and asked. Zia Mew shook his head, not answering. Having lived 2 lives, Zia Mew knew the saying, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. So when faced with a difficult question, he simply kept quiet and listened. Moreover, Blaine's initiative in bringing it up meant he would tell him the reason. Seeing Zia Mew's composure, a hint of appreciation appeared in Blaine's shrewd eyes. No wonder your father and that kid have been praising you to the skies lately. The difference between before and after falling into the water is indeed huge. Although we haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, I have a deep impression of you, and I've been keeping up with your news. Think back to before, you wouldn't dare breathe loudly in my presence, keeping your distance. Now you outwardly respect me, but in reality, you have your own opinions and are biding your time. You flatter me, I truly didn't know your intentions. Zia Mew's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Blaine to be so perceptive. Fortunately, he hadn't lied. Blaine nodded, not dwelling on one point, and continued. Actually, my reason for doing this is very simple. You already know why these trainers came to Cinnabar Island. The vast majority of them are not only slackers, but even those who genuinely came for the badges are just hoping to use this opportunity to sneak in a badge. The words flowed slowly from Blaine's mouth, and Zia Mew listened attentively without interrupting. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but now this trend is getting increasingly strange. Closing the gym is not only about being responsible for myself, but also for the trainers who genuinely want to challenge gyms and earn badges for the league tournament. The notice to close the gym was issued early yesterday morning. There was no disturbance yesterday. The reason so many trainers have gathered today is that someone must be up to something. If I open the door, it will force me to accept challenges from all the trainers. Whether I can handle it or not, I'll definitely be forced to hand out badges to quell this farce. I want to let those trainers who want to use sheer numbers to get badges know that I don't fall for that. No matter what, we can't let it get out of control like some gyms, where we end up just going through the motions and giving everyone a badge. Our Kanto region has added 3 new gyms this year. Some of these gyms, in order to support the local economy, have done many unscrupulous things. I really want to see if this year's Indigo Conference will break the record for the lowest level ever. After listening to Blaine's words, Zia Mew was quite inspired. He thought of some of the gyms at the beginning of the original anime, such as the most famous Cerulean gym, where you could get a badge just by going. Were these badges, touted as the easiest to obtain, really as simple as they seemed? Actually, no, what you see is only the surface. The Cerulean sisters attracted many trainers to challenge them with their water ballet, presumably to promote the development of Riolu City through the influx of trainers, with the league also playing a supporting role. The trainers did arrive, but they couldn't control the situation, and it eventually escalated into a situation where anyone who challenged the Riolu City gym could get a badge. The news spread like wildfire, completely out of control. The Cerulean sisters' situation was a case of doing something beyond their capabilities despite lacking the necessary skills. However, Zia Mew remembered that the Cerulean sisters eventually became Riolu City's star attraction, with people flocking from all over to see their synchronized swimming performance, so they were successful in that respect. Of course, that's a story for later. Blaine's current situation is similar to the one the Riolu City gym faced. However, this time it's not Blaine or the league pushing things out, but rather the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer. Through conversations with Blaine, Zia Mew roughly determined that Blaine and the league were currently suspicious of each other. Blaine suspected the league was behind it all, the reason for which was currently unknown, but it was highly likely aimed at the Zia family. If Zia Mew hadn't known the original story, he probably would have thought the same. However, given the current situation, Zia Mew, with his omniscient vision, could guess that the league probably also thought Blaine was behind it all. This whole charade was just to attract more trainers to the islands. Both sides treated it as a clown show, so neither investigated further. That's why no official investigation was launched into the Mewtwo incident. Even if they investigated the new islands later, it would be pointless. All right, whatever those trainers did, it has nothing to do with you. I was quite happy that you volunteered to battle me yesterday. Your father and that kid told me you've been diligently training your Pokémon lately, so as your elder, let me give you a good check. Blaine stood up, gesturing for Zia Mew to follow. Suddenly having to battle, Zia Mew was actually a little hungry. He'd come over early that morning without having breakfast, but since Blaine had said so, he couldn't say anything. The two arrived deep underground at the Cinnabar gym. The battleground was here. Because it was a volcanic area, the vast underground space, with a little modification, became an absolute fire-based battlefield. To Zia Mew's surprise, there was a vast space below, the living quarters of Blaine's fire-type Pokémon. Mew had now witnessed the entire Magmar family. Excluding the Magby, the highest level Magmar was level 60, and the lowest was level 30. Mew understood why Charizard could defeat Blaine's Magmar in the original anime. It must have been a relatively weak Magmar in Blaine's possession. Otherwise, considering Charizard's evolution level and the progression of the plot, it would have been at most a little over level 40. Chapter 62. This battle between Mew and Blaine went very smoothly. Mew displayed his battle talent and command ability far exceeding that of ordinary people. It can be said that Blaine's strength is extraordinary, far beyond what is shown in the original games and anime. However, Mew's strength is already fully formed. Even if Blaine brings out his strongest team, Mew can handle it with ease. The levels are there. Not to mention Arcanine at level 57 and Lucario at level 55, even the red Gyarados is at level 51, crushing all Fire-type Pokémon on this fire field. In fact, Mew could sense that Blaine wasn't going all out. As a senior expert, Blaine naturally wouldn't suppress Mew, his grandson, so it's normal for him to hold back. But Mew was certain that even if Blaine went all out, he had a 90% chance of winning. After the intense battle, Blaine gave Mew a very high evaluation. Over the years, the Zia family has produced many excellent trainers, but none have truly reached Mew's current level of strength. Most importantly, Mew's strength had already rivaled his in less than 20 days. Among his peers, no one could compare. Mew, of course, wasn't arrogant. He listened to these praises but let them go in one ear and out the other. Mew's answer was straightforward. Although he used to be afraid of Pokémon, he had always been researching them in secret. So, after overcoming his fear, he unleashed his accumulated knowledge and successfully applied his previous research results to his Pokémon, which explained its rapid improvement. Blaine didn't doubt it, only this explanation made sense. In Blaine's eyes, this was absolute talent. After all, a Pokémon's strength might be something it develops through training. But a trainer's mental fortitude, command abilities, and battle strategy cannot be acquired overnight. After the battle, Mew and Blaine had breakfast together. Taking this opportunity, Mew learned through in-depth communication that the strength of a gym leader was roughly around level 30 or 40. The weaker ones were probably only around level 20. Of course, there were strong ones, such as Koga from the Crimson Gym and Giovanni from the Viridian Gym. Blaine gave them extremely high praise, even predicting in advance that Koga might soon become one of the Poison-type Elite Four. Mew couldn't be completely sure if Blaine knew the inside story, but what Blaine meant was that the strength of the younger generation of gym leaders in the Kanto region was generally quite average, and the only ones to be wary of were these two gyms. Speaking of which, I suddenly had an idea. I wonder if you would be interested in taking over the Crimson Gym and being a gym leader for a couple of days, Blaine said while drinking tea after finishing breakfast. Mew was taken aback, acting gym leader. This was no small matter. Although he had seen similar plots in novels in his previous life, they were mostly just formalities. Now, Blaine was asking him to act as the Cinnabar gym leader, especially given the current situation. Wasn't this like pushing him into a fire pit? What, you don't want to? Blaine asked with a smile. Grandpa, haven't you already closed the gym? Mew said, both amused and exasperated. It's closed, but it can reopen, right? I didn't know your strength before, but now that you've defeated Grandpa, I believe you're more than capable of managing the Cinnabar gym. Besides, this is a test for you. If you can defeat most of the challengers, it will not only help the gym out of its predicament, but also greatly enhance your reputation. Blaine's words were meaningful. Mew fell into thought. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good thing for him. He came to Cinnabar Island early to battle various trainers and gain experience points. Now, becoming a substitute gym leader would mean he wouldn't need to look for them. The experience points would come to him on their own. Seeing Mew deep in thought, Blaine didn't urge him. After a long while, Mew finally looked at Blaine and asked, "Then, shall I give it a try?" Blaine, looking like a promising student, stood up and patted Mew's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll have my men help you. It's okay if you lose. If you really can't handle it, Grandpa will cover for you." Having reached an agreement, Mew still felt a little like he had fallen into a trap. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He should be thinking about how to face the many challengers and how to make himself the biggest beneficiary. Nearly an hour passed in a flash. Under the protection of several black-clad staff members, Professor Magnolia and Sonia finally arrived at the Cinnabar gym. Today's turmoil had been quite significant, and Professor Magnolia and Sonia were clearly aware of the current situation. After some discussion, Blaine explained the details to Professor Magnolia and Sonia. They weren't from the Kanto region, and although they were high-ranking members of the League, they couldn't overstep their authority to this extent. "So your plan is to put Mew in the open to shield you from trouble? I'm not saying this, but Mew's strength is probably insufficient." Professor Magnolia didn't think Blaine's approach was wrong. She would have done the same. But having Mew act as a gym leader might be training under normal circumstances. But in this situation, it was different. Professor Magnolia was an experienced elder. She knew that unless there was a champion-level trainer in charge who could continuously accept challenges. If the challengers were all weak rookies, it wouldn't be so bad. But clearly, the trainers causing trouble outside were quite strong. "What if I told you, Mew already defeated me just now?" Blaine said with a smile, sipping his tea. This made Professor Magnolia choke, swallowing the words she was about to say. Unbelievable. She had witnessed Mew's Pokémon's power before. While its aura was indeed formidable, defeating Blaine was truly unexpected. She knew Blaine's strength all too well. "Is that true?" Professor Magnolia asked rhetorically, not to Blaine, but to Mew. "Sort of, but Grandpa definitely held back," Mew replied modestly. With Mew's answer, Professor Magnolia turned to Blaine. "It seems I underestimated this child. In that case, let's observe as bystanders and see what little Mew is capable of." Blaine nodded. Their conversation ended there. Sonia, who had remained silent, listened attentively, her gaze occasionally lingering on Mew. She hadn't expected Mew to be so powerful, but now that Blaine and her grandmother had spoken of it, she felt a surge of curiosity and wanted to see for herself. She had the right to judge his strength, as her friend was an incredibly powerful trainer. Chapter 63. To deal with Fire-type, use Water-type, go Slowbro. On the battle arena, as the first challenger proactively sent out his Pokémon, Mew was somewhat dumbfounded. This was too confident, too self-centered. Was he being treated like air? Seriously, didn't they even ask him, the acting gym leader, what Pokémon they were sending out? And shouldn't he be the one sending out his Pokémon first? Most importantly, it had to be a Fire-type. Go Gyarados. Since the opponent had sent out their Pokémon first, there was no need for him to hesitate. A shiny Gyarados appeared, immediately using Intimidate to lower the opponent's attack. "Why is Gyarados red? Wait, why are you using a Water-type Pokémon?" The challenger was clearly shocked by Gyarados' color first, then couldn't help but question it out. This left Mew speechless for a moment. He realized that, as Blaine had said, most of these challengers were indeed mediocre. The one-on-one battle rules don't say, "I can't use Pokémon other than Fire-type." You think the Cinnabar gym only uses Fire-types in battles. Mew's words turned serious the next second. He didn't want to waste any more words with this challenger. Besides, a level 37 Slowbro was clearly a recent evolution, too weak. Gyarados Thunderbolt. At the command, the red Gyarados launched an attack. This was the move boost Mew had given Gyarados earlier. Besides learning electric-type moves, it also learned ground-type moves. "Wait, Slowbro, damn it, isn't the trainer supposed to attack first?" Before the challenger could stop it, Slowbro was hit by Thunderbolt and rendered unable to battle. The rules have been changed to one-on-one, and the rule announcement also states that the challenger can no longer attack first. Mew rolled his eyes and glanced at the referee. This kid clearly hadn't even read the details of the battle rules after the gym reopened before barging in. The first challenger was immediately escorted out of the battle ring by the security guard in black. No matter how much he struggled and resisted, it was all in vain. The second match continues. HMPH, I didn't expect the Cinnabar Gym's acting gym leader to use a water-type Pokémon and even no electric-type moves. That idiot did manage to glean some useful information. In that case, I'll use a grass type to deal with you. Go, Executor. An Executor. Since you're so confident in your grass type, Gyarados, show him a real flamethrower. Sending out a red Gyarados again, Mew gave the command directly. This challenger looked pretty cool, but he was actually a goofball, not even letting him send out his Pokémon first, thus losing the initiative. A red Gyarados that can also breathe fire, how is that possible? Executor. The second match ended amidst exclamations. Another challenger was escorted out by security guards in black. The third match featured a very pretty girl, who caught Mew's eye a few more times. I heard from those two losers that your Gyarados is not only red, but it can also use Thunderbolt and Dragon Breath. HMPH I don't believe your Gyarados is all-powerful. Watch my Magneton. Electric types are indeed super effective against Gyarados, but you guys are all rushing in to die. Didn't you even ask what Pokémon I'll be sending out? After all, I don't only have Gyarados. Mew sighed deeply. Pretty, not particularly busty, but so brainless. If he were a gym leader, he'd probably be furious. This kind of challenger doesn't deserve a badge. No wonder the Indigo Conference is getting worse every year. Ray all just trying their luck and trying to get badges. Blaine's decision to close the gym was correct. If the level were higher, Mew might have been more interested, but the three challengers were only around level 30, which speaks volumes. It's likely that even 1/10 of these challengers possessed Pokémon above level 40. These three might even be top tier in strength, which is why they secured the first challenge slot. Beedrill easily code Magneton. Ignoring the ground drill type advantage, the level difference alone meant any move would have been an absolute crushing defeat. After all, Beedrill was level 53. The gym challenge continued. Mew even considered pulling up a chair, sitting down, and enjoying some sunflower seeds and tea while facing the challengers. As he expected, most were around level 20 or 30. Even with his Pokémon freely playing against the type disadvantage, he could easily KO his opponents in 20 or 30 matches. How boring! The few who sent out Pokémon above level 35 couldn't even withstand a single move. Experience points were indeed gained, but after so many battles, none of his Pokémon had leveled up. The level gap was too large. To accumulate enough experience for leveling up, it would have to be done gradually. Challengers came one after another, losing, then switching to another, only to lose again. This continued for 2 hours, with over 100 people unable to withstand a single blow from Mew. Everyone's confidence was severely shaken. Who could withstand a single blow? This acting gym leader was a devil. Noon. Mew, Blaine, Professor Magnolia, and Sonia sat together eating. They had a deep understanding of Mew's strength. Even Blaine, who had fought Mew several times, hadn't expected Mew to be hiding such great power. A feeling that there was a worthy successor filled Blaine's heart. Blaine even thought that if this kid hadn't experienced that incident from a young age, he might already be a champion-level player. Perhaps even a contender for the regional champion title. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. After all, there's also the possibility that without these experiences, Mew might not have possessed such talent. Just as Mew said, it was because of his experiences and accumulation over the years that he was able to reach this level of strength in one go. Are you still serving as the acting gym leader this afternoon? Blaine asked. Mew nodded without hesitation. Although the gains were indeed small, there was no better way at the moment. He didn't want to run around aimlessly for the last 2 days. Since we've started, let's finish it. In short, let those challengers know that the Cinnabar Gym is not something to be trifled with. If you want badges, you have to rely on your own abilities. Let those who try to sabotage us in the shadows know that swarm tactics are useless. With that, Mew put down his chopsticks. I'm finished eating. I'll go check on the Pokémon. With Blaine and Professor Magnolia's agreement, Mew got up to go to the yard. Sonia stood up at this moment. "I'll go too." Chapter 64. In the garden, the oppressive atmosphere at the dinner table dissipated, and Mew let out a long sigh of relief. Sonia, who was beside him, also breathed a sigh of relief. Eating with the older generation, it was fine as long as nothing was discussed. But once certain things came up, a strange pressure would be felt. Clearly, it wasn't just Mew who felt this. Sonia felt it to some extent as well. The two understood each other implicitly, but neither said it out loud. Mew began preparing food for his Pokémon, some ordinary Pokémon dishes, plus some Poké blocks. He did many things personally, naturally to increase their friendship levels. Currently, the friendship levels of Arcanine, Lucario, and Red Gyarados had reached a point where it was difficult to increase them further. Mew's main target wasn't them, but Beedrill and Gardevoir. Beedrill's friendship level was still 10 points away from 200. He didn't know if doubling his efforts today could overcome this hurdle. Time was running out. If he couldn't reach it by then, he wouldn't be able to meet the requirements for Mega Evolution. If evolution isn't possible, even if Mew has enough rare candies, he doesn't want to use them on Beedrill. Then there's increasing his friendship with Gardevoir. While there's no rush, strengthening it in every aspect of life is naturally best. Up to now, it's only increased from 15 points yesterday to 28 points, a pitifully small increase. According to the system's information, a friendship level below 50 points means there's absolutely no trust. Gaining the affection of a wounded Pokémon is 10 times, even dozens of times, harder than gaining the affection of a legendary Pokémon. Sonia has been observing Mew's behavior. She would sometimes sit on the stone bench in the courtyard, lost in thought, and then be drawn to Mew every now and then, leaning closer to investigate him. During their conversation, the topic turned to the special Poké blocks from the system shop. Mew had no choice but to say he made them himself. Although he lied, it wouldn't matter if they pressed him further, because the system shop did indeed sell machines and methods for making Poké blocks. Sonia was quite shocked, never expecting Mew to be so versatile. She could clearly see that the Poké blocks Mew made were of high quality, and that Pokémon that consumed them experienced noticeable recovery effects. Regular Poké blocks were already available on the market. Even though they weren't yet available in the Kanto region, Johto region, Orange Islands, and some surrounding areas, many trainers were gradually adopting Poké blocks, finding them convenient and as a nutritious food officially promoted by the Pokémon contest. Although it wasn't prevalent in the Galar region, Sonia knew a lot. Many trainers wouldn't feed their Pokémon random foods to maintain their perfect physique and coat color, making Poké blocks the best choice. This further strengthened their relationship. As the lunch break ended, the gym challenge resumed at 1 p.m. Having learned from the morning's experience, not only was Mew more focused, but the challengers were also noticeably more skilled than in the morning. The morning's battles had eliminated all the lower-level trainers. While their strength was mostly between levels 30 and 40, there were indeed trainers with Pokémon exceeding level 40. These were the true elites. Some came to obtain badges, but most were drawn by Mew's strength. Mew showed no mercy to these trainers. In short, he didn't give away a single badge by the end of the day. This also conveyed a second message. If you can't even beat me, the acting gym leader, to challenge the strongest Pokémon trainer is a pipe dream. Mew's reputation was firmly established. In short, it was like a bomb suddenly appearing in a crowd, letting everyone know how terrifying he was, and also allowing them to recognize their own limitations. Mew, however, didn't seem too bothered by it. He didn't need vanity to satisfy himself. Blaine's evaluation of his performance was calm and composed, handling matters with propriety. His future achievements are bound to be significant. Becoming a mere gym leader is far from his limit. Professor Magnolia was more tactful, but also highly valued Mew, so she gave him the advice to stay true to himself and never let anything blind him. Mew naturally kept the old man's words in mind. In the eyes of the two elders, This marked the beginning of Mewtwo's rise. Night fell. Mew and his Pokémon soaked in the hot spring, relieving the day's fatigue. Actually, the Pokémon were already accustomed to high-intensity battles, so today's low-level, overwhelming battle was effortless for them. Moreover, they took turns, and Gardevoir, although new, helped share some of the pressure. The improvements weren't entirely satisfactory, but the levels did increase somewhat. Arcanine leveled up 2 levels, reaching level 59. Lucario leveled up 2 levels, reaching level 57. Red Gyarados leveled up 3 levels, reaching level 54. Beedrill leveled up 3 levels, reaching level 56. Gardevoir leveled up 2 levels, reaching level 47. It's worth mentioning that friendship levels increased much faster during battles. This is because the aura power creates a connection between the Pokémon and their friends, especially Beedrill, which is only 2 points away from reaching 200. I wonder if the 10-day deadline is tomorrow or the day after. Calculating the time in his mind, Mew looked back at Arcanine swimming in the hot spring. After a moment's thought, he immediately bought a rare candy from the system shop, spending 1 million league coins. Since becoming wealthy, he stopped calculating his expenses. After all, with 8 figures, it's impossible to keep track of every 100 or 1,000 spent. In short, just finding suitable trainers for Ali to battle was quite expensive. Now, with the purchase of another rare candy, his balance was only 96,497,000 league coins. This is the rare candy. Mew carefully examined the rare candy in his hand, even wanting to try it to see how it tasted. Of course, he wouldn't try it. After all, it cost 1 million league coins, and it would be a waste to waste it. Arcanine, come here for a second, he called to Arcanine. Arcanine swam over at the sound of his voice. Mew quickly tore off the blue wrapper and stuffed the candy into Arcanine's mouth. He had originally intended to lick the wrapper to see how it tasted, but after the candy was removed, the wrapper vanished without a trace. He wondered if the system shop had sensed his intentions and thus forcibly reclaimed it. Chapter 65. There were no special notification sounds. The only visible change was Arcanine's attribute panel, where its level had increased from 59 to 60. Arcanine, having eaten the rare candy, did indeed feel a subtle increase in its strength. In Mew's opinion, a 1-level difference should be difficult to perceive. For example, Arcanine's level was 57 before the morning, and it only reached 59 after continuous battles in the afternoon, which was when it felt a slight difference. It was probably because it had crossed the level 60 threshold and entered a higher level that Arcanine noticed it. Furthermore, increasing strength through eating candy is different from increasing strength in battle. Becoming stronger in battle means you've already adapted to the process, so the current feeling is more pronounced in comparison. How does it feel, Arcanine? Mew asked. Woof woof tilde tilde woof howl tilde tilde. Master, the candy is delicious, and it seems to have boosted my strength. Mew nodded, and to confirm the situation, continued, do you feel any discomfort? Or rather, does the strength boost from this candy have any effect on you? Woof tilde tilde. Seems not. Arcanine scratched his head with his paw, pondered for a moment, and then shook its head. Mew, hearing this, fell into thought. This conversation naturally attracted the attention of Red Gyarados, Beedrill, and Lucario. Gardevoir also came over, but Gardevoir stayed on the outermost edge. Clearly, everyone was very interested in boosting their strength. Mew reassured them, and then bought 10 more rare candies from the system shop. He peeled them one by one and fed them to Arcanine to see how much of a change would occur from a 10-level boost. From level 60 to 70, Arcanine underwent a dramatic transformation while enjoying the rare candy. Normally, leveling from 59 to 60 is like going from 1 to 2, so there wouldn't be much difference. But leaping 10 levels in one go, entering a higher tier, resulted in a completely different aura. Even Mew, as its trainer, was involuntarily startled by Arcanine's sudden surge of power. Moreover, it seemed that after absorbing the rare candy, Arcanine's body had grown even larger, appearing more robust. Its red and yellow fur not only became more abundant, but also shimmered with a bright luster, like real flames. This was a metamorphosis, as if its life had ascended to a higher level. In the game, even high levels don't bring much change, but in the real world, reaching level 70 seems completely different. Arcanine's current strength is incomparable to ordinary Pokémon, Elite 4 level. Or Champion level, Mew thought to himself. The change was too great. This strength was the most powerful force Mew had witnessed since his transmigration. Mew didn't know the exact strength level of the Elite 4 in this world, but he was certain it was higher than in the games. Otherwise, with his Pokémon already at level 50, Blaine, with his vast experience, would have immediately declared his strength comparable to an Elite 4 member. Therefore, an Elite 4 member's Pokémon should be at least level 60. After all, Blaine's performance in the original series, whether in the games, anime, or special episodes, was unlikely to reach the Elite 4 level. While Mew was shocked, Lucario, Red Gyarados, Beedrill, and Gardevoir also showed expressions of disbelief. Although they already knew their trainer was amazing, the boost from the candy this time was even more significant than the boost from the drink they had consumed previously. Just by eating some rare candy, Arcanine had completely changed. Already strong, it was now so powerful that none of them dared to challenge it. Even all 4 of them combined couldn't defeat Arcanine. This was an absolute level of dominance. Woof! Arcanine barked excitedly due to its increased power. Its voice carried a stronger aura, radiating intimidation. How's it going, Arcanine? Can you completely control the boosted power? Mew asked. Using Arcanine for the experiment was chosen because it was the highest level, meaning it would consume the fewest rare candies should it become uncontrollable. Also, Arcanine had spent the most time with him and was usually the most composed, making it more suitable than Lucario. If Arcanine could fully control it, then Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill could be boosted next. As for Gardevoir, Mew would have to see its performance, or rather, whether it was willing to undergo the boost. Considering Gardevoir's feelings, Mew didn't want to make too many changes to it right now. He would make plans later when its friendship level was higher. In short, it was best for Gardevoir not to show its face during the Mewtwo incident. Otherwise, not only would its strength be insufficient, but as a fellow Psychic-type Pokémon, the suppression from a legendary Pokémon of the same type would be significant. Seeing Arcanine shake its head, indicating no impact and complete control, Mew was even more astonished by the rare candies. He had expected some uncontrollable situations in the real world, but it had no effect whatsoever. This was an incredible cheat code. Should he continue leveling up Arcanine? Mew hesitated. Leveling it directly from 59 to 70 was a considerable leap. Mew still had 86 million, enough to buy 86 rare candies, enough to instantly level Arcanine to 100. However, this would make it difficult to allocate resources to other Pokémon. Moreover, he couldn't invest all his money in rare candies. In short, he had enough money for now, but considering the future, he needed to think carefully about the Mewtwo incident. Speculating and profiting from price differences was possible, but not too much. Therefore, he needed his own private assets to provide a continuous source of funds. Relying on his family. Mew knew his parents were wealthy, and if he asked, they would definitely give it to him. But this was his bottom line, and he wasn't willing to cross it easily. Pushing these thoughts out of his mind, Mew continued to ponder the level issue. According to the game's level system, Mewtwo's initial level will probably be the same as in the game, not too different. After all, Mew's minimum level is only 40. Weighing the options, Mew concluded that even with some error, Mewtwo's level shouldn't exceed 70. Looking at the eager eyes of Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill, Mew made his decision. Reaching level 100 for all of them was impossible, but reaching level 70 for all of them was easily achievable with his current resources. This was thanks to his continuous efforts in leveling them up. Otherwise, if they were only at level 30 or 40, the expenses would be at least double or triple. Chapter 66. Reach level 70. Mew continued to purchase rare candies from the system shop. Lucario used 13, Gyarados used 16, and Beedrill used 14, totaling 43. Observing the changes in Lucario, Beedrill, and Gyarados, Mew confirmed that it wasn't a sudden, massive transformation at level 70. Rather, it was after level 60 that the changes in Pokémon became significant with each level increase. If the level increase was gradual, it wouldn't be noticeable, but a sudden increase of 10 or 20 levels would be very obvious. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Mew witnessed the entire process. It was like a 10-year-old child suddenly growing 2 years older in front of you. You could clearly see the change. However, this change was only noticeable to Mew, as the outward appearance didn't change much, and those who didn't observe the process wouldn't notice it. Only those who frequently spent time together could notice this change, and even then, they couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. The Pokémon were ecstatic, eager to unleash their power, while Mew sighed, looking at his remaining 43 million League coins. Actually, all of them reaching level 80 would be more than enough. It would only cost another 40 million League coins. But Mew wouldn't do that. The remaining money had other uses, a contingency plan. Having money on hand allowed for flexibility. If things really got out of control, he could always force one to reach level 100. Even if Mewtwo was a legendary Pokémon, Mew didn't believe it could reach level 100. Unless the level cap in this world exceeded 100. With leveling up complete, the next step was to improve the Pokémon's individual values, IVs. This was an area Mew had never actively pursued before, but now that the time had come, he naturally wanted to maximize the Pokémon's strength. Mew bought 5 golden crowns, each costing 1 million in one go. He didn't level up Gardevoir immediately. However, Mew felt that making some adjustments was good, allowing her to gradually accept the changes. After its individual values, IVs, improved and her friendship level increased, Mew would then modify its effort values, EVs. Within Gardevoir's tolerance, he would consider how to level it up later. Gardevoir was actually quite obsessed with strength, believing it was too weak to protect its younger siblings. With the opportunity before it, and having already accepted Mew as its trainer, Gardevoir began to accept the growth of its siblings, including Arcanine. Golden crowns, without seeing the actual product in photos, who would guess it was just a golden bottle cap? Mew, seeing the real thing for the first time, couldn't help but complain that the game's item designers were incredibly careless. If the system shop hadn't lacked a Pokémon assistant, Mew would have wanted to ask what kind of beverage bottle cap it was. Speaking of bottle caps, Mew couldn't help but think of James from the original anime, who collected bottle caps specifically for his collection. He wondered if there might be a golden crown or a silver crown inside. If so, should he rob them? These were just thoughts purely for amusement. In the game, the golden crown and silver crown were simply given to extreme trainers for Pokémon training. Now, with the system shop's modifications, he could directly use them on Pokémon. Mew used the golden crown on each of his Pokémon, and the bottle cap-like object quickly transformed into points of light upon contact, merging into the Pokémon's body. Then, Mew further sensed a significant change in the Pokémon's aura. Becoming stronger and stronger, especially at this level, with the added bonuses from various talents to another level of strength. Arcanine, Red Gyarados, and Gardevoir show the most significant improvements. Aside from Lucario and Beedrill, there aren't many changes, as their key stats are already top tier, so the improvements in HP and defense aren't immediately apparent. Time flew by, it was already the next morning. Mew got up early and had breakfast with Blaine. Since he had taken on the role of acting gym leader of Cinnabar City, he had to see it through to the end and take it seriously. At least until the Mewtwo incident happened, he couldn't just quit. Even though he had already beat a large number of challengers to tiers yesterday, Mew believed that many more would come to challenge him today. Those who hadn't experienced a real beating and were overly confident in their abilities would definitely come running. Moreover, more and more trainers were arriving at Cinnabar Island in search of the strongest Pokémon, and these people wouldn't miss the opportunity after hearing about the Cinnabar City gym. Zia Mew's plan was to use these challengers to test the strength of Arcanine and the others. During breakfast, Zia Mew received another lesson from Blaine. Blaine told Zia Mew a principle. As a gym leader, it wasn't just about being the challenger's opponent, but also about guiding them correctly. In other words, if there were promising challengers, then he should go easy on them appropriately. Defeating all challengers builds a gym's prestige, but if not a single badge is given away, the gym will eventually become deserted. Blaine's reminder reminded Zia Mew of the Viridian Gym in the original series. Indeed, it's a mandatory challenge in the games, but in the anime, it seems to be so difficult that very few people possess the Viridian Gym badge. Then, with Mewtwo overseeing the Viridian Gym in the anime, even fewer dared to challenge it. Ash and his friends in the original series only obtained the Viridian Gym badge because of their protagonist status. Zia Mew clearly remembers this part of the anime. Gary and Ash's friends arrived in Viridian City at the same time and challenged the gyms one after another. Although Gary challenged the Viridian Gym first, his Arcanine and Nidoking were thoroughly defeated by Mewtwo. At this point, the plot progressed, and Mewtwo and Giovanni left the Viridian Gym, temporarily handing over the gym leader duties to Jesse and James. This led to the absurd events that followed. In short, if Giovanni had been at the Viridian City gym, Ash definitely wouldn't have been able to beat him. Even though Gary could beat Giovanni's Golem and Kingler at the start, those weren't Giovanni's main forces. To sum it up, Viridian City was originally a very prosperous city. But later, because the gyms were too difficult, many trainers were unwilling to challenge them, so the number of outsiders visiting Viridian City decreased, and eventually it became a deserted city. Blaine told Zia Mew that he should select a few strong trainers for today's challenge and send out some badges. Otherwise, no one might challenge the Cinnabar City gym in the future. Chapter 67. Accepting Blaine's advice, Zia Mew, being only a temporary gym leader, was obligated to follow the gym leader's orders. This wasn't Blaine forcing Zia Mew to do so, but rather Blaine teaching him how to handle situations, honing his abilities while also imparting wisdom. Overconfidence would only lead to short-sightedness. Just like yesterday, Zia Mew remained at the gym, dealing with the continuous stream of challengers while simultaneously monitoring the weather. If the storm arrived, it meant today would be the day of the Mewtwo incident. Unlike yesterday, today's challengers were noticeably stronger and of higher age. Zia Mew hadn't expected Ali and Xiao Tian to come and make a brief appearance. They too had come to admire the strength, but seeing Zia Mew, they immediately understood the situation. After them, Zia Mew encountered other challengers of similar age, all with Pokémon at level 50. Elite among elites, undoubtedly league champions. He was simply unknown and didn't appear in the original work. In short, if yesterday's matches had been this high quality, he wouldn't have only leveled up 2 or 3 times. Unfortunately, even the challengers are now at levels 40 or 50, and to accumulate the experience needed to reach level 70, it would be impossible without at least 100 matches. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Initially, leveling up was quite fast. Zia Mew only felt that it became much harder every 10 levels. But no matter how difficult it was, finding opponents of the same level was still relatively easy. Now at level 70, to gain even 1 level, he would need at least 1 or 2 days of continuous gym battles like this. This was relatively smooth. If the challengers were below level 40, the experience points would be pitifully small, and it would take much longer. Actually, Zia Mew had a strange feeling that once the level difference reached a certain point, it might be impossible to gain experience points from lower-level Pokémon. Take yesterday's battles with Pokémon in their early 20s. So many of them, even small ants, add up to a considerable amount. This can only be known after further testing. By noon, Zia Mew had been battling all morning. The difference in strength between his challengers and his own was too great, and his Pokémon, having greatly increased in strength, didn't need to take low-level battles seriously, winning easily. It should be said that Zia Mew's displayed strength today once again shocked Blaine, Professor Magnolia, and Sonia. They already had a clear understanding yesterday, but today Zia Mew opened their eyes again, letting them know that he had been hiding something. Little did they know that Zia Mew had a cheat simulator, able to buy rare candies to level up his Pokémon, which explained his sudden increase in strength. Zia Mew was also unaware that Blaine and Professor Magnolia were already secretly estimating his strength might be comparable to a champion. During the lunch break, they ate together as before, but the conversation focused on the strongest Pokémon trainers. Sonia was the one earnestly talking. Since arriving at Cinnabar Island, she had heard too many rumors about this kind of thing, so she used her free time to do some research. Her intention was to go to the new island to see what kind of people dared to call themselves the strongest Pokémon trainer. Professor Magnolia stopped her, because in Magnolia's view, they were outsiders, having come from afar and unfamiliar with the place. If something happened to them, it would be too late to regret it. Blaine, however, took advantage of Sonia bringing up the matter and began to speak. Actually, before you came, I also thought about investigating. After all, it happened right under my nose, but I haven't had the time. These past 2 days, with Zia Mew overseeing the gym, I've finally had some time to investigate, but unfortunately I've found nothing, Blaine said, his old face full of worry. Open enemies are easy to deal with. It's the hidden villains who are the real threat. Blaine was worried about this, so he'd been preoccupied lately, though he hadn't shown it outwardly. Zia Mew somewhat understood Blaine's meaning and asked suspiciously, "Grandpa, did you send anyone to the new island to check?" Blaine nodded, then shook his head. "Actually, I specifically dispatched my men yesterday, but none of them brought back any useful information. They only said that the strongest Pokémon trainer doesn't welcome uninvited guests." "They're avoiding us?" Professor Magnolia asked. Blaine didn't give a clear answer, pondering for a moment before saying, "That's the news, but I suspect my men were sabotaged. Perhaps they have a psychic-type Pokémon that altered their memories." Professor Magnolia became noticeably more serious upon hearing this, while Sonia listened attentively, taking notes. Zia Mew was also slightly taken aback. The memory alteration part was indeed how the original story unfolded. Psychic-type Pokémon have the ability to delete or modify the memories of humans and Pokémon. Mewtwo and Mew's abilities in this regard are even more extraordinary, allowing them to modify all traces related to themselves to a certain extent. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive, as things had become rather complicated. They chose to appear in the public eye, yet they hide on the new island, and sending people there isn't even a welcome gesture. "What exactly are they trying to do?" Professor Magnolia murmured. "That's what I want to know too. It's obviously impossible without a purpose," Blaine chimed in. The two looked at each other and then fell silent. "That's why I want to go up and take a look. Although it's dangerous, Zia Mew can come with me." "He's so powerful, you should feel at ease, right?" Sonia seemed to have already thought of everything, and even dragged Zia Mew into it. "Me?" Zia Mew pointed to himself, somewhat caught off guard. He hadn't expected this burden to come to him first. He had been worried that Sonia would get involved, so he had kept a low profile these past 2 days, avoiding any provocation. But she seemed to enjoy the chaos, using him as a shield. "You don't want to. Don't you want to know who the strongest Pokémon trainer is? Don't you want to battle him?" Sonia's words would have easily fooled anyone unfamiliar with the original story, or even a trainer with some skill. But he was different, he knew everything. Before Zia Mew could answer, Professor Magnolia and Blaine seemed to understand each other's thoughts and made a decision. "Zia Mew, what do you think of the strongest Pokémon trainer?" Blaine asked proactively. The message was clear. If Zia Mew was interested, he could investigate and test the waters. This was Blaine's approval of Zia Mew's abilities, so he was quite at ease. Professor Magnolia didn't object either, because Zia Mew had the ability to ensure Sonia's safety. It shouldn't be a problem. "Without seeing him in person, I can't give an evaluation, but I did plan to go, because I also received an invitation from the strongest Pokémon trainer," Zia Mew said, pretending to reach into his hoodie pocket, but actually taking out an electronic invitation from his storage space. Upon seeing the invitation, Blaine, Professor Magnolia, and Sonia all widened their eyes. Blaine had seen it before and recognized it. Professor Magnolia and Sonia hadn't, so they opened the e-invitation and examined the information. "I don't know why, but this woman looks so familiar," Sonia said, staring at the figure on the e-invitation, a feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. "Have we seen her somewhere before, Sonia?" Professor Magnolia asked. She knew her granddaughter's memory. If she said she looked familiar, she must have seen her somewhere before. Blaine looked up at Sonia, awaiting her answer. He was also somewhat expectant, because even a little information would allow them to learn more about the situation. Mew was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Sonia to say that. He remembered that in the original story, it was Xiao Gang who saw Joey's photo and said she looked familiar. After a long pause, Sonia shook her head. "I can't think of anyone right now. Maybe I'll only remember when I see them in person." Professor Magnolia and Bob pondered for a moment, then looked at Mew. "In that case, Sonia's safety is in your hands, Mew," Professor Magnolia said. Since the elders had said so, Mew could only nod in agreement. "Don't worry, I won't hold you back," Sonia said lightly, genuinely unsure of what she would experience on the new island. "I hope so." Mew didn't intend to be blunt with her. He figured even if he warned her to be careful, she probably wouldn't take it to heart. Some things only become truly dangerous after experiencing them. In short, their trust was far from sufficient, especially since Sonia was the type who liked to show off. She wouldn't easily back down in front of others. If Mew gave her too many hints, it would only make her feel like hesitant. Not only do you need to ensure Sonia's safety, but you also need to ensure the safety of the other trainers. After all, you are still the acting gym leader of Cinnabar City. A ship will depart for the new island after 2 p.m. this afternoon. You should prepare to go with the invited trainers. I will speak with the port manager, Mew said. Hearing this, Mew's heart tightened immediately. Departing this afternoon. That means the plot is about to unfold. After returning to the backyard from the restaurant, Mew fed the Pokémon Pokéblocks before putting them into their Ultra Balls. Back in his room, Mew quickly organized his thoughts, conducting a comprehensive review of the original plot. In fact, he was organizing his memories, making sure not to miss any details from the original work, striving to be foolproof and without any oversights. Mew had already planned to be the last person to arrive on the island, sneaking there unnoticed. He would let the plot develop for a while to avoid his Pokémon being cloned by the island's cloning machines before making his appearance. At that time, all that was needed was to deal with Mewtwo. He just had to bring Sonia along. Hopefully, she wouldn't be a problem. "Beedrill, this time it's all about your power," Mew muttered, pulling out a Beedrill's Ultra Ball. Yesterday's upgrade had pushed Beedrill's friendship level over 200 points, and it had even attempted Mega Evolution, completing the Critical Strike mod for Mega Beedrill. As for how well it would perform in actual combat, that would depend on how it fared in a real fight. After a long while, Mew heard Sonia's shouts coming from outside. It has to be said, getting to know Sonia deeply reveals that she is a very lively and proactive girl. Sonia's shout to call Mew outside came as the previously cloudless, clear sky suddenly became overcast, clearly a harbinger of an impending storm. This is too much of a coincidence. Suddenly, it's stormy weather. Will the ship still be able to sail? Sonia said hesitantly. Everyone here is an adult. They have basic common sense. The storm came suddenly, and it was clear it wouldn't dissipate anytime soon, definitely affecting travel. Let's go check the situation first. Actually, you don't have to go. The weather isn't suitable for going out anyway, Mew said tactfully. Sonia immediately objected. Don't try to shake me off. So what if it's a storm? I'm not some delicate girl. She adopted a haughty demeanor, hands on her hips, puffing out her chest as she spoke, giving Mew a good look. Noticing Mew's gaze, Sonia realized her actions had been too bold. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she immediately shrank back, adjusting her collar. Then, she slightly raised her chin and glared fiercely at Xiaomu. HMPH tilde, you took advantage of me. Xiaomu was full of questions, his eyes wide, and he said innocently, "Wait, I didn't mean to, and you weren't naked, so how did I take advantage of you?" Sonia's cheeks grew redder and redder, not expecting Xiaomu's direct answer. "Then you stared at me? Kept staring, you're still staring." Looking at Sonia's shy and cute appearance, Xiaomu's heart fluttered. He immediately looked away, but had already memorized the image of her fair skin. Okay, I shouldn't have looked. We should go to the port. Let's go tell my grandfather and your grandmother first." Xiaomu took the initiative to change the subject. Sonia's pretty face was still slightly red, and she didn't want to keep dwelling on the matter, so she followed him. After walking for a while, Sonia broke the silence. "Tell me, what secrets are hidden on that new island? Don't tell me you have no idea. You seem to know something, your eyes betrayed you." Xiaomu couldn't lie, and when he was hiding something, his eyes would subtly become empty. It wouldn't be surprising if an acquaintance noticed, but he hadn't expected Sonia to be so perceptive after only 2 days together. "I need to practice more, otherwise everyone will know I'm troubled," Xiaomu thought to himself. Surprised, "I'm an expert at reading facial expressions." "Grandma said your eyes don't lie," Sonia said, raising a finger with a smug smile. Xiaomu looked at her pretty face without answering, deliberately glancing at her full breasts. That one glance was a complete victory. Sonia didn't care about asking anymore. Her blushing face showed her mind was in turmoil. A good figure is indeed a woman's asset. Although she was a researcher, Sonia liked to dress up and paid attention to her figure. She never felt this strange shyness when being looked at before, but Xiaomu's gaze was odd. It made her feel as if she'd been stripped naked just by being looked at. Those seemingly clear eyes seemed to possess magic, as if they could see through things. Actually, she was right. If Xiaomu were to use his aura to cover her body, he could indeed see through her. Of course, Xiaomu wouldn't be so despicable as to do such a thing. They arrived at the study in the front yard. Blaine and Professor Magnolia were drinking tea and chatting. Xiaomu introduced Sonia to them, exchanged a few words, and then left the cinnabar gym. "It seems these two little ones have a good impression of each other. I feel like I'm seeing a younger version of myself and you," Blaine said with a laugh. "You shameless old man, who's going to talk about your younger self? Besides, shouldn't we be worried about their safety? The storm outside is huge. The ship can't possibly go out to sea," Professor Magnolia said, taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing this, Blaine picked up his teacup, his gaze deep. "I have a feeling this storm came so suddenly, as if it were deliberately orchestrated. But how could humans possess such power to control nature? Even powerful Pokémon couldn't do that." Having risen to such a position of power, Blaine was far more than he appeared. His foresight had already led him to some possibilities. "You mean, perhaps it involves legendary Pokémon?" Professor Magnolia was stunned. If that were the case, then this matter was far more serious. "I hope I'm just overthinking it, don't worry too much." Blaine put down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the phone. After a moment's thought, he picked it up and dialed the number for the port. After exchanging information and understanding the general situation, Blaine said that the acting gym leader had gone to help. He then made several phone calls to deploy manpower and contacted the Cinnabar City Police to coordinate with the port management to maintain order. Once everything was arranged, Blaine returned to his seat. Professor Magnolia remained silent throughout, simply watching Blaine. Outside the Cinnabar gym, Xiaomu didn't choose to take a car to the port, but instead summoned Arcanine. Driving was too slow, Arcanine would arrive the fastest. This led to another awkward situation. Sonia was hesitant and reluctant. Xiaomu momentarily forgot about the proper etiquette between men and women. However, he wasn't in the mood to waste time on such matters. Since she was being accused of taking advantage, he might as well go all the way. "Are you going to get on or not? If not, I'm leaving." "Wait, I'll get on." Chapter 68. A fierce gale swept in, and the already overcast sky was now filled with lightning and thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. Along the way, many pedestrians without umbrellas were running frantically in the rain, searching for shelter. Arcanine didn't stop, continuing to carry Mew and Sonia. The rain certainly brought many challenges, but Arcanine withstood them all. It protected Mew and Sonia with its fur, and used its fiery aura to keep them as dry as possible. Only when they arrived at the passenger terminal at Cinnabar Island's port did Mew and Sonia quickly dismount from Arcanine. By then, both of their clothes were somewhat wet, especially Sonia's long hair, which clung wetly to her face. "Thank you, Arcanine." Having safely arrived at their destination, Sonia, disregarding her own condition, first expressed her gratitude to Arcanine for its protection. At first, she thought Mew was intentionally trying to take advantage of her. It wasn't until Arcanine started running that she realized she had misunderstood Mew and overthought things. "Woof," Arcanine barked, indicating that she was welcome. Mew, watching Arcanine use its fire-type energy to dry its wet fur, suddenly had an idea and decided to use the heat to dry his own hair and clothes. After confirming it was feasible, he looked at Sonia and asked her to dry her hair and clothes too. Otherwise, she might catch a cold. Arcanine readily cooperated. This discovery opened up a whole new world for Mew, and he couldn't help but think about how bringing Arcanine along on future travels and wilderness adventures could solve many small problems in life. "Phew, Tilda, that feels so much better. Arcanine is amazing." No longer feeling soaked, Sonia showered Arcanine with praise, making it bark happily. Mew didn't say anything, and was about to recall Arcanine when 4 figures rushed towards them through the wind and rain. His attention was immediately drawn to them. It was Ash, Brock, and Misty. There were 4 figures, one of whom was Pikachu. The 3 of them entered the sheltered rooftop and breathed a sigh of relief. Occasionally, a few complaints could be heard, undoubtedly about how quickly the weather had changed and how little time they had had to find shelter. Luckily, they weren't far away, or they would have been soaked to the bone. Mew hadn't expected to meet Ash and his friends so coincidentally. Sometimes, fate is truly wondrous. "Wow, Tilda, what a huge Arcanine, and what a handsome guy." Suddenly, Misty's words drew everyone's attention to Arcanine and Mew. This made Mew a little embarrassed, but considering the other person's age, he readily accepted it. After all, judging from her appearance, she looked to be only 12 years old. According to the original information, Misty seemed to be only 10 years old, the same as Ash. Brock, on the other hand, looked more mature, but although he appeared to be an adult, he was actually only about 15 years old. "That little girl is calling you handsome, handsome." Sonia seemed to notice Mew's embarrassment and nudged his arm with her elbow, teasing him. Cold sweat broke out on Mew's forehead. Sonia's ability to cause trouble was always unexpected. Before he could answer, Brock suddenly rushed over and grabbed Sonia's hand. A classic scene from the original anime was playing out right in front of Mew. Mew didn't know where Brock got the courage. He certainly wouldn't have done it. It was too embarrassing. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of meeting you? My name is Brock, and my dream is to become the world's best Pokémon breeder. Currently, ouch, ouch, let go." Misty grabbed Brock's ear and yanked him away from Sonia. The dramatic scene was so unbelievable that even Mew would have wondered how such a thing could happen if he hadn't witnessed it firsthand. In short, it all happened so naturally. Mew felt like he'd become a supporting character, and now he, Sonia, and Arcanine were acting alongside Ash and his friends. "I'm really sorry, my friend has a strange habit. Hello, my name is Ash, and I dream of becoming the world's #1 Pokémon master. This is my partner, Pikachu." Ash displayed a maturity Mew hadn't expected. "Pikachu, Tilda." The Pikachu beside him let out a familiar cry. A flood of memories rushed through his mind. "Pikachu, my god." It's okay. My name is Sonia, hello." Sonia gave an awkward laugh. Mew also introduced himself. "My name is Mew." After these introductions, they had a basic understanding of each other. Knowing the original story, Mew wasn't surprised by Ash and his friend's purpose, but Sonia became even more excited after hearing it. The group walked together into the dock passenger terminal. Of course, Arcanine was put into its Ultra Ball. Entering the waiting hall of the passenger terminal, the vast space was already filled with trainers, each accompanied by one or two Pokémon, though none of them were large. Most were small and cute. It's truly spectacular. It's like some kind of Pokémon League tournament is being held here, and all these trainers are here to challenge the strongest Pokémon trainer on the new island, Sonia exclaimed in astonishment. Many of them have challenged gyms before, though only briefly, but I remember a few of them were quite strong, and they all have more than 8 badges, Mew said, looking around. His words immediately drew surprise from Ash and his 2 companions. Big brother Mew is also a gym trainer, Ash asked. He seemed particularly excited when he encountered a strong trainer, eager to battle and test his skills. Mew nodded slightly. Yes, due to some special reasons, I've been acting as the Cinnabar City gym leader for the past 2 days. Cinnabar City Gym? I remember the original gym leader was Blaine. I beat him a while ago and got the Crimson Badge. Has he retired? Ash had challenged the Cinnabar City Gym not long ago, hence the question. Mew couldn't refuse to answer. No, it's just that Grandpa is getting old, and there have been many challengers lately, so I became the acting leader. During the conversation, his presence clearly attracted the attention of some trainers. Because many trainers had challenged the Cinnabar City Gym in the past 2 days, they knew Mew's identity and recognized his strength. The bolder ones came over to greet him, and most simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Mew didn't mind. If others respected him, he would naturally reciprocate with respect. Mew also saw Xiao Tian and Ali among them, as well as some Pokémon trainers from Cinnabar Island. These people all knew Mew, and after a brief chat, the port manager, Voyager, proactively brought them over. Mew, accompanied by Sonia, along with Voyager and Officer Jenny, entered the conference room. The room was already packed with people, including many high-ranking officials from Cinnabar Island, port administrators, special envoys from the League, and even the old Captain Knot. Mew and Sonia were immediately treated with great respect. After all, Mew's status was undeniable, and Sonia, who had come with him, especially as a researcher from the Galar region, naturally held a certain position. Gentlemen, Voyager explained, the situation is extremely urgent. If it weren't for this storm, we wouldn't have been able to stop these Pokémon trainers from their adventures, but now it's different. Going out to sea in this stormy weather, no one can guarantee safety. Even Captain Knot has said it's best to stop the ferries. Therefore, I implore you all to set aside all interests and agree to my proposal. After all, if an accident occurs, hundreds or even thousands of lives could be lost, and no one can be held responsible. Voyager's explanation caused everyone's expressions to turn grave. As the port's highest-ranking administrator, Voyager was extremely cautious in this matter. Now that everyone is here, she is announcing that this matter must come to an end and that all ships must cease sailing. But if we stop the ferries, what will happen to the trainers outside? These people probably won't leave easily. They might even cause trouble. In my opinion, it's better to assess the situation first before making a decision. After all, storms sometimes come and go quickly. So many tickets have already been sold. Refunding them all would be a hassle and requires recalculation. We need to consider this carefully. I don't think we need to consider this carefully. Life is paramount. As the League's official envoy stationed on Cinnabar Island, I support Ms. Voyager's proposal. I also represent the League Police in supporting Voyager. Stopping the ferries and allowing ships to sail again after the storm is the best course of action. Since both Commissioner Allen and Officer Jenny have said so, then we. As the meeting progressed, various issues were brought to the forefront. Finally, under the League's official stance, a final solution was determined. As for any uncontrollable situations that might arise later, that would require the cooperation of the police and local gym leaders to suppress them. As the acting gym leader, this task fell to Mew. Leaving the meeting room, Mew still felt a headache coming on. Sonia, staying by Mew's side, understood what was bothering him. Do you think we can control these trainers? Sonia leaned against the second-floor railing, looking down at the trainers in the hall. Mew shook his head. Those who are weaker and more timid are easier to fool, but those who are strong and have a strong desire to explore are unstoppable. At least if it were me, no one could restrain me. Then what do? Go to the new island. Sonia blinked her big, bright eyes and asked again. Zia Mew pretended to think for a moment before speaking. Let's wait and see. If things get out of control, then we'll have to go. Sonia turned her head to look at Zia Mew's handsome face. But how will we get there without a boat? Of course, we'll use water-type Pokémon. I've observed that many of the trainers here have water-type and flying-type Pokémon that can carry people. Zia Mew smiled and said. He was essentially telling Sonia in advance what would happen next. More than half an hour passed, and the storm outside not only did not subside, but became even more terrifying. The Weather Warning Center also sent a new report, forcibly ordering that no ships be allowed to leave the port. Upon receiving the message, Officer Jenny led the police to relay it to all trainers, ensuring they knew this was an official order prohibiting everyone from going to sea. However, despite this, some troublemakers still stood up, especially those with strong abilities. Among them were Sweet and Nisha, and Zia Mew even saw Corey and Fergus, who had successfully landed on the island in the original story. The ferry is stopped. Why? So we can't go to the new island. Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to get there? I mean, what do we do now? A cacophony of noise erupted. With so many Pokémon trainers gathered together, even speaking softly created a chaotic wave of sound. Please be quiet, everyone. This is the port manager. She will explain the situation to you, Officer Jenny said, calming the trainers. At the same time, she introduced Voyager, who was approaching from the back. I am Voyager. If you want to know about the sea, ask the gulls at the harbor. But there's probably no need. Just listen to the wind, you can tell how dangerous the sea is. Even I have never seen such a terrifying storm in my life. Voyager's words startled all the trainers. Even the police officers involuntarily peered through the glass. The scene at sea was terrifying. Lightning struck intermittently, and being struck would be fatal. Even I, who grew up in the harbor, have never experienced a storm like this. And it's not just what it appears on the surface. This storm is looming over New Island, where the situation is likely even worse. My conscience won't allow me to let you all take such risks, so I urge you not to act recklessly. It is my duty to protect the harbor and everyone's safety. As Voyager finished speaking, Officer Jenny chimed in. Therefore, all ferries today are canceled to ensure everyone's safety. We understand everyone's feelings, so if anyone still wants to go to the new island afterward, the port will arrange boats to take you there free of charge. For tickets already purchased, in addition to a full refund, we'll also provide some compensation. The crowd stirred, but most of the trainers weren't very strong and were just there for the fun of it. Hearing about the compensation, they immediately quieted down. However, this didn't mean everyone was quiet. It's all right, my Pokémon can carry me across the storm. I'm going to the new island no matter what, said the slightly chubby Fergus. Absolutely not. Even large ships can't cross the sea, so even if your Pokémon is a great swimmer, it won't make it. Voyager immediately waved to stop them. Officer Jenny quickly added, and if your Pokémon are injured during the adventure, they won't be able to receive treatment at the Pokémon Center in Cinnabar City for the time being. What does that mean? Ash squeezed to the front of the crowd and asked. That's because Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center went missing not long ago. Without Nurse Joy, Pokémon can't be treated. Actually, they've already posted missing person notices over there. Officer Jenny said, pointing to the area with the missing person notices. Some people didn't quite understand, but others already knew the gist of the situation. The situation was temporarily under control. However, it was only temporary. Most people were afraid and wouldn't take the risk, but a few still couldn't resist. Just like the original story says, if you don't take risks, are you still a Pokémon trainer? It's just that because of the police presence, no one could leave and they had to stay and wait for an opportunity. Zia Mew on the second floor saw everything that happened. It should be said that adults using their power to coax and intimidate a bunch of children is naturally quite effective. Why do you look so malicious? Sonia asked curiously. Is it that obvious? Xiaomu was a little embarrassed and touched his chin. What do you think? Your composure is suspicious, isn't it? You remained unmoved even as the riot broke out, as if you'd anticipated it all along. I have a feeling you've been scheming all along. Tell me, did you foresee all this happening? Sonia's analysis impressed Xiaomu. She was indeed a clever woman. It's actually quite simple. The trainers here aren't very old. The younger ones will be intimidated with a little intimidation and won't dare to cause trouble, Xiaomu said. Sonia nodded as if she understood. So you're certain the riot won't last and will subside quickly? Xiaomu nodded. Currently, that's true, but unexpected events will still occur. As I said before, those older trainers who have been traveling for years believe they have Pokémon capable of crossing the sea, so they'll act quickly. For example, that chubby little guy who spoke the loudest just now and the few people around him. Xiaomu said, then pointed to the special group of people. Among them was Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, brimming with adventurous spirit, was clearly acquainted with both Corey and Fergus. So, since Corey and Fergus were going, she certainly didn't want to fall behind. That's how she was in the original work, becoming the first super strong woman in the original anime. Then shouldn't we stop them? Sonia looked at Xiaomu, suddenly finding Xiaomu's plan somewhat incomprehensible. Knowing they were going to do something reckless, yet not stopping them, wasn't that just waiting for them to act? Chapter 69. In the rest area on the second floor, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows gazing at the sea, Xiaomu felt a sense of oppression. His lack of confidence was inevitable. After all, without witnessing it firsthand, it was difficult to imagine Mewtwo's weather control abilities. This was a legendary Pokémon from the anime world. Its abilities far surpassed those of ordinary Pokémon. He wondered about Mewtwo's true level. As a legendary Pokémon, was its strength merely what its level indicated? If it was level 70 like in the games, how much difference would there be between a level 70 Pokémon and Mewtwo's level 70? In short, witnessing firsthand the power to control nature had left Xiaomu trembling. At the very least, this ability was far beyond what his own Pokémon could match. Take Gyarados' Rain Dance, for example. Xiaomu had used it when it was around level 40 or 50, and it only caused rain in a small area. Even now at level 70, it couldn't cover such a large area, and even if Rain Dance could cover such a large area, it certainly couldn't create a storm. Time passed slowly. Sonia, bored, sat on the sofa playing with her phone, chatting with whoever she was talking to. The original plan was to reach the new island smoothly, but now that the ships weren't even going out to sea, and with such a huge storm raging, she assumed no one would leave. Initially, she had been somewhat hopeful, thinking Xiaomu's words made sense. So much time had passed without any disturbance, and the scene outside looked terrifying. She didn't believe anyone would risk their lives to cross the sea using Pokémon. Her thinking was indeed sound, and it was the opinion of most ordinary people. But often, it's at times like these that unexpected things happen. As time went on, Officer Jenny and Voyager felt no one would cause trouble anymore and lowered their guard. Not only them, but the police officers also relaxed their initial vigilance and began chatting and laughing. As a result, without paying attention, some restless trainers seized the opportunity and ran out of the passenger terminal. Xiaomu heard the screams from downstairs, and from his position, he could see what was happening outside. The first thing that caught the eye was Corey summoning a Pidgeotto, arrogantly riding it across the sea. Then Fergus summoned his Gyarados, helping him traverse the ocean. With these two leading the way, the others became even bolder. Some used Kingler, intending to emulate Fergus's Gyarados-based crossing. Others imitated Corey using a Pidgeotto, and some even used Scyther truly. There were all sorts of reckless individuals. Xiaomu also saw Xiao Tian and Ali. Xiao Tian summoned a dugong, fearlessly navigating the waves, truly a sight to behold. Ali, on the other hand, used Poliwag, his only water-type Poliwag. It was easy to imagine that the reason he wasn't in the original story was because his Poliwag wasn't strong enough to carry him across the ocean. Many of these people, I wonder what will become of them, As the acting gym leader, I can't just stand by and watch them perish. Thinking this to himself, Mew suddenly felt a fragrant breeze beside him. Undoubtedly, it was a disbelieving Sonya peering over. Her expression was so obvious. It was saying, Mew, how could you have guessed everything correctly? Mew didn't speak to her immediately because he saw Ash and his friends run to the shore and vaguely saw them board a very small boat. He wondered how they dared to get on. How could such a small boat withstand a storm? If it wasn't how it was developed in the original story, he would think it was absurd. He had to admit, Team Rocket and Meowth were pretty awesome to do something so daring. Let's go, we should go out and take a look, otherwise, I'll really be useless. Mew stopped paying attention and turned to walk downstairs. Now was the time for him to step in, especially since it was a task Blaine had given him, to ensure everyone's safety as much as possible. Sonya immediately followed. Although it was dangerous outside, and the storm was still raging, she was also excited by this unexpected event. A special feeling seemed to be driving her to cross the sea as well. Of course, while it was impulsive, she still had her head. That's the difference between an adult and a child. At the harbor shore, unable to stop them in time, Officer Jenny and Voyager could only dejectedly watch the trainers' retreating figures. A total of 20-odd people chose to cross the sea. Although this was a small number compared to the hundreds or thousands in the passenger terminal, it was still impossible to stop them all. As expected, there was no way to stop them. After all, these people are true adventurers, Voyager said. She understood these trainers' fearless journey. As the port manager, she had seen too much in her life, and she too had once possessed an adventurous spirit. But as she grew older, she became more conservative. In the end, it still turned out like this. If we hadn't let our guard down for a moment, this wouldn't have happened, Officer Jenny said from the side. Actually, it was too late to say anything now. You don't need to worry too much. After all, as Pokémon trainers, their confidence in crossing the sea means they believe their Pokémon have enough strength. Even if they ultimately fail to cross, I think they have the ability to return on their own, Mew said, walking up behind them to the shore. His words attracted Voyager and Officer Jenny's attention. The two women turned to look at Mew, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, as the acting gym leader, Mew should have been assisting them from the beginning in preventing the trainers from crossing the sea. Yet he had only appeared now. If you had arrived earlier, perhaps you could have stopped some people. With such a huge storm, and they're still just children, how could we not be worried? Officer Jenny's tone carried a hint of reproach. Mew, however, didn't care about such accusations. He stepped forward and explained, without experiencing storms, setbacks, and failures, they won't easily give up. Just as Miss Voyager said, they are true adventurers. Moreover, even with a more stringent defense, there will always be loopholes. Ultimately, it's a matter of persuasion. Because we haven't properly made them understand the dangers of crossing the sea, we've only resorted to intimidation. Naturally, this might scare most people, but a small group, after experiencing it more, won't be so easily deterred. As soon as he finished speaking, Mew, disregarding Officer Jenny's potential objections, gazed out at the distant sea. Several figures could be vaguely seen. Sonya stood beside Mew, remaining silent throughout, simply watching. Officer Jenny remained silent, while Voyager, standing nearby, looked at Mew with newfound respect. Knowing Mew's identity, she had initially assumed he was just a rich young man seeking prestige. But it turned out he was indeed no ordinary person. Mr. Mew is right. We failed to properly advise them, focusing solely on restricting the trainers' movements. Oversights were inevitable. Voyager's expression darkened as she finished speaking, clearly reflecting on her mistakes. So, what should we do next? Officer Jenny asked Voyager and Mew for their opinions. The deed was done, a solution was needed. They couldn't simply stand by and watch. After all, these were over 20 lives. Your responsibility is to manage the port and prevent any accidents. As for these trainers crossing the sea, leave them to me. However, I'll still need Officer Jenny to arrange for some police officers to be on duty, so that we can provide immediate assistance to any trainers who can't withstand the storm and return home, Zia Mew said. You're going out to sea, Officer Jenny exclaimed in surprise. Voyager, standing beside her, also looked shocked. This was no joke. Chapter 70. Sonia, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all, because Zia Mew had already mentioned it to her. Moreover, Zia Mew's red Gyarados was no ordinary creature. Its strength was extraordinary. Going out to sea to check out the new island is a must. That's the purpose of my visit. Before that, I will try my best to bring back any trainers who are lost at sea, so some cooperation is needed. With that, Zia Mew directly pulled out a piquet ball for his red Gyarados. Come out, Gyarados! With Zia Mew's shout, the piquet ball opened, flashing a dazzling white light, and the massive body of a red Gyarados appeared before them. Officer Jenny and Voyager were shocked. Not only was it a red Gyarados, but its size was unlike anything they had ever seen. Before the two could say anything, Zia Mew leaped onto the red Gyarados' body. Because it was so large, there was plenty of space even for Zia Mew to stand on. Seeing Zia Mew's intention to move, Sonia became anxious. What will I do if you leave? Zia Mew, of course, hadn't forgotten her and said, You stay here and wait for me for now. I'll deal with those trainers first, and then I'll take you with me. If he left her behind, she would definitely hold a grudge. Even if later in the story, Mewtwo and Mew would combine their powers to erase all traces of existence, Zia Mew was still worried that some memories wouldn't disappear. Since he had promised to take her with him, he couldn't go back on his word. Zia Mew rode the red Gyarados away. The three girls stood on the shore, staring blankly, unable to recover for a long time. The three girls only reacted when the rain suddenly intensified. Officer Jenny and Voyager sprang into action, while Sonia, at their suggestion, temporarily took shelter in a small guard post to escape the storm. To alleviate the loneliness and fear brought on by the oppressive dark clouds and raging storm, Sonia summoned Yamper for company, seeking a small sense of security. On the high seas, the gale force winds, accompanied by torrential rain, swept wildly across the land. The waves surged and churned relentlessly. Before, standing on the shore, one could only observe, unable to fully grasp the terrifying power of the ocean. Now, experiencing it firsthand, Zia Mew realized how much it tested the limits of the human body. And of course, the greatest test was the strength of the Pokémon. The red Gyarados, however, was completely unaffected by the storm and giant waves, like a sea overlord, moving through the ocean as if it were flat land. Zia Mew could stand at first, but later could only cling to the Gyarados' dorsal fin for safety. It should be said that it was because the people of this world had sufficiently good physical abilities. Otherwise, how could they withstand it? Not long after they started traveling, Zia Mew faintly heard cries for help coming from a certain direction. Using his aura to probe the area, he located the target and immediately ordered his red Gyarados to go and rescue the two trainers who had failed to cross the sea. One of them was the one who had used Scyther to cross the sea, and the other's identity was unknown, but it was certain that he hadn't used a water type. Otherwise, if he had, he would have sent one out already. Instead of immediately sending them back to the port, Zia Mew briefly calmed them down and then continued with Gyarados. Because of its large size, it had enough space to carry two more people, but he needed to be careful not to throw them off. The two trainers who had escaped death were clearly terrified, and Zia Mew worried that they might develop a fear of the sea and be afraid to take risks again. Your spirit is commendable. Although you failed, your courage surpasses that of most people. Zia Mew praised them appropriately, genuinely admiring their bravery. The two trainers' eyes lit up, clearly overjoyed by this recognition. After rescuing two more trainers in the same area, Zia Mew finally sent the red Gyarados back to the port. Along the way, they encountered 4 trainers using water-type Pokémon to return to port, including Ali. It has to be said, the difficulty was immense. Without sufficient strength and luck, one simply couldn't survive. Zia Mew didn't encounter Ash and his group. It's unknown whether they escaped unscathed like in the original story. And Team Rocket too. Back at the port, There were not only more than 10 police officers on the shore, but also 6 trainers returning from the storm. These were trainers who hadn't even survived a few waves, possessing a strong spirit of exploration, yet unable to overcome the power of nature. With Zia Mew's return, the trainers who returned with him received comfort and care. Officer Jenny and Voyager, having received help from other trainers, rushed out, but before they could even speak with Zia Mew, they saw him riding the red Gyarados back out to sea. Only 14 trainers returned, but 26 crossed the sea. 12 people were still adrift at sea. Zia Mew's plan was to bring back all the trainers from outside the original story safely, and then take Sonia to the new island. After searching, Zia Mew's aura power was limited, so he had to call on Lucario for help. With Lucario's aura power, they finally found the remaining 6 trainers. After rescuing these trainers one by one, Zia Mew commanded his red Gyarados to return to port. Having had these experiences, Zia Mew was already used to riding Gyarados across the sea. There are no trainers in this area according to Lucario's aura scan, so I suspect they have already landed on the island. You can rest assured, after finding them, I will do my best to ensure their safety, and some of them are my friends. Zia Mew made his statement without hesitation, despite Officer Jenny and Voyager's objections. Then he took Sonia and set sail again for the new island. In fact, everyone couldn't understand why he had to bring Sonia along, since such an action was inherently dangerous. However, Zia Mew had already established his prestige by rescuing people one after another, and everyone chose to believe in him. The storm on the sea grew stronger, especially as they approached the new island, with lightning frequently striking from the sky. Although it didn't strike the sea, the mere sight of it flashing overhead was enough to terrify most people. Although Zia Mew was a transmigrator, he had only awakened the power of aura and didn't possess any superhuman strength, so he was just as afraid. Fortunately, Lucario was on guard the whole time, providing enough sense of security. In short, Zia Mew was all right and could control his fear. But Sonia was already pale with fright. This woman appeared brave on the surface, but she was actually very timid and terrified of thunder. Every time thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, she would involuntarily tighten her grip on Zia Mew's arm, seeking protection. At first, the feeling of their bodies touching was indeed pleasant, but as Sonia's strength increased, Zia Mew felt as if his arm was about to break, yet he couldn't say anything. It wasn't until they crossed the storm zone and entered the new island's territory that they finally escaped the thunderstorm. This is the new island. It feels so oppressive. The island's strange shape, coupled with the gloomy and heavy atmosphere, gave it an eerie and terrifying feel. Having already experienced the storm, their emotions hadn't fully calmed down, and this scene only amplified their fear. If the map is correct, this is the new island. Zia Mew was certain it was here, but he couldn't be too direct. After all, he knew the original story. He had seen the new island before. Even though the real world and the anime world differed, Zia Mew had seen photos of it. He let the red Gyarados move forward quietly and slowly, not wanting to attract attention. He just didn't know if their arrival could escape Mewtwo's psychic powers. "How do we get up there?" Sonia asked, huddled close to Zia Mew as they closely observed the new island's entirety. The reef pillars surrounding the island, like the claws of a demon, appeared even more sinister under the atmosphere. "There must be an entrance ahead. We'll find out once we go in." Zia Mew remembered that Ash and his friends had entered from there in the original story. However, without light, the dark cave entrance seemed like a path to an abyss, chilling to the bone. Zia Mew could feel Sonia trembling slightly, and in that situation, he naturally pulled her into his arms, trying to calm her down. This action wouldn't be noticed by Sonia. They had already taken advantage of the situation while sailing the seas. Entering the cave, turning a corner, and walking a few hundred meters further, Zia Mew and Sonia finally saw lights. Unsurprisingly, this was where Ash and his friends were greeted in the original story. However, clearly no one was there to greet him. They must have already arrived, and the original story was already unfolding above. Without his intervention, the plot would likely continue as it was. For him, this was perfect. Chapter 71. There must be some secret hidden on this new island, so you must follow my instructions from now on. If you act recklessly, you might cause trouble. Remember to stay close to me and Lucario, and don't make a sound. Once ashore, Mew released Sonia and spoke to her. I understand, so we're going to gather intelligence from the shadows. With the light on, Sonia was noticeably less timid. Mew nodded, thanked the red Gyarados for its hard work, and then put it into its piquet ball. He and Lucario exchanged a knowing glance, nodded, and then led Sonia up the stone steps. As they walked, Mew used his aura to scan a small area. During this process, he had Lucario conceal its aura to avoid detection. After all, Lucario's strength was undeniable. If Mewtwo detected its aura, hiding would be pointless. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras, so their every move went unnoticed. Reaching the middle level, Mew suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a drain pipe. He remembered that Team Rocket had entered the island's laboratory through a drain pipe in the original story. Mew, you're not planning to go this way, are you? Sonia looked up at the top of the stone steps, not far from the exit, and then at the dark sewers, showing some reluctance. I told you before, Lucario and I both possess aura abilities. Just now, I discovered that the island's interior is completely hollow, so going through here might yield unexpected discoveries. Mew said, stepping into the drain pipe. The damp environment and the nauseating stench. Sonia, helpless, could only cover her mouth and nose and follow closely behind Mew, hoping he was right. After walking about 400 or 500 meters, the narrow drain suddenly branched into two paths. Without the power of aura to navigate, it would be quite troublesome. After scanning the area with the aura, Mew finally found the correct path and chose the left branch. At this moment, Mew felt a little excited. He was about to witness an incredibly powerful technology in the Pokémon world. Gene cloning, and a perfect replication of a completely new and identical life form. Mew, should we go back to the original path? If we encounter danger, we won't even have a chance to run away, Sonia suddenly said after walking for an unknown amount of time. She was genuinely scared, her voice had changed. We'll be there soon, at most 300 meters. We can enter that inner space. I scanned it just now, it should be some kind of laboratory, Mew said, trying to provoke Sonia with this information. She was a researcher and a scientific scientist, so she was very sensitive to places like laboratories. Let's hurry up. With Sonia's shoving, the two of them and Lucario quickly exited the sewers and entered the inner space. Mew wasn't lying. It wasn't because he knew the original plot that he said this, but because he genuinely scanned with his aura. Just as you said, Mew, this really is a laboratory and there's no one here. Fully automated equipment, these machines are all so strange, giving me a feeling that's both familiar and unfamiliar. Sonia eagerly walked to a machine and examined it closely. After looking at it for a long time, she went around to another machine. When she saw the cylindrical culture dishes behind it, she couldn't help but exclaim, startling Mew and Lucario. Fortunately, she didn't make a loud noise, otherwise it would have attracted attention. Standing in the 3 culture dishes in front of them were the 3 cloned Pokémon from the original story. Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. The final evolutions of the starter Pokémon, and all of them were level 55. This level was extremely high, definitely League Champion level. No wonder they were able to suppress Corey and Zio Tian's Venusaur and Blast. Ash's Charizard, on the other hand, lost unjustly. According to the progress of the story, Ash's Charizard's level was at most a little over level 40. Mew, I know what these machines are. Sonia snapped out of her daze, her words bringing Mew back to his senses. He looked at her, not interrupting her, but waiting for her to continue. This is a cloning machine. Although I've never seen one in person, I've seen similar materials. I never imagined it would be manufactured and used here, and these 3 Pokémon are products of genetic engineering, Sonia said. Her extensive knowledge astonished Mew. Indeed, this world was far more complex than he had imagined. As a researcher, Sonia had access to many scientific research products, so it wasn't surprising that she had seen blueprints for such equipment. Besides, her grandmother, Professor Magnolia, was a super expert. I'm increasingly curious about who the owner of the new island is. Cloning machines are strictly prohibited by the League because they are disrespectful to life. While it's unavoidable for culturing cells and tissues in medicine, it would never be used to cultivate Pokémon like this. As Sonia continued, Zia Mew was introduced to more areas. According to her, cloning machines had already been used in the medical field. It's just that Team Rocket used the cloning machine to clone Mewtwo, and then Mewtwo, for revenge, cloned a copy. Just as he was about to speak, a sound came from the other end of the laboratory. The two tensed up, while Lucario shielded Zia Mew and Sonia. Until the sewer cover was opened, 3 figures crawled out, occasionally grumbling. It was Team Rocket's Jessie, James, and Meowth. Their eyes met, and the Team Rocket trio immediately tensed up. They had trespassed on someone else's territory and were now being discovered. Naturally, they were afraid. Especially since there was a Pokémon they had never seen before, which looked quite powerful. Would you believe me if I said we got lost? James laughed awkwardly. Looking exactly like someone caught red-handed thief. Chapter 72. The Mythical Encounter and the Cloning Lab. Right, we're lost. Jessie followed beside him at a loss. Meowth, however, suddenly realized, wait a minute, we're Team Rocket, Meowth. Why are you afraid, Meowth? Jessie, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. That's right, I almost forgot who we are. James, why are you so cowardly? We're here to catch rare Pokémon. Jessie blamed everything on James, even though she was the most timid one. Who cares who they are, Meowth? If they're blocking our way, we'll control them, Meowth. This unfamiliar Pokémon must be very rare. Let's catch it and give it to Giovanni, and he'll get a promotion and a raise, Meowth. Meowth's ability to control the situation was impressive. His words made Jessie's eyes light up, completely forgetting her previous unease and filled with fantasies. James, on the other hand, remained relatively calm because he felt that the people they were facing this time were not so simple. Neither Zia Mew nor Sonia spoke. Lucario, however, was enraged, revealing its hostility. Its imposing aura, especially its sharp eyes, intimidated Meowth, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Jessie and James, unaccustomed to such intimidation, were trembling and sweating profusely. Having dealt with the 2 men and Meowth without Zia Mew doing anything, he laughed. A talking Meowth? I've never seen one before. Can all Meowths in the Kanto region talk? Sonia looked at Meowth with undisguised affection. Although this Meowth seemed mischievous, he could talk. Zia Mew was about to shake his head to indicate otherwise when Meowth spoke first. How could that be, Meow? Do you know how much effort I put in to learn to talk, Meow? Despite his fear, he was still quite brave. Moreover, Meowth's level truly exceeded Zia Mew's expectations, a full level 30. It was truly hard to imagine Meowth being so high level. Recalling that Meowth in the original work would use Fury Swipes, a move that requires Meowth to reach level 29. As Meowth said, all his talent and time were spent learning to speak, so his battle talents were quite average. Sensing the strange look in Zia Mew's eyes, Meowth felt a chill run down his spine. What do you want to do, Meowth? Your senses are quite sharp, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. It's good that you can speak, but given your level, you shouldn't be this weak, Zia Mew casually commented. These words hit Meowth's weak spot. He wanted to refute, but he was powerless. He was indeed weak. So, you guys really just got lost? Zia Mew asked the 2 and Meowth in a teasing tone. Zia Mew didn't have much of an aversion to them. They weren't entirely evil. At least on matters of principle, they could distinguish right from wrong. Yes, we really just got lost, so can you let us go? James said with a forced laugh. Yes, we'll leave now, Jessie said more directly. Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. A cute figure appeared out of nowhere. What Pokémon is that? It's so cute, Jessie said. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember, Meow. Meowth said suspiciously, pinching his chin with his paw. James seemed to have guessed something. Zia Mew and Mew exchanged a smile, then Zia Mew said in a friendly tone, We meet again, Mew. Mew tilde mihihi tilde tilde. You're here too, and Lucario is here too, hee tilde tilde. Mew, wait, this is the legendary mythical Pokémon Mew. Sonia's eyes widened. Recognized, Mew let out a joyful cry. Playful and mischievous, he flew back and forth, finally returning to Zia Mew's head and perching on his hair. Zia Mew reached into his bag and purchased a special energy cube. Seeing the energy cube, Mew was even happier. Tilde so cute, I want to hug him. Sonia's hands were already reaching out to Mew impatiently. Zia Mew handed the energy cube to Sonia, letting her feed him. Mew was easy to get along with, and Sonia easily achieved the feat of hugging him. Zia Mew examined Mew's attribute panel. Mew. LV 40 LV. Attribute, Psychic. Friendship, 120. Emotion, happy met this human with delicious food again. Friendship, 120 points. This value greatly surprised Zia Mew. No wonder Mew immediately plopped on my head. It's no wonder he accepted Sonia's food. Jessie, James, and Meowth had many wicked thoughts, but Lucario's restraint kept them back. Zia Mew, seeing their pitiful state, bought a box of Meowth energy cubes and some bread for them. The trio were moved to tears. After eating, they thanked Zia Mew, expressing that no one had ever been so kind to them. Perhaps I can recruit them in the future, Zia Mew thought. As the Team Rocket trio observed the lab, Meowth inadvertently turned on the central control computer. A video recording played, describing the purpose of the laboratory. During the video, a mechanical arm suddenly caught Meowth, extracting his fur genes to clone a new Meowth. Lucario, however, sensed the danger and avoided the arm. This situation was chilling. What's that? Suddenly, Zia Mew was drawn to rows of special black Pokéballs. These were Pokéballs created by Mewtwo, capable of capturing any Pokémon, even those already in their balls. Chapter 73. Compared to the Master Ball, the Mewtwo Pokéball is, in a sense, even more powerful, completely ignoring any rules. However, compared to capturing Pokémon with a Pokéball, this clone ball is more like a small cage, forcibly trapping the target inside. If the system shop didn't have any clone balls, Zia Mew really wanted to see what the description would be. What a strange-looking Pokéball, I've never seen one like it before. Sonia also came to Zia Mew's side, carefully examining the clone ball. Zia Mew looked at her, then at Mew. At this moment, Mew had already left his arms and was in the laboratory watching the cloned Meowth. Ordinary people wouldn't notice, but Zia Mew and Lucario, who possessed the power of aura, could sense that its aura had changed. This aura was serious, earnest, and somewhat angry. It seemed to be displeased because of this machine. In its consciousness, it believed that life should not be forcibly created in this way. These were, after all, progenitor-like beings, Pokémon that existed since the dawn of the world, possessing the genes of all Pokémon. It didn't like this kind of cloning. What's wrong? Sonia noticed Zia Mew was lost in thought and waved her hand in front of his eyes. This brought Zia Mew back to his senses, and he refocused his attention on the clone balls. This place is strange. Not only are there cloning machines, but it also involves Mew, and these Pokéballs give me a bad feeling. I'll take some back for now, maybe I can research something. He naturally knew everything, but he couldn't say it aloud, otherwise, questions would arise about how he knew. Using this excuse, Zia Mew picked up a clone ball, examined it carefully, and put it in his backpack. He took some clone balls for two reasons. First, to see if he could research something later. And second, if these clone balls were indeed similar to Master Balls, they might actually be useful in the future. After hearing Zia Mew's words, Sonia also picked up a clone ball. She didn't object to Zia Mew's actions, even though it was unauthorized theft. However, it did seem suspicious, and if these Pokéballs were suspicious, serious consequences could follow. As a League researcher, she felt it necessary to investigate. Having taken 10 clone balls, Zia Mew ignored the 2 Sonia had taken. He couldn't stop her from taking them anyway. They were empty, containing no Pokémon, so it was fine. Even if Sonia handed the clone balls over to the League for official research, it wouldn't cause any conflict. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly erupted above, causing the underground space to tremble. Everyone's attention was drawn. This anomaly told Mew that things had begun. Almost simultaneously, in the culture dishes connected to the cloning machine, cloned Charizard, cloned Venusaur, and cloned Blastoise awoke and voluntarily emerged from their containers. Whether it was due to their newly awakened state and lack of awareness, or because they didn't perceive Mew and his companions as intruders, the three Pokémon completely ignored their presence and headed straight for the elevator doors. While others might not know, Mew was certain that the plot above had progressed to the point where Mewtwo was about to battle its trainers. After the battle, there would be a wave of forced captures and mass cloning. "What's going on? They suddenly woke up and didn't even realize we were there," Sonia asked, puzzled. Perhaps it can be understood that although they've already been cloned, their consciousness isn't complete. They don't understand this world, and therefore don't know we're enemies, Mew casually explained. "Meowth has a bad feeling. Something terrible might be happening up there, Meowth," Meowth chimed in, leaning closer. Pokémon's intuition is often quite sharp, and its sudden feeling was correct. Lucario chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Should we retreat now? At least we haven't been discovered yet," Jessie said hesitantly. Without any unexpected events, there would be no reaction. But now that something has changed, this tendency to back down in the face of adversity is showing. James, influenced by her, is also somewhat tempted, but since they're now tied to Mew and the others, they need to ask for their opinion first. If they're not allowed to leave, they can't go even if they want to. "Don't look at me like that. If you want to leave, you're welcome to. But judging from your actions and responses just now, you seem to be capable people. You call yourselves Team Rocket, but I've never heard of you before, so you must be some nobody. Interested in working for me? I can not only clear your name, but also give you considerable power to do legitimate things. And this talking Meowth, maybe I can train you to become stronger," Mew said in a teasing tone. He didn't expect them to accept immediately, but at least he wanted to express his willingness to recruit them. As for the outcome, it didn't really matter whether they were willing or not. It would be best if they were willing, and it would be fine if they weren't. Mew's words surprised Sonia, who was beside him. At this time, Mew actually said such a thing. She also began to seriously examine the three of them and realized that Team Rocket was an evil organization. Jessie and James stared wide-eyed, and Meowth also showed an incredulous expression. They were Team Rocket, after all. This man knew their identity, but this man knew and still dared to say such recruitment words. "Don't joke around, Meowth. We are Team Rocket. Once a member of Team Rocket, never betraying Meowth." Meowth's answer was decisive and direct, very tough. "That's right, the white hole awaits us tomorrow. You think you can make us betray Boss Giovanni with just a few words? You're dreaming." Jessie clenched her fist, demonstrating her loyalty. And they truly were loyal, from the beginning of the story to the very end, always believing that a miracle would happen. To put it bluntly, they were just at odds with Ash, influenced by the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, with their abilities, they could easily capture some Pokémon and achieve a decent status. It's a pity they were fixated on a Pikachu that nobody respected. James didn't say anything. His status was never comparable to Jessie's and Meowth's from the start. The reason he joined Team Rocket was to escape his family and his fiancée. Although he was always proud to be a member of Team Rocket in the original story, he was actually just looking for a free life. James is the type of rebellious youth who, even with a vast fortune, is unwilling to inherit the family wealth and lose his freedom. When reality truly crushes him, when he truly understands how cruel the world really is, one day he will have an epiphany and realize how naive his past actions were. "Look at you guys, you can't even afford to eat, yet you're so loyal. If you had power, that would be one thing, but loyalty without value is meaningless. I'm just giving you a path to choose from. If you ever want to find a way out, you can go to the Zia group on Cinnabar Island and ask for my contact information. Of course, you can also remember my league number." As Mew gave his contact information, Jessie and Meowth didn't listen at all. James, however, was quite clever. Mew noticed that he had diligently memorized his contact number. No longer focusing on them, Zia Mew walked to the elevator entrance and observed the adjacent emergency staircase. Using his aura, he saw some familiar scenes. There's a battle going on upstairs right now. It's the Mewtwo mentioned in the previous video, the one that was created, commanding Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. So the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer is actually him, Zia Mew said, explaining the current situation. Sonia, knowing Zia Mew possessed aura, wasn't surprised by this, but found Mewtwo's claim to be the strongest trainer unbelievable. A Pokémon as a trainer, and calling itself the strongest trainer, what does it want? Sonia spoke up. Zia Mew didn't answer, shaking his head. She'd find out as things unfolded. Jessie, James, and Meowth, with their rich imaginations, were puzzled, wondering how Zia Mew knew. Mew sound tilde, you can now skillfully use aura power. Mew came to Zia Mew's side. Yes, I have to thank you for your help, but I can only perceive and observe within a small range. Speaking of which, Mewtwo was born because of you. What are your plans? Zia Mew asked with a smile, looking at Mew. Mew sound tilde, Mew came because of it. Mew said earnestly. Chapter 74. Then let's go together, but I think it's better to wait and see how things develop up there, Zia Mew added. Mew agreed with him. Time passed slowly, second by second. Although invisible to the naked eye, Zia Mew and Lucario, possessing the power of aura, could roughly discern the situation above. Mew could also sense it through its psychic abilities. During this time, Sonia and the Team Rocket trio remained undisturbed. Sonia stayed by Zia Mew's side, doing nothing, while the Team Rocket trio secretly engaged in considerable communication. In terms of cunning, no one in the original anime storyline surpassed them. It's just that some of their actions and thoughts were rather naive. Just then, a commotion arose, and the rows of clone balls were enveloped in a white light and vanished. This startled Zia Mew, who immediately checked his storage space for clone balls, which hadn't disappeared. Sonia's 2 clone balls were still there, likely locked onto those rows of shelves, preventing them from being taken beyond that range. Shortly after, the previously static cloning machine began to operate automatically. Everyone's attention turned to it. What's going on? Have we been discovered? James couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was no good sign. Jessie and Meowth were clearly terrified, trembling as the 3 huddled together. Everything here is controlled by Mewtwo. I used my aura sense to see Mewtwo up there, using those special Poké balls to steal other people's Pokémon. Zia Mew's expression was cold, revealing nothing of his true feelings. Stealing Pokémon, Sonia exclaimed in shock. The Team Rocket trio exchanged glances. Can you capture other people's Pokémon with Poké balls? Perhaps that's what makes these Poké balls special, Zia Mew casually remarked, then looked at the transport tunnel connecting to the space above. 1 clone ball after another fell from above, then were continuously fed into the cloning machine via the transport belt. Cloning in progress. This scene shocked everyone once again. Even Zia Mew, who already knew the plot, couldn't help but be taken aback. A short while later, another violent scream rang out. Under everyone's gaze, a person emerged from the tunnel entrance. It was Ash. He was still struggling, clutching a clone ball and desperately trying to break free. Zia Mew knew that Pikachu was inside. However, these mechanical arms were difficult even for adults to withstand, let alone a 10-year-old child. He truly lived up to his reputation as a super rookie. When he went berserk, even legendary Pokémon would tremble. It's that brat, Team Rocket exclaimed, their minds momentarily blank. Ash saw them, and although surprised, he didn't want to pay them any attention. I don't have time to talk to you now, damn it, let go of my Pikachu. This frantic behavior triggered the cloning machine's self-protection mechanism. Lucario, give him a hand, Zia Mew commanded Lucario beside him. Lucario tilde. With Lucario's intervention, the mechanical arms were severed and Ash was freed. Was that the end of it? No. As the core of the cloning machine flashed with electricity, Zia Mew suddenly had a bad feeling. Recalling the scene from the original story, he immediately shouted, "Oh no, the machine is overloaded and about to explode. Everyone, find somewhere to hide." Almost the next second, a deafening boom resounded. The cloning machine was destroyed, and the explosion also destroyed most of the laboratory's functions. However, all the necessary genes had been collected, and Pikachu, just like in the original story, couldn't escape the blast. Long after the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipated. Everyone finally came to their senses. Zia Mew held Sonia, shielding her from all the damage at the last moment. It was thanks to Mew that everyone was safe. It used its psychic powers to block the shockwave, preventing serious injuries to everyone. Ash was only concerned with his Pokémon, and only after confirming that all his Pokémon were unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he had the mind to consider where he was and what had happened. Team Rocket was there, as were Zia Mew and Sonia. There was another Pokémon he didn't recognize, and whose Pokédex entry wasn't there either, just like the Mewtwo above. Brother Zia Mew, Sister Sonia, what's going on? Where is this place? What are all these things? Seeing the data of various Pokémon appearing on the screen, and then seeing these Pokémon being cloned one by one, he was dumbfounded. It's great to see you're safe and sound. I roughly understand the situation upstairs, but the situation here is a bit complicated. Let me explain it to you simply. Under Zia Mew's explanation, Ash finally understood what was happening. Especially seeing that even his Pikachu, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur had been cloned, a surge of anger burned within him. Stealing other people's Pokémon and then copying them. Watching the cloned Pokémon emerge from the culture dishes and enter the elevator to the ground, Zia Mew intervened to stop Ash from going berserk. There was no need to stop him, because doing so here would only worsen the situation. It would be better to let them go up, following the original storyline. Besides, they had important things to do. Rescue the Pokémon inside the clone ball and destroy the place to prevent it from being used again. Under Zia Mew's command, not only Ash but also the Team Rocket trio joined in to help. When all the Pokémon were released, their emotions were clearly terrible, on the verge of going berserk. The upcoming battle between the original and its clones in the original story was influenced by this negative emotion. It felt like being forcibly captured and replaced. No one could accept that. Zia Mew used his aura to communicate with the Pokémon, and with the help of Sonia's Pokémon, he brought the situation under control. After all, Sonia's Pokémon were quite familiar with him. Zia Mew had even bought them some energy cubes. With no Pokémon causing trouble, Zia Mew's next step was to have Lucario destroy the place. Ash was dumbfounded. After all, he was still a novice, and although he had done a good job in the original story, he still acted with a childlike innocence. Brother Zia Mew, what kind of Pokémon is this Lucario? It's not even listed in the Pokédex. Is it a legendary Pokémon like Mew? Ash asked. Zia Mew smiled and replied, although Lucario is indeed rare, it's not a legendary Pokémon. Your Pokédex is only the Kanto region version. When you travel to other regions and upgrade your Pokédex, you'll see many more Pokémon you haven't seen before. Lucario don't have wild footprints in some regions. The region with the most is probably Sinnoh. Sinnoh, there are many Pokémon I haven't seen before. Ash's eyes lit up, forgetting the current situation. Seeing this, Zia Mew couldn't help but think of a certain possibility and exclaimed, "Holy crap." Speaking of which, in the original story, Ash went to the Orange Islands first, then the Johto region, the Hone region. Because of this one sentence, Ash skipped all those regions and went straight to the Sinnoh region. I can't even imagine it. However, if that were the case, it would be quite interesting. After his change, Ash's fate has begun to change. Chapter 75. Meanwhile, on the ground in the arena, Mewtwo's overwhelming pressure caused the four Pokémon Corey, Fergus, Sonia, Brock, and Misty, who had lost their Pokémon, to show expressions of anger. Their Pokémon had been forcibly taken away. They had never experienced anything like this before. Ash had even gone underground to retrieve his Pokémon, and his whereabouts were unknown. In this situation, they as humans were at a loss, unsure of what to do. The group could only huddle together, seeking safety in numbers, including Nurse Joy. After everything was explained, Mewtwo, just like in the original story, no longer needed Nurse Joy and abandoned her. Humans, I don't want your lives anymore. Leave, provided you can get through the storm. Mewtwo waved its hand, and under its psychic control, the gates of New Island opened. Looking at the pitch-black, boundless sea, the dense clouds in the sky, and the lightning, everyone panicked. At this moment, everyone felt a pang of regret. They were all elite Pokémon trainers, striving to meet and challenge the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer, only to have their Pokémon stolen and their lives threatened. Leave, do you think we can cross this ocean on our own? And you forcibly took our Pokémon, speaking so brazenly about not wanting our lives. This behavior is even more despicable than those bastards in evil organizations. Sonia bravely stepped forward, intending to argue with Mewtwo. But Mewtwo wasn't willing to waste words with her. Interpret it as you see fit. If you don't leave, then stay forever, or I can throw you all into the ocean. A dazzling light flashed in Mewtwo's eyes. It was using its psychic powers to coerce. It didn't want to do it itself, feeling it would dirty its hands. Humans had brought it despair and pain. Now it wanted to make them taste that helplessness. It didn't care whether the humans before it had caused it pain. All humans were on its blacklist. As for stealing other people's Pokémon, it doesn't think so. It should be said that it liberated those suffering Pokémon from the hands of humans. Call it evil, call it a bastard. Humans enslave Pokémon, and it will be even more ruthless than humans. Damn it, don't think we'll give in to you, give me back my Pokémon. Fergus gritted his teeth, wanting to get his Pokémon back. Especially since he saw cloned Pokémon appearing one after another during this process, including a clone of his own Pokémon. Even the most naive person would know that Mewtwo had probably already completed what it was doing. Give me back my Psyduck too. Misty's temper flared up as well. Then came Xiao Tian, who was noticeably more mature and got to the heart of the matter. You seem to look down on humans, but you're actually pretending to be one. No matter what, you can't change the fact that you're a Pokémon. To satisfy yourself, you're dragging innocent people like us into this mess, even using our Pokémon to create clones. How is your behavior any different from those humans who created you and want to exploit you? Well said, Mewtwo. Did you even ask these Pokémon if they wanted to? You created them for no reason, seemingly giving them everything, but in the end, it's all just to satisfy your own desires. Brock joined in the condemnation. He saw the cloned Vulpix, and his spirits plummeted, fearing that his own Vulpix was dead. Those were entrusted to him by Susie, yet he was powerless to help them. The accusations and criticisms grew louder, but Mewtwo remained indifferent. However, Brock's words struck a nerve. You say I created them for no reason, just to satisfy my desires, and I don't deny it. I also want to ask you humans, when you created me, did you even ask for my opinion? With these words, Mewtwo's unyielding strength was revealed. Its terrifying psychic power directly suppressed everyone. After venting its anger, Mewtwo looked at the replicas it had created. I created you, gave you life and power, just to prove that replicas can replace the originals and survive better in this world. I want to prove that Pokémon can control themselves and don't need humans to decide our future. We are our own trainers. Only the current Mewtwo could utter such arrogant words. It must be said that the current Mewtwo is like a rebellious teenager. Because it has experienced too little, its understanding of the world is flawed. Ultimately, it's a wounded soul, leading to serious psychological problems. All of this was brought to it by Team Rocket, and Giovanni, in his eagerness for quick results, instilled in it various destructive and murderous philosophies. While some of these principles were correct, such as the survival of the fittest, he didn't teach Mewtwo the deeper meaning of this principle. After Mewtwo experiences enough, it will gradually transform. Just like in the original story, it will understand the meaning of existence and the meaning of life. The cloned Pokémon were clearly confused. They did develop unique intelligence upon arriving in this world, but they didn't consider things that deeply. It should be said that these clones retained some genetic memories, and instead of hating humans, they felt a sense of kinship with those present. Everyone gritted their teeth, never expecting Mewtwo to be so despicable. I've said everything I needed to say. You humans are simply unworthy to control this world. Without Pokémon, you can't even survive in the face of nature's power. Yet it is precisely you powerless humans who are not only destroying this world, but also harming Pokémon. Mewtwo's words left everyone speechless. They were portrayed as sinners who destroyed everything, as if they shouldn't exist. Everyone wanted to refute them, but just then, a deafening explosion rang out. As the sound spread, his powerful psychic abilities allowed him rising from the area, connecting the arena to the reception hall. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was happening. Chapter 76. Mewtwo, equally puzzled, frowned, his serious gaze fixed on the situation within the smoke. His powerful psychic abilities allowed him to cover the entire area and see clearly what was happening inside. As figures gradually appeared, the Pokémon that had been captured by Mewtwo balls were the first to run out and return to the ground. Misty's Psyduck, Brock's Vulpix, Ziotian's Venusaur and Pidgeotto, Sonya's Jigglypuff and Blastoise, Fergus's Gyarados and Rhyhorn, and so on. The Pokémon that returned one after another let out excited cries upon seeing their trainers, then faced Mewtwo and their clones with full hostility. As the Pokémon appeared one after another, Ash was the first to emerge, much to the delight of Brock and Misty, who were relieved that Ash was all right. The current situation was clearly related to Ash. Then more Pokémon appeared, and Misty exclaimed, "Team Rocket." Brock added, "That's Miss Sonya, she's come to the new island too." "Zia Mew, you're here too, that's great." Ziotian's joy was palpable upon seeing Zia Mew, almost to the point of tears, because she had found someone to rely on. They were no match for Mewtwo, their strength was insufficient, but Zia Mew was far stronger than them. "HMPH, you let them go? And you guys, when did you sneak in?" Mewtwo first looked at Ash, then at the Team Rocket trio and Zia Mew. Clearly, the situation spiraled out of control because it was overconfident and overlooked the possibility of someone sneaking in. It also underestimated Ash, a human child. A despicable guy like you who steals other people's Pokémon is simply unforgivable. Ash clenched his fist, raised one hand, and turned his baseball cap back, ready to punch Mewtwo, but Zia Mew grabbed him with one hand. No way, how could he possibly hit Mewtwo? In the original story, his punch had the opposite effect. The first time, Mewtwo only gave him a warning. The second time, it angered Mewtwo, and if Mew hadn't intervened, he would have definitely died from the fall. Ultimately, although Ash is the protagonist, he's still too inexperienced and too simple-minded. Going head-on against Mewtwo is just asking for trouble. "Brother Zia Mew, let go. Let me go and give it a good beating to wake it up." Ash tried to break free from Zia Mew's grasp. This surprised Zia Mew greatly. He was indeed a true rookie, incredibly strong. If it weren't for his superior physical abilities and the aura power that enhanced his strength, Ash would have truly broken free. "All right, stop fooling around. Leave this to me. Besides, let alone you, none of the Pokémon here, except for Mew, are a match for it," Zia Mew said. In fact, even Mew probably couldn't defeat Mewtwo. These words quieted Ash down, and he realized that he had almost made a big mistake due to his recklessness again. "Okay, Brother Zia Mew, you have to be careful. The Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur that this guy controls are all very, very strong," Ash warned. Although he knew that Zia Mew was the acting gym leader of Cinnabar City, he had never seen him or battled him, so he had no idea of his strength. He had only seen Zia Mew's Arcanine and the Lucario beside him. "Don't worry, if I didn't even have this much confidence, I wouldn't be standing here." Nodding to Ash, Zia Mew released his arm when he saw that Ash was no longer struggling. Then, turning to Sonya beside him, he said, "You guys go over there and stay with the others. It'll be safer there." "Okay, be careful," Sonya replied, understanding Zia Mew's meaning and obeying his instructions. Walking forward slowly, Zia Mew appeared natural. Lucario beside him looked serious, always ready for battle. It knew Mewtwo was its opponent. The oppressive feeling of facing it head-on was something it hadn't experienced since becoming stronger. Zia Mew stopped when he was less than 10 meters from Mewtwo. He stared directly at Mewtwo without a trace of fear. Mew wasn't nearby, but Zia Mew knew it was constantly monitoring the situation. This was something Zia Mew and Mew had agreed upon, to keep it away for now, Otherwise, a direct confrontation might escalate the situation. As it turned out, Mew had underestimated Mewtwo. He could clearly sense its terrifying psychic power through his aura. Then there was its level. Mewtwo wasn't level 70, but level 80. Not only is it 10 levels higher than the highest stat in the game, but a legendary Pokémon in the real world is clearly far superior to ordinary Pokémon. Perhaps this is the result of a complete dominance in base stats. A total of 680 points is an overwhelming victory in every aspect. With Mewtwo already possessing this strength upon its debut, Mew even began to doubt whether the peak level in this world was truly more than 100. Could the legendary Pokémon that have existed for so long truly be measured by their levels? One thing is certain, the future Mewtwo will be far stronger than it is now. Mute. LV, 80 LVs. Gender, genderless. Type, psychic. Nature, timid. Ability, intimidate. Moves, immobilize, psychic, swift, life drop, ancient power, psychic blade, safeguard, amnesia, aura sphere, psychic, power swap, guard swap, misty, psychic smash, recover. Friendship, negative hate. Emotion, anger, revenge. Mew and Lucario were watching Mewtwo, and Mewtwo was also watching Mew. No, it was mainly watching Lucario. Because it sensed a powerful force emanating from Lucario. This was the first time since its birth that it had encountered such a powerful Pokémon, and one that was not even within its comprehension. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mew. Breaking the silence, Mew took the initiative to introduce himself. Mewtwo didn't answer, but its serious expression became even more gloomy. It didn't care what the human in front of it was called. In its eyes, this human was now its greatest enemy, and its plans had been disrupted. Mew didn't care whether it answered or not, and calmly continued, "I have a basic understanding of your situation, and I sympathize with your plight." Before he could finish speaking, Mew was hit by a wave of Mewtwo's angry psychic power. "I don't need human sympathy." Those words left Mew speechless. The sheer pressure made it hard to breathe. Lucario blocked Mew's path, unleashing its own powerful aura. The two Pokémon faced each other, and although there was a difference in size, it wasn't significant. An unknown Pokémon, possessing such great strength, why stand on the side of humans? Can't you control your own destiny? Mewtwo stared directly at Lucario, asking. Lucario tilde, howl tilde. Lord Mew gave me everything, helped me grow, helped me become stronger. I am with him. My purpose is to protect Lord Mew. Chapter 77. Lucario's answer was decisive and straightforward, expressing its truest thoughts. Foolish, humans are weak and cruel, only good at enslaving Pokémon, willing to be humans' lackeys. Then let me wake you up. Mewtwo scoffed at Lucario's answer, speaking sarcastically, even showing signs of wanting to fight. Lucario tilde, roar. I am me, you are you, you're the one who should wake up. Lucario's rebuttal fueled Mewtwo's anger. Powerful psychic abilities materialized, a pale purple halo appearing on its body. Seeing this, Lucario assumed a fighting stance, its formidable power surging within it, its aura transforming into pale blue light, a stark contrast to Mewtwo. While Lucario was strong enough, it couldn't possibly defeat Mewtwo. However, while Mewtwo might not be able to beat Lucario, it wouldn't be easy for it to defeat Lucario, even though its psychic ability was effective against Lucario's fighting type. If Lucario were to actually fight Mewtwo, especially with a 10-level difference, Mew would immediately have Lucario Mega evolve. Even if Mega Lucario wasn't a match for Mewtwo, it would still have some fighting power. Testing the waters before sending Beedrill might be a good idea, but it's unfair to Lucario. Thinking this to himself, Mew was about to speak when he heard a cheerful cry from the space. Under everyone's gaze, Mew appeared in front of Mew and Lucario, staring at Mewtwo. Seeing this, Mew couldn't help but laugh and cry. It hadn't been able to resist coming out after all. It probably didn't want to see them fighting. Mewtwo recognized Mew the moment it saw her. It was overjoyed and excited. Created from Mew's genes, Mew was, in a sense, its parent. Mewtwo outwardly showed no particular expression, but its eyes revealed a certain yearning within it. However, this yearning quickly turned into hostility, as it implicitly assumed that Mew was colluding with the humans before it. I didn't expect even you to side with the humans. You appeared to stop the battle to protect these humans. This was a question, an accusation, and also disdain. Mimi tilde, Mio Mio tilde tilde. As Mew spoke, Mewtwo responded. You say you appeared only to stop the battle, not to help anyone. You ask me why I created these cloned Pokémon. HMPH. Naturally, it's to take revenge on humanity. Don't you know what humans have done to Pokémon? Humans enslave Pokémon, lock them in Pokéballs to satisfy their own desires, to achieve their own goals, making Pokémon fight and bear all the consequences. Since the original has been completely bewitched, let the clones replace the original and survive as superior life forms. This is the rule of survival of the fittest in nature. Mewtwo not only translated Mew's words, but also gave its own answer. This kind of rhetoric has clearly gone to extremes. Mew, swaying her body in the air, retorted to Mewtwo's dictatorial behavior. Mimi tilde, Mio tilde, Mimi tilde. You say I'm wrong, that I didn't understand. Humans don't enslave Pokémon, and Pokémon aren't forced. Even if such things exist, the vast majority are voluntary. Stop joking. Since you yourself are already corrupt, then let me replace you. Mewtwo was on the verge of exploding. Mew's attempts to reason with it only made it feel that Mew had been corrupted by humans. In its enraged state, Mewtwo wouldn't listen to anything and unleashed a powerful Shadow Ball. The Ghost-type Shadow Ball deals double damage to the Psychic-type Mew. However, hitting Mew wouldn't be easy, and Zia Mew wouldn't just stand by and watch. Lucario, Zia Mew shouted, signaling Lucario to intervene. Mew could dodge this attack, but he and Lucario couldn't. Lucario tilde tilde, watch out, Master Zia Mew. Lucario raised its hand, gathering powerful aura energy, and unleashed a wave missile. Despite the level difference and its less-than-stellar special attack, the wave missile blocked the Shadow Ball's attack. The collision of moves resulted in a violent explosion. Such a scene would never be seen in the games, but it's quite common in the real world, as aura clashes are frequent in battles. Let me handle this, Mew. This guy isn't someone you can easily persuade. If you intervene, things will only get worse, Zia Mew said to Mew, then took 2 steps forward. Mimi tilde tilde. All right, if you can't beat him, I'll step in. Mew seemed to understand Zia Mew's resolve. She nodded and retreated. This submissive attitude towards a human only fueled Mewtwo's anger. Human, mind your own business. And you, do you really think you can compare to me? I am the strongest being in the world. The psychic aura spread, and Mewtwo's imposing presence clearly rose another level. Strongest? You haven't experienced a real beating. Even if your strength rivals those legendary Pokémon, the power you're displaying now is far from the strongest. Since a fight was inevitable, let's be clear about our objective. Before Mewtwo could retort, Zia Mew continued, This world is vast, and what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Let me challenge you and capture you. These words enraged Mewtwo further. Arrogant and ignorant human, you're asking for death. Immediately afterward, Mewtwo used its psychic powers to levitate and commanded all the clone Pokémon. You all know your situation. Now is the time to replace the originals. Prove that you are more useful and more suited to survival than the originals. War seemed inevitable. But Zia Mew wouldn't let things escalate like this. He blocked all the originals and used his aura to share his thoughts. First, keep your own Pokémon from causing trouble, then deal with the clones. This was what Zia Mew had told the Pokémon when he rescued them earlier. The Pokémon born from their clones were innocent. Although the original Pokémon still harbored anger, most of it was directed at Mewtwo, the culprit. Don't use your twisted logic to control these newly born, innocent Pokémon who are still clueless about this world. They are indeed clones, but have you asked them if they want to fight? Although they are cloned lives, they already possess their own consciousness. They have their own souls. Imposing your misfortune on others is the most shameful act. Zia Mew's words resonated deeply. They won the approval of everyone present, who shouted, taking this opportunity to express their truest thoughts. Similarly, all the original Pokémon behind Mew echoed his sentiments. Chapter 78. This situation left Mewtwo, who was previously inflated with ego, dumbfounded. For a moment, it felt incredulous, as if the whole world was against it. It looked at the clones of Pokémon it had created. Don't you all want to fight the original? Don't you all want to prove you're unique? Mewtwo's emotions were hard to control. In terms of intelligence, it was definitely very high, but after getting stuck in a dead end, its understanding was limited to a box, unable to transcend it. You can't understand. Listen to their voices and feel this world with your heart. Humans are divided into good and bad, and so are Pokémon. Just like you now, you're even evil in the eyes of Pokémon. Mew spoke again. Pikachu. That's right, your behavior is wrong. Pikachu's serious voice rang out beside him, making Mew involuntarily look at it. What a divine intervention. Mewtwo couldn't understand. It couldn't easily escape its predicament. Negative emotions burned within it, enveloping its body, and its aura had clearly changed. As expected, even after all this talk, we still have to fight in the end. Mew took a deep breath and pulled out a Beedrill luxury ball. It was time for the Pokémon to attack, but Mewtwo didn't care about battle rules. It unleashed its psychic powers and launched an attack. Lucario Tilde. Don't even think about hurting Lord Mew. Lucario clashed with Mewtwo. This was an unavoidable confrontation. Although Lucario struggled against Mewtwo's power, the battle had only just begun, and even with Mewtwo's formidable strength, Lucario managed to hold its own. Truly worthy of being a Pokémon created from your genes, Mew. Mew said to Mew beside him, then summoned Beedrill. Beedrill's appearance immediately assessed the situation. Although Pokémon are inside their Pokéballs, they can still perceive everything happening outside. Especially, the visual capabilities of luxury balls are far superior. To put it simply, inside a regular Pokéball, you can only see out through a small window. A great ball has a slightly larger window, offering a clearer view. A luxury ball is like a floor-to-ceiling window, allowing for an even more detailed view. Don't rush, Beedrill. Eat these candies first. Mew didn't hesitate, taking this opportunity to buy 10 more rare candies from the system shop. The money he'd saved was for this moment. He wouldn't go for a level higher, but he needed to reach the same level first, and then perform Mega Evolution on that basis to have a chance to suppress Mewtwo with minimal cost. If anything unexpected happened during the battle, Mew was prepared to gang up on it. Beedrill was thrilled upon seeing the rare candies. Having already been strengthened once, it was about to be strengthened again, making it even stronger, which naturally made it happy. Watching Beedrill's level rise from 70 to 80, Mew smiled. Others might not know what was going on. Even Mew didn't understand, but she was curious and came closer, wanting to taste the candy. Mew dared not give it any rare candy. Reaching a higher level meant a significant change. Its aura alone was different from before. Its strength had increased dramatically, like completing an evolutionary leap. How about it? Are you confident enough to challenge Mewtwo, defeat him? Mew asked Beedrill. At this moment, Mew was 100% confident that Beedrill could at least rival the regional champion. Even after Mega Evolution, it would completely surpass the regional champion. Buzz Tilde evolved even more secure. Beedrill's answer made Mew smile with satisfaction. It hadn't been blinded by its increased strength and recklessly thrown itself. But after sensing Mewtwo's power, it had determined that its current strength was still insufficient. His Beedrill was usually arrogant and direct, but in crucial moments, it was still very rational. Then Mega evolved Beedrill. Taking out Beedrill's evolution key, Mew and Beedrill were of one mind. The friendship level between the two Pokémon had already exceeded 200 points, and now, with another level increase, Beedrill felt incredibly valued, its friendship level surpassing the limit to 220 points. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and all the Pokémon, the evolution key emitted a dazzling rainbow of light, creating a special connection with the Mega Stone worn by Beedrill. Attracted by this magical power, the light from the evolution key and the Mega Stone merged, enveloping Beedrill's body. As Mega Evolution neared its end, Beedrill's form underwent a dramatic transformation, and the unique mark of Mega Evolution flashed. Mega Beedrill had arrived. Mega Beedrill. LV, 80. Gender, female. Type, bug poison. Nature, jolly. Ability, adaptability, moves of the same type gain increased power. Moves, Fury Attack, Double Needle, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden Bug Bite, Slash, Sharpening, Focus Charge, Poison Jab, Pursuit, Toxic Spikes, Drill Strike, Pin Missile, Poison Jab, Agility, Brute Force, Fell Stinger, Tailwind, U-Turn. Friendship, 220. Mood, excited that Mewtwo in front of me, I could KO it. Beedrill's evolution left everyone and every Pokémon speechless. Shouldn't Beedrill already be its final evolution? This was something never seen before. Such an evolution was also unbelievable. Mew, however, wasn't surprised. Instead, she was very curious that Zia Mew could make Beedrill undergo this kind of evolution. This also made Zia Mew realize that this kind of evolution had indeed existed since ancient times and wasn't just a recent development. It's likely that humans formed a bond with Pokémon long ago, but the probability of achieving this evolution is extremely low, and it's not fully controlled. The appearance of Zia Mew and Beedrill triggered some past memories for Mew. Chapter 79. You're asking for it, get out of my way. At this moment, Mewtwo, who was currently battling Lucario, roared angrily. It was entangled by Lucario, its attacks repeatedly interrupted. A powerful psychic energy formed a semi-transparent shield that expanded, engulfing the attacking Lucario. Not only was it thrown back, but it also crashed heavily to the ground. Lucario had done its best. The level difference, without the steel-type resistance, meant it was already powerless against Mewtwo's dominance. It's time for you to step in. Go, Mega Beedrill. With a sharp look in his eyes, Zia Mew used Aura to maintain a telepathic connection with Mega Beedrill. At this moment, Zia Mew's emotions were completely transmitted to Mega Beedrill, including Mega Beedrill's own emotions. It already had the intention to teach Mewtwo a lesson. Because Lucario had been so badly suppressed, how could its companion tolerate it? Mega Beedrill charged forward, its speed too fast for the naked eye to see. After Mega Evolution, its base speed stat had reached 145. At that moment, Lucario, under Mewtwo's psychic control, was lifted into the air. Despite its strength, Lucario had nowhere to pull itself up and couldn't break free. This is the consequence of helping humans. Your sacrifices are worthless in their eyes, Mewtwo said, its psychic about to inflict secondary damage on Lucario's psyche. In that instant, a black and yellow figure appeared. A cross-shaped slash shot out. A deafening boom. The terrifying cross-shaped slash, like a tangible energy blade, struck Mewtwo in the chest. Not only was it highly effective, but it also hit a vital spot, and this bug-type move's power was doubled by its ability. Even though the power of the cross-shaped slash wasn't high, the damage to Mewtwo was real. Overwhelmed by speed, giving Mewtwo no chance to react, and doubling the damage due to type advantage, Mewtwo was blasted to the ground, creating a massive explosion with billowing smoke, demonstrating its terrifying power. Lucario, thanks to Mega Beedrill's intervention, was freed from the psychic powers. Back on the ground, it gasped for breath before thanking Mega Beedrill. As Zia Mew's Pokémon, they knew from the beginning that Zia Mew had decided who would battle Mewtwo. Although Lucario was unhappy because it could also Mega Evolve, Zia Mew had never intended for it to battle Mewtwo. Now, Lucario understood Zia Mew's choice. Despite only having followed Zia Mew for 20 days, they already knew type advantages intimately, and sending Beedrill to fight Mewtwo was clearly the best option. Especially considering Mewtwo's strength, which even they couldn't easily defeat one-on-one, even with Mega Evolution. Lucario knew it couldn't beat Mewtwo. Lucario tilde tilde Lucario tilde tilde. Master Zia Mew, I've disappointed you. Retreating to Zia Mew's side, Lucario said this with self-reproach, deeply moving Zia Mew. No, Lucario, you've already done a great job. That guy was created using Mew's genes, In a sense, it's no weaker than a legendary Pokémon, so you don't need to feel guilty, Zia Mew reassured it. Immediately afterward, he checked on the situation with Mega Beedrill, knowing that Mewtwo hadn't recovered yet, and quickly took out a full pack of medicine to treat Lucario. He helped Lucario recover before speaking to Mew. I'm going to get serious now, so don't betray me at this crucial moment. Just in case, Zia Mew gave Mew a heads up. He had witnessed the battle earlier, and roughly understood that Mewtwo wasn't invincible. At least in its current state, Zia Mew was absolutely confident of victory. No matter how powerful your psychic abilities are, no matter how strong your skills are, the base strength remains the same. So what if it has the potential of a legendary Pokémon? It's still a Pokémon that hasn't fully grown. Ordinary Pokémon may not be comparable in certain abilities, but that doesn't mean their strength is insurmountable. Mimi tilde tilde Mimi tilde tilde, are you really going to catch it, Zia Mew? Mew's clear voice startled Zia Mew. This was the first time Mew had addressed him so formally. Zia Mew nodded and said, in this situation, if I don't subdue and suppress it, this matter won't be resolved so easily. Subduing it might help it change, from accepting this world to coming into contact with more people and things. When it truly understands the meaning of life one day, it won't be so extreme anymore. Anyway, you can rest assured I won't use it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mewtwo immediately responded, all right then, but please don't hurt it. I can sense its heart, it's actually in a lot of pain. Okay, Zia Mew promised, nodding. At the same time, Mewtwo's figure suddenly soared into the sky from the thick smoke. After taking the cross-shaped attack, it wasn't instantly defeated like in the game. The real world is different. The difference between a legendary Pokémon and an ordinary one is ridiculously large. If it were any other psychic type, it would definitely have been killed by that critical hit. You've really angered me again and again. Now it's you, you bug. Mewtwo's eyes turned red, and a purple aura surrounded its entire body, stirring up the lightning in the sky. A storm raged, dark clouds loomed overhead. The scene was terrifying. But even so, it was all just a facade. Buzz tilde, all you do is talk big? Mega Beedrill's sharp attack, its arrogant tone only fueling Mewtwo's rage. With a flick of its wrists, it unleashed a barrage of shadow balls. Previously, seeing Mewtwo use this move against Mew, one might have assumed it was attacking based on type advantage. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Or rather, Mewtwo was blinded by rage, unleashing such a meaningless attack. Mega Beedrill was indeed fragile, but shadow balls could never instantly kill it. Moreover, this speed of attack was completely ineffective against Mega Beedrill. Buzz tilde tilde buzz tilde tilde, too slow, too slow, too slow, faster. Mega Beedrill moved through the sky, its movements so slow they were almost imperceptible, like teleportation. In contrast, Mewtwo's shadow balls could only strike Beedrill's afterimage. Such a scene was utterly awe-inspiring. Mewtwo's power had been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds from the very beginning, captivating all present. Now, seeing Mewtwo being toyed with by a Beedrill that had evolved again, everyone's emotions surged with excitement. So amazing, so incredibly amazing, Misty exclaimed first. Brock and Ash, standing beside her, were also saying things like incredible, and I really want to catch one and raise one too. Sora was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, I used to think that bug-type monsters were weak and not worth raising, but I never imagined they could be this strong. Chapter 80. Me too, my past understanding was incredibly foolish. I just didn't know how to train them, Fergus chimed in. I always thought that was Zia Mew's full strength, but every time we meet, he surprises me. Xiao Tian assumed Zia Mew had been hiding his true power. Coupled with Zia Mew constantly accepting challenges, fighting hundreds of battles a day, Xiao Tian instinctively realized that without that strength, how could he sustain such high-intensity battles? Xiao Tian didn't know that Zia Mew's rapid growth was entirely due to his cheat-like simulator, making his training much simpler and more direct. Sonia, standing nearby, remained silent, but her thoughts were racing. This evolution seems to be the mega evolution that the people in the Kalos region have been researching. Zia Mew actually mastered this method of evolution. How did he do it? Because Mewtwo and Mega Beedrill were at war, the original and cloned Pokémon were silently observing the battle. For the cloned Pokémon, the real desire wasn't to fight. The reason they fought the originals in the original story was entirely due to the antagonistic relationship between Mewtwo and Mew, projecting their own experiences onto the originals and ultimately leading to a war between clones and the originals. The original Pokémon hated the clones in the original story to protect their own status. In the current situation, the war from the original story won't happen again. At least as long as Mew is here, he will definitely stop them from engaging in meaningless melee combat. Stop playing around, Mega Beedrill. Show it a thing or two. With a command, Mew mentally gave the Mega Beedrill the order. In the game, Pokémon might disobey due to insufficient badges or a low trainer level, but this won't happen in the real world. Because Mew is strong enough, and it's because of him that his Pokémon have this strength. They can all Mega Evolve, and their friendship level exceeds 200 points. Just this alone makes their relationship incredibly close, a bond of life and death, and they certainly won't disobey. Combo Slash. Upon receiving Mew's command, Mega Beedrill's eyes flashed red, its imposing and powerful stance exuding the oppressive aura of a bug-type king. In an instant, after dodging Mewtwo's Shadow Ball, Mega Beedrill launched its attack. The attack, a combo, while not particularly powerful on its own, doubled in power with each successful hit. Mew used this move to test Mega Beedrill's physical attack limits. In the game, combos often fail to KO the opponent due to insufficient power, resulting in the attacker being KO'd, or even if 2 hits were successful, the attack would be interrupted and the damage would accumulate. But in the real world, the opponent was Mewtwo. Using Mega Beedrill's speed, as long as it wasn't caught by Mewtwo's psychic abilities, the combo's power could increase from 40 to 80, and then from 80 to 160. Disguised as a low-level bug-type move, it was actually the strongest physical attack of the bug-type. Despite Mewtwo's own speed, the difference in speed between Mega Beedrill and Mega Beedrill was still significant. Mega Beedrill's consecutive attacks struck, truly like a sharp sword, capable of piercing through anything. Mewtwo was wounded again, letting out a painful groan. However, this attack still couldn't defeat it. This inherent weakness truly shocked Mew, further confirming his belief that legendary Pokémon were indeed legendary. Mewtwo was already this difficult to deal with. He wondered what level of power it would reach after becoming stronger. What about the other legendary Pokémon? For example, the Sinnoh gods that had left the deepest impression on Mew. Not to mention Arceus, the creator god, there was Dialga, the god of time, Palkia, the god of space, and Giratina, the master of the reverse world. He dared not even imagine. Boom! Just as Mew was lost in thought, the second consecutive attack struck Mewtwo. The terrifying impact sent Mewtwo crashing into the stands at the edge of the arena, shattering the buildings there. Mewtwo was severely injured. The power of the attack left it momentarily stunned. Mega Beedrill's attack wasn't over yet. Its third consecutive slash pushed its momentum beyond its limits. It seemed capable of a one-hit kill, even against a higher-level opponent. At this critical moment, everyone assumed Mewtwo was powerless to resist and would be defeated. Suddenly, Mew teleported, appearing in front of Mewtwo. It unleashed a Protect, blocking Mega Beedrill's third consecutive slash. Mega Beedrill was stunned, and Mew was also momentarily speechless. His worst fears had come true. He had a premonition, even his precautions hadn't helped. While Mew meant well, not wanting to see too many casualties, its intervention had robbed the battle of its original meaning. Frankly, Mew felt a growing resentment towards Mew. This wasn't the first time. Strictly speaking, this was the third time Mew had broken its promise to him. But it was Mew, otherwise Mew wouldn't have bothered saying another word. It can only be understood that Mew's personality is childlike. It will act involuntarily whenever something happens that it doesn't want to see. Not only Mew and Mega Beedrill, but everyone present and all the Pokémon looked at Mew. Everyone wanted an answer. Buzz Tilda, are you going to intervene, Mew? Mimi Tilda, please wait a moment, Beedrill. Mew first stopped Mega Beedrill from continuing its attack, then turned to look at the heavily injured Mewtwo, its eyes filled with pity. To it, Mewtwo was already one of its own. Mimi tilde tilde Mio tilde tilde Mio Mio tilde tilde, you lost this battle. Do you still want to fight? Even if you continue, the result won't change. You still can't control your power, so you can't beat Beedrill and Zia Mew. The Pokémon understood Mew's words, and Zia Mew understood them too. As for the others, Meowth acted as the best translator, at least letting everyone know what Mew meant. The persuasion to get Mewtwo to admit defeat helped everyone calm down. Zia Mew also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Mew hadn't said anything that truly offended him. Chapter 81. Although you meant well, your actions have been destroying the trust we've just begun to build. Our relationship will probably only be limited to this level from now on. I've oversimplified the real world. Even with a cheat simulator, even though intimacy reflects our relationship, you're not my Pokémon, yet I subconsciously assumed you'd listen to me. Ultimately, intimacy only shows your willingness to approach me. Zia Mew felt a surge of emotions. He hadn't actually had much contact with Mew. It was just that Mew's identity and his own various desires led him astray. Simply put, he was asking for too much, receiving nothing in return, and his emotions clouded his judgment. This experience changed Zia Mew. He observed Mewtwo's transformation. Although Mew saved Mewtwo, Mewtwo wouldn't be grateful. On the contrary, Mewtwo wasn't completely defeated. She would only continue to be lost in her own world, sinking deeper and deeper. As Zia Mew had predicted, after hearing Mew's words, Mewtwo, already emotionally unstable, reddened even more. Despite her severe injuries, she slowly stood up, her powerful psychic energy still swirling around her, even more intense than before. I don't need your pity, Mew, Mewtwo coldly rebuked. Even though her body was warning her, her power continued to rise. Having confirmed her strength with Giovanni, she believed herself to be the strongest Pokémon in the world. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. To everyone and every Pokémon, Mewtwo seemed to have gone mad, her aura surging. This special power eruption was only superficially noticeable to others, but Zia Mew felt it more acutely. Mewtwo's level skyrocketed from 80 to 85 before stopping. She gained 5 levels in a row, and this was a change from her previous minimum level, not her maximum. This is the real-world legendary Pokémon. Her level can increase with the release of her power, or rather, it's due to the influence of negative emotions that the immense energy hidden within her body is unleashed. He sighed inwardly. Although he had long suspected this, seeing it with his own eyes was still astonishing. And most importantly, level 85 wasn't Mewtwo's limit, meaning the level of a legendary Pokémon definitely exceeded level 90, perhaps even 100. Mimi, stop. If you continue to indulge in using your psychic powers like this, you'll die. Mew's face was filled with worry. Its worst fears had come true. Mewtwo's emotional outburst caused her internal power to go berserk. No. It should be said that the immense power within Mewtwo's body took over, affecting her mind, to the point that Mewtwo was now blinded by bloodlust. Everyone disappear. A deep roar came from Mewtwo's mouth. Because of her power release, her psychic abilities summoned lightning from the heavens, destroying the Pokémon City. Everyone and all the Pokémon gathered together because of this situation. The Pokémon were worried about their owners getting hurt, and the people sought the protection of the Pokémon. Even the cloned Pokémon unconsciously came together with everyone, without any distance growing between them and the original Pokémon, just like family. As the air pressure became increasingly unstable, Mewtwo floated back into the sky, streaks of purple lightning flashing around her body, making her exceptionally terrifying. Mimi tilde tilde. Is winning or losing really that important? The clone and the original, since they both exist in this world, are both unique lives. Mew looked at Mewtwo, her expression now resolute, even somewhat regretful. If it hadn't intervened, Mewtwo would already be unconscious and captured by Zia Mew. This situation wouldn't have occurred. Buzz tilde tilde, buzz tilde tilde. You have betrayed my master, Mew, and now Mewtwo doesn't appreciate your kindness at all. Mega Beedrill's 2 sentences made Mew look aggrieved. It was indeed true, but she couldn't control herself, her heart softening with compassion, thinking that if Mewtwo could let go of her grudges, she could live freely in this world, not trapped in a piquet ball. Before Mew could answer, the light in Mewtwo's eyes grew brighter and brighter in the sky. With a raised hand, she unleashed a shadow ball, catching Mew completely off guard. A deafening boom echoed as Mew was blasted into the edge of the stands, the violent explosion engulfing her figure. Everyone was startled by Mew's blast. Mew didn't move, nor did he give any commands to Mega Beedrill. He could have easily had Mega Beedrill block the attack, but he didn't. It was time for Mew to taste the bitterness of being humiliated. Of course, Mew was certain Mew would be all right. After all, it was one of the most mysterious Pokémon, possessing immense power, a fact demonstrated in the original anime. Even with the existence of move-type advantages, the current situation was clear. The real world and the game world were vastly different. In a game, it would be an instant kill. Without Mew mediating, Mewtwo stared at Mega Beedrill with furious eyes. She refused to believe she would lose to Mew, and even more so, she refused to believe she would lose to a bug-type Pokémon. A loud boom rang out. Mewtwo displayed incredible speed this time, her psychic power forming an absolute defense. HMPH, Mega Beedrill, block it, Mew shouted at Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill heard Mew's command and immediately raised her sharp stinger. When Mewtwo got close, cross scissors, Mew commanded again. Mega Beedrill crossed her stingers, creating a cross-shaped slash that collided head-on with Mewtwo. A deafening crash resounded. Unlike previous battles, the attack was indeed executed, but Mewtwo used her psychic power to create a purple barrier, blocking the cross scissors. The barrier didn't break, but the power of the cross scissors was completely neutralized. What kind of move is this? Reflect? No, that's not right. Mew, standing on the ground, was incredulous. Mewtwo's overpowered abilities were blatantly obvious. If the original anime hadn't actually shown Mewtwo and Mew's control over their psychic powers, he would have found it even more unbelievable. As a transmigrator familiar with the characteristics of Pokémon moves, he was indeed very knowledgeable about many of them, but the way these moves were performed in the game was completely different from how they were performed in the real world. If it were a reflect, even if it could block the attack, it would only reduce the damage, not completely block it. Watching Mewtwo control her Azure Psychic Shield to attack Mega Beedrill, a move name suddenly popped into Mew's mind. Strike. Chapter 82. Watching Mew approach, Mewtwo felt a strange emotion. This feeling even made her somewhat afraid. She couldn't defeat this human before it. No, I am Mewtwo, the strongest Pokémon created using the most precious Pokémon, Mew. No one can defeat me. Destroying her own inner fear, her psychic power steadily built up. You've already come this far, and you still can't distinguish reality. You refuse to accept your clone identity, yet you claim to be the strongest Pokémon created using Mew. Isn't that ridiculous? Also, you truly know nothing about this world. There are many beings stronger than you, and many champion-level Pokémon trainers among humans. You think you've gained a sense of existence by defeating a few trainers on this godforsaken new island, and you're so arrogant. You've seen too little. If you refuse to submit, then fall completely. Mega Beedrill, give her one last fatal sting. With that, Mew gave the command. The combo attack wasn't used again because once the process was interrupted, the combo couldn't hit continuously, and its power would revert to its base value. Mew also didn't have Mega Beedrill use cross scissors, intending to try other moves to see how much damage it could deal in her Mega Evolution state. Mew had actually had Beedrill use this move when he was in charge of the Viridian Gym. Defeating an opponent would greatly increase its damage. According to the game, that's equivalent to a direct 3-stage attack boost. Mega Beedrill received the command, her eyes suddenly changing, and the stingers on her tail erupted with a terrifying cold light. Fell Stinger, this move actually requires focus energy to increase its critical hit rate to reach its full potential. But at this moment, even without focus energy, Mega Beedrill could lock onto Mewtwo's weak point and accurately hit its vitals. A deafening boom resounded. After enduring another attack from Mega Beedrill, Mewtwo finally couldn't withstand it. Forget about retaliating, her consciousness went black and she fainted. Buzz tilde, Beedrill was proclaiming her power. Everyone and all the Pokémon focused their attention again. They were still awestruck by the power of Mega Beedrill and wanted to know how Mew would capture Mewtwo. Even an Ultra Ball couldn't do it, so a regular Piquet Ball was clearly ineffective. Suddenly, Sonia had an idea and shouted to Mew, "Mew, use that Piquet Ball from the lab." It was a good idea. Theoretically, a Mewtwo Ball created by Mewtwo should indeed have a chance of capturing a Pokémon. Mew took out a Mewtwo Ball, took a deep breath, and threw it. However, the Mewtwo Ball didn't capture Mewtwo upon contact, surprising everyone, including Mew. After all, the previous Piquet Ball had even managed to capture a Pokémon with an owner. It seems this Mewtwo Ball really can only be used by Mewtwo. Perhaps that capture was Mewtwo using its psychic powers to forcibly capture it. No wonder it could ignore the rule that owned Pokémon cannot be captured. Mew sighed inwardly, and just as he was about to take out a Master Ball, Mew flew over again. She kept talking, seemingly pleading for Mewtwo. Mew ignored it and pulled out a Master Ball. Although he was heartbroken about losing his only Master Ball, using it to capture, Mewtwo was part of his plan from the start. "I said I was going to catch it. Mew, you have your considerations, and I have mine. If someone keeps changing their mind, they have no credibility." Since Mew couldn't catch it, Mew figured he wouldn't listen to anything Mew said about waking up and trying to reason with it. He also wanted to take this opportunity to tell Mew that not everything it did would be forgiven. Even though it was Mew, it was still forgiven. In truth, Mew understood Mew, which was why he didn't directly confront it. Mew acknowledged Mewtwo's existence, considering it family. Now, Mew's attempt to capture Mewtwo was like capturing its child. Because of Mew's words, Mew could only retreat in grievance. It didn't know if this special Piquet Ball could capture Mewtwo, but it didn't want to see Mewtwo captured either. Until it witnessed Mewtwo being captured, the Master Ball emitting a dazzling starlight of successful capture, her expectations were completely shattered. Mew also breathed a sigh of relief. Capturing it was one thing, but getting Mewtwo to truly accept it was a long road ahead. Taking the Master Ball from Lucario, which it had retrieved, Mew felt a surge of emotion. For him, this was the first legendary Pokémon he had captured in this world. With Mewtwo, he would have a much better chance of fighting true legendary Pokémon in the future. Mew approached, carefully examining the Master Ball. It was somewhat anxious, worried that Mewtwo might die from the injuries it had just sustained. Mew didn't immediately release Mewtwo to heal it, but instead praised the Mega Beedrill that had returned to her side. This battle was largely thanks to it. Otherwise, defeating Mewtwo wouldn't have been easy. Even with Lucario's Mega Evolution, plus Arcanine and Gyarados, it would have been difficult to completely suppress it, unless one of them was raised to level 100 at any cost. Having deactivated its Mega Evolution, Beedrill, while not seriously injured in the battle, was still quite exhausted. Extreme battles consume a tremendous amount of stamina. The gains from this battle were significant. Defeating Mewtwo increased Beedrill's level by 2, and Lucario, having also battled Mewtwo at the start, shared the experience points and also increased by 2. Although both increased by 2 levels, Beedrill actually gained several times more experience than Lucario. The experience required to gain 2 levels at level 80 is far greater than that required at level 70. He fed her an energy cube and treated its injuries. At this point, everyone gathered around with their Pokémon, wanting to get a closer look. Having witnessed the whole incident, they remained relatively quiet, simply watching Mew. The Pokémon created by Mewtwo, however, huddled together, seemingly lost and unsure how to cope with their situation. "This is a Master Ball. Mew, you actually got your hands on this ball." Sonia's words drew everyone's attention to the Master Ball in Mew's hand, filled with curiosity and astonishment. Chapter 83. It was precisely because of this 100% capture capability that the League officially prohibited its private manufacture and sale, and it was officially named the Master Ball. Because they are not available on the market, Master Balls are unknown to the average person. Even trainers who know of their existence can only obtain one by winning certain league tournaments. I got it by chance. Seeing Sonya's adorable, curious expression, Mew didn't give a detailed answer, but simply said casually. Immediately, he focused his attention on Mewtwo, his meaning clear. He wanted to release it and see how it fared. This made everyone, and the Pokémon, serious. Although it had been captured, how Mewtwo would change was still uncertain. Even ordinary Pokémon might not be completely obedient after being captured, let alone a special Pokémon like Mewtwo. Everyone can relax a little, don't be so vigilant. Even if something unexpected happens, I can put it back into my Master Ball immediately, Mew reassured everyone and the Pokémon. He then opened the Master Ball, releasing the unconscious Mewtwo. Mewtwo emerged from the Master Ball, still unconscious. At this moment, no one was faster than Mew. It was more anxious than anyone else, its eyes full of concern as it approached Mewtwo, extending a paw to gently touch its body. A soft light emanated from its body, a special light that seemed to possess healing power, enveloping Mewtwo. In this situation, no one disturbed it, and Mew did not speak to stop it. If Mew could actually heal, it would be a good thing for Mew, saving him the expense of buying healing items. Mew continued its actions until it transferred a certain amount of its power to Mewtwo, pulling it out of its near-death state. Mew had exhausted itself. Its light gradually dimmed, making it appear utterly weary. But it didn't give up, persisting in using its power to save Mewtwo. At this moment, Nurse Joy approached and examined Mewtwo's condition. After a series of actions, she quickly shook her head and said, "Although it's no longer in mortal danger under Mew's protection, there's no medical equipment here, so it still can't be treated. It must be sent to the Pokémon Center, but going back from here is too far." The situation remained dire. Mew simply watched from the sidelines, not taking immediate action. The others were even more indifferent. Although Mewtwo was now captured by Mew, its previous actions were hateful and couldn't be easily erased. Besides, the cloning of Pokémon had already occurred and couldn't be changed. "Let me heal it." After a while, Mew pretended to take out a full restore from his backpack. Mew and Nurse Joy turned around, looking at him with suspicion, as did the others. Mew ignored them, opened the bottle of full restore, and poured the bright green liquid into Mewtwo's mouth. Full restores can not only completely heal injuries, but also remove all abnormal statuses. Under the effects of the medicine, Mewtwo's injuries recovered. Its intermittent breathing became steady, and it was no longer unconscious. Its consciousness gradually cleared, and finally, it slowly opened its eyes. The effect of this medicine left everyone dumbfounded, especially Nurse Joy and Sonya. Nurse Joy looked as if she had seen a priceless treasure. Even the medicines specially supplied to Pokémon centers did not have such a good effect. Sonya was extremely surprised. She had already seen too many highlights in Mew. Not only was he strong, but everything he did revealed how excellent he was, especially every item Mew took out, which was incomparable to anything on the market. If it weren't for the fact that now was not the right time to ask, Sonya would have cornered Mew for a proper talk. Mewtwo sat up, looking around in confusion. When it saw Mew and Mew, it almost lost control of its emotions again. However, it didn't go berserk, because it remembered everything that had happened before, but it was still unwilling to accept reality. But denying it was useless. It had been captured by Mew and had truly become his Pokémon. Even if it could choose to disobey, this fact wouldn't change, and it would only make it appear both weak and overly arrogant. Rebel. Even if its strength had returned to its peak, it felt it had no chance of winning even if they fought again. At least not now. As Mew said, it still couldn't fully control its power. It thought it was the strongest, that it was omnipotent, that it could replace everything. In reality, its world was too small, and it knew nothing at all. Completely defeated, Mewtwo suddenly saw the light. Things it didn't understand before, things it couldn't comprehend, now became naturally clear. She turned her gaze to the other humans, then to the Pokémon she had cloned, and finally to the originals. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Mew looked at Mewtwo, his heart filled with many emotions. He didn't speak, but waited for Mewtwo to fully adjust and stand up. Their eyes met. "It seems you understand a lot," Mew said. Mewtwo was silent for a moment, using its psychic powers to establish a connection with Mew's aura. After sensing Mew's inner thoughts, it nodded. "Emotions made me manic, made me lose my way. After experiencing this, I realized that it was all wishful thinking on my part. Although we are life forms created by machines, we are indeed Pokémon, a part of this world. Thank you, human. No, my master." After saying this, Mewtwo lowered its posture, its eyes glancing at the cloned Pokémon again. "Calling me master and bowing like this, are you worried I'll dispose of them?" Mew smiled. Communication was seamless. Many things could be accomplished with words. Sometimes, the best way to subdue someone was through force. Mewtwo was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. "Indeed, after all, they were born because of me. Without me, they wouldn't exist. Now I can't even protect myself, let alone them." Mew's opinion of Mewtwo had slightly changed. He was even more impressed that he could still think of these clone Pokémon at a time like this. "Actually, I'm not as bad as you think, and I don't need you to reluctantly call me master. Just call me by my name or whatever you prefer. Of course, if you genuinely want to call me master, I don't mind. In my heart, I only see you as partners." Mewtwo was speechless, unsure how to respond. Just then, Mew appeared between Mewtwo and Mew, interrupting their conversation. "Mimi tilde tilde Mimi tilde tilde. It's so good that you understand." Mewtwo also felt apologetic towards Mew. Previously blinded by anger, it had now regained its senses and realized its mistake. "Thank you, Mew." This thank you made Mew happily soar through the sky. Chapter 84. It was evening. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the harbor of Cinnabar Island. After the storm, everything had returned to calm. Apart from the puddles everywhere, it was hard to imagine the terrifying scene from before. Mew and Sonia stood on the shore, unable to recover for a long time. Just a moment ago they were on New Island, and the next second they were here. And everything had changed, even a new memory had appeared in their minds. This memory seemed to overturn their previous experience, but it also told them that this memory was false, hidden by the real experience due to an irresistible external force. Mew was the first to recover, feeling around on the Pokémon buckle at his waist. After confirming that his Pokémon were all there, and that the Master Ball was still there, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. His aura could connect with the Pokémon inside the Pokéballs, and he could even resonate with Mewtwo inside the Master Ball and have a simple conversation. This is the terrifying power you and Mew combined to unleash. It's unbelievable that you could achieve this. Is it the same for me and for everyone else? Or? Mew thought to himself, not continuing, his gaze shifting to Sonia beside him. Mewtwo seemed to sense his question and responded with her psychic power. Erasing all traces of existence, Mew and I's psychic power covers all known areas. Everyone except you will have their memories of me replaced by that false memory. As expected, Mew was even more shocked by the answer. This kind of power truly only exists in the real world. How could it exist in a game? A god. This is the power of a first-level god. But why did you shift the blame to me? You can read my memories. So you modified them to all challenge me? Mew was somewhat amused and exasperated. This was actually a very serious question he needed to know. His memories were no small matter. Initially, I did want to access some of your memories for confirmation, but my abilities weren't sufficient. So, I retrieved recent events from most trainers. To make the whole thing seem more natural, I defined the strongest Pokémon trainer as a false claim, and then used you as the acting gym leader to divert everyone's attention. Thus, everyone will only know that you, the powerful trainer, are at the Cinnabar gym, and everyone will challenge you. Mewtwo's answer was simple and straightforward. She didn't even ask if he was willing. To be fair, Mewtwo had tricked Zia Mew. But since he had already caught Mewtwo, he might as well take the blame. It would certainly boost his reputation. In short, all trainers now knew of his formidable strength, making him even more famous. As for the original story, Zia Mew didn't want to delve into it, since everything had changed. Zia Mew was also very fortunate that at least his memories hadn't been accessed by Mewtwo. The fact that Mewtwo couldn't access his memories immediately reminded Zia Mew of the cheat device simulator, which shielded him from external interference. Otherwise, as a human, despite possessing the power of aura, Zia Mew didn't consider himself particularly special. Lost in thought, Zia Mew thought of Mew again, intending to ask about her whereabouts, but ultimately didn't ask. Just as Zia Mew was deep in thought, Sonia also snapped out of her reverie, and their eyes met. "Zia Mew," Sonia exclaimed, seemingly trying to determine if this was a dream or reality. Zia Mew remained calm and tentatively asked, "Do you remember how we got here?" "How did we get here?" Sonia paused slightly, then quickly replied, "Of course I remember. Mewtwo and Mew are amazing. They can modify memories at this level, making it seem like a dream." Hearing Sonia's answer, Zia Mew sighed inwardly. He had thought that Mewtwo and Mew would also erase her related memories, but it seemed that Mewtwo and Mew had tacitly agreed not to forcibly alter the memories of anyone or any Pokémon related to them. Therefore, Sonia's situation was the same as his. "Mewtwo told me that what they did to us was simply to add a new memory to our minds. For others, it's different. This false memory becomes a real memory, thus erasing any trace of their existence. So remember not to let it slip. It's best if too many people don't know about their existence," Zia Mew said. "Of course I know that. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped," Sonia nodded seriously. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse of Ash, Misty, Brock, Sweetie, Sora, and Fergus in the distance. They were standing quietly on the shore, admiring the sea view. As for Nurse Joy, she wasn't there. Zia Mew could guess without asking that she had been sent back to the Pokémon Center by Mewtwo. Wherever they were taken, they were sent back. "Let's go check on them," Zia Mew beckoned to Sonia. According to the fabricated memories, the group had come to Cinnabar Island port to escape a storm, which was how they met. She tried to find loopholes in Ash and the others' memories by using clever language, but to her surprise, their memories of Mewtwo and Mew had completely disappeared. Without those memories, their gazes towards Zia Mew changed. Excitement was clearly visible on their faces. They wanted to compete with Zia Mew. Only Sweetie was different. She already knew Zia Mew, and her purpose in coming to Cinnabar Island was to see if the title of strongest Pokémon trainer was real. They arrived to find nothing, only to discover it was fake, much to their disappointment. Zia Mew readily accepted their challenge, but not immediately. They could challenge him later at the Cinnabar gym, provided he was there. After bidding farewell to the group, Zia Mew, unsure if it was just his imagination, sensed a hint of confusion and strangeness in Pikachu's eyes when their eyes met. Returning to the Cinnabar Island port, Zia Mew and Sonia subtly communicated with the trainers. Their enthusiasm for Zia Mew's arrival was overwhelming. Clearly, Mewtwo had been modified too much. This feeling of being surrounded was comparable to being besieged by an Elite Four member. Zia Mew couldn't be offended, so he accepted it, using the opportunity to let everyone go to the Cinnabar gym if they wanted to challenge someone. He would still be there for the next 2 days anyway. Otherwise, who would clean up this mess? After some investigation, Zia Mew and Sonia confirmed that everyone's memories had been wiped clean and replaced with new ones. Not just the trainers, but everyone. Leaving the passenger terminal, Zia Mew and Sonia strolled along the harbor shore. As they walked, they gazed at the calm sea, their hearts filled with emotion. This experience became uniquely theirs, and only they remembered the true details. "What are you planning to do next, Zia Mew?" This incident brought Sonia and Zia Mew closer. She asked proactively, and Zia Mew was slightly taken aback, glancing at her curious expression. "What are you planning to do?" Chapter 85. The new island, of course. Are you just going to ignore it? There are still the remains of the cloning machine on that island, even though we've already destroyed it. Sonia said righteously. She looked very serious, almost lecturing, but Zia Mew found it quite endearing, especially under the glow of the setting sun. Seeing Zia Mew staring at her, Sonia blushed slightly. Thanks to her cheerful personality, she said, although I know I'm very charming, it's very impolite for you to stare at me like that. Zia Mew felt a little awkward after saying this, then quickly changed the subject. You should answer the question you asked, Mewtwo. Zia Mew passed the buck to Mewtwo. She can see everything outside, while inside the Master Ball, and can also use her psychic powers to communicate her thoughts at any time. As for releasing her, it was best not to now. After all, with so many people around, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause if it were discovered. Especially Team Rocket. This time, although Mewtwo and Mew erased all traces of their existence, Mewtwo overlooked the traces of Team Rocket's creation of her, which led to the future plot where Giovanni finds Mewtwo again. Mewtwo? Sonia asked suspiciously. She thought Zia Mew was going to have Mewtwo come out to answer, but the next second, Mewtwo's voice appeared in her mind. The erased traces aren't just the memories of humans and Pokémon, but also some special buildings in Pokémon Castle, including the cloning machines underground and the equipment used to create Pokéballs. So even if someone goes to the new island, they will only see the ruins left by Pokémon Castle. Mewtwo's answer surprised Sonia, but she quickly calmed down. In short, if this problem is solved, then there are no other problems. Actually, what we need to care about now are the Pokémon that were created. Their memories haven't been altered. They remember everything, but they know very little about this world. They'll need guidance one by one in the future, Zia Mew got to the point. So I need your help, Sonia. Hearing Zia Mew's words, Sonia was slightly taken aback, then her cheeks flushed red. For some reason, it felt like Zia Mew was confessing his feelings to her. If it's just about taking care of the Pokémon, I could agree. I'm not agreeing because of you, I just feel sorry for those Pokémon. Sonia used this straightforward answer to mask her emotional change. Zia Mew hadn't thought too much about it, considering she was a researcher and naturally skilled at taking care of Pokémon. In the end, Zia Mew took on all the responsibility, capturing all the Pokémon. Originally, Zia Mew's plan was for everyone to share the burden, since taking care of so many Pokémon would be very difficult, and training them one by one would be a huge expense. There was no other way, as Mewtwo and Mew needed to have their existence erased. Now, Zia Mew needed to go to the Pokémon Center to confirm Nurse Joy's safety before contacting home. Since he had caught more than 6 Pokémon, they were all teleported back to his family's Pokémon teleporter. His mother must be very busy taking care of them. It's worth mentioning that Mewtwo, after being caught in a Master Ball, wasn't counted towards the 6 Pokémon limit. This meant Zia Mew could carry 7 Pokémon. As for the 6th Pokémon, Zia Mew unhesitatingly chose Charizard to accompany him. Those 3 starter Pokémon, he didn't know how Mewtwo was created, but their stats were top-notch in every aspect. After chatting with Sonia for a few more minutes, Zia Mew summoned Arcanine, leaped onto it, and extended his hand to Sonia. Having ridden Arcanine once before, Sonia didn't feel awkward about this intimate gesture and naturally accepted Zia Mew's invitation, sitting on Arcanine's back. The broad back and fluffy mane gave off a warm feeling. Sonia enjoyed the comfort provided by Arcanine, while Zia Mew inhaled the fragrance emanating from her. That refreshing scent made him feel relaxed and even his heart race. During Arcanine's ride, because there was no wind or rain, their bodies were close together, allowing them to feel each other even more. Arriving at the Pokémon Center in Cinnabar City, Zia Mew reluctantly got off Arcanine. Sonia's face was now flushed, like a ripe apple, even more alluring. Zia Mew found teasing Sonia quite amusing. In the original story, she was older and more mature and wouldn't act like a little girl so easily. The current Sonia was the same age as Zia Mew, just turned 18, so she was still quite naive. This sweet and sour feeling was like first love. Get down, let's go see Nurse Joy, and then we'll go back to the Cinnabar gym, Zia Mew urged Sonia, helping her to distract herself. Sonia gave Zia Mew a playful glare before getting off the Arcanine. The two entered the Pokémon Center, where a considerable number of people had already gathered, some from the League, but mostly trainers. Regarding the alteration of the missing person record, just as Mewtwo had said, she had changed Nurse Joy's memories to show her spending time in the wild, rescuing wild Pokémon, so those unaware thought she was missing. After confirming that nothing unexpected had happened, Mew took Sonia back to the Cinnabar City gym. Back at the Cinnabar gym, Blaine and Professor Magnolia already knew what had happened at Cinnabar Harbor. Mew and Sonia were also very curious about the changes in their memories. After learning that their memories were the same as everyone else's, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Mew's relief was inevitable, as it meant the matter was largely resolved. Although many details still needed to be confirmed and processed, the problem was no longer a major one. Sonia breathed a sigh of relief, though she herself didn't know why she felt this way. Chapter 86. As night fell, Mew sat alone under the eaves leading to the courtyard, lost in thought. During dinner, Mew and Sonia had spent a long time talking with Blaine and Professor Magnolia before finally escaping their nagging and pestering. Sonia then accompanied Professor Magnolia back to the hotel to rest, while Mew chatted with Blaine for a while longer before returning to his room to wash up. It must be said that this time, Mewtwo and Mew's modifications were so extensive that they left no loopholes. Although some minor errors might appear in the details, giving intelligent people a strange feeling, even with the help of a psychic-type Pokémon's psychic abilities, it would be absolutely impossible to restore the original memories. Mew had Gardevoir perform this operation. Gardevoir is at least level 47, considered an elite in the league. If she couldn't do it, it meant that even if the level were 10 or even 20 levels higher, it definitely wouldn't be possible. At the very least, the level would have to be the same as Mewtwo's, and it would also have to possess an absolutely special ability that could awaken the true memories. In short, everything is under control now, and no unexpected events have occurred. The whole matter is considered closed. Based on the conclusion reached with Blaine, since the claim of being the strongest Pokémon trainer has been defined as false advertising and hype, regardless of who's behind it, it's best to let things take their course. At least for Cinnabar Island, the arrival of thousands of trainers has boosted the economy. After all, trainers who have come can't just leave. Moreover, after many trainers lost to Mew, word spread quickly, and it gradually evolved into the idea that Mew, the acting gym leader, is the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer. Blaine is very glad he put Mew on the team as the acting gym leader. This not only brought Mew into the spotlight and made him known to many, but also allowed him to build reputation through this free publicity. As long as Mew has enough strength, he has the potential to become an Elite Four member in the future. As for becoming the Kanto region champion, Blaine doesn't expect that much, nor does he have such high hopes. Take, for example, Lance, who has been considered the most likely candidate for this position in recent years. He only reached the Dragon-type Elite Four. Although many people falsely call him the Kanto champion because he won the Johto Regional Championship last year, he is actually just acting as the champion in terms of duties and authority. Becoming the Kanto champion is incredibly difficult. After all, the 4 Elite Four members of the Kanto region are either champions or possess champion-level strength. At Blaine's request, Mew will be stationed at the Cinnabar gym for the next few days. This turmoil won't easily dissipate, and during this time, the Cinnabar gym will undoubtedly be packed. Mew had anticipated this and was prepared, so he wouldn't object. After all, he knew the inside story. He only hoped that Sonia wouldn't let anything slip when questioned privately by Professor Magnolia after returning to the lab. Speaking of which, during his break, Mew called his mother Mewtwo. Actually, after Mom and Dad got home, they saw so many Piquet balls and contacted him via social media to ask how he caught so many Pokémon. Explaining this in a short text or voice message would be complicated, so he simply made a phone call to explain and reassure them. The reason was simple. A once-in-a-century catastrophic storm had struck Cinnabar Island, and while on the island, he encountered a group of trapped Pokémon. To protect them from the natural disaster, he caught them all. Frankly, the reason was far-fetched, but Mewtwo's ability to modify memories was indeed powerful, and coupled with his parents' absolute trust in him, whatever he said was the truth. Having temporarily resolved the issue of the cloned Pokémon, Mew chatted with his mother about his experiences on Cinnabar Island. Actually, his parents, who were on Brass Island, already knew a great deal, especially about Mew's reputation as a substitute gym leader. They showered him with praise, making Mew feel embarrassed. When they ran out of things to say, Mew said he would be home in a couple of days before hanging up. Looking up at the night sky, the sky after the storm was crystal clear, without a single cloud obscuring it. The countless stars were clearly visible, like dazzling jewels set in the sky, radiant and captivating. In the Pokémon world, setting aside the environment, just this starry sky was far superior to anything in Mew's previous life. In his previous life, due to various forms of pollution or other reasons, such a sight was unseen unless one was in a remote rural mountainous area. Mew remembered that in his childhood, he could only look up and see such a beautiful starry sky. "You seem a little down." Mewtwo's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Mew was slightly taken aback. "I was thinking about some things from the past, so I was feeling sentimental." Mew got up, walked to the table, and took the Master Ball from his belt buckle. Releasing Mewtwo, Mew wasn't worried at all about her turning against him. After completely defeating it, Mewtwo was willing to acknowledge him as her master, accept him, and follow him through all sorts of things in this world. Although her friendship level was low, a mere 90 points, it was only because Mew had properly placed the duplicate Pokémon that it reached this level, but it was a good start. Recalling Mewtwo from a few hours ago, how arrogant she was, the difference compared to now was enormous. "Aren't you afraid I'll be discovered by others?" Mewtwo was a little confused as to why Mew had suddenly released her. Mew's lips twitched slightly as he chuckled. "What's there to be afraid of? Your traces have been erased. Even if someone sees you, you don't need to feel guilty. After all, there are over 1,000 types of Pokémon in this world, and countless others that we haven't seen before. One more of you isn't surprising." Mew's joke made Mewtwo lower her guard. However, Mewtwo was still quite surprised. "Aren't you worried that I'll take this opportunity to kill you and then run away?" Mew shook his head upon hearing this. "You won't, otherwise this wouldn't be happening now." As Mew spoke, he took out other Ultra Balls and released Lucario, Arcanine, Beedrill, Red Gyarados, Gardevoir, and Charizard. As soon as Lucario, Arcanine, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados came out, they immediately gathered around Mew, and even Gardevoir took the initiative to come closer. This incident clearly made Gardevoir understand even more what kind of person her owner, Mew, was. Charizard, on the other hand, was somewhat restrained because of Mewtwo, hesitant to make any rash moves. After all, Mewtwo was the creator of him, and even though they were now both Mew's Pokémon, the pressure Mewtwo exerted on it was still considerable. Mew quickly retrieved his spatial backpack, took out his exclusive energy cubes, and also bought energy cubes for Mewtwo and Charizard. With Mew's deliberate encouragement, Charizard integrated into the group. Although still somewhat reserved, it was extremely excited to see that it wasn't excluded, causing its affinity with Mew to soar to over 100 points. Having not had much time to check before, Mew took this opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis of Charizard's information panel. Charizard, LV 55. Gender, male. Type, fire flying. Nature, hasty. Ability, blaze. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, smoke, heat wave, dragon claw, dragon breath, fire fang, slice, flare blitz, scary face, flame vortex, inferno, flamethrower, fly, seismic toss, air blade, sunny day, dragon dance. Friendship, 120, mutual encouragement. Emotion, joyful. This trainer is pretty good. Charizard's IVs. HP 31 best. Special attack 31 best. Special defense 20 very good. Attack 11 average. Defense 5 average. Speed 31 best. Overall rating, amazing ability. A fast special sweeper, a special attacker with all moves, 3 VIVs. What ZMU lacked at this moment was undoubtedly this type. Actually, at the beginning, ZMU thought this Charizard was a physical attacker. After all, the moves it used in the original anime were all physical attacks. It's conceivable that Mewtwo didn't realize what kind of battle-style Charizard was suitable for. In reality, it wasn't weak, but rather that it hadn't shown its strengths. Looking at Mewtwo again, Mewtwo's attribute panel came into Vi. Mute. LV 85, LV. Gender, genderless. Attribute, psychic. Personality, timid. Ability, intimidation. Moves, immobilize, Sistrike, swift, life drop, ancient power, psychic blade, psychic guard, amnesia, aura sphere, psychic, power swap, defense swap, mirage, psychic breaker, regeneration. Friendship, 80 trust established. Emotion, calm, I want to see this world properly. Mewtwo IVs. HP, 10 average. Special attack, 31 best. Special defense, 31 best. Attack, 10 average. Defense, 10 average. Speed, 31 best. Overall assessment, an amazing ability. ZMU didn't express anything, but made some calculations and plans in his mind. Charizard was easy to train, it was definitely worth it. As for Mewtwo, he'd deal with that later. Time flew by, and it was already the next morning. Because he needed to be stationed at the gym, ZMU got up early, quickly washed up, and waited for challengers to come. Compared to yesterday, ZMU had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Now, he could completely defeat all challengers with just Gardevoir and Charizard. Even if 1 or 2 challengers suddenly appeared with level 50 Pokémon, it wouldn't matter much. To ZMU's delight, Sonia, knowing he was alone at the gym, once again came to keep him company. Their relationship grew closer, quickly surpassing that of ordinary friends. Many actions, like hugging and cuddling, happened while riding Arcanine. In just one morning, ZMU accepted challenges from over 20 trainers. Without exception, he ruthlessly defeated them all. During the lunch break, at the suggestion of Blaine and the elders, ZMU took Sonia to a shopping mall in Cinnabar City for lunch. Since arriving at Cinnabar Island, they hadn't had time to take Sonia out for a stroll. The two elders clearly had their own agendas, especially since Professor Magnolia mentioned returning to her lab the day after tomorrow to begin new work. Sonia needed to help her, so she had to go back with her. Actually, this suited ZMU's wishes perfectly. He also planned to return to Brass Island in 2 days to deal with the duplicate Pokémon issue, something he'd already agreed upon with Sonia. As for going to MT, Ember on one island to find Molters, that was planned for after that. After catching Molters, they'd travel, obtain the Kanto region badge, and participate in the Indigo League. Strolling through the streets of Cinnabar Town, ZMU didn't immediately summon Arcanine, but instead walked shoulder to shoulder with Sonia, chatting idly. Sonia held her Yamper in her arms, wearing only a green tank top and tight pants, which accentuated her perfect figure. Chapter 87. The joy of tandem riding once again, and ZMU thoroughly enjoyed it. Frankly, at this point, ZMU couldn't resist the urge to act like a rogue. However, ZMU used his aura to suppress the raging fire, preventing Sonia from noticing anything amiss. It worked. It was like a sudden cool breeze in the sweltering heat, allowing him to maintain his composure and calm down. Of course, ZMU didn't consider the other possibility. Sonia had already noticed, but she hadn't said anything. The two strolled around a large shopping mall in Cinnabar City for a while. Then ZMU found a barbecue restaurant and took Sonia to try the local-style barbecue. For ZMU, this was actually the first time he had such a relaxed outing since his transmigration. In his previous life, the pressure of life made it difficult for him to even breathe. Now, transmigrated to the Pokémon world, although he still faced various pressures, at least he wasn't as miserable as in his previous life. After finishing their barbecue, ZMU took Sonia for a long stroll, buying 2 milk teas and plenty of snacks. ZMU had been in a relationship in his past life, but his expertise in the field wasn't deep, so he didn't have many ways to build a closer relationship. Despite having various fantasies, none of them were suitable for him to put into practice. It wasn't until after 1 p.m. that Mew took Sonia back on his Arcanine. The journey was no longer silent. He actively sought topics, allowing them to understand each other better. Actually, Mew's personality and Sonia's were somewhat complementary, and their values were similar. Otherwise, even with their intimate interactions and shared experiences, they wouldn't have been able to connect. Back at the Cinnabar gym, a considerable crowd had already gathered in front. Unlike the morning, there were even more people in the afternoon, and Mew even recognized several familiar figures among them. Ash, Brock, Misty, Nisha, and Fergus. When they parted yesterday, they had indeed said they would come to challenge him, and he hadn't expected them to actually come. Mew and Sonia dismounted from Arcanine's back, smiles on their faces. Although everyone's memories had been altered, the memories remaining in Mew and Sonia's minds made them feel more familiar with Ash and his friends, as well as Nisha and Fergus, since they had experienced the Mewtwo incident together. As for Sonia and Ari, they had met on Pinken Island and came to Cinnabar Island together. Because of Mew's return, many trainers flocked to him, including some who had battled him before. After calming everyone down, Mew then communicated with the black-clad security guards at the Cinnabar gym to confirm the battle arrangements and instruct them to prepare. During this process, Mew finally had the opportunity to stand before Ash and his friends. Sonia had already spoken to them, and it was clear that after the Mewtwo incident, she had a special fondness for Ash and his friends. In Mew's opinion, perhaps this was due to the protagonist's halo. Although his arrival changed many plot points, the luck surrounding Ash wouldn't disappear easily. This was just the beginning. Brother Mew, we meet again. I never expected so many people to line up to challenge the gym today, Ash greeted excitedly. Hearing this, Mew replied naturally, yeah, I thought you guys weren't coming. Hee, how could that be? I really want to battle with Brother Mew. If I miss this opportunity, this trip will have been a waste. Although I've already obtained the volcano badge for the Cinnabar gym, I still want to challenge you. Ash clenched his fist, speaking with great confidence. This kind of behavior, truly, shows the fearlessness of a newborn calf. Coupled with Pikachu's eager expression, it certainly exuded confidence. Misty and Brock were somewhat helpless, but it had to be said that it was precisely because of Ash's drive that they were willing to travel with him. It must be said, the protagonist is the protagonist. Ash's actions resonated with some people around him. I understand, but we'll have to wait a little while. Everyone should go in order, after all. I can't let you cut in line just because I know you. Mew maintained his smile, then greeted Xiao Tian and Ali beside him. They weren't there to challenge, just to watch the excitement. They had definitely seen the excitement, especially Mew and Sonia returning together on their Arcanine, their posture ambiguous, clearly a couple. Ali didn't feel anything, but Xiao Tian felt a little uneasy. Although she wasn't an adult yet, she was still a 16-year-old girl, and her mind was mature enough that it was impossible for her not to have feelings for Mew. The feeling of being outmaneuvered made her very uncomfortable. She was the one who met Mew first, yet Sonia and Mew had developed such a close relationship so quickly. After greeting Ali and Xiao Tian, Mew nodded to Corey and Fergus. Mew already knew their strength well after the Mewtwo incident. Although they all had volcano badges, they weren't there for the badges. They had no other goal than to battle stronger trainers. The more like them they were, the stronger they were. Under Mew's arrangement, this challenge was different from the previous ones. He wouldn't let them enter one by one. Mew planned to let all the challengers enter the arena to watch. Since they were going to challenge him anyway, he might as well make it all public. He also wanted everyone to clearly see his strength. The reason for holding this public competition was also to shut up some of the critics. While having lunch in Cinnabar City, Mew and Sonia overheard a lot of gossip. Many people questioned the strength of Mew, the acting gym leader of Cinnabar City. Because the challenge mode was one-on-one and not open to the public, only one person could enter at a time, and the next person could only enter after that person finished. In short, they criticized possible, behind-the-scenes manipulation and cheating. Mew had to admit that after hearing these sharp analyses, he found them reasonable. So this battle method was somewhat influenced by those critics. Actually, Mew guessed that Blaine arranged it this way because he was afraid Mew's strength wasn't enough, or that the gym would be overrun by a group of trainers, hence this semi-covert battle method, 1 by 1. Even if he lost badly, he could maintain public relations afterwards. Led by Mew and the black-clad security guards, the group of dozens entered the gym 1 by 1. Then, after registering with the gym administrator, they lined up in order and sat in the spectator area. Chapter 88. As the afternoon gym battles began, Blaine, despite the different format, also took the time to watch. No one knew his exact location. The rules remained the same. 1-on-1, the winner takes the badge, the loser leaves the arena. The opening match was with a formidable elite trainer. Mew remembered him as one of the skilled trainers who had challenged him a couple of days prior. Judging from his confident demeanor, he was clearly well prepared. And indeed, he had gathered sufficient intelligence. Seeing Mew send out the psychic-type Gardevoir, he countered with a level 43 Pinsir. Using a bug-type Pinsir for a type advantage battle. While it does have a type advantage, it doesn't guarantee a win, Mew said with a smile. Across from him, Zinj's expression was serious. Of course I dare not be careless, after all, my opponent is you. In my entire life, I have never encountered a gym leader who could beat me so badly, so this time I must get my revenge. With that, Zinj raised his hand and commanded Pinsir to attack. Go, Pinsir, close range, use X scissors. Knock knock tilde tilde. Pinsir let out a rough cry, then charged forward with brute force. It looked truly frightening, especially since Pinsir's appearance was already unsettling. Its mold breaker ability allowed it to attack without being affected by its opponent's ability, allowing it to unleash its moves. Pinsir was extremely fast, and Mew could roughly confirm that this Pinsir had excelled in speed training. Although I really don't want to discourage you, if I ignore your blatant attack, it would be too lenient. Gardevoir, Magical Flame. Mew showed no mercy. Even though it was his second challenge, and even though his opponent's strength was indeed impressive, he might consider giving him a badge. However, if he couldn't deliver a battle that would impress him, he definitely wouldn't give him the badge so easily. While the power of the Magical Flame attack was only average, it was undoubtedly a perfect counter to the bug-type Pinsir. Most importantly, there was a 4-level difference in level, an absolute crushing advantage in special attack, and Pinsir's weakness in defense. If this attack hit, it could instantly KO the opponent. What? Your Gardevoir can use fire-type moves? Zinj was clearly startled. His previous investigation only mentioned that Gardevoir's psychic abilities were extremely powerful, and that all of its moves were psychic-related. He hadn't expected Gardevoir to know fire-type moves. Hearing Zinj's words, Mew knew that while this kid had some strength, he was stubborn. Since he had already investigated the Pokémon in Zinj's possession, he should go online and research what moves Gardevoir could learn. The Pokémon database on the Pokémon League's official website does mention what moves Pokémon can learn, although it's not comprehensive and many moves are still unknown. However, the record for Gardevoir states that it can learn fire, electric, grass, and even ice-type moves. Under the sweep of magical flames, Pinsir was hit before it could even get close and was sent flying. Surprisingly, Pinsir didn't immediately lose its ability to battle, but bravely survived. However, it was also at its limit. Mew gave the order again, and Gardevoir fired another Psychic, finishing off Pinsir. Psychic, this wasn't something Mew bought Gardevoir to learn with a TM. It was something Gardevoir learned from Lucario. It was an unexpected surprise. Pinsir is unable to battle. Gym leader wins. Please, Xinqiao, leave the arena. Next challenger, Sanyang, please enter the arena. Under the judge's ruling, Zinj tasted defeat once again. Pokémon battles aren't just about type. Winning depends on factors like level, move usage, and tactical teamwork. Your reckless attack, even if you win by type, will severely damage your Pinsir. So next time you use Pinsir, remember not to attack so directly, use some tactics. Zia Mew advised Zinj. Although Zia Mew himself had many flaws, as the victor, he had the right to say these words. If he were Pinsir's trainer, he would at least make Gardevoir pay. Thank you for the advice. Zinj's face was pale. After recalling Pinsir, he left the arena without looking back. At 13 or 14, he was in the height of his rebellious phase, excessively self-centered, and unwilling to listen to much advice. Watching Zinj leave, Zia Mew's attention turned to the second challenger. Should we change our Pokémon? Or should we continue with Gardevoir? Sanyang faced Zia Mew, and even after watching Shincha's battle, he remained calm and fearless. Zia Mew nodded. Continue, send out your Pokémon. Hearing Zia Mew's words, Sanyang grinned, seemingly pleased. That's good, go for it, Haunter. A Ghost-type Haunter, level 39, quite good, but unfortunately not Jengar. No wonder it wasn't afraid of Gardevoir, and had such a confident attitude. Compared to the challengers this morning, the afternoon challengers are indeed of higher quality, so let me see what you've got. Zia Mew didn't attack first, once again handing the initiative to the challenger. I couldn't be happier, Haunter, Dark Pulse. Sanyang gave the command, and Haunter immediately understood, licking its lips and grinning mischievously. Its two illusory, ghostly hands converged, forming a circle of dark purple light, before unleashing a powerful attack aimed directly at Gardevoir. Take this. Psychic, Zia Mew reacted swiftly without hesitation. For Gardevoir, trained as a special attacker, Psychic was nothing to fear. Even without any EVs invested, the current level difference meant that even with a type advantage, what was there to fear? Besides, moves could counter type advantages. A loud bang echoed. Psychic and Dark Pulse exploded from the impact, canceling each other out. At the same time, something unexpected happened. Haunter suddenly appeared behind Gardevoir, launching a sneak attack with a highly effective strike. Gardevoir's psychic abilities had sensed something, allowing it to avoid a fatal blow. However, it had indeed taken damage, surprising Zia Mew. His gaze lingered on Haunter's move list for a moment before he recognized the move and praised. Not bad. Having Haunter use Sucker Punch during the brief interval between explosions really caught me off guard. Chapter 89. This is just the beginning, Sanyang muttered smugly, then commanded his Haunter to launch another attack. Dark-type moves are indeed doubly effective against Psychic types. However, having learned his lesson once, Zia Mew wouldn't make the same mistake twice. After inquiring about Gardevoir's situation and receiving her eager reply, Zia Mew also entered true battle mode. He could play along with ordinary trainers, but against those who knew how to use tactics and possessed considerable strength, Zia Mew would naturally take it seriously. As time passed, the battle between Gardevoir and Haunter continued. The intensity of this battle had reached a new level, leaving most onlookers dumbfounded and incredulous. Trainers familiar with Sanyang, in particular, admired his superb skills and meticulous planning. Even so, Zia Mew handled the situation with ease, and Gardevoir's strength was indeed far superior to Haunter's. They weren't even in the same league. Gardevoir was level 47, while Haunter was only level 39. If it weren't for Sanyang's superior command skills, Haunter would have been defeated by Zia Mew long ago. It's a pity your Haunter's level isn't high enough, and its damage output is insufficient. If you could train it better, or even evolve it into Jengar, you might be able to win. However, your tactics are too underhanded. While suitable for Ghost-type Pokémon, Ghost-type Pokémon can't just rely on sneak attacks and clever tricks to win. You can explore the power of Ghost-type Pokémon more deeply. Zia Mew gave him his evaluation. While praising him, there was also a hint of belittling. This Sanyang was indeed not weak. At least he commanded the Ghost-type Haunter with ease. Clearly, he had mastered his sneak attack strategy, and many trainers must have suffered at his hands in the past. Don't be so smug. You've only countered Sucker Punch and Shadow Sneak's surprise attack. Stop giving me grand theories. The battle isn't over yet. Sanyang ignored Zia Mew's advice, his growing impatience stemming from Haunter's inability to quickly defeat Gardevoir. Indeed, his tactics had been exposed, his tried-and-true moves rendered ineffective, meaning that using this method in future battles would be useless against those present. Surprise attacks could be blocked with Protect or Substitute, and in battle experiments, Mew even discovered that Teleport could be used to anticipate surprise attacks and dodge them in advance. However, he hadn't yet tested other support skills. Nevertheless, Mew believed that while surprise attacks had become purely stealthy in the real world, their fundamental nature remained unchanged. For example, if the opponent used the rule that sudden attacks are ineffective with non-offensive moves is now being applied to Gardevoir using Teleport to dodge, effectively rendering sudden attacks ineffective. However, the real world is the real world, and skills have changed to some extent. For example, Teleport is no longer a skill for escaping battle, but rather a skill for moving and dodging within a certain range. Regarding skills that can directly disengage from battle, Mew currently only knows that U-turn remains the same as in the game, unchanged. After using U-turn, the Pokémon automatically returns to its Piquet ball. As for Phantom Assault, countering it is even simpler. In the game, you either use Substitute to block it, or you use Phantom Assault to counter it in the same way. Of course, speed is crucial. For example, if both Gardevoir and Phantom Assault are used simultaneously, the faster attacker will strike first, allowing the attacker to then strike the first attacker. After all, Phantom Assault is a stealthy attack. Once exposed, the attacker becomes a target. Gardevoir doesn't know Phantom Assault, so Mew's only countermeasure for now is Substitute. However, while Substitute doesn't have the HP-based limitations of the game, it still consumes a lot of stamina. Actually, Mew has many techniques in mind to counter the first-round stealth attack. For example, what would happen if a real-world flying skill clashed with Phantom Assault? That's enough. You've been attacking all along, now it's my turn. I've completely figured out your fighting style, Gardevoir Moonblast. With Mew's command, he gave San Yang no more chances. Moonblast, a special attack move that isn't exclusive to fairy types. Although the damage to ghost types is only average, and even halved against poison types, the level advantage and previous consumption make this move enough to instantly kill Haunter. As for moves like Moonblast, even experienced trainers, let alone ordinary trainers, have never heard of them, let alone seen them. Fairy type has not yet been officially recognized as a new type in this era. Ultimately, Fairy type is too special. Most of its moves are exclusive skills, and currently only some regional leagues have established Fairy type research groups. For example, the Galar region has research on Fairy type. Inside a hidden room, Blaine watched Mew and Gardevoir on the battle stage, shaking his head helplessly. Although he had signaled Mew to be lenient and give away some badges, and Mew had agreed, only 2 badges had been given away so far, just yesterday. And these 2 were given away rather reluctantly. Although the 2 trainers were very excited to receive the badges, it was essentially charity. This kid is steady in his actions, but he's too flashy. I wonder if he can send out a few more badges this afternoon, Blaine muttered to himself, then looked at Professor Magnolia, who was intently watching Gardevoir. "What's wrong, old woman?" Blaine's address was very affectionate, as if he were addressing his wife. Hearing his question, Professor Magnolia turned her head to look at him, not minding the form of address, and continued. "Have you heard of the Fairy Type Association that was recently established in academia?" Fairy Type Association? Blaine was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. "I haven't heard of that. There shouldn't be such an association in the Kanto region. Is it a new organization established in your Galar region?" Chapter 90. Professor Magnolia nodded solemnly. Not only in the Galar region, but also in the Kalos region, Hone region, and so on, there are research labs established by these academic organizations. The purpose is self-evident, you can probably guess it. It's to study whether Pokémon have an 18th type. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. You mean, a new type has been discovered, and there is sufficient evidence, and it is currently being investigated in practice? Blaine asked in shock. Professor Magnolia adjusted her glasses and continued. Yes, Part of the reason I came to the Kanto region this time was to study the Pokémon there, looking for any traces of fairy-type Pokémon. Zia Mew surprised me. Gardevoir's Moonblast move has been officially classified as a fairy-type move, exceeding the psychic-type category. What? Gardevoir has a fairy-type? Blaine was astonished, looking back at the battle arena. He hadn't seen Moonblast before and was wondering what this new move was, but now he knew some special information. Whether Gardevoir has a fairy type requires further investigation. But how did Zia Mew know about Moonblast? Did Gardevoir learn the move itself and then use psychic telepathy to tell Zia Mew? Professor Magnolia was filled with doubt. Gardevoir from the Hone region, as a psychic-type Pokémon, is also linked to the fairy type. As Professor Magnolia finished speaking, Blaine remained stunned for a long time. If fairy type were officially listed as the 18th type, it would mean that the balance of power in the past could be broken. Haunter was unable to battle, and San Yang was eliminated. Although he was strong enough to deserve the Crimson Badge from Zia Mew, he was too arrogant and ruthless towards his Pokémon. Especially after recalling Haunter, the look of disgust and his critical words were clearly punishment for Haunter's loss. This behavior of blaming only the Pokémon without considering his own shortcomings was too despicable. Even if he had some strength, Zia Mew wouldn't take him seriously. If he weren't currently playing the role of a substitute gym leader, he would have really been able to teach him a lesson, showing him how to treat his Pokémon and how to recognize how worthless he was. Next, 3 more battles followed. The opponents' levels weren't high. One was only level 29, one was level 31, and the other was level 35. Zia Mew still used Gardevoir. After all, with continuous battles, its experience points were nearing the point of leveling up, and it would be a waste to switch it out now. Having had many experiences, Zia Mew had a clear understanding of how much experience points are needed to level up. Gardevoir successfully reached level 48. Only then did Zia Mew recall it into her Ultra Ball, letting it rest and prepare for future battles. As Zia Mew had initially planned, if possible, he didn't intend to send out any Pokémon other than Gardevoir and Charizard. He wanted to allocate resources most efficiently to the Pokémon he needed most, thus reducing the league coins required for training. Next challenger, Ash, please step onto the battle stage. With the referee's command, Ash, who had been waiting in the stands for a long time, jumped up excitedly. Finally, it's my turn. I can hardly contain myself. Pikachu also eagerly jumped for the challenge. At this point, Pikachu and Ash had reached a point of perfect understanding, allowing them to convey their emotions to each other. You have to be careful, Ash. Zia Mew's strength is extraordinary. And since he recalled Gardevoir, you'll be facing other Pokémon next, so you won't have the advantage of stamina anymore, Brock warned. I know, don't worry. Pikachu and I won't lose to any opponent. And don't forget, I defeated Blaine. I already got the Volcano Badge, hee. Ash, still unaware of the difference in strength, boasted about already possessing the Volcano Badge. Misty, standing to the side, was clearly speechless. She said, "That badge of yours is somewhat questionable. You'd better remember Brock's warning and the information we gave you before, right? Don't send Pikachu against every opponent." Okay, I know. You're really long-winded, Misty. Ash replied dismissively, running off the stands with Pikachu, much to Misty's annoyance. Passing by Corey, Fergus, Nisha, and Xiao Tian, who were all familiar with each other, they all offered Ash words of encouragement. This further excited Ash, making him confident that he could win against any opponent. On the arena, Ash and Zia Mew faced each other across the distance. Finally, it's your turn, Ash. You've been waiting long, haven't you? Zia Mew said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Pikachu. He had noticed it before, but hadn't paid much attention. Now, looking at it again, Pikachu's level wasn't low. At least he was considered a mid-elite. It's a pity that this Pikachu is only mediocre at the moment. He hasn't learned many moves, such as Iron Tail. Pikachu. LV 38. Gender, male. Type, electric. Nature, timid. Ability, static, consumes static electricity, sometimes paralyzing opponents it touches. Moves: Nuzzle, Quick Attack, Tail Wag, Electric Shock, Growl, Thunder Wave, Double Team, Agility, Thunderbolt, Thunder. I wonder if Ash will use Pikachu. If he does, Mew wants to see if this Pikachu can create a miracle for him. Hee tilde, brother Mew, send out your Pokémon. Pikachu and I are already itching to go. Ash's words clearly indicated that he wanted to use Pikachu in the battle. Having received this answer, Mew no longer hesitated. In that case, get ready, go Charizard. With a Ultra Ball released, Charizard appeared, unleashing a loud roar. It really is Charizard. Pikachu, I choose you, Ash shouted. Pikachu, Pikachu cried out, leaping forward into the battle arena, ready for battle. This matchup surprised many, while others were intrigued. A battle between Charizard and Pikachu. Although Electric Mouse was only a regular Pokémon, he was an electric type, which was super effective against Charizard's flying type. With a high enough level, defeating Charizard wasn't impossible. Especially after hearing that Ash had obtained the Volcano badge. Even if not from Mew, it still made people curious about his strength. Chapter 91. In the audience, Brock and Misty frowned, their eyes fixed on the battle on the stage, offering their commentary on the Pikachu versus Charizard match. While I would also use Pikachu if I were Ash, this Charizard's level is clearly far higher than Pikachu's. This battle will be very difficult. Despite the type advantage and Pikachu's speed, it might not be able to gain an advantage against Charizard, Brock said. Misty nodded, agreeing. To win, it depends on how Ash utilizes the electric type's advantage over the flying type. Although I don't think Ash and Pikachu can win. Let's see how he handles it. I have a feeling Ash will be disappointed this time, Brock said, somewhat reluctantly. He brought it on himself. He already has the Volcano badge and still insisted on challenging. He's just been too successful lately, his nose is always in the air. Misty's assessment was spot on. Having only been traveling for a few months, they had not only earned 8 badges, but also qualified for the Indigo League. It was impossible not to be proud. In a corner of the audience, 2 people dressed up and a Meowth dressed as a human sat quietly. Without a doubt, they were Jessie, James, and Meowth. Strange, I feel like something's wrong, like we've lost some important memories. Could this guy named Mew really show us the way? James said. His words naturally elicited a reaction from Jessie, who said, Anyway, Mew is really handsome. Meowth shook its head speechlessly at her infatuated expression. Stop fantasizing, Meowth. Let's see what's going on. This guy is fighting that brat. I wonder how many moves the brat can last against him, Meowth. As the 3 finished speaking, the area quieted down. If Mew were looking this way at this moment, a closer look would definitely reveal something. And the memories belonging to Jessie, James, and Meowth were processed by Mewtwo. The story of Mew sympathizing with their plight and extending an olive branch was modified to say that they infiltrated the port of Cinnabar Island, were discovered by Mew, were stopped by him, and finally, Mew revealed their identities and recruited them. On the battle stage, Brother Mew, be careful, I'm going to make my move. As the match began, Ash shouted excitedly, clenching his fist. He even greeted them before attacking. His politeness was certainly on point. This showed that Ash truly respected him. All right, come on. Mew prepared to meet Ash's attack. Charizard looked intently at Ash and Pikachu opposite him, a meaningful smile playing on its lips. It must be said that while Ash and Pikachu had lost their memories, Charizard's memories remained. He vividly remembered the boy in the hat and that Pikachu. Especially the boy's Charizard. It had fought it on the new island and been thoroughly humiliated. Charizard was somewhat looking forward to Ash sending out another Charizard to battle him, but it was clear that Ash wasn't foolish this time. Strike first, Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Ash waved his hand and gave the command. Pikachu obeyed, leaping lightly like a streak of white lightning. Ash launched the first attack, but instead of using Thunderbolt, he intended to showcase his strength through speed, hoping to impress Pikachu. His indeed very fast, but what a pity. Charizard, take off, Mew casually commanded. Charizard immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky, not only dodging Quick Attack, but also surveying the ground from above. giving Pikachu no chance to display its speed-based abilities. Ash, seeing this, wasn't annoyed and immediately shouted, "So what if it can fly? Pikachu, Thunderbolt, bring Charizard down." Pikachu, upon receiving the command, Pikachu unleashed his inner energy without hesitation, golden high-voltage electricity enveloping his body, finally transforming into a thunderbolt that struck Charizard in the sky. After dodging, "Retaliate with Flamethrower," Mew calmly commanded Charizard. Thunderbolt is indeed fast, but Charizard is even faster. After dodging Thunderbolt, Charizard unleashed a dense jet of flame that swept towards the ground. Such an attack was incredibly powerful and terrifying. The level difference was already apparent. Even though Pikachu was fast, Charizard was also faster. In fact, even if Charizard took a direct hit from Pikachu's Thunderbolt, even with its type advantage, it wouldn't be seriously injured. After all, although its EVs weren't allocated, Charizard's IVs, particularly HP and special defense, were top tier. "Quickly dodge, Pikachu," Ash shouted anxiously. This kind of sweeping attack could indeed be dodged, but as long as Charizard didn't stop unleashing its moves, Pikachu remained a target. The flamethrower chased after Pikachu, leaving a scorching mark on the battle arena, even raising the temperature in the surrounding space. "Such power," Ash exclaimed in amazement. He also had a Charizard, so he knew his Charizard could never unleash a flamethrower of such power. Pikachu managed to dodge the flamethrower after it finished firing. Even so, Pikachu was exhausted. The battle arena wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Moving around so much was incredibly taxing for a small creature like Pikachu, requiring intense concentration. "Not bad, Ash, Pikachu did well too," Mew praised. He mainly praised Pikachu, since he was Pikachu that dodged the flamethrower with his movement. Actually, if another flamethrower had hit, Pikachu wouldn't have been so lucky, but Mew didn't intend to defeat it outright. This was to see if Pikachu could deliver a surprise. Of course, Ash didn't understand Mew's deeper meaning. Before he could continue, Mew smiled slightly and said, "But while it's not bad, it's not enough to defeat me." Charizard slash. Mew didn't hesitate, taking the initiative and commanding Charizard to launch an attack. "Roar!" Charizard roared, its wings flapping as several terrifying slashes slashed out, heading straight for Pikachu. This was considered a mercy. It used a flying-type move with half its power against Pikachu. "Quickly dodge, Pikachu," Ash reacted quickly. However, he didn't know just how difficult dodging truly was. Not all attacks can be avoided with a simple dodge. Only Pikachu could actually pull it off. With agile movements, he constantly dodged Charizard's slashes. Each slash struck the ground, causing a significant explosion. However, despite its extreme speed, its small size meant that the residual force of each explosion caused some damage. The continuous leaps and narrow escapes left Mew utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 92. To put it bluntly, is that even possible? Putting everything else aside, just this dodging ability alone, Pikachu is truly amazing. Now, one more Thunderbolt. Seeing that all the slashes had been avoided, Ash clenched his fist and shouted. "Pikachu!" Pikachu leaped into the air, his body gathering a powerful current in midair before unleashing a devastating Thunderbolt at incredible speed. Charizard, anticipating Pikachu's attack, quickly flapped its wings to dodge. Thunderbolt missed again, and Charizard smiled confidently, its eyes seeming to say, "Go ahead and try, see if you can hit me." Damn it, Pikachu, keep using Thunderbolt. Ash's command abilities had reached their limit. His tactical choices were always improvised, so without inspiration or a clear strategy, it became pure luck, relying on the Pokémon to find opportunities to win. Unfortunately, while effective against ordinary opponents, he was suicidal against powerful ones. Thunderbolt continued to erupt from Pikachu, used again and again, not only decreasing in power, but also pushing Pikachu to his limit. Excessive consumption in a short time was continuously weakening Pikachu's combat strength. Ash should have retreated to advance, rather than actively attacking. He should have countered each move, looking for opportunities to counterattack, and combined with Pikachu's speed, there was still a sliver of a chance to win. That's enough, Ash, Charizard Flamethrower. At the command, Charizard, after dodging Pikachu's next Thunderbolt, unleashed a massive burst of flame. Pikachu didn't back down, countering with another Thunderbolt. He did have some effect, at least he wasn't completely ineffective. However, the greatly weakened Thunderbolt was no match for a level 55 Charizard's Flamethrower. Clearly, Flamethrower advanced effortlessly, and Thunderbolt couldn't withstand it, being dispersed by the flame. Pikachu couldn't dodge and was sent flying by the explosion, crashing off the stage with a scream, unable to battle. Pikachu is unable to battle, Charizard wins, so the winner is Gym Leader ZMU. Next challenger, Corey, please prepare to enter the battle arena. With the referee's verdict, the battle between Ash and ZMU ended. Next up is Corey. Ash, ZMU, and Corey came together, so their order is consecutive. Pikachu, Ash hugged Pikachu tightly, his spirits at rock bottom. He had been overconfident, thinking he was incredibly strong, only to end up in a battle where he was completely outmatched, severely damaging his pride. ZMU didn't go over. After all, he was now the acting gym leader, and he had to maintain his proper position. However, he still had to ask, since they were friends. Ash, victory and defeat are common in war. You've already tried your best, and your Pikachu is very strong. At least at your age of 10, there are very few trainers who can defeat you. ZMU offered a few words of comfort. Hearing ZMU's words, Ash looked up, then gave a smile that was more like a grimace. Thank you, brother ZMU. I know I'm still far from having enough training. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Ash suffered a setback, but once he fully understood and cheered himself up, he would make great progress. The key is to understand. Come back and battle me again when you're stronger. ZMU smiled, seeing Ash and Pikachu off. Then he watched as Corey walked down from the stands, brushed past Ash, offered him a few words of comfort, and then went to the battle arena. It's my turn, brother ZMU. Please give me your guidance, Corey said, looking spirited, befitting the elite trainer who had defeated Xiao Tian. Then let's go, I'll use Charizard again. ZMU smiled at Corey. Corey nodded, then took out a Piquet ball from his pocket. Come on, Pidgeot. With a flash of white light, the robust Pidgeot appeared on the battlefield, its flight incredibly agile. Pidgeot, planning an aerial battle with Charizard. ZMU nodded slightly. The battlefield is ever-changing. No one knows how it will turn, but I can use my methods to turn the tide in my favor. Pidgeot, unleash Tornado, Corey gave the order. His words resonated with many, and ZMU even looked at him with newfound respect. The original story portrayed Corey, Fergus, and Xiao Tian as incredibly weak, but in reality, they were all quite strong. Pidgeot, for example, was level 50. Watching Pidgeot flap its wings and create a violent tornado, ZMU narrowed his eyes and said, using a tornado to restrain Charizard's movements. Unfortunately, this tornado alone isn't enough. Charizard, charge and head-on and use your fire spin to neutralize the tornado. This move is a battle method that ZMU learned from a scene in the original work. After hearing the command, Charizard rushed into the tornado without hesitation, actively using the tornado's rotation to create a fire spin. The two forces collided and canceled each other out, disappearing without a trace. This scene shocked everyone. A tornado can be countered like this. In fact, ZMU had used this move when he used Growlithe to fight Pidgeot, which is why ZMU was so confident. ZMU has been experimenting with moves all along. HMPH, since we can't restrain it, will win with speed. Pidgeot, create a tailwind. Corey calmly commanded Pidgeot to act. Pidgeot tilde. Pidgeot let out a long cry, and then an invisible wind surrounded its body. With the tailwind, its speed increased significantly. ZMU frowned slightly. According to its base stats, Pidgeot and Charizard are actually about the same speed. Originally, Charizard would have been superior to Pidgeot due to its level advantage and the best speed IV. Now, with Tailwind activated, Pidgeot's speed clearly far surpasses Charizard's. Chapter 93. Quick Attack. Quick Attack. With a shout from Corey, Pidgeot let out a sharp cry. Completely different from Pikachu's Quick Attack, Pidgeot truly transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight out. Its speed was extreme, too fast for the naked eye to follow, and there wasn't even time to give a command. The battle arena in the gym wasn't as large as a league-level arena, and it was an indoor battle arena, so the area was very limited. If it were larger, Mew would have had time to react, but now he was indeed on the defensive and caught off guard. Quick Attack successfully hit Charizard, causing Charizard to let out a painful roar. Clearly, Corey was also avenging Ash. Just now, Mew used Charizard's ability to fly to prevent Pikachu from launching ground attacks, forcing it to continuously use ranged attacks. Now that Corey has landed a Quick Attack, he's also telling Ash that his Pikachu can't fly, which is why it was in such a sorry state earlier. This kid is quite the mentor, and with that kind of skill, no wonder he made it to the finals of last year's Indigo League. I wonder what kind of person the last champion, Arlong, really is, that he could overpower him. Mew couldn't help but admire him. He immediately became serious, because Corey gave another order. Now Pidgeot Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace is indeed a very difficult move to deal with and counter. The most crucial thing is its guaranteed hit, which hasn't changed even in the anime world. In fact, it's become even more unpredictable. This is the first time Mew has encountered this move in the real world, but he has a clear memory of how familiar he is with it. In the anime, there are many ways to counter it. The most straightforward way is to trade blows, a head-on attack. I think I know your tactics now. Since you want to fight this kind of war of attrition, then I'll defy your wishes. Charizard, charge in, Giga Impact. There was no mercy, no intention of playing around. Corey was indeed skilled. Pidgeot was also a tough opponent. However, this tactic was also easy to counter. Even though Charizard wasn't a physical attacker, the power of Giga Impact was still considerable. How could Aerial Ace compare? Moreover, the level difference meant that even Charizard would suffer a backlash, temporarily losing mobility, but Pidgeot would definitely suffer greater damage. Boom! The two collided violently. In the contest of power, Charizard was clearly far superior. Pidgeot's Aerial Ace was exhausted, and she was sent flying by Charizard's Giga Impact, crashing onto the battle arena, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but feel a chill. Especially those familiar with Corey, who were all sweating bullets for him. The man's expression was serious, his fists clenched, and his heart was pounding with tension. He wasn't even sure if Pidgey could withstand the attack, let alone expect Mew to go against the grain and choose a direct confrontation. He had originally been very confident in his Aerial Ace technique, which was why he chose this tactic. But he never imagined that this sure-hit move, which he couldn't counter, would be broken by Mew in such a direct and ruthless way. In fact, the reason he taught Pidgey Aerial Ace was because he had suffered from this move at the previous Indigo League tournament, and only through diligent training had he taught Pidgey the technique. As the dust settled, Pidgeot's figure slowly emerged. It hadn't lost its ability to battle, but it had suffered a blow. One of its wings was clearly badly injured. "Do you still want to fight?" Mew asked, prompting a question. It had to be said, Corey was very strong, and he was certainly qualified to take the Volcano badge from him. However, having participated in the Indigo League, he probably already had the Volcano badge and didn't really need it anymore. "Pidgeot, do you still want to fight?" Corey gave the choice to Pidgeot. This action alone surpassed most trainers. No wonder it had reached this point. Trusting its Pokémon and giving it the opportunity to decide indicated a high bond, resulting in a greater power boost. According to the percentage-based power increase described in the cheat simulator, it essentially meant unleashing power exceeding 100% to a certain extent. Pidgeot let out a loud cry, then, ignoring its injury, flapped its wings and soared into the air. A level 50 Pidgeot already possesses strength exceeding the elite level. This level is equivalent to a league champion. All right, let's continue the battle. Seeing Pidgeot's reaction, Corey's expression shifted from gloomy to sunny, his eyes blazing with even stronger fighting spirit. Seeing this, Mew glanced at the Charizard in the air. Then let's go all out. Charizard Flamethrower. Roar! A loud roar erupted, and a dense stream of flames surged from Charizard's mouth, incredibly powerful. Dodge, Pidgeot! Corey commanded Pidgeot, watching it circle and dodge the flamethrower, then shouted, "Now, Steel Wing." Pidgeot tilde. Pidgeot's wings shone with a dazzling steel luster, like steel blades, charging straight at Charizard. Despite being injured, its speed was still faster than lightning. However, even faster speeds had been seen. Prepared, Mew's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision. Dragon Claw next. Roar! With a roar, Charizard's claws were enveloped in dragon-type energy, transforming into giant energy claws. A deafening boom resounded. The unstoppable steel wings were simply grabbed and blocked by Charizard's claws. "What? How is this possible?" Corey exclaimed in shock. Today's battle had completely overturned his previous worldview. All the trainers who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Even Blaine and Professor Magnolia, who were hiding behind the scenes, were greatly surprised. Mew's fighting method was truly unbelievable. The impossible had been made possible. Unfortunately, Pidgeotto's speed is indeed very fast after activating Tailwind, but its strength is clearly insufficient after being injured, making it unable to directly confront Charizard. Mew smiled, then his expression changed again, giving Charizard the final command: "Flamethrower, end the battle." Charizard, holding Pidgeot in its claws, flashed a fierce light in its eyes, unleashing a close-range flamethrower that blasted Pidgeotto away. This attack hit squarely, greatly amplifying the damage. Pidgeot, seeing the Pidgey plummeting from the sky, its feathers singed, Corey lost his composure, and, to avoid further injury upon impact, immediately recalled it with a Piquet ball. And so, Pidgeotto was rendered unable to battle, and Corey was forced to leave the arena. Before leaving, Mew left his designated spot for the first time to deliver a powerful healing potion purchased from the system to Corey. With a shout from Corey, Pidgeot let out a sharp cry. Completely different from Pikachu's quick attack, Pidgeot truly transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight out. Its speed was extreme, too fast for the naked eye to follow, and there wasn't even time to give a command. The battle arena in the gym wasn't as large as a league-level arena, and it was an indoor battle arena, so the area was very limited. If it were larger, Mew would have had time to react, but now he was indeed on the defensive and caught off guard. Quick Attack successfully hit Charizard, causing Charizard to let out a painful roar. Clearly, Corey was also avenging Ash. Just now, Mew used Charizard's ability to fly to prevent Pikachu from launching ground attacks, forcing it to continuously use ranged attacks. Now that Corey has landed a quick attack, he's also telling Ash that his Pikachu can't fly, which is why it was in such a sorry state earlier. This kid is quite the mentor, and with that kind of skill, no wonder he made it to the finals of last year's Indigo League. I wonder what kind of person the last champion, Arlong, really is, that he could overpower him. Mew couldn't help but admire him. He immediately became serious, because Corey gave another order. Now Pidgeot Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace is indeed a very difficult move to deal with and counter. The most crucial thing is its guaranteed hit, which hasn't changed even in the anime world. In fact, it's become even more unpredictable. This is the first time Mew has encountered this move in the real world, but he has a clear memory of how familiar he is with it. In the anime, there are many ways to counter it. The most straightforward way is to trade blows, a head-on attack. I think I know your tactics now. Since you want to fight this kind of war of attrition, then I'll defy your wishes. Charizard, charge in, Giga Impact. There was no mercy, no intention of playing around. Corey was indeed skilled. Pidgeot was also a tough opponent. However, this tactic was also easy to counter. Even though Charizard wasn't a physical attacker, the power of Giga Impact was still considerable. How could Aerial Ace compare? Moreover, the level difference meant that even Charizard would suffer a backlash, temporarily losing mobility, but Pidgeot would definitely suffer greater damage. Boom! The two collided violently. In the contest of power, Charizard was clearly far superior. Pidgeot's Aerial Ace was exhausted, and she was sent flying by Charizard's Giga Impact, crashing onto the battle arena, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but feel a chill. Especially those familiar with Corey, who were all sweating bullets for him. The man's expression was serious, his fists clenched, and his heart was pounding with tension. He wasn't even sure if Pidgeot could withstand the attack, let alone expect Zia Mew to go against the grain and choose a direct confrontation. He had originally been very confident in his aerial ace technique, which was why he chose this tactic. But he never imagined that this sure-hit move, which he couldn't counter, would be broken by Zia Mew in such a direct and ruthless way. In fact, the reason he taught Pidgeot aerial ace was because he had suffered from this move at the previous Indigo League tournament, and only through diligent training had he taught Pidgeot the technique. As the dust settled, Pidgeot's figure slowly emerged. It hadn't lost its ability to battle, but it had suffered a blow. One of its wings was clearly badly injured. "Do you still want to fight?" Zia Mew asked, prompting a question. It had to be said, Corey was very strong, and he was certainly qualified to take the Volcano badge from him. However, having participated in the Indigo League, he probably already had the Volcano badge and didn't really need it anymore. "Pidgeot, do you still want to fight?" Corey gave the choice to Pidgeot. This action alone surpassed most trainers. No wonder it had reached this point. Trusting its Pokémon and giving it the opportunity to decide indicated a high bond, resulting in a greater power boost. According to the percentage-based power increase described in the cheat simulator, it essentially meant unleashing power exceeding 100% to a certain extent. Pidgeot let out a loud cry, then, ignoring its injury, flapped its wings and soared into the air. A level 50 Pidgeot already possesses strength exceeding the elite level. This level is equivalent to a league champion. "All right, let's continue the battle." Seeing Pidgeot's reaction, Corey's expression shifted from gloomy to sunny, his eyes blazing with even stronger fighting spirit. Seeing this, Zia Mew glanced at the Charizard in the air. Then let's go all out. Charizard Flamethrower. Roar! A loud roar erupted, and a dense stream of flames surged from Charizard's mouth, incredibly powerful. "Dodge Pidgeot." Corey commanded Pidgeot, watching it circle and dodge the flamethrower, then shouted, "Now, Steel Wing." Pidgeot. Pidgeot's wings shone with a dazzling steel luster, like steel blades, charging straight at Charizard. Despite being injured, its speed was still faster than lightning. However, even faster speeds had been seen. Prepared, Zia Mew's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision. Dragon Claw next. Roar! With a roar, Charizard's claws were enveloped in Dragon-type energy, transforming into giant energy claws. A deafening boom resounded. The unstoppable steel wings were simply grabbed and blocked by Charizard's claws. "What? How is this possible?" Corey exclaimed in shock. Today's battle had completely overturned his previous worldview. All the trainers who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Even Blaine and Professor Magnolia, who were hiding behind the scenes, were greatly surprised. Zia Mew's fighting method was truly unbelievable. The impossible had been made possible. Unfortunately, Pidgeot's speed is indeed very fast after activating Tailwind, but its strength is clearly insufficient after being injured, making it unable to directly confront Charizard. Zia Mew smiled, then his expression changed again, giving Charizard the final command, "Flamethrower, end the battle." Charizard, holding Pidgeot in its claws, flashed a fierce light in its eyes, unleashing a close-range flamethrower that blasted Pidgeot away. This attack hit squarely, greatly amplifying the damage. Pidgeot, seeing the Pidgeot plummeting from the sky, its feathers singed, Corey lost his composure, and, to avoid further injury upon impact, immediately recalled it with a piquet ball. And so, Pidgeot was rendered unable to battle, and Corey was forced to leave the arena. Before leaving, Zia Mew left his designated spot for the first time to deliver a powerful healing potion purchased from the system to Corey. Chapter 94. He didn't give him a full recovery potion or a full healing potion, because a complete cure would be too overpowered. The potions in this real world are far less potent than those in the game world, and Zia Mew had been deliberately concealing this fact ever since he learned this, not easily revealing his best potions. "Thank you, brother Zia Mew," Seeing Pidgeot recover from its severe injuries, Corey was overjoyed and thanked Mew profusely. Even with powerful healing potions, the effect was beyond his expectations. Letting Charizard go all out was a sign of respect for you and Pidgeot. Otherwise, it would have been too perfunctory. With your strength, you are fully qualified to hold the Volcano badge, but since you participated in the Indigo League, I wonder if you still want this badge. Mew took out a Volcano badge from his pocket and asked. I lost, and you still give me a badge. Corey hesitated, looking at the Volcano badge in Mew's hand. He really wanted this badge. In fact, this particular badge was missing from his collection. He had been to Cinnabar Island before, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, he hadn't been able to challenge Blaine. The establishment of the League gyms is merely to assess a trainer's strength and determine their eligibility to hold a badge. While defeating a gym leader is the most direct way to obtain a badge, gaining the gym leader's approval is what truly constitutes achieving the hidden achievement of being eligible to hold a badge. Mew presented the Volcano badge in his own way. These words left all the onlookers speechless. Undoubtedly, they had never experienced anything like this before. Thank you for your approval. I'll accept this badge, Brother Mew. Next time when I'm stronger, I'll challenge you again. Corey clutched the Volcano badge in his hand. Without Mew's words, he definitely wouldn't have accepted the badge. But achieving the hidden achievement and gaining approval was more meaningful than defeating a gym leader. Mew had no idea that his actions would lead other gyms to follow suit, no longer using Pokémon of the same level as their opponents. Later, Mew learned that this phenomenon was entirely his doing, and he repeatedly thought to himself, I was just saying it casually, but you all took it seriously. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me again, but next time I might not be the acting gym leader, Mew said with a light smile, glossing over the matter. Returning to his position, Mew looked at the next challenger, Fergus, also known as Fergus. Undoubtedly, among the many challengers besides Corey, Mew valued Fergus more. Firstly, his strength wasn't too far behind Corey's, and secondly, the Pokémon he possessed were all quite outstanding and of a high level. Come on, I'll use Charizard again. Let me see how your strength compares to Corey's. Mew smiled at him, then added, You'd better be prepared because I won't hold back. Don't worry, I'll go all out, and I don't need you to hold back, Brother Mew. Fergus said, then took out a Piquet ball and released Gyarados. The moment Gyarados appeared, the situation changed dramatically. Firstly, Gyarados was much larger, and secondly, it had a fierce appearance and the Intimidate ability. Fortunately, Mew's Charizard was a special attack build. Otherwise, the attack reduction would have weakened it considerably. A water-flying Gyarados definitely had a type advantage over Charizard. However, that wasn't the point. Without comparison, there was no real difference. If Mew had sent out his red Gyarados, it would have caused a huge uproar. And Fergus's Gyarados would definitely have been outclassed. After all, the level difference between a level 48 Gyarados and a level 70 Gyarados is enormous. There's also the difference in size, color, and so on. A regular Gyarados simply can't compare to the red one. It's worth mentioning that Fergus's Gyarados shares the same nature as Mew's Gyarados, following a special attack build. Go Gyarados, use Hydro Pump, Fergus shouted. He immediately unleashed a devastating water-type move. Unfortunately, at this distance, such a powerful attack could be easily dodged by any Pokémon with sufficient speed. Charizard didn't even need Mew's command. It simply darted away in midair. At the same time, it looked down at the ground with an arrogant gaze, taunting Gyarados. This clearly enraged Gyarados, leaving Mew somewhat amused and exasperated. Actually, this Charizard was good in every way, except for its excessive arrogance. It was definitely on par with Ash's. Its overwhelming strength led it to believe it could defeat any opponent, so it didn't even consider Gyarados a threat. Confidence was a good thing, so Mew didn't want to discourage it. After all, with this drive and arrogant aura, Charizard wouldn't be suppressed by any opponent. Charizard Air Slash. Mew thought for a moment and gave the command. The Charizard in the air immediately stopped, found the best angle to attack, and launched several air slashes. Facing this attack, Fergus's lips twitched slightly. Let's fly up too, Gyarados. At the critical moment, Gyarados barely dodged the sweeping air /S and took to the air. Many elite trainers knew that Gyarados could fly. However, some trainers were unaware of this, so this was a newfound knowledge for them. And in the next second, to Ziamew's surprise, Fergus didn't waste any words and immediately had Gyarados unleash Hurricane. A storm erupted indoors, engulfing almost the entire space. Its terrifying power swirled everything in its path, even blowing hats and small accessories off trainers. Gyarados was at the eye of the storm, its body thrashing, its tail wagging wildly, seemingly the key to controlling the tempest. Charizard, caught in the storm's grip, struggled to maintain its balance but couldn't completely withstand it. The countless wind blades ripped through it, causing it to scream in agony before it finally lost control, completely dominated by the storm. Even though flying-type moves don't have double the power against Charizard, the sheer force of such a powerful attack, even as a normal attack, was incredibly terrifying. Give him the final blow. Gyarados, control the storm and crush him to the ground. With a roar from the Fergus, Gyarados, controlling the storm in the sky, raised its head and roared, as if saying, "You dare provoke me." Chapter 95. Corrected. It won. The gym leader is truly on the defensive. What an amazing Gyarados. What an amazing Hurricane. Finally, a trainer who can defeat gym leader Ziamew is about to appear. Wait, it's not over yet. Anxious shouts erupted from several impatient trainers. Having seen Charizard suppressed by Gyarados, some were already saying that Gyarados and Fergus had won. Until the very end, when the hurricane ended, although Gyarados circled majestically in the air, Charizard on the ground was not incapacitated. Its power was sufficient, but it didn't hit any vital points, so it was only severely injured. Even with Charizard's previous injuries and stamina depletion, it still wasn't enough to render it unable to fight. Ziamew's voice rang out at this moment. The hurricane was indeed powerful. The force it unleashed would have rendered most Pokémon unable to battle. Unfortunately, you were too hasty. You should have used the type advantage to wear down Charizard's stamina first, and then used this unexpected, one-hit KO attack. Before he could finish speaking, the man on the opposite side of the arena couldn't help but retort, "Even if we don't defeat Charizard, the advantage is still with me. I refuse to believe that after taking this attack, Brother Ziamew's Charizard can fight like before." Fergus was brimming with confidence. He had indeed anticipated this, but he overlooked many factors. In high-level battles, many factors influenced the outcome. Not only did Ziamew not react quickly enough, but he also didn't consider that Ziamew would use this move directly. Now, with this experience, Ziamew will be much more vigilant. Moreover, because of the hurricane attack, Charizard's severely injured ability has been unleashed. Under Blaze, when HP is low, the power of Fire-type moves increases. Charizard's combat strength is stronger than before, especially the aura it exudes, far surpassing its previous power. Clearly, in the real world, Blaze's effect is far more powerful than the fixed data settings in the game. Its explosive power in all aspects has been enhanced. Then you should take a good look at the difference between these two tactics. Ziamew sensed the fighting spirit emanating from Charizard and immediately shouted the command, "Flamethrower." Even against a water type, he used a fire-type move. Ziamew's move left everyone speechless. When the level difference is huge, it's indeed possible to achieve a type advantage through sheer force. However, according to all the trainers present, Gyarados and Charizard's levels shouldn't be different. Without a data panel, no one knew the level difference better than Ziamew. A 7-level difference wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. In the upcoming battle, as long as Charizard wasn't hit by Gyarados' moves, with its current burst of power, it could easily defeat Gyarados before the Blaze effect wore off. Abilities have a time limit, that's inevitable. While there are no restrictions in the game, as long as you don't fall, you can continue to exert your strength. The real world has a limit to stamina. Once stamina is truly exhausted, you will inevitably fall. "Wow, what a terrifying flamethrower," the Fergus opposite cried out in shock. Clearly, it had never witnessed such intensely hot flames before. Many challengers were stunned and stood up, witnessing this incredible scene. Despite being severely injured, its strength had not diminished, but rather increased. The Gyarados in the air also clearly felt the pressure, flapping its body to dodge, but it was still partially hit by the sweeping fireballs. It was fortunate that Gyarados was a water-type Pokémon. Otherwise, this attack would have been enough to defeat any other Pokémon over level 40. Under type advantage, even grass and bug-type Pokémon over level 50 would have been instantly killed. "I know, it's Blaze." In the audience area, Corey suddenly shouted, a thought flashing through his mind. This served as a reminder, also informing everyone present what was going on. Those who were initially confused immediately understood after hearing the fire-type ability. After learning the truth, Fergus immediately realized, "Is this the difference in tactics you were talking about, brother ZMU?" ZMU nodded. With Blaze activated, Charizard's fire-type moves become much more powerful. This means its strength will double. So, do you think it's better to deplete its stamina first and then unleash its ultimate move, or to unleash its ultimate move first and then deplete its stamina? After saying that, ZMU said to Charizard again, "Let's teach everyone a lesson about the importance of abilities in this battle." So what if fire-type moves are half as powerful as water-type moves? With Blaze, the power of the moves has already made up for that difference. At this moment, Charizard's stamina must have been less than a quarter, and based on the power of that flamethrower, it had at least doubled. Therefore, the current fire-type moves have exceeded the range of a 1.5-fold increase in power when the stamina is less than 1/3, reaching the level of a 2-fold increase when the stamina is less than a quarter. In mainstream games, the limit of 2x doesn't exist. It only exists in side stories. But ZMU was certain that this was the limit. Fire is fire. Even if Blaze enhances fire-type moves, water still counters fire. Gyarados unleash another hydro pump. Fergus remained calm, not letting ZMU dictate the pace. Roar! Gyarados roared in the sky, already defiant against Charizard, and unleashed a powerful hydro pump. Seeing this, a sharp glint flashed in ZMU's eyes. How can such a slow attack hit Charizard? Fly away and dodge, then unleash Flamethrower. Roar! Charizard flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The hydro pump grazed past it, and the flames on Charizard's tail blazed fiercely due to Blaze, gradually engulfing its entire body. It seemed as if it was about to unleash Flare Charge. However, it wasn't Flare Charge, but rather a surge in Fire-type energy. A massive burst of flame erupted, its terrifying power leaving everyone speechless. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, exceeding 45 degrees Celsius if a thermometer were available. Keep in mind that the average temperature in the Cinnabar Island region rarely exceeds 30 degrees Celsius. A temperature exceeding 45 degrees, rapidly approaching 50, wouldn't cause immediate discomfort, but prolonged exposure would be unbearable. Don't be afraid, Gyarados, use Water Gun again. The man gritted his teeth and ordered Gyarados to unleash Water Gun once more. This attack did manage to barely block the burst of flame, but the extreme heat of the flames colliding with the water caused a massive explosion at close range. Water vapor then blanketed the area, enveloping the entire space. Neither side could see the other, but it was certain that neither Pokémon was unable to battle. Gyarados, unleash Hurricane. The man's command rang out again from the opposite side. He had no intention of resting, nor giving Charizard a chance to catch its breath. Normally, this battle rhythm would be fine, but the problem is that he doesn't seem to have figured out that it's not his Gyarados that's pressing its advantage right now. Chapter 96. ZMU shook his head. Fergus's temperament was indeed too impatient, just like in the original story. He attacked before the situation was stable, afraid of missing an opportunity. His method of letting Gyarados unleash its furious attacks would also backfire. Even at level 48, a continuous barrage of powerful moves wouldn't be enough to withstand. ZMU had always used low-level moves against all challengers, focusing on a war of attrition, so he could roughly calculate the power required for each level. The hurricane was indeed unleashed, dispersing the water vapor and revealing the condition of Gyarados and Charizard. It was clear that Gyarados had some burns. Even though it had blocked the attack at close range, the force of the explosion had still burned its skin. Charizard was also affected, but its powerful fire skill had neutralized the explosion and the water vapor's effects. Both had very little power remaining, but Mew felt that Charizard had more. The level advantage still matters. If he hadn't been injured and exhausted in the battle with the quarry, he wouldn't be struggling so much now. However, this was also pushing his limits. This time, I don't believe Charizard can dodge it. Gyarados, use Hurricane again. Seeing the situation, Heyman shouted at Gyarados again. Roar tilde tilde. Gyarados raised its head and let out a long roar, whipping its tail. Hurricane seemed about to be unleashed, but it stalled at the crucial moment. This was the backlash from excessive consumption in a short time. Insufficient strength, insufficient level. If Gyarados were 10 levels higher, it could output the same damage as before. As a trainer who frequently uses Gyarados, you've been blinded by victory. With your level, you should be able to see that Gyarados is attacking too frequently, and its stamina is almost depleted. Mew shouted. This made Fergus realize, Aye. Fergus stammered, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Gyarados descend from the sky to near the ground, exhausted, I finally saw its injuries. This battle is pointless to continue. Even if your Gyarados can still fight desperately, you can't defeat me and get the badge from me. I'm competitive too, but excessive striving and brute force will backfire. Your Gyarados is strong, but if you focus more on training its speed instead of its offensive power, you'll reap unexpected rewards. That's why your attacks, seemingly incredibly powerful, miss. You need to understand that if you can't hit, even the strongest attack is useless. Mew persuaded Fergus to retreat. At this point, he also had no intention of continuing the battle between Charizard and Gyarados. In the next move, Charizard could take down Gyarados. Without that final move, it would have won. With the experience points accumulating, Charizard reached level 56. The experience points accumulated in the morning's battles, plus those from Pidgeotto and Gyarados, it would be strange if it didn't level up. Fergus felt incredibly guilty after Mew's words. He knew his own problem. When he fought, he would attack recklessly until he defeated his opponent. In the Mewtwo counterattack incident, he was like that. At first, he seemed quite brave and fearless of threats, but in reality, he was too impatient. After suffering losses, he was even more unwilling to admit defeat, and in the end, he would end up battered and bruised. After the battle with Fergus, Mew started a series of battles. Because Charizard was injured, Mew used Gardevoir more often in battles, naturally rotating in Lucario, Arcanine, and others. Otherwise, relying solely on Gardevoir would have been. It's impossible to engage in continuous battles. Gardevoir's strength is only considered elite level, not even level 50. Facing stronger opponents, it's really difficult for it to win easily. Fortunately, none of the subsequent challengers were above level 45. Most were around level 30, which further demonstrates that the vast majority of trainers are actually at this level. Trainers like Corey, Fergus, and Ziotian are actually quite rare. At least, they are 1 in 100. After the afternoon gym battles ended, Mew said goodbye to everyone he knew. Especially since this was an open tournament, everyone left together afterward, so Mew naturally had to be polite. In general, besides Corey, Mew also gave him a badge, almost using the same approach. However, this trainer did have some potential. At least his skillful use of flanking tactics impressed Mew, and he learned some new battle techniques. In a group of 3, there must be one who can teach me. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Mew rested alone in the courtyard, further training his Pokémon. Gardevoir's friendship level had reached the required level, so Mew used berries and boosting potions to modify its effort value, EV, distribution. Having experienced more and more, and participating in consecutive Pokémon battles, Gardevoir felt its strength steadily increasing, thus trusting Mew more. Moreover, due to the absorption of the golden bottle cap, Gardevoir didn't resist the EV modification at all. At this point, Xia Mew's fifth main Pokémon was fully formed, the only shortcoming being its level. Even after the afternoon's battles, it had only reached level 49. Xia Mew didn't plan to use rare candies on it, as there was no need to force it to reach the same level 70 or higher as the other four. As for Charizard and Mewtwo, Xia Mew didn't plan to use them yet. Even though Charizard's friendship level was high enough, they had only spent 2 days together. Especially since Charizard's temperament still needed some workout. By the way, I've always been curious, but I forgot to ask you before. Remember the Dragonite that delivered the invitation? Where did it go? Did you clone it too? After preparing some Pokéblocks for the Pokémon and letting them run around, Xia Mew handed one to Mewtwo, taking the opportunity to ask. Mewtwo was slightly taken aback. If Xia Mew hadn't asked, it would have forgotten about this creature. You wanted to catch that Dragonite. Mewtwo understood the implication in Xia Mew's words and asked. Since things had come to this point, Xia Mew naturally wouldn't deny it, nodding and saying, I thought about catching it when I first saw it, but I didn't do it. Of course, my biggest curiosity now is, where did it go? Judging from your expression, you created that thing too. Chapter 97. After catching Mewtwo and exchanging ideas, Xia Mew finally understood the whole story. So that's how Dragonite came to be. To put it simply, after escaping Team Rocket's Giovanni's control, Mewtwo returned to New Island to prepare for her revenge against humanity. However, due to various reasons, she was seriously injured and needed treatment. Therefore, she kidnapped Nurse Joy from Cinnabar City, making her care for it, help her to recover, and handle many matters. As it turned out, Mewtwo's choice was correct. In this process, she used Nurse Joy's intelligence to not only rebuild Pokémon Castle, but also completely repair the cloning machine and create a machine to manufacture Mewtwo balls. She can be said that in a short period of time, Mewtwo rose to power at an incredible speed, almost like she had a cheat code. She's impossible to say that Nurse Joy didn't contribute. Only after her body was fully recovered and she could control her power at will, did Mewtwo begin to have new plans. To take revenge on humanity, she naturally needed humans to know she was in Pokémon Castle, attracting them there. However, she couldn't openly reveal herself, so with Nurse Joy's advice, the plan to become the strongest Pokémon trainer was born. To implement this, Mewtwo captured and controlled many Fearow, carrying recording equipment and traveling throughout the Kanto region to investigate Pokémon trainers. Anyone who met the minimum requirements could receive an invitation. According to Mewtwo, this was when they encountered a bottleneck. After all, Fearow could only serve as surveillance, not as a messenger, and Mewtwo disdained to do it herself. Finally, by chance, a Dragonite flying across the sea unexpectedly arrived at the new island. At first glance, Dragonite was quite unconvinced and battled Mewtwo. However, after being defeated in just 3 rounds, Dragonite had no choice but to submit to Mewtwo's command and become its exclusive messenger, hence the name, Messenger Dragonite. So, you removed those recording devices and altered the memories of those Fearow, but you forgot about that Dragonite. Xia Mew was somewhat surprised. Even Mewtwo could make mistakes. While this isn't a crucial detail, it's definitely a loophole. If Dragonite could talk, and if for some reason she revealed what she knew, she would inevitably cause a huge uproar. Most importantly, that Dragonite might still be sending out invitations, a deadly task given to it by Mewtwo. The two stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming even more awkward. Should I go back and look for it? That guy shouldn't be that stupid. Mewtwo hesitated, but still elaborated. Xia Mew rolled his eyes and said, Of course we have to go back and check. You know, some Pokémon, once they've made up their minds about something, will stick to it. Even though Dragonite was coerced by you, since she's been diligently doing her messenger job, it means her already accepted you as her leader. Upon hearing this, Mewtwo felt a strange, inexplicable feeling. The Pokémon in the yard gathered around, clearly having overheard Xia Mew and Mewtwo's conversation and knowing something was about to happen. They naturally didn't want to be left out. Let's go, I'll go with you. After all, if it's guarding the new island, it'll be my chance to catch her. Mew took out Ultra Balls one by one and caught Arcanine, Lucario, Red Gyarados, Beedrill, Gardevoir, and Charizard. Immediately afterward, Mew ran inside to put on a jacket to avoid catching a cold. The temperature at sea was very low at night, especially after crossing the ocean during a storm, so Mew was acutely aware of this. After confirming Mew was ready, Mewtwo used her psychic powers to control Mew's body, and then the two of them soared into the sky, leaving the Cinnabar Gym. No one knew Mew had left, because the speed of movement was too fast, and there were no security cameras to capture her. Just a few minutes later, Mewtwo brought Mew to a new island that had been extensively destroyed and razed to the ground. She must be said that soaring through the sky is initially frightening, causing a fear of heights, but after getting used to it, one feels a sense of control over the world. Pokémon City was gone. Although the underground space remained, all the machinery and equipment inside were destroyed, with no possibility of reuse. The moonlight illuminated the entire island, making it exceptionally quiet. The sea breeze seemed lifeless. It wasn't until a mournful cry rang out that Mew and Mewtwo were drawn to it. At first glance, a Dragonite sat on the edge of a cliff, gazing wistfully at the moon. She had gone out to deliver a message, only to return to find her home gone. Who could understand? For Dragonite, despite Mewtwo's domineering nature, she had gradually come to regard this place as home. At least, aside from delivering messages, she was quite free. And delivering messages was, in a sense, letting it roam freely, allowing it to soar through the heavens and earth. The only thing she needed to be careful about was delivering the message. You really guessed it, this guy is such a fool. Without my control, he could have just left on his own. The world is vast, where can't he go? Mewtwo used its psychic powers to guide Mew as they landed on the island. These words, seemingly disdainful, actually touched her deeply. She felt trusted. It's not a fool. In a sense, she has simply accepted this place as her home. Like I said before, even though you're not human, you call yourself a trainer. Dragonite was defeated by you in 3 moves and has already recognized you as its elder brother. Mew's words enlightened Mewtwo. The arrival of the person and the beast immediately attracted Dragonite's attention. Upon seeing Mewtwo, Dragonite's resentful expression vanished, and she eagerly tried to pounce. Of course, Mewtwo stopped it. "QA you're finally back. What happened here? Why is everything gone?" Dragonite stared at Mewtwo with her pitiful little eyes, hesitant to be too direct. Chapter 98. Her tentative question, coupled with she fidgeting fingers, belied her cheerful personality. She was quite the actor. Mew sighed as he looked at Dragonite's stats again. Dragonite. LV, 58. Gender, female. Type, dragon flying. Nature, cheerful. Ability, inner focus. Possesses a trained spirit, will not flinch from an opponent's attack, and remains unmoved by intimidation. Moves, Titan, Leer, Roost, Extreme Speed, Wing Attack, Agility, Rain Dance, Tornado, Thunder Wave, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Dragon Tail, Slam, Aqua Tail, Dragon Dive, Outrage, Safeguard. Friendship, 10, one-time encounter. Emotion, very upset who destroyed this home. As expected, just as he predicted, Dragonite had developed a sense of belonging here, which is why, even after confirming that everything was gone, she remained here unwilling to leave, wanting to know the truth. In fact, if Mew and Mewtwo hadn't returned, she would have left on her own after figuring things out. She just needed some time. After all, Dragonite wasn't truly stupid. Once she realized everything was set in stone, she would definitely leave the new island to survive. This place shouldn't exist. Everything in the past was just my delusion. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Mewtwo began to speak. Dragonite listened, stunned, as she explained. This boss was incredibly powerful, cold, and domineering. She couldn't believe such words came from Mewtwo's mouth. She even jolted itself awake, trying to make sure she wasn't dreaming. This behavior only made Dragonite seem even more adorably foolish. Who could resist a chubby creature that could be so cute? Mew couldn't. Recalling their first meeting, Mew had prepared so many words, but before he could say a word, Dragonite flew away after delivering the invitation. At that time, he only had Growlithe and Riolu, and their strength was less than level 30. He wanted to catch Dragonite with a Master Ball, but he didn't dare, afraid Mewtwo would come after him. Now, thinking back to that scene, Mew couldn't help but laugh. He was so cowardly. It has to be said that people change. As time goes by, those past thoughts will seem laughable after you've experienced more. Of course, this isn't about mocking your past self. On the contrary, it's about realizing that you overthought things. Sometimes, people are limited in their actions precisely because they overthink. Tilde. Where will Dragon go now? Will no one care for it anymore? Dragonite knows the whole story, and that Mewtwo was caught by Mew. This little guy actually started looking at Mew with resentment. Mew was immediately amused and exasperated. You don't want me to take care of you, do you? Upon hearing this, Dragonite's eyes lit up, immediately knowing that Mew could understand it. The clever thing nodded rapidly. Mew looked at her attribute panel again. Her friendship level skyrocketed, doubling in just a few seconds, exceeding 50 points. Then, in the emotion section, she showed expectation, followed by, following this human, I should be able to get enough to eat, right? Love is like finding a long-term meal ticket. Mew was both amused and exasperated. This thing was incredibly arrogant when they first met. It didn't even want to waste a single word on him. Now, her fawning over him, as if she would have no future if he abandoned it. Mew wanted to say, you're a Dragonite, have you no shame? But Mew was indeed happy to gain direct recognition without battling. Actually, Mew knew to some extent that Dragonite saw he had captured Mewtwo and knew he was a powerful trainer. Mewtwo was stronger than her, yet she had chosen Mew as her master, so she was definitely not at a loss to follow him. In the end, Dragonite had probably long forgot the scene when she first met Mew. Otherwise, she would be incredibly awkward right now. Mew didn't want to bring up the past and said, since that's the case, then you can come with me from now on and become my Pokémon. At least you won't go hungry. Kua, really, that's great. Dragonite roared with joy upon hearing this. Before capturing her, Mew and Mewtwo exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Mew treated Mewtwo as a friend, as promised from the beginning. Mewtwo, having been defeated and captured by Mew through sheer strength, completely accepted him and wouldn't resent him for capturing Dragonite. Besides, Mew had come specifically to capture Dragonite, and he hadn't done anything to make it resentful or mistreat a Pokémon. My team is full, so now, besides Charizard and Gardevoir, who among you is willing to go home and take charge? Because all 6 Pokémon were at full strength, Mew couldn't simply replace anyone according to his own wishes, so he called everyone out. The appearance of Arcanine, Lucario, Gyarados, Beedrill, Gardevoir, and Charizard clearly shocked Dragonite. Especially from Arcanine, Lucario, Gyarados, and Beedrill, it sensed a deadly threat. After all, she was only level 58, which was the highest level Pokémon Mew had ever seen. Now things were different. Mewtwo was the highest level, and all 4 of his Pokémon were over level 70. Since he needed to go home to manage the captured clone Pokémon, only Lucario and Beedrill had a real say. Lucario and Beedrill were involved in the entire affair. Gyarados only served as a mount across the sea, and Arcanine didn't help at all and had no authority. Finally, the 4 of them discussed it amongst themselves, and Lucario stepped forward to go home and manage the Pokémon, minimizing accidents until Mew returned. Mew understood why Lucario had volunteered. He and Lucario were connected, and Lucario knew it was protecting him indirectly. In the team, only Beedrill could completely suppress Mewtwo. If Beedrill left, Mewtwo would run rampant, which would be disastrous. Then I'll leave it to you, Lucario. Those Pokémon's memories haven't been erased, so they definitely recognize your strength, Mew chuckled, making a light-hearted remark. Lucario Lucario. Don't worry, Master Mew. Lucario assured him. Immediately afterward, Mew put them all back into his Ultra Ball, then took out an empty Ultra Ball and aimed it at Dragonite. Unexpectedly, Dragonite was even more proactive than he expected, immediately nudging its head against the Ultra Ball's button and disappearing in a flash of red light. The Ultra Ball didn't even shake. It simply emitted 3 beams of light, indicating successful capture. Then, a notification appeared indicating that the carrying limit for the 7 Ultra Balls had been exceeded, and he had 1 minute to choose which Pokémon to send back. Ziamu pressed Lucario's Ultra Ball. In an instant, Lucario's Ultra Ball vanished from his hand, miraculously. As Lucario's Ultra Ball was sent back, the other Ultra Balls, which had been flashing, stopped flashing. Chapter 99. Finally, Ash's Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and a clone of Pikachu. It has to be said that Ziamu has an irresistible affection for Pikachu. However, apart from Pikachu, Pikachu is just Pikachu, except for this one, because he's a clone of Pikachu, a high-quality replica of Pikachu. Ziamu has always believed that luck and fortune exist. So this one has a bit of that too, right? Because Ziamu's gaze was a bit strange, Pikachu felt uneasy under his gaze. He wasn't until Ziamu realized his gaze was too blatant that he smiled awkwardly and looked away. After grasping the situation and information of all the Pokémon, Ziamu watched Maxing and Mewtwo distribute food to the Pokémon. After all, he was also a trainer of these Pokémon, so he took the initiative to help distribute the food, taking this opportunity to deepen his bond with the Pokémon. Teamwork makes the dream work, something Ziamu had never experienced before, but he truly understood it this time. It's a fascinating phenomenon. Which man wouldn't want to shine when surrounded by beautiful women? Even a significant difference in social status doesn't change this. It might be a primal instinct, a feeling that the better one performs in front of the opposite sex, the more attention they'll receive, thus attracting mates and securing mating rights to reproduce. Even though Ziamu suppressed those wicked thoughts, he still cared deeply about their opinions. Perhaps with more exposure and familiarity, he wouldn't feel this way anymore. The Pokémon world is truly the Pokémon world. Even research institutes produce stunning beauties. Who can resist? Ziamu thought to himself. Professor Ivy, Sonia, Maxing, Mewtwo. Ziamu remembered the many charming researchers and professors in the original story. Watching Maxing and Mewtwo working efficiently, Ziamu nodded again. If they were willing, he'd like them to take care of the Pokémon here for a long time. Actually, their job at the Research Institute was also to take care of the Pokémon's daily needs. According to their self-introduction, their research focused on breeding, so they put a lot of effort into the Pokémon's food. Naturally, it was also thanks to the generous funding from Mewtwo that they were able to prepare such a lavish meal, and they wouldn't have had the opportunity to experiment with the effects of various foods on the Pokémon. This time, Ziamu's return was just too opportune. They were in such a rush that they hadn't prepared many varieties, and there weren't many raw materials left. Under these circumstances, they still managed to create food suitable for Arcanine, Red Gyarados, Beedrill, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragonite, showing their skill. Of course, this was also partly due to the fact that Ziamu's Pokémon weren't picky eaters. During the feeding, Ziamu casually took out boxes of energy cubes from her spatial backpack. Actually, she didn't actually store them in her backpack, but rather used the backpack as a pretext to rummage through her storage space. Each box was labeled as a special energy cube. Ziamu prepared 3 boxes for each Pokémon, 100 energy cubes per box, enough for 1 Pokémon for a month. And this was calculated based on consuming them to excess. After all, unless under extreme conditions, 1 or 2 energy cubes per meal are sufficient. 3 meals a day, a maximum of 6 cubes, plus a midnight snack, only 8. This means a monthly consumption of 240 cubes, more than enough for 300. Of course, the consumption will differ depending on the size of the Pokémon. For example, a heavyweight Pokémon and a cute one are incomparable. However, Ziamu didn't take out too many. He'd deal with the rest later. Ziamu is still grateful that energy cubes are so cheap. Otherwise, how could he afford to raise so many Pokémon? He needed to establish some private businesses as soon as possible. Otherwise, No matter how much savings he had, without the ability to generate more money, it wouldn't be enough. Thinking about the meager 27,645,000 league coins left in his account, Mew felt the money was too easy to spend, even with deliberate restraint. I wonder if those 3 from Team Rocket will come to me for help. If they do, I can have them help me build an energy cube manufacturing plant. Mew thought to himself. This was the idea he initially came up with. While there were many ways to make money, the existence of the cheat simulator and the system shop, none were as stable as this. Firstly, other methods were too shocking. He needed to gradually build his own power and foundation before he could slowly lay the groundwork. Secondly, the energy cubes from the system shop had terrifying effects, and they were already sold in other regions. Even if he were investigated, it wouldn't matter, since he was only involved in Pokémon food. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. Mew spent his time with the Pokémon, interacting with each of these cloned Pokémon. He was somewhat surprised, as he had expected some Pokémon to leave. However, all the Pokémon wanted to stay, and seemingly because they were clones, they were exceptionally competitive. In the evening, Mew saw Mei-Zing and Muzai off. They usually arrived around 7 or 8 a.m. and returned around 4 or 5 p.m. After finishing their work here, they had to return to the Research Institute to organize data and report on various research findings, accumulating enough expertise to finally shed their intern graduate student status. Being a researcher was indeed a very demanding job, far from the simple one Mew had imagined. Without outsiders, Mew could relax more, no longer worried about Mewtwo being discovered, and could freely communicate and interact with the Pokémon. Even in his own home, although surveillance cameras were installed in every corner, only his own family could see them. Mew could also directly control these devices, turning them off and stopping the recording. This kind of life is actually quite comfortable. If it continues like this, it'll be pretty good. Lying on a recliner in the yard, Mew said while playing with his phone. But you don't seem to be the kind of person who would settle for leisure. Mewtwo's untimely remark left Mew embarrassed. If he had transmigrated with nothing. Just an ordinary person among ordinary people, without any cheat-like simulator, Mew might have accepted his fate, peacefully raising some Pokémon, proving himself, settling down somewhere, and finding a woman who wasn't particularly beautiful but definitely not ugly to spend the rest of his life with. However, the reality was not like that. He was not only a transmigrator who knew everything, but he also had a cheat-like simulator and a system store that allowed direct access to games. All of this, plus his family background, prevented him from being an ordinary person. Ambition is something that grows step by step. At first, I just thought that as long as I had a certain level of strength, that would be enough for me to live a good life. Later, I felt that I had to have a certain level of strength. After all, I've come to this world, I can't just do nothing, can I? Then, I received your invitation, and I suddenly felt that I could try doing something bold. Mew sat up as he spoke. His serious expression made the Pokémon surrounding him also become serious, especially the Vaporeon he was holding. So what is your goal now? Mewtwo asked. Chapter 100. A private luxury cruise ship was sailing on the Azure Sea. The weather was clear, and the sea breeze made it exceptionally comfortable. After resolving the Mewtwo incident and overseeing the Cinnabar gym for 2 days, Mew finally bid farewell to Blaine on the 3rd day and returned to Brass Island with Professor Magnolia and Sonia. Many interesting things happened during this time. However, there were also some annoying ones. For example, Dragonite's arrival had thrown the entire Cinnabar gym into chaos. If she hadn't become Mew's Pokémon, if she hadn't been a pseudo-legendary Dragonite. In short, Mew had to personally take action, using Arcanine to thoroughly defeat it, finally making Dragonite completely obedient. The capture was too easy, so Dragonite's temperament couldn't be tamed. Originally, he planned to personally suppress Mewtwo, but Mew felt she was unnecessary, because what he wanted was for Dragonite to obey him in the future. Mewtwo's intervention did indeed stop Dragonite from acting recklessly, but she would still have to listen to Mewtwo from now on. Zia Mew didn't expect Dragonite to be completely obedient in every way, but at least it couldn't disobey her trainer's orders. After being beaten up, Dragonite was noticeably more docile. Although she was still aggrieved, Zia Mew had to sternly tell it what she could and couldn't do. In short, Zia Mew realized that this Dragonite had been too willful in the past and would need a lot of guidance in the future to cultivate it to be stable enough. Actually, he had used a bit of coercion and inducement along the way. In the rest area on the first deck of the ship, Sonia leaned against the railing. I used to hate going on boats, but now I realize that going out to sea is such an enjoyable thing. Professor Magnolia, sitting on a leather sofa beside her, was drinking tea. She didn't interrupt Zia Mew and Sonia's conversation. Young people have their own topics. Sometimes, the older woman saying less gave them enough space. Of course, Professor Magnolia had other important things to do. After several days of testing, the Rotom Pokédex was finally ready to be used. This was why the Rotom Pokédex hadn't appeared in the previous days. It had gone to Cinnabar Island with everyone, but once there, Professor Magnolia had Rotom absorb data from the Kanto region. In short, Rotom had been immersed in the Kanto network world for days. Zia Mew was also relieved, because he realized that if the Rotom Pokédex had gone to Pokémon Castle on the new island, even with Mewtwo's immense power, it probably wouldn't have been able to modify the data Rotom acquired. After all, Rotom is a Pokémon, but the Pokédex is an artificial creation. The information it collects is immediately synchronized to the network. It's worth mentioning that, according to Rotom, it also made a good friend online named Porygon. With Porygon's help, Rotom was able to ignore many rules and restrictions. Professor Magnolia, Sonia, and Zia Mew were all familiar with Porygon. Professor Magnolia and Sonia, one a senior PhD and the other a remarkable researcher, both dedicated to artificial intelligence, would certainly know of Porygon's existence. As for Zia Mew, his knowledge stemmed from his transmigration. Of course, he could only offer a superficial understanding, learning more through Professor Magnolia and Sonia's explanations. Overall, Porygon's description wasn't significantly different from the game and anime versions. After returning to Brass Island and dealing with the Pokémon you caught, when do you plan to officially embark on your journey? Sonia asked, voicing her long-held question. Zia Mew pondered for a moment, then replied without hesitation, "It depends on the situation. It could be 2 or 3 days if things go quickly, or about a week if things go slowly. After all, the Quartz conference is in a month, and I need to hurry up and collect badges, since the registration deadline is a week before the competition. In short, we still need to settle them properly. If any of them want to return to nature, I won't stop them. Those who want to stay will also be well taken care of. I'll nurture them carefully and let them showcase their unique talents." Zia Mew's words resonated with Sonia. "That's good. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me directly. Although I need to accompany Grandma to verify some documents for the next few days, I can still find the time. Also, please don't run off on your own," Sonia said. Upon hearing this, Zia Mew immediately understood. She was worried he would abandon her and set off alone. "You wouldn't be starting to like me, would you? Want to cling to me?" Zia Mew's eyes held a teasing glint as he joked. Sonia blushed immediately, unwilling to admit her feelings for Zia Mew, and retorted, "I only like you because you're capable, and besides, I'm going to keep an eye on you. What if you treat those Pokémon badly? Also, you promised Grandma you'd take me on a trip through the Kanto region." Sonia explained earnestly, seemingly afraid others would see through her ulterior motives. Zia Mew didn't argue with her, but watched her make excuses with a smile in his eyes. Only when Sonia felt truly uncomfortable under his gaze did Zia Mew look away. "Don't worry, I promised you I wouldn't leave alone. Even if I were to leave, I'd come and ask you." Having spoken his true feelings, Zia Mew's gaze shifted to the boundless sea. Just then, a group of water-type Pokémon leaped out of the water, a truly spectacular sight. Arriving at Brass Island 2 hours later. Because they had set off quite early, they arrived at the port around noon. Chapter 101. Zia Mew's mother, Mewtwo, had already driven over to pick them up, and the three of them went to the famous Bay Hotel in Brass Island City for lunch. Having not seen her for several days, Zia Mew truly missed Mewtwo. His mother's care for him was meticulous. Even a stone would feel warmed by her warmth. It turned out that Zia Mew had underestimated his mother. She not only communicated seamlessly with Professor Magnolia, but they even quickly established a close relationship, as if it were a mother-daughter exchange. Even Sonia was stunned. Her own grandmother was usually very serious and strict. She rarely saw her show such rare emotions to others. It could only be said that Mewtwo's social skills and affability were too strong, even Professor Magnolia. They were all very pleased with her flattery. It's no wonder, after Mewtwo and Zia got together, they were recognized by the Zia family's higher-ups and gained control of the group. Having such ability speaks volumes about their value. Zia Mew even felt that his mother was an absolute virtuous wife. Because of her, his father had risen so quickly. After lunch, Mewtwo drove Professor Magnolia and Sonia to the Research Institute. After exchanging a few words with the institute staff, she drove Zia Mew home. On the way, Mewtwo frequently asked with concern, even mentioning whether Zia Mew and Sonia had developed feelings for each other. Zia Mew answered Sonia's question tactfully, as he couldn't be too direct. If his mother did something even more outrageous, it would be awkward. He mainly talked about his experience on this trip. This was also what Mewtwo was most concerned about. Even short trips weren't uncommon for the original owner of this body, but this was Zia Mew's first time going out as a Pokémon trainer. After returning home, Zia Mew said goodbye to his mother and went straight to the backyard. There were important things to do at the company, so Mewtwo couldn't stay with him, and Zia Mew would have to prepare dinner himself or eat out. Zia Mew didn't think much of it. After all, his parents managed such a large business, it was normal for them to be busy. It would be strange if they weren't. Actually, after his late-night heart-to-heart talk with his parents, Zia Mew roughly understood that Mewtwo's constant companionship for the past few days was largely related to his drowning. Although she had always spent a lot of time with the original owner before, it had never been nearly as dedicated as this. Now that everything was all right, the worries caused by that accident had faded with time, and life had naturally returned to normal. Entering the large backyard, the first thing Zia Mew saw was two young women in research suits preparing food for the Pokémon. Lucario immediately sensed Zia Mew's aura and rushed over. Lucario tilde. Master Zia Mew, you're back. Thank you for your hard work, Lucario. Stroking Lucario's mane, Zia Mew looked at the other Pokémon in the yard. At this moment, the two young women also heard the noise and looked over. Seeing that it was Zia Mew, they must have known his identity. They exchanged a glance and walked over with smiles. Zia Mew had heard his mother mention them before, so he wasn't surprised. Because he had caught too many Pokémon at once, his mother couldn't take care of them all by herself, so she went to the Research Institute and asked for 2 interns to come here to take care of the Pokémon's food and daily life. For the Research Institute, there were free research projects. All they had to do was take care of the Pokémon, and they could also get a lot of research funding in return. Why would they refuse? Talking to the 2 women face to face, Zia Mew learned about their situation from their words and also learned about the Pokémon's situation over the past 2 days. Thankfully, he had the foresight to send Lucario back. Otherwise, these cloned Pokémon would have really been fighting amongst themselves and causing a major incident. Because Lucario possessed sufficient strength and dominance, it acted as the leader, thus suppressing the entire situation. Perhaps these cloned Pokémon were too naive, unfamiliar with the human world, and struggling to adapt. His mother was partly responsible for this, which was why she sought their help. You two continue preparing the food. I'll talk to you in detail later. Letting the 2 women go ahead with their work, Zia Mew wanted to spend time with the cloned Pokémon. Of course, there was also the fact that the 2 women were too close, both very beautiful, which made him have inappropriate thoughts. To be honest, 90% of the women in the Pokémon world were to his liking. Even ordinary research interns could be considered beautiful by ZMU. Fortunately, he was a loyal person. Once he set his mind on someone, he wouldn't be easily tempted by other beauties. They gathered at the edge of the central lake, and ZMU immediately summoned his Arcanine, Red Gyarados, Beedrill, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragonite. Mewtwo also appeared, but used its psychic powers to remain invisible. With outsiders present, they needed to be extremely careful. Any leaks would be disastrous. The Pokémon huddled together, seeking safety from each other, because of ZMU's return and the imposing presence of his summoned Pokémon. Charizard, on the other hand, seemed quite content, much to the envy of Venusaur and Blastoise, who were created at the same time. For now, I'll have to make you rely on your psychic powers to hide yourself. Once I find a suitable opportunity, I'll find a way to let you not care about the world's gaze or be targeted, ZMU said to Mewtwo. It's all right. Although humans can't see me and the recording equipment can't detect my presence, everyone here can see me, and you can sense my location with your aura. Mewtwo's words relieved ZMU's pressure. He had been worried that Mewtwo would become depressed because of this, but he didn't expect it to be so insightful. ZMU, on the other hand, was caught up in this kind of thing. As expected, my understanding of psychic abilities is far from enough, being able to hide my existence and only let Pokémon see me. But not me, ZMU said, somewhat amused and exasperated. Actually, I just erased my body color to some extent, making it undetectable to human eyes and ordinary recording equipment. But if you scan me with those high-end instruments you humans made, you can still detect my presence. So I can't make it so that only you can see me. Mewtwo's answer was very direct, extinguishing ZMU's expectations. Turning to look at the Pokémon, ZMU began to examine their data panels one by one. Blastoise and Venusaur were naturally his main focus. Because they'll definitely come in handy later, not only are they level 55, but all the data shows they're definitely worth training. Regardless of their level, they're all from the original starter Pokémon. Then there are the copied Pokémon from Ziotian: Jigglypuff, Rapidash, Ninetales, Vileplume, and Dugong. It has to be said, Ninetales and Vileplume are both good, and Dugong, being a water-ice type, fills in ZMU's current weakness in the ice type. The copied Pokémon from Fergus are Gyarados, Seadra, Nidoqueen, Tentacruel, Golduck, and Vaporeon. As for Gyarados, ZMU already has a red Gyarados, so despite its outstanding stats, it will likely be left to its own devices or used to breed red Gyarados, since it's only female, while ZMU's red Gyarados is male. Seadra can be trained, but it needs to evolve again. Kingdra's combat power is even more impressive, with a base stat total of 540. Of course, that's not the most crucial point. The main issue is that Seadra doesn't have the dragon type, but its evolved form, Kingdra, does. As an early generation dragon type, its only drawback is its inability to fly. Besides that, Tentacruel can be included in future poison teams. Golduck's type advantage is average, but Vaporeon will be useful in the future, good for doubles support or team battles. The copied Corey's Pokémon, Pidgeot, Rhyhorn, Scyther, Sandslash, and Hitmonchan. Pidgeot can serve as an aerial mount in the future. As the original Pidgeot, its Mach 2 was incredibly popular back then. ZMU also wants to try it out, especially since that kid, Corey, used Pidgeot to cross the stormy sea. Rhyhorn can be trained, a future heavyweight ground-type Pokémon. Scyther can be trained into Scissor. The False Swippy move is arguably the best way to catch wild Pokémon in the game and in the real world. Scissor has even more uses. Sandslash and Hitmonchan are just average, but they could still forge a different path. Chapter 102. Finally, Ash's Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and a clone of Pikachu. It has to be said that ZMU has an irresistible affection for Pikachu. However, apart from Pikachu, Pikachu is just Pikachu, except for this one, because he's a clone of Pikachu, a high-quality replica of Pikachu. ZMU has always believed that luck and fortune exist. So this one has a bit of that too, right? Because ZMU's gaze was a bit strange, Pikachu felt uneasy under his gaze. He wasn't until Mew realized his gaze was too blatant that he smiled awkwardly and looked away. After grasping the situation and information of all the Pokémon, Mew watched Meixing and Mewsy distribute food to the Pokémon. After all, he was also a trainer of these Pokémon, so he took the initiative to help distribute the food, taking this opportunity to deepen his bond with the Pokémon. Teamwork makes the dream work, something Mew had never experienced before, but he truly understood it this time. It's a fascinating phenomenon. Which man wouldn't want to shine when surrounded by beautiful women? Even a significant difference in social status doesn't change this. It might be a primal instinct, a feeling that the better one performs in front of the opposite sex, the more attention they'll receive, thus attracting mates and securing mating rights to reproduce. Even though Mew suppressed those wicked thoughts, he still cared deeply about their opinions. Perhaps with more exposure and familiarity, he wouldn't feel this way anymore. The Pokémon world is truly the Pokémon world. Even research institutes produce stunning beauties. Who can resist? Mew thought to himself. Professor Ivy, Sonia, Meixing, Mewsy. Mew remembered the many charming researchers and professors in the original story. Watching Meixing and Mewsy working efficiently, Mew nodded again. If they were willing, he'd like them to take care of the Pokémon here for a long time. Actually, their job at the Research Institute was also to take care of the Pokémon's daily needs. According to their self-introduction, their research focused on breeding, so they put a lot of effort into the Pokémon's food. Naturally, it was also thanks to the generous funding from Mewsy that they were able to prepare such a lavish meal, and they wouldn't have had the opportunity to experiment with the effects of various foods on the Pokémon. This time, Mew's return was just too opportune. They were in such a rush that they hadn't prepared many varieties, and there weren't many raw materials left. Under these circumstances, they still managed to create food suitable for Arcanine, Red Gyarados, Beedrill, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragonite, showing their skill. Of course, this was also partly due to the fact that Mew's Pokémon weren't picky eaters. During the feeding, Mew casually took out boxes of energy cubes from her spatial backpack. Actually, she didn't actually store them in her backpack, but rather used the backpack as a pretext to rummage through her storage space. Each box was labeled as a special energy cube. Mew prepared 3 boxes for each Pokémon, 100 energy cubes per box, enough for one Pokémon for a month. And this was calculated based on consuming them to excess. After all, unless under extreme conditions, 1 or 2 energy cubes per meal are sufficient. 3 meals a day, a maximum of 6 cubes, plus a midnight snack, only 8. This means a monthly consumption of 240 cubes, more than enough for 300. Of course, the consumption will differ depending on the size of the Pokémon. For example, a heavyweight Pokémon and a cute one are incomparable. However, Mew didn't take out too many. He'd deal with the rest later. Mew is still grateful that energy cubes are so cheap. Otherwise, how could he afford to raise so many Pokémon? He needed to establish some private businesses as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how much savings he had, without the ability to generate more money, it wouldn't be enough. Thinking about the meager 27,645,000 league coins left in his account, Mew felt the money was too easy to spend, even with deliberate restraint. I wonder if those 3 from Team Rocket will come to me for help. If they do, I can have them help me build an energy cube manufacturing plant. Mew thought to himself. This was the idea he initially came up with. While there were many ways to make money, the existence of the cheat simulator and the system shop, none were as stable as this. Firstly, other methods were too shocking. He needed to gradually build his own power and foundation before he could slowly lay the groundwork. Secondly, the energy cubes from the system shop had terrifying effects, and they were already sold in other regions. Even if he were investigated, it wouldn't matter, since he was only involved in Pokémon food. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. Mew spent his time with the Pokémon, interacting with each of these cloned Pokémon. He was somewhat surprised, as he had expected some Pokémon to leave. However, all the Pokémon wanted to stay, and seemingly because they were clones, they were exceptionally competitive. In the evening, Xiaomu saw Mei Xing and Mu Zai off. They usually arrived around 7 or 8 a.m. and returned around 4 or 5 p.m. After finishing their work here, they had to return to the research institute to organize data and report on various research findings, accumulating enough expertise to finally shed their intern graduate student status. Being a researcher was indeed a very demanding job, far from the simple one Xiaomu had imagined. Without outsiders, Xiaomu could relax more, no longer worried about Mewtwo being discovered, and could freely communicate and interact with the Pokémon. Even in his own home, although surveillance cameras were installed in every corner, only his own family could see them. Xiaomu could also directly control these devices, turning them off and stopping the recording. This kind of life is actually quite comfortable. If it continues like this, it'll be pretty good. Lying on a recliner in the yard, Xiaomu said while playing with his phone. But you don't seem to be the kind of person who would settle for leisure. Mewtwo's untimely remark left Xiaomu embarrassed. If he had transmigrated with nothing, just an ordinary person among ordinary people, without any cheat-like simulator, Xiaomu might have accepted his fate, peacefully raising some Pokémon, proving himself, settling down somewhere, and finding a woman who wasn't particularly beautiful but definitely not ugly to spend the rest of his life with. However, the reality was not like that. He was not only a transmigrator who knew everything, but he also had a cheat-like simulator and a system store that allowed direct access to games. All of this, plus his family background, prevented him from being an ordinary person. Ambition is something that grows step by step. At first, I just thought that as long as I had a certain level of strength, that would be enough for me to live a good life. Later, I felt that I had to have a certain level of strength. After all, I've come to this world, I can't just do nothing, can I? Then, I received your invitation, and I suddenly felt that I could try doing something bold. Xiaomu sat up as he spoke. His serious expression made the Pokémon surrounding him also become serious, especially the Vaporeon he was holding. So what is your goal now? Mewtwo asked. Chapter 103. Xiaomu pondered for a moment, then his lips curved slightly. My goal now is naturally to improve every day and achieve what I can. For example, winning the Indigo League in a month. Of course, this is just the beginning. What I want to do is become the regional champion. To achieve this, I must have sufficient strength and a solid foundation. A tall building starts from the ground up. Just like building a skyscraper, I need to lay a solid foundation before I can gradually climb to the top. It's the same with everything. If one day I really become the regional champion, I will have more say and be able to do more things. I might be selfish, because I only want a better life for myself, and for all of you to have a better life too, at least, without being threatened. Xiaomu paused here. He didn't elaborate on his inner vision, as revealing things now would be abrupt. Besides, how could Xiaomu know the future? He wouldn't reveal the true nature of even his Pokémon. He wasn't distrust, but rather a reluctance to burden them with the pressure. Humans are too complex, Mewtwo murmured, lost in thought after Xiaomu's words. She had its own opinions, even though it was now Xiaomu's Pokémon. What you see is very one-sided. Human nature is far more complex than you imagine. Xiaomu finished speaking, put down Vaporeon and stretched. His words silenced the surrounding Pokémon, none made a sound. After a deep discussion that afternoon, they all fully accepted him as their master, and were willing to be close to him. Xiaomu especially communicated more about the Pokémon they wanted to focus on raising. For example, Pikachu, Vaporeon, Pidgeot, Ninetales, and Vulpix. In some ways, Xiaomu is also a sucker for good looks, who doesn't like pretty and cute things. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xiaomu looked at these little guys one by one, then looked into the distance. The Pokémon were chasing and playing, creating quite a lively scene. In short, the scene in the backyard was completely different from when it was first built. Back then, there were only 4 Pokémon, and even with Gardevoir added, there were only 5. Now, there are at least 31 Pokémon in the yard. No, 32, plus Mewtwo. So many Pokémon, although most of them are just there to make up the numbers and don't have much training value, have made this complete ecosystem lively, no longer as empty as before. In the future, even more Pokémon will arrive, and Mew knows very well that Pokémon of the same egg group will breed if they stay together for a long time. In addition, his parents mentioned bringing back the Pokémon they had been fostering elsewhere, so he can imagine that it will become even more lively in the future. Ring ring tilde tilde. Just then, Mew's phone rang. He picked it up and saw Sonia's profile picture. Without hesitation, he answered. It was a video call. Sonia was very proactive. Most women wouldn't casually video chat with a man. Mew, are you home? After answering, Mew saw Sonia leaning on her hips, looking at him. Yeah, I'm home. What's up? Can I call you if there's nothing wrong? I finally finished work, and the first thing I thought of was contacting you. Sonia looked a little pouty, which was quite cute. Mew laughed and could only say no. Then they got to the point. It turned out that Mei Xing and Mu Zai had returned to the Research Institute and reported their work to her and Professor Magnolia. After learning the details, Professor Magnolia asked Sonia to contact him, hoping to establish a temporary research site in Mew's home's wilderness area. This way, they could use Mew's Pokémon for research, saving a lot of money. How could Mew refuse such a request? Even if Professor Magnolia came to him directly, let alone Sonia asking, he wouldn't refuse. Besides, it would provide proper care for his Pokémon. It must be said that for a Pokémon Research Institute to be truly stable, it needs a sufficient number of trainers to continuously send a sufficient number of Pokémon for researchers. Most research institutes rely on the support of trainers in the local area and nearby towns to continuously send newly caught Pokémon, providing a constant stream of research topics. With research topics, breakthroughs are possible and more profits can be generated. Professor Magnolia's interest in Mew's newly built wilderness area undoubtedly indicates that she feels there is no more suitable place on Cinnabar Island. Moreover, Mew possesses many rare Pokémon, which is enough for them to conduct a great deal of research. Having agreed to Sonia's request, Mew's only condition was that they not use these Pokémon for jokes or conduct reckless experiments. Sonia understood what Mew meant and knew that these Pokémon were clones, so her answer was very serious, and she no longer joked. After finishing their business, Sonia provided Mew with another piece of information. The Earthquake Observation Bureau of Cinnabar Island City had just relayed information that several nearby islands, including Cinnabar Island, had experienced earthquakes of varying degrees. Mew hadn't felt them, but through Sonia's description, he found some related information online. These were all events that occurred within the last 1 or 2 hours. According to official sources, ocean currents and slight crustal movements caused the Mount Lantern on Fire Island to be compressed, causing the underground magma to break through its safety barrier, resulting in the largest eruption in history. The epicenter of the earthquake was Mount Lantern. After ending the video call with Sonia, Mew found a lot more information. So far, the people living on Fire Island had been evacuated with the help of the Outer Island Police to avoid being affected by the volcanic eruption. However, some elderly people remained, believing in the existence of a deity. They thought this was the fire god's anger, punishing evil, which caused the natural disaster. While it's true that a fire god could trigger a volcanic eruption, these people were indeed foolish. They placed their lives in the hands of their worshipped fire god, who was actually just a Pokémon existing to maintain the balance of nature. Mew suddenly felt something was amiss. The previously stable Mount Lantern had suddenly erupted. This was unprecedented. Recently, because of the thought of molters, Mew had specifically collected some information, including information about Fire Island. While earthquakes were common, they were always minor and never caused a volcanic eruption. Therefore, it was quite possible that, like in the game, there really was a molters there. Furthermore, it's highly likely that molters encountered some kind of threat, causing it to unleash its power and trigger this disaster. After much thought, Mew wondered if he was overthinking it. After all, this plot point wasn't in the original anime, nor in the games. It couldn't possibly be that the dark forces of Team Rocket found Moltres' trail, intended to capture it, and ended up angering it, could it? Judging from your expression, you seem quite concerned about the volcanic eruption over there. Mewtwo, standing beside Ziamew, sensed his emotional shift and asked. I just have a feeling that something's amiss, Ziamew replied. Chapter 104. With Mewtwo's help, Ziamew crossed the ocean and arrived at Fire Island. To investigate, to see the true situation of Fire Island, and to determine the main cause of the eruption of Mount Lantern, Ziamew came here. Cinnabar Island isn't far from Fire Island, but by boat, or by using red Gyarados to cross the sea, it would still take some time. Even flying with Pidgeot and Dragonite couldn't compare to Mewtwo's psychic abilities. The two arrived above the island in just a few minutes. Night had fallen, making Mount Lantern even clearer, especially with volcanic lava occasionally erupting from the crater and flowing along the valleys and canyons throughout the island. After this disaster, the entire island's landscape would change. Even the areas near the sea would remain habitable, but the thick volcanic smoke would block sunlight. For the next few weeks, even months, without external intervention, the entire island would enter a period of darkness. Not only would it be unsuitable for life, but countless plants would also die as a result. Have you noticed anything unusual? Ziamew asked Mewtwo. Mewtwo was surrounded by a pale purple light, its blue glowing eyes constantly scanning the island. This ability was indeed convenient. Ziamew had actually tried using his own aura to scan, but he couldn't get too far away from his body. He was far from being able to do what Eren in the Aura Hero movie could do. The only advantage was that, as his control over his aura became more proficient, his physical abilities improved. There are quite a few signs of life detected on the island, including many humans and many Pokémon. Most are in safe areas, there's no danger. As for those with exceptionally strong abilities, I haven't found any. With that, Mewtwo raised its hand and unleashed its psychic power on Ziamew. Before Ziamew could reply, his vision suddenly brightened. Psychic powers had been added to his eyes, granting him shared vision. So clear, it's like it's right in front of me, Ziamew exclaimed in surprise, then began to examine the island's current state with his own eyes. It had to be said, it was indeed as effective as close-range aura perception. This further solidified Ziamew's resolve to train diligently. He couldn't afford to stagnate just because he already possessed this ability. He had to continuously develop this supernatural power. Only when he was strong enough could he avoid relying solely on Pokémon's power when facing danger. Scanning the island, he finally focused his attention on the central volcano, Mount Lantern. Wait, there are still people up there. Ziamew discovered several people during his scan. At the critical moment of the volcanic eruption, people dared to remain in the most dangerous area. Mewtwo followed suit, and with its enhanced psychic power, an even clearer image was projected directly into both its and Ziamew's minds. The group consisted of 4 people, led by a woman. They were all dressed similarly, and each had a Pokémon that appeared to be quite powerful. The woman in the lead looks familiar, Ziamew said hesitantly. After all, the original story involved too many characters, many of whom only appeared once or twice, but were still important figures. Besides them, there are 6 more people in the crater. Mewtwo's words drew Ziamew's attention, and he looked towards a hidden corner of the crater. That area was right in the lava-flowing zone. It would be easy to miss without careful observation. There was a raised pile of rocks, protected from being submerged by lava, and on it, not only were 6 people operating some kind of machinery, but there was also a specially designed flying vehicle. Team Rocket, a prominent R on their black clothing, who else could it be but Team Rocket? Moreover, Ziamew recognized the 2 leaders immediately. It was Yamato, Cassidy, and Kasaburo Butch. Team Rocket, it's those despicable guys again. Mewtwo's emotions were slightly out of control. Clearly, Team Rocket was a major taboo in its heart. Not only was it created by Team Rocket, but it had also been deceived by them and forced to do many wrong things. After escaping Giovanni's control, It learned through in-depth investigation that Team Rocket was an evil organization, and it was the shadow cast by Team Rocket that filled its heart with hatred. Although much has been resolved, and Mewtwo has started a new life under Zia Mew's guidance, encountering Team Rocket again makes it impossible for it to feel at peace. Mewtwo's first thought is that this disaster must have been caused by Team Rocket. Otherwise, what are they doing here? Don't get agitated, I really want to know their purpose. Perhaps, as I suspect, a Moltres lives here, and they came for Moltres. Zia Mew sensed Mewtwo's emotional fluctuations and tried to dissuade it. If it acted recklessly, things would become even more complicated. Moltres? Mewtwo looked at Zia Mew suspiciously, very curious. Hearing this, Zia Mew used his aura to draw a pattern of Moltres and related information, transmitting it to Mewtwo. This is another use of aura besides telepathic communication, but it has significant limitations. The content cannot be too much or too complex. The God of Fire? Is this the legendary Pokémon you mentioned, the one in this world whose uniqueness can compare to mine? Mewtwo reacted immediately after receiving this information, continuing, if it's this bird Pokémon, I did scan it inside this volcano, but its strength is just average. Zia Mew was embarrassed. The definition of average strength seemed to have some issues. Moltres' strength, compared to Mewtwo, was indeed definitely inferior. Mewtwo's initial level was 80, and it's currently level 85. Moltres, on the other hand, should be at most between level 50 and 70, and couldn't possibly exceed that level. It should be noted that Moltres in the game is only level 50. Moreover, Moltres that isn't from Fire Island is merely a rare Pokémon disguised as a legendary Pokémon, possibly not even a second-tier legendary. Moltres is indeed a legendary Pokémon, but it's only among the weakest of them all. The legendary Pokémon I mentioned earlier that are comparable to you are mostly unique, 1 in a million. I call those Tier 1 gods, Zia Mew said. Tier 1 god, another new term made Mewtwo fall into deep thought. Yes, Moltres doesn't qualify as a Tier 1 god, it's only a Tier 2 god, Zia Mew added. Hearing this, Mewtwo gave Zia Mew a deep look. Chapter 105. Beast Volcano. Led by Cassidy and Butch, the other four were busy operating various equipment, each utilizing their own expertise. Captain Cassidy, the detection equipment has penetrated to a depth of 300 meters inside the volcano, and detected the target rapidly recovering using fire attribute energy. The jamming equipment is functioning normally, the energy source data is stable, the target hasn't detected us, and it's seriously injured. The reports from his subordinates filled his ears. Cassidy, one hand on her hip, stared intently at the continuously flowing lava ahead. Butch, how are your preparations going? Suddenly, Cassidy looked at Butch, exuding a mature and sophisticated aura. After operating the instruments for a while, Butch said, the energy absorption device is stable, the capture net is in place, and the capture plan can be implemented at any time. Very good. It seems those guys aren't all talk and no action, they're somewhat useful. Cassidy nodded and then said to another person, we've wasted enough time, it's about time to wrap things up. Prepare the high-voltage shock to force it out. Yes, Captain Cassidy. Upon hearing this, the extra immediately took action, controlling the instruments in front of him. Under the control of the computer commands, the special umbrella-shaped device that had been stationary to the side activated, not only taking off but also quickly arriving directly above the crater. The movement of the core activated the 36 metal needles surrounding the crater. A dazzling golden flash of electricity appeared, and the 36 currents shot out from the needles, converging on the umbrella-shaped device. In just a brief moment, it was like a golden net covering the entire crater. Energy reserve 10%, 20%, 30%. As the electronic voice sounded, until the energy reserve reached 100%, an incredibly thick high-voltage electric shock shot out from the umbrella-shaped core device and blasted directly into the crater. This power was at least in the tens of millions of volts, or at least exceeded 1 million. A mournful, harsh bird cry suddenly echoed from below the crater. Immediately afterward, a terrifying fire aura shot into the sky, causing the entire Mount Lantern to erupt again. The earth shook, lava spewed forth, but the Mount Lantern, having already erupted, had clearly reached its limit, and the power it unleashed was limited. HMPH, even if you are the Molters, what can you do against human technology? You still cannot withstand it, Cassidy spoke with an arrogant air. Beside her, Butch and the others were on high alert, fearing any unforeseen events. Boom! At the same time, a dense pillar of flame propelled the powerful high-voltage current upwards. Unfortunately, the power of the flame was ultimately limited. It could only neutralize the high-voltage current, unable to damage the core equipment. However, the counterattack didn't stop there. The next second, a huge figure rushed forward. It was Molters. Injured and trapped, it now intended to break through the barrier and leave this dangerous place. For Molters, having lived here for countless years, it never imagined that one day humans would come knocking and forcibly capture it. As a legendary bird, one of the 3 legendary birds of the Kanto region, it had its pride. It accepted challenges, but it would never allow itself to be desecrated. Finally not hiding like a coward anymore, too bad it's too late now. Increase the power of the electric grid to its limit, Cassidy ordered seriously. Hearing this, the group hurriedly acted. Molters completely disregarded the barrier. It felt powerful enough that even if the current harmed it, it could never trap it. But soon, it paid the price for this contempt. Forcibly breaking through the electric grid's restraints caused it a huge backlash. The mere touch caused it immense pain and paralysis. Everyone was overjoyed at successfully suppressing Molters. Previously, they weren't entirely certain the electric grid could suppress Molters, but now that Molters truly couldn't break through, it meant everything they had done was effective. All that's left to do is exhaust Molters' stamina. Halfway up the mountain, the 4 people who had been guarding this spot heard the explosion coming from the summit, and their expressions changed slightly. Big Sister, it seems the capture operation has already begun on the summit. One of them yawned, perked up, and said. With him leading the way, the other 2 followed suit. I thought Molters from the Kanto region would be much stronger, but it turns out it's only this strong. It's all thanks to Big Sister. Her strength is formidable. She can even defeat Molters. In my opinion, those so-called captains and officers of Team Rocket are all useless. The woman in the lead didn't listen to the 2's flattery at all. Don't let your guard down. Putting aside Molters, don't forget our real purpose for coming to Mount Lantern. Hopefully, the data we collected earlier wasn't wrong, otherwise this trip will have been a waste. As she spoke, the woman began to work, her equipment scanning the underground of this area. It wasn't for Molters, nor was it simply to help Team Rocket. There was a more important goal. Clearly, the conversation revealed that they weren't Team Rocket, but rather another organization. Their assistance in capturing Molters was solely due to their other objective underground. Meanwhile, in the sky, Mew and Mewtwo had unknowingly arrived above Mount Lantern. They had not only witnessed Team Rocket's actions, but also confirmed the situation. The 2, one human and one beast, remained hidden in the air, invisible to the naked eye unless scanned by special equipment. Should we intervene? Mewtwo asked Mew. Mew didn't answer immediately, only nodding slightly, pondering. Molters, he had originally intended to capture it, and this was now presented to him. However, the situation was somewhat complicated. Team Rocket had caused such a commotion to capture Molters. What was their purpose? Was it simply to capture a legendary Pokémon for research? Or, besides Molters, there's another energy source underground, no weaker than Molters, Mewtwo added, causing Mew to pause slightly. Power comparable to Molters, could there be another Molters down there? Mew asked in surprise. Mewtwo shook its head, indicating that it wasn't. This made Mew even more curious. Not Molters, yet it lives underground in a volcano. Ordinary Pokémon don't have that kind of survival ability, he murmured, quickly recalling Pokémon that fit the description. Soon, a figure appeared, and Mew used Aura to simulate an image and transmit it to Mewtwo. That's right, it's this Pokémon. Mewtwo saw the image Mew transmitted and nodded. Really? I didn't expect that. MT. Lily not only has a Moltres, but also a Heatran. This guy's strength is among the top of the legendary Pokémon. The only drawback is that it can't fly. Mew said. Chapter 106. Heatran. A legendary Pokémon. Because it lives in caves beneath volcanoes, it is also known as the Heatran. Of course, Mew prefers to call it Heatran. As a legendary Pokémon with a base stat total of 600, its true combat ability surpasses even legendary birds, mythical beasts, and Registeel. After all, there aren't many second-tier legendary Pokémon with a base stat total of 600. Most only have around 580. Moreover, its fire and steel typing not only gives it high resistance in battle, but also makes it a formidable offensive force, excelling in both melee and ranged attacks. Judging from your expression, it seems you have some new ideas. Mewtwo saw through Mew's desire to capture it, but didn't say anything. It clearly sensed Mew's desire to capture it. Mewtwo wouldn't know Mew's thoughts. A legendary Pokémon, who wouldn't want one? Even if it's not very useful in the games, it's still a legendary Pokémon, unique and definitely worth capturing. Anyway, the priority now is to save Moltres. Mew changed the subject. The general situation has been assessed. If this continues, Moltres will inevitably suffer severe damage. No, it is already severely damaged. If it delays any longer, it may be on the verge of death, its life in grave danger. I'm ready, just waiting for your command. As soon as Mewtwo finished speaking, Mew felt its psychic power constantly gathering. It had no intention of showing any mercy to Team Rocket. Are you sure you want to attack? You should know that your existence is very special to Team Rocket. Once you are exposed, there will definitely be endless trouble in the future. Although Mew wanted Mewtwo to stop, he knew that it needed to vent its anger. Mewtwo froze in the air, hesitating for a long time before saying, "Are you afraid that I will cause you trouble?" Mew shook his head. "You're overthinking it. If I were afraid of trouble, I wouldn't have subdued you, let alone made any promises to you. Besides, I can easily disguise myself so others won't recognize me." As he spoke, Mew took out a black mask from his spatial backpack and then put on his non-prescription glasses. He had bought these items in anticipation of potential trouble during his travels and the need to hide himself from time to time. Seeing this, Mewtwo fell into thought, weighing its options. Seeing Mewtwo hesitate, Mew smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I'd prefer you to track down those 4 people, since we don't know their purpose yet. As for these Team Rocket members, it's better to leave them to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mewtwo's expression changed. "But can you fly without me?" "Of course I can. That's why I brought Pidgeot. Besides, Charizard and Mega Charizard can both carry me in the air," Mew said. Mewtwo nodded. "Then I'll go track down those 4. After all, you're human and don't have the power to protect yourself. The volcano's internal structure is complex and full of dangers." Mewtwo's words warmed Mew's heart. He hadn't expected that, after only a short time together, Mewtwo would already be considering his safety. Mew hadn't considered that it was because he had always been intentionally or unintentionally concerned about the Pokémon that his Pokémon would unconsciously start to care about him as well. In other words, his Pokémon all possess strong autonomy, able to prioritize even without Mew's commands. "Then let's split up. Before leaving, destroy that lightning-emitting device. That will make you feel better," Mew said with a smile. Venting doesn't necessarily mean targeting Team Rocket. Destroying crucial equipment and ruining their plans is another way. Mewtwo understood, its lips slightly twitching. Though not overtly obvious, it was clear it was smiling. Mew didn't say anything more, raising his hand to take out a Pidgeot's Ultra Ball, summoning it, and then standing on its back. Actually, he was half lying on Pidgeot's back. After all, Pidgeot's body length is only 1.67 meters, not particularly large. While its wingspan is considerable, it doesn't change its overall length. After stabilizing himself, Mew took out 2 more Ultra Balls from his waist, summoning Charizard and Dragonite. Pidgeot was the lowest level, but still level 50. Charizard was level 56, and Dragonite was level 58. As Mew had predicted, Cassidy and Butch, the leaders, couldn't possibly possess Pokémon higher than level 50 or 60, so Charizard and Dragonite were more than capable. Be careful. If you encounter anything you can't handle, prioritize your own safety. Remember to stay connected with me at all times, Mew instructed Mewtwo. Mewtwo nodded, then looked at Charizard and Dragonite. Protect our master well. Leaving these words and receiving a response from Charizard and Dragonite, Mewtwo acted first. Still using its psychic powers to conceal itself, it was clearly visible to Mew and the others. A highly powerful shadow ball shot from its hand, directly striking the umbrella-shaped lightning arrestor suspended in the center of the volcano's crater. Boom! Because of the massive explosion, the umbrella-shaped device was undoubtedly shattered by Mewtwo's attack. Without the main structure, the 36 steel needles lost their original function, and the lightning net covering the crater was completely destroyed. It was difficult to penetrate from the inside, but easily destroyed from the outside. Your habitual use of Shadow Ball is both good and bad for a psychic type like you, Mew muttered to himself upon seeing this. To be honest, Mew didn't know why Mewtwo liked using Shadow Ball so much. For it, Aura Sphere was clearly a more suitable move. Mewtwo ventured deep into the crater. Moltres, which had been restrained by lightning, was freed and, despite being severely injured, let out an incredibly fierce cry. Anger stained its eyes red, making it want to destroy everything. Cassidy and Butch, along with everyone else, were completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. When they saw Mew riding Pidgeot in the sky, along with Charizard and Dragonite, their first thought was that this guy had ruined their plans. What seemed like a sure thing ended in failure, something no one could accept. Damn it, how dare he ruin Team Rocket's plans? And you guys, what are you all doing? Didn't you say the jamming equipment was working properly? And why isn't the detection equipment responding? Being lazy all the time is one thing, but letting us down at this crucial moment. Cassidy roared angrily. Butch, standing nearby, was equally furious. Damn it, we were so close. We can't give up like this. We could have just forced our way out. Moltres' stamina is almost gone. Chapter 107. Ga-ew. An angry cry rang out from Moltres' beak. With this roar, Moltres' aura rapidly increased, and its fire-type energy surged. With each flap of its wings, waves of heat rippled outwards, terrifyingly powerful. Moltres broke free of control, immediately and violently destroying the surrounding lightning needles, then approaching with its fiery wings. This was not good news for Team Rocket, and the damage was beyond imagination. It opened its beak, unleashing a terrifying jet of flame. Such intense heat, if it hit them, the damage would be unimaginable. How could humans withstand it? Not good, Azumarill, use Hydro Pump. Cassidy reacted immediately, ordering his level 45 Azumarill to attack. Azumarill was brave and fearless. It must be due to its thick fat ability, which covered its entire body in a thick layer of fat, making it unafraid of fire-type attacks. The water cannon fired, but Moltres' flames were no ordinary fire. Contrary to expectations, the fire wasn't suppressed. Instead, the water cannon was suppressed and quickly evaporated. Although the volcanic terrain provided some protection, Moltres truly lived up to its legendary status as a second-tier fire-type god, still displaying such power even when heavily injured. Damn it, aren't you going to help? Do you all want to die? Cassidy was furious. Nobody wants to die. Butch reacted immediately, ordering the Quagsire beside him, go, use the water cannon to help Azumarill. The Quagsire, also over level 40 and at level 44, gave a sluggish cry, then unleashed its water cannon, joining Azumarill in resisting Moltres' flames, barely improving the situation. Meanwhile, the other four also immediately dispatched their respective Pokémon and commanded those around them to attack. No one wanted to die here, nor did they want their previous efforts to be in vain, so they all chose to fight with all their might. In the air, Mew saw the situation, but didn't immediately intervene. Moltres was currently in a desperate burst of power. If he intervened, he would also become its target. Taking this opportunity, Mew analyzed Moltres' stats. Previously, due to the distance, he was too far away. Now, closer at a certain range, he could see them clearly. Moltres K. LV 65. Gender genderless. Type fire flying. Nature bold. Ability flame body, hidden ability. Sometimes inflicts a burning status on any opponent it touches. Moves: Wind Rush, Leer, Ember, Safeguard, Wing Attack, Agility, Ancient Power, Burn, Air Blade, Roost, Heat Wave, Sunny Day, Hurricane, Endure, Overheat, Flamethrower, Brave Bird. Friendship, Negative Hate. Emotion, Rage, Destroy Humans. The level of 65 truly shocked Mew. It was 15 levels higher than in the game. Although it was within his expectations, it was still a bit of a surprise. The negative friendship level was within Mew's expectations. After all, in a state of rage, in Moltres' eyes, all humans were birds of a feather. It's a pity. If you were at your peak, even if all these Pokémon were combined, or even if the number were doubled, they still wouldn't be a match for you. Mew sighed repeatedly. Moltres was already at its last gasp. Its final burst of power had ended, leaving it unable to fight, perhaps even collapsing from exhaustion. Pidgeot, Master, shouldn't we make a move? Tilda, let the dragons handle it. One dragon can take them all down. Roar Tilda, what's the rush? Wait for Master's command. The voices of Pidgeot, Dragonite, and Charizard echoed in his ears. Mew was somewhat amused, especially by the voices of Dragonite and Charizard. Both were actually quite warlike, but Dragonite had joined the team later, while Charizard, having become Mew's trusted lieutenant earlier, had a leader-like air about it. Crucially, Dragonite was very obedient to Charizard, which puzzled Mew. He couldn't help but think that they were both from a dragon pack and could lay eggs. Wait a little longer until Moltres is incapacitated, then we'll make our move, Mew said, suppressing their burning fighting spirit. They just wouldn't stop for a moment. Monitoring the situation here, Mew used his aura to reconnect with the psychic abilities left behind by Mewtwo. How's it going on your end? Mew transmitted. Tracking them. These four are using special mechanical equipment that can withstand the high temperatures of magma. They've now penetrated deep into the underground cavern, Mewtwo replied. Real-time communication, except for the inability to share visual connections like before, was unimpeded. Be careful, especially the woman in the Lade. She's no ordinary opponent, Mew said. At the crater. On the high ground covered in rubble, not yet covered by magma. Moltres, after suppressing Marill and Quagsire, was ambushed by other Pokémon and injured again. Its power surge during its burst phase was indeed beyond its limits, but its injuries hadn't fully healed. Even with a lower-level opponent, the damage could accumulate. Moltres collapsed, crying out in pain. Unwilling to accept its fate, it had no other choice. It's finally over. Number 1 and Number 2 immediately pilot the jets and use the heat-resistant nets to capture them. Don't make any more mistakes. As the captain, Cassidy gave the order. Her command ability was remarkable, something that Jessie, her contemporary, couldn't match. Jessie might be more ruthless than Cassidy in some aspects, but in terms of intellect, there was a gap. In the original story, Cassidy's rapid promotions and raises were due to her intelligence, competence, and usefulness. On the other hand, Butch, a character supposedly comparable to James, couldn't compare. In the original story, he was domineering and arrogant, always arguing with James, often getting angry over being called Little 3 by others. His manners were undeniably inferior. But then again, not everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Butch was, after all, just an ordinary person. Despite his outstanding abilities, how could he compare to a young master's knowledge and experience? Besides, James was a genius in many areas, and his manners were beyond reproach. Seeing his henchmen Number 1 and 2 begin their operation, Butch then directed the rest to prepare for a retreat. I say, aren't you guys being a bit too hasty and underestimating me? Or do you think I'll just watch you take Moltres away like this? Mew controlled his Pidgeot as it descended from the sky. Instead of landing directly, he looked down at them from above. Charizard and Dragonite stood on either side, like guardians, not allowing anyone to approach and harm Mew. Chapter 108. Even against 6 opponents, Mew wouldn't be nervous at all. Let alone 1 against 6, having witnessed enough large-scale battles and served as the gym leader in Cinnabar City, Mew wouldn't panic even against 60. Besides, the difference in strength was obvious. Even without sending out Arcanine, Lucario, and the Red Gyarados, Mew could still overwhelm almost all opponents below the Elite 4 level with Charizard and Dragonite. We didn't cause you any trouble, yet you're pushing your luck. Having a Pokémon like Dragonite, you must be no nobody. State your name, Cassidy frowned and questioned. The situation was tense. To avoid further complications, her original plan was to quickly escape with Moltres. Now it was clear that this person, who had concealed their identity, didn't want them to leave so easily. You don't need to know my name. If it were a normal capture, I wouldn't care who you are. It's up to you to do it yourselves. But I won't approve of this method of capture. In short, you won't be able to take Moltres with you. You also need to tell me your purpose in capturing Moltres. Mew wouldn't reveal her true identity and continued to take the initiative. Cassidy's anger flared up, and before she could retort, Butch beside her had already started cursing. Why waste words with him? He's just one person. So what if he's a rare Pokémon like Dragonite? He's not Lance the champion. That's right, Captain. Let's all go and take him down. Dragonite is as rare as Moltres, if we capture them together. The other 2 chimed in, their eyes fixed on Dragonite as if they had discovered a treasure. Besides Moltres, if they could capture Dragonite and also Charizard and Pidgeot, their rewards would be incredibly generous. Promotion and a raise to become a manager are just around the corner. You really dare to dream. With the strength of your Pokémon, you're no match for me, Mew sneered. He hadn't expected these minor Team Rocket members to spout such nonsense at a time like this. So arrogant, even daring to capture Moltres and then steal his Pokémon. If a Team Rocket Elite 4 member were here, Mew would be more serious and cautious, but these scoundrels. He didn't know how Giovanni could trust them to carry out this mission. Even if Cassidy and Butch were somewhat capable, it was strange that they didn't send a single manager to capture Moltres. Suddenly, Mew thought of the 4 people in trench coats again. Memories flooded his mind, and a flash of inspiration made him remember who that woman was. Hunter J., a high-ranking member of a poaching group that roamed the Sinnoh region. So it was her. I knew she looked familiar. I didn't expect the aloof and mature woman from the original story to be so cute and innocent now, without the ruthlessness she had when she first appeared. Mew thought to himself. Although it was a psychic scan, her appearance was indeed clearly seen. It has to be said, a woman often changes a lot in the years between these few years. Recalling Hunter J. from the original work, her simple statement, "I won't let precious goods die," shocked countless people at the time. A woman of principle, yet utterly ruthless. The 2 sides clashed, and Mew didn't back down. His provocative words ignited the battle. Facing the initial orders from Cassidy and Butch for Azumarill and Quagsire to attack, Dragonite was already impatient. 2 water guns were directly blocked by a single Dragon Pulse. If it weren't for the 2 water guns, Dragonite's Dragon Pulse would have crushed them, instantly killing Azumarill or Quagsire. After all, there was a difference of more than 10 levels, and Moltres had already exhausted their stamina. The explosion kicked up thick smoke, cutting off the area. "What are you all standing there for? Capture Moltres now!" Cassidy shouted at his henchmen, number 1 and number 2, who had stopped, ordering them to quickly take to the jetpack. Dragonite was not easy to deal with, as could be seen from their clash just now. If they missed their chance, they might not be able to deal with the person blocking their way and wouldn't be able to take Moltres away. "Yes, Captain." Number 1 obeyed the order and immediately started the jetpack. Number 2 operated the capture equipment, preparing to cast a net on Moltres. This scene was naturally seen by Mew. How could he sit idly by? "Did you ask for my permission?" Charizard used Flamethrower to stop them. With a command, Ziamew's eyes were full of coldness. "Roar," Charizard roared, its wings flapping as it soared into the sky. Dense flames crashed directly into the jetpack. However, the jetpack, with its energy shield, actually withstood Charizard's flame attack. No wonder they were so confident in capturing Moltres. These high-tech devices alone increased the success rate by several times. In the Pokémon world, the power of Pokémon is undeniable, especially the legendary Pokémon. However, this doesn't mean humans are incapable of fighting them. While human bodies are indeed inferior to Pokémon and cannot wield super powerful strength, human technological advancements allow them to control, counter, and even defeat legendary Pokémon. Damn it, you're determined to oppose us, aren't you? In that case, let's finish you off and leave you here forever. Attack together. Cassidy was furious, her handsome face contorted with rage. She then dispatched a level 43 Golem, a level 43 Dewpider, and a level 46 Zubat. Clearly, these were her trump cards, prepared in case of unforeseen circumstances, which she now had to unleash. Seeing this, Butch quickly summoned a level 40 Rattata, a level 44 Houndoom, and a level 46 Mamoswine. Then came his two subordinates. They had originally used a level 38 Marowak and a level 40 Slowbro, but now they dispatched a level 40 Onix and a level 39 Magneton. It must be said, their strength was quite considerable, at least elite level. That's it. If that's all, you'll all be staying here today. And since you want to kill me, I've changed my mind and won't show you any mercy. Ziamew's eyes narrowed, and he said to Dragonite, "Fat King, go help Charizard destroy that jet. I don't want to see it fly again. Arcanine will handle this." With a flick of his wrist, Ziamew pulled out Arcanine's Ultra Ball. With a flash of white light, Arcanine's majestic figure appeared. Woof! A muffled roar intimidated him. All the Pokémon present experienced a one-level drop in attack power. Arcanine's overwhelming aura even rendered some incapacitated, completely stunned. A 10-level difference might not seem significant, but a difference of 20 or 30 levels is an absolute crushing defeat. Chapter 109. A complete crushing strike, without a doubt. In a brief minute or two, after Arcanine appeared, all the Pokémon sent by Cassidy and Butch were instantly defeated. Not only was the ground battle stabilized, but the jet with its protective shield was also destroyed by Charizard and Dragonite working together. Although Arcanine had stolen the battle, Dragonite was having a great time destroying it. The vast difference in strength left Cassidy and his group dumbfounded and incredulous. For a moment, everyone thought of Champion Lance. Although they hadn't faced him directly, their intuition told them they had provoked a champion-level figure. Otherwise, how could they be so powerless, even? Moltres hadn't put them under such pressure. Who exactly are you?" Butch questioned. His question voiced the question on everyone's mind. Ziamew smiled but remained silent. He wouldn't tell them before the situation was settled, let alone now. Who I am is not for you to know. Now let's talk about Team Rocket's purpose in capturing Moltres. Ziamew's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he wore glasses, his threatening gaze was even more blatant. The six felt the pressure emanating from Ziamew, coupled with the oppressive aura of Arcanine, Charizard, and Dragonite, and trembled. Gone was their previous arrogance. They dared not be disrespectful again. Based on the assumption that everyone fears death, Ziamew tried to coerce and entice them, but the result surprised him. These six guys were incredibly resolute. Not one of them was willing to betray Team Rocket or Giovanni. Recalling how he recruited Jesse, James, and Meowth, Ziamew was momentarily curious about how Giovanni had managed it. What kind of magic did he possess that made these subordinates so unyielding? Since none of you are willing to talk, there's no need to waste any more words with you. I can roughly guess that you're just using the power of legendary Pokémon to conduct research and gain the power to conquer the world. Unable to get a response, Ziamew could only test them in this way. Whether it was true or false, whether they remained silent or answered, the right or wrong answer would cause a change in their expressions. Although he wasn't a master of expression management and hadn't studied psychology, Zia Mew's observational skills had become extremely meticulous after acquiring the power of aura, allowing him to at least discern some issues. Sure enough, under these circumstances, while Cassidy and Butch still appeared fearless, and the other four also looked like they were oblivious to everything, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. This meant that capturing Moltres wasn't for researching the power to conquer the world. Zia Mew had guessed wrong, so they were arrogant, believing that even if Zia Mew had powerful Pokémon, his intelligence was nothing special. For this reason, Zia Mew was somewhat puzzled. After all, everything Team Rocket did in the original story was for the purpose of conquering the world. Aside from the goal of conquering the world, what was the purpose of capturing Moltres? Wait. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zia Mew's mind. The Indigo League conference was just a month away. The sacred flame of the Indigo League came from Moltres. Capturing Moltres, did this mean Team Rocket intended to sabotage the conference? But if that were the case, this plot point shouldn't have been omitted from the original story. The only explanation was that Moltres was rescued by someone else. Or rather, the Moltres was indeed captured, but the League didn't collect its flame from it. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed Zia Mew. Looking at the 6 people before him, his expression shifted slightly as he considered how to deal with them. Indeed, both sides had exchanged harsh words, but when it came to the crucial moment, was it really worth killing them? Zia Mew felt the pressure. Not only had he never done anything like this in his 2 lifetimes, but based on his understanding of the Pokémon world, murder was simply not an option. That's how it is in the games, and the same goes for the anime. Evil forces and criminals are generally handed over to the Pokémon League police for detention and trial. Knock them unconscious. He used aura to give the order to Arcanine, Dragonite, Charizard, and Pidgeot. Upon hearing the command, the 4 beasts' eyes flashed with ferocity. This ferocity carried a strong sense of mockery and derision. The 6 didn't know what they were about to face, but seeing those gazes and feeling the palpable killing intent, they trembled even more. They were genuinely afraid, but they were also incredibly loyal. If he could have such a group of subordinates in the future, he would be incredibly fortunate. Under the intimidation of Arcanine, Dragonite, Charizard, and Pidgeot, the 6 people fainted without even putting up a fight. Having completed their mission, the 4 beasts awaited Zia Mew's praise. Zia Mew, both amused and exasperated, praised them one by one before binding them with ropes. He then removed their Piquet balls and gradually collected the incapacitated Pokémon into them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they couldn't be allowed to possess any more Pokémon. What to do with these Pokémon was naturally left to the League police. In reality, 99% of Pokémon are neither inherently good nor evil. According to the rules of nature, as long as they aren't natural enemies or have no grudges, they generally won't bother each other. In other words, the person controlling the Pokémon is key. If the owner is a good person, even if the Pokémon looks or has a fierce and terrifying personality, it won't do bad things. But if the owner is a bad person, even the best Pokémon will gradually be influenced, becoming selfish and corrupted. Next up is Moltres. Turning to look at Moltres, Zia Mew was slightly startled. Having had some time to recover, Moltres had recovered from its unconscious state and was awake. It's worth noting that it didn't look at Zia Mew with hostility, nor did it show any animosity towards Zia Mew's Pokémon. Clearly, it wasn't venting its resentment towards what Team Rocket had done to it on Zia Mew. Perhaps its previous anger had fueled its deep-seated hatred for humans. But seeing Zia Mew's actions in helping it defeat those evil people, its emotions had calmed considerably. It seems I was overthinking it. I originally thought you were in a near-death state, your life in danger. Having purchased a full restore from the system shop, Zia Mew stepped forward and said, "My aura power can establish communication with you. You should be able to sense that I have no hostility. This is a healing potion. It can help you recover from your injuries." With that, Zia Mew approached Moltres. Chapter 110. Its situation is unknown, and Moltres had previously gone into a berserk state, so Arcanine, Dragonite, Charizard, and Pidgeot were all very worried about Ziamew's approach to Moltres. If Moltres were to suddenly unleash a fatal attack on Ziamew at such close range, Ziamew's life would definitely be in danger. Watching Ziamew approach step by step, and feeling the intimidation from Arcanine, Dragonite, Charizard, and Pidgeot, Moltres remained unmoved. As a legendary bird, how could it be afraid, even in its current predicament? It even rolled its eyes disdainfully, as if to say to Arcanine, Dragonite, Charizard, and Pidgeot, "This legendary bird also has principles and distinguishes between right and wrong." Sensing Ziamew's goodwill, Moltres did not doubt the healing potion in Ziamew's hand. Caw-ow tilde compared to its previous cry, this time the sound was much gentler. Although injured and weak, it didn't seem to reject Ziamew. Ziamew could understand what Moltres was saying. It was thanking him for his help. In a short time, after taking the full restoration medicine, Moltres' injuries healed, and its strength returned to its peak. It might not be fully recovered physically, but it was no longer injured. Ga-ow tilde, this divine bird completely healed. Moltres stood up, flapping its wings to check its condition. Clearly, it hadn't reacted yet. What surprised it most was the remarkable effect of the human-made potion, far more absurd than its ability to heal itself by absorbing fire attribute energy. The level 65 power was formidable. Moltres' unleashed power truly tormented Ziamew. Because of the close proximity, Moltres' flames didn't activate a harmless mode for him. The high temperature and hot air felt like being inside an oven. "Woof, master, be careful." Arcanine jumped in front of Ziamew immediately, blocking the scorching heat wave for him. As this happened, Dragonite, Charizard, and Pidgeot all rushed forward without hesitation, clearly showing hostility towards Moltres. Ow-wo, your master saved you, and you repay kindness with enmity. What kind of legendary bird are you? Charizard was brave, and although its level and strength were inferior to Moltres, it wasn't afraid at all. Mainly, Arcanine was there. What was Moltres? It had personally experienced it. Arcanine could easily knock it down with a single swipe. At the time, it was indignant, thinking it was a sneak attack, and then Arcanine struck again, almost making it question its existence. Then, it entered a frenzied mode of grinding to become stronger. Ga-ow, I'm very sorry, this legendary bird wasn't paying attention. Moltres finally realized what had happened, immediately retracting its fiery wings and apologizing to Ziamew. It had a very bold and straightforward personality, with a somewhat spoiled young ladylike tone. Female? Ziamew wondered. Logically speaking, most legendary Pokémon are genderless, and their system panels are also genderless. So it's just that the voice sounds like a woman's. Actually, after hearing Moltres' tone, Ziamew was somewhat reminded of a certain manga, where anthropomorphized Moltres was really cool and alluring. Anthropomorphism is good, but every time he thinks about certain Pokémon being genderless, it feels a bit strange. It's okay, but you'll have to be careful next time. After all, not everyone is like me and can withstand your heat attack. Ziamew wiped the sweat from his cheeks. It was really from the heat. Knowing that its intense heat had affected Ziamew, Moltres used some unknown ability to make Ziamew feel the surrounding temperature drop rapidly. Ka-ow, ka-ow, ka-ow. Human, you are the most powerful Pokémon trainer this divine bird has ever seen. Tell this divine bird your name, and I will remember it. Moltres stared intently at Ziamew. These words carried a hint of arrogance. Perhaps accustomed to being high and mighty, it did indeed possess a certain self-importance when facing any being. Ziamew. Ziamew didn't pay attention, casually uttering his name, then removed his mask and glasses. Ziamew was unaware that Cassidy of Team Rocket had already woken up, but was pretending to remain unconscious. Cassidy had also memorized his name, vowing revenge after this ordeal passed. Moltres nodded upon hearing Ziamew's name, then looked at the Team Rocket members who were bound by Ziamew. A blazing fire of rage flashed in Moltres' eyes, and its aura surged rapidly. It wanted revenge. Knowing Moltres was about to erupt and attack the defenseless Team Rocket 6, ZMU decisively stopped it. They're no longer a threat to you. Although they did something terrible to you before, they'll receive their due punishment. As members of an evil organization, the minimum sentence they'll face is spending the rest of their lives in prison, so there's no need to kill them. ZMU said, standing between Team Rocket and Moltres. Ka-Awo, even though you saved this legendary bird, you think you can make it let go of its hatred with just a few words? No way. Moltres was still quite arrogant. But then again, if it were ZMU, he definitely wouldn't let it go either. More or less, he'd have to do something to vent his emotions. These people are just following orders. If you really want revenge, you need to find the culprit. Or are you saying you can be satisfied just by killing these small fry? ZMU used his words to entice Moltres. Ka-Awo, then tell me, how should this divine bird take revenge? Moltres tilted its head, waiting for ZMU's answer. Come with me, sooner or later, I'll personally take you to Team Rocket's headquarters and take down their leader, Giovanni. ZMU narrowed his eyes and said, Ka-Awo, you want to capture this divine bird? Moltres' eyes sharpened. That's right, don't doubt my strength. Since I dare to say this, I naturally have absolute confidence. Speaking of which, I'm actually very curious to know, are you the Fire Moltres Island? After stating his purpose, ZMU voiced his inner question. Fire Moltres Island. Whether he was or not, this made Moltres think that the focus of the question was on that, rather than on the issue of strength. Ka-Awo, this divine bird's training is still insufficient, but one day I will become the new Moltres. No wonder, then I roughly understand why your strength is so weak, ZMU said casually. These words enraged Moltres. Ka-Awo tilde, where is this divine bird weak? If you weren't weak, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. However, if you come with me, I can help you surpass the Moltres. Only then will you have enough strength to take revenge. Otherwise, with your current strength, you might not even be able to defeat my average Charizard and Dragonite. ZMU added. Ka-Awo tilde, are you serious? Hearing this, ZMU was certain. This Moltres, although arrogant and complacent, seemed not very bright, easy to fool. Of course, you've already seen my strength, so you don't need to worry about whether I have the ability or not. ZMU gestured for Moltres to look at the Pokémon present, especially Arcanine, and then added, the Pokémon present only represent a portion of my strength. Chapter 111. After Mewtwo controlled Hunter J and the other three back to the vicinity of the volcano, ZMU first tied them up one by one, then contacted the League Police in Gurin City, as well as his parents, informing them of what had happened at Mount Luminosity. After all, it was such a big deal. Not informing them would only make his parents worry. After a short wait, 2 jets quickly arrived, with Officer Jenny leading the vanguard, followed by several helicopters. The League Police's response was swift, perhaps because this incident involved a large number of people, and initially, they didn't know Team Rocket was behind it, so they assumed it was a natural disaster. Now that it was confirmed, there was no time to delay. His parents also came after hearing the news. They were both proud and very worried about ZMU's actions. After all, it was such a dangerous situation. If something went wrong, it would be too late to regret it. ZMU knew what they were thinking and could only cooperate with them. In short, his parents wanted what was best for him, so he agreed to whatever they said. After getting past his parents, they then discussed Moltres. ZMU caught Moltres, and there was no need to hide it. Mewtwo's existence couldn't be easily known to the world, but Moltres could. Throughout history, many have caught legendary birds. Moreover, ZMU already planned to use Moltres at the Indigo League, so there was even less reason to conceal it. The League Police wouldn't object, since ZMU earned Moltres' approval through his own abilities, not by force. If it had been forced, ZMU would either have released Moltres or handed it over to the League for disposal. Team Rocket's 6 members and Hunter J's 4 members were taken away one by one. Actually, ZMU felt the ruthless look Hunter J gave him and hated him to the extreme. In reality, their memories had been altered by Mewtwo, making it seem like they misjudged Heatran's strength, and ZMU intervened, thus ruining their plan. In short, they were blamed again. However, there was no better solution, since Zia Mew was present and could have prevented the situation. He returned to the police station in Cinnabar Island, City with Officer Jenny. A statement still needed to be taken. Although the eruption of Mount Luminosity on Cinnabar Island was caused by a joint operation between Team Rocket and a poaching gang, Zia Mew was involved and couldn't avoid it. After explaining the specific details, Zia Mew left the police station with his parents an hour later. For the next period, he needed to keep his phone accessible so they could contact him at any time. The purpose was to provide assistance if there were any developments or to inform him of the subsequent handling results. Back home, Zia Mew inevitably faced a long lecture from his parents. Only after the two elders had finished talking did Zia Mew finally have some peace and quiet. Then, the Moltres found itself in dire straits. Being observed and examined like a precious jewel, it could do nothing, much less resist. For Mewtwo and Zia Mew, witnessing the legendary bird up close was incredibly awe-inspiring. Even though they were excellent Pokémon trainers in the past, they had never seen a real Moltres. Now, the legendary Moltres had become their sons' Pokémon. They were the parents of legendary Pokémon trainers. Son, you've really made something of yourself this time. Counting the days, it's only been a little over 20 days, and your achievement is something most people can't reach in a lifetime. Mom is truly happy for you. Mewtwo's words were filled with joy for her son. Zia he nodded and added, "You are your parents' pride. Catching Moltres this time proves your future will be even brighter than your parents expected. I'm sure you're determined to win the Indigo League Championship, right? Seeing your confident demeanor is just like my younger self, full of confidence in the face of everything. The other day, your Uncle Zia called to tell me that your mother and I were somewhat skeptical about how you suddenly possessed strength comparable to a champion. Now, I even think you'll become the champion. You are outstanding, truly excellent, and I'm proud of you. But I still want to remind you of one thing. Remember, no matter how strong you become, you must remain humble and low-key. Don't let arrogance and excessive pride lead you astray. This world will never lack geniuses, because today you may be a genius, but tomorrow an even more monstrous talent will break your record." After listening to Zia's words, Zia Mew nodded seriously. He thought the same thing. Although he was a transmigrator and knew this world very well, and was also very familiar with Pokémon, it was true that in this real world, there were always people more powerful than you. "I know, don't worry, Dad, Mom." Zia Mew promised them obediently. Mewtwo and Zia. He were clearly pleased to hear this. "In that case, Mom can completely let go and let you go on your long trip. I heard that this time when you went to Cinnabar Island, you not only got along well with Sonia and Zio Tian, but also made some new friends." Mewtwo suddenly said. This surprised Zia Mew, because his mother knew so much about Cinnabar Island. Seeing Zia Mew's doubt, Zia he answered for Mewtwo, "Don't be surprised. After all, Cinnabar Island is our Zia family's territory. Your mother and I will know about what you do immediately. The reason I'm being honest with you now is because I know you've grown up and are capable now, so I want to gradually let you know how powerful the Zia family is." Zia Mew nodded without resistance and immediately recounted some details from Cinnabar Island. Zia Mew knew that his interactions with Ash and his group, as well as Corey and Yumi's group, must have been recorded and relayed to his parents. After discussing his affairs, Zia Mew took the initiative and brought up the matter of Rotom's multifunctionality. This was also the thing Zia Mew was most concerned about after leaving. The answer he received was that an in-depth investigation was already underway. Although the Zia family wasn't an all-powerful family with influence all over the world, in the Kanto and Orange Islands region, they were definitely among the top. A genuine investigation wouldn't take 10 days to half a month. Basically, after a phone call, personnel would be mobilized. According to Zia he, at most 2 days later, specific information would be provided in the form of a report, at which point a special department could be established to conduct research and trials. If they could seize this wave of wealth, at least their branch of the Zia family wouldn't decline, since this would be the mainstream trend in the next few years. Mew also began to consider his own affairs, briefly mentioning the establishment of an Pokeblocks factory to his parents. Chapter 112. Day 2. Mew woke up early and went to the yard to care for his Pokémon. His parents were also up early. They had important matters to attend to, so they quickly prepared a breakfast, ate, and then said goodbye to Mew. As the number of Pokémon increased, so did the time required to care for them. Mew always adhered to a principle. Once caught, they should be treated well, not abandoned and neglected. When playing games, to complete his Pokédex, he would catch all types of Pokémon and store them in his computer case, since they didn't require special care, and he only used about a dozen or so. In short, the real world is nothing like the game. Playing games is one mindset, watching anime is another. Especially when watching anime, Ash leaving all his caught Pokémon at Professor Oak's lab and starting over in every region seemed rather idiotic to Mew. Of course, it's necessary for the plot. He wondered how Ash would fare in the real world. He wouldn't be like Ash. At least he treated every Pokémon he caught seriously. Even if he didn't carry them around all the time, he would rotate them frequently to bring out their unique characteristics. He fed the Pokémon one after another, the most important thing being to give them Pokéblocks. After getting used to it, this feeding became a pleasure, and it also further deepened the bond between him and the Pokémon. Time flew by, and it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Mei Xing and Mew Zai came to take care of the Pokémon. The difference was that because Mew had agreed to let the Research Institute set up a temporary site here, they brought a lot of equipment this time. After confirming the functionality of the equipment, Mew allowed them to bring it inside. After all, not everything can be left at home. Even though he agreed to the temporary setup, it didn't mean this place became his Research Institute's territory. At the very least, he needed to ensure he and his Pokémon had enough privacy. If it was surveillance equipment, then sorry, absolutely not. Not long after, Professor Magnolia and Sonia arrived. Their eagerness was undoubtedly because Mew had caught the legendary molters from the Kanto region. One surprise after another, one unexpected turn of events, this time involving a legendary Pokémon. If this didn't make Professor Magnolia and Sonia interested, then nothing could move them. This is the molters of the Kanto region. I've seen pictures before, but seeing it in person is truly awe-inspiring. Sonia exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Her gaze swept over molters from head to toe, making molters want to flee. For molters, the ordeal of last night was still fresh in its memory, and now several humans had come to examine it like an object. It knew it was a divine bird, admired and respected by humans, but being stared at like this was truly uncomfortable. The fire god of the Kanto region is fundamentally different from the molters that appears only once every few decades in our Galar region. Having lived most of my life, I have personally witnessed the molters, which is known as the representative of sacred fire. Professor Magnolia began to murmur. Her words naturally carried great weight. Sonia and Mew both knew about the molters from the Galar region, so they simply looked at Professor Magnolia, waiting for her to continue. Mei Xing and Mew Zai, however, were researchers from the Kanto region and unfamiliar with the Galar, so they didn't know anything about the molters there. Are there different molters among different Pokémon? Mei Xing asked. Professor Magnolia nodded, looked at the two promising young researchers, and explained, "You two are researchers studying changes in Pokémon behavior, so you should know that some special Pokémon undergo unique changes due to their habitat, such as different colors, size differences, mutations, etc. The molters from the Galar region and the molters from the Kanto region, although both are molters, are actually two different extremes. The Kanto molters is your legendary divine bird, the fire god in mythology, a symbol of holiness. But the Galarian molters is known as an evil Pokémon. Its flames exude an evil aura, said to be able to burn even souls. In terms of type, the Kanto molters is a fire-flying type, while the Galarian molters is a dark-flying type. Having said this, Professor Magnolia adjusted her glasses and gave a command to the Rotom Pokédex floating in the air beside her. Rotom Pokédex, bring up the information on the Galarian molters and show it to everyone. Yes, Rotom, appeared before everyone, and the large screen quickly lit up, displaying the form of the Galarian molters. It wasn't exactly the same, but completely unrelated. Ga-owo, this is supposed to be called molters alongside this divine bird. Are you kidding me? Are you blind? Molters was clearly shocked. Its appearance, so drastically different from its previous form, was simply unacceptable. Xiaomu heard its complaint and was both amused and exasperated. If he weren't a transmigrator, he wouldn't believe it either. The game clearly stated different forms. Don't get excited, it seems you don't know about the Galarian molters' form. Xiaomu spoke up. These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Xiaomu could talk to Pokémon. Sonia knew this, but Professor Magnolia, Meizing, and Mewtwo didn't. It seems we'll need to investigate this further. After all, the reason the molters of the Galar region is called molters is because the native inhabitants of the Crown Tundra call it the legendary Pokémon molters. Besides molters, there are also corresponding Zapdos and Articuno. Professor Magnolia said. Even if this molters negates the Galar region's molters, the Galar region's molters is still molters. This world is incredibly wondrous. Not only humans, but even Pokémon themselves cannot fully understand it. Some facts, even if unwilling to be acknowledged, are undeniable. Speaking of which, Xiaomu, you should thank me. If I hadn't told you about the earthquake and volcanic eruption last night, you definitely wouldn't have had a chance to catch molters. Sonia looked at Xiaomu with a smile in her eyes, her intentions ulterior. Xiaomu felt a little embarrassed by her gaze, and seeing Professor Magnolia's teasing look, he immediately asked, "So, how do you want me to thank you?" Actually, there's no need for much thanks. Just lend me your molters so I can study it properly. Xiaomu couldn't refuse Sonia's request and could only agree. Chapter 113. After getting rid of Sonia, Xiaomu could finally catch his breath. He had been busy feeding the Pokémon and communicating with them. Now that he was in the care of Meizing and Mewtwo, Xiaomu was at ease because the Pokémon had a high opinion of them, at least in terms of raising and caring for them. Xiaomu, according to what you said before, there's another Heatran under the volcano. With your abilities, since you encountered it, you should be able to catch it, right? Without Sonia by his side, Professor Magnolia stood with Xiaomu and asked. A legendary Pokémon, there was no reason for him to miss it. Moreover, according to Xiaomu, he caught molters because he saved it, and that's why he gained recognition. There was no reason for Xiaomu to save Heatran and then not follow up. As for hiding it, Professor Magnolia thought it was unlikely, because if they were going to hide it, they would hide molters as well. I did want to catch it, but Heatran went deep into the lava. Although Arcanine and Charizard can survive briefly underwater, they couldn't track Heatran, Xiaomu answered without hesitation. He didn't blush or make any other movements while lying. Over the past few days, Xiaomu had deliberately trained himself mentally, afraid that his thoughts would be easily seen through again. Especially since Professor Magnolia's insight was astounding. She had discerned his thoughts in just a few words. Fortunately, this time Professor Magnolia didn't suspect anything further or intend to investigate. That's such a pity. If you had caught it, you would have been a legendary trainer with 2 legendary Pokémon. This is extremely rare in history. Even regional champions might not have achieved it, Professor Magnolia remarked. Hearing this, Xiaomu chuckled twice, not taking it seriously. Actually, I don't think there's anything worth pursuing. I'd be content with just catching molters. Forcing myself to catch Heatran might not be a good thing. You really think so? Professor Magnolia was surprised by Xiaomu's answer. Of course, there's no point in hiding it, Xiaomu nodded. This made Professor Magnolia look at Xiaomu with even greater respect, realizing she hadn't misjudged him. Everyone in the world strives to catch legendary Pokémon, but only 1 in 10,000 can actually do it. Xiaomu had enough strength and the opportunity, yet he seemed to have deliberately given it up. How could Professor Magnolia know that it was Mewtwo, she, not Xiaomu, who went deep underground last night to stop Hunter J's group? Otherwise, if there really was a chance, Zia Mew might not have let it go. Heatran's combat abilities are outstanding. With proper training, she could definitely go toe-to-toe with legendary Pokémon in the future. At least, its potential surpasses Moltres. Zia Mew answered Professor Magnolia this way because Heatran had indeed hidden deep within the magma. Mewtwo was preoccupied with dealing with Hunter J and her crew, so it had no chance to control Heatran. Later, under Zia Mew's command, Mewtwo conducted a large-scale scan and discovered that Heatran had left the Mount Lantern along the underground magma, nowhere to be found, and ultimately they had to let it go. After chatting with Professor Magnolia for a few more minutes, Zia Mew didn't linger in the backyard, but returned to his room alone to briefly outline his business plans. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. In just a few hours, Zia Mew had a clear plan for the future. Speaking of which, he had discussed the Energy Cube factory with his parents the night before. They were very supportive and agreeable about his desire to establish his own company. Simply put, if he wanted, they could directly allocate a plot of land to him or provide him with an existing factory area. As for the introduction of technology and the procurement of equipment, his parents could also help him with the operation. It was a perfect scenario. He provided the ideas and they managed it for him, allowing him to be a hands-off manager. Although it was a good offer, Zia Mew still refused. If his parents got involved, it would become part of the Zia family group, not his private property. Even if his parents helped him make the factory his private property, once the profits reached a staggering figure, it would inevitably attract envy, and in the end, his private property would inevitably become public property. What Zia Mew needed now was to build his own team and earn money that he could completely control. Only in this way could he gradually plan for more. Frankly, the multifunctional use of Rotom was a bomb he deliberately threw out, drawing everyone's attention to it and making them want a piece of the pie. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would pursue other small businesses, continuously accumulating wealth until his scale was large and stable enough. Then he would have enough say and wouldn't need to be controlled. Ultimately, it all comes down to money. With his current assets, he could indeed build a medium-sized energy cube factory. However, once invested, returns take time. Investing 20 million League coins wouldn't be enough to earn back in less than 6 months to a year. I still need to find another middleman to make a profit, and training other Pokémon will also require a lot of money, Zia Mew muttered to himself. He didn't want to ask his parents for money, even if they were willing to give it to him, he didn't want to take it. Taking out his phone, Zia Mew contacted Shengji at the friendship store again. Fortunately, a lot had happened in the past few days, giving him an excuse. Unlike the previous 2 times, when he couldn't explain the source of evolution stones and comet fragments, and could only lie. This time, Zia Mew planned to have a proper discussion with Shengji about the buyback price of evolution stones and the recycling price of comet fragments. The first time he sold evolution stones, the buyback price was 15,000 alliance coins. Although it seemed cheap, the potential profit was several times higher, so he sold a batch without knowing anything about evolution stones and made a profit. He then took the opportunity to sell a lot of comet fragments. Zia Mew knew the principle of scarcity driving up prices, so he made a decision. Whether it was due to capital monopoly or something else, he decided to show a sufficient number of evolution stones this time to see how much the buyback price could be increased. The alliance stipulated that individuals could not sell them, but they supported him to apply to become a merchant and obtain the qualification to sell evolution stones, which was just a matter of paying taxes. This was also the thought that came to Zia Mew's mind after selling the evolution stones. The buyback price was 15,000 alliance coins, and the resale price was 200,000 or 300,000 alliance coins. This money was not easy to earn. Everyone wasn't stupid, but this was the alliance's rule, and it was also the work of capital behind the scenes. Evolution stones were rare for ordinary people, like diamonds in Zia Mew's world. Most people couldn't come into contact with them, but as times changed, everyone knew that diamonds weren't really valuable, but they were indeed very expensive. Chapter 114. This time, Zia Mew met with Shangjai again, but unlike the previous two meetings, they already had a basic understanding of each other. Zia Mew didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. As the regional manager of the Alliance store, Shangjai had some information unknown to ordinary people. So he guessed that Zia Mew's special visit must be because he had obtained something valuable from Mount Lantern on the Isle of Gathering yesterday and wanted to return it to him. However, he never expected that Zia Mew would bring thousands of fire stones this time. Evolution stones are extremely rare evolution items. Although lucky people can obtain them in the wild, it's impossible to get so many. Simply put, the generation of evolution stones generally requires many conditions to be met, and the world's famous mining areas are not open to the public. The source is controlled by the Alliance and various families. With thousands upon thousands of them, there was no doubt that Zia Mew had discovered a new evolution stone mine. Zia Mew, this is no joke. You need to know how valuable an evolution stone mine is. Shangjai was dumbfounded. Even though he was knowledgeable and held a mid to high level position in the league, such a thing happening to him was truly outrageous. His gaze towards Zia Mew changed. Zia Mew, knowing his shock, followed up, "I never expected to be so lucky. Yesterday, Mount Lantern erupted, and on a whim, I went to investigate. Not only did I manage to thwart Team Rocket's plot, but I also saved molters. I thought catching molters was the biggest gain, but I didn't expect to find so many fire stones in the underground cavern of Mount Lantern. I just wonder, with so many, what's the League's buyback price?" The words had barely left his lips when the probing intent became quite clear. Upon hearing this, Shangjai's expression turned serious. "I can't give you a precise answer on that. After all, the quantity is too large. It needs to be reported to the Alliance headquarters, and the higher-ups will determine the appropriate buyback price. However, you can rest assured that as long as the buyback criteria are met, the price will definitely exceed 15,000 Alliance coins. I remember 3 months ago, an expedition found over 300 water stones in a deep pool deep within the Viridian Forest. At that time, the buyback price at the Viridian City Friendship Shop was 38,000 Alliance coins. Although there wasn't a precise price quote, Zia Mew understood from the examples he mentioned that the buyback price of evolution stones is indeed linked to quantity. If the quantity is small, it won't be valued and won't disrupt the market, so the buyback price is whatever you want to sell. But if the quantity is large, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, and if it's sold illegally on the side or sold at a low price after obtaining a license through certain means, it will disrupt the economic market. Imagine the price of gold is originally 600 yuan per gram, and suddenly a gold shop appears selling it for only 200 yuan per gram. If there's no license, people will definitely doubt its authenticity, but if there is a license, the price of gold will plummet, affecting the entire market. Perhaps your quantity is limited, but the losses to the capital market over a period of time are incalculable. Therefore, high-price buybacks will occur. Rather than causing an economic collapse, those in power will try to nip any potential problems in the bud. The reason Zia Mew is unwilling to do this business isn't because the profit margin is too low, but because the constraints are too great, and he'd end up with no control over his own destiny. He could indeed choose to sell evolution stones at a low price. For example, selling them for 100,000 when others sell them for 200,000 or 300,000. But you need to incur various costs, plus paying the Alliance's taxes. Selling one for 100,000 Alliance coins might only yield a net profit of 30,000 to 50,000. In the short term, he could indeed make a fortune because the price was low, attracting many buyers. But in the long run, once the market is disrupted, other suppliers will also lower their prices. This way, not everyone will make money, but the entire evolution stone market will be in trouble. The Alliance won't allow this to happen, hence the many restrictions. In the future, perhaps due to the influence of the overall environment, the price of evolution stones will gradually decrease, but as things stand now, it's not that simple, and no one can influence the overall situation. Unless the higher-ups come up with a mutually beneficial plan, Mew doesn't want to be the first to stick his neck out or the villain, becoming the target of everyone's attention. So, even if he enters this industry, he'll only reach a consensus with other investors, selling at the same price and occasionally organizing promotional events. You might think, wouldn't that allow him to sell an evolution stone for 200,000 or 300,000 alliance coins? Indeed, but at that price, how many could he sell in a short time? To get rich quickly, for him right now, high volume is the only way. Mew is desperately short of money, which is why he approached Shanghai again. Of course, he won't sell directly to the Alliance store. Instead, after learning more, he'll visit his parents' company to learn from their experience. After all, his business acumen is average. Although he's had some exposure to business in his past and present lives, he knows nothing when it comes to practical application. While he'll learn from their experience, he's unwilling to accept financial assistance from his parents. This is a complete break from them, avoiding any future repercussions. After chatting with Shanghai for a long time, Mew waited for him to contact his superiors and received a definite reply. Clearly, the Team Rocket raid on Isle of Gathering had already attracted the attention of the League's higher-ups, and now that Mew was involved, even the Commander-in-Chief had been alerted. Undoubtedly, Mew had not only thwarted Team Rocket's plot, but also captured the legendary Molters. While this wasn't unprecedented in the League's history, it wasn't something just anyone could do. Furthermore, Mew was a junior member of the Zia family, and this time he was selling tens of thousands of fire stones. Such significant news, if not accompanied by a reasonable acquisition plan, would surely lead to enmity. Mew realized that his name had already been remembered by the Kanto leadership, especially the Commander-in-Chief. Through a phone call, Mew spoke several times with this Commander-in-Chief named Yantai, Kurt. Mew felt that this incredibly enthusiastic old man was trying to get close to him, even inviting him to visit the Indigo Plateau sometime, which made Mew feel somewhat flattered. Mew could only casually agree. After all, the other party had even brought up Blaine, Ziabo, implying a very close old friend. The buyback price of 50,000 alliance coins was indeed tempting for Mew. If he sold tens of thousands at once, that would be a full 500 million alliance coins. Moreover, this should already be the highest buyback price the Kanto Alliance could offer. As for the comet fragments, due to a series of reasons, Yantai directly raised the buyback price to 10 million alliance coins. The initial plan was mainly to sell the comet fragments. Since the buyback price of fire stones was too low, it was really better to sell the comet fragments directly. Anyway, when asked where they came from, he would just say he found them at Mount Lantern. Chapter 115. Indeed, no matter how wonderful the world is, there will always be intrigue and deceit. Stepping out of the friendship store, Mew was filled with profound Genkai, mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. Many of his past thoughts were too naive. After this experience, Mew deeply understood one thing: without any extraordinary encounters, those without power or influence can only live a mediocre life, never achieving much and having no future. Resources are controlled by a very small number of people. Just like an evolution stone, it is actually just a natural product of nature, but it is controlled by capital. Ordinary people can only obtain it by spending a lot of money to buy it. This is just one example. There are many, many other things similar to evolution stones. To be honest, Mew has witnessed many people owning Pokémon that need evolution over the years. The vast majority of people haven't chosen to evolve their Pokémon, not because they don't want to, but because they don't have the money. In other words, it's not that people don't want to train Pokémon with high potential, but because they lack the money and resources. Even if you were given such a Pokémon, you couldn't train it successfully. Moreover, rare Pokémon are indeed in the hands of a small number of people, and this is unchangeable. Therefore, most people only experience the benefits of being a trainer when they reach a certain age, and then go to school to learn truly useful knowledge and earn a living. Mew used to think that most trainers were just roadside bug-catching boys, but in reality, these people were probably not even as good as bug-catching boys. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Zia Mew summoned his Arcanine and leaped towards his parents' company. 9,000 fire stones and 10 comet fragments, purchased from the system shop for 27.6 million league coins. It wasn't that Zia Mew didn't want to buy more, but he only had 27.64 million league coins left. Zia Mew didn't hesitate and sold it directly to the friendship store, receiving 550 million alliance coins in return. After all, Commander-in-Chief Yan Tai had already contacted him and given him the green light. It would be incredibly rude of him not to sell. Although the price still didn't meet Zia Mew's minimum requirements, the opportunity to get rich quick and perfectly evade scrutiny was one he wouldn't miss. Now he went to see his parents to learn from their experience. This wasn't the end of the story. He was just beginning. To fully develop his business, he needed a meticulous plan and a thorough understanding of the market. Furthermore, he did indeed need talent. If Team Rocket Trio didn't come to him anytime soon, he planned to let them go and recruit some basic management personnel to get things done first. He couldn't relax just because he had money and put everything else aside. He needed to create more wealth. Only then could he have more money, grow bigger, and train more Pokémon. For example, now that he had 550 million league coins, Zia Mew could choose one Pokémon to level up to 100. He really wanted to see just how powerful a level 100 Pokémon was, and thus judge just how terrifying those legendary Pokémon were. This was the kind of thinking he dared to have after having 550 million league coins. In other words, if he had 5 billion, he would dare to consider leveling up his entire top-tier team to level 100. He arrived at the Zia Family Logistics Group Company. Zia Mew also found his parents. They had been busy since morning and were only just now having lunch. It has to be said that Zia Mew felt a bit uneasy about eating so late. Controlling such a large enterprise, as the chairman, possessing absolute wealth and power, doesn't mean being completely free. Mew, Zeolai, and Zia, he were very happy to see Zia Mew, because it was Zia Mew who took the initiative to come. After learning about the family situation and hearing from Zia Mew about what happened at the friendship store, the two agreed with Zia Mew's approach, as they would likely have made the same decision. However, Zia he mentioned something that made Zia Mew realize his mistake and inwardly scold himself for being too naive. He couldn't be so bold as to make such large transactions with the Alliance in the future. Although the Alliance would accept them all, he would be watched and monitored in his daily life. For example, Zia Mew had already been taken note of by the Commander-in-Chief, and everything he did from now on would be closely scrutinized. He could no longer do anything secretly as before. Fortunately, there were no conflicts or estrangements between the Zia family and the Kanto League. On the contrary, the Zia family and the League were of one mind, and the Zia family would do everything in its power to help the League whenever needed. In short, they responded to the call, did not oppose or resist, and simply obeyed. Even if they secretly competed behind the scenes, they wouldn't make it too ugly on the surface. This time, the recovery of the evolution fossil and the increase in the purchase price of the comet fragments were the League's way of actively trying to curry favor with Zia Mew. This was something Zia Mew had fought for himself, because he was outstanding enough to stop Team Rocket and even catch Moltres. A legendary Pokémon trainer, what a prestigious title that is. The League naturally wouldn't antagonize him. They would only maintain a friendly relationship, making him feel like he had gained an advantage. Zia Mew then realized why Yan Tai had been so proactive in inviting him and building a closer relationship. It was to establish a friendly initial impression in his mind, making it easier to take things further in the future. For the League, it was just a matter of spending a little more money to win the favor of a legendary Pokémon trainer. It was a surefire deal. Zia He's words were straightforward, but what Zia Mew didn't expect was that his mother, Mew Zeolai, was even more direct. The meaning was clear. Trying to use such a small amount of money as bait to lure a legendary Pokémon trainer was far too petty. Indeed, for a family of Zia's size, a few $100 million was nothing. Besides, Zia Mew had paid 9,000 fire stones and 10 comet shards. It's a pity the Zia family didn't get involved in the evolution stone industry. Otherwise, they could have bought them all. In short, Mewtwo still felt she was losing money. Holding on to them and selling them slowly would have at least doubled or tripled the return. After all, the selling price determines the profit. Even if it takes a long time, it's a risk-free transaction. The evolution stones were all obtained by her son at the Mount Lantern. Zia Mew hadn't expected his mother to be so decisive. After exchanging a glance with Ziahe, she decided to send people to investigate the Mount Lantern immediately. This news would spread quickly, especially since the Alliance already knew the intelligence, so they would definitely send people to investigate immediately. All Zia Mew could say was that he had already investigated. All the fire stones had been taken, and even if there were any left, not many would remain. Even so, the two were still determined to investigate further, just in case they missed something, which could be a considerable fortune. Zia Mew only managed to attract his parents' attention by telling them that he still had a lot of stock. Chapter 116. Leaving the company, Zia Mew didn't summon his Arcanine to ride, but instead walked along the street, contemplating life. Everything that had happened today had taught him another lesson, making him realize that no matter what he did, he needed to be more meticulous and consider more aspects. In short, he had made a decision and was just waiting to implement it step by step. As he walked, Zia Mew didn't notice three figures following him. It was Ent until he had walked a considerable distance, and the crowds thinned out that Zia Mew noticed them. Using his aura to investigate, Zia Mew was surprised to find that it was Team Rocket. They had waited 2 or 3 days without any news, and suddenly they appeared, and they were even following him. Looks like I was overthinking it. You guys still have your own ideas and don't want to continue that nomadic life. Zia Mew's lips curled slightly, a mischievous thought arising in his mind. He continued walking forward, but not towards home, but instead turned into a narrow alley. Seeing this, Jessie, James, and Meowth, who were following Zia Mew, were afraid of losing him and quickly quickened their pace to catch up. However, when they reached the alley entrance, Zia Mew had vanished without a trace. "Where did he go?" Jessie exclaimed in surprise. The alley was empty, and the end was blocked. "Could it be that we were discovered, and he deliberately went into the alley and hid?" James asked suspiciously. Meowth looked left and right. "But how did he leave, Meow? There's not a trace, Meow." "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, Zia Mew's voice came from behind, startling the Team Rocket trio. The situation had changed. Zia Mew stood at the alley entrance, blocking the only exit. As for how he moved, it couldn't have been by his own power, but rather by the power of Mewtwo. He always carried Mewtwo with him, so Zia Mew wasn't afraid it would know his secret. Even if it knew some things, it would only find him unfathomable and wouldn't harbor any suspicion. After all, Zia Mew had captured it through sheer strength. You, how did you get behind us?" Jessie's voice changed. James and Meowth, standing nearby, looked at Zia Mew with serious expressions. They suddenly regretted their actions. Although this person had recruited them, it was ultimately just verbal, without any concrete steps. Their sudden arrival was rather abrupt. However, having already made some plans and decisions, despite his fear of being constrained, James mustered his courage and immediately said, "Back on Cinnabar Island, you said we could come to you if we wanted to find a better way out. Now we're here." After saying this, James couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing this, Zia Mew narrowed his eyes, his expression completely understanding the trio's thoughts. "You guys actually arrived at Isle of Gathering yesterday, right?" Without answering their question, Zia Mew asked in return. Hearing this, Jessie and James exchanged a glance, then looked at Meowth and nodded in unison. "Then you should also know that I caught Cassidy and Butch's Team Rocket and the poacher gang trying to capture molters at Mount Lantern, and they're now in the League Police's custody," Zia Mew added. Jessie, James, and Meowth were definitely more certain of his abilities and strength because of this, which was why they came to test him. Seeing them nod again, Zia Mew became even more certain of his thoughts. Seeing that they were all hesitant to speak, Zia Mew gestured for them to relax. "Don't be so nervous. Since I've extended an olive branch to you, it means I know you to some extent. I won't say I know everything about you, but I already know the most basic information. With that, Mew, amidst their shocked expressions, took the initiative to tell them about their situation. Don't doubt a single word I've said, because if I've said it, I'm absolutely certain. Let's start with you, Jessie. Your mother, Miyamoto, was once an assistant to the head of Team Rocket, holding a very high position and wielding considerable power. Unfortunately, when she was young, she went to search for the legendary Mew and then disappeared without a trace. You were probably only 5 years old at the time, so perhaps you've never even known your own background. After your mother, Miyamoto, left, you were adopted by a poor family. Because of poverty, you were never full. As a child, you didn't understand, and due to food shortages, you even fantasized about making food out of snow to fill your stomach. If it weren't for your good fortune, you would probably have died on some snowy night. Here, Mew paused slightly. Jessie's expression grew increasingly grim. Clearly, she still harbored deep resentment over her childhood experiences, yearning for success but lacking the opportunity. Beset by bad luck, she joined Team Rocket out of desperation. I admit I'm lucky, but if you say it's just good fortune, then I can only say you don't understand at all. If I had died on those nights, I wouldn't have this life now. Compared to them, I'm probably the unluckiest person in the world. Jessie's resolute decision was unexpected. James and Meowth, upon learning of this, couldn't help but offer her comforting glances, yet dared not say anything. They understood Jessie. They knew that once she was provoked, things would spiral out of control. Jessie appeared carefree, but in reality, she was a very strong-willed woman. Although I can't fully grasp the pain you endured in your childhood, I know you could have become a Pokémon nurse like Nurse Joy, but by some twist of fate, you ended up at Chansey Academy. As far as I know, your grades at Chansey Nurse Academy were quite excellent, but you couldn't graduate because humans can't use Pokémon skills. You could have easily transitioned. You didn't necessarily have to be a Pokémon nurse. But you ultimately chose to join Team Rocket because you began to give up on yourself, feeling incapable of anything. You yearned for freedom and craved recognition, and Team Rocket could have given you all of that. Actually, you're very beautiful. It's just your hairstyle that ruined it. If you had pursued a career as a star or model, you might have achieved great success. As Mew spoke, she subtly praised Jessie. This diverted Jessie's attention, making her slightly embarrassed. This woman was actually quite easy to fool. She was simple-minded, not entirely bad. Even though she had done many things to steal Pokémon in the past, after being influenced by Ash, she had shed her villainous. She only deliberately did bad things to highlight herself and demonstrate her greatness. Chapter 117. The style suddenly changed. Under Mew's words, Jessie miraculously escaped her previous psychological predicament and adopted a girlish demeanor. And it must be said, she was indeed very alluring and beautiful. Jessie's face shape was definitely celebrity level. As Mew said, if Jessie changed her hairstyle, she would absolutely outshine most beauties. Just like the beautiful pictures of Jessie that Mew had seen in his previous life, she was definitely a mature and elegant woman among mature women. Jessie's problem was solved. As for other aspects, let's leave them aside for now. Mew turned his gaze to James, immediately making James's heart tight and causing him to swallow again. This inexplicable bad premonition made James guess that Mew must also have information about him. Jessie had been thoroughly investigated. He was probably the same. At this moment, he felt not only awe but also fear towards Mew. He didn't know that Mew knew all this because of her understanding of the original plot. Their life experiences were all written in the encyclopedia. James, I won't go into your past. Compared to Jessie, you're incredibly lucky. You could say you don't know how lucky you are. If I told you, you'd probably feel terrible. Besides, you probably suggested coming to me this time because you saw hope for a new path in me. Mew didn't reveal too much about James's past. In short, he was just a rebellious teenager yearning for freedom and running away from home, and he still didn't want to go back. James did have a tragic past, but in the eyes of most ordinary people, his tragic life was happiness. James was grateful that Mew hadn't exposed his identity and past. He genuinely didn't want Jessie and Meowth to know his true identity. You'll never believe why I moved to Karachi. Meet singles. Looking for someone in Karachi today. Single flirt. Looking for someone in Karachi today. Single flirt. You'll never believe why I moved to Karachi. Meet singles. He worried that their different identities would cause them to lose their friendship and create a rift between them. Zia Mew remained silent, but Jessie and Meowth were naturally curious, though they didn't press the matter. As for you, Meowth, I can only describe you with one phrase. A simp, and in the end, you get nothing. Without mincing words, Zia Mew went straight to the harshest point. Although Meowth was a cat, the term simp was prevalent in this world, so he understood. Before Meowth could react, Zia Mew continued. However, your only success was that, in pursuit of Meowsy, you learned human habits and even learned to speak human language. Even though you ultimately failed in love, you were unexpectedly valued by Giovanni. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Because you had no value beyond speaking human language, Giovanni abandoned you, and now you're just a member of the team. After saying this, Zia Mew fell silent, and Meowth stared at him as if he were a ghost. It had never told anyone these things, but Zia Mew knew. How did you know, Meowth? Meowth asked fearfully. Don't worry about how I know. Actually, I'm quite interested in you. You can become stronger too, but you've used up all your potential on developing your mind. However, in terms of strength, you're not weak. It's just that you're not good at fighting, and you don't want to fight, Zia Mew replied. Meowth was speechless for a moment, unsure how to continue communicating with Zia Mew. Jessie and James, on the other hand, were incredulous at Meowth. They never imagined that the usually unassuming Meowth had such a complicated past, learning to speak to pursue Meowsy, something Meowth had never mentioned before. The atmosphere quickly became extremely tense. Because Zia Mew kept blocking the alley's exit, Jessie, James, and Meowth felt immense pressure. This was intentional on Zia Mew's part. The three of them were too impulsive. To recruit them, he needed to win their complete loyalty. Therefore, a combination of carrot and stick was necessary. First, he needed to clearly explain their information, letting them know he knew them inside and out, eliminating any need for trickery. Then, he would gradually win them over psychologically. Only in this way could he ensure their unwavering loyalty. Of course, Zia Mew wasn't stingy. As long as they were genuinely loyal, he would reward them handsomely. Have you thought it through? Will you choose to develop alongside me and forge a new path, or continue as members of Team Rocket? I won't force you, but if you follow me, you must be prepared to completely sever ties with the past. Breaking promises isn't terrible. Those who are fickle and unreliable are the most dangerous and least trustworthy. Zia Mew said seriously. All that verbal sparring had been for this. The three exchanged glances, trying to glean their thoughts from each other. Coming to you was indeed my idea. Jessie and Meowth were dragged here by me, and they've already agreed with my thoughts. But what kind of guarantees can you give us, and what are we supposed to do following you for? James stepped forward and spoke. Before he could finish, Zia Mew immediately understood his meaning. It was simply about how much their future would change after following him, and what they would gain. What I can give you is that you won't have to worry about Team Rocket's bad reputation anymore. I will use my methods to help you clear your name and give you legal status. Then, from now on, you will truly have freedom and will live a life at least free from worries about food and clothing. I won't say I'll instantly elevate you to the upper class, but you certainly won't have to worry about money anymore. Of course, that alone isn't enough for you to follow me, so I won't beat around the bush. You roughly understand my identity. What I can give you is power and money. While you enjoy all that I give you, help me lay the foundation for a nascent business empire. I need absolute loyalty. You might be surprised why I'm doing this, because I'm the eldest son of the Zia family. At the very least, I could inherit the family business directly without having to put in so much effort. But that's not what I want. What I want is to build my own business empire. However, my abilities are limited, and I have many things to do, so I need people to assist me. And you three just happen to be perfect. Speaking of which, Jessie and Meowth might not fully understand, but James, you should. We all want to rely on ourselves. One day, when you have enough wealth, you won't need to be bound by your parents anymore. Zia Mew paused here. The bait had been thrown in. Now it was time to see their reaction. Zia Mew felt he had acted well and should be able to hook them. Chapter 118. Half an hour later, Jessie, James, and Meowth were still stunned in the alley. They stared, dumbfounded, at the 110 million league coins deposited into their league account, their hearts filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that their tentative attempt to join Zia Mew would result in such a massive transfer of money, with Zia Mew not only knowing everything about them, but also trusting them so much. While 100 million league coins were for public use and business purposes, the remaining 10 million were funds they could spend freely. Divided equally among them, each person would receive over 3.3 million league coins. This money would not only allow them to live a life free from financial worries, but also eliminate any concerns about their future livelihood. "Do you think we should just run off with all this money?" Jessie suddenly blurted out. She had truly never seen so much money before. Back in Team Rocket, the most she had ever handled was a few million or tens of millions of league coins, and the most she had ever received was a bonus of a few 100,000 league coins. Since joining Team Rocket until today, their total income has been at best 1 or 2 million, and most of that money has been used for the next mission. So, they've always been in debt, never feeling their wallets are bulging. Because of Jessie's words, James and Meowth couldn't help but roll their eyes. They were much smarter than Jessie. If they were willing to give them this money, it meant they weren't afraid of them running away. Only Jessie would have such a thought. Feeling a little uncomfortable under James and Meowth's gaze, Jessie chuckled dryly and said, "Oh, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." She then wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. "Since we've chosen to work for him, we have to abandon our former identities and not even entertain any thoughts. If we run away with the money, we'll still be the same people we were before, greedy for money. What great things can we accomplish then? I have a new goal now, so I will never betray him again," James said earnestly. He took Zia Mew's words to heart, believing that if he truly achieved great things, his family would no longer be a burden on him. "That's right, Meowth. I didn't expect him to understand us so well and trust us so much. Just for this much money, our combined budget over the years doesn't even reach 1%. Since we can't find a sense of belonging in Team Rocket, let's start over. With our abilities, we can definitely make a comeback and become people everyone respects, Meowth," Meowth exclaimed. He had initially been somewhat resistant, feeling that as a Team Rocket member, he had always strived for promotion and shouldn't betray them. Now, truly feeling trusted and entrusted with important responsibilities, this was far more meaningful than continuing to be a Team Rocket member. Even without any foundation now, they had money, Meowth, and starting over was a new path for them. This was Meowth's thought. "So what should we do now?" Compared to James and Meowth, Jessie's naivete was on full display. She usually had many ideas, but when it came to crucial moments, she was completely lost. Her rise in life had been so sudden that no one could react in time. "Right now, shouldn't we change our clothes? After all, this uniform no longer suits us," James suggested, and Meowth agreed. Never before had they felt there was anything wrong with their clothes. They used to be proud of them. It was only after their recent encounter with Cassidy and Butch that they learned their uniforms had long been discarded by Team Rocket, realizing they were no longer valued. "Buying clothes, that's great, I haven't been shopping in ages," Jessie said expectantly. But the next second, her stomach rumbled, along with James and Meowth's. "Before we buy the new gear, let's go out for a big celebration." Agreed, Meowth. In the sky, hidden in the shadows, Zia Mew watched Team Rocket's trio's performance with great satisfaction. They didn't surprise him, nor did they disappoint him. The best way to test people's hearts is to directly tempt them with money. The fact that they could resist such a large sum of money showed that Jessie, James, and Meowth all had their bottom lines. Although Jessie said he'd run away with the money, it was just talk. He wouldn't actually do it. "I really don't understand. If you really want them as your subordinates, can't I just use my psychic powers to modify their memories?" Mewtwo was very puzzled. She felt that all these tests were less effective than simply modifying memories. That's how she modified Nurse Joy's memories and did many things. In his view, to make someone absolutely loyal, you had to modify their memories, making them obey you from beginning to end. Hearing Mewtwo's words, Zia Mew smiled faintly and said, "If you do that, you're manipulating others. What I need isn't a mindless work machine, but people with thoughts and ideas." Mewtwo frowned slightly, still unable to understand. It's just modifying memories, not complete control. Before he could finish, Zia Mew interrupted, "Don't think it's that simple. If even this requires modification, if everyone around me is subdued by modifying memories, then wouldn't I be living in a false world?" Stunned by these words, Mewtwo seemed to suddenly realize that this behavior was indeed wrong. It was like doing something absurd without putting in any effort, just to get something. Zia Mew was also telling Mewtwo that everything must be done with a down-to-earth approach, not just doing whatever one wants. "Let's go, we should go home," Zia Mew said, pulling Mewtwo out of his reverie. Mewtwo nodded, and then the two of them went straight home. Actually, they weren't far from home. Traveling straight through the air, it was even closer. Back home, the backyard renovations were complete, and a temporary shelter was set up in the house by the central lake. It was a specially built supply depot for caring for the Pokémon, and because the house was spacious and well-equipped, it became a convenient location for the research institute. Zia Mew, led by Sonia, participated in the activity, and the two chatted happily about when they would embark on their trip. Mei Xing and Mu Zai, who initially had a strong liking for Zia Mew and even showed interest in getting closer, kept their distance after seeing the relationship between Sonia and Zia Mew, abandoning their lingering feelings. Zia Mew was completely unaware that he had unknowingly missed out on two stunning beauties. Chapter 119. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. 3 days ago, Zia Mew successfully recruited Jessie, James, and Meowth. And with their swift and efficient work, his first company was quickly established. Because it was on Isle of Gathering, and with the support of the Zia Mew family, and with the deliberate help of Zia Mew and Jessie, they directly obtained legal new identities in Fuchsia City. Most importantly, Zia Mew gave them step-by-step instructions and a long-term plan, telling them what to do and giving them enough power to choose how to do it, which made them more motivated to do everything Zia Mew arranged. In short, they did not disappoint Zia Mew, and before Zia Mew left Isle of Gathering, they had already achieved the results he wanted to see within 10 days to half a month. Located on the outskirts of Fuchsia City, not far from the port, a large area of factory land has been acquired. The main entrance bears the words Dream House Energy Cube, and the trademark is a picture of Mew eating an energy cube, a cute image that Zia Mew secretly photographed. It might be changed later, but for now, this cute image is more likely to attract attention. Anyway, even if Mew comes knocking, Zia Mew isn't afraid. It can't sue him for copyright infringement. Inside the factory complex, there are 4 workshops, currently undergoing extensive renovations and upgrades under the supervision of Jessie and James, equipped with various facilities. In one area, Meowth is testing the energy cube manufacturing machine given to him by Zia Mew, conducting in-depth research, since all the energy cubes sold in the future will be manufactured here. It must be said, Meowth truly possesses a gifted mind. His manufacturing talent has been enhanced by destiny, and he has understood the internal structure of the energy cube machine in a short period of time. Although it's impossible to clone it in a short time, the general idea has been figured out. If it weren't for the system's guarantee of quality and the added bonuses from its rules, Meowth could have created an exact replica in the shortest amount of time. Inside the office, Zia Mew summoned Jessie, James, and Meowth. He first gave them a brief overview of the upcoming work, letting them decide on the direction to take, and then told them about the unexpected incident that happened yesterday. The League had given a final trial to the 6 members of Team Rocket and the 4 members of the poaching group who had destroyed Eden Island and attempted to capture Moltres and Heatran, sentencing them to permanent imprisonment and depriving them of their human rights. In the Pokémon world, this kind of punishment is more cruel than the death penalty. The reason for telling them this was naturally to make them understand more clearly that leaving Team Rocket and following him was a wise decision. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. He wanted to tell them that yesterday, when the Eden Island City Police were transporting those 10 people and handing them over to the Vermilion City Police, an attack by thugs occurred. The key figures were all rescued, such as Yamato, Kasaburo, and Hunter J. Although 6 people were rescued, 4 cannon fodder were captured and had no chance of escape. Undoubtedly, Team Rocket and the poaching gang were responsible. Yamato and Kasaburo knew too many secrets, and Giovanni couldn't stand idly by. As for Hunter J, his value was too great, and the poaching gang wouldn't ignore him either. Now that you've left Team Rocket, you must completely abandon the past. I'm satisfied with your reactions. At least you haven't wavered in your resolve because of news about Team Rocket, Zia Mew said to Jessie, James, and Meowth. These words touched their hearts once again. A strong sense of security deeply moved them. For them, these past few days have been the most fulfilling and dignified time of their lives in years. No more hiding, no more fear of being recognized. They can work with their heads held high, even being addressed as boss with respect, making them realize how wonderful life can be. They've made friends with new acquaintances, no longer burdened by the pressure of being part of Team Rocket and having to be careful in everything they do. Faced with the loyal feedback from Jessie, James, and Meowth, Zia Mew simply responds with encouragement and smiles. Providing emotional support in the short term is naturally very effective, but in the long run, no one knows what the future holds. Therefore, what Zia Mew needs to do is to solidify his position in their hearts as quickly as possible, just as Giovanni's position in their hearts was once unshakable. So there's one more thing today. I also brought you a Pokémon today, Jessie. You'll be very happy when you see it. As he spoke, Zia Mew took out a Pokéball and handed it to Jessie. From the day he recruited them, Zia Mew had been trying his best to do something. For example, this Pokéball contained the Chansey that had formed a bond with Jessie back then. Of course, it's now Blissey. This is, for me. Jessie was a little confused, not knowing what was going on for a moment. James and Meowth also looked on with curiosity. At Zia Mew's prompting, Jessie finally mustered up the courage to release Blissey from the Pokéball. When Jessie and Blissey looked at each other, when they recognized each other, the sudden surprise made them both burst into tears of joy, especially Jessie, who hugged Blissey and cried. Blissey had known for a while that it would be sent to Jessie's side, so it was mentally prepared, but it still had tears in its eyes. Obviously, Chansey had wanted to follow Jessie back then, but Jessie had forcefully refused because there would be no good life with her. Now, after many years of separation, they met again, and that bond burst forth uncontrollably. Zia Mew was moved, and James and Meowth were even more moved to tears. They finally understood that Zia Mew had been doing seemingly insignificant things for them all along. They now realized that what they received wasn't just money, but also Zia Mew's respect. You two don't need to be so sentimental. You're making me lose control. Finding this lucky egg was difficult, but thankfully there were records, so it was easy. As for Meowth, your Meowsy will take a while to find. And James, I can only promise you empty words right now. Just tell me what you need, and I'll try my best to fulfill it, Zia Mew said to the two. This tone of voice moved them even more. Meowth, is there really a chance to see Meowsy again? Why are you so good to us? Meowth was a little emotional. That's because you chose to follow me, to be my people. If I can't even give you the most basic things, then what right do I have to make you work for me? Zia Mew said decisively. Chapter 120. After today, I'll be leaving Cinnabar City, so everything here will be handled by you all. After all, I need to challenge other gyms to obtain badges and participate in this year's Indigo League. Having successfully cultivated the loyalty of Jessie, James, and Meowth, Zia Mew spoke up. Actually, Zia Mew didn't know the exact level of Jessie and James' loyalty, but he could analyze their situation through Meowth. Since Meowth is a Pokémon, its data panel provides friendship and emotion indicators, allowing him to indirectly gauge their loyalty levels. It's worth mentioning that Meowth's friendship level with him reached 165 points, a near maximum increase. Most importantly, Meowth isn't his Pokémon. Without a master-servant relationship, increasing friendship isn't so simple. Like wild Pokémon, even if you treat them well, rapidly increasing friendship is extremely difficult. It's worth mentioning that Meowth is in an uncaptured state, and it's unclear why. Of course, ZMU won't dwell on it. How do you know this? It's because Pokémon that have already been captured by others don't display friendship levels, but rather affection levels. Affection and friendship are similar, yet different. ZMU had tried raising friendship levels with other people's Pokémon, but the feedback was minimal, unlike friendship, which, upon reaching a certain value, would cause the Pokémon to develop a specific, special affection for you. Don't worry about it, we're trustworthy. If we couldn't even handle something this simple, we'd be utterly useless, James nodded solemnly. As he said this, Jessie immediately added, "That's right, we'll definitely do what you asked of us, and we'll definitely do it even better than you expect." As soon as she finished speaking, the happy egg chirped happily, naturally blending into the team. "And me, Meowth, I can't guarantee anything else, but within a month, we'll definitely get the factory on track for production. Maybe we can even get some free advertising at the Indigo conference, Meowth." Meowth said, then suddenly a brilliant idea flashed through her mind. "With your skills, if we win the championship, our products, if not sold out, will at least become bestsellers in a short time. This is the energy cube that the league champions have been using, Meowth." "Great idea, how come I didn't think of that?" "Meowth, you're getting more and more strategic," James exclaimed. "Of course, Meowth, I'm the strategist, Meowth," Meowth said proudly. ZMU listened to their discussion from the side, feeling very satisfied. If their proposed plan succeeded, the energy cubes alone could bring in huge profits in a short period of time. Since the Dreamhouse Energy Cube factory is now entirely under your management, you are the bosses. So, feel free to pursue any ideas you have. If you lack working capital, you can contact me anytime. I only have 2 requirements. First, now that the factory is up and running, you absolutely cannot be stingy. Every step must be done perfectly from the start. The same applies to the wages and benefits for recruited workers, enough to cover all expenses. Second, the purchase of raw material tree fruits must not be of inferior quality. It's better to produce more than to wait until you need them to prepare. By then, it will be too late. ZMU explained his thoughts. Understood. You can rest assured on these 2 points. As for funds, we currently have over 60 million Alliance coins in the account that can be mobilized, so we don't need any more reserves. But we need to establish partnerships with many merchants and businesses, plus advertising investment. James professionally pulled out his notebook to calculate in detail and explained the current situation. Being able to get into work mode anytime, anywhere, that's top-notch talent. Perhaps we could choose to open our own shops selling energy cubes. After all, selling energy cubes doesn't require high-end shops. Although we need to cover the entire Kanto region, we only need a few dozen. The initial investment is indeed large, but the later returns will be much more substantial. Musashi's words broadened ZMU's horizons. He used to think Musashi was simple-minded, but in reality, she just hadn't yet unleashed her talent. Once she did, her ideas were incredibly advanced. ZMU's original plan was simply to sell online or find some partners, such as the League's friendly stores. "Great, seeing you all have so many ideas, I'm completely relieved. Like I said, if you need money, just contact me directly." After leaving these words, ZMU didn't linger. He had other things to do. After seeing ZMU off, Musashi, James, and Meowth were even more motivated. This time, Blissey had joined the team, and it seemed that Blissey's influence made them even more hopeful for the future, as if they had been chosen by Lady Luck. Back home, ZMU immediately began choosing Pokémon and confirming his travel route. There was less than a month left until the Indigo League opening ceremony, which was 4 weeks at most, but actually only 3 weeks, because the last week was for finalizing the list and registration would close. Arcanine, Gardevoir, Vaporeon, Venusaur, Pidgeotto. Who should I bring for the last one? Muttering to himself, ZMU was actually quite anxious. With so many Pokémon, his decision-making difficulties were kicking in. In the early stages, Mew only brought Arcanine as his main Pokémon, to give other Pokémon more opportunities to shine, since challenging gyms wasn't a high-intensity battle. If Arcanine weren't essential as a mount, Mew would have even abandoned it. In short, Gardevoir and Vaporeon were Mew's two main Pokémon currently being trained, followed by Venusaur, being one of the original starter Pokémon and the leading grass-type Pokémon. Then, there's the starter Pokémon, Pidgeotto, for aerial mobility, an indispensable flying type for travel. Why not Charizard and Dragonite? Frankly, Charizard's fire-type overlaps with Arcanine's, so Mew didn't want to bring it. As for Dragonite, Mew didn't want to become too famous yet. How about bringing Pikachu? A thought flashed through Mew's mind, and he suddenly laughed. As an anime enthusiast, most people do want a yellow-skinned mouse, and Mew was no exception. He didn't have a better idea for the time being, so bringing it wasn't a bad option. Besides, while Pikachu was fragile, it was indeed an offensive Pokémon, and evolving into Raichu would make it quite powerful. Xiaotian's Raichu is very well trained. Chapter 121. After making his decision, Mew began to think deeply again. He was considering whether to level up his main Pokémon to level 100. After all, he now had enough money to buy anything in the system shop without hesitation. Even a Master Ball worth 100 million League coins could be easily acquired with the money. If I were playing the game, in about 20 days, even without completing a second playthrough, I'd have at least a dozen or 20 level 100 Pokémon. Mew thought to himself. It had to be said, that was indeed the case. Leaving aside the early Pokémon games, even in the Sword and Shield generations, raising Pokémon had become increasingly easier. If you found the right method, you could easily raise many level 100 Pokémon in your first playthrough. It just took more time to grind experience. The key was the existence of special items like experience candies in the game. Although they couldn't compare to rare candies, they were indeed very effective in the early game. The lower the level, the less experience points are needed. Rare candies are only effective in the later stages, increasing a Pokémon's level by 1. In the early game, a single XL experience candy would cause a rapid, explosive increase in level, making it incomparable to rare candies. An XS experience candy can increase a Pokémon's experience by 100 points. An S experience candy can increase a Pokémon's experience by 800 points. An M experience candy can increase a Pokémon's experience by 3,000 points. An L experience candy can increase a Pokémon's experience by 1,000 points. Finally, an XL experience candy can increase a Pokémon's experience by 3,000 points. System Shop, you don't even have items like this. I don't know whether to call you professional or unprofessional. This wasn't the first time Mew had complained. After all, early game training requires too much effort and resources, unlike the later stages where you only need to maintain one or two methods. Since the system doesn't have a Pokémon assistant, no matter what he said, he wouldn't get a response, and in the end, he could only sigh and let it go. Stopping thinking about experience candies, Mew started calculating the money needed to level up his main Pokémon. Arcanine 30 rare candies, Lucario 28, Red Gyarados 30, Beedrill 18. That's only 106 candies in total, costing a mere 106 million League coins. Not much, considering he had reserved 240 million for training his Pokémon, with the remaining 200 million as reserves. However, if he only carried Arcanine, Mew felt it would be wasteful to have everyone at level 100. He'd rather level them up when he changed Pokémon. You seem to have a headache. Everything's already arranged, so what's on your mind? Mewtwo suddenly transmitted its voice, interrupting Mew's focused thoughts. Next time you're about to speak, could you please remind me first? Mew said, somewhat amused. Mewtwo didn't seem to mind. It was used to this method. Should I leave? Never mind, you've already shown up, so don't leave. Keep me company and chat a bit to calm down. With that, Mew took the Master Ball from his belt buckle and summoned Mewtwo. Anyway, they were in their own room, so no one would see them. After Mewtwo appeared, It simply strolled to the window and looked around at the world outside. He glanced at the draft paper on Zia Mew's desk. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the scribbles Zia Mew had written on it, he knew that Zia Mew was struggling with this. Tell me, if I had the power to make Pokémon stronger at will, should I help them all become stronger at once, or should I do it one by one slowly? Zia Mew asked Mewtwo. He didn't explain clearly, but he got the gist of it. Mewtwo wasn't surprised by his question. It had witnessed Zia Mew training Pokémon firsthand, and it knew Zia Mew's extraordinary abilities. He could always pull out amazing things from his all-powerful backpack. It had scanned with its psychic powers, but always found nothing. Those things seemed to appear out of thin air. Can I become stronger too? Mewtwo's question made Zia Mew pause. He had really overlooked Mewtwo. Now that it had asked, Zia Mew shouldn't be so concerned about whether all Pokémon should reach level 100, but should instead consider what to do with Mewtwo. As their time together increased, both Pokémon grew to know each other quite well, and their intimacy level unknowingly surpassed 150 points, reaching 158. While seemingly low, it was actually quite impressive. Zia Mew hadn't done anything special. He simply chatted with Mewtwo and subtly influenced it through his daily activities. I can't be entirely sure because I haven't tried it yet. After all, you're very special. I've said before that you were created using Mew's genes, making you comparable to any legendary Pokémon in a sense, Zia Mew said without hiding anything. A pawn. Hearing this, Mewtwo looked at him seriously. Then let me try, I want to become stronger too. Are you really sure? You know, using my method might actually limit your growth, since your original potential is comparable to a legendary Pokémon, Zia Mew said awkwardly, then asked after a moment's thought. Trying it wouldn't hurt, since Mewtwo was completely devoted, and it wasn't about directly helping it reach level 100. Feeding it a few rare candies to level it up to 90 would be a small reward, letting it know that following him at least offered some hope. Zia Mew had previously considered telling Mewtwo about Mega Evolution, but Mewtwo had never considered leaving, and they had always lived peacefully together, so he kept it to himself as a last resort. Seeing Mewtwo nod, Zia Mew didn't hesitate any longer and directly bought 5 rare candies from the system shop. This is something that appeared out of thin air. Mewtwo looked at Zia Mew with even greater shock. Its master was truly extraordinary. How could a human possess such abilities? Unless a god. A god? Mewtwo didn't know why it had this thought. Perhaps it was etched into its genes by humans during creation. There are some things I can't say yet, at least not now. I'll tell you slowly later. Anyway, you can rest assured, these things are all helpful to Pokémon. Eating one will raise your strength by 1 level. Tilda, you might not understand if I put it that way. To put it another way, you can think of it this way. Every Pokémon has a level system, from level 1 at birth to the highest level 100. Of course, level 100 is my opinion, it might be higher. Based on the level system, your current level is 85. After eating these 5 rare candies, you can reach level 90, and it's a level increase with absolutely no side effects. At this point, Zia Mew looked at Mewtwo more seriously. So, this is what you meant by the ability to help Pokémon increase their strength. Mewtwo looked at Zia Mew, then at the 5 rare candies, and asked. Zia Mew nodded and said, yes, but not entirely. This is only one aspect. However, it is indeed an area I want to improve for Arcanine and the others right now. Mewtwo understood, moved closer to Zia Mew, and took the rare candies from his hand. Can I just eat it? You have to remove the outer wrapper and eat the candy inside. Okay. Mewtwo used its psychic powers to peel off the wrapper, revealing the candy inside. After the wrapper came off, it vanished without a trace, leaving Mewtwo completely shocked. Its superpower vanished without a trace, disappearing into thin air. After a moment of shock, Mewtwo focused its senses again, finally swallowing all 5 rare candies in one bite, making Zia Mew's mouth water. He hadn't dared to try them before because he was poor, but now that he was rich, 1,000,000 was nothing to him, and he was tempted to see if the rare candies would work on him. Of course, Zia Mew restrained himself. Even if he wanted to try them, now wasn't the time. "This is my power. I've gone stronger so quickly," Mewtwo gasped, incredulous. "Congratulations on getting stronger again. I can see it too. Your level has increased from 85 to 90. Zia Mew said with a smile. In Zia Mew's eyes, all the information was displayed on the data panel, the level column showing LV, 90 LV. Mewtwo was even more incredulous upon hearing this. So this master could see so deeply. After the power boost, there were indeed no discomforts or side effects. Wait, I suddenly remembered that Beedrill must have temporarily eaten these candies to boost its power as well. Mewtwo's memory was remarkable, and it realized this at this moment. Zia Mew didn't evade the question, nodding in acknowledgement, and said, "At the time, I didn't expect your level to reach 80, while Beedrill's level was only 70. In order to completely suppress you, I had to temporarily boost it another 10 levels to match your level. Of course, just matching your level wasn't enough, because your potential is comparable to a legendary Pokémon, while Beedrill is just an ordinary bug-type Pokémon. So, on top of being at the same level, we also had to rely on the power of Mega Evolution. To be honest, it was still very dangerous at the time, because your power increased during the battle, jumping from level 80 to level 85 in one go, fortunately without climbing any higher." After saying that, Zia Mew even made a gesture of relief. Mega Evolution? So that kind of evolution was specifically designed to counter me? Mewtwo was even more puzzled. Given Zia Mew's meticulous planning, he clearly knew about it all along. Otherwise, how could he have been so targeted? Zia Mew hesitated for a moment when this was mentioned. Because psychic abilities and aura power could sense each other, Zia Mew couldn't lie, but he could use another method to avoid the question, saying, "Mega Evolution isn't for you. It's a kind of super evolution that many Pokémon can undergo, not just Beedrill, Lucario, and Gyarados. Even you can Mega Evolve, you just need some medium, a Mega Stone, and an evolution key." Mewtwo fell silent. Because of this in-depth exchange, Mewtwo truly saw a wider world. Zia Mew was also a little numb at this moment. He never imagined that a simple conversation would lead to so many things. He should have known better than to ask Mewtwo's opinion. But since he was already doing it, he might as well go all the way. Since leveling up required adaptation anyway, he might as well complete the modification and strengthening of IVs and effort values all at once. Without hesitation, Zia Mew spent another 1 million League coins to buy the golden crown and handed it over. Mewtwo, seeing this, was suspicious again. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes later, Zia Mew finished modifying Mewtwo's individual values, IVs, and effort values, EVs. Looking at the drastically changed data panel, he finally felt much better, especially the friendship level, which had jumped directly from over 150 to 200, skipping a level. This meant that his confrontation with Mewtwo had been worthwhile. The only thing unclear was whether there would be an unknown level indicator, with 3 question marks, after reaching level 100. Mute. LV, 90 LV. Gender, genderless. Attribute, psychic. Personality, timid. Ability, intimidate. Moves, immobilize, psychic, swift, life drop, ancient power, psychic blade, safeguard, amnesia, aura sphere, psychic, power swap, defense swap, mirage, psychic smash, regenerate. Friendship, 200. Mood, happy. Mewtwo IV's HP, 31 trained. Special attack, 31 best. Special defense, 31 best. Attack, 31 trained. Defense, 31 trained. Speed, 31 best. Overall assessment, ability after training. Effort values, HP 0, attack 0, defense 0, special attack 252, special defense 4, speed 252. How do you feel? How much difference is there between your current strength and before? Zia Mew asked. Now is the perfect time to inquire about the difference in strength. If asked later, once they've adapted, they'll forget how weak they were in the past. I can feel it. With my current strength, I could easily defeat my previous self. Even if I faced Mega Beedrill again, I could still defeat it. Mewtwo answered directly, even using Mega Beedrill as a comparison. If Beedrill heard you say that, It would be furious and would definitely want to fight you, Mew laughed. I don't mind fighting it again, I'll definitely win, Mewtwo said confidently. Even if you fight again, you'll still lose. Mew didn't say this aloud, because with his command abilities, he could easily make Mega Beedrill win against a stronger opponent, unless Mewtwo could unleash an outrageous power. Moreover, Mew would also level up Beedrill, directly raising it to level 100. Having considered the matter of boosting Mewtwo, Mew clarified his thoughts. If he was going to boost it, he might as well go all out. He was never one to be stingy, especially since he might need them to compete in the Elite Four challenge soon. He was going to crush everyone. Chapter 122. Evolution, everyone has to kneel. Arcanine's level 100, Lucario. Level 100, Red Gyarados level 100. Beedrill, level 100. Having truly experienced the power of level 100 and the strength of Mewtwo at level 90, Mew finally understood that after level 90, the difference between each level increases becomes increasingly significant. It's only because Mewtwo's stats are extremely high, placing it among the legendary Pokémon, that it would be absolutely suppressed in front of these 4 level 100 Pokémon. Fortunately, Mewtwo didn't hold a grudge, nor did it blame Mew for only helping it reach level 90 instead of level 100. Mew explained its special nature to it, and thus it had a new idea: to strive to develop its own power. Besides the difference in strength, there's also the terrifying power that Mega Evolution can achieve. Simply put, the 4 level 100 Pokémon could easily defeat level 80 and 85 Mewtwo. With Mega Evolution, let alone Mega Beedrill, Mega Lucario could easily overwhelm a level 90 Mewtwo. When it goes berserk, aside from the veteran legendary Pokémon, even champions would be helpless, perhaps even utterly powerless. Of course, this is just Mew's speculation, because he hasn't even encountered an Elite Four member yet, let alone know the champion's Pokémon level. It's worth mentioning that after reaching level 100, it's true that you can't level up anymore. At least, eating rare candies won't help. Another thing, Mew also ate a rare candy. After eating it, he realized it was just a sweet and sour fruit candy, the kind that costs $1 a handful. The next morning, Mew got up early to wash up and changed into the new sportswear his mother had prepared. Today was the day he officially set off on his long trip, and all the arrangements had been made yesterday. After breakfast, Mew declined his parents' offer to drive him to the port to catch the boat. Instead, he took Gardevoir, Vaporeon, Venusaur, Pidgeotto, and Pikachu and rode Arcanine away from home. It's worth mentioning that over the past few days, his Pokémon had sparred with each other, improving their strength and levels considerably. Gardevoir, having gained some levels while stationed on Cinnabar Island, had gained another 2 levels in the past 2 days under high-intensity conditions, now reaching level 52. Mew had already done a very good job raising Gardevoir. The only remaining improvements were in its level and move learning. However, Mew wasn't in a hurry to level it up. At least level 52 was already quite high. Traveling with it was naturally to cultivate a closer bond, although its friendship level had reached 140 points, which was only average among Pokémon in a group. Furthermore, since Gardevoir is being groomed as a future main unit, Mega Evolution is inevitable, so reaching 200 friendship points is a must. Additionally, to prove that his promise to Gardevoir wasn't broken, he'll take it on a journey to find its family. Speaking of which, during the previous encounter with the poaching gang, Mew took the opportunity to communicate with Hunter J and her group. Unfortunately, the poachers in the Hone region don't belong to the same organization, and Hunter J and her group don't like Mew. In fact, they resent him for ruining their plans, so they won't tell him the truth. After the malicious incident in Vermilion City, Mew's first goal was to contact the local police to see if there were any clues. Gardevoir didn't cost much, but leveling up the other Pokémon consumed a significant amount of League coins. Of course, these weren't level increases, but rather increases in individual values, IVs, and effort values, EVs. Otherwise, it would have been another huge expense. Each Pokémon cost 1.51 million, totaling 7.55 million for all 5. Reality once again reminded Mew that money is absolutely essential. With money, he could do whatever he wanted and train as many main Pokémon as he desired. Regarding levels, Vaporeon was level 48, Venusaur was level 56, Pidgeotto was level 52, and Pikachu was level 40. Pikachu's lower level was because it was only level 38 at the time. Its current level 40 was due to the environment, forcing Pikachu to work harder to avoid falling behind. In particular, Mew gave Pikachu opportunities and expectations, encouraging it to work harder and become a useful Pikachu. Mew saw this dedication, which is why he decisively decided to bring Pikachu along this time. Before long, Mew arrived at the port of Round Island City. Grandpa Knot had been waiting for a long time. Besides Knot, there were 3 young people, 1 man and 2 women, whom his mother insisted on arranging as secretaries and assistants to make things easier for him in the future. Mew wanted to refuse, but his mother insisted, so he had to accept and make arrangements later. It must be said that having someone to take care of him was completely different from being alone. Life was much more convenient. For example, although Mew had already visited the luxury cruise ship and was familiar with its facilities. With the secretaries and assistants, he didn't need to give any instructions. They would proactively handle everything and provide him with everything he needed. It was incredibly luxurious, something Mew was experiencing for the first time. This was the life of the wealthy. Of course, Mew wasn't swayed by it. He wasn't the type to have his secretary do all the work when there was none. Despite the feast for the eyes, he resolutely resisted the temptation of beauty. It wasn't until almost 9 o'clock that Sonia finally arrived, albeit late. They had agreed to leave together, but it had taken so long. However, for a girl, being a little late at crucial moments was no big deal. To Mew's surprise, Sonia had brought the Rotom Guardian Dex, saying it would make collecting data easier on their trip. This was also Magnolia's idea. Mew didn't mind. The only thing he needed to be careful about was that Mewtwo couldn't appear freely anymore. Otherwise, the Rotom Guardian would automatically record its data. However, according to Sonia, he could rest assured about this, because all the information collected by the Rotom Guardian would first undergo system filtering and manual review before being synchronized to the database. So even if Mewtwo was photographed and its data recorded, there was no need to worry about exposure. That being said, Mew felt it was best to be cautious. After all, Sonia could be quite naive at times. She never doubted whether she herself was living in a world of lies. For example, while it seemed the Rotom Codex was under her control, who knew if Magnolia could obtain the same information? It was just Sonia's own belief that she could control all data. The voyage officially began, the weather clear and sunny. Since their destination was Vermilion City on the Kanto continent, the journey was slightly longer than to Cinnabar Island. Of course, if everything went smoothly and they set off at this time, they could arrive before 3 p.m. With ample time, Mew released the other Pokémon he was carrying. Arcanine and Gardevoir on their second sea voyage were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Venusaur, Pidgeotto, Vaporeon, and Pikachu, however, were rather reserved. Non-water-type Pokémon by nature have an instinctive fear of the sea. Of course, this feeling quickly dissipated, as the ship was large enough to provide a sense of security. Pokémon's adaptability is unmatched by humans, so after only a short while, they were already chasing and playing, except for Venusaur. As one of the original grass-type starter Pokémon, its large size and the fact that it had evolved into a quieter and more composed Pokémon, especially in this weather, allowed it to continuously photosynthesize. Aren't you taking Moltres with you this time? If you did, you'd quickly become the talk of the town as a legendary Pokémon trainer, Sonia teased, sipping the milk tea her assistant had made. She was genuinely curious how Mew had resisted the allure of a legendary Pokémon. Having caught it, shouldn't he have kept it with him all the time? Anyone would. But Mew's choice was a huge surprise. Not only did he not bring Moltres, but he also didn't bring Dragonite or Lucario. I don't like being in the spotlight. After spending so many days with me, you should know my temperament. At least before the official tournament begins, I don't plan to attract too much attention. Only by keeping a low profile can I avoid any accidents and successfully obtain 7 badges in the shortest amount of time, Mew replied, leaning back on the sofa, fiddling with his phone. Sonia wasn't surprised by this, as Mew was indeed that kind of person. He was capable, thoughtful, knew how to conceal his true self, and considered all possibilities before making any move. The more I spend with you, the more profound you seem. Can't you be a little more spontaneous? Sonia knew Mew wasn't wrong, but still said with a hint of disdain. Wouldn't it be more direct to just say, I'm not living authentically? No, it's just that I think you overthink things. It's exhausting, just like my friend. Sonia paused slightly, then continued. While there are many bad people in this world, the vast majority are good. Indeed, Mew nodded without arguing. Seeing Mew's agreement, Sonia was about to speak again when she was suddenly interrupted by Old Master Knot, who appeared on the upper deck. There are indeed more good people than bad people in this world, but as a senior, I still have to say something, which I believe you have all heard. You shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but you can't be without the heart to guard against them. When you're traveling without the protection of your elders, remember to protect yourself and never trust strangers easily. The elders' words were particularly educational. Old Ginger is spicier. Grandpa Knot has seen more roads than we've eaten meals, Mew replied with a smile, which made Knot laugh heartily. Sonia rolled her eyes at Mew, then politely said, Thank you for the reminder, Grandpa Knot. We will be careful. Knot nodded, then said that the wind direction was good and today was a good day to set off, before returning to his cabin. Without Knot's interruption, Mew suddenly remembered what Sonia had mentioned earlier and asked, Speaking of which of your friends do you think I resemble? Let me guess, it wouldn't be the champion Leon, who's been all over the news these past 2 years, would it? I heard that since becoming the Galar champion, he's been dedicated to changing the status quo of the Galar region. Thanks to his efforts, the Galar region has not only developed better, but it's also said that there are no longer any evil forces. Mew paused here. Sonia's expression was strange. Her bright eyes were now somewhat unbearable to look directly at. You know so much about me, you've already investigated me, haven't you? Sonia stared at Mew and asked back. Why would I need to investigate the fact that you and Leon are friends? Besides, you've mentioned it to me more than once. Although you haven't specified who it is, I can roughly guess. Moreover, Dr. Magnolia has also told me some things about the two of you. To be honest, Mew was a little jealous. Before meeting her, he was only thinking about the original plot. Now that he'd met her, and in this situation no less, hearing the beautiful woman beside him constantly talking about other people was bound to make him uncomfortable. It was as if Sonia had always been thinking about Dan, and he was. The one who had interfered. In the end, it was indeed him, the outsider who had interfered. Is that all? You're not jealous, are you? Mew had experienced Sonia's sensitivity firsthand, and her words left him speechless. I don't have that kind of perverse sense of humor to investigate people. Mew forcibly shifted his attention to the playful Pokémon. His actions were a bit deliberate, and Sonia noticed. Okay, anyway, I don't care even if you investigated me. After all, I don't have anything to hide. In a sense, I've investigated you too, since we're in this kind of relationship now. Sonia blushed slightly after saying that. How could a woman not feel embarrassed to admit that she had investigated a man, including his past, habits, and behavior? I know, from now on, when it comes to investigating people, I'll handle it. With your carefree and naive personality, you're too easy to expose, Mew couldn't help but say. He only found out about this 2 days ago, when someone suddenly told him. Mew didn't expose it, so he pretended not to know anything. Now that it's out in the open, let's put it all out there. The two looked at each other, perhaps because they were too close. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Noticing the unusual situation, the two simultaneously looked away and coughed awkwardly. Just then, Yamper and Pikachu ran over. Both being electric types, the two quickly formed a good friendship. P.S. Regarding Leon, some minor modifications will be made, such as the time when he became champion and his current situation. After all, the games and anime are somewhat unfinished, and there's no clear data to explain, plus the current story is several years in the past. Also, the age restrictions in the Pokémon world do have some issues, so this arrangement is intended to be as reasonable as possible. Chapter 123. 3 p.m. As expected, under Knott's piloting, the ship smoothly arrived at the port of Vermilion City. Mew and Sonia recalled their Pokémon a moment earlier, preparing to disembark. It must be said that, unlike the ports of Tsuburea City and Cinnabar City, Mew and Sonia felt the difference even as they approached, the most crucial difference being the awe-inspiring presence of the land-based city. Unlike islands, the sheer vastness of the land, stretching as far as the eye could see, was incredibly impactful. Mew in his previous life could never have seen such a sight. Only in his memories did he have some images of it. Finally arrived, this is Vermilion City in the Kanto region. Sonia excitedly took out her camera to take pictures, while her Rotom Pokédex recorded the beautiful scene. Although it had become a Pokédex, Rotom was still Rotom. After the ship fully docked, Mew and Sonia bid farewell to Knott, taking only their assistant, Alan, with them. After all, he was on a trip, and having so many people with him would seem too conspicuous. Besides, he's not a child anymore. The reason they left Alan behind was because she could indeed do some small tasks, like acting as a driver and showing them around Kuroba City. The main reason was that the Zia family's logistics group had a large branch in Kuroba City, so everything was already part of their parents' plan. The reason they arranged for these people was so that Mew could visit the branch after arriving in Kuroba City. In their commanding words, he was their son, and since he had chosen this path, he had to be familiar with some of the group's businesses. "Young master, should we go to the company now or go somewhere else first?" Alan asked while driving. Mew glanced at Sonia beside him, then looked at Alan. "No rush. I've already read your detailed report on the company's situation in Kuroba City. Let's go to the Kuroba City gym first, while we still have time, and get the badges." "Yes, young master." Alan couldn't disobey Mew's decision. This was a firm order given by the master and mistress after they assigned her to the young master. In a sense, this was a promotion, bringing more power. However, with a new master, she still needed to test the waters. Those who could reach this position were not only capable, but also mature. Mew didn't think too much about it, as he didn't need many people working for him yet, especially those his parents had sent. The vehicle drove through the streets of Kuroba City. It was, to be honest, completely different from the Kuroba City depicted in the anime world. Led by Alan, Mew and Sonia experienced the grandeur of Kuroba City. Skyscrapers stood tall, crowds thronged the streets and alleys, and countless shops created a bustling atmosphere. Although the pace was fast, the city's prosperity and vitality were undeniable. No wonder it's the largest port city. Although the Galar region has more prosperous cities, their styles are completely different, Sonia remarked sincerely. Actually, the customs and cultures of the Kanto and Galar regions are somewhat related, only separated by a vast ocean, Mew smiled. This is my interpretation of the information about this world after transmigrating. There was no such information in my previous life. Even though the settings in the anime and some Pokémon settings highlight a close connection with the Kanto region, to be honest, which region is not related to the Kanto region? As the original region and the starting point, Kanto is, in a sense, the birthplace. Time passed by, and around 4 o'clock, Alan finally arrived at the Vermilion City gym. Surprisingly, the gym's doors were closed. According to the schedule, the earliest closing time is after 4:30 p.m. Should we contact them, young master? Alan asked proactively. Serge's absence was indeed unexpected for Mew. His plan was to first obtain the badge, then go to the company, then return to the cruise ship to spend the night, and the next day go to the police station to inquire about the poaching group and Team Rocket's rescue. This disrupted his plans. "We can ask the staff when they're available. If not, we'll just have to try again tomorrow," Mew said to Alan. Alan nodded, immediately got out of the car, went to the gym's entrance, and began making calls. After Mew and Sonia waited in the car for a while, Alan returned and gave a definite answer. "Young master, I just contacted them. They said the gym leader will be back soon, and we should wait a moment." Alan's words carried a hint of deeper meaning. Mew didn't ask who she had contacted, because he guessed that Alan couldn't have contacted an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so efficient. In a short 10 minutes or so, under Mew's watchful eye, a group of people arrived in a car, rushing over. Mew recognized the leader of them. "LT, Surge." The gym leader of Vermilion City Gym. He just didn't know which aspect of his identity he was more likely to be associated with. Mew only hoped he wasn't connected to Team Rocket. Otherwise, this person was quite dangerous. The challenge went very smoothly. It even felt like children playing house to Mew. If he didn't know his own strength was absolutely formidable, he would have wondered if LT Surge was holding back. It's worth mentioning that LT Surge, who made a very high-profile appearance in the original story, only had a Raichu at level 39. No wonder Ash's Pikachu had a chance to win back then. It's clear that Raichu's level was recently increased. In short, LT Surge's level is really low. If it weren't for his special status, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on to his position as gym leader. Mew only sent out Venusaur, and it easily KO'd both the level 39 Raichu and the level 35 Magneton, winning the gym battle. Having won the Vermilion City Gym badge, Mew didn't linger. After accepting LT Surge's compliments and praise, he left the gym and headed to the branch office. Getting his second badge in the Kanto region so easily felt almost unreal. But Mew was still happy, because it was proof of his further progress. It all felt too easy. That LT Surge looked intimidating, but I didn't expect him to be so weak, Sonia couldn't help but say on the way to the company. Before Mew could answer, Alan spoke up for him. "That's because young Master Mew is too strong, isn't it?" "Actually, there's nothing surprising about it. You have to understand, if every gym leader is incredibly strong, how are challengers supposed to obtain badges? Experienced trainers might have a chance, maybe even a fight, but how can rookie trainers compete with these gym leaders? So, the stronger they are, the more abnormal it is," Mew said. It seems so. After being enlightened, Sonia quickly realized. Indeed, just like when Mew was in charge of the Cinnabar gym, he was too strong, to the point that all challengers were defeated. It seemed to demonstrate the gym leader's strength, but this wasn't the best outcome. Because of his overwhelming strength, challengers wouldn't come to challenge him anymore, eventually leading to the area being blacklisted by rookie trainers, and no one would travel there anymore. Sonia clearly remembered that Blaine had told Mew at the dinner table to give away some badges appropriately, so as to maintain balance. Arriving at the branch office, it was already 5:30 p.m. Mew's original self remembered the branch office, as he had visited Kui City more than once with his parents, and also on his own. In short, it was to familiarize himself with the situation, to go through the motions, and to let everyone know he had begun to take charge. Because of his arrival, no one left even though it was past closing time. Only after Mew understood the situation did he allow the employees to leave. He then had a video call with his parents to let them know he was safe and to share his ideas for improving the company. Actually, there wasn't much for him to worry about. Everything was running smoothly, otherwise his parents would have already reformed it. So, his parents were simply giving him something to do. They didn't necessarily expect him to change anything, just to let him adapt in advance and understand the specifics of their business. Leaving the company, it was quite late. Sonia and Alan had stayed with him the whole time, and everyone was hungry. Led by Alan, the three of them went to a well-known commercial plaza in Kui City for a meal. They were all young and easygoing, so they didn't need to stay in hotels or restaurants for everything. For dinner, the three of them enjoyed a sumptuous hot pot meal, followed by some famous milk tea and snacks from Vermilion City. It was quite late before they returned to the cruise ship. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning, after saying goodbye to Grandpa Knot and his 2 secretaries' assistants, 1 male and 1 female. Zia Mew, still accompanied by Alan, went to the Vermilion City police station with Sonia. Because they had already made prior arrangements, Officer Jenny of Vermilion City warmly welcomed Zia Mew. Officer Jenny expressed deep admiration for Zia Mew's efforts in stopping and arresting Team Rocket and the poaching gang members, and rescuing molters. However, she quickly expressed her apologies, as the Vermilion City police had failed to live up to the trust of the Edo Tenshiro police, not only failing to complete the handover properly, but also allowing the criminals to rescue the ringleaders. Zia Mew, of course, wouldn't criticize them, although he certainly had the right, since he was the one who arrested them. It was a pity, and Zia Mew could only offer words of comfort to ease Officer Jenny's disappointment in Vermilion City. After learning many details about the situation, Zia Mew left the police station. He had originally intended to visit the prisoners who hadn't been rescued, but unfortunately, they had already been taken away by investigators sent from the Pokémon League headquarters. Pokémon investigators. This very special official department of the League. Zia Mew's understanding of them in his previous life was only superficial, as neither the games nor the anime provided much detail. What was worth exploring was that Lance, as both a champion and an Elite Four member, was also an investigator. When this was revealed, it caused quite a stir. After all, it was understandable for a champion to also be an investigator. But Lance, as an investigator, had been infiltrating a criminal organization as an undercover agent, and it was unclear how he hadn't been recognized. Strictly speaking, the role of an investigator was like a special department established by the state, possessing absolute power and only answerable to the highest-ranking elders. Leaving the police station, Zia Mew's business in Vermilion City was considered complete. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. Otherwise, they might have been able to obtain useful information. Zia Mew could only comfort Gardevoir, saying there would be other opportunities, and his parents had been spreading rumors that Ralts and Curlia would be found quickly once news broke of their sale. North of Vermilion City. At Zia Mew's insistence, Alan was temporarily left in Vermilion City. Bringing her along would only cause some trouble, but that wasn't a problem. However, Zia Mew hadn't intended to bring anyone else on the trip from the beginning. If it weren't for Sonia's special status and the fact that they had already spent time together, Zia Mew really wouldn't have wanted to bring her along. Alan felt quite helpless about this. She also realized that her young master and Miss Sonia had a close relationship, and if she insisted on going along, it would be overstepping the bounds. Being given important responsibilities and now assigned to Zia Mew, her abilities, along with the other two, were undeniable. The intelligent Alan also knew how to be a good secretary. In short, since their master had given the order, she should obediently wait for further instructions. After all, it was Zia Mew's command, and they would receive their due reward even without doing anything. Young master, please take care on your journey. We will be ready 24/7. If you need anything during your trip, we will arrive immediately, Alan said. An obedient and understanding female secretary is undeniably what every man desires. Although they had only spent a day together, Alan's performance had indeed planted a useful seed in Zia Mew's heart. Zia Mew even considered having Alan cooperate with Musashi Kajiro and Meow Meow, which would not only alleviate the pressure on that side, but also allow for faster planning for the future. After walking a distance away from Kuraha City, Zia Mew and Sonia strolled along the coastal road. "Look at how reluctant you are to leave. Why don't you go back and call her along?" Sonia said meaningfully. Her tone was full of sourness. "I was thinking about something else, but you're not jealous of her, are you? There's nothing between us," Zia Mew teased Sonia with a smile. Sonia blushed immediately. "I don't believe it. Sister Alan has such a great figure and is so beautiful, how could you not be tempted? It's only been a day, and she's already your right-hand woman." "To say I wasn't tempted would be a lie, hee hee," Zia Mew said deliberately. Hearing this, Sonia couldn't hold back any longer. She puffed out her cheeks and punched him with her fist. You, Mew, you're so fickle. Haha tilde okay, my bad, I was just joking. But being fickle is too much. Besides you, I've never really liked any other girl. In the playful exchange, Mew grabbed Sonia's hand. Chapter 124. 2 days later. The incredibly prosperous Goldenrod City. Starting from Vermilion City, Mew and Sonia traveled north on foot without using any transportation, traversing mountains and valleys, only calling out Arcanine when they were tired. Along the way, they passed many towns and villages, areas not seen in the original anime or games, which also showed Mew how vast the world was, far more complex than he had initially thought. Thanks to a map and the Rotom Pokédex for navigation, the two took the fastest shortcut. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach Goldenrod City from Vermilion City in just 2 days. In fact, the distance between the two major cities was only a little over 100 kilometers, not too far. Finally, we've arrived in Goldenrod City. This is the great city known as the Golden Land of Kanto. It's indeed even more prosperous than Vermilion City, Sonia said. Mew nodded. Golden City is indeed the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Kanto region. However, Vermilion City might not be any worse off now. After all, the port city has been developing rapidly in the past 2 years, connecting trade between various regions. It's just that those large corporations and financial industry chains have all taken root in Golden City, so its position is unshakable. If I'm not mistaken, that building should be the headquarters of the famous Silver Corporation. That's the Silver Corporation that manufactured so many advanced gadgets, Sonia exclaimed, looking in the direction Mew pointed. Yes, Mew replied. The two chatted as they walked. Given the current situation, Mew couldn't determine the status of the Silver Corporation. It wasn't mentioned much in the original work, only in the game's plot. Since it was approaching noon, Mew took Sonia to a nearby restaurant for lunch. They had spent most of the past 2 days in the wilderness, staying in hotels in small towns, but eating food they had prepared themselves. Actually, if Mew were alone, he would have stayed in the wilderness quite casually, but with Sonia, it was different. Although they had established a basic boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, it wasn't appropriate for the girl, who had just started traveling with them, to immediately experience wilderness survival. Despite having a tent, sufficient supplies, and the protection of Pokémon to avoid danger, various details were still considered. Therefore, Mew would send out his Arcanine every night to travel to a town inhabited by humans. Having eaten simple meals prepared by themselves for 2 days, both Mew and Sonia had a great appetite. The steak feast in the Pokémon world was far superior to the steak dishes in Mew's previous life. Of course, perhaps Mew, as an ordinary person in his previous life, would never have been able to taste such exquisite steak. But it must be said that the food in the Pokémon world was absolutely top-notch. Even the ingredients were incomparable. Although the sign didn't explicitly state it, Mew could guess, after all, he had inherited the original owner's memories and had even seen farms raising toros online. Not all food is from ordinary creatures. As a Pokémon that doesn't produce fur, especially in this modern world where humans have long since escaped primitive society and no longer need Pokémon like toros to plow fields or pull carts, the only purpose of raising toros is for food. Pokémon as food, this is something Mew knew in both his past and present lives. Cruel. It certainly seems cruel, but this is the reality of the Pokémon world. Leaving aside what he learned after transmigrating to this world, just considering what Mew knew in his past life, Farfetch'd was often considered a delicacy in the early generations, as was Magikarp. Although it's all bones and has little meat, it has unique cooking methods. Besides that, there's Slowpoke's tail, Shelder's meat, and even Krabby and Exeggcute were served on the table. In the early days, there were many quirky settings. Not only humans ate them, but a food chain existed among Pokémon. Later, in the 8th generation, some foods became more clearly defined, such as the Galar region's iron-armored shrimp, the delicious savanna bass, and the Padana region's garlic grilled crab, etc. After the meal, Mew and Sonia emerged from the restaurant, full and satisfied. With their stomachs full, the next step was to do the second thing upon arriving in Goldenrod City: obtain the third badge. The only concern is arriving too late and wasting time. Anyway, once you get the badge, you'll have plenty of time to explore. It's worth mentioning that, unlike in the games, Saffron City only has one gym, the Psychic Gym where Sabrina is located. The other gym, widely known as the Fighting-type gym, is called the Fighting Club. While you can earn fighting badges for successfully challenging it, they don't help you participate in the league tournament. The gym owner who founded the Fighting Club is quite talented. He initially wanted to get a piece of the pie, since Saffron City is so large, and there really isn't a fighting-type gym in the Kanto region, plus he has financial backing. Unfortunately, the league doesn't approve, even with fighting champion Shiba as their spokesperson. The reason is simple: Sabrina's potential is too great, and the league needs a psychic-type gym more. In short, fighting-type gyms can be built anytime, anywhere, because fighting-type trainers are plentiful, if not everywhere. However, trainers specializing in psychic-type Pokémon are incredibly rare, let alone Sabrina, who is a human with psychic powers. This makes her extremely special, and to the league officials, her value far exceeds that of 10 fighting-type gym leaders. Traveling along, the two quickly found the psychic gym using the map. It has to be said, it was completely different from what Mew had imagined. The original story scenes were too desolate, even tinged with a sense of dread. Now, however, it was different. Not only were there a constant stream of people coming and going from the gym, but Mew and Sonia even saw the gym leader, Sabrina, smiling and talking to someone. As expected, after Ash cured her psychological problems in the original story, Sabrina completely changed. Mew thought to himself. This was indeed a long time after Ash challenged the gym, so Sabrina's transformation was understandable. To be honest, when Sabrina first appeared, the sense of oppression she brought was immense. Someone unfamiliar with the story might have thought it was an anime about a horror game, where even living people were turned into rag dolls. How many boys who aspired to become trainers back then were so frightened by that episode that they had nightmares? Later, because it was too terrifying, the content was forcibly cut and modified, and the complete version of the story was only released later. Is that gym leader Sabrina? I didn't expect her to be even prettier than in the photos, Sonia said with slight surprise. Mew sensed a trap in her words and decided not to comment. Let's go, my only goal is the badge. Let's get it quickly. Let's have some fun in Goldenrod City today, and then we'll head to Celadon City. With that, Mew took the initiative to walk forward. He didn't give Sonia a chance to react. Actually, Mew did think Sabrina was very beautiful. Since coming to this world, he had seen many beautiful women, but beauties like Sabrina were rare. What was most special was her aura, so pure and unique. Entering the gym, Mew and Sonia approached Sabrina one after the other. Because of their abrupt approach, two staff members quickly appeared and blocked them. After some discussion, Mew and Sonia learned that a promotional shoot was underway to promote the psychic gym. Following the staff's directions, Mew and Sonia finally spotted the hidden camera. Thankfully, they were stopped, otherwise they would have been considered to be intruding on the camera's view. There was nothing they could do but wait for filming to finish. After explaining their purpose to the two staff members, Mew and Sonia were led to a rest area. Fortunately, no challengers had arrived that afternoon. Mew and Sonia were the first, so after things here were over, gym leader Sabrina would personally accept the challenge. Sitting on the sofa in the rest area, Mew and Sonia chatted casually. This woman is very special, very powerful, more than 10 times stronger than your aura. Mewtwo suddenly spoke, almost startling Mew. It appeared because it sensed the powerful psychic abilities Sabrina possessed. For a human to possess such powerful psychic abilities was practically a humanoid Pokémon. However, Mewtwo was Mewtwo. Even though Sabrina's power was immense, in its eyes, it was just average. Mew was initially surprised by Mewtwo's sudden statement, but otherwise showed little reaction. If his aura power could truly compare to Sabrina's, then Sabrina would be far too weak. She's a genius among geniuses in the field of psychic abilities. The original story even mentions that ordinary Pokémon can't even compare to Sabrina's power, making her a human weapon of mass destruction. To put it simply, Sabrina's strength is comparable to a level 30 or 40 psychic-type Pokémon. After waiting for about half an hour, Sabrina, having finished her work, finally had a moment to catch her breath. However, instead of resting, she proactively came over to greet the challengers. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Sabrina, the gym leader of the psychic-type gym in Goldenrod City. Welcome to challenge the gym." Sabrina's voice was very gentle, unlike the emotionless portrayal in the original story. The cold, icy beauty had transformed into a gentle and cute girl. "Hello, I'm ZMU. My name is Sonia. Hello, gym leader Sabrina." ZMU and Sonia politely stood up and responded. Sabrina nodded, then smiled and asked, "So, shall we start the gym challenge now? Will it be the two of you together?" Sonia shook her head, saying, "I'm just accompanying her, he's the one challenging." "If it's convenient, we can start now," ZMU said without hesitation. Sabrina nodded again, then gave a brief instruction to a staff member before adding, "Then follow me. The gym match is 3-on-3, is that all right?" "Yes," ZMU nodded without hesitation. And so, led by Sabrina, the group entered the large indoor battle arena. Because it was a public gym challenge, there was no deliberate attempt to conceal their presence, and with many people in the gym, they all became spectators. Although he didn't yet know how strong Sabrina was, ZMU began to worry about her. If he easily defeated her, would it cause her new psychological trauma? After all, she was a genius. If she were easily defeated in front of so many people, she might lose all her prestige. The gym challenge between gym leader Sabrina and challenger ZMU will now begin. The match will be a 3-on-3 contest. The match ends when either side's Pokémon is unable to battle. Gym leader, please send out your first Pokémon. With the referee's announcement, the match officially began. "My first Pokémon is this one. Come out, Alakazam." The piquet ball was thrown from Sabrina's hand, a flash of white light, and Alakazam appeared on the stage. Alakazam. LV 44. Gender, female. Type, psychic. Nature, timid. Ability, inner focus. Possesses a trained spirit, will not flinch from an opponent's attack, and remains unmoved by intimidation. Moves, immobilize, psychic, teleport, spoon bending, psychic beam, reflect, switcheroo, psychic blade, recover, psychic shock, psychic strike, acting, precognition. Friendship, 20. Emotion, glad finally another challenger has come. The level 44 Alakazam truly shocked ZMU. Immediately, ZMU guessed that this must be the Kadabra from the original story, which evolved quickly after overcoming its inner conflict. No wonder the ending was so rushed. Otherwise, Ash's chance to defeat Sabrina's Kadabra and obtain her badge would have been a pipe dream. It's no wonder the gold badge is considered the second most difficult badge to obtain after the green badge. "My first one is this one, go, Pikachu." ZMU smiled gently and patted Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, full of fighting spirit, leaped off ZMU's shoulder and onto the arena. Before this, ZMU had always kept Pikachu outside, trying to emulate Ash and experience the feeling of having Pikachu by his side. And it has to be said, Pikachu did bring him a lot of memories and a sense of accomplishment. Using Pikachu to fight Alakazam. To be honest, it felt a bit masochistic, but ZMU wasn't sending Pikachu to its death. He had a strategy. Actually, the level difference isn't that big, because Pikachu's level reached 42 in just over 2 days. A 2-level difference isn't significant at the level 40. Not to mention, Pikachu's individual values, IVs, have been trained, and its effort values. EVs are maxed out. It's practically a mini-mega machine. Chapter 125. Pikachu vs. Alakazam, such a match is truly rare. Not only had the spectating trainers never seen anything like it, but Sabrina herself was also somewhat surprised. However, through Pikachu, Sabrina involuntarily recalled that boy from the past. It's really nostalgic, isn't it? You must feel the same way, right, Alakazam? Because of the connection of their psychic powers, Sabrina and Alakazam were connected in spirit. Who tilde Alakazam tilde tilde? Yes, Master, so much time has passed without me realizing it. How is Ash doing now? Has he collected all 8 badges? Alakazam's words were heard not only by Sabrina, but also by Natsume and Pikachu, though none of them responded with aha. As a clone of Pikachu, although the memories weren't shared, there was still some influence. Pikachu had already guessed that the original had challenged this gym in the past, and had also fought against Alakazam. Pika tilde Pikachu, this isn't the time for nostalgia, let's fight. Pikachu's fighting spirit was high, clearly eager to show off. Sensing Pikachu's fighting spirit, Sabrina and Alakazam became serious. Then let's go, show us what you've got. With that, Natsume smiled slightly and said, exactly. Strike first, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu, a powerful surge of electricity accompanied by a loud cry was released. Golden lightning, like a thunder dragon, rushed towards Alakazam with astonishing power. This move was a direct attack. Sabrina remained calm, and Alakazam was even more composed. Teleport. The moment Thunderbolt was close, Sabrina gave the command. In an instant, Alakazam's 2 spoons emitted a flash of light and vanished before Thunderbolt struck. Boom! Thunderbolt struck the ground, creating a powerful explosion. That's some strength. That's quite an impressive Pikachu, Sabrina praised, then gave a command to the air, Alakazam, use Psychic. Alakazam hovered in the sky. With its 2 spoons crossed, a beam of psychic energy shot out. Just Psychic, dodge with high-speed shift, Mew said with a light smile, easily giving the order. Pikachu suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, then darted out like a phantom. Having dodged the Psychic, Mew shouted again, use electric terrain to cover the entire arena. Pikachu stopped and let out a fierce cry. Then, dense electricity emanated from Pikachu, quickly covering the entire arena in an electric field. This electric terrain move can keep ground-based Pokémon awake for 5 turns, a basic feature of the game. Most importantly, within electric terrain, the power of electric-type moves is increased. Unfortunately, even with the ground covered by electric field, Alakazam can stay in the sky indefinitely. Sabrina's words quickly brought a peculiar smile to Mew's lips. My goal was simply to prevent your Alakazam from returning to the ground. I thought it would take some effort, but your Alakazam just went straight into the sky. Pikachu, use electric shock. In the game, electric terrain amplifies the power of electric discharge. The same applies in the real world, only the effect is far more absurd, especially in terms of attack range. For example, Pikachu's electric discharge, which normally only causes damage to a small area, now affects everyone within the electric terrain range, whether on the ground or in the air. What? Sabrina exclaimed, feeling the power of the electric discharge. She never expected Pikachu to use electric-type moves like that. Alakazam in the sky, having underestimated Pikachu and thinking it was safe in the air, was hit hard. If it were an outdoor arena, at a higher distance, electric discharge wouldn't be effective, Mew casually explained, also to warn the spectators not to copy everything. He said, after all, this was indoors, with limited height, which is why it had such an unexpected effect. Outdoors, flying-type Pokémon could react quickly and climb higher to avoid it. Amazing, I learned something too, even though I'm not an electric-type Pokémon trainer. Sabrina smiled gently, then relaxed and said to Alakazam, who had shaken off the electric shock, we can't be too passive. Alakazam, since our opponent is so strong, we should show our true strength. Alakazam let out a defiant cry. Seeing this, Sabrina smiled and commanded, Psychic. Alakazam, a dazzling white light flashed in Alakazam's eyes, its powerful psychic ability erupting, and its spoons bent and changed shape. I've been waiting for you, Pikachu, light screen, Mew commanded at the same time. Almost instantly, Pikachu on the ground, having just completed the light screen, was swept away by a powerful pressure, its entire body losing control and being forcibly squeezed, causing it to cry out in pain. Under Alakazam's control, Pikachu was propelled into the air and then crashed heavily to the ground. Even with light screen reducing the damage, it will still cause significant trauma. Psychic attacks are difficult to defend against unless you can't catch it, Mew thought to himself. The idea was simple and effective, but given Pikachu's level and speed, without skill enhancements, it's still quite different from Alakazam. Even though their speeds differ, with Pikachu having an advantage in agile movement, Mew felt that unless it was a Pikachu with high-speed movement, it wouldn't be able to evade Psychic. Many thoughts arose in his mind, and Mew quickly came up with a new idea. Your Pikachu is really well trained, but that's enough for now, Alakazam, Psychic Blade. Sabrina gave a compliment before issuing another command. Seemingly gentle and quiet on the surface, she actually revealed a competitive spirit hidden deep within Mew. You think you can just finish off Pikachu like that? Not yet. Shadow Clone. Seeing the materialized Psychic Blade sweeping down, Mew immediately commanded Pikachu to dodge. Unlike turn-based battles in games, Shadow Clone is far more effective in actual combat. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Pikachu figures appeared on the field. Even though nearly 10 of them were breached by Psychic Blade, Pikachu evaded the attack. Thunderbolt. Without hesitation, Pikachu continued its attack, giving another command in its mind. It was all about psychological warfare. He didn't believe Sabrina wouldn't secretly give Alakazam commands. Pikachu let out a powerful, defiant shout. A powerful thunderbolt swept out, shooting straight into the sky. Useless. Attacks at that speed can't hit my Alakazam, Sabrina said with a smile. While she was speaking, Alakazam used instant transmission to dodge the thunderbolt attack. This move, which was only used outside of combat in the game, became an absolute cheat code for Psychic-type characters in the real world. Honestly, this move is extremely rare in the game. Who would waste a slot setting it up? Very few. However, Mew already has a strategy. Since Sabrina is so confident, let her be even more confident. The key to victory often lies in the final moment. When Alakazam appeared, Mew's eyes narrowed, and he feigned a shout. Now, another electric shock. With a shout, Pikachu responded swiftly. Sabrina seemed to have anticipated this. This move is indeed troublesome. Even though you've told me how to counter it, the indoor space is still insufficient. However, Alakazam, use Protect. As her voice fell, Mew saw Alakazam use Protect. He had seen Alakazam's move list before, so this move wasn't surprising at all. Electric Shock was blocked by Protect, and Mew's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. It was just a feint. While everyone was blinded by the electric shock and unable to look directly at it, Pikachu had already begun its high-speed movement, escaping everyone's sight. Sabrina had been subtly directing from the shadows, so Mew also used Aura to give ambiguous commands. Quick Attack. This wasn't an ordinary quick attack, but a quick attack imbued with electricity, possessing immense power. During their journey, Mew experimented with Pikachu, discovering many complementary moves. For example, after using agility to increase speed, a sudden, preemptive quick attack could be used. This was definitely feasible and very powerful. Then, they experimented further. Since single move switching was fundamental, Mew had Pikachu move at high speed while its body was covered in electricity, followed by quick attack. This created a true quick attack. It resembled the electric type's powerful Volt attack, except this move didn't damage the user, and its power level didn't reach 120. It could be considered a prototype. Of course, with the added boost from electric terrain, this move's power level would definitely exceed 100. In an instant, to everyone's astonishment, Pikachu shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning, giving no one a chance to react. Under Sabrina's shocked gaze and Alakazam's astonished stare, a deafening explosion resounded. Pikachu slammed into Alakazam, sending it flying several meters before finally collapsing from the sky, exhausted. While Pikachu was somewhat injured upon landing, Alakazam was completely knocked to the ground, its body crackling with electricity. It was not only unable to battle, but also paralyzed. Alakazam is unable to battle, Pikachu wins. Gym leader Sabrina, please switch to your second Pokémon, the referee announced, declaring the winner of the first round. A gasp swept through the arena. Sabrina had initially held the advantage, but the tide had turned dramatically. Sonia, initially worried for ZMU that he might lose, was also amazed by the outcome. In truth, the audience was largely confused. Only ZMU and Sabrina understood that both had been taking advantage of each other. At this moment, Sabrina's smile brightened. ZMU, you also have psychic powers. Can you communicate telepathically with Pokémon? As she spoke, Sabrina recalled Alakazam into its Pokéball. ZMU smiled slightly and said, "My ability isn't a psychic power, but it's similar. You could call it aura." Aura, I seem to have heard of it. So it seems you saw through my telepathic communication with Alakazam all along and secretly gave me commands. Sabrina said, taking out a second Pokéball. ZMU didn't hide anything and nodded directly. Before challenging you, I heard a bit about you. To deal with a psychic gym leader like you, I naturally need to use some special methods to fight fire with fire. Otherwise, winning this battle will indeed require a lot of effort. I see I was careless, but not in the second match. My second one is this: go, Mr. Mime. With a burst of white light, Mr. Mime appeared on the arena. As a domesticated Pokémon in the Kanto region, it's rare to find one train to be used in battle. Mr. Mime's base stats aren't actually low, at 460 points, and with its psychic and fairy type, it has extremely high training value. Mr. Mime. LV 42. Gender, female. Type, psychic fairy. Nature, modest. Ability, filter, reduces the power of an effective attack. Moves, slap, encore, wide guard, power swap, guard swap, mimic, quick guard, baton pass, psychic, role play, protect, recycle, psychic beam, mimic, light screen, reflect, safeguard, sucker punch, psychic. Friendship, 20. Mood, serious, it's my turn, which means Alakazam lost. Looking closely at Mr. Mime's level stats, especially the move list, ZMU was somewhat shocked. A bunch of support and status moves. She really didn't know how Sabrina had trained it. The only strange thing is that she doesn't know a single fairy-type move. This is probably because the power of fairy-type moves isn't widely known, so even a genius like Sabrina doesn't know how to develop it. Even if the Pokémon themselves know they possess that power, they probably don't know how to channel and utilize it. Speaking of which, ZMU remembers that Mr. Mime has a powerful move called Dazzling Gleam. Are you going to switch Pokémon next? Sabrina didn't rush to attack, but instead asked ZMU. Very polite, very ladylike. Of course, Pikachu is Noel. Anger suitable for battle. ZMU nodded, called Pikachu back, and told it to go rest with Sonia. This was essentially telling Sabrina that Pikachu wouldn't be used anymore, one battle at a time. Chapter 126. The battle with Sabrina went very smoothly. ZMU didn't overwhelm her with sheer power, nor did he use ruthless moves to quickly end the battle. 4. The second match against Mr. Mime, ZMU sent out Pidgeotto. The level difference was huge, so even without type advantage, he could handle it with ease. In the third match, Sabrina sent out a level 50 Jinx, which greatly surprised ZMU. However, ZMU accepted Sabrina's strength. After all, she was a very famous gym leader in the Kanto region, and this genius had a knack for training psychic-type Pokémon. Facing the ice psychic-type Jinx, ZMU sent out Vaporeon. Although there was a 2-level difference, Vaporeon's IVs and EVs had been perfectly optimized, so even a 2-level difference, especially between levels 40 and 50, was negligible. In 3 battles, ZMU achieved a complete victory. This defeat was a first for Sabrina. While powerful Pokémon trainers had challenged and defeated her in the past, none had achieved such a feat. However, for someone of ZMU's age, these were indeed skilled trainers, and most of those who could inflict her defeats were over 15 or 16. You're truly amazing. These 3 battles with you have been incredibly beneficial. After the battles, Sabrina shook hands with ZMU as a gesture of goodwill. ZMU exchanged a few polite words, and then Sabrina took out the gold badge from her pocket. This is the gold badge, please accept it. Thank you. After saying goodbye and leaving Sabrina's psychic gym, Zia Mew didn't linger with her. She was just a passerby in his life, even though Sabrina was outstanding and a very beautiful girl. He and Sonia arrived at the Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City first, where their Pokémon received basic treatment. With medical facilities available, medication wasn't necessary. During his travels these past 2 days, Zia Mew gained a clearer understanding of the unique nature of Pokémon medicine in this world. Most Pokémon trainers, assuming a Pokémon Center is nearby, would never waste resources, and in fact, most wouldn't carry Pokémon healing items. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't have the money to buy them. For most trainers, it's better to spend that money on something more valuable. This is also why Pokémon trainers generally don't challenge other Pokémon trainers in the wild. And even when catching wild Pokémon, they choose locations not far from cities so they can quickly return to a Pokémon Center for treatment after a battle. Ultimately, the healing items in the friendly shop are incredibly expensive, and their effectiveness is mediocre. Good healing items do exist, but their prices are prohibitive. A common healing item costs only 200 League coins in the system shop, but 2,000 League coins in the friendly shop. Good quality healing potions only cost 700 Alliance coins in the system shop, but 5,000 Alliance coins in the friendship shop. Higher quality potions cost tens of thousands of Alliance coins. Zia Mew was initially quite surprised, but after gradually learning the inside story, he understood why they were so expensive. The Pokémon League isn't a charity. The Pokémon Center helps official league trainers heal their Pokémon free of charge, but this deficit needs to be made up for in other ways. That's why many items are expensive, largely due to this. Furthermore, the Pokémon Center supplies many raw materials for healing medicines, naturally increasing the production cost of those sold in stores. He did a lot of research, all in preparation for the future. After all, he couldn't just do business with energy cubes. The profit from healing items was also considerable. After healing Pikachu, Pidgeotto, and Vaporeon, Zia Mew fed them in the Pokémon Center's backyard, not forgetting Arcanine, Venusaur, and Gardevoir. Mewtwo didn't want to appear. It only came out of its master ball at night. Otherwise, unless Zia Mew asked it to, it was always training. Frankly, Zia Mew was surprised when he first learned this. After all, training inside a master ball was something he hadn't known before. The key issue is that other Pokémon can't train inside an Ultra Ball. Later, after Gardevoir's verification, Zia Mew realized that psychic training is different from other forms of training. Even Gardevoir can train its psychic abilities inside an Ultra Ball. We've got the third badge. Where do we go next, Zia Mew? Sonia asked Zia Mew, sitting on a public bench in the yard. Although we're pressed for time, there's no need to rush. Let's explore and have fun in Saffron City today, spend the night there, and then head to Fuchsia City's Fuchsia Gym to get the pink badge first thing tomorrow morning. Explaining their plans, Zia Mew tidied up the trash on the table as he continued. Unlike Vermilion City and Saffron City, Fuchsia City is located in the southwest of the Kanto region. Although it's also a coastal city, it's surrounded by vast forests. Due to its unique location, there are large areas of hills and wetlands within hundreds of miles of Fuchsia City, free from the hustle and bustle of the city. Therefore, it's home to many rare wild Pokémon, and is thus known as a famous wild hunting ground. After speaking, Zia Mew looked at the Rotom Pokédex beside him, indicating that it should connect to the internet to find relevant videos and pictures. The Rotom Pokédex was incredibly efficient, quickly adding several details that Zia Mew hadn't mentioned. It even mentioned that the Fuchsia Gym leader, Aguilar, was exceptionally strong and showed signs of being promoted to one of the Elite Four. Indeed, after the Indigo League, Aju will step down as gym leader and become the Poison-type Elite Four member. The Fuchsia Gym will be inherited by his daughter, Azing, and his sister, Aya. Now that you mention it, I'm even more excited. A city surrounded by mountains and forests is much more attractive than a bustling metropolis. There must be many more Pokémon I've never seen before, Sonia said excitedly. She hadn't complained of being tired at all along the way, and even actively pushed Mew to hurry up. Sonia had traveled extensively in her youth, leaving her footprints all over the Galar region, so her passion for traveling to unknown areas was much higher than Mew's. In contrast, Mew wasn't really traveling. He was carrying a strong purpose, completing a mission. All right, no matter how excited you are, you need to rest. Goldenrod City has many unique features, Mew interrupted her reverie. After recalling their Pokémon and leaving the Pokémon Center, Mew took Sonia to explore some of the more famous shopping malls in Saffron City. It has to be said, the pace of life in Saffron City is incredibly fast, giving Mew and Sonia a feeling that they had to be quick and efficient in everything they did. They spent the afternoon experiencing the local culture and customs. Fortunately, it wasn't a wasted trip. At least they visited and sampled some of Saffron City's famous spots and delicacies. Some interesting little incidents occurred during this time, including participating in a couple's activity to try special food, which further strengthened their relationship. In short, they've now reached the point where they can hold hands anytime, but taking things to the next level will be more difficult than just holding hands. Mew mustered his courage several times, but each time he felt he would be interrupted, and after 2 or 3 times in a row, he would deliberately avoid it. That night, Mew took Sonia to a fairly nice 5-star hotel in Saffron City. Of course, there were 2 rooms. Even if the 2 were very intimate, they hadn't crossed that line yet, so they couldn't stay in the same room, not even with a double bed. Alone in the guest room, Mew took Pikachu and Vaporeon for a hot bath. Because Pikachu hadn't been put back into its Piquet ball, Vaporeon was jealous and didn't want to go back, so it spent most of the afternoon outside. Mew didn't mind. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it wasn't a big problem. During the bath, some playful splashing inevitably occurred. After their intimacy level reached a certain point, Pikachu and Vaporeon became increasingly bold in front of Mew, unlike their initial restraint. After the bath, Mew dried his hair and also dried Pikachu and Vaporeon. Then the 2 of them lay down on the bed. After resting for a while, Mew released Gardevoir. Arcanine and Venusaur were out of the question. They were too big, and Pidgeotto wouldn't be able to spread its wings after being released either, so he didn't let them out. Mewtwo, too, came out for some fresh air. Mew had just prepared some energy cubes and food for him. "It seems your training method is really effective," Mew said, sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at Mewtwo. In just a day or 2, Mewtwo's stats showed it had broken through from level 90 to level 91. After reaching level 90, it hadn't relied on experience points to level up, relying solely on its own training to quickly gain 1 level. No wonder it had the foundation of a legendary Pokémon. It was probably not yet at its limit. Pikachu and Vaporeon, on the other hand, hadn't leveled up despite absorbing experience from their battle with Alakazam, and Vaporeon had only barely gained 1 level even after battling higher-level Pokémon in the wild. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, but while the results are good, it will become increasingly difficult to improve like this," Mewtwo replied thoughtfully. Mew nodded. "It's a good thing that you can improve. I've said before that your potential is comparable to any legendary Pokémon in this world, so your strength can continue to improve. It all depends on how you guide it." Mewtwo nodded silently, continuing to eat the energy cube in its hand. Seemingly remembering something, Mewtwo suddenly said to Mew, "Actually, the meditation method I've been trying might be very helpful for you and Gardevoir." Soon as it finished speaking, Mew was slightly taken aback. Gardevoir, who had been sitting quietly to the side, stood up and stared at Mewtwo with its round eyes. Both were Psychic-type Pokémon, so they did have many similarities, and their training methods could be used interchangeably. Gardevoir also longed to become stronger, especially since it knew Mewtwo's strength. Although it had already improved a lot because of Mew, it was still not satisfied. What about Mew? At this moment, he was already eager to try. He had tried many things in this area, and although some training methods were effective, the results were always minimal. Mewtwo's words clearly indicated that if he used the training method it provided, his aura power could be significantly enhanced in a short period. Are you serious? Mewtwo asked, seeking confirmation. Seeing Mewtwo nod, Mewtwo's breathing quickened. As a transmigrator, he craved power. If he hadn't mastered aura power, he wouldn't have considered it. But after awakening his aura power with Mew's help and acquiring this magical and unique power, he wanted to become stronger. Only in this way could he truly protect himself and avoid threats. Especially in the future when he was without Pokémon protection, he could use his aura power to protect himself. Through Mewtwo's psychic transmission, Mew and Gardevoir both received the meditation method. It was easy to understand and simple. Compressing the psychic power within the body and simultaneously adapting to this state created more space within the body to hold more power. Meditation could then generate more psychic power to fill this gap. Each successful compression would increase the level of one's psychic power, and by repeating this process, the amount and purity of psychic power would not only increase but also grow. Mew had considered this method and even tried it before. Unfortunately, he hadn't mastered the technique and couldn't compress the aura power. Now that Mewtwo had taught him, Mew realized for the first time how simple it was to compress internal power. Moreover, based on this compression, Mew imagined the moment of casting a skill. For example, the aura sphere was undoubtedly a skill that required compressing the aura power to a sufficient level and controlling it within a certain range before it could be used. How are you feeling, Gardevoir? Mew asked Gardevoir with concern. Gardevoir nodded, indicating that she could try this training method. With this answer, Mew pondered for a moment and decided to try it now. There was plenty of time, no one would disturb him, and he had Pokémon protecting him. If he didn't try now, when would he? As for whether Mewtwo would harm him, that's absolutely impossible. Chapter 127. Oddish Caterpie Weedle. Paras Bellsprout Aeolise. In the dark forest, wild Pokémon appeared one after another as Mew led Sonia onward. From the main road at the beginning, it became a country lane, and finally a forest path. 2 full days had passed since they left Goldenrod City and headed for Fuchsia City. Since the day he trained with Aura, Mew had undergone a complete transformation, a tremendous metamorphosis. His strength had increased, and although he couldn't yet compare to Pokémon of level 30 or 40, his strength was still far beyond that of ordinary level 10 or 20 Pokémon. How much longer until we reach Fuchsia City? Will we get lost? The fog is getting thicker, Mew, Rotom Pokédex. Sonia was already somewhat uneasy. Traveling deep into the forest for a long time, without sunlight, and with the white fog making it difficult to determine their direction. This uncertainty about the road ahead inevitably instilled fear. That's right, Rotom. Just keep going for about 3 kilometers and you'll reach Fuchsia City, Rotom, the Rotom Pokédex said. As soon as it finished speaking, Mew added, "It's all right. Even though our vision is obstructed, the map function isn't malfunctioning. If you're feeling uncomfortable, I can have Arcanine come and take us there." Hearing Mew's words, Sonia's strong-willed nature kicked in again. It was she who had initially insisted on venturing into the dense forest to explore and see more wild Pokémon in the Kanto region. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. They hadn't seen any rare Pokémon, and the prolonged lack of contact with the outside world was making them feel increasingly stressed. While the Galar region also had deep forests, they were nowhere near as eerie and terrifying as the forests of Kanto. Most importantly, they had been traveling for almost 2 days without encountering a single village, let alone a town. It felt like they had truly traveled back to ancient times, and the dampness and discomfort only increased with each step. Seeing Sonia's strong will, Mew mentally scoffed, but to appease her, he took her hand. This made Sonia blush slightly, but she didn't resist. "Perfect, I'll share my aura with you, so you can share your senses with me," Mew said. This was the best way to resolve her psychological trauma, a new ability Mew had learned through training. He hadn't originally planned to reveal it, but given Sonia's current situation, this was the only way to help her distract herself. Actually, he had learned this method from Mewtwo. Back in the Lantern MT Fire, Mewtwo had shared its senses with Mew using its psychic powers. It was the same now, but the effect was nowhere near as powerful as Mewtwo sharing its psychic abilities. This is aura. It's so amazing, so clear. It's like I can sense everything within a few hundred meters, Sonia exclaimed. This feeling and experience was something she had never had before. At the same time, she also used this aura to connect with Zia Mew's heart, feeling a warmth that touched her deeply. The feelings between them seemed amplified 100-fold at this moment, which she could perceive, making her realize that Zia Mew's affection for her was genuine. "Let's go, are you not scared now?" Zia Mew said with a smile. Sonia's cheeks flushed even more. She didn't say anything more, but obediently let Zia Mew lead her forward. Pikachu, Vaporeon, and Yamper, following beside them, barked incessantly, seemingly happy that their owner's relationship had grown closer. They walked for about an hour. Although walking deep in the forest was difficult, they finally emerged, and before them lay Fuchsia City nestled in the mountains. The smog had cleared, the eerie feeling was gone, and the sunlight felt wonderfully warm. Zia Mew finally understood why most Pokémon trainers avoided Fuchsia City. Not because traversing such a vast forest was necessary, nor because Fuchsia City's gym leader, Aguilar, was too strong. There were other main roads leading directly to Fuchsia City. The reason they didn't come was simply because the surrounding mountains were easy to get lost in without proper navigation. Although there are countless wild Pokémon, and with a bit of luck, one might even encounter extremely rare species, most trainers are aware of their limitations. Even if someone ventures in, they won't go too deep. In contrast, the reason so many trainers enjoy exploring Viridian Forest is because it's much safer. Even alone, there's no need to worry about getting lost. "So, want to walk this path again sometime?" Zia Mew couldn't help but tease. Sonia immediately got angry upon hearing this, pinching Zia Mew's waistline with one hand, making him wince in pain. "I told you not to laugh at me," Sonia said angrily. I won't," Zia Mew begged repeatedly. Finally free from Sonia's clutches, Zia Mew rubbed his waist, on the verge of tears. Sonia snorted coldly and strode ahead along the wide road towards Fuchsia City. This was on a hill, and although Fuchsia City was close at hand, it was still quite a distance away. Zia Mew followed, naturally followed by Pikachu, Yamper, and Vaporeon. After walking for about half an hour, Zia Mew and Sonia finally arrived at Fuchsia City. Although it wasn't as bustling or large as Vermilion City or Goldenrod City, Fuchsia City's development was somewhat different from what Zia Mew had imagined. Games, of course, couldn't compare to the real world, and the anime only depicted Fuchsia City in a partial way. In short, the city was full of ancient charm, probably because it was surrounded by forests. Although it wasn't far from the sea, Zia Mew couldn't imagine why the people here would build such a large city in such a place. Finally arriving in a human city, Sonia and Rotom's Pokédex recorded life in their own way, learning about the local customs and culture of Fuchsia City. Unexpectedly, the first thing Zia Mew saw upon arriving in Fuchsia City was the huge building built on the very edge of the city. This was the Fuchsia Gym, exactly the same scene depicted in the anime. "Should we challenge the Fuchsia City gym leader right away, Zia Mew?" Sonia asked curiously. Wasn't it too hasty to challenge them so soon after arriving in Fuchsia City? Besides, before and on the way here, Zia Mew had mentioned that the Fuchsia City gym leader's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a candidate for Elite Four. Zia Mew shook his head and said to Sonia, "There's no rush. Let's find a place to fill our stomachs first." Without hesitation, Zia Mew led Sonia and the three little ones towards the bustling city center. They had been traveling for 2 days, and although they had rested along the way, they were quite tired. Fuchsia City was different from Vermilion City and Goldenrod City. It didn't have many skyscrapers or bustling shopping malls. However, after walking for a while, Zia Mew and Sonia arrived at a food street. There were many shops here, all kinds of stores, just like an ancient town from their previous life. They randomly picked a restaurant that looked good and had a big meal. It has to be said that when traveling, the most anticipated thing in every new place is the local food. After the feast, Zia, Mew, and Sonia first went to the Pokémon Center to have the Pokémon checked, and then went to the yard behind the Pokémon Center to feed them. Soon they would be challenging a Juga at the Fuchsia City gym, so Zia Mew decided to swap out his Pokémon. After all, a Juga was a candidate for Elite Four member, the future Poison-type Elite Four member, so Zia Mew guessed his Pokémon's levels were probably over 50 or 60. At the very least, they were definitely over 50. Otherwise, an Elite Four member would be too cheap. Although the Elite Four Pokémon in the game were only around level 40, in his second playthrough, they were indeed over level 60. After feeding his Pokémon, Zia Mew went to the Pokéball transfer machine. During the feeding, Zia Mew had already mentally communicated with his Pokémon, so they accepted the trade, except for a little reluctance. They had been traveling with Zia Mew for several days now, so there was no reason for the other companions to stay home. He replaced his level 45 Pikachu with a level 100 Lucario. He replaced his level 53 Pidgeotto with a level 100 Beedrill. He replaced the level 50 Vaporeon with a level 57 Charizard. Arcanine, Gardevoir, and Venusaur were kept. This cautious approach was to avoid unforeseen circumstances, as he didn't know Aju's true strength. If the level difference wasn't significant, Gardevoir, Venusaur, and Charizard could be used as the main force, since the league officially limited gym battles to 3-on-3. Zia Mew's goal was to completely defeat Aju, showing no mercy. This was different from dealing with other gym leaders, because Aju's identity was too special. Zia Mew wanted to become the Kanto regional champion, and he needed to absolutely crush the Elite Four. If he struggled even against one Elite Four member, how could he possibly defeat all four consecutively? In a true regional champion challenge, a challenger needed to defeat all four Elite Four members consecutively to claim the title. If a region already has a champion, then as a challenger, one must not only defeat the Elite Four, but also the regional champion to become the new champion. This is the same setting as in the game, but in the real world, very few people can actually do this. After exchanging Pokémon, Zia Mew released Lucario, Beedrill, and Charizard, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and fed them some food. Lucario, Beedrill, and Charizard were extremely excited to be with Zia Mew again, especially knowing that they would be challenging a gym leader whose strength was comparable to the Elite Four. The three of them were even more excited. Of course, Zia Mew also made it clear that if the opponent's strength was not high enough, then Lucario and Beedrill would not need to fight. As for Arcanine, it was just to ensure that at least in a 3-on-3 battle, it could completely overwhelm Arcanine. Not long after, outside the Cinnabar gym in Cinnabar City, Zia Mew, with Sonia, knocked on the tightly closed door of the Cinnabar gym. Unlike the gyms in Vermilion City and Goldenrod City, the Cinnabar gym is an ancient building, giving the impression of stepping into a bygone era. The wooden door opened quickly, revealing a woman with dark green hair. Zia Mew recognized her. She had a role in the original story and was Aya's younger sister. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Aya spoke gently and softly. Zia Mew smiled slightly and spoke first. "Hello, I'm a trainer here to challenge the gym. Is gym leader Aya here?" After Zia Mew finished speaking, Sonia introduced herself as well. "Here to challenge the gym? It's been a while since any trainers have come. The gym leader is inside. Please come in." Aya gestured to Zia Mew and Sonia with a smile. Just as Zia Mew and Sonia stepped into the courtyard, two shurikens suddenly flew from afar, landing at their feet and blocking their path. Startled by the sudden attack, Sonia was taken aback, but Zia Mew remained calm, simply grabbing Sonia's hand to soothe her. Seeing this, Aya immediately looked towards the nearby building and scolded, "Ozing, don't act recklessly. They're here to challenge the gym leader's trainers." "That's precisely why we're testing their courage," Aya said, as a figure in ninja attire leaped from the shadows. With a lithe figure and purple hair, it was none other than Ozing, Aya's daughter. Aya shook her head helplessly, apologizing to Zia Mew and Sonia beside her. "I'm so sorry, this is the gym leader's daughter, named Ozing." Zia Mew shook his head, indicating it was all right. Sonia, now understanding the situation, calmed down. So you want to challenge my father? If you want to get past here, you'll have to defeat me first. Ozing's demeanor was extremely arrogant. Her appearance and attire revealed her free-spirited nature. Xiaomu didn't actually have much of an impression of her. After all, the memory of Xiao Zhai challenging the Fuchsia Gym was too long ago and had become very vague. Don't take it seriously, Ozing was just joking. Aya awkwardly tried to smooth things over, then grabbed Ozing's arm and gave her a hard tap on the head. She then said in a low voice, "Just shut up already. Don't you know that because of you, many trainers aren't coming to Fuchsia City anymore? If this continues, the gyms will have to close down." Chapter 128. Reprimanded by Aya, Axing wore a wronged expression. Young, naive, and eager to become stronger. Axing never considered such matters. Little did she know that her actions were impacting the development of Fuchsia City. "I'm sorry, Auntie. I just didn't want Dad to waste his time on those weak trainers. You know, Dad often gets a headache dealing with novice trainers," Axing said. "But you can't always be so reckless. You're grown up now, you can't be like before. Otherwise, how will you inherit the Fuchsia Gym and become its leader? Your assessment is coming soon," Aya said. Actually, Aya was exaggerating. Many trainers didn't come to Fuchsia to travel and challenge the Fuchsia Gym because Aju was too strong. Even if Aju held back, could his strength be compared to that of an ordinary gym leader? After all, most trainers are only of average skill. Going up against someone with elite 4-level experience like Kikyo is practically suicide. To put it bluntly, Kikyo is playing favorites, just like in the original series where she held back Ash. Otherwise, how could Ash have gotten the pink badge for the Fuchsia Gym? When I was a kid watching the anime, I thought Ash, while relying on luck, at least earned the gym badge through some real skill. Later, I gradually realized how absurd it all seemed. "I understand, Aunt Aya," Azing sighed deeply. Then she turned to Xiaomu and Sanya, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, I was reckless just now. I shouldn't have attacked you directly." "It's all right, we weren't hurt," Sanya said first, clearly not wanting to stoop to the level of children. Xiaomu glanced at Sanya, then at Azing. "So, can you take me to see your father, gym leader Aju?" He didn't beat around the bush or press the issue further. There was no need to get too entangled with her, or it would become troublesome. Azing and Aya clearly hadn't expected Xiaomu to be so direct, and Aya clearly sensed Azing's emotional change. As the child's aunt, after so many years together, how could she not know Azing's personality? Actually, if you want to get the pink badge, defeating Azing is the same. When the gym leader isn't around, she faces the challengers. She will be the future red gym leader. It seemed that Aya was reminding Xiaomu for Azing's sake. Hearing this, Xiaomu was slightly taken aback. So Aya wanted him to have a Pokémon battle with Azing. She was using him as a testing ground. "Although I'm not the Fuchsia Gym leader yet, if you can defeat me, I can give you the pink badge." With Aya's help, Axing put her hands on her hips and resumed her previous arrogant posture. "But my purpose in coming to Fuchsia Gym isn't just to get the pink badge. My main purpose is to battle gym leader Akai. After all, he's the future poison-type Elite 4 member," Xiaomu said. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanya, who was next to Xiaomu, reached out and tugged at Xiaomu's hand. Obviously, these words were too direct and too hurtful. Aya was shocked to hear this. For Xiaomu to say such things, his strength must be considerable, and he must be very knowledgeable about many things. Currently, besides Sanya and Azing, not many people know that Aju is about to be promoted. Unless it's someone within the league, or... Before Aya could speak, Azing's eyes sharpened after hearing Xiaomu's words. "The more you say that, the more I want to know how strong you are. Don't be so weak that you can't even defeat me, yet you dare challenge my father." Her words were clearly somewhat overly emotional. Xiaomu realized that if he didn't defeat this little girl, he probably wouldn't be able to fight Aju. "All right, then defeat this future Crimson Dojo master first, and then fight your father." Xiaomu didn't back down because of Sanya's reminder. Instead, he became even more aggressive. When dealing with this kind of girl, if you go along with her rhythm, you'll be completely controlled by her. So either be even more aggressive, or simply ignore her existence. After confirming the fight, Xiaomu and Azing distanced themselves, with Aya acting as the referee. Before the battle began, Xiaomu heard Mewtwo's voice and then scanned it with his aura. As he expected, Aju was indeed hiding in the shadows. He knew Xiaomu was there to challenge him, but he didn't try to smooth things over, choosing instead to have his daughter battle Xiaomu first. As a father, Xiaomu could guess that Aju wanted to use the challenger to hone his daughter's skills. After all, after becoming an Elite Four member, he would be away from the Fuchsia gym for a long time, and before leaving, he certainly hoped his daughter could mature and stand on her own. Since you've been secretly watching, I'll teach your daughter a lesson. Don't blame me for being ruthless. A slight smile appeared on Xiaomu's lips and his eyes changed. The battle format is 3-3. If one side's entire team is unable to battle, they lose. With Aya's explanation, the battle officially began. Go Ariados, the piquet ball flew from Azing's hand. With a flash of white light, a gigantic Ariados appeared on the battlefield. Ariados. LV 35. Gender, female. Type, bug, poison. Nature, jolly. Ability, insomnia. Because it doesn't sleep, it won't fall asleep. Moves, swords dance, poison sting, drain, string shot, focus energy, bug bite, deadly sting, entangling strike, scary face, nightshade, shadow sneak, scratch, sucker punch, agility, pin missile. Friendship, 10. Mood, neutral, another battle. A level 35 Ariados' strength is only average, but it does match the strength of a gym leader. However, judging from the list of moves this Ariados has learned, its potential is quite good. With a scrutinizing gaze and a hint of playful mockery, Azing's expression grew even colder. Come on, send out your Pokémon. Okay, Xiaomu nodded slightly, casually taking a great ball from his waist. Go Charizard. With a command, the great ball exploded in the air, and Charizard emerged from it, before returning to Xiaomu's hand. Using Charizard to battle Azing's, Ariados felt like Xiaomu was bullying her. Charizard was initially excited, expecting to face a powerful opponent, only to find it was a young girl with barely grown fur and a relatively weak bug. Roar. With a roar, Charizard unleashed its power. Annoying. But there was nothing it could do. Xiaomu had sent it out to battle, so it had to obey. Sensing the power emanating from Charizard, Aya was slightly shocked, and Aju, hiding in the shadows, was also stunned, not expecting this seemingly ordinary person to possess such a powerful Charizard. Azing has really bitten off more than she can chew this time. It seems like she's doomed to lose this battle, Aya thought to herself. Azing's expression was grave. She hadn't expected Xiaomu to send out such a powerful Charizard right from the start. Not only was there a level difference, but Ariados was also at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, completely countered by Charizard. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and Xiaomu didn't care what Azing was thinking. In fact, Ariados was already intimidated and somewhat afraid to step forward. The gap was too big. This was level 22. You were the one who proposed the battle, so you have to have the courage to face it and see if I really have the strength to challenge your father. After saying this, Xiaomu smiled and gave the command to Charizard. Flamethrower. At the command, Charizard immediately raised its head and roared. Then, a dense jet of flame swept out from its mouth, extremely hot and incredibly powerful. Such a blow was terrifying for Ariados, who was only level 35. In just one exchange, its psychological defenses crumbled, and it surrendered inwardly. Azing hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way, Ariados." But her command was futile. The Ariados, devoid of any will to resist, couldn't move. The flamethrower struck without hesitation, and Ariados let out a shrill scream, blasted away. Its body burned and rendered unable to fight. Seeing this, Azing gasped. Aya, acting as referee, immediately declared the result. Ariados is unable to fight, Charizard wins. Instant kill. Such a blow was too devastating for Azing. Perhaps as a pampered young lady, Azing had never experienced the helplessness of being utterly defeated. Now, Xiaomu had made her feel it. The scene fell silent, deathly still. Xiaomu remained silent, and Charizard showed no pride in its victory over Ariados. After all, Ariados' strength was only average. "Zia Mew, aren't you being a bit too?" Sonia, standing beside Zia Mew, spoke tactfully. But before she could finish, Zia Mew used his aura to transmit a message. He was telling her that Azing needed to experience this crushing defeat. Otherwise, her blind confidence and arrogance would ruin her. Furthermore, Zia Mew also told her that Azing's father, Aju, was currently observing the situation from the shadows. The implication was clear. He wanted to use him to show Azing how vast the world was. "What, you're already afraid after just the first match? Is this where your confidence comes from?" After a long wait, Zia Mew finally spoke to Azing. These words immediately ignited Azing's anger. "Damn it, it's just that I beat Ariados. Stop being so self-important. The battle has only just begun." Azing quickly threw out a piquet ball to recall the powerless Ariados. Immediately after, she took out another piquet ball. "Go, Weezing." With a flash of dazzling white light, Weezing appeared on the battlefield. Weezing. LV 38. Gender, female. Type, poison. Nature, bold. Ability, levitate, levitates from the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Moves, double attack, tackle, smokescreen, misty haze, toxic gas, heat wave, clear smoke, pursuit, sludge belcher, haze, smash, sludge bomb, toxic. Friendship, 10. Emotion, nervous, this Charizard is so strong, Ariados was defeated in one hit. Weezing is 3 levels higher than Ariados, but unfortunately, it still hasn't broken through to level 40. Level 30 and level 40 are completely different levels. This level of strength is considered the average strength level of gym leaders in the Kanto region. Sabrina's strength is already incredibly high. If there weren't rising stars to support her gym, she could have gone even further. Therefore, a veteran gym leader like Aju, once she reaches a certain level of strength, will have a chance to be promoted to Elite 4 if her gym has a successor. Come back, Charizard. After recalling the still somewhat dissatisfied Charizard into its Ultra Ball, Zia Mew took out Gardevoir's Ultra Ball. Although not as strong as Charizard, Gardevoir's level had reached 53 in the past 2 days. The level difference alone still completely overwhelmed Weezing, and Psychic-type Poison-type Pokémon are absolutely effective against Poison-type Pokémon. What is this Pokémon? Seeing a Pokémon they had never seen before, Azing and Aya were both shocked. They clearly hadn't traveled to other regions, so they didn't know about Gardevoir from the Hone region. Just as Zia Mew was about to explain, the figure hidden in the shadows finally emerged. As he came out, he said, "This is just a Pokémon from the Hone region, called Gardevoir, a very rare Psychic-type Pokémon." Aju had finally couldn't stand it anymore, and his appearance at this moment was most appropriate. If Zia Mew had only sent Pokémon from the Kanto and Johto regions, he would have let his daughter finish the 3-on-3 battle. But now that Pokémon from other regions had appeared, he roughly knew how strong Zia Mew was. Undoubtedly, this was Gardevoir's strength, no less than the Charizard from before. Not to mention his daughter, even he himself couldn't underestimate it. "Father. Brother." Axing and Aya both shrank back. Looking at his daughter and sister, Aju didn't say anything, only casually saying, "Let's stop the battle, Axing. After this competition, I believe you'll mature a lot. Only through hardship can one grow." After saying this, his gaze focused on Zia Mew and Sonia. "I'm very sorry. My daughter acted on her own initiative. Please forgive her." Zia Mew had enough power, so Aju wasn't as cold and serious as she appeared in the original story. Requesting recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Chapter 129. Pretending. Zia Mew didn't expose him, just nodded casually. Now that the main character has appeared, there's no need to continue the previous crushing battle. In Zia Mew's eyes, Azing is just a child, actually only about 12 or 13 years old, at most no more than 15. In his mind, anyone under 15 is a child. His attack was undoubtedly bullying the weak. When he was in charge of the Crimson Lotus Gym, Zia Mew was actually somewhat reluctant to deal with some children. Because for an adult to fight against a group of children around 10 years old, it wasn't just a matter of being outmatched, it was a crushing defeat in terms of mindset. Because of Aju's arrival, Azing could no longer act up. Under Aju's scolding, she could only obediently call her Pokémon and retreat to the side. Aya didn't dare to say anything either. As the younger sister, she was actually much older than Aju. The two siblings grew up relying on each other, so Aju was just as strict with Aya. After some polite exchanges, Xiaomu and Aju officially faced off. The father had taken over his daughter's role, but Xiaomu had come specifically for him from the start. Aju was a smart man. He knew Xiaomu's purpose. Through a few words and introductions, he roughly understood that Xiaomu was the powerful acting gym leader who had caused such a stir on Cinnabar Island recently, and also the grandson of Old Master Xia. The battle format was still 3-on-3, which Xiaomu agreed to. After all, Xiaomu was the host. Rumor has it that your strength is not only incredibly powerful, but you've also captured the legendary Firebird. Is that true? As the future Poison-type Elite Four member, Aju's position in the league was already beginning to emerge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known some secret information. Rumors are rumors. As for my true strength, we'll see in person. As for Moltres, I was indeed lucky enough to capture it. Xiaomu smiled slightly. He didn't deny it, nor was there any need to lie or hide anything. Since the other party had said it, they must have absolutely reliable information. Hearing Xiaomu's reply, Aju smiled and said, "It's truly enviable. The legendary Moltres, becoming a legendary Pokémon trainer. I've had that dream since I was little, but unfortunately, I still haven't achieved it." Her words carried a hint of melancholy. As a powerful Pokémon trainer with considerable skill, no one wouldn't want to capture a legendary Pokémon. It was just luck. If I hadn't happened to go to MT, Lantern, if I hadn't stumbled upon Team Rocket's scheme, I wouldn't have been able to easily capture Moltres. Ultimately, you were a gym leader before, so you couldn't pursue new things. Now that you're about to become an Elite Four member, you'll have more opportunities to go out and encounter more Pokémon, and you might even have a chance to capture a legendary Pokémon. Xiaomu's words were quite tactful. Ha. Well, I'll take your good wishes. However, I might not be able to truly become an Elite Four member yet. After all, the two guys competing with me are quite strong. Aju laughed a few times and said. Besides Aju, there were indeed others vying for the Elite Four position. Xiaomu was unaware of this, as he only knew the original story and that Aju would become the Poison-type Elite Four member. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's begin our battle and let me truly witness your strength. Without further ado, Aju took out her Pokéball first. His sudden change of heart made Xiaomu swallow the words he was about to say. Nodding slightly, Xiaomu returned Gardevoir to its Ultra Ball. He wondered what kind of Pokémon Aju would send out and just how high its level was. So, it was better for Gardevoir to stay in its Ultra Ball for now. If their levels were even, they could have a proper battle, but if the level difference was huge, then he would absolutely crush Aju. By crushing Aju, he could spread his fame, at least letting the other Elite Four know how strong he was, and also letting Lance know of his existence. My first Pokémon is this one. Here we go, Muck. As Aju threw out its Pokéball, a white light exploded, and a foul-smelling Muck appeared on the battlefield. Muck, LV 64. Gender, male. Type, poison. Nature, careful. Ability, stink. By releasing a foul odor, it can sometimes cause opponents to flinch when attacking. Moves, slap, harden, coughing, mud throw, immobilize, sludge bomb, mud shot, shrink, toxic, sludge bomb, sludge wave, squeaking garbage, shot, melt, burp, parting gift. Friendship, 10. Mood, excited. Let the whole world be enveloped in a stinky environment. A level 64 Muck truly shocked Natsuki. The very first Pokémon he encountered was over level 60, making Natsuki realize just how powerful the Elite Four level was in the real world. To be precise, it was comparable to the Elite Four in the second playthrough of the game. Even stronger, since this was only the first one, and he didn't yet know the strength levels of Natsuki's other Pokémon. Most importantly, Aju's strength isn't high among the Elite Four, he's only ranked last. Take the Kanto Elite Four, for example. Lorelei, Hilichurl, and Agatha are all far superior to him, not to mention the final Elite Four member and champion, Lance. It seems I need to quickly improve the strength of my main Pokémon. Natsuki thought to himself, having made his decision. Even if he didn't raise all his Pokémon to level 100, he needed to at least reach levels 60 or even 70. Only then could he use these Pokémon to face Elite Four level opponents in the future. A level 53 Gardevoir would have a hard time defeating Muck. Although type advantage allowed Gardevoir to compensate for some of the strength gap, level 50 and level 60 are completely different levels. It's like a level 60 Pokémon comparing itself to a level 70 Pokémon. It's just asking for trouble. Furthermore, the difference between level 70 and level 80 is even greater. Otherwise, when Mew fought Mewtwo, he wouldn't have temporarily leveled Beedrill to level 80, at least to match its level. Level 56, Venusaur wouldn't be a match for Muck, even with all its stat boosts. As for Charizard, it might put up a fight, but its only advantage is aerial combat and ranged attacks. If it gets entangled in close combat, it will be defeated. Knowing he has a flying-type Pokémon, and using Muck as his first Pokémon, it's clear that Aju has a strategy. With its cautious nature, this Muck's special defense must be extremely high. If I remember correctly, a Muck with a base stat total of 500 points would have exceptional HP and attack stats, both exceeding 100. After a brief moment of thought, Mew pulled out a Lucario Ultra Ball. Anyone of Arcanine, Lucario, or Beedrill could easily win. However, Mew didn't act recklessly, and instead used the most suitable Lucario. Aside from the level advantage, Lucario was immune to poison, a significant type advantage. Another Pokémon from another region? I never expected you to have so many Pokémon from other regions. Although he had been confined to the Kanto region, Aju still had some knowledge. He knew a bit about Pokémon from other regions, and he vaguely recognized this one. It should be Lucario evolved from Riolu. Facing an unfamiliar Pokémon, Aju maintained basic composure. No wonder he could sit on the Elite Four throne. This was the basic quality a powerful Pokémon trainer should possess. Lucario entered the arena, its gaze immediately landing on the opposing Muck, sharp and piercing. This was the first time it had officially stood on the battle stage, since its strength had increased to this level. Because of its overwhelming strength, it showed no fear of Grimer. Even though Grimer kept glaring at it and even let out a deep growl, it remained unmoved and unaffected. Now please teach me, but be careful, gym leader Aju. Since Aju wasn't a champion yet, Mew still addressed him as gym leader. Seeing Aju nod in acknowledgement, Mew didn't hesitate any longer and directly said to Lucario, "Aura Sphere, launch." The moment the words left his mouth, Mew used his aura to communicate with Lucario. The level difference was 36 levels, so even if this aura sphere didn't instantly kill Grimer, it would severely injure it, almost rendering it unable to battle. Therefore, to make this battle more meaningful, Mew ordered Lucario to use only 50% of its power. Lucario tilde, with a shout from Lucario. The aura sphere instantly condensed and fired, heading straight for Grimer. As a move with a 100% chance of hitting, Aju reacted immediately. Impressive aura, Muck used Sludge Bomb to block the aura sphere. Mud tilde. After a deep shout, the Sludge Bomb, formed from terrifying poisonous energy, shot out from Muck's mouth. Boom, a loud explosion followed. The Sludge Bomb blocked the aura sphere, but the aftershocks of the explosion still affected Muck, as the impact and blast areas were very close. So powerful, it seems I underestimated you, Natsuki. With a sharp look and a change in aura, Aju released his ninja aura, making everyone feel as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Poison gas covers the entire area. With his command, Muck quickly opened its stinking maw, and pale purple poisonous gas continuously spewed out, expanding its surrounding area and quickly filling the entire area. Unlike the coughing in the game, where the coughing move simply blows the gas onto the opponent's face, causing poisoning, Real-life coughing is a comprehensive attack. Simply inhaling the coughing can poison an opponent's Pokémon in a short time. It's a disgusting move, but for poison-type Pokémon, this kind of poison-based attrition warfare is the best way to showcase their strength. Because the battle was gaining momentum, Azing, watching from the sidelines, started shouting excitedly. It's here, Daddy's poison-based attrition strategy. Once poisoned, no matter how strong you are, you'll fall. Azing's words made Aya, standing nearby, both laugh and cry. However, Aya was genuinely shocked. Normally, her brother wouldn't use this kind of fighting style at the start. So, Xiaomu's strength was truly formidable, even putting a lot of pressure on her brother. What will the outcome be? Brother, I haven't seen you look like this in a long time, Aya thought to herself. On the other side, Sonia was worried about Xiaomu, and naturally even more so about Lucario. After all, she had never seen Xiaomu handle a poison-type battle like this before. She also understood why Xiaomu had switched his main force over. Elite 4 level is Elite 4 level, far beyond the strength of an ordinary gym leader. You want to poison my Lucario and then follow your rhythm, step by step into your trap. Let me guess, you'll probably have Muck use a poison move next, right? Xiaomu said with a smile in his eyes. That's exactly what I'm planning, but I know it's not that simple. I can sense that your Lucario's level is higher than Muck's, and it also has a troublesome aura sphere attack. I roughly know a bit about it. This move should be able to lock onto the opponent's attack 100% of the time, right? Aju said calmly. She didn't refute, but generously admitted it, and stated that Lucario's strength was higher than Muck's. Such frankness impressed Xiaomu. Since you sensed it, then I won't hold back. Lucario, continue attacking with Aura Sphere. Xiaomu said with a smile, his eyes slightly narrowed. Lucario tilde. Lucario once again formed an Aura Sphere. However, this time, an unexpected event occurred during the execution of the move. Immobilize, Aju suddenly spoke, and Grimer seemed to have been prepared as well. Sufficient coordination resulted in the immediate execution of the move. A white light covered Lucario, who was about to launch an Aura Sphere, and the almost formed Aura Sphere suddenly dissipated, unable to continue. Is this your plan? But even if you disable Aura Sphere, so what? Your poison-based strategy won't work, because Lucario's type is steel fighting, and steel types are immune to poison-type attacks, so it won't get poisoned in close combat. Xiaomu said. When he saw the immobilize move, Xiaomu had already guessed the tactic Aju would use. I see, no wonder you were so calm. I didn't expect Riolu to have a steel type after evolving. Aju exclaimed, finally understanding why Xiaomu was so relaxed. And Lucario has more than one ranged move. Chapter 130. Dragon Pulse. With that command, Xiaomu immediately had Lucario launch another ranged attack. The immobilization technique did have some effect, preventing Lucario from using Aura Sphere for a short time. But for Xiaomu and Lucario, disabling one Aura Sphere had no impact. Dragon Pulse shot out from Lucario's hand, its power so great that it sliced through the poison gas on the field. The poison mist that had covered the entire field was suddenly split in two, creating a passage leading directly to Muck. Dragon Pulse hit Muck, but Muck avoided the fatal blow thanks to its agility. This situation caught Aju off guard. He never expected Lucario to be able to use Dragon Pulse. Actually, this is a misconception, because most people believe that Dragon-type moves are generally unlearnable by Pokémon, except for some unique ones. Lucario happens to be one of those unique Pokémon. Did it sense the impending crisis and avoid most of the damage? Truly worthy of being a Pokémon trained by an Elite 4 member, Xiaomu praised. These words made Aju's face darken, and Muck was equally angry. They had a basic understanding of their own strength, and although Xiaomu was praising them, it sounded somewhat sarcastic to them. In other words, they considered themselves to have reached Elite 4 level strength, while Xiaomu, although also a powerful Pokémon trainer, didn't yet possess that status. To put it simply, they, as near Elite 4 members, were being praised by a junior. What was this? Shouldn't he be praising Xiaomu? Aju's mind was in turmoil. many thoughts flashing through his head, but he couldn't utter a single word, because Mew truly had the ability to say such a thing, and this Lucario was indeed above Muck's level. Losing focus during battle is a major taboo, gym leader Ajum, Mew teased, then immediately shouted at Lucario, "Extreme speed. End the battle." These words jolted Ajum, who was still lost in his own daydream, into a chill that ran from his feet to his brain. Oh no, Muck use Melt. Disrupted, Ajum opted for a different strategy. Melt, a poison-type buff move from Generation I, is only known to a select few Pokémon. After using Melt, the user's defense rank increases by 2 stages. With a strong special defense and an extreme boost to physical defense, Muck had undoubtedly become a tank. However, even with such a high defense rank, it was nothing against Lucario. The level difference meant from the start that the battle would end with an overwhelming advantage. The difference between level 100 and level 64 might not be obvious enough. But if we compare a level 100 Pokémon to a legendary Pokémon and a level 64 Pokémon to an ordinary one, the gap becomes even more pronounced. Muck was initially confident that its unique physical characteristics would allow it to block Lucario's extreme speed attack. However, it only realized it was utterly helpless after feeling its body being blasted into the air by Lucario. Its body was completely sent flying, and the intense pain overwhelmed Muck's brain, rendering it incapable of thinking. To outsiders, it looked as if Muck had been kicked away by Lucario with lightning speed. A deafening boom echoed. The ground erupted as if struck by a bomb, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The shockwave caused Azing and Aya, who were nearby, to cover their mouths and noses. Fortunately, Sanya was some distance away and was unaffected. Aju was stunned, his mind was completely blank. Under so many circumstances, Muck still couldn't withstand that extreme speed attack, making Aju even more suspicious of Mew's true strength. He had previously thought Mew's strength was at least at the champion level, or at least not much weaker than his own. Now, comparing them, it was far more than just champion level. This Lucario was definitely champion level. A champion level Pokémon, Aju's gaze towards Mew grew increasingly cautious. Little did he know, Mew's Lucario was far beyond champion level. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Mew's challenge to the Fuchsia Gym was entirely motivated by his impending Elite Four status. The smoke cleared, revealing Muck lying on the ground, unable to battle. As expected, it's unable to battle. Looks like I've been used as a stepping stone in this challenge. This kid's ambitions are perhaps greater than I thought, Aju thought to himself. Muck is unable to battle, so Lucario wins. As the referee, Aya had to announce the result, even though it wasn't what she wanted. Dad, how could Muck lose? Axing was incredulous, but the reality was undeniable. For a daughter who had always idolized her father, the sudden defeat of her invincible father by a stranger was a devastating blow. Victory and defeat are common in war. What's wrong with losing? Zing, there are always people stronger than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Losing this battle is actually a good thing. It means that both Mud and I still have room for improvement. Aju smiled slightly, seemingly unaffected by the defeat. It's no wonder he became the poison-type Elite Four member of the Chengdu region with this mindset. Hearing Aju's words, Zing was greatly affected. A good father can often help his child grow up to be more outstanding. Aju had put a lot of effort into raising Zing, but because of him, Zing had developed some bad habits. Now, Aju was correcting these habits to make his daughter even more perfect. Come back, Mud. Thank you for your hard work. Taking out a piquet ball and recalling the Mud that had lost its battle ability, Aju looked at Mew again and said seriously, "The Zia family has produced a powerful young generation. Compared to you, we old folks are really insignificant. After so many years of hard training, I still can't compare to a young man like you. In you, I see the shadow of Adu." By comparing Lance to Natsuki, Aju was already subtly stating the truth. Natsuki smiled slightly, not taking it too seriously. "Oh, you're joking. I just have a little bit of strength." Unassuming. And composed, He remained calm and collected. Aju was even more surprised by Natsuki's demeanor. It was truly unimaginable that a young man of only 18 could be so composed and mature, as if everything was under his control. My second Pokémon is this one. Come out, Crobat. Taking out another Piquet ball, Aju unhesitatingly sent out her strongest Pokémon. Crobat. LV 69. Gender, male. Type, poison flying. Nature, jolly. Ability, cleave, can penetrate opponents' barriers or substitutes to attack. Moves, poison blade, ultrasonic wave, drain, toxic, whisper, black eye, startle, tailwind, poison fang, quick guard, air blade, bite, haze, venom juggernaut, spectral light, air blade, drain. Friendship, 10. Mood, serious. The level 69, Crobat truly shocked ZMU once again. He really hadn't expected that Aju's strongest main force was close to level 70. What does level 70 mean? In the game, even the first-time champion's strength is far inferior. Only the second-time champion's Pokémon level exceeds 70. In this real world, the strength level of the Elite Four champions is significantly higher, meaning that the champion's strength is very likely to exceed level 70, reaching level 80. Come back, Lucario. ZMU took out Lucario's Ultra Ball and recalled it. He had planned the 3-on-3 battle from the beginning, so he wouldn't let the same Pokémon fight twice in a row. Seeing ZMU recall Lucario, Aju's face showed a surprised expression. But before he could ask, ZMU threw another Ultra Ball, and Beedrill appeared on the battle stage. Buzz tilde. After entering the arena, Beedrill immediately unleashed an extremely powerful aura. What a high level, another champion-level Pokémon. How did this kid train it? Aju was shocked. How could he have imagined that ZMU had the help of a cheat simulator, and many training methods could be achieved by purchasing game items from the system store? Others need to experience it little by little, but he could train more level 100 Pokémon just like playing a game, as long as he had enough money. It's truly astonishing. I was thinking of having another good battle with your Lucario. After all, Crobat is the strongest in my team. Now it seems I'm glad I didn't say that, otherwise I would have been contradicting myself. Your Beedrill is in no way weaker than Lucario. While he couldn't avoid praising him verbally, Aju's words also revealed his inner bitterness. If he had known from the beginning that ZMU had the strength, he wouldn't have come out. Now, not only had he come out, but he had also originally planned to go easy on ZMU, at least to give him face in the end and give him a badge. Now, he was on the hot seat, unable to refuse, and even more embarrassed to surrender. A bad premonition filled his mind, making him extremely uncertain even in a battle with a type advantage. Do I have a chance to win? Aju asked himself inwardly. The flying-type Crobat does indeed counter the bug-type Beedrill, but Crobat specializes in poison-type attacks, while Beedrill also has the poison attribute. Therefore, in a real battle, Crobat would be completely outclassed by Crobat. You flatter me. Let's begin the second match. ZMU didn't say much more. His aura had already sensed the emotional fluctuations within Aju. Initially, Aju was quite calm, so there wasn't much fluctuation in his aura. But as the battle unfolded, Aju's previously tranquil state of mind was now turbulent. Although he didn't know what Aju was thinking, such tension must be due to being stimulated by his strength. If I were facing a stronger opponent after confirming my own strength, wouldn't I feel the same way? This was ZMU's truest thought. To use a scene from the original anime as an analogy, it's like Ash, brimming with absolute confidence, suddenly encountering a legendary Pokémon blocking his path, completely powerless to retaliate. Aju took a deep breath, looked at the Crobat in the air, then at ZMU's Beedrill, and made up his mind. Since things have come to this point, they must fight to the end. Come on, his eyes suddenly changed, and his momentum surged again. All right, Beedrill, use high-speed boost, charge forward, X-Science Cutter. ZMU's aura also changed. Although the opponent couldn't compare to Mewtwo from before, it was still quite good, especially in a type reversal battle, as the opponent was Crobat with a base stat total of 535 and a speed stat total of 130. If it weren't for the 31 level difference, Beedrill's speed would be no match for Crobat. After all, a Beedrill that doesn't Mega Evolve only has a total base stat total of 395 and a speed stat of only 75. Good, Crobat use Air Blade. Without hesitation, Aju quickly gave the command. Although there was a big level difference, and Crobat was an expert in Poison-type moves, it also knew Flying-type moves. How could a champion-level player not master basic combat? Air Blade continuously flapped from Crobat's forewings, turning into air blades with great power. Beedrill charged straight at the opponent, its massive needles gleaming brightly as it fearlessly slashed repeatedly, shattering every attack from the air blade. This sight shocked everyone. The bug type not only directly countered the flying type's moves, but also remained completely unharmed. This fighting style was naturally being secretly directed by Natsuki using Aura. This was another application of the combo attack he had discovered after returning to Tsuburaya Island a few days ago. Combo attacks weren't necessarily used to hit the opponent. By continuously doubling their attack power, they could also be used to defend against attacks. Under the boost of combo attacks, Beedrill's needles became incredibly hard, completely able to withstand most attacks of low level. Under Crobat's incredulous gaze, Beedrill had already closed in, unleashing its X-Scissors attack, transforming it into a cross-shaped wave of attacks that slammed into Crobat. Even though the effect was only moderate, the level difference amplified the power. Pursue, Beedrill. Crobat was blasted away, but Natsuki didn't hesitate and continued to command. Seeing Beedrill about to attack again, Aju was tense. Don't fall so easily, Crobat counterattack, Poison Blade. Chapter 131. Boom! The X-Scissor and Cross Poison collided, causing a massive explosion. But the chase didn't stop there, it continued. Naturally, Beedrill was chasing down Crobat. For Crobat, it had never imagined a day where it would be hunted by a bug Pokémon, and worse, be completely unable to fight back. If you can't dodge it, then face it head-on. Crobat used Cross Poison continuously, Koga shouted, going all out. Zia Mew narrowed his eyes. He didn't even need to give commands. Beedrill was already repeatedly using X-Scissor. No matter how Crobat attacked or resisted, Beedrill easily blocked everything. In fact, if Beedrill wanted, it could have finished Crobat instantly. The level gap was simply too large. Even with a type advantage, it made no difference. So the gap is this huge. It seems I underestimated you. With your strength, you shouldn't be unknown, Koga muttered. This battle reminded him of his youth, fighting powerful trainers where he could resist, but it didn't matter. Zia Mew's strength was definitely champion level. Koga suddenly realized this might be part of a bigger plan by the Zia family. Right before the Indigo League, Zia Mew appeared out of nowhere to sweep everyone. Clearly, he was aiming for the championship. Otherwise, why challenge gyms with this level of strength? He even thought Zia Mew came to scout him. But in reality, Zia Mew simply wanted the Indigo League title. On the sidelines, Anzu, Aya, and Sanya watched seriously. Sanya wasn't surprised. She already knew Zia Mew's strength. Beedrill hadn't even Mega Evolved yet. This was only part of its power. But Anzu and Aya were shocked. Beedrill, this common regional bug Pokémon, being this strong. Unbelievable. Is this real? Crobat is being suppressed like this. Is father holding back? Anzu said. But Aya could tell, Koga was already doing everything he could. She remembered how strong he had become, and yet now he was helpless. Only Champion Lance had ever done this to him. Looks like it ends here, Zia Mew said calmly. Koga felt his scalp go numb. He knew Zia Mew had been holding back the whole time. You're even more oppressive than Lance. I've never seen such a terrifying Beedrill. Even Giovanni's wasn't this strong. That revealed a lot. Koga had fought both Lance and Giovanni. I'd like to meet Giovanni someday, and as for Lance, we'll fight sooner or later, Zia Mew smiled. Then he gave the final command. Beedrill used Pursuit and finished Crobat. Since Crobat had already taken damage, the move's power doubled, ending the battle instantly. Crobat has lost the ability to fight. Beedrill wins, Aya announced reluctantly. Anzu stood frozen in shock. She finally realized how arrogant she had been. ZMU wasn't strong because of type advantage, he was just overwhelmingly powerful. Koga recalled Crobat and took a deep breath. Next was the third battle. I won't surrender, my third Pokémon, Toxicroak. A Pokémon from the Sinnoh region appeared. Toxicroak LV, 65 female type, poison fighting. Ability, anticipation. Though strong, it wasn't ideal for Koga. My third Pokémon, Arcanine. A powerful Arcanine appeared, full of energy. Koga could instantly tell it was also champion level. Let's begin, he said. Arcanine Flamethrower. A massive blast of fire erupted. Dodge it, Koga shouted. Thanks to anticipation, Toxicroak sensed danger and barely avoided it. Even then, the heat scorched the ground black. If that hit directly, it would have been over. Don't underestimate us, Toxicroak sled shot. Poison attacks flew toward Arcanine. Use extreme speed. In an instant, Arcanine vanished. Boom! Toxicroak was sent flying. Though not defeated, it was heavily injured. Koga clenched his fists nervously. ZMU paused, observing. Was there any hidden strategy left? Chapter 132. After the battle with Koga, ZMU still had Arcanine hold back in the end. Through this fight, he finally got a clear understanding of what Elite 4 level strength truly meant. After defeating Koga, he obtained the Fuchsia Gym badge. To be honest, ZMU even had the urge to directly challenge a champion-level opponent. In the past, battling elite trainers felt challenging. Even before fighting an Elite 4 member, he had expectations. But after the fight, he realized there was no pressure at all. He was simply too strong. Not just because of his Pokémon, but also because he was a transmigrator. He understood Pokémon far better than anyone else. No matter the opponent or strategy, he could always find the most efficient way to win. In short, with his cheat-like knowledge, ZMU could never be dragged into someone else's rhythm. Instead, he would quickly read them, turn the situation around, and take full control of the battle. Was Koga weak? For ZMU, yes. But for others, even among Elite 4 level trainers, Koga wouldn't lose this badly. After saying goodbye to Koga, Janine, and Aya, ZMU left the gym with Sonia. This was his fourth badge, and one of the most significant in Kanto. Well, maybe Giovanni's badge is even more important, ZMU wondered. From what Koga said, Giovanni's strength should be similar to his. Are we heading to Celadon City next? Sonia asked while walking. She had gotten used to asking ZMU about their next destination. But this time, she was clearly eager. After traveling through dark forests, she didn't want that experience again. We're already in Fuchsia City, so let's explore first. I also want to check out the Safari Zone. Maybe we'll catch some interesting Pokémon, ZMU said. Sonia nodded. She knew ZMU was slowing down for her sake. Otherwise, he would have rushed ahead, time was running out, and he still needed 4 more badges. They explored Fuchsia City, visited popular spots, and eventually entered the Safari Zone. There, trainers could pay to receive special Pokéballs and attempt to catch Pokémon, without battling. It was a clever system. Mostly designed for beginners, rare Pokémon wouldn't be easily obtainable. Many people believed they were chosen ones, but in reality, it was just wishful thinking. They saw many Pokémon groups and trainers. At least the system ensured no one left empty-handed. ZMU recalled how Ash once caught 30 Tauros with 30 balls, truly absurd. They didn't encounter any rare Pokémon like Dratini or Dragonair. Even if they had, ZMU wouldn't catch them. He already had Dragonite. After leaving the Safari Zone, they stayed one night in Fuchsia City. The next day they woke up late, had lunch, bought supplies, and resumed their journey. Their destination, Celadon City. For the remaining gyms, ZMU felt no excitement. They were simply too weak. LT, Surge had some mystery due to his identity, but was ultimately weak. Sabrina was strong. Koga was Elite 4 level. But Celadon's Erica, not impressive. That's why ZMU challenged Koga earlier. Traveling north, they changed routes and avoided forests. ZMU even used Arcanine as transport, speeding along Route 17. They quickly reached Celadon City. Without delay, Mew challenged the gym. Luckily, Erica was still there. The result? Easy victory. Charizard alone defeated all her Grass-type Pokémon instantly. Surprisingly, Erica criticized Mew. Using fire types against grass types was shameful. At first, Mew held back. But after hearing that, he had Charizard go all out. He realized Erica was overly prideful and obsessed with beauty, unsuited to be a gym leader. With the 5th badge obtained, they explored Celadon City. Key landmarks included Celadon Department Store, the largest mall in Kanto. Celadon Mansion, home of game developers in the original games. Mew remembered many game-related details and events tied to the city. Eventually, they arrived at the game corner. Mew originally thought the underground base wouldn't exist in reality. But he was wrong. Using his aura abilities, he sensed a large hidden space underground. Team Rocket's base was likely there. However, he didn't investigate further. If Mewtwo found out, it might lose control. Also, it wasn't the right time to confront Team Rocket. He still planned to deal with Giovanni later. They played some games and left. Most machines were actually gambling devices, used by Team Rocket to make money. At night, they had dinner and explored the city. Their relationship had grown very close, like a couple in love. They even once slept in the same tent during a rainy night. Though they tried to keep distance, they ended up holding each other while asleep. By morning, both were embarrassed. Back at the hotel, Mew released his Pokémon and contacted Jessie, James, and Meowth. After discussing business matters, he asked about the underground base. Surprisingly, they had no idea it existed. Chapter 133. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Mew traveled with Sonia through multiple towns. He reached Cerulean City and easily obtained its gym badge, then went to Pewter City and defeated Brock's father to earn another badge. For Cerulean Gym, Mew had no expectations, and it turned out exactly as he thought. The 3 sisters were average. An easy win. As for Brock's father, Mew initially wondered if he might be secretly strong. But after fighting him, he realized he was actually weak, even weaker than the Cerulean sisters. All those stories about him being near Elite 4 level. Completely false. In reality, he was just an irresponsible man who abandoned his family, failed in life, and later returned in shame. During these days, Mew also took Sonia to a famous place. The Hollywood of Kanto, not the real one. Sonia wanted to watch a movie there, fulfilling a dream. They watched a romantic action film. But Mew had another goal. Find Meowth's former love, Madonna. Using his knowledge of the original story, he quickly found her. There was some conflict. Other Meowth and a Persian tried to stop him. Mew defeated them all without hesitation. In his view, they chose a life of theft instead of honest living. He gave Madonna the choice and convinced her that her actions were wrong. Unlike the original story, she made a smarter decision here. She chose to follow Mew. However, Mew didn't plan to train her seriously. She lacked talent and courage. He simply wanted to reshape her behavior. Viridian City, final gym. Now Mew had arrived at Viridian Gym, his final stop. Sonia didn't know the deeper situation. But Mew was excited. So was Mewtwo. Even though Mewtwo wouldn't fight, Mew planned to take revenge for it, and for Moltres. This time, he decided. Backhand index pointing right, he would use Moltres. They entered the gym and were quickly brought to the battlefield. Standing above them, Giovanni, holding a glass of red wine, exuding overwhelming pressure. A true boss. Inside Mew's mind, Mewtwo's voice echoed. That's him, the one who used me. Stay calm, Mew replied internally. Giovanni looked down at Mew with interest. Few people could remain calm under his gaze. You came at an interesting time, Giovanni said. The Indigo League registration ends in less than a week. No one has taken my badge this month. Then I'll be the exception, Mew replied calmly. Giovanni's expression darkened slightly. 3-on-3 battle, Giovanni said, throwing a Pokeball. A Beedrill appeared. Level 60. Zia Mew instantly analyzed it. Strong, but not Elite 4 level. Zia Mew smirked. I expected more from you. Then, he threw his Pokeball. SCRESEH. A blazing figure appeared. Fire Moltres fire. The entire battlefield was engulfed in heat and pressure. Moltres, Giovanni was shocked. He almost exposed himself. This was the same Moltres his organization once tried to capture. The one that destroyed their plan. Zia Mew smiled. What's wrong, afraid? Giovanni quickly regained composure. I see, you're from the Zia family. With Moltres, you don't even need gym badges to enter the league. His eyes, however, were filled with greed. But I prefer doing things my own way, Zia Mew replied. Giovanni snorted, then said, in that case, I admit defeat. You can take the Earth badge. He chose not to fight. Why? Because fighting Moltres was pointless. Win or lose, the result would be the same. Better to avoid unnecessary loss. Zia Mew understood. Giovanni wasn't weak. He was smart. But now, Giovanni had taken note of him. A trainer who controlled Moltres, defeated Hunter J, possibly had champion-level Pokémon. This was no ordinary opponent. Chapter 134. Watching Zia Mew and Sonia leave with the Earth badge, Giovanni's gaze grew darker. A terrifying aura spread from him. At this point, he no longer cared much about the past failure to capture Moltres. But now, Moltres had appeared right in front of him. And the boy who ruined his plan had taken his badge. How could he swallow that? HMPH, the Zia family's brat, my badge isn't that easy to take, Giovanni said coldly. And your Zia family, you've had it too easy these years, even reaching into the mainland now? Good, let me see what you're planning. He turned and walked away. His Persian silently followed, sensing his mood. Giovanni picked up a phone and made a call. After giving orders, a cold smile appeared on his face. Leaving Viridian City. After leaving the Viridian gym, Zia Mew and Sonia rode Arcanine and quickly left the city. Sightseeing. Not a chance. They had already explored earlier. Staying longer would just make them a target for Team Rocket. Giovanni wouldn't let this go. Once they were far away, Zia Mew finally slowed down. Sonia, who had been quiet, spoke. Team Rocket, are you saying Giovanni is part of Team Rocket? Zia Mew nodded. He's not just part of it, he's the boss. Sonia was shocked. That's impossible. How could someone like that become a gym leader? The league wouldn't allow it. Zia Mew shrugged. Either someone in the league is helping him, or he's just that good at hiding. He continued. Our goal is achieved anyway. Showing Moltres to him was enough. Based on what I know, Team Rocket has grown too big. The league will act soon. Giovanni will either step down or be forced out. Mewtwo's voice suddenly echoed. We didn't need to run. We could have destroyed anyone he sent. Zia Mew smiled. Less trouble is better, and think about it, knowing we're right there but can't catch us. That'll make him even angrier. Arrival at Pallet Town. After traveling through forests, they finally arrived at Pallet Town. Standing on a hill, the entire town came into view. Peaceful, natural, beautiful. That's Professor Oak's lab, right? Sonia asked. Yeah, Zia Mew pointed toward the windmill. Soon they reached the lab. They rang the doorbell. And the one who answered was Gary, blue. Arrogant as ever. At first, Gary looked down on them. But after Professor Oak came out and learned Sonia's identity, Zia Mew being Blaine's grandson, he warmly invited them inside. Gary quickly corrected his attitude. After getting a bonk on the head from Oak. Discussion with Professor Oak. Oak was thrilled to receive research materials from Sonia. These documents will greatly help my understanding of Galar Pokémon. Sonia humbly replied. It's nothing important. But Oak shook his head. These are original materials, your grandmother's work. This is extremely valuable. Soon, Oak and Sonia got deep into research discussions. Gary also joined in occasionally, showing his strong knowledge. Sonya's impression of him improved. Mention of Ash. Sonya suddenly said, "We met a trainer named Ash before. He's from Pallet Town, right?" Oak smiled proudly. "Yes, both Ash and Gary will participate in the Indigo League." Gary snorted. He just got lucky." Oak sighed helplessly. Staying the night. It was getting late. Oak suggested, "Why not stay here tonight? I'll call Ash and the others over, we can have a party." Xiaomu and Sonya agreed. However, they didn't realize something important. Backhand index pointing right Oak arranged only one room for them. Because to him, they clearly looked like a couple. Night gathering. That night, Ash and his group rushed over after hearing the news. Even Ash's mom came to help. After greetings and chatting, the real highlight appeared. Backhand index pointing right Rotom Pokédex. Everyone was stunned. Even Professor Oak was shocked. Amazing, the Pokédex has evolved this far already. He praised Sonya's grandmother highly. Sonya smiled. She said you're still the #1 in Pokédex research. Oak laughed. With this, research will become much easier. Chapter 135. Everyone's attention was drawn to Moltres, and Gary was especially excited. For a new Pokémon trainer like him, who had only recently begun his journey and already achieved great success, having a legendary Pokémon right before his eyes, his first thought was to have a battle with it. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, and he directly asked Xiaomu for a Pokémon battle. "Brother Xiaomu, please have a fair Pokémon battle with me. I want to fight Moltres." Gary's tone was full of anticipation. Xiaomu was slightly startled upon hearing this, but quickly recovered. After all, he was still young and inexperienced, and his excessive self-confidence made such a request understandable. His challenge shocked everyone present. However, no one laughed at Gary for overestimating himself. They only thought his courage was commendable. Among these gazes, Xiaomu especially received a look from Professor Oak. Clearly, Professor Oak hoped that Xiaomu would accept Gary's challenge, thus making Gary realize the vastness of the world. "All right, I accept your challenge, but it's a legendary Pokémon, so Gary can use all of his Pokémon." Xiaomu gave Professor Oak a look, then nodded to Gary. "Thank you for your kindness, Xiaomu, but not all of them. I'm quite confident in my Pokémon's strength." Gary was indeed a bit overconfident. No wonder Professor Oak had that pleading look in his eyes. "Let's fight first." Xiaomu smiled slightly, not revealing the truth. The battle was confirmed. Moltres truly looked down on Gary. Legendary bird, facing a human child, even if the opponent was a skilled trainer, was still just a child. "Go Blastoise." Gary took out a Pokéball and sent out his Blastoise. This was also his strongest Pokémon. Blastoise displayed a powerful aura upon its appearance, but upon seeing its opponent was Moltres, its expression visibly turned serious and somewhat distressed. Xiaomu noticed that Gary's Blastoise was only level 42. Frankly, that's about the same strength as Ash's Charizard. Actually, given Gary's talent, if he traveled on foot instead of relying on transportation, he would likely be even stronger. Ga-awo. Moltres flapped its wings, letting out a fierce cry, its aura exploding. Even with the legendary Firebird, the rule that water types are super effective against fire types remains unchanged. Gary was very confident. The type advantage was indeed true. Throughout his travels, combined with his previous knowledge, this was the standard approach. He had never encountered any surprises. However, this time, Xiaomu would teach him a lesson. Types don't represent absolutes. Hydro Pump. Without the slightest hesitation, after instilling his philosophy in Blastoise, Gary gave the command. Came. With a loud roar to bolster its courage, Blastoise aimed its 2 anti-aircraft guns at the low-flying Moltres and unleashed its water cannon attack, its power truly astonishing. Xiaomu was slightly surprised that Blastoise had learned water cannon at level 42, considering that according to the leveling system, Blastoise would learn it at level 49. Even Wartortle wouldn't learn it, until level 45. Only Squirtle could learn Water Cannon at level 33. However, it was clear that Gary wouldn't let Squirtle evolve at level 33, so it must have learned Water Cannon through some other reason, such as being taught a new move. Faced with the powerful Water Cannon attack, Moltres in the air simply flapped its wings to dodge the attack. However, the Water Cannon didn't stop there. It followed Moltres' movements, much to Moltres' annoyance. ZMU noticed this and decisively ordered, "Flamethrower, end the battle." Fierce cry rang out as Moltres unleashed a terrifying flamethrower, not only vaporizing the Water Cannon, but also crushing it straight down, striking the defenseless Blastoise. A muffled boom followed, and Blastoise let out a shrill scream before being violently thrown backward by the explosion, crashing to the ground, unable to battle. Everyone stared in disbelief. Even though it was a divine bird, the fact that Flamethrower could directly vaporize the Water Cannon and instantly kill Blastoise was incredibly shocking. Shydrew, who was directly hit, looked grim, gasping for breath before barely regaining his composure. "Come back, Blastoise. Thank you for your hard work." Shydrew reluctantly recalled Blastoise, now beginning to understand the vast difference in their strength. This was a legendary Pokémon, the fire god of their Kanto mythology. It was completely incomparable to ordinary Pokémon. Even a top-tier water type like Blastoise would be instantly defeated by its Hydro Pump. Are you still going to stick to your initial idea? There's no need to feel resentful. The existence of legendary Pokémon, in a sense, is incomparable to ordinary Pokémon, ZMU said. Shydrew seemed to understand ZMU's meaning, nodded, and said, "I understand, Brother ZMU. Please continue battling me. This time I'll use Golem." With that, Shydrew sent out Golem. In ZMU's eyes, Golem's level wasn't high either, only level 40, weaker than Blastoise. However, the rock and ground type did indeed provide maximum resistance against fire-type attacks. Unfortunately, while Golem's physical defense was an absurd 130, its special defense was only 65. Moltres excels in special attacks. Under Gary's command, Golem began to act. While it had a good grasp of rock-type moves, these attacks were nothing to Moltres. Under ZMU's command, Moltres easily absorbed the attacks, then countered with a flamethrower, instantly defeating Golem once again. Having suffered the first defeat, even after being instantly defeated again, Gary only momentarily lost his composure before recovering. Recalling Golem, Gary sent out his third Pokémon. "Alakazam, please." Alakazam appeared, also at level 40. Although not as good as Sabrina's Alakazam, this one was still quite good. He tried to win with a Psychic type, but Moltres was no ordinary Pokémon. Even against Psychic-type attacks, it was completely unfazed, and the level difference was too great, making speed incomparable. Alakazam's Psychic attacks were fast, but it couldn't catch Moltres at all. Finally, with another flamethrower, Moltres easily defeated Alakazam in one hit. 3 battles, 3 crushing defeats. Shydrew was starting to doubt his very existence. Before, everything had gone so smoothly that he felt the world revolved around him. Now he realized how naive he was. His opponents didn't even need to take him seriously to defeat him. Even though his opponent was Moltres, it still showed how weak he truly was. ZMU could at least capture and command Moltres. What about him? He couldn't even gain the slightest advantage. "Want to fight again, Shydrew?" ZMU asked with a smile. Hearing this, Shydrew lost all courage. He was now so desperate that he doubted himself. Shaking his head, Shydrew said, "Forget it. I roughly know how weak I am. Before, I was like a frog in a well. Continuing to fight would only bring more humiliation." With that, Shydrew lowered his head slightly. Seeing his reaction, ZMU stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "You've done very well. Moltres is, after all, a legendary Pokémon. It's impressive that you had the courage to challenge it and fight it to this extent. Remember not to underestimate yourself or easily doubt yourself. If you do, you'll only reach the end." Hearing this, Xiaomao looked up at ZMU. "I know you're comforting me, Brother ZMU, but thank you for your encouragement anyway. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly this time. I will work even harder in the future, and one day, I will also catch a legendary Pokémon with my own strength. It's good that you think this way. This experience is good for you. Train your Pokémon well. I can see that your Pokémon have great potential. It's not impossible for them to rival legendary Pokémon in the future. Xiaomu nodded to Xiao Mao and added meaningfully. 4. An ordinary Pokémon to rival a legendary Pokémon. That's something most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, Gary believed it. He had seen Xiaomu's other Pokémon, and although he didn't know their exact strength, as an excellent Pokémon trainer, he could sense that they were definitely superior to the Pokémon he had raised. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Xiaomu. Admitting defeat, accepting defeat, and then looking towards a bright future, Gary's transformation was indeed direct. How could an ordinary person recover so quickly? In Xiaomu's memory, only Ash could let go so quickly. Thinking of Ash just then, Ash and his friends arrived at Oak's lab. Although Xiaomu and Gary's battle was over, seeing Moltres and getting a general understanding of the situation quickly filled them with shock. Momala, this is the legendary Moltres. Ash was deciphering information in his Pokédex, and at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself, just like Gary at the beginning. Even after a long time, as if Gary had possessed him, he also looked at Xiaomu with burning eyes. Brother Xiaomu, please battle me. 2. Xiaomu accepted Ash's challenge. Even though he already knew the outcome, he accepted Gary's challenge and wouldn't refuse Ash. Otherwise, it would seem unfair. Xiaomu was actually quite speechless during the battle with Ash. Compared to Gary, Ash was really too inexperienced. As usual, Pikachu appeared. Facing Pikachu, Moltres simply flapped its wings, unleashing a burst of heat that rendered Pikachu unable to battle, giving Ash no chance to react or for Pikachu to unleash its full power. Defeating Pikachu, Ash didn't give up and summoned Squirtle. He genuinely didn't know that Gary's Blastoise had recently been easily defeated. After Squirtle left the field, Ash was about to send out Muck, but Charizard suddenly jumped out of its Piquet ball, disrupting the battle's rhythm. Clearly, it had sensed Moltres' power and wanted to battle. Charizard, unusually, obeyed Ash's commands in battle. However, what was a level 40 Charizard compared to a level 80 Moltres? The battle ended once Charizard was unable to battle. Ash was still unconvinced and wanted to continue, but Xiaomu finished the battle and then gave Ash a good talking to. This kid, after experiencing so much and encountering him, should have grown even faster. Instead, he was so disappointing, showing no change whatsoever. Ash didn't resent Xiaomu's guidance and listened attentively. He was just like Gary, except Gary seemed more like the protagonist. After a day, Xiaomu, unable and unwilling to get involved in the research, simply found something to do, offering Ash and Gary some pointers on how to train Pokémon. Incidentally, Xiaomu also told them that he would be participating in the Indigo League, giving them more motivation and encouraging them to strive towards his goals. Both Ash and Satoshi had a deep understanding of Xiaomu's strength after their battle with Moltres and their conversations with him, especially Satoshi, who knew it even better, given that Xiaomu had once been the head of the Cinnabar Gym. Before they knew it, night had fallen again. Xiaomu and Sonia returned to their room. Because they had broken through that barrier yesterday, the initial awkwardness was gone, and they didn't ask for a guest room. Between a man and a woman, once that final barrier is crossed, everything changes. Like now, Xiaomu and Sonia no longer needed to suppress their feelings. They could completely nestle against each other, seeking emotional fulfillment. You must be exhausted today, Xiaomu said softly, holding Sonia close. Sonia nodded slightly, responding without saying anything more. She leaned against Xiaomu, feeling the fluttering of his heart. Suppressing the urge to take Sonia right there and then, Xiaomu knew that if he did anything rash today, Sonia wouldn't be able to handle it. Sensing Xiaomu's unusual reaction, Sonia's cheeks flushed crimson, like ripe apples, exceptionally alluring. Looking at Sonia's adorable appearance, Xiaomu kissed her directly. Sonia's blush deepened. Both were beginners, their skills clumsy, but they enjoyed it. After a long while, they separated. Could you be a little gentler? No, Xiaomu's reason prevailed over his impulse. Sonia's voice trailed off, the words unspoken, but she was secretly delighted, for Xiaomu was more concerned about her health. By the way, I tried something during the day. I'll see if I can use my aura to heal your injuries. As Xiaomu spoke, he channeled his aura into his palm and Ntly touched the wound. The warm, smooth touch surprised Xiaomu. Seeing Sonia's head bowed, he immediately understood what was happening. It was almost a natural progression. Chapter 136. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Xiaomu, with Sonia riding his Arcanine, traveled through many cities before finally arriving at the Indigo Plateau. It should be said that Xiaomu successfully registered for the Indigo League just before the registration deadline. There were actually quite a few trainers like him who arrived at the last minute, as most only found out the registration deadline at the last minute, and most had planned their travels accordingly, arriving at the Indigo Plateau at this time for their final rest before the league. After completing the final registration, Xiaomu and Sonia found a simple restaurant nearby for a meal. A lot had happened in the past 5 days. It's worth mentioning that, as his travel time lengthened, the factory in Fuchsia City had fully entered a stable development phase. A while ago, there were issues with acquiring berries and some ingredients. With those issues resolved, the energy cube production line stabilized, and a certain stock of energy cubes for common Pokémon in the Kanto region was already available. There were exclusive energy cubes, as well as flavored ones. It's worth mentioning that a box of 100 energy cubes costs 100 league coins if purchased from the system shop, but the cost of manufacturing them is less than 30 league coins. Even including labor costs and other expenses, the cost wouldn't exceed 50 league coins per box at most, and the cost would only decrease as production increased. Xiaomu priced it at 1,000 league coins per box, since one box of energy cubes is roughly a month's supply for an average Pokémon. He couldn't overcharge, but he also couldn't operate at a loss. Compared to energy cube prices in other regions, 1,000 league coins per box was not only inexpensive, but also quite cheap. Xiaomu wanted to make it suitable for the general public, so that he could earn enough money in a short time, and his energy cubes would be more widely accepted and popularized more quickly. These past few days, Jesse and James have been traveling to various cities in the Kanto region, busy with the leasing and purchasing of shops. Their parents have also played a crucial role, leveraging the Xia family's connections to make things proceed more smoothly. Although the Dream House Energy Cube established by Xiaomu isn't considered part of the Xia family's business, it's still highly valued by Xiaomu and Kasari. They hope Xiaomu can break free from the family's constraints and not end up like them. As for the family members, they naturally hope for his success, because in their eyes, Xiaomu is Xiaomu and Kasori's son, one of the future heirs to the Xia family's power. His achievements will belong to the family and be inherited by future generations. During the meal, because Xiaomu sent a message to his mother, Kasari, saying he had arrived at the Quartz Plateau and had registered, his mother urgently called to inquire about his situation. During the call with his mother, Xiaomu explained the current situation in detail. With a week to go before the tournament opens, he decided not to return to Round Island, but to continue his travels near the Indigo Plateau with Sonia. His mother wasn't surprised and promised to come cheer him on when the Indigo Plateau tournament opened. Naturally, she also inquired about Sonia's situation. Unlike before, Xiaomu didn't hesitate and directly told his mother about his relationship with Sonia. While he couldn't say he'd slept with her, he made it clear they were in a relationship, so his mother didn't need to ask any more questions. After hanging up, Sonia complained a bit about Xiaomu. She was upset that he hadn't discussed it properly before making things clear, leaving her embarrassed and unsure how to face her aunt. What annoyed her even more was that her mother was more proactive than him, texting Sonia immediately after the call. After dinner, Xiaomu and Sonia strolled around the Indigo Plateau. They were actually getting a feel for the venue's layout. Just like in the original story, the Indigo Plateau was divided into 4 preliminary arenas: water, grass, ice, and rock. The rules were that each player would battle with 3 Pokémon per match. Hundreds of players would have their opponents and battle arenas randomly drawn, and only the winner could advance to the second round. The competition was extremely rigorous, with no possibility of a revival round. Furthermore, Mew learned that due to the large number of participants, the competition might be extended to 3 days. The first day consisted of 2 rounds of preliminary eliminations, with an estimated 64 players advancing. The second day continued with 3 more rounds of preliminary eliminations, determining the top 16 in the morning and the top 8 in the afternoon. Finally, there would be a 6-on-6 all-out battle. Although he had read the original work, Mew had long forgotten these details. In short, that was roughly it. Having understood the specifics of the venue, Mew didn't plan to leave the Indigo Plateau with Sonia to explore nearby areas. Instead, he went to a hotel and booked a room. Because the Indigo tournament was about to begin, the Indigo Plateau was already bustling with activity. In other words, Mew and Sonia were actually late. Fortunately, the hotel had available rooms, and they easily booked one. During his rest, Mew received a call from Entetsu, the commander-in-chief of the Kanto Alliance. The old man had unexpectedly learned of his arrival at the Indigo Plateau Pokémon League headquarters and invited him to meet him at the headquarters building. This was completely unexpected. After learning the details, Mew discovered that the data he had submitted had been seen by Yantai, who, after confirming it was Mew, sent the invitation. Mew couldn't refuse, so he went with Sonia. As a Pokémon researcher in the Galar region, Sonia was also a member of the League, so it wasn't inappropriate for her to come along. Arriving at the League headquarters in Indigo Plateau, Mew was somewhat shocked. He had always heard about the League's official operations and headquarters, and now he finally saw it with his own eyes. He was certainly awestruck, as he hadn't imagined the League headquarters building would be so magnificent and enormous. Upon arrival, they naturally underwent a check, as they had no identification and needed to register. After explaining their purpose, Mew and Sonia were quickly led by internal staff to the top floor of the building. This was the office area where the commander-in-chief was located. Upon meeting Yantai, Mew was astonished by the kind-looking old man before him. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary old man was actually the commander of the League, the most powerful person in the entire Kanto region? Even on the world stage, he would be a top figure. The original work didn't mention the existence of the League's high-ranking officials, but their absence didn't mean they didn't exist. These important figures wouldn't appear before the public so easily. Even a League champion might never get a meeting. Yantai, seemingly unfazed by Mew's shock, simply smiled kindly. Talking with him, Mew felt like a child, following Yantai's every word. He barely managed to find a sense of belonging, using his own attitude to stabilize his emotions and avoid being swayed. A true master of manipulation can easily trap you if you're not careful. On the surface, Yantai seemed incredibly kind, but the real Yantai was undoubtedly ruthless. Mew's aura sensed the faint but palpable aura emanating from him. To attain this position, one cannot be simple. Having witnessed Yantai's prepared speech, Mew roughly understood Yantai's meaning. Someone of Yantai's stature wouldn't summon him without a purpose. Even though he was a descendant of the Xia family, even though he was Xia Bo's grandson. Of course, Yantai also frankly revealed part of the reason. Mew's performance was worthy of his attention. Mew had captured the Firebird, demonstrating formidable strength. Even though many in history had captured divine birds, Yantai had investigated Mew's background. Either he was a genius among geniuses, achieving this level of success in just 1 month, or Mew was hiding some secret known only to himself. Fortunately, Mew had anticipated this probing and was mentally prepared. Sometimes, feigning ignorance was the best response. In the end, Yantai didn't delve deeper. He merely lamented that the situation in Kanto hadn't changed for many years. He hoped Zia Mew's appearance could break the status quo. Therefore, Yantai hoped Zia Mew would participate in the regional championship challenge. The reason Yantai was so certain of Zia Mew's abilities was that he had even gathered information about Zia Mew's strength from Eiju, concluding that he possessed champion-level strength. At the very least, he could reach the position of a heavenly king. It all depended on how far Zia Mew could go. I am truly honored to have received the approval of Commander-in-Chief Yantai, but aren't you worried that if I were to assume this position, it might actually be detrimental to you? Besides, I am a descendant of the Zia family. Shouldn't the alliance be on guard? Zia Mew began. Yantai laughed heartily upon hearing this. Indeed clever, knowing how to change the subject to get to the bottom of things. I won't waste any more words with you. This old man still quite likes you, even though this is only the second time we've met. You probably don't know whose daughter your mother is, do you? Upon hearing the news about his mother, Mewseeli, Zia Mew's expression froze, and he immediately looked at Yantai in disbelief, his mind going blank. Even the usually quiet Sonia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Commander Yantai is Aunt Mewseeli's father." Yantai smiled and shook his head. Under their shocked gazes, he said, "I've watched Mewseeli grow up. She has to call me uncle, so you should at least call me great-grandpa. Now you understand why I chose you, right?" Zia Mew felt a surge of shock upon hearing Commander Yantai's words. Although he wasn't her mother's father, he was still her mother's uncle. It was like Uncle Zia being her father's uncle. No, it was far more shocking. After taking several deep breaths, Zia Mew finally calmed down and asked, "No wonder Mom kept asking me if I'd encountered any accidents during our phone call earlier. I was wondering how there could be any accidents. Now I understand." Yantai looked at Zia Mew with a look of approval. "You're quick to accept it. Your character is commendable. Thank you for telling me the truth. I always thought Mom and Dad's reasons for being together were too lame, and it turns out there's more to it than meets the eye. So, it's like a merchant's son seducing a government official's daughter, and then..." Zia Mew's words trailed off. It sounded like a romance novel, worthy of being turned into a soap opera. "I used to be against it, but once young people act impulsively, nothing you say will change their minds. Fortunately, things are fine now and we have you. Before, because you didn't want to become a Pokémon trainer, your mother protected you very well, so this old man didn't want to disturb your lives. But now it's different. You've shown me many amazing things, so I have to take you seriously." Yantai said earnestly, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Is that all the reason?" Zia Mew asked. Yantai shook his head. "Of course, it's not just that. As the Commander-in-Chief of Kanto, even if you're my grandson, I can't show favoritism. I know you've had some extraordinary encounters, just like some of the things you're doing now. I know all about them, especially that uniquely effective energy cube." Zia Mew was slightly taken aback, not surprised that Yantai knew these things. "Did Mom tell you?" "Not entirely. After all, I started investigating you as soon as you appeared in my sight. You should have a very powerful Pokémon on you, right? Would it be convenient for you to let this old man see it?" Yantai said, a sincere smile on his face. Having gone this far, Zia Mew had no reason to refuse. He was just shocked that Yantai knew about Mewtwo's existence, so not everyone's memories had been altered. He should have realized this sooner. Even if Mewtwo's abilities were strong, it couldn't completely change everything that had already happened. Once investigated, clues would be found. Humans aren't all fools. Just like Giovanni in the original story, and those Team Rocket executives, they eventually went to Mewtwo again. Sonia, watching from the sidelines, sensed the tense atmosphere, and her gaze darted nervously between Zia Mew and Yantai. At this moment, she could do nothing and say nothing. She could only stand there silently. "Come forth, Mewtwo," Zia Mew said, pulling out a Master Ball and summoning Mewtwo. Yantai wanted to see, so Mewtwo didn't object. With Mewtwo's appearance, Yantai's breathing became slightly heavier, his old eyes filled with shrewdness. Mewtwo met Yantai's gaze without fear, and the atmosphere became exceptionally heavy. This is the Pokémon that changed the landscape of Kanto. It's truly extraordinary. Its aura is comparable to that of the real gods I've ever seen. Chapter 137. Yan-Tai's impact on Mew was immense. Especially with his new identity, he felt like he'd been kept in the dark, completely unaware of everything, and then suddenly presented with a surprise. A surprise. Thankfully, not a shock. Otherwise, Mew would have found it difficult to accept. Regardless, it was all for the best. Yan-Tai's message was that he should vigorously develop his power, and to some extent, he would fully support and help him. This wasn't just because his mother was Makaizo, but because he genuinely valued Mew's potential and strength. There was also the factor of Mewtwo. Yan-Tai believed that with Mewtwo in his grasp, Mew's future achievements would be even greater, and he truly had a chance to become the Kanto region champion, not just a champion. Of course, whether Mew could truly pass the Elite Four's test in one fell swoop depended on other abilities. The information provided by Eiju was far from enough. Mew needed to prove himself. At the Indigo League a week later, he had to defeat all his opponents with overwhelming power and win the league championship. Otherwise, Yan-Tai would withdraw his expectations of him, and the champion challenge would become the Elite Four challenge, at most allowing Mew to become the Elite Four member. Leaving the league headquarters, Mew hadn't fully recovered. It's worth mentioning that Mewtwo's identity no longer needed to be hidden. Having gained Yan-Tai's approval, Mewtwo would be included in the Pokédex, but Mew had to ensure it wasn't misused. The editing of the Pokédex information was handed over to Sonia. After all, she, Professor Magnolia, and Professor Oak were already working on perfecting it. Adding Mewtwo was just a matter of time. Mew, are you all right? This news was really sudden. Don't do anything foolish. Seeing Mew's serious and conflicted expression, Sonia said worriedly. Having spent so much time together, she understood Mew better and knew he was very confused. She would have felt the same way if she were in his shoes. Hearing Sonia's concern, Mew shook his head slightly, then took Sonia's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Yeah, don't overthink it. Let's leave quickly. I feel very uncomfortable staying here." To distract Mew, Sonia said decisively. "Then let's go back to the hotel to rest first, and then go out for a stroll later. I wonder how lively the Quartz Plateau will be tonight." Mew pulled Sonia, and the two walked away. At this moment, on the top floor of the Alliance building, Yan-Tai could clearly see Mew and Sonia walking away, his gaze deep, as if he was pondering something. "That's all I can do. You girl have really worried me out. I hope that after this, our relationship can ease up a bit." Yan-Tai picked up the photo album in his hand, looked at the photos, and a sad smile appeared on his face. The photo showed a cute little girl, about 10 years old, who looked like Mew's mother, Mewzeali, when she was a child. Back at the hotel, Mew and Sonia lay down to rest. After their relationship warmed up, they became more direct in everything they did. Although the initial, innocent flutter of their hearts had faded, a deep love had filled their hearts. They lingered for a long time. Before finally falling asleep, they were indeed exhausted from the journey without rest. It wasn't until after 6 in the evening that they woke up, washed up, and went downstairs to the night market for dinner. Time flew by on the Indigo Plateau. 6 or 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and tomorrow was the opening day of the Indigo League. During these 6 or 7 days, Mew would take Sonia out during the day, as there were still many areas in the nearby mountains worth exploring. It's worth mentioning that on the 3rd day, when Mew and Sonia ventured deeper into the plateau, they discovered a long-abandoned power plant nestled among the secret hills, inhabited by numerous electric-type Pokémon. After further exploration, Mew and Sonia even found an injured Zapdos. As one of the 3 legendary birds of the region, Zapdos undoubtedly held the greatest reputation, being an electric flying type, making it more worthy of training than the other 2 legendary birds, given its formidable combat power. Having captured Zapdos with his strength, Mew also had Moltres act as a persuader, convincing Zapdos to submit. This Zapdos wasn't the one from Thunder Island. Like Mew's Moltres, it didn't have any legendary status. Its level was only 65, the same as Moltres' initial level. Having already caught 2 legendary birds, Zia Mew's desire to collect all three became even stronger. He remembered that an Articuno inhabited the Twin Islands. Of course, there was no rush. He didn't need to catch it before the Indigo League. Later, Zia Mew learned the reason for Zapdos's injury. It had been attacked by a hunter gang while out and about, barely escaping danger before returning here. With Zapdos by his side, Zia Mew didn't catch any other Pokémon, not even an Electivire he saw. In the following days, they continued exploring, and Zia Mew even took Sonia to MT Silver, which borders the Indigo Plateau. Because of the flying-type Pokémon, crossing mountains was much easier. MT Silver, located in the Johto region, is home to many more Johto region Pokémon. Zia Mew also took this opportunity to catch a pseudo-legendary Tyranitar, his second wild Pokémon caught since starting his trip. If you don't count Zapdos, it was his only one. Ultimately, he had enough cloned Pokémon. If he continued to pursue quantity, he wouldn't have time to train his existing Pokémon, and he'd have to train new ones. This Tyranitar was quite high level, a full level 58, making it a dominant force in MT Silver. In terms of trainer strength, this Tyranitar was already at a near Elite 4 level. Zia Mew even suspected that this might be the same one that appeared in the future movie, Celebi Through Time. If so, that would be interesting. It would change its fate. Later, Zia Mew unexpectedly encountered the three legendary Pokémon of the Johto region in MT Silver. Among them was Suicune, which was considered a disgrace to legendary Pokémon in Zia Mew's previous life online. It was impossible for him not to have some thoughts, but Suicune didn't give him a chance to challenge and capture it, disappearing directly using its special power. Zia Mew didn't understand why it would appear before him if it didn't want to accept him. After all, the existence of the three legendary Pokémon was a listening device left by Ho-Oh in this world, used for guidance and to monitor the current state of humanity. On the Champion Road to the Indigo Plateau, Natsuki and Sonia rode on the Growlithe, traversing dense forests. They were now less than 10 kilometers away from returning to the Quartz Plateau. It was at this very spot that Natsuki and Sonia unexpectedly encountered Ash and his friends, who were carrying the sacred flame. Natsuki's appearance had initially alerted the guards, suggesting they had been attacked earlier. However, upon learning that Natsuki was the legendary Pokémon trainer who had captured Moltres, the Pokémon League chairman Dammer extended a sincere invitation to him. He hoped Natsuki could carry the sacred flame all the way to the Indigo League Stadium. After all, the sacred flame for the Indigo League was collected from Moltres. Of course, not Natsuki's Moltres, but the Moltres from Fire Island. Natsuki was quite surprised, as obtaining flame from a legendary Pokémon was no easy feat. The only explanation was that the Moltres had made a pact with humans, thus voluntarily providing the inextinguishable flame. Given the sincere invitation and everyone's anticipation, Natsuki couldn't refuse. He immediately accepted the invitation and summoned his ever-present Moltres to accompany him. Carrying the sacred flame for 10 kilometers was no problem for Zia Mew in his current physical condition, but he wasn't stupid. He chose to fly directly on Moltres, but at the request of Chairman Damaranchi, he flew low. Moltres was very cooperative. After all, its master Zia Mew had agreed to such a thing. Moltres was quite affectionate towards the flame of the sacred flame, because it was the aura of a kin and also the true god of fire. Upon arriving at the Indigo League, Moltres' appearance caused a huge uproar. This kind of shock was incomparable to ordinary shock. A legendary Pokémon and the source of the sacred flame, Moltres. In the hearts of the people of the Kanto region, Moltres was an unsurpassable god. After completing the relay of the sacred flame, Zia Mew even had Moltres put on a show in the sky, raising everyone's expectations to the max. It was also to satisfy his vanity, because he had fantasized about this scene in the past, and now it had come true. Although it was really silly, who hasn't been young? Night. Zia Mew and Sonia also waited for their family to arrive. Sonia's grandmother, Mulan, Zia Mew's parents, Zia He and Mew Zeolai, along with Uncle Zia leading the clan's most prominent members, arrived. There were also some younger members, though Zia Mew wasn't very familiar with them. Those he was somewhat acquainted with were the children of his uncles and aunts from Uncle Zia's bloodline. Quite a few women of Zia Mew's age were present, giving him the impression that they were intentionally selecting wives for him. Moreover, these outstanding young women of the Zia family were quite hostile towards Sonya's presence. Sonya clearly sensed the unusual situation and simply took Zia Mew's arm, asserting her dominance. Uncle Zia and Mulan saw this scene with smiles in their eyes, while Ziahe and Mewziali were also very pleased, though they said nothing. As elders, how could they not know what ulterior motives the clan's powerful members were plotting? Zia Mew was currently too outstanding, a legendary Pokémon trainer, and he had established an energy cube manufacturing plant and was involved in the Rotom industry chain, seemingly poised to cover the entire Kanto region. Who wouldn't be envious? The tournament opens tomorrow, son. You absolutely must win the championship for your parents, Mewziali said expectantly. This was her dream, and its failure was Ziahe's regret. Don't worry, Mom, you should know my strength by now, Zia Mew said with a smile. Upon meeting, Zia Mew didn't bring up Yantai's matter, nor had he told Mewziali about it these past few days. When the time was right, his mother would naturally tell him. It wouldn't be good if he asked. As for whether Yantai had lied to him about anything, he didn't think so. Yantai would only conceal important matters. If he were lying, it would be easily exposed. The family gathered at the hotel, booked by the Zia family. Large families often mobilize dozens or even hundreds of people. Even if they didn't want to attract too much attention, they had no choice. The number of assistants alone was considerable. After dinner, the group separated. At the request of Zia Bo, Mulan, Ziahe, and Mewziali, Zia Mew and Sonya went to the presidential suite to discuss some matters. Zia Mew and Sonya were surprised by their elders' sharp eyesight. Especially their mother, who, based solely on their intimate actions, immediately realized they had already consummated their relationship. Mulan also noticed, but as the older elder, it was more appropriate for Muxiu to bring it up. Having been exposed, Zia Mew naturally wouldn't hide it or shirk responsibility. After expressing his feelings for Sonya, he promised to marry her. To avoid reprimand from their elders, Sonya even stepped forward and claimed it was her initiative. Their mutual support earned the approval of Zia Mew's parents, Uncle Zia and Mulan. They had hoped they would be together, but hadn't expected them to confirm their relationship so quickly. Now it was a done deal, but many troubles lay ahead. I don't care about your Zia family's affairs. I only have one request, that my granddaughter never be used as a tool by you. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, I have my ways. Old man Zia, you know that. Mulan's harsh words were naturally taken seriously by everyone present. Mulan certainly had the power to back it up. Grandma, don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt Sonya, just like when you entrusted her to my care. Zia Mew made his promise on behalf of himself and his family. A real man shouldn't be able to do this, otherwise he'd be useless. I hope you can do it. Mulan nodded to Zia Mew, her serious expression softening into a smile. Sonya hugged Mulan's arm affectionately, clearly happy that her grandmother had accepted her feelings and Zia Mew. Now you can talk your way out, I won't offer any opinions. Mulan suddenly spoke and the atmosphere changed. Zia Mew took a deep breath, knowing that the main event was about to begin. His parents were about to be honest with him. And then there was Uncle Zia, whose face was melancholy, clearly indicating that he had something on his mind. Zia Mew, your grandpa Yantai should have already contacted you, right? Mewziali spoke first, revealing what had been on her mind. Chapter 138. That evening, after talking with his parents for a long time, Zia Mew returned to his room alone. With his family around, it wouldn't be appropriate for him and Sonya to sleep in the same room again. His mother's advice was that he and Sonya weren't married yet. Although the world had developed to the point where men and women could freely choose their partners, some rules still needed to be followed. In short, it was about respecting elders. Especially since Sonya's grandmother, Mulan, was also there. If Zia Mew were to take Sonya away before the wedding, it would seem presumptuous. Although Xiaomu had gained Mulan's approval was one thing, but without a wedding ceremony, they should maintain their distance. In short, if they weren't there, they wouldn't see or interfere with whatever Xiaomu and Sonia did. But for a while, he had to restrain himself and absolutely not do anything excessive. In his room, without Sonia by his side, Xiaomu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. However, this was also a good opportunity. He needed to take advantage of the time to do some things, including properly training his Pokémon. He didn't plan to use the same Pokémon in the Indigo League this time, so he needed to strengthen all his Pokémon again. As for money, he still had nearly 300 million, which was more than enough. While improving his Pokémon's strength, Xiaomu received calls from Jessie, James, and Meowth, and they arranged a meeting. They had already arrived at Indigo Plateau to prepare. One reason was to cheer Xiaomu on, and the other was that they had purchased and renovated a shop there half a month ago, and the shop was now open for business. A few days ago, Xiaomu had taken Sonia to see it, and they were generally satisfied. Now, he just needed to make a name for himself in the final battle, and then Jessie, James, and Meowth would promote it extensively. At that time, energy cubes would definitely become incredibly popular, and countless trainers would rush to buy them. Who would refuse to use the same food for training Pokémon as the champion? When it comes to marketing tactics, Musashi, Kajiro, and Meowth are unparalleled. This is evident in the original work, showcasing their incredible abilities. They appear as merchants during every league tournament, making a fortune. In the shop's office, Natsuki nodded in satisfaction after listening to Musashi and Kajiro's work report. Actually, you don't need to be so tense with me, just treat me like a friend. From the beginning, I haven't treated you as subordinates. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted you with so much authority, Natsuki said to them. Hearing this, the two of them and Meowth all showed somewhat embarrassed expressions. Of course we know, but there still needs to be a hierarchy. You're the real boss, and we must show the same attitude, otherwise we'll overstep our bounds. Without rules, there's no order, Kajiro spoke first. As expected of someone from a wealthy family, his language skills were impressive. Natsuki could tell from Kajiro's demeanor that he was actually a very confident person, but his past experiences and his time as a Team Rocket member had gradually led him to despair. Now that he's handling everything so efficiently, he's found a sense of purpose. Kajiro's right, you are the boss. If we don't even realize that, then you won't feel comfortable entrusting us with power anymore, Musashi said earnestly. Because of her new hairstyle, she looked even more mature. Meow Meow also wishes to continue being treated like this, but I also think that, boss, you need to have some authority of your own in the future. Meow Meow's words made Xiaomu open his mouth. What they said was indeed correct. Xiaomu unconsciously had a feeling that he was being molded into a top boss by them. Having gained the absolute loyalty of the two people and the Meow, Xiaomu was very happy. On the surface, we'll act as we normally would, but we don't need such rules in private. Xiaomu agreed with their words, but insisted on his own approach. Winning people's hearts is not something that can be done once, but requires time to see the results. Xiaomu's words also moved Musashi, Kajiro, and Meow Meow even more. Speaking of which, didn't Madonna come with us? I heard that you two were inseparable on Round Island. Xiaomu asked curiously. He remembered that a few days ago, after Madonna was teleported back to Meow Meow, a lot of drama ensued. Although Xiaomu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard about it from them. What's a girl doing out here? She'll only affect work efficiency. I'll have her stay in Round Island City so she doesn't cause any trouble, Meow. Meow tightened his suit, looking every bit the business boss. As expected of Meow, Natsuki had to give him a thumbs up. Musashi and Kajiro, seeing Meow start showing off, were speechless for a moment, rubbing their foreheads. Afterwards, Natsuki chatted with them about the upcoming arrangements before returning to the hotel to rest. It was already late, and he couldn't wander around outside any longer. Back at the hotel, Natsuki received a message from Sonia, exchanged a few playful words with her, and said goodnight. In the blink of an eye. The next morning, as the Indigo League was about to open, fireworks lit up the sky above the arena. Although they couldn't be seen during the day, the deafening explosions were announcing to everyone on the Indigo Plateau that the annual Indigo League was about to begin. All the spectators entered the stands first, awaiting the upcoming Pokémon battles, while the trainers prepared in the waiting area of the arena. Mew should have been there too, but at the request of the league officials, specifically Chairman Damaranchi and Commander-in-Chief Yanti, Mew was to be the last to appear and light the Indigo League's cauldron with his molters. Mew knew that the two elders were building momentum for him, letting more people know of his existence and allowing him to accumulate reputation more quickly. Everything Blade did on Cinnabar Island was also to make Mew's name more prominent. However, Blade's abilities were limited, and he had already done a great job. Now, the league conference was providing that boost. At 8:30 a.m., the players entered the arena one after another, following the commentator's instructions. To ensure the cauldron was lit precisely at 9:00 a.m., the entry time and the officials' speeches were timed perfectly. Mew actually felt a bit awkward. Being watched by so many people would definitely make him uncomfortable. But what was done, and he had no other choice. He could only muster his courage. Since no one knew him, as long as he avoided making any mistakes or embarrassing moves, everything would be fine. At the commentator's call, Mew strolled out of the special passage. His appearance silenced the entire arena. All eyes were on him until he reached the center of the arena. "Go Molters!" He tossed a high ball into the air. "Ga awo!" The next second, a loud cry resounded across the sky. Molters, like a soaring flame, bloomed in the sky above the arena, sacred and inviolable. Countless media turned their cameras to film, the commentators shouted enthusiastically, and the passion of the entire audience was ignited. Countless people excitedly stood up, taking out their phones to record this unprecedented moment. All the trainers also looked up at that godlike existence, and at the same time, they were even more incredulous about Mew's existence. A legendary Pokémon trainer. Molters' flames seemed to come alive, flying towards the sacred cauldron under Molters' control. Until the sacred cauldron was completely lit, Molters flew into it, and the blazing sacred flame shocked everyone. After finishing this operation, Mew also breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no mishap. And for the time being, Molters didn't need to go back to its piquet ball. Mew had also discussed with Chairman Damaranchi and Yanti that Molters would stay on the sacred cauldron until the end of the competition. The opening ceremony ended, and today's competition began. Because this year's Indigo League had the largest number of participants, it would take 4 to 5 hours to complete the first round of preliminary selections. Successfully completing the third round of preliminary selections in one day would be considered a success. In fact, it was precisely because this year's Indigo League was held so hastily that the Silver League in the Johto region was much better organized. It learned from the shortcomings of the Indigo League, especially Ash's entry into the top 8, which was hailed as the most exciting league. Ash officially defeated Gary in the Silver League. Although he lost to Yue, the fight was incredibly intense. Unlike later leagues, even when Ash achieved a higher ranking, the intensity wasn't what it used to be. Sinnoh could have won, but then a seemingly overpowered trainer Darkrai appeared. Greninja was a sure winner in that battle, but it ended in defeat. Arriving at the waiting area, Mew, being a fellow trainer participating in the competition, became everyone's focus. Of course, Mew didn't care. During this time, several familiar trainers came over to greet Mew. When he was in charge of the Cinnabar City gym, he faced numerous challenges, many of whom were participating in this year's Indigo League. Xiao Mao and Xiao Zhai also chatted with Mew for a while before stepping onto the battle stage when it was their turn to compete. Unsurprisingly, both of them advanced. In the original story, they had both successfully qualified during the first day of the preliminary rounds. Then it was Mew's turn to compete. The battleground was rocky, and his opponent was a girl around 11 or 12 years old. He didn't quite catch her name and simply ignored it. The preliminary rounds were a 3-on-3 format. In fact, for Zia Mew, even if his opponent used 6 Pokémon while he only used 1, he could easily sweep the team. For example, this girl's 3 Pokémon, Venusaur, Onix, and Golduck, were quite good in terms of Pokémon level, strong, and all-around level 40. But facing Zia Mew, she had no choice but to retreat. Zia Mew used Ninetales, originally planning a 3-on-3 battle, but it seemed pointless to waste time, so he opted for a 1-on-3. Ninetales had accompanied Zia Mew and Sonia on their wilderness exploration a few days prior, so Zia Mew had already raised its level to 70, adjusting its individual values, IVs, and effort values, EVs. It was a level advantage, so even with a type disadvantage, it was fine. After defeating the girl, Zia Mew learned that she was also a trainer from Pallet Town, having traveled around the same time as Ash and Gary. Achieving this was quite an accomplishment. The girl was heartbroken by her crushing defeat, but she wasn't discouraged. Instead, she looked forward to her revival match. Indeed, after losing the first preliminaries, there was a revival match where the losers battled each other, and the winner advanced to the second round. After the first match, Zia Mew left the backstage waiting area. There was no need to waste all his time there. He could return in the afternoon when the second round of preliminaries began. As for watching the games, Zia Mew wasn't really interested. Besides going to the stands to watch the show with Sonia, he didn't have much else to do. He'd already glanced at the participants, and there weren't any powerful characters from the original series. In his previous life, Zia Mew had read quite a few Pokémon novels, which heavily modified and enhanced the Indigo League, featuring all sorts of overpowered trainers that only appeared later in the series. In reality, it wasn't that outrageous. There were indeed strong trainers, but even the strongest were at most at the level of Little Sweet, Sara, and Seaman. Staying beside Sonia, Zia Mew chatted and laughed with her. This section of the stands was not only near the front, but dozens of seats had been reserved by the Zia family. Because Zia Mew was there, some of his peers from the Zia family greeted him, especially the women, who showered him with compliments and fawned over him, almost like they were offering themselves up. Zia Mew even thought that if he wanted, he could just take them to a hotel. Family marriages were truly the most terrifying thing. These women are all wealthy heiresses, seemingly unattainable, but in reality, they are just pawns in the hands of those in power. Zia Mew learned about the situation from his parents last night. The Zia family is vast. While the Kanto region is indeed their birthplace, it's only a part of it. Zia Bo is one of the 3 powerful figures, but his jurisdiction is limited to the Kanto region, not extending to Hone or Sinnoh. Other regions belong to different bloodlines, and these outstanding young women from these families are the children of directors managing the Zia family's various businesses. They are all being used as tools to actively approach Zia Mew. He doesn't need to become the legal wife, but once a relationship is established, things change. Zia Mew knows his parents are in a difficult position. Although they seem to control the entire Zia family business in the Kanto region, their actual power is limited. Many decisions require voting, and without Zia Bo's support and Yan Tai's covert manipulation, they would likely have lost all real power long ago. Therefore, the current situation is that his parents also hope he can expand and strengthen the family business. Yan Tai is betting everything on him, and there's also Zia Bo. Chapter 139. The first round of preliminary matches ended. At noon, Zia Mew took Sonia to a nearby restaurant, along with his parents, Uncle Zia, and Sonia's grandmother, Professor Magnolia. Even with everyone else accompanying him, it was impossible to integrate into their close circle. Deliberately trying to get close would only result in being ignored and putting him in a difficult position, ultimately forcing him to leave tactfully. This happened because some overly familiar people thought they were special, only to be met with indifference. Normally, Zia Mew might have interacted with these people, since they approached him with good intentions. But the timing wasn't right. In the afternoon, the quartz conference continued. First, a revival round was held for the eliminated contestants from the first round. After the number of participants was finalized at 128, the second round of preliminary matches began. Compared to the first round, Mew appeared much faster in the second round. Otherwise, he would have had to wait in the waiting area for the system's arrangements, a complete waste of time. Mew's opponent was a young man named Ricky, not much older than him, but with very average skills. Without a doubt, after a swift and decisive victory, Mew advanced, while Ricky left the stage dejectedly. It should be said that from the moment he knew his opponent was Mew, he already knew he was going to lose, because Mew was a legendary Pokémon trainer. This young man was indeed unlucky, because if he had faced a younger opponent, he could have likely advanced to the top 64 or even the top 32. Like Ash, who made it to the top 16 purely by luck. Oh, and there was someone even luckier than Ash. Mew remembers his name was Hyro. Ash made it to the top 16 by luck, and so did this guy. Ash even lost to him because his Charizard wouldn't obey. Back then, some people even suspected that the anime Protagonist would be changed to this Hyro. Fortunately, the popularity wasn't great, and Ash ultimately started the story of the Orange Islands, until Ash and Pikachu's positions became increasingly secure. Recalling the original work, the official team had tried to change the main characters more than once, but all attempts failed until the Paldea storyline unfolded, finally giving Ash the title of world champion and bringing the story to a close. Advancing to the third round, Mew left the waiting area and found Sonia again. The Indigo League was indeed too easy for him. His situation was like a max-level player returning to the beginner village to bully newbies, utterly uninteresting. If his family hadn't been there, he would have wanted to run away long ago, because this level of battle wasn't even entertaining for him. It was rare to see a battle that made him look at things differently. By the time the second round of preliminaries ended, it was already evening. It wasn't as rushed as the first round in the morning, but it was still quite full. After the matches, Mew and his family left the stands and returned to the hotel to rest. For viewers, while Pokémon battles are a major and captivating event, sitting through the entire day can be quite tiring. Some people leave midway through because they can't take it anymore. Of course, the vast majority continue watching, including family members of the participants and trainers who have already been eliminated and are now in the stands to watch the tournament end and receive commemorative medals. That evening, Mew was summoned by Yanti once again. The reason was that the 4 Elite Four of Kanto had gathered at the Indigo Plateau, and he had to meet them. Lance, Agatha, Lorelei, and Cynthia. The first meeting was, unsurprisingly, somewhat awkward, and the atmosphere was heavy, because after winning the Indigo Plateau Conference, Mew was to challenge them. Regardless of Mew's actual strength, or whether he could defeat them. The fact that he was a legendary Pokémon trainer was enough to make them take him seriously. Although the 3 legendary birds were not invincible to trainers of their caliber, and some of them had even defeated them before, capturing them was a completely different matter. Not bad at all, truly a promising young talent. This old woman is really getting old, Agatha spoke first. Her voice was relatively amiable, but her eyes were unusually sharp, as if she could see right through people. As a Ghost-type Elite Four member, Agatha's strength was not only comparable to a champion, but as the most senior Elite Four member, she was once considered the strongest Pokémon in the Kanto region. Even compared to her, Lance was inferior in some aspects. The online speculation from his past life suggested that Lance couldn't become the Kanto region champion not because Lorelei's Ice-type Pokémon stopped him, but because Akiko was too powerful. After all, Lance publicly claimed to be a Dragon-type Elite Four member, and later even a Dragon-type champion, but in reality, he was just a Flying-type Elite Four member. His only Dragon-type Pokémon initially was Dragonite. Of course, Mew didn't know if Lance had other Dragon-type Pokémon. He assumed Lance definitely did, but his Flying-type Pokémon with Dragon-type characteristics were indeed too eye-catching. "You're not old at all, Grandma Akiko. If you were old, you should have given up this position long ago," Lorelei said, adjusting her glasses. Exuding a mature and sophisticated aura. His dream girl from his past life, Lorelai's temperament and figure perfectly matched Zia Mew's aesthetic. Akiko wasn't annoyed by Lorelai's bluntness. The 4 heavenly kings were inherently divided among themselves, unlike the 4 heavenly kings of other regions. Because they represented different forces, it was inevitable that they would exchange some playful banter when they gathered together. However, while they were hostile to each other internally, they were united against external forces. "You little rascal, it's been over a year and your verbal skills have only improved. Now even this old woman doesn't dare to argue with you. You can't deny getting old. I might have to relinquish my position as the ghost-type heavenly king this time. This young man is different from the previous challengers. Old man Yantai, since everyone's here, let's get started. Who among us should step down?" Kikuko leaned on her cane, speaking tentatively to Yantai, who sat at the head of the table. The fact that Kikuko could speak to the commander-in-chief of the Kanto Alliance like this showed how much influence she held in the Kanto region. "Don't worry, it's not your turn to step down yet. Just keep an eye on the forces behind you and don't cause any trouble. You think you're old, but I haven't said I'm old yet." Yantai's eyes held a strong sense of intimidation. That one glance made Kikuko lose her edge, and she could only turn her head away slightly, remaining silent. After that exchange, she had gotten the answer she wanted. As long as she wasn't dethroned, as long as the power structure remained the same, she didn't care about anything else. But who would it be to prevent her from stepping down? Shiba, Lorelai, Lance. In the Kanto region, replacing a king seemed impossible, except perhaps with Shiba or Lance. Lorelai represented the island powers. If the relationship between the Kanto region and the Orange Islands were to break down and things escalated, it would keep Entei busy. In the Orange Islands, there had always been plans to form an independent alliance. Currently, it's just Shiba and Iwata, one holding the title of Elite Four member in one region and the other already the champion of the Johto region. So losing one title wouldn't have a significant impact. But is it that simple? No one would willingly give up power they've already gained. The stakes involved are too high unless a much larger compensation is offered. At this moment, not only Kikuko was calculating, but the other 3 were doing the same. Undoubtedly, they had already made their own plans before coming, and had roughly organized their thoughts. Now, it all depended on how Entei arranged things. I can step down. After all, whether I'm the Elite Four member in the Kanto region or not doesn't really matter much. Besides, I've already become the champion of the Johto region, so continuing to hold the Elite Four position doesn't make much sense, Iwata suddenly said, causing the atmosphere to change abruptly. Voluntary abdication. Kikuko was shocked, finding Iwata's boldness unbelievable. Kona's eyes shone with shrewdness. Her intelligence and composure quickly led her to guess Iwata's true intentions. Clearly, Adu was unwilling to accept Zia Mew's challenge. If someone challenged his position as Elite Four member, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be a loss of face for him. After all, he was currently the champion of the Chengdu region. If the target was him, he was willing to relinquish the position. It was up to Yantai to decide how to handle it, or rather, whether Zia Mew wanted the position he was giving up. Anyone with common sense could quickly grasp this. Zia Mew also roughly understood his meaning. If he was being used as a scapegoat, then it was necessary to consider whether Zia Mew would be respected after taking the Elite Four position. Even though Zia Mew was a legendary Pokémon trainer, without a challenge to demonstrate his strength, most people would doubt his abilities. You'll continue to hold this Elite Four position until the day you voluntarily step down, Yantai said, diffusing the calculated scheme with a single sentence. Adu wasn't surprised. He simply glanced at Yantai, then at Zia Mew. He didn't have much affection for this junior, Zia Mew. Although they were both from the same family, Zia Mew was unknown and hadn't accomplished much. Comparable to him, he's utterly incomparable. Zia Mew sensed the disdain in Wataru's eyes. But he didn't respond. Was it necessary? Absolutely not. These people clearly didn't know the real story. What Yantai wanted Zia Mew to do was challenge all 4 of them and become the regional champion of the Kanto region. Not just to become a champion. Of course, Everything depended on whether Xiaomu had the ability. After watching 2 preliminary matches, Yan Tai somewhat acknowledged Xiaomu's strength. At least Xiaomu's overwhelming strength was no less than that of a champion. More importantly, he had specifically arranged these opponents for Xiaomu, so starting tomorrow, he could accurately assess Xiaomu's strength. Xiaomu was unaware of this. He hadn't considered that Yan Tai would arrange for someone to participate in the Indigo League to obstruct him. Then, it's my turn to step down. I'm fine with it, after all. Holding the title of champion in 2 regions sometimes leaves me feeling powerless. Shiba, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. It wasn't Kikuko nor Wataru, and it couldn't possibly be Lorelei, so it had to be him. Yan Tai looked at Shiba and slowly shook his head. Even if Xiaomu failed, it would. It means Shiba would step down, because Shiba's influence in the Kanto region was still very significant. He was a heavyweight figure in the world of martial arts, irreplaceable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as the champion of 2 regions. The 4 of them frowned. Edo, Kikuko, and Shiba all looked at Kona. Kona was the least likely person, and now that none of the 3 were, wasn't that tantamount to Kona stepping down? Was Yan Tai about to pull off a big move, a reform? There's no need to guess, no need for various tests. Everyone knows what's going on, and if I really want any of you to step down, I won't consult you. Yan Tai displayed his authority as the commander-in-chief. Even regional champions had to give way. After the Indigo League, Xiaomu will be holding a championship challenge. Yan Tai added to the 4 of them. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them became somewhat uneasy. The Kanto Championship has been vacant for a long time. Many have coveted the position over the years, including ALV, but even he failed, settling for the Chengdu Regional Championship instead. This Xiaomu, does he have the ability? From what they know, Xiaomu is Xiaobo's grandson. Even with years of careful training, this sudden rise to fame seems a bit too much. They are unaware of Xiaomu's other identity. In fact, Xiaomu himself feels betrayed. How could he know that Yan Tai is his great-grandfather, and that after learning about his situation, he wanted to actively promote him to the top? Unaware of the inside story, the 4 Heavenly Kings could only wonder if Xiaobo had paid a huge price to secure Xiaomu's position. Fraudulent match fixing, Kikuko asked grimly. ALV's face turned ashen, Shiba frowned, and Kona's gaze was full of scrutiny. Xiaomu felt like crying, and most importantly, he couldn't interrupt yet. After all, it was Yan Tai's deliberate instruction to let him listen first and speak at the end. Follow the rules, even I wouldn't be biased. Do you think I, as the commander-in-chief, would make such a basic mistake as fixing a match? Yan Tai coldly stared at the 4. Why did they have to suspect him of this? Hearing Yan Tai's words, the 4 Heavenly Kings were shocked, looking at Xiaomu again with even more confusion. This kid, could he be hiding something? It's just a Moltres. Even if it's high level, it shouldn't be able to give the 4 of them a headache. All right, Xiaomu, if you have something to say, you can speak freely now. Yan Tai's words caught Xiaomu off guard. What could he possibly say? He'd already said everything. What opinions could he possibly have? Yan Tai had directly provoked the 4 Heavenly Kings for him. If he didn't perform well, his future would be difficult. His thoughts raced as Xiaomu frantically tried to organize his thoughts. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and face it head-on. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the 4 of them. Chapter 140. Leaving the Alliance headquarters building, Xiaomu was still somewhat frustrated. He had unknowingly offended these 4 Heavenly Kings, and making amends would require a great deal of effort. Yan Tai, his great-grandfather, meant well, but he was also a bit too eager. He subtly coerced and tempted them, claiming to be impartial. But in reality, he was revealing his identity and leaving the 4 Heavenly Kings to decide for themselves. He had made it so clear that what Yan Tai said and what he actually did were 2 different things. He outwardly refrained from breaking the rules, but left the 4 Heavenly Kings to weigh the consequences. Anyone who went too far would face his wrath. In the end, I still have to rely on my own strength. Otherwise, even with many advantages and assistance, it wouldn't really come to the point of fixing the match, Xia Mu sighed inwardly. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to push forward under pressure. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and had been doing his best to improve his Pokémon's strength. Luckily, he had a cheat simulator and a system shop where he could buy rare candies to level up his Pokémon. Right now, almost all of his Pokémon, except for the initial forms, were at level 60 or 70. In the blink of an eye, it was already the second day. The third round of the preliminaries officially began. Xia Mu was still at the front of the queue as always. This time, his opponent was a burly man nearing 30. It was indeed unexpected for someone his age to participate in the Indigo League. Xia Mu hadn't initially taken him seriously, but after seeing the fighting man bring out a level 59 Primeape, he changed his mind. His first thought was of what Yan Tai had said the night before. After today's preliminaries, they would be able to roughly gauge his strength. Whether the championship challenge, which hasn't been held for 3 years, will begin, can only be determined after today. So this is my test. The Elite Four are probably watching me from somewhere right now, Xia Mu thought to himself. Facing the Primeape, Xia Mu decisively sent out Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, already at level 70, could easily handle the level 59 Primeape. Not only was there a level advantage, but also type advantage. Everyone wanted to see just how strong he was. Then, he would show an even more outrageous display. In the previous 2 battles, Xia Mu had held back. Otherwise, it would have been an absolute crushing defeat. Facing Xia Mu's Pidgeotto, the burly man opposite him was clearly very cautious. After all, among fighting-type Pokémon, besides Ghost-type, flying-type Pokémon are the most difficult to deal with. This is mainly because they are difficult to attack in the air. For flying-type Pokémon, fighting-type Pokémon become easy targets. As long as they're in the air and avoid being hit, they're fine. Xia Mu showed no mercy, launching an attack without hesitation. He not only rendered the Primeape helpless, making it jump around the arena haphazardly, but also treated it like a monkey, denying it even a chance to retaliate. Only after a powerful attack did it lose its ability to battle. To toy with a near-elite 4-level Primeape, even with the advantage of the flying type, was utterly absurd. While ordinary trainers might be shocked, the Kanto Elite Four wouldn't be easily moved. Especially Lance, the so-called Dragon-type Elite Four member. When it comes to flying-type moves, he's confident he won't lose to anyone. Shiba, however, looked slightly grim, because the person fighting Natsuki was his junior brother. After Primeape, the second was Hitmonchan. Also a pure fighting-type Pokémon, but at a higher level, reaching level 60. Continuing to use Pidgeotto. That was getting a bit boring, so Natsuki recalled Pidgeotto and sent out his evolved Scizor, also at level 70. The battle between Scizor and Hitmonchan was much more interesting than the previous one. However, it was still a battle of overwhelming power due to the level difference. Natsuki showed no mercy and gave his opponent few chances. The outcome was decided in just 3 rounds, and then came the third match, still with a fighting-type Pokémon, Machamp. At level 62. This strength had undoubtedly crossed the threshold of Elite Four level. Xia Mu was increasingly grateful that he had raised all his Pokémon's strength to level 70. Otherwise, he would have been unable to make any progress at this point, and wouldn't have been qualified to fight against a true Elite Four champion. In the third match, Xia Mu sent Hitmonlee into battle. Also at level 70, this was a pure fighting-type battle, producing the most visually stunning spectacle. Xia Mu, using a 3-on-3 format, completely defeated his opponent named A Yang, not only defeating him, but also gaining a Yang's approval, earning thunderous applause from the audience. This was arguably the most exciting match so far in the competition, and Xia Mu's displayed strength resonated more with the public, given the initial hype surrounding him as a legendary Pokémon. After the third round of preliminary matches ended in the morning, Xia Mu left the arena and went to the audience area to find Sonia. In the afternoon, the fourth round of preliminary matches wasn't too different from the third. He faced opponents whose strength had reached near Elite Four level. It must be said that Yan Tai had put in a lot of effort, even arranging for these people to practice against him. As expected, Zia Mew qualified for tomorrow's 5th round of preliminaries. Because of these 2 matches, he had become the dark horse of this year's Indigo Plateau Conference and a favorite to win. Even though others were also attracting attention and anticipation, none had Zia Mew's popularity. Since the afternoon's matches were over, he had plenty of time to do other things. Zia Mew left Indigo Plateau on his Pidgeot, intending to catch a special Pokémon. He went now because after tomorrow's matches, there would be a series of 6-on-6 qualifying matches, followed by the awards ceremony and closing ceremony in the evening. Time was tight. Afterwards, Yantai would appear to announce the start of the championship challenge. Today was different. It was only 1:30 p.m., giving him ample time. Even if he didn't find the Pokémon, he could still return to Indigo Plateau before tomorrow. Frankly, Zia Mew had to admire those who held high positions for years when it came to manipulating power and strategy. Regarding the pre-event hype, rumors are already circulating that this year's Indigo League is different from previous years. After the main event, the Elite Four will appear to face the champion. This is also the league's doing, fueling speculation and spreading the word far and wide. Chapter 141. Leaving the Indigo Plateau for Twin Islands, Zia Mew used Zapdos's power to find and catch Articuno. With the 3 legendary birds complete, he then returned to the Adaptation Plateau. The round trip, including the time spent searching and catching Articuno, didn't exceed 10 hours. Although Zia Mew returned to the Indigo Plateau quite late, at least he returned safely. His sudden disappearance, however, caused his family immense worry, especially Sonia, who thought something had happened to him. Zia Mew never imagined that his departure would alarm the league's higher-ups. Yantai, as the league's commander-in-chief, had already issued a statement, yet Zia Mew had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, Zia Mew's return meant no accidents had occurred. Curiosity about Zia Mew's whereabouts was understandable, but since he didn't say, no one would ask. That night, Zia Mew and Sonia stayed together again. Although it was done secretly, the elders mostly turned a blind eye. The main reason was Zia Mew's sudden disappearance, which nearly caused Sonia to lose control. Now that Zia Mew was safe and sound, no one would disturb the young couple's time to nurture their relationship. A passionate night. The next morning, Zia Mew and Sonia got up early. There was no other way. Today was the last day of the Indigo League. Although Zia Mew had done everything he needed to yesterday, he still had to be tested and prepared. Yesterday's opponents were 2 near-elite 4-level trainers arranged by Yantai. It was hard to imagine how strong today's opponents would be. There was still 1 round of the preliminaries left. Although there were only 16 players left, Zia Mew still couldn't be careless. Arriving at the Indigo League arena, it was already packed with people. After all, since the 5th round of the round of 16, the battles had been conducted in a formal arena. Although it was still a 3-on-3 format, it wouldn't be like the previous informal matches. Of course, some people did manage to sneak into the top 16, like Ash and Hyro, but their strength was indeed quite average. Even with Pokémon over level 40, what use is a Pokémon in the early 40s at this level? Without a single Pokémon at level 50, you're considered weak. To Natsuki's surprise, Gary didn't get eliminated like in the original story, but instead made it into the top 16. Natsuki was chosen to fight in the first official match, which left him feeling helpless. Although he knew that Yanti was doing this to make sure all the viewers remembered him, Natsuki felt it was too deliberate. To those who manipulate power, it would be obvious that he was a trainer specially arranged by Yanti to ascend to the champion's throne. Natsuki's opponent was still someone his age, whose strength was no less than the 2 from yesterday, a solid near-elite 4 level. This also made Zia Mew realize that Yantai was warming him up, preparing him for the Elite 4 battle. Therefore, even though there were some Elite 4 level trainers in the league, they wouldn't send out trainers to fight him. His opponent was a Water-type master, starting with Gyarados, which was easily defeated by Zia Mew's Venusaur. The second was Kingdra, which was a real coincidence. Zia Mew also used Kingdra. The outcome was obvious, a complete rout. After all, the difference between level 70 and around level 60 is significant, especially considering Zia Mew's training method involved maximizing effort values and IVs. The third Pokémon wasn't from Kanto, but Milotic from the Hone region. This was a Pokémon Zia Mew had always wanted, but hadn't had the opportunity or time to catch. Facing Milotic, Zia Mew sent out Tentacruel to battle. Without a doubt, it was a poisonous battle. With a 7-level difference and the same type, the suppression wasn't particularly strong, and this Milotic was exceptionally well-trained, definitely a champion-level Pokémon. Winning against the same type is difficult, but using poison is a different story. Having defeated this opponent, Zia Mew successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Then, he returned to the waiting area to watch the matches. Because it was no longer the preliminary rounds of the previous 2 days, and the quarterfinals would begin after the round of 16. As Zia Mew had predicted, after watching several matches, Ash was defeated by Hyro, while Gary advanced to the quarterfinals. Therefore, the reason Gary lost to Jikki in the original story was actually related to his previous arrogance. After being defeated by Zia Mew, Gary received guidance from Zia Mew and underwent a significant transformation. It's clear that he trained diligently after Zia Mew left, resulting in a significant improvement in not only his Pokémon strength, but also flawless tactical deployment and Pokémon combinations. In summary, with the top 8 finalists finalized, everyone remained the same except for Natsum and Gary replacing Jimmy and Gangzy from the original series. Next up were the quarterfinals, significantly reducing the pressure on Natsum. He was still the first to fight, facing Lily. Even in a 6-on-6 battle, Natsum used only Charizard and easily defeated all 6 opponents, giving Lily no chance. So cruel. Natsum didn't think so. During the Sinnoh conference, Darkrai, with his overpowered abilities, defeated all opponents with just 1 Darkrai, only losing to Ash's Sceptile, which is why he used his second Latios. He wanted to emulate Darkrai. Although he had used many Pokémon before, from now on, he absolutely couldn't use a second Pokémon in a single match. Natsum advanced to the semifinals, while Gary's opponent was Hyro, whose luck was exceptional. To prove himself, Gary decisively defeated Hyro, since Hyro had beaten Ash, leading Gary to believe he was superior. The semifinal results were announced. The morning's matches had just concluded, and the afternoon featured 3 matches to determine the champion, runner-up, and third-place winner. This was standard practice at the Indigo League, a format used by many tournaments. All participants competed to determine the top 3, followed by an award ceremony. Natsuki believed that as long as Shydrew didn't falter, securing second or third place was a certainty. If Natsuki didn't face Shydrew, second place was practically guaranteed. However, if they did, Shydrew would have to compete against the other loser for third place. With the final matches approaching in the afternoon, the entire tournament reached its climax. Before the afternoon semifinals began, Entei appeared at the tournament, accompanied by the Elite Four and a host of league executives. He announced that after this year's Indigo League, the league champion would have the opportunity to fight the Elite Four. Defeating an Elite Four member would grant the title of Elite Four member. Alternatively, a championship challenge could be held. Defeating one of the Elite Four members would make one the Kanto region champion. This news was undoubtedly exciting, especially given the previous reports. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it. Everyone knows that while it said the league champion is a contender, Zia Mew is definitely the one who will win this time. However, the competition hasn't started yet, so no one can say for sure. Chapter 142. Afternoon. The semifinals were about to begin, and the entire venue was enveloped in a tense and exciting atmosphere. The audience's enthusiasm was completely ignited, and they were all looking forward to these final few exciting matches. Natsuki and Gary were making their final preparations in the preparation area, offering each other encouragement because they knew each other well. Natsuki remained calm. For him, there was no pressure at all. After all, he already knew the strength of the remaining contestants. Gary, on the other hand, secretly resolved to show his strength beyond his limits in this match and not leave any regrets. The match began, and Natsuki's opponent was not Gary, but someone named Aru. Judging from his hairstyle, which resembled Brock's, he seemed to be the champion of the Indigo League in the original series. This person was indeed strong, but he met an opponent who was overpowered, Natsuki. 1 against 6, relying only on a Dragonite, he completely overwhelmed Aru. It must be said that Aru had 3 Pokémon over level 50. No wonder he won the championship in the original series. Natsuki advanced smoothly, while Aru still had one more chance in the revival match. He quickly went to the Pokémon Center to treat his Pokémon and then changed his team. According to the rules, Pokémon that had already been used could not be used again. At the same time, Gary's battle with another top 4 player also began. Because their strengths were almost evenly matched, this 6-on-6 duel was exceptionally intense. Gary's Pokémon performed exceptionally well, showcasing the results of his hard training. After a fierce battle, Gary successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the finals against Natsuki. The other player defeated by Gary also went to the Pokémon Center to treat and change his Pokémon. There was a half-hour break. First, the 2 players competed in the revival match between Aru and Itsuki. In the end, it wasn't Aru who won, but Itsuki. This made Natsuki realize that Aru had used all his strongest Pokémon to fight him, hoping to advance in one fell swoop, but he lost, which meant that his other Pokémon were not up to the task. Unlike Ash, he still had Pokémon at level 40+. The 3rd place winner was announced first, and the entire arena celebrated. The finals unfolded in this atmosphere. The battle between Natsuki and Gary, standing on the arena, saw Natsuki give Gary many opportunities, truly experiencing the tenacious fighting spirit displayed by him and his Pokémon. Although it was a crushing victory for Natsuki, the match was still extremely intense. Ultimately, Natsuki won the Indigo League Championship, and Gary took 2nd place. The Indigo League thus came to an end. However, it wasn't completely over. A grand awards ceremony was held that evening, awarding commemorative medals to all participants. The remaining time, Natsuki naturally found Sonia, and the 2 strolled hand in hand. Unlike when they first arrived at Indigo Plateau, the 2 had dinner with their families before heading to the Indigo League Stadium. Natsuki stood on the podium, holding the championship trophy. Shidru stood beside him, somewhat disappointed, but he felt no resentment at losing to Natsuki, knowing Natsuki's strength was undeniable and that he would be competing in the Elite Four Challenge and even the Champion Challenge. 3rd place winner Asuka was on Natsuki's other side. He had actually won by luck, having kept an ace Pokémon. After the awards ceremony, a grand fireworks display illuminated the sky, marking the successful conclusion of the closing ceremony. Was it over? No. Everyone began to anticipate the Elite Four Challenge the following day. Natsuki knew it would be a tough challenge, but he was well prepared and full of confidence. That night, Natsuki once again boosted his Pokémon's power. The next day, the Elite Four Challenge officially began. Natsuki first faced Shiba. As an ace fighting champion, his Pokémon were renowned for their powerful fighting techniques and strength. The match began, and Shiba sent out his ace Pokémon, Machamp. Machamp displayed a powerful aura upon its appearance, letting Natsuki know that the Kanto Elite Four member was at least level 70, far surpassing a Kiheim. Natsuki calmly responded by sending out his own Pokémon to counter. In a 6-on-6 battle, Mew chose to defeat Shiba's 6 Pokémon without repeating any. The Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle, and Shiba had never felt such immense pressure. Mew's strength earned his approval, and he understood why Yan Tai had gone to such lengths to promote Mew. After defeating Shiba, Mew changed his 6 Pokémon, facing Lorelei in the second match. As an Ice-type expert, Lorelai's Pokémon were all Ice-type. Mew was prepared, but besides type advantage, he relied on level advantage. Just like with Shiba, he defeated Lorelei with overwhelming strength, advancing to the 3rd match. His 3rd opponent was, without a doubt, Agatha Christie. A Ghost-type Elite Four member, Agatha Christie had never imagined Mew's strength would be so formidable. However, she wouldn't give up easily, and she certainly put on a show of unpredictable ghost-type fighting techniques. During the battle with Agatha Christie, Zia Mew truly felt immense pressure, a first since his transmigration. As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher, and that's absolutely true. Of course, in the end, the 6-on-6 battle ended in a narrow victory for all participants. After a fierce competition, Natsuki finally defeated Agatha Christie, just one step away from becoming the Kanto region champion. If he ended the challenge now, Natsuki could replace any of the Elite Four members. But having reached this point, who would be content to stop at the Elite Four level? Just like Lance in the past, he wouldn't stop there. Facing the Dragon-type Elite Four member and Johto champion, Natsuki brought out his strongest team. Naturally, it was the 6 Pokémon he had carefully trained since the beginning. However, the result was beyond Natsuki's expectations, because Lance's strength was indeed not that great. Perhaps it was a type issue. From the start to the end of the match, Natsuki performed with complete ease. He hadn't even had it this easy against Agatha Christie. This made Natsuki realize that Lance's reputation as the weakest champion wasn't just empty hype. Flying-type Pokémon are indeed easier to deal with. Having defeated Lance's 6 Pokémon, Natsuki showed no mercy, achieving a complete 6-on-6 victory in the same manner. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Zia Mew had become the champion of the Kanto region. The landscape would be completely transformed, and the Kanto region would be utterly reshaped. Under the investiture of Yantai, the commander-in-chief of the Kanto Alliance, Zia Mew was officially appointed. From now on, Zia Mew might face even more challenges, but his position was firmly established. Zia Mew might become very busy, but the rewards of this position would be far greater, making his future actions easier, and no one would hinder him anymore. Sanya was overjoyed for Zia Mew. This was her husband. Zia He and Mew Zeali were also overjoyed, their son's achievements in such a short time completely exceeding their expectations, like a dream. The facts were undeniable, and they had no choice but to believe it. The day after becoming champion, before Zia Mew could even finish spending time with Sanya, Yantai summoned him to the Alliance building. Only after seeing a mountain of documents did Zia Mew realize that he had been tricked by his great-grandfather. But for the sake of the future, he had to be a good regional champion. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, Sanya was always there for him, making Zia Mew feel that life was full of meaning. In the end,